This was already the second time today that this unlucky young man encountered a spatial gate appearing right in front of him. Suddenly a voice called from afar, snapping Du Hyuk back to his senses. "Hey, you over there, run this way, quick." Du Hyuk immediately ran in that direction, but the monsters had already targeted him and lunged to tear him apart. While running headlong, he found his document case being grabbed. Du Hyuk got so angry he forgot his fear. He threw a punch at the monster. "These documents are like my life." Damn it, by the time he realized, countless monsters were charging. Fortunately, the guard from earlier managed to pull Du Hyuk into the gate and activate the electric barrier. This barrier can hold out for a while. The Awakeners will soon arrive in this area. Just as he said that, 3 vehicles carrying Awakeners appeared. Unlike ordinary people who fear monsters, in the eyes of the Awakened, these Goblin-weak monsters are nothing but walking money bags. Leading this group of Awakeners, the one nicknamed Fire Fist, Soldier Chun Chung, stood up to taunt the goblin. "Hey, you little goblins, face us over here." The goblins immediately switched targets and charged straight at the group of Awakeners. The ensuing battle was one-sided, leaning heavily in favor of the Awakeners. With their experience and seamless coordination, the goblins were swiftly eliminated. Du Hyuk breathed a sigh of relief once again, as expected. The Awakeners are so cool, so awesome. Right after that, he went outside to retrieve his dropped document case. Seeing that, a few people teased him. "Hey kid, we're still in the cleanup process, don't come out here." But because of work, Du Hyuk had to leave early. At that moment, Chun Chung walked up holding the document case. "Is this what you're looking for?" Seeing Du Hyuk thank him, Chun Chung blushed and smiled brightly. "Oh, don't mention it. It's only natural for us Awakeners to help those weaker than ourselves. If our bodies hadn't been chosen to carry out justice and given power, we couldn't do this." The team members saw this and laughed. "The leader is showing off again. What do you think? How long is he going to talk this time?" Just then, something grabbed his head, yanked him backward, and tore him apart. By the time everyone realized, a giant goblin had already appeared. In an instant, it killed a hunter and let out an earth-shaking roar. Immediately, Chun Chung warned, "Get out of the way, quickly." Du Hyuk had fallen to the ground, his voice trembling. "I want to, but after hearing that roar just now, my body won't move." Seeing this, Chun Chung shouted loudly, "If you can move, run away now. Anyone who can move, please help them. I'll buy time for you to escape." But as soon as he charged forward, he was taken down by the goblin in the blink of an eye. The goblin didn't rush to attack the rest. Instead, it stomped on Chun Chung's head and laughed mockingly. The other Awakeners, seeing their leader fallen, hurriedly fled. Now, no one had time to care that Du Hyuk couldn't move. Seeing the fierce goblin staring right at him, Du Hyuk was so scared he began to cry. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to die like this. "My life, I haven't accomplished anything and I'm going to die so meaninglessly. I don't want to die." Before the goblins attacked, Du Hyuk shut his eyes tight, screaming over and over that he didn't want to die. Just then, a sound rang out. "You have been awakened." Du Hyuk opened his eyes to find himself in a different spot, having successfully dodged the goblin's club. Before he could understand what had happened, a notification window popped up. The awakened Du Hyuk can now use the powers and principles of DF. To smoothly adapt to the system, we will transmit all possible helpful experience to the awakened Du Hyuk. Just then, the guard shouted a warning to Du Hyuk that the goblin was charging. But unlike before, Du Hyuk's gaze had completely changed. He calmly stayed put, waited for the goblin to get close, then suddenly unleashed a magic arrow. The sight left everyone watching gaping in astonishment. What, wasn't that guy an ordinary person just now? Did he awaken after dodging that attack? But what rank of awakening lets him unleash that kind of power? Back to Du Hyuk, while the goblin's vision was obstructed, he quickly slid between its legs to the opposite side. Immediately, a massive explosion erupted, aimed straight at the goblin. But as soon as the dust cleared, the goblin charged straight at Du Hyuk for revenge. It seemed this level of attack still wasn't enough to take it down. Du Hyuk quickly used a shield spell to block the attack, and then looked for a way to counter. The moment he spotted a sword nearby, without hesitation he teleported, grabbed the sword, and cast the ultimate weapon spell. Holding the glowing sword, Du Hyuk, with eyes full of confidence, charged straight ahead. The goblin, too, had no intention of fleeing and swung its club to attack. But before it could do anything, it was cut in half by Du Hyuk. Its body gradually faded into the air, witnessing a scene like this. The other awakened couldn't help but stare in shock. Who is that guy? Could he be a dual awakened? No, maybe even more than that. On Du Hyuk's side, the sound from earlier echoed in his head again. Guidance complete, Park Du Hyuk has now become an awakened. In the year 2000, spires appeared out of nowhere in capitals all over the world. Those spires were made of materials that do not exist in this world, and it is said that a transcendent existence called Dia resides there. The spires were immediately placed under strict control by the nations. For a long time, while all rumors were directed at the spires, a large-scale outbreak occurred worldwide, and to prevent the world from being destroyed, various awakened were chosen by Dia. 20 years have passed since that day, and now the entire world recognizes this as the most prosperous era for the awakened. On March 27, 2020 at 6:12 in the afternoon, our protagonist Park Do-hyuk was awakened. The next morning, Do-hyuk groggily woke up. Looking at the tattered shirt on the hook, he finally believed that yesterday's events were not a dream, recalling that moment. When the goblin had just been eliminated, a system sound rang out confirming the removal of danger elements and reinitializing body control and skill. Do-hyuk's eyes returned to normal. He looked around in a daze. What's this? Why am I holding this? I clearly almost died from that goblin. Could it still be alive? Do-hyuk panicked and turned around to check the situation. But all that remained was the Goblin Warriors Club and a low-grade space stone. Seeing the information displayed before his eyes, Do-hyuk still couldn't believe the truth. Did I really awaken and take it down? Just then, the surviving awakened rushed over and grabbed Do-hyuk's hands, speaking excitedly. Sir, we clearly saw the magnificent magic you used to defeat that goblin. Do-hyuk didn't remember anything and asked in confusion. What do you mean? The two awakened now misunderstood his intention. You displayed skills that other mages cannot compare with, and this modesty as well. Please speak comfortably, sir. Suddenly receiving attention, Do-hyuk felt a bit awkward. Hey, that's not it. Right now we have to deal with the scene. There are also those who die. These two awakened showed no sign of sorrow. This kind of thing usually happens at an outbreak scene. More importantly, our leader is dead, so if you don't mind, please come with us. If it's you, sir, I believe you can lead weak awakened like us. Seeing these two smiling cheerfully, Do-hyuk was completely stunned. Death is a common thing. Those people just now didn't care about their leader's death and even abandoned me and ran away. Now they come and say this is common, something strange. Do-hyuk quickly pulled his hand away and tried to politely decline. First, give me some time to think. These two still wouldn't give up, persistently pleading, please come with us, we're counting on you. Right then a woman stepped forward, please stop right there. From now on, please follow the instructions of our KBI. Hearing that, Do-hyuk sighed in relief. KBI is the Awakened Management Bureau. 20 years ago, to respond to the awakened system that appeared in the world. For-profit guilds appeared one after another. KBI is an organization established to protect the safety of the nation and its people, and to maintain order among the awakened. This woman's name was Lee Yoon-seo, and she was from KBI. This outbreak involved a high-level monster, so we arrived earlier than usual. You two awakened over there, come here please. Just then, Do-hyuk turned and fled. The two awakened immediately gave chase. Having witnessed the power Do-hyuk displayed, they were determined to latch onto this strong backer. On KBI's side, Lee Yoon-seo ordered the two accompanying personnel to subdue the two awakened. With just a few moves, the situation was brought under control. When asked if they should arrest Do-hyuk, Lee Yoon-seo stepped forward, picked up the document case that had fallen on the ground, and smiled. No, there's no need for that, we'll meet again soon. Returning to the present, the alarm on the phone kept ringing. Do-hyuk was holding his head in thought. What should I do now? If I say the contract failed because of an outbreak, will the boss believe me? After thinking for a moment, he slapped his own face to snap out of it. What's done cannot be changed. First, I need to get a grasp on my awakened abilities. To survive as an awakened, it clearly said it was the ability of a game. To test it, Do-hyuk called out for the window. Immediately, a notification window appeared. The stats written on it seemed familiar. Do-hyuk seemed to have seen them somewhere before. Reading the class line, Wizard, Mechanic, Alchemist, he suddenly remembered with a start. That's right, this class configuration. This is the game I used to play, the first character of DNF. The three classes are still the same, right? Dual awakened with only two classes are already very rare. And I heard that all guilds sign contracts with huge deposits. The awakened Chippo, though. Just thinking about it, Do-hyuk couldn't help but scream with joy. From this moment on, his life of selling himself to capitalism finally ends. But because he yelled too loudly, the neighbor banged on the wall to remind him. After calming down, Do-hyuk poured a glass of water and thought carefully. But going straight to the dungeon right now was too much for him. I heard many awakened people die in the early stages of awakening, so I need to raise my abilities to a certain level. Is there a way to increase income without overexerting? A way to make money without fighting? Suddenly, he remembered the mechanic's special spell, so he immediately opened the window to check. Basically, this spell allows him to perfectly duplicate a certain completed product. You cannot duplicate the same item more than twice, and you cannot duplicate a duplicated product. Especially, you cannot duplicate a product that the player directly produces. The completion time and failure rate depend on the product. After reading carefully, Do-hyuk decided to try it on this glass cup. Sacred and noble power duplicate this. Max level duplication. As soon as he finished speaking, a cubic grid suddenly appeared before Do-hyuk's eye. The glass cup gradually took shape inside until it was complete. After comparing, the duplicated item was perfect in both appearance and weight. This spell was even better than in the game. After the successful test, Du Hyuk decided to go look for relics. After the large-scale outbreak in 2000, antiques or old objects were covered in spatial energy and turned into relics. Based on the ability index, relics are divided into many grades. From V grade, relics have terrifying value, with a minimum price of 10 billion. In the case that an antique suddenly becomes a relic and is granted abilities or special options, life will be turned upside down, and the owner will become a tycoon. The problem is that among the objects on Earth, there are many cases of old items turning into relics. But no awakened person can appraise relics. However, in the case, Du Hyuk had repeatedly used the identity pie spell to appraise. So the place he needed to go was the nearest antique shop to search for relics. 3 hours later, Du Hyuk held a relic ring in his hand. Jun Jun was speechless. Ozing, identification rate 100%, grade La, option 1. Increase 100 magic power, option 2. Increase 10% intelligence, option 3. No matter what spell you use, you will immediately recover 1 magic power. This is truly an incredibly wonderful item. Besides this, Du Hyuk also found many other things. Now it's time to go back. The antique shop owner had no idea about the value of these items, so he just sold them at a normal price. What a bargain for Joe Hyuk. As he was getting ready to go home, Joe Hyuk suddenly got a call from the director. Unlike before, he felt he no longer needed to care what the man said. As soon as he picked up, the director started yelling and cursing. "What time is it, and you still haven't shown up for work?" Joe Hyuk calmly replied, "Time flies, doesn't it? I think you knew I wouldn't go to the company without considering the employee's safety, right?" The director continued cursing. "Hey, what do you mean by that? Don't you want your salary anymore? Do you think there are many places with good conditions and benefits like our company?" Hearing that, Joe Hyuk couldn't hold back anymore. "Damn it, good benefits, what good benefits? Every day they pile on tons of work, no days off, even forced to work on weekends. Even a passing dog would laugh. Alright, you should know that starting today, I won't be coming to work anymore." After saying that, he immediately hung up, dealing with the company matter. Joe Hyuk felt much more at ease now. Now he just needed to go home and sell the items to change his life in an instant. Just then, the sound of an argument on the street drew the crowd's attention. It seemed 2 awakened had clashed and decided to settle it right there. But suddenly Lee Yun-so appeared and sent both flying. "You awakened ones. Awakened fighting each other violates the rules. Please read carefully the awakened documents that have been distributed. I'll let it slide this time, but if it happens again, you'll go straight to jail." This action earned praise from the onlookers on the other side. Lee Yun-so looked around and spotted Joe Hyuk standing among the crowd, so she called out loudly, "You're standing over there holding a black plastic bag that looks heavy, Joe Hyuk. Please go pick up your lost item." Hearing that, Joe Hyuk remembered the document bag he dropped at the scene the day before. Afterward, the two met at the KBI headquarters. "Returning the bag you left at yesterday's outbreak scene. Sorry for going through your bag to find its owner." So that's why she knew Joe Hyuk's name. After returning the item, Lee Yun-so suddenly turned serious. "That's enough for the intro, let's move on to the main part, shall we? Yesterday I heard people around there say the monster that appeared couldn't be captured with the abilities of the other two. So I believe that you, Park Joe Hyuk, are the one who caught it." The others also testified to that. After hearing that, Joe Hyuk immediately asked back, "So you came looking for me, to recruit me?" Lee Yun-so carefully explained that the purpose wasn't recruitment. "But if you become a powerful awakened, you must register as an awakened. So now I will guide you through the test." Joe Hyuk wasn't very surprised and cooperated fully. After all, he had been planning to register as an awakened at some point. After taking the test, Joe Hyuk returned to see Lee Yun-so to get the results. Seeing Lee Yun-so stare at the results sheet for a long time, Joe Hyuk felt a bit nervous. "Why are you like that? Could it be that I didn't meet the standard?" Lee Yun-so handed over the results and said, "Well, take a look at this. Do you see the words approved subject? You've passed. Well, Joe Hyuk, I hope that your life from now on will be safe and sound. Always survive." This last remark left Joe Hyuk feeling a bit uneasy. But then he didn't ask anything more and just took the results sheet and left. At that moment, a colleague of Lee Yun-so approached and asked, "Miss Lee Yun-so, why are you so friendly with someone with such low prospect?" Lee Yun-so gave a mysterious smile and said she was simply curious. It seemed she had seen something special in this person. On Joe Hyuk's side, as soon as he stepped out the door, he witnessed people from various guilds recruiting newcomers, already causing a ruckus to recruit newly awakened with abilities. Luckily, he wasn't interested. At the beginning, compared to rejecting guild invitations, not being interested was better, because all he needed was to make money. After returning home, Joe Hyuk immediately started duplicating the items he had bought. But when he tried to duplicate the ring, a failure notification appeared. Duplication failed. Currently, the duplication target does not match the level, success rate 0%. With Joe Hyuk's current level, he still cannot duplicate rare grade relics. Now there were only 3 items left. 2 normal grade and 1 magic grade. First, Joe Hayek would put on the ring, the one he still couldn't duplicate. Since he had already registered as an awakened, after accessing DNet to check prices, he would duplicate the remaining 3 items and list them on the auction house. From 20 years ago until now, many awakened have appeared all over the world. DNet is the community trading space for the awakened, where they can share various information including news, discussion threads, and trade relics through DNet's auction house. Somewhere in Japan, an awakened named Ring was browsing the auction house when he noticed a fountain pen listed by Joe Hayek. Is this a special relic? It's not often that buying a normal product turns into a relic. It has quite a lot of intelligence bonuses. Increasing intelligence stats is so difficult. I have to buy this. After some haggling, the Japanese awakener successfully got the fountain pen. At the same time, in the special building of the White Lotus Guild at Samson Station in Seoul, top floor office, Vice Guild leader of the White Lotus Guild, Min Seo-yoon was soaking in the bathtub while looking at her phone. As the auction session ended, she told Kang In-han, the White Lotus Guild leader, that someone had just posted 2 relics for sale at the same time, 1 normal and 1 magic. The seller is not a business but a new ID with no recent sales history. According to her intuition, there's something fishy about this. Even after going around 30 danshin, she couldn't find any clue about the newly sold relic. After hearing the analysis, Kang In-han also started to pay attention to this matter. Indeed, relics of that caliber aren't something just anyone can get. Good, I understand. Then I'll contact the strategy planning team and investigate who that person is. Meanwhile, at the park, Do Hyuk was diligently doing 50 push-ups to complete the system's challenge quest. For a sedentary person like him, this challenge was truly a nightmare. After squeezing his glutes, tightening his buttocks, and completing the 50 push-ups, a system notification appeared. Challenge quest 50 push-ups completed. Experience points according to the target have been obtained. Level up, awaken. Do Hyuk's level is 11. He has become a level 2 wizard and received a reward. Do Hyuk wiped his sweat and checked the status window. I really didn't expect the reward to be this much. The stats were also distributed as I wanted. The path of a wizard is gradually taking shape. Next, I'll try to get spell focus and movement spell. The reason I'm learning these 2 skills is to avoid attacks from various types of monsters. There's no way monsters will leave a wizard alone to chant spells, right? So these skills are essential. But creating skills is only possible through repeated training. Du Hyuk ran while continuously casting spells. Of course, he couldn't succeed in one go, but he wouldn't give up and tried again and again. Even after trying 20 times, he still couldn't succeed. Du Hyuk didn't know what the problem was either. At that moment, a boy chasing a dropped ball rushed straight onto the road without looking. Even though his friend called out a warning, it was useless. Seeing the car speeding toward them, Du Hyuk didn't hesitate to dash out to save the boy. But at this speed, he wouldn't make it. With no other choice, Du Hyuk cast a strengthening spell on himself and risked his life to block the front of the car. Fortunately, this time he succeeded in activating the spell. But it seemed he still wasn't proficient, as he got a scratch on his face. Once safe, he immediately turned to check on the boy. Fortunately, the boy only fell to the ground and wasn't injured anywhere. Witnessing that scene, the boy's eyes lit up as he looked at Du Hyuk. "Sir, aren't you a superhero?" Du Hyuk froze, not knowing how to answer. At that moment, a window appeared notifying that movement spell and spell focus had been created. It's really seeking fortune amidst danger. At this time, his actions had attracted the attention of the crowd. If he didn't leave quickly, he'd be in trouble. But just as he was about to leave, the boy grabbed his sleeve and asked, "Hey, tell me your name, please." This was a bit unexpected. Du Hyuk pondered, if I just blurt out my name, will rumors spread? What should I do? After careful thought, he decided to tell him. My name is Park Ju Hyuk, and as you said, I'm working as a superhero. But you mustn't tell anyone about this, okay? It's our secret. As expected, the boy's face lit up with joy and he promised not to tell anyone. After giving the warning, Du Hyuk instantly teleported away. That evening, a person from Bendernet came to confirm the items. The sample product has been confirmed. Excluding fees, the fountain pen is 1,080,000,000 won, and the belt is 450 million won, transferring 1,530 million won. Please let us know once you have confirmed. Du Hyuk stared at his account, waiting for the money to arrive, watching the balance change. His life seemed to brighten. Me, who has never had a bank balance exceeding 10 million won, have 1.5 billion in hand. After the transaction was completed, the Bendernet person left. To celebrate becoming rich, Du Hyuk treated himself to a few chickens, eating to his heart's content. The next day, Du Hyuk went to the bus stop, getting ready to catch a bus to the Awakener Street. At that moment, a familiar tremor happened again, reminding him of that day. Could this be an outbreak? Where did the space gate open? Suddenly, the person next to him fell to the ground, pointing at the sky and shouting, "Hey!" Above, it opened above. When Du Hyuk looked up, he discovered 3 things flying towards him at extremely high speed. Fortunately, his level had increased quite a bit, so he could easily dodge the attack. Looking at the 3 arrows that shattered the brick floor, Du-hyuk guessed that this was no ordinary type of monster. At that moment, a monster landed right in front of him. The guy was an old face with protective goggles and short arms and legs. Unimaginable skill in creating equipment. In DF, when bored, I used to catch this nun guy. Suddenly, an awakened one nearby ran over to handle the outbreak. Without assessing the situation, she simply drew her sword and charged straight at the numb. Just then, the numb let out a loud roar, mustering a horde of crossbow-wielding monsters. Being in midair, the girl couldn't dodge those arrows. But a layer of shield enveloped her, blocking all the arrows. Without a doubt, it was a spell cast by Du-hyuk. Distracted by Du-hyuk, the girl was ambushed and had to block the blade with her hand. At that moment, Du-hyuk used a spell to slice the monster into tiny pieces. It's dangerous, so she'd better retreat. Even though her arm hurt so much she could no longer hold her sword, the girl still refused to flee. No, I'm also an awakened one, so I have to fight. At this, Du-hyuk turned toward the monster clad in full armor and warned, "If you look at that thing, your thoughts will change." From within the spatial gate, a gigantic monster emerged, its entire body covered in heavy armor, wielding a hammer and shield. The moment she saw it, the girl was so terrified she couldn't move. Du-hyuk, completely unaffected, slowly approached the girl. That is a skill called domination, used by high-level monsters. When under domination, the body stiffens up like you are now. Then, he lifted the girl in his arms and carried her to safety. Though I blocked with a shield earlier, you'll probably still be in shock from the arrow impact. You rest here. Before leaving, he noticed the sword and asked to borrow it. After all, fighting monsters barehanded is very dangerous. The girl handed the sword to Du-hyuk and reminded him, "Be careful of the arrows, and this sword's performance isn't very good." Upon appraisal, this sword is only normal grade, with a single strength increasing option. But that's more than enough. Without hesitation, Du-hyuk returned to the spatial gate. Not recklessly charging in, he leaped up to observe the monsters. From above, 10 hammer-wielding numbs, 9 crossbow numbs, and 1 general numb. With equipment like that, magic arrows can't take them all down in one go. First, take out the underlings. That shield looks very suspicious too. Launching a preemptive strike, Du-hyuk used magic arrows to blow the heads off several underlings. Through testing, each magic spell is much better in the DF. As soon as he landed, he immediately used a spell. The item was created in a foolish manner. Facing the gentle glow as soon as the words were spoken, the numb were engulfed in an illusion, hacking each other to pieces. The spell shows the illusion's effect scales with the intelligence stat. Its effect is far more terrifying than other spells. Fortunately, Du-hyuk brought the clone material fountain pen, so his stats were boosted considerably, enough to deal with this group. Because the spell's effect doesn't last long, he needed to quickly defeat the boss before the underlings woke up, but it seemed magic arrows had no effect on this boss. It just had to raise its shield and all magic attacks were deflected. It looked tough, but for Du-hyuk it was no trouble at all. If the mage build didn't work, he could just switch to physical. After using the ultimate divine artifact on the sword in his hand, it immediately transformed into a relic of Ray Tier with 2 transcendent damage options. Ready, Du-hyuk took a stance and suddenly dashed forward. Instinctively, the boss raised its shield to block, but against a purely physical attack like this, the shield was easily pierced. You were too confident in the shield's features. A hole was pierced in its forehead and the boss's face guard fell off. But surprisingly, inside was completely empty, with only a single orb of light floating. Immediately, Du-hyuk stepped back to observe this situation further. The boss could still move, swinging a powerful hammer to attack Du-hyuk. But with his speed, Du-hyuk easily dodged and counterattacked with magic arrows. The damaged shield left the boss unable to resist magic, taking a huge amount of damage. When the chest armor fell off, the boss's true form was finally revealed. So the true body was inside that heavy armor. Is that the appearance of the great leader of the machine-savvy numb? The shield is broken, so my spell is starting to take effect now. But soon the spell's effect will disappear. I have to finish this as quickly as possible. Thinking this, Du-hyuk continuously used magic arrows to attack from multiple directions. Unprotected by the shield, the boss kept getting hit, only able to stand still and defend. But at that moment, Du-hyuk leaped into the air, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. If you thought I was just a simple awakened in the magic world, you were wrong. Let's finish with this. With just one direct hit from a magic arrow, the boss was turned into a puddle of blood. Now he only had to deal with the remaining underlings. After wiping out all the monsters, Du-hyuk sat on a chair and carefully thought things over. Fortunately, this time only the boss had a shield that blocked magic. But who knows what the next battle will be like. I need to quickly find a level 2 spell. Just then, Lee Yun-so approached. Hello, Mr. Park Du-hyuk. We seem to run into each other often. But did you really handle this all by yourself? Looking at the monster corpses scattered everywhere like this, it's hard to believe it was done by a newly awakened person. When Du-hyuk admitted he did it, Lee Yun-seo immediately asked about the other person named Kim Mina. Du-hyuk replied, she got injured right at the start, so I took her somewhere else. Also, I want to hear about the reward for this outbreak. When awakened ones intervene in an outbreak situation and resolve it, there are rewards for the spoil. Of course, the KBI won't let the awakened ones lose out. Lee Yun-so then spoke up about this. You don't need to worry about that part. 19 Num 1 liter, along with the space they occupied with usable weapons, corpses, etc. If we cash out everything, you can receive about 500 million. After saying that about the reward, Do Hyuk planned to slip away quickly to avoid trouble. Seeing that, Lee Yun-so asked, "Wait, where are you going? Aren't you going to do a TV interview?" Do Hyuk didn't like standing out, so he politely declined and asked the KBI to handle this matter, and also to return the sword to that girl from earlier. Just as predicted, as soon as he left, reporters swarmed Lee Yun-so. "The awakened who fought the Num here, do you know where he went? We want to know information about that person, please tell us. Tell us how that awakened fought against." Elsewhere, the vice guild master of the Hoa La Guild, Jiang Tran Hoa, hurriedly reported to the guild master. Near the street where the awakened just appeared, an outbreak occurred, but it said no one died, only injuries. There were 2 F-rank awakened and one of them was a controller. Hearing that, the Hoa La Guild master, Jiggy, started to get impatient. Tran Hoa, don't explain the situation, just get to the main point. You're stalling. Tran Hoa then continued his report. A new recruit, F-rank, reportedly took down E-rank opponents quickly using a sword and magic. But during the fight with monsters, that recruit seemed to only use incantations. Hearing that, Jiggy asked again, "Incantations, not magic?" Tran Hoa confirmed, "Yes, I mean while moving, forming hand seals and reciting incantation. This has only been mentioned at a conceptual level." Jiggy wondered which occupational group among the awakened this fighting style belonged to. Tran Hoa was also seeing for the first time a case of using incantation rather than normal skills in such systematic manner. This seems to be a special case among the awakened. The more he heard, the more interested Jiggy became in this person. A multi-talented person like that, yet an F-rank awakened. We must be quicker before that person goes to another guild. But Tran Hoa, why did you come back here after hearing that news? Tran Hoa replied that he thought he needed to report to Master first before acting. Upon hearing that, Jiggy got so angry that he slammed the table and yelled, "Then you should have run straight to the scene to search. You should have thought about recruiting that new recruit from the very beginning. That's an ability that both you and I are seeing for the first time, isn't it? It's what you call a rare find. How high is the rarity? So we must bring him to our guild at all costs, right?" After being scolded for a while, Tran Hoa realized his mistake. "I'm sorry, I'll depart right away." But before he could finish speaking, Jiggy kicked him out of the room. "What a waste of time talking, just go already." Meanwhile, Min Si-hwan was driving while listening to news about the outbreak incident. From earlier, right then Kang In-han called. "Leaving all the work to your lover and going out to get some fresh air must be fun, huh?" Min Si-hwan replied. "Since before you said you'd hand over external affairs to Emma. Compared to that, how much is the deposit?" Kang In-han replied, 3 billion. She quickly persuaded, "To get that special awakened, how could that be enough? Add a bit more. She really is someone with money." Kang In-han hesitated slightly, then raised the amount to 10 billion, but attached the condition that they must pass the guild's test. Hearing that, Min Si-hwan replied confidently, "Must it be that way? For now, let's just know that I've personally taken action, so I will definitely bring him in." After finishing the discussion, Kang In-han didn't forget to remind his girlfriend, "Don't go sleeping around with other guys and do things properly." A while later, right in front of Do Hyuk's house, many guild recruiters were chattering. 100 billion won, you'd have to say it's amazing. No, it's insane. I heard he's not planning to sign this contract, isn't that crazy? At that moment, Min Si-hwan stepped out of the car, drawing everyone's attention. She's not only beautiful and capable but also the vice leader of White Lotus, the #1 guild in South Korea. With her appearance, everyone assumed Do Hyuk had already spoken with White Lotus, which is why he refused other offers. As soon as she reached the door, Min Si-hwan mocked the other guilds. "Your guilds can barely maintain themselves, yet you show up here." But upon reading the note stuck on the door, she froze. 100 billion won, anything less than this, I politely refuse to talk. Please go home. Standing stunned for a moment, she turned to ask the vice leader of Mak Hun, Kim Hun, "What do you think about this amount?" Kim Hun's whole body exuded a gloomy, openly displeased aura. "Don't call my name, it feels creepy. And with an order like this, would any guild in the world invest 100 billion won in an F-rank awaken?" Hearing that, Min Si-hwan corrected, "It's not an order, it's a rare find. Have you ever seen an awakened use incantation?" Not bothering to argue, Kim Hun turned around annoyed and left. "I haven't, but this is an insane amount of money. That guy will never be able to receive that amount." Min Si-hwan understood clearly that Do Hyuk was looking for a place that acknowledged his value. Nevertheless, she couldn't agree to this demand right away. Before leaving, she shouted toward Do Hyuk's room, "Do Hyuk will go back today, but next time we'll meet with more satisfactory terms." Even as everyone left, Do Hyuk remained relaxed in his room, because he is a summoner. So they finally left Huh. It feels strange having so many people come to recruit me. But right now, I have no reason to join a guild for money. There are many cases of having to sacrifice for the guild and having one's freedom restricted. What I need right now is power and growth. According to the test documents from earlier, my abilities can still increase. I'll just stick to the plan, right? 5 days later, Du Hyuk arrived at a place that could make him stronger. On the fence were stuck numerous KBI warnings. This area is near a magnetic field zone, so monsters may appear. In case of entry without permission, we are not responsible for your safety. KBI Awakened Management Bureau. Standing before the supergiant iron gate, Du Hyuk muttered to himself, I've finally arrived. These artifacts were found nationwide over the past 5 days, and the latest defensive jacket was prepared on Tan Bin Street. And this 50-ton armored vehicle I invested in. My stats have increased significantly compared to 5 days ago. With this level of preparation, it's done. It seems Du Hyuk had planned extremely thoroughly for today. After your identity is confirmed, you are officially granted permission to enter. Here is some information about Danjian and the magnetic field zone. Awakened individuals have been appearing for 20 years. During that time, many Danjian have appeared in the country. Most Danjian belong to guilds and the KBI. Because using that place requires a lot of procedures, a solo traveler like Du Hyuk faces many trouble. On the other hand, the magnetic field zone is different from Danjian. After monsters appear through a space gate, a magnetic field zone is created, forming an ecosystem. These places are surrounded by large walls 10 meters high. Inside, various monster species breed and live. If you hunt these monsters, you can receive full experience points and space stone. Therefore, it has become an ideal destination for solo awakened individuals to earn money. Back to Du Hyuk after entering the magnetic field zone. He placed a pile of meat on the ground to lure monsters. Then he hid in a tree, using spells to attack from a distance, completely safe. After a while of hunting, Du Hyuk felt that his stats were high enough that he no longer needed to hunt in silence. Standing before the pile of monster corpses, he felt completely calm. Completely different from before awakening. Could this be due to the experiences loaded into his head when he awakened? Without thinking further, Du Hyuk poured all the remaining blood and flesh onto the ground to attract even more prey. Drawn by the smell of blood, all the surrounding monsters gathered and surrounded Du Hyuk. Standing in the middle of the monster encirclement, Du Hyuk actually smiled brightly. I have grasped the levels of monsters in this magnetic field zone, so let's try to gather them all at once. A while later, Du Hyuk took 50 monster corpses to sell. Upon seeing this pile, the buyer grinned happily. It had been a long time since they saw monster corpses so well processed after death. The corpses of other monsters were the same. Thank you for selling us such good quality corpses. This lot is estimated at about 300 million. Hearing this number, everyone present in the room was left gaping in astonishment. Throughout the years as awakened individuals, they had never met anyone who could achieve that amount in a single trip. After payment, the employee even gave Du Hyuk a receipt. To ensure safety, they checked the item inside first. Fortunately, it didn't affect anything, so Du Hyun happily let it slide. But it seems he caught the attention of those around him. At a nearby table, 3 thugs were eating and had their eyes on Du Hyun. Hey, look at that kid over there. I heard he got paid 300 million for hunting monsters. We've been working hard for days and only got 3 million won. After expenses, it's barely enough for instant noodles. Moreover, that staff member isn't friendly to us like that. As they spoke, the 3 brothers stared straight at Du Hyun with envy and hatred. That kid probably thinks using a bit of magic can change his life. Otherwise, there's no reason to be so proud and smug. That kid is such a bastard, I really want to kill him. From those envious thoughts, the blue-haired guy suddenly came up with an idea. Brothers, let's kill that kid. If he made that much money today, won't he show up in the death zone again? We've been coming in and out of here for 2 years, and today is the first time we've seen his face, so he's definitely a newbie. With our abilities, when he loads stuff into the truck, the chance of attacking from behind is very high, right? Then we get in the car and leave, abandoning his body in the death zone forever. No matter what happens here, he already signed a liability waiver. Without hesitation, all 3 agreed to the plan. They intended to take everything, from the money to the armored vehicle. No space, no return. But they seem to have forgotten. Someone with the ability to earn that amount of money in one day must be incredibly strong. The next day, Du Hyun went hunting as usual. Since the number of monster corpses he hunted was increasing, he was a bit tired of cleaning up. At that moment, the 3 brothers from yesterday were already hiding in the bushes, preparing their ambush plan. Seizing the moment when Du Hyun was off guard, the blonde guy dashed out from the bushes and struck Du Hyun hard on the head with a club. This is how you do it cleanly. Meanwhile, the other 2 just hid aside, armed with only their mouths, truly useless. The blonde guy thought he had succeeded and was about to add a finishing blow. But the previous strike had been blocked by Du Haiyan with a shield, completely unharmed. The next strike he blocked with just one hand. With this level of ability, you dare target me. Reacting to someone who intends to kill you is called self-defense. Du Haiyan grabbed the blonde guy's head and used the Burning Hands spell to turn him into ashes in an instant. Witnessing this scene, the other two were frozen in shock. Despite their fear, they didn't run away but decided to retaliate. But unfortunately, the two thrown knives were easily deflected by the shield on Du Haiyan. Having been ambushed again, Du Haiyan was now thoroughly enraged. His eyes filled with murderous intent stared straight at the two hiding in the bushes. At this moment, the red-haired guy started scolding his younger brother for missing the target. The blue-haired guy broke into a cold sweat, terrified. "No, I clearly hit him. That kid isn't a newbie like we thought. We have to run, bro." Immediately, he turned tail and ran, ignoring his older brother who was standing rooted to the spot. Of course, Du Haiyan couldn't let someone who wanted to kill him off. With just one magic missile, the blue-haired guy dropped dead on the spot. Witnessing his two brothers being killed, the red-haired guy picked up his shield and sword, determined to take revenge, unable to just stand there and take hits. No matter how unexpectedly outstanding his abilities are, that guy can't use such powerful magic continuously. If I just endure once with this shield and then kill him, it's over. But Du Haiyan didn't attack with a magic missile. Instead, he used a new spell, Color Spray, seeing the light emanating from the opponent's palm. The red-haired guy thought this move was just to obstruct his vision, so he looked down on it a bit. Color Spray is a spell that aims to impair vision and comes with a penetrating effect. But thanks to his intelligence stat, Du Haiyan could expand the range and power of the spell, creating a surge of energy far beyond a mere shaking energy wave. In a split second, the red-haired guy bled from all 7 orifices and collapsed to the ground. Now, he still had no idea what was happening to him. Clearly, I didn't feel like I was being attacked. What's wrong with me? Everything's gone wrong. This guy is not a newbie. Then Du Haiyan slowly stepped forward, picked up the sword on the ground, and coldly finished off the red-haired guy. "Because you dared to target my life, you will pay the price for that." I thought it all ended here, but Du Haiyan suddenly said there was one more. It turned out the blue-haired guy was still barely alive after the earlier hit. He had intended to abandon his brother and sneak away, but unluckily got caught. Knowing he couldn't win, he tearfully begged, "Spare me, please. I'll never show up in front of you again." Please, but Du Haiyan is no saint to spare someone who wants to kill him. Without hesitation, he used a magic missile spell to send the 3 brothers to reunite. In the afterlife, after settling everything, Du Haiyan swung the sword in his hand. Stats that can't withstand a single spell, truly an unpleasant experience. At this moment, the KBI agents were drawn by the power of the spell. Arriving at the scene, they couldn't help but be astonished by the sight before them. "Could you explain what just happened?" Having done nothing wrong, Du Haiyan recounted the entire event without hesitation. After hearing the full story, the KBI agents proceeded according to protocol. "We are fully aware of the situation, and there's video evidence as well. This will be considered legitimate self-defense under the special law. But first, please cooperate with us." This incident had quite an impact on Du Haiyan's hunting trip. Just then, he suddenly sensed danger and spoke up. "Over there, does anyone feel that source of mana? Mana is emanating from that direction." These people couldn't sense anything. "It must be just your heightened sensitivity from the battle just now. I'll go check it out for you." Seeing the agent approach the mana source, Du Haiyan shouted a warning. "Run away from there right now." At that moment, a giant white wolf suddenly appeared in front of the agent. At a glance, Du Haiyan recognized it as the alpha wolf of the 2 Truong region pack, the one he had hunted in DF. Seeing the agent, the wolf immediately lunged at him with its sharp claws. Fortunately, Du Haiyan was quick to raise a shield, saving the man's life. After calling the agent to run back to his side, Du Haiyan cast the Burning Hands spell directly at the wolf. Sensing the danger, the wolf leaped backward to dodge the attack. Seeing this, Du Haiyan frowned in frustration. "With that speed, can't we attack them? And that terrifying roar, is it calling the other wolves in the pack?" Soon, the area was surrounded by the ferocious wolf pack. Seeing the situation worsen, Du Haiyan urged the agents to leave. "Everyone, hurry to the vehicle I arrived in and get out of here fast. It's a modified vehicle, enough to escape from here." But as KBI agents, how could they abandon another awakened person like that? "What are you talking about? You almost died just now," Du Haiyan shouted angrily. "You guys have no equipment and you still want to help me. Senior, even though we're upset, we have no other choice." The others also think that escaping and requesting backup would be the wiser course. Just then, the alpha wolf let out a howl, ordering the pack to attack. It seemed to understand the human's intention and was determined not to let anyone leave. With no other options, the agent took a defensive stance, preparing to fight and cover his comrades' escape. Even with bare hands, he still punched and broke the snout of one wolf. But with the pack's overwhelming numbers, he was quickly overpowered and pinned to the ground. At that moment, Du Haiyan used the magic arrow spell to break the siege. Witnessing the wolves being sliced into pieces, everyone gaped in astonishment. After preparations were complete, everyone boarded the vehicle and left. I'll bring other awakened people here immediately for backup. After the hindering people had left, Du Hyuk could finally fight with full strength. At that moment, the alpha wolf suddenly attacked with its claws. But its attack pattern had been read by Du Hyuk like an open book. Claw swipe after jumping, followed by a tail sweep. Indeed, exactly like the attacks in DF. If you dodge this, the other pack members will rush in. With smooth movements, Du Hyuk dodged all attacks, even the alpha wolf's earth thunderclap technique. Seizing this chance, Du Hyuk took out the surrounding minions in one move, just like in DF. They can't move while the skill is on cooldown, right? Let's finish this with this strike. Du Hyuk stood atop a tree and simultaneously cast the magic arrow and burning hand spells. Due to the wide area of effect, the alpha wolf couldn't dodge this attack. Taking the full hit, it died on the spot. After the main force arrived and confirmed the alpha's death, Du Hyuk underwent an investigation regarding that group of 3. Thanks to the video from the black box installed on the vehicle, the suspicions regarding that group of 3 were soon clear. This isn't the only danger that exists. There are certainly others with intent to ambush. If I go alone, it would be far too dangerous. I definitely need some method to guard against it. At Du Hyuk's current level, just a flycam would be enough. The next day, inside the Tu Truong area, Du Hyuk sat on the vehicle's roof, preparing to make something. With his level 5 mechanic profession, he could now create quite a variety of things. Originally, he could have done it at his lodging, but since he wanted to test it right away, he did it here. The materials purchased from Dernet had also been delivered that day. Du Hyuk wondered if this would work like the replication skill. After completing preparations, Du Hyuk began crafting a flycam from compressed iron. From the space stone, a sphere of light enveloped the steel block. As the crafting process began, Du Hyuk had only ever seen this in the game. The real experience was truly novel. Crafting progress 50%. Du Hyuk remembered that he had prepared 2 special magic-grade relics. Allen 1, Option 1, plus 20 mana Option 2, enables the use of magic arrow. After adding the relics, the crafting process gradually reached the final step. After a while, the mini flycam was fully crafted. Seeing a group of monsters in the distance, Du Hyuk couldn't resist testing the 2 mini flycams in his hand. Although they looked like high-end toys on the outside, since they were created by a mechanics spell, they would be fast and accurate. For monsters that lack the ability to handle aerial targets, they might as well be natural predators. After identifying the target, Flycar Mini automatically activates the magic arrow spell, blasting the monsters into a pile of minced meat. This power is truly not to be underestimated. After testing its power, next is the issue of efficiency. Du Hyuk planned to use this to level up the mechanic. At the very least, he must craft a level 11 golem. If so, you have fulfilled one condition to be able to create it. Meanwhile, the video of Du Hyuk handling 3 ambushers has spread across social media, attracting countless attention. Everyone is amazed at what this awakened sealer can do. The owner of these videos is a girl. Thanks to this leaked video, the number of subscribers and likes increased so fast. As expected, it was a good idea to upload it. Through this video, the subscriber count and the fame of Park Du Hyuk rose to a new level. It's a win-win for both of us, right? These videos have spread all the way to John Hoa. When he showed them to Jiggy, she gaped in astonishment. After watching all the videos, she made a decision. John Hoa anyway, this time I must personally step forward to recruit him. Hearing that, John Hoa was quite surprised. You're going personally, ma'am. Hearing that, Jiggy angrily asked, now, you watch this video and feel nothing. John Hoa merely thought that this was just a sealer who was exceptionally strong. This answer made Jiggy even more furious. Exactly, that sealer. And now he can take down the alpha wolf and that group of 3. Even so, John Hoa still thought that spending 100 billion on a D-rank rookie was far too excessive. At that moment, Jiggy emotionally shouted, when you were a sealer, did you ever catch a monster of that size? For me, it's too much, and I've never seen anyone else do it either. But Park Du Hyuk, who has just become a sealer, has already done it. So what if he grows a bit more? He could be several times stronger than the video you just saw. By then, even 100 billion won't be enough. Now hurry up. There's no time, we have to move right away. Not only that, all guilds across the country, big and small, went into frenzy after seeing this video. Everyone wants to quickly recruit this powerful rookie into their guild. Meanwhile, the main character drawing all the attention still had no idea what was happening. With the help of the Flycar Mini, he earned 700 million won from this hunt, an unimaginable sum. Just as he left the dead zone, he got a call from Tron Hoa, the vice guild master of Hoa La Guild who came to recruit him last time. He left his business card, so I saved his number, didn't I? As soon as Du Hyuk picked up, a woman's voice rang out. Mr. Park Du Hyuk, you finally answered your phone. I am the master of Hoa La Guild, GG. Hearing that, Du Hyuk wondered, isn't this Jiang Tron Hoa's phone number? GG explained that Tron Hoa was busy driving and then expressed her wish to meet and talk in person. But Du Hyuk seemed a bit curt. I'm busy in the dead zone right now, so if it's not urgent, I'll hang up. Hearing that, GG hastily got straight to the point. Wait, Mr. Park Du Hyuk. If you're busy, there's no other way. I'll get straight to the point. I want to invite you to join the guild. 100 billion is the figure you posted on your door back then. If your abilities are truly as shown in the YouTube video, then Hoa La Guild can fully invest. Hearing that, Tron Hoa hurriedly objected, never mind anyway that amount of money. But before he could finish, Gigi shut him down. Stay quiet and focus on driving. Returning to the conversation with Do Hyuk, her voice suddenly turned sweet again. Yes, what do you think? I think that's a very unconventional condition, don't you think? But the issue Do Hyuk was concerned about right now was the YouTube video she had just mentioned. Hearing that, Gigi asked back, someone named Seo Haijai posted the video. Didn't you know? This was the first time Do Hyuk had heard that name. First, to grasp the situation, he decided to hang up and answer later. Being hung up on so unexpectedly, Gigi was completely stunned. Until now, it was always her who hung up first. This was the first time something like this happened. Seeing that, Tron Hoa beside her taunted, I think we're not meant to be. We should just give up, forget it. Already annoyed from being hung up on, hearing that made Gigi's blood boil. She grabbed Tron Hoa by the collar and shook him. What the hell are you saying? On Do Hyuk's side, after checking YouTube, there really was a video of him confronting a group of 3 posted. Grasping the situation, Do Hyuk was furious and slammed his hand on the car. Who the hell is this person? After calming down, he thought carefully, maybe they posted it for subscribers and views. The video of him hunting monsters was posted second, but random uploads like that could mislead people into thinking he's a murderer of innocents. Anyway, since my spellcaster abilities have already been revealed, I'll use this. I have no intention of joining a guild, but there's no other choice now. Because many high-level spells or crafting recipes can only be obtained through dungeons managed by guild. After that, he took out his phone and sent a message to all recruiters. I'm Park Do Hyuk. This is a message I'm sending to everyone intending to recruit me. The video recently uploaded wasn't posted by me, but my abilities are no longer worth just 100 billion. As for the reason, tonight I'll show everyone at D-Market Gangnam. If you're curious, come and confirm it yourselves. Elsewhere. In the Seong building, Chairman Baek Eun-ho was trying to persuade his daughter. So how many times have I told you not to wear clothes like that? Wear something more modest. So he, the master of the Seong Guild, also tried to explain that this outfit was more convenient for moving around in dungeon. Her father still wouldn't give up, continuously trying to persuade his daughter to try armor made by the guild. But that thing didn't even have defense stats as high as the outfit So-hee was wearing. Truly the logic that the more revealing the outfit, the higher the defense. Suddenly, So-hee said she wanted to go to the place Do Hyuk mentioned to check it out. After seeing Do Hyuk's video, she was certain of her decision. Her father, hearing this, wondered before when we checked at the KBI. He was just an ordinary person in the magic world, wasn't he? So he explained, Dad, do you know why there are cases of people in the magic world having their functions reduced? Because continuously testing skills and forming a rich skill tree is very difficult. But while watching this latest YouTube video of Park Do Hyuk, I sensed that he is absolutely not an ordinary awakened in the magic world. Baek Eun-ho asked seriously, is it worth investing such a large sum of money? So-hee still had great confidence in this decision of hers. Although she wasn't certain, her intuition had never been wrong. It had been a long time since Baek Eun-ho had seen his daughter smile so brightly. Although in his opinion, Do Hyuk was just a rookie with an empty reputation, for his daughter's smile he would agree. All right, you came to me for the budget, didn't you? How much do you want? 10 billion won. So-hee looked firmly at her father and said, 200 billion won, I need a little extra. Hearing this number, Baek Eun-ho froze for a moment, but then accepted, on the condition that it wasn't wasted. What a father of the year. That evening at D-Market Gangnam, the event took place. Hello everyone, I'm Lee Yun-so from KBI, in charge of conducting this event. Today we will conduct a new type of auction, not an artifact auction. Although I know you already know, allow me to introduce. The one causing a stir in the community right now, the spell awakened Park Do Hyuk. The light and attention gradually shifted to Do Hyuk. Nice to meet you all, I'm Park Do Hyuk. As you've seen in the video, unlike ordinary awakened ones in the magic world, my skills don't have delays or lag. Right at that moment, someone shouted, don't lie kid, I'm 70 years old and I've never seen a case like this. If you dragged everyone here to say such nonsense, I'll teach you a lesson. You obviously edited the video. As he spoke, he prepared his attack skill. Clearly this person came to cause trouble, not to recruit. While he was shouting, Do Hyuk just waved his hand and created a shield around him. This speed was indeed extremely fast and seemed to have no delay. Do Hyuk then said, the speed is definitely different, right? Now you're satisfied, aren't you? The young man who was loudmouthed a moment ago now fell silent, not daring to say a word, but the others started murmuring. A skill like a shield is too simple, isn't it possible to fake? If it were an attack skill, maybe it wouldn't be possible. Having anticipated this situation, Do Hyuk was already prepared. With just a snap of his fingers, a support dummy rose from the ground. Now he would cast an attack spell on this to prove it. Just then, Sohai raised her hand and said, "Excuse me, sir. If you don't mind, I'd like to help you with the demonstration." Du-hyuk wondered what this meant. Sohai then looked behind and said, "That's a woong from our Changseong guild. Compared to that dummy, she'd be much more useful. What do you think? What's the difference between a skill and a spell? For an awakened in the magic world to use a skill, preparation time is mandatory. During that preparation time, the mage must spend a lot of time and cannot move at all. Therefore, they are easily attacked by monsters and need the help of a woong to protect themselves. But in Du-hyuk's case, during the preparation time, he can instantly activate the spell and can move while chanting. Compared to ordinary skills in terms of firepower, it is not only not inferior but on the contrary, even more powerful. This is the special thing that only Du-hyuk has. Back to the event, the woong that Sohai mentioned is the famous awakened Masumi. In the case of a dungeon attack, she is always a reliable ally at the front. Seeing that the opponent was a girl, Du-hyuk hesitated a little. Will it really be okay? Masumi was very confident in her abilities. Yes, you don't need to worry. I'm better than that dummy over there, right? And I want to feel the power of the spell with my own body. Before starting, she shared her status window with everyone present. I am Masumi from the Changseong Guild. For this demonstration, I will only disclose my defense stat. You can all refer to it. Seeing that, Jiggy also gained confidence in this test. If it's Masumi, she can definitely find out the details of Park Du-hyuk's ability. She not only has high defense stats, but can also rely on skills and artifacts to enhance her stat. If it's already this high normally, during combat it will gradually increase even more. On Du-hyuk's side, he also began to feel excited. Apart from that useless trio, this was a chance to test the power of his spell against a defense-specialized woong. After both sides agreed, Du-hyuk declared he would exert his full power. Masumi also raised her shield, creating a white barrier around herself. I'm ready. For the safety of the guests watching, the protective layer around the stage has been activated. Just as it began, Du-hyuk used magic arrows to attack. The power of each shot was already strong, and 5 consecutive shots made even a veteran woong like Masumi feel the pressure. Immediately after, the Burning Hands spell left her breathless. Witnessing this scene, everyone present gaped in astonishment. On Masumi's side, the shield around her was shattered. She was pushed back as a result. Seeing that, Sohai was extremely surprised. For the first time, Masumi's defense had been broken. Masumi is an awakened ranked at the highest level on the list. No one expected the defensive layer to break like that, even after being pushed back. Yet Sungmi remained very confident. She said to Du-hyuk, "I think you still haven't shown anything yet. I still have no problems at all. I feel you haven't really been serious yet. Show me a little more." Hearing that, Sohee smiled meaningfully. She is the one who refused to cooperate because there was no one in the magic world who pleased her. She seems to be feeling interested. If she can recruit Du-hyuk, it would be a wonderful feast, wouldn't it? Receiving the request, Du-hyuk of course would not refuse. He immediately cast both Magic Arrow and Burning Hands at the same time. The number was double that of the previous time. The power of this combo was truly not to be underestimated. The barrier around the arena was shattered in the blink of an eye, and Sung-mi was in an indescribably battered state. This sight left all the heads of the guilds gaping in astonishment. It must be known that these are the strongest awakened ones in Korea at present. After the dust cleared, Du-hyuk stepped forward and shyly apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't think it would go this far." Masumi was not angry but even felt proud of the wound on her arm. It had been a long time since someone had injured her to this extent. After the two shook hands, the demonstration ended because the arena had problems. Right after that, Du-hyuk looked toward the recruiters and declared, "So I'll state my conditions right away. I will not belong to any guild, not a contract as a guild member. Instead, I will operate as a strategic mercenary and companion." This declaration made Kang In-hand furious, his eyes blazing like fire. "If it's not about joining a guild, then the money we spent on you will have no value." Without hesitation, Du-hyuk declared that such people would stop right here. Kang In-hand, boiling with anger, turned around and left immediately. Only with an ability like that and he's already boasting. "Seo Yuna, let's go." The other guilds also left accordingly. They had no money to waste on things like this. In the end, only 2 people remained, Jiggy and Sohee. Without further ado, Jiggy asked directly, "What is the reason we should invest 100 billion won in a mercenary relationship rather than guild membership?" Du-hyuk then produced a flycar mint. "It would be very difficult to become a contractor who takes a deposit and then does not perform any useful work. Regarding that issue, I intend to sell this crafted item." As soon as they saw the flycar mini, everyone went wild. You mean you can craft items? Unbelievable, not only spell ability but also crafting. Could it be that you are a dual awakened? Du Hyuk neither confirmed nor denied, just signaled for silence. That is a secret. Without hesitation, Du Hyuk declared, 100 billion, I accept your terms. The contract period is about 5 years. Our Hoa Guild absolutely must have you. In contrast, So he calmly spoke up, 150 billion. And in addition, we will pay 1.5 times all the conditions compared to what the Hoa Guild offered. Without a doubt, Du Hyuk reached a contract agreement with one of the guilds, with a record-breaking 150 billion won and a mercenary contract. All the news sites reported on this event. Online, Jiang Kuman began to buzz heatedly. Some did not believe in Du Hyuk's abilities. Others felt interested in this dual awaken. On Du Hyuk's side, to keep his family from worrying, he had hidden everything since his awakening. Now that everything has been announced, he is very happy to have received his family's support. After a few days of wandering around, he also managed to find some useful artifacts. Especially among them were 2 rare-grade artifacts with 4 excellent options. After that, Du Hyuk checked his stats window. His intelligence and magic power stats had already exceeded 300, and the rest were nearly 100. By this afternoon, he could already become a C-rank awakened. Now he needed to focus on obtaining spells rather than artifacts, and to do that, he needed to go to the guild in Seoul. As soon as he stepped into the lobby, he drew countless stares along with murmur. Isn't that Du Hyuk? I really don't understand what the master is thinking. How could a newbie like him join the guild? Du Hyuk understood this reaction. After all, on the surface, he was just an F-rank rookie. He didn't bother with these people and went straight to the reception desk, requesting to meet the master. At that moment, a man named John Minchin approached and started causing trouble. Oh well, isn't it rookie Du Hyuk? You signed the contract recently, didn't you? Seeing this, the others began to whisper, John Minchin is at it again. I wonder how Du Hyuk will handle this initiation ritual. Hearing the phrase initiation ritual made Du Hyuk somewhat curious. At that moment, John Minchin extended his hand forward. Nice to meet you, I'm John Minchin. Du Hyuk thought nothing of it and shook his hand while greeting him warmly. I'm Park Du Hyuk. But as soon as he shook hands, the other party immediately tensed his muscles, clenched his glutes, and squeezed with all his might. In the past, Du Hyuk had seen movies where the initiation ritual was a show of dominance through a handshake, so he wasn't going to lose here. Du Hyuk didn't resist with force but secretly cast a shield spell on his body. Seeing that his opponent was completely unaffected, John Minchin felt a bit bewildered. In this situation, he should definitely be reacting. What is this kid? At that moment, Du Hyuk leaned in provocatively. Is this initiation ritual still not enough? You can show me a little more if you want. He was boiling with rage. John Minchin poured all his strength into his arm, even causing the ground to shake. But Du Hyuk remained the same, not feeling any pain at all. Seeing that his opponent seemed tense, Du Hyuk spoke up to ask, is that all? The initiation ritual isn't anything special, huh? That remark completely enraged John Minchin. Fine, don't you regret this, rookie? His entire body emitted a massive amount of magical power. It was as if he was about to unleash a killing move. Just from a handshake, the space around the two of them was about to distort. The others watching were extremely worried. This ritual seemed to be going too far. While Du Hyuk stood there calmly, John Minchin kept exerting force and screaming like a madman. At that very moment, he suddenly collapsed to the ground to everyone's surprise. It turned out Sohai had returned. I just got back from a dungeon and what's going on here? Please re-educate John Minchin one more time. Receiving the order, her subordinates approached, helped John Minchin up, and prepared to take him away for discipline. Even though it wasn't the military, they used a one-on-one education method, which surprised Du Hyuk a bit. Having dealt with the nuisance, Sohai called Du Hyuk to follow her to talk. Her recent action made Du Hyuk think for a moment. Did she show up here at just the right time to indirectly display her power in front of the guild members? But based on Sohai's innocent expression, it seemed he had overthought it. After that, the two of them went together to the guild master's room, which also served as the director's office of the corporation in Seoul. This place was no different from Sohai's home. At this moment, she spoke up, it's really unexpected. Normally, on the first day after signing the contract, you'd be busy spending money, right? Du Hyuk replied that it wasn't urgent, and this time he came to find a dungeon suitable for his abilities. In particular, the dungeon he requested needed to have mechanized monsters. While there was a dungeon list available, Sohai found one for him. The Mechanic Monster Dungeon, abbreviated as Syndrome D731. This is an E to F rank dungeon with a boss monster called the Goblin Chief Engineer. Take a look at this. This is the list of dungeons managed by the guild, and it's also a gift for you. This gift surprised Du Hyuk a bit. After all, this was high-level information of the guild. Sohai explained that because he had signed a mercenary contract, the stronger Du Hyuk became, the more useful he would be to the guild. Looking at the list in his hand, Du Hyuk was so happy he smiled openly. I came here for the golem blueprint, and this is an unexpected benefit. That's the one. This dungeon has a section similar to DF. The golem blueprint will definitely appear there. Seeing Du Hyuk satisfied with this dungeon, Sohai immediately spoke up. Mr. Du Hyuk, that dungeon currently belongs to our guild. I have one condition for allowing you to enter. May I go with you? In the basement training room of the guild in Seoul, Sungmi was bent over, panting heavily after finishing her training. She looked at the destroyed training equipment with smoke rising thickly. A towel was thrown over to Sungmi. Tide, carrying a person on his shoulder, walked over and asked, "You've been training since morning and still aren't tired?" Sungmi asked in confusion, "Instructor Park, what is this?" He looked at the person on his shoulder and said, "Ah, this." Then he casually dropped him to the ground with a thud. It seems he got into a fight with Park Do-hyuk in the lobby and was seen by Matt too. So Master handed him over to me for a bit of re-education. Wiping sweat from her body, Sungmi asked, "You mean Do-hyuk, the one who signed the huge 150 billion won contract?" The instructor replied, "That's right, the one who set a record-breaking deposit." Noticing the wound on her hand, he asked, "Sungmi, didn't you once try to block an attack from Park Do-hyuk? What happened?" Sungmi looked at the wound on her hand and answered calmly, "This injury happened a long time ago." She raised her hand and looked at it with an excited expression. "It was the first time I felt so interested." Thinking about it made Sungmi even more enthusiastic. "This time I want to have a proper fight." Seeing her happy, Kaid was inwardly pleased. "Still, it's fortunate you found someone you like." Sungmi replied, "Yes, indeed." Stroking his chin, he continued, "Anyway, Sungmi, you still haven't fixed that way of speaking. I mean, if you just adjust that tone, you could feel like a girl full of healthy beauty." She propped her hands somewhat shyly. "My family is military, so it's become a habit." Wiping her hair, she said, "Please understand." He replied, "It's nothing." Instructor Park gave her some final instructions before leaving. "I will definitely arrange a position for you soon. If you team up with me, you might be able to help. Also, don't push your body too hard, it's no good." Sungmi obeyed, "Yes, I understand." At 6 a.m. the next morning near Sindaram Station, Do-hyuk went to meet Kwak Han. A voice called out, "Brother Zohai Oxen, please come in." He walked over to talk with Zohai. "Master, your work processing speed is insane. I never expected my first dungeon run would be this early in the morning." She replied, "Yeah, in our guild, this time is reasonable. Besides, I already told the porters to get ready so." Behind them were people wearing backpacks full of gear. Do-hyuk said, "As long as Do-hyuk is prepared, that's all." He glanced at the two and silently assessed them. The porters only clean up monster corpses, so most of them are ordinary people not awakened, but, as expected of the Republic of Korea's 7th-ranked guild, even the porters are all awakened. Awakened to let newcomers know what a dungeon is really like, right? Other than outbreaks and magnetic field zones, there aren't many chances to encounter monsters. Do-hyuk turned to Master and spoke with a confident face, despite her question. "So can we go in now?" Do-hai replied. "Though we're already late, are you really okay going in alone?" Do-hyuk smiled confidently. "I'm confident I won't die." Do-hai looked at him in admiration. "What wonderful confidence. It's not random self-belief you've prepared beforehand. Of course, it's calculated confidence." Master slowly opened the blue teleportation gate. The gate appeared before Do-hyuk, making his face light up like a child. "My first awakened dungeon." Do-hai gave the order, "Go." Then the two of them slowly stepped through the gate. The other side was a forest in the dark, gloomy night. Do-hyuk stepped out a little surprised. Do-hai observed the surroundings and said, "Dungeons have random structures and forms, but this time it's a wide forest. Still, there doesn't seem to be anything particularly strange." She approached him and asked, "Well then, Mr. Park Do-hyuk, I'm eager to see your true ability, so I'll ask you to show me. As I said yesterday, I will observe from behind. Show me your real power." Then Do-hyuk moved forward thinking, "So, which way should I go?" He looked at both sides and assessed. One side was a deep, dense forest, with towering trees and thick undergrowth. The other side was a savanna that looked cleared out. Normally, I would choose the savanna, but after thinking it over, he decided to be meticulous with every move. "I'll go into the forest on the left." The firmness within strength. Then he summoned something. A shield, an energy shield formed to protect his front. They thought I would go into the savanna that looks easier to hunt on the right, and if the monsters have intelligence, they will have prepared all sorts of traps to use. Do-hyuk took step after careful step, walking slowly, advancing deep into the dense forest. Suddenly, 3 bullets flew toward Do-hyuk, and a massive explosion blew everything away. As the smoke slowly cleared, that spot had been blown to nothing. It was the work of monsters ambushing Do-hyuk. Seeing this, they grinned with smug satisfaction. Taking advantage of the lingering mist, Do-hyuk dashed out and shot 3 lightning bolts at them. He took that chance to get closer. 2 monsters in the trees aimed bazookas at him. Do-hyuk was pleased to realize he now knew that location. He ran forward while controlling the light rays. Immediately, the 2 monsters were struck down by the lightning bolts. He kept moving, searching for the remaining ones. Where are the rest? Suddenly, 4 melee goblins jumped down from behind, startling him. They used gauntlets that accumulated power into their punches. They laughed triumphantly. Du-hyuk quickly drew a line of Heen energy. The four monsters punched down simultaneously, creating a large shockwave. All of them had underestimated him, making him laugh with amusement. You fools, did you think an attack of that level could break through? Du-hyuk chanted a spell, causing his hand to gradually radiate red heat. Fireworks bloomed from his fingertips. The goblins realized, but it was too late. A burst of flame shot straight up into the sky, burning hands. Their attacks could do nothing but endure it all. All of them screamed in agony and were gradually burned to death. They were completely wiped out in a single strike. Only embers drifted down. An amused expression appeared on his face, nothing special, huh? Defeated monsters lay collapsed in pools of blood. Du-hyuk looked back, then continued. Nothing more, so I'll just keep going. He slowly made his way through the forest, the scene before him impressive. He'd heard the traps here were varied. A vast labyrinth full of magic arrays appeared, and he wondered if it was the Minotaur's labyrinth. Du-hyuk stepped forward to inspect, tapping on the wall. Du-hee watched with interest from afar. Park Du-hyuk's abilities exceeded her imagination. I thought he would have a tough fight against the bazooka monsters. Recalling the recent battle with them, she observed and assessed. What surprised her even more was the accuracy of that spell. The hit rate for epic rank mages like Park Du-hyuk was only about 35%. This was unbelievable for an ordinary person and for his rank. But he is an awakened of epic rank for less than a month, and yet he would have to face a more difficult challenge. Next was the tricky labyrinth. Without good judgment, Du-hyuk would face countless dangers by taking wrong dead ends like blood-sucking wasps. A rain of thousands of spikes protruding, you wouldn't know what would happen if you fell. Sawtooth fish traps or sharp blades that could slice a body in half. Saw blade traps and so on, a variety of traps would appear. Du-hee still observed him, a little puzzled. She didn't see him advance anymore. Why did he suddenly stop? Giving up, she looked closely. Du-hyuk held a device in his hand. That was the flycam he had shown her at the D-Mart, right? The device slowly rose into the air. Could it be working inside the dungeon? She watched, mouth agape in surprise. What he was doing went against the law of nature. All civilized human machinery couldn't be used inside the dungeon, right? Two flycams flew high, scanning every nook and cranny of the labyrinth. Then Du-hyuk used a skill that connected his eyes to the device, sharing its vision. He closes his eyes, a miniature map of the maze appears, showing danger spots and darkness. He can even see the lurking monsters, and there are many traps as well. When monsters attack, experience points increase a lot. Du-hyuk slowly enters with the support of the flycam. Well, using the flycam means no getting lost or falling into traps. After a while, he hides and observes the monster pack, clearly here. Du-hyuk charges straight into the monsters, making them detect him and enter attack mode. The commander signals the order to attack. He leaps high into the air, making them panic. Only the leader remains calm, pointing his sword to order a target change. Fire at the command, they unload their guns on Du-hyuk. Being high up, he can't dodge, causing him to take the firepower. A shocking explosion rings out. Strangely, Du-hyuk's image blurs and fades in the gunsmoke. His real body is standing elsewhere, smiling victoriously. Amidst illusion and reflection, he asks smugly, "How does it feel to shoot at an illusion, huh?" Then, Hyuk uses a skill channeling fire into a spherical shield. Combining the shield with burning hands, Du-hyuk pushes the fireball forward to eliminate them. The monsters are attacked by surprise and can't dodge. They take the full hit, crying out in pain. Seeing them still resisting, he pours in more power. All the monsters are swallowed by the fireball. The system panel pops up, making Du-hyuk joyful. Level up, level up. From a distance, Du-hee still follows and observes him. This time, she seems to have been convinced by his strength. I thought it would be another fierce battle, but he cornered the whole group of mechanized goblins and burned them to death. She can't stop looking at Du-hyuk with interested eyes. It's really. Du-hee watches Hyuk with satisfaction, thinking, an awakened who can attack, defend, shoot all by himself. Even an S-rank like me has never seen it. And that flycam he created himself too. Indeed, the 150 billion investment was worth it. A red portal appears, that is. The entrance to the boss room. Du-hyuk steps in without hesitation, going in to check a second time. A part of Du-hyuk peeks in to examine. He's surprised because inside the room, cannons are arranged all around. They're placed practically throughout the room. An old monster is sitting on a chair, and that one in the center is. Looking closely, it seems to be the boss, Goblin Roth. Hyuk observes and spots the red gem on Goblin Roth's forehead. It can synchronize with the cannons on both sides, since the power of those cannons is 5 times stronger than the minions, even with his shield and flame. He exclaims excitedly, still can't withstand it. The time limit until the cannon fires is 1 minute. 1 minute is enough, right? Du-hyuk steps forward, using the skill Extreme Precision Magic Harmonization. Goblin Roth and he face each other. The real battle begins. He activates a skill, preparing to fire a barrage. Beams of light shoot out, aiming straight at Goblin Roth. Magic missile. He immediately rises, erecting a shield to block. A strong impact erupts, the beams are reflected back. The goblin remains unscathed. He smirks sinisterly, about to say something. At that moment, the red gem on his forehead glows. The cannons are activated, loading. Du Hyuk looks around. He also realizes the cannons have locked onto him. Goblin Roth laughs loudly, shouting, "Present yourself." Arms emerge from the ground. It pulls up a giant goblin head. Simultaneously, goblin machines appear and surround him. The machines are activated, commanded to attack. One machine aggressively transforms its arm into two swords. It ferociously charges to attack him. Du Hyuk remains calm. He approaches, dodging the attack while gathering energy for a counter. His hand placed on the machine, a direct explosion hits it. Magic missile, the machine's body cracks and breaks. It is disabled, smoke billowing. These lowly underlings are enough, right? Another machine takes the opportunity to close in. From behind, it spreads its arms to grab Hyuk. It claps its hands down hard, but Du Hyuk ducks and avoids it. After that, he quickly retreats to find a safe spot. Seeing this, Goblin Roth doesn't want to miss the chance. He punches down hard. Du Hyuk timely creates a shield to block the blow. The impact sends a shockwave spreading. At this moment, Goblin Roth commands the machine to punch the shield, kicking up dust. Inside the shield, Du Hyuk remains safe, using extreme precision magic harmonization. Two flycams also close in, approaching the boss from behind. He utters the activation command, Magic Missile. The missiles fly and strike him, creating an explosion. While he is still disoriented, Du Hyuk circles around to attack from behind. Once again, it's not that easy. While counterattacking, he is suddenly approached by a machine. It swings its arm, sending him flying. But it was just enough to make Goblin Roth take damage, costing him one eye. Du Hyuk is still dodging the enemy's attacks. He skillfully dodges the machine's attack, causing its arm to get stuck. Seizing the opportunity, he gathers energy for a counter. Another machine explodes, taken down. Magic Missile. The machine hit by the skill is paralyzed. It collapses to the ground, a head detaches and rolls tumbling. The head rolls toward the boss. This amuses Hyuk and he taunts. Goblin Roth is furious, gritting his teeth. Then he accumulates energy in the machine's arm. The gun finishes loading, he becomes somewhat wary. A terrifying firepower is shot directly at Du Hyuk. Its speed catches him off guard. A powerful explosion shakes the entire room. Unable to dodge, he creates a shield, but it cannot withstand the force and shatters. This attack pushed him back a long way. At that moment, Du Hyuk was a bit nervous, but luckily he had prepared in advance. The shield is broken. If not for her, it would have been dangerous. He noticed behind him, looking at the energy bar of the cannon. The cannon's charging was almost complete. The Goblin Rod continued using that move. Du Hyuk recognized it and rushed straight in to attack. Now there wasn't much time left. Unfortunately for him, he was blocked by minion machines. Two machines rushed up to shield and prevent him from passing. Du Hyuk smiled again. Those two slammed their hands hard into the ground, attacking with a pile driver. Everything was calculated by him. That was just an illusion, an afterimage. He had now passed through, leaving them behind unaware. Afterimage, Du Hyuk continued to close in on the boss. It seemed he had finished loading and was about to fire. He immediately used the flycam as a stepping stone, launching himself up. Then Hyuk jumped into the air to evade the firepower. Goblin Rod was startled when he dodged at that distance. Hyuk took the chance to gather energy, creating fireworks from his fingertips. A wide area of firepower was unleashed, burning hands. He took the full hit, crying out in pain, "Eek eek." Thinking he had defeated him, Hyuk laughed triumphantly. But unexpectedly, though burned, he still used his strength to extend his arm. Goblin Rod grabbed Hyuk's neck tightly, holding him fast. At the same time, the cannon prepared to fire. Du Hyuk panicked as he was held tight, seeing that the boss was still alive after that attack. Do-Hai saw that he was in danger, extremely worried. Du Hyuk was in a precarious situation, could lose his life if unable to resist. He was facing imminent death, looking at Goblin Rod, struggling to hold him tight, not letting him escape. Do-Hai decided to intervene. "I cannot abandon Du Hyuk to die like that." She drew her sword, ready to charge. The only way was to step in. She went into a stance ready to use her skill. Suddenly Do-Hai stopped, surprised, looking toward him, puzzled. At that moment, Du Hyuk was drawing a heart-shaped energy line. He activated a skill, a sweet, enchanting whisper, and the scene changed. Goblin Rod immediately showed a friendly attitude, face blushing, drooling as he stared at him. He released his hand from Hyuk's neck. Hyuk achieved his goal, delighted. Great, he's trapped, just as the cannons fired destructive beam. Countless lightning bolts aimed at him. Du Hyuk couldn't dodge easily, but he was surprised when Goblin Rod shielded him with his own body. He controlled the machine to embrace him and the lightning bolts struck. An explosion rang out, crackling. Do-Hai stood outside, dust from the attack everywhere. She thought, puzzled, could that boss's action just now have been to protect Du Hyuk? The smoke gradually cleared, revealing Du Hyuk sitting down, shielded by the boss. The machine's body was severely damaged, with electrical sparks crackling. Then it slowly crumbled down. Do-Hai ran over, worried. "Are you okay, Du Hyuk?" He crawled out from the wreckage. "You, that was close, huh?" she asked, both happy and worried. Really almost dangerous. He also breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "I was surprised at the boss's unexpectedly strong endurance. He dusted off his clothes and continued. I didn't know it couldn't be finished with burning hands, but yeah, looking at the wreckage beside him, Du Hyuk propped himself up. This match ended as predicted. The cannons were depleted of energy, smoking. The boss was also taken down, lying in one spot. The system panel appeared, his body surrounded by new power. Level up, level up, level up, level up, mage level 20. Du Hyuk was happy to level up so much for the first time since he was alone. The experience points were enormous, right? Looking at the rare items after defeating the monster, and the boss items dropped here too. Dohai watched him so excited and was also pleased, curiously advising him. Arc Du Hyuk, although I have a lot of curiosity about the spell you used in the fight with the boss just now and other things, but you're busy. Du Hyuk still has to check the dropped items, so I'll go first. She looked at him happily, satisfied. Watching this fight, I feel certain. Arc Du Hyuk is an awakened with the hidden power of 150 billion. I look forward to your help later. A teleport gate appeared, saying that made her left. She left him alone. After that, I'll check the dropped items. It was a blue gemstone called Intermediary Stone 1 and several skill books. Level 2 spell, strength increase plus 50. Level 2 spell, web, when spider silk is shot the opponent is restrained. Level 2 spell. Mirror image, an image that mimics the caster's actions, and also the golem blueprint I want. Intermediate space stone, golem blueprint using a full set of intermediate space stones can craft a golem. Goblin machinery blueprint 5 pages. This is the cannonball blueprint that goblins use, can craft 3 types of cannonball. I'm satisfied with the reward from Dan Dian and can now go outside. Holding the items, Du Hyuk rejoiced. Level 2 spells and crafting papers, so I'll try making them right away. In the blink of an eye, 3 days later, in the basement of the guild training center in Seoul, Hyuk appeared in a sharp suit. A voice from afar asked him, "Is it really okay?" He smiled and answered, "Yes, thanks to you setting the dummy's intensity and AI to the max." Fingers kept adjusting to increase. Instructor KD was fiddling with the setting. Since the training dummies are at max level, they'll attack the moment they detect a target. Get ready. Dohai enters from outside. She walks in, crosses her arms, and says to him, "You just started posting your story not long ago, right? So what's all this about now?" Du Hyuk turns to face her and answers, "I have a business matter I want to discuss with Master." Looking at the equipment in Du Hyuk's room, Dohai asks, "Is that the flycam you showed me that time?" He replies, "For now, just watch." The instructor suddenly shouts, "Training dummy configuration complete." The training room scenario continues. A training device becomes a target and a spell strikes it, causing cracks and breaks. Without letting it rest, a relentless barrage of attacks rains down. A massive training dummy has just executed that move. Du-hai watches it perform, speechless. She turns to ask, seeing Du-hyuk grinning, "You're not telling me you plan to sell that golem, are you?" He replies, "Unfortunately, that one is for my personal use only." He continues, "I brought it to run performance tests before heading to Danjian." She nods in understanding, "Ah, I see." Then he issues a command, "Golem Arlund." It turns to acknowledge. Arlund has responded. Du-hyuk orders the attack to continue. "Arlund, stand by, clean up the remaining dummies with magic." The golem answers. Arlund understood. Saying so, it turns, raising its hand to gather energy. Hand gradually glows red, flames erupting, burning hands. A massive blast of fire is unleashed, sweeping away everything in its path. As the smoke slowly clears, it reveals the equipment heavily melted down. Even just in a test, its power proved immense, destroying the entire training apparatus. Dohai stares at the display in astonishment. A little embarrassed, she clears her throat to regain her composure. Then she admits, "This is the first time I've seen a golem with artificial intelligence like that, so I was completely stunned. I'm sorry." Du-hyuk says with a satisfied expression. It's understandable seeing Arlund for the first time. Du-hai gets to the main point. "So if it's not that golem, what is it you're selling?" Du-hyuk replies, "I mean that." Then he places a skull-shaped cannonball on the table. First, this High King's cannonball. He also takes out an ice shell. Reaching into another space, he keeps searching. Next, the freezing cannonball. Suddenly, Du-hyuk pulls out a black orb. Finally, the dual force drain cannonball. Du-hai suddenly shouts, "Wait." That confused him. What surprised her wasn't the cannonballs, but the gate she was looking at. "What is that space you're pulling those cannonballs from?" Du-hyuk also noticed and said, "Ah, this." He raised his hand to explain. It just happened to appear on its own. Du-he looked at him seriously and spoke. "An external space ability isn't the kind of power that manifests randomly, is it?" She thought to herself that this was truly unbelievable. This ability, among all the S-rank awakeners, only one person can use it. Du-hyuk remained calm and said, "Perhaps I was just very lucky." Du-he was a bit annoyed. "You lucky, right now, aren't you displaying traits far superior to those several steps behind?" He replied as if he were the victor, "That's why I'm a rare commodity." Du-hyuk turned back to look with a complex expression. Then the one standing behind. "Could you open the training room door for me?" He complied. "Yes." As he tossed the cannonball, he said, I'll show you the performance of this cannonball directly rather than explaining it with words. Du Hyuk cheerfully threw the cannonball. The first one was the Great King Cannonball. The red cannonball flared up, about to explode, heading toward the training machine. A tremendous explosion engulfed an enormous area. The blast continued to burn, demonstrating terrifying destructive power. The instructor witnessing it opened his eyes in horror. Such fearsome power, my eyes. The training machine had vanished and the room was severely damaged. The wall coated with spatial stone was melting. We might need to pause the experiment for a moment because of the high temperature. Du Hyuk still wanted to continue, holding a cannonball in his hand. Don't worry, I'll resolve it in one go with this, saying that he threw it toward the earlier explosion. The second one, the freezing cannonball, suddenly a massive block of ice appeared. The entire room was covered in ice, he explained. This ice layer only freezes for a moment, so it will shatter in about 10 minutes. Du Hyuk looked at her and responded to her assessment. So, what do you think? She happily praised him as well. Very good, show me the remaining one. He handed her a pair of sunglasses. Before that, please put these on. She put on the glasses and smiled, continuing to praise him. You're very thoughtful, aren't you? Then, Du Hyuk threw the remaining cannonball into the distance. Finally, the vision-depriving cannonball. An intense white light engulfed the entire room, bleaching everything white and making it impossible to see clearly. Du-hee stood behind, very satisfied. She took off the glasses and said cheerfully, "All three seem very useful, don't they? What's the production cost?" Du Hyuk handled it rather clumsily. "Well, that's a secret. I'm planning to sell them for 6 million won when supplying to the guild, and 10 million won if sold external." Du-hee crossed her arms in admiration. "It's a shame I can't guess the price." Du Hyuk smiled brightly and replied, "Pandora's box is most beautiful when unopened." She continued to imagine its applications in various fields. The fact that the price has been set without relation to production cost seems reasonable, doesn't it? This isn't only usable for combat or escaping dungeons. It can be applied in many different areas as well. Du Hyuk smiled and said, "This price is cheap compared to the price of a life, isn't it?" Seeing the potential, Du-hee wanted to extend her hand to partner with him. Du Hyuk, "I'd like to propose a plan. What do you think?" He hesitated and asked. "What kind of thing?" She continued, expressing her wish. "If you sign an exclusive contract with our guild, we will pay 10 million won per unit." Du Hyuk happily agreed. The two shook hands. Just like that, the contract with Mater was completed. The next day arrived. Hurried footsteps ran quickly. A girl was touching her hand to her chest, expressionless. On another side, a man walked in to report. "Master, there's big trouble," she asked. "What is it? What happened?" He presented a revenue chart. "You need to see this." Jiggy took the tablet, her face darkening. Soul Guild has opened sales of cannonballs that can be used in dungeons under an exclusive contract with Park Du Hyuk. She angrily slammed her hand on the desk with a bang. She recalled the time she met him. Jiggy gritted her teeth in anger. "If only I had recognized his crafting ability back then. No matter how much it costs, I must recruit Park Du Hyuk." Tron HWA approached, smiled nonchalantly and said, "Even so, the contract won't expire for 3 more years, so we should target him then." Having her anger provoked made her even more furious. She called out, "Tron HWA." He flinched in confusion. Then he was immediately kicked out of the building. "Think a little before you speak." The staff saw the situation was not good, but they seemed accustomed to it. "Has it started again today? This time it seems seriously shaken. In my opinion, today it's because of the news about Soul Guild." She angrily punched Tron HWA. He collapsed, trembling, clutching his stomach. Park Du Hyuk, when he was at F rank, the deposit was already 150 billion. Jiggy raged and scolded. 3 years from now, do you think he'll still be at F rank? He understood, speechless. "I see." Seeing her leave, he asked, "Master, where are you going?" She shouted furiously again. "Where else would I go? Obviously to Soul Guild to scout. You get ready quickly too." Tron HWA quickly answered, "Yes, understood." The scene shifted to Soul Guild, which appeared to be in chaos. Inside, reporters were clamoring in panic. "What about the cannonball contract? What is the supply quantity?" They eagerly probed for information. "Is it true that the products this time are from Park Du Hyuk, a mercenary of Soul Guild?" A company representative stepped forward to clarify. "Yes, the truth is that product is being sold through an exclusive contract with our guild." Hearing that, a reporter asked, "Have you signed a direct contract with Park Du Hyuk?" He replied, "That is up to the master's decision, so I don't know exactly." Do-hye stood satisfied, observing the chaos from above. A voice from behind made her turn around. "Isn't it unnecessary for the master to appear?" Do-hye turned her head and replied, "Today is the first day of selling cannonballs," she said cheerfully, "and something fun might happen, so I came." The person asked in confusion, "What exactly is that about?" Do-hye recalled the incident. "Do you remember the event from 2 years ago?" Flashback to 2 years ago in the midst of that ancient battle. Because of priority issues for long-range attack permission, Dandayan was left behind all over. The southern area of Line 1, the Hoala Guild and the Trong Ziong Guild once faced off. Hoala was in the southern region, Trong Ziong. At that time, Jiggy not only spread malicious rumors about the Trong Ziong Guild, but also spread bad news about Bitch Dohai, who was then just an 18-year-old kid. Finally, they obtained the priority right for Dandayan. After that, the relationship with the Trong Ziong Guild continued in a bad state. Dohai said in a low voice, "In the conflict between guilds, I understand such rumors well enough." Then she saw the two people, Tron Hoer and Jiggy, below, but as for her indignation, she had been waiting for this moment. "Today I don't want to miss that woman's expression." Dohai turned to go meet them. "Then let's go down, shall we?" At that moment on the other side, Jiggy felt something and shivered, asking him, "Tron Hoa, isn't it really cold or something?" He laughed in confusion. "Oh, is that so? I don't really know either." A voice from afar called out to them, "Oh my Jiggy, long time no see." Upon hearing that, her face immediately changed color. In contrast, Dohai joyfully kept her smile and greeted, "If you had contacted me in advance, I would have come down to greet you." Jiggy awkwardly forced a smile and then retorted, "I wonder what brings the guild master here." Dohai continued to needle. "Today is the first day of Park Du Hyok's cannonball sales, and there's a good event at the guild, so I couldn't miss it." Jiggy's face turned red. She didn't know how to act. "What a coincidence, I also came to find Park Du Hyok just now." Dohai kept taunting, "Is that so? Then let me escort you to the private guest room." Two auras of killing intent emanated, two gazes clashed. Dohai was dominating like a snake playing with its prey. The conversation between the two was being displayed on the screen. Du Hyok was crafting, a light appeared on his hand. The observation orb saw the scuffle and he thought, "I don't want to go over there." Behind him, someone transporting space stones asked, "Excuse me, where can I put these new space stones?" He immediately replied, "Thank you, you can put them next to me." That person gently placed them on the table. Du Hyok turned to look, "Thank you. While crafting, I can't move, so thank you for bringing them to me." He said, "You're welcome." Suddenly, he was startled to realize, Ms. Ma Sung Mi. She happily greeted him. "It's been a while since the auction, hasn't it?" Du Hyok looked at her bewildered. "How did you, Ms. Ma Sung Mi, know I was here and come here?" She replied, "While looking for you, Park Du Hyok, the master said you were here." He looked at her and asked further, "You were looking for me. Is there something I need to do?" Sung Mi answered, "Yes." Sung Mi seriously proposed, "Park Du Hyok, please duel with me once more." Her eyes were full of determination. Du Hyok was a bit surprised to be challenged. "Duel with me." Sung Mi recalled the previous battle. Her shield was easily destroyed. "Yes, back then I only managed to block your attack, Park Du Hyok. So this time I want to face you directly, Park Du Hyok." Sung Mi placed her hand on her chest, her eyes full of resolve. "Please duel with me." By this time he had also finished crafting. Why not? He smiled happily and agreed, "I'd like that too." Having her invitation accepted, Sung Mi was delighted. She excitedly wanted to duel immediately. "Then I'll prepare right away." Du Hyok hadn't had time to do anything. He spoke up, "Can you wait for me a bit? Because I'm still crafting, it might take a while." So, before he could finish, Sung Mi brought over a chair. She sat obediently on the chair waiting with an expectant look. Du Hyok said a bit helplessly, "You could have come a bit later," but he received her reply, "No, I'll wait for you here." Sung Mi's face was beaming with anticipation like a child. "If there's anything you need help with, just tell me." He looked at her awkwardly about making her wait. Then he ended up smiling and accepting. Du Hyok sprang to his feet. Then Du Hyok looked around for an excuse. "The number of buttons for the guild is done too. Now I just need to sit still and work." He looked at Sung Mi and cheerfully suggested, "Let's go duel then." She happily followed. "Okay, I understand." Du Hyok looked at the clothes he was wearing. He seemed to feel strange. At that moment, Sung Mi asked him, "Have you used up all the issued equipment?" Du Hyok replied, "Yes." "But what is this gear?" She answered. "This protective gear is set to adjust durability stats and becomes our stamina stat. Depending on the stamina stat, the color will change in order: green, yellow, red." Sung Mi continued, "It helps the defensive line block all attacks. If durability reaches 0, the suit will power off and be considered dead in reality, and the match will end." Du Hyok shyly said, "This equipment costs 25 billion won per set. What an amazing item." She explained, "Master said that this price is cheaper than having guild members get injured." He laughed and replied, "We're fighting each other with this high-grade gear, but it'd be a shame to just fight, wouldn't it?" Du Hyok asked Sung Mi, "What do you think if we bet on something?" She asked curiously. "You said bet." Du Hyok immediately answered, "If I beat you, Miss Ma Sung Mi, then for a set term you'll become my exclusive mage. On the other hand, if you beat me, Miss Ma Sung Mi, then I'll become your exclusive mage." She asked, "What about the duration?" Upon hearing that, she raised her hand and replied, "The term is 3 months. Then Du Hyok laughed and said, "Of course it's free." Then he persuaded Sung Mi, "What do you think, isn't it interesting?" She hesitated and answered, Just then, Master walked over and said, "That sounds interesting, doesn't it?" The two were surprised to see her and said in unison. Du Hyok asked Master curiously, "I clearly thought you were going to talk to Miss Jiggy, right?" She answered, Ah, you saw that. She continued, thanks to Mr. Park Jo Hyuk's artillery shells, I got to meet Sister Jiggy in such a fun way after a long time. I was just about to thank you. Sung-mi, hearing the conversation between the two, called out, Master, I'm D-rank and Do Hyuk is F-rank. Do I need to give a handicap? Hearing this, Do Hyuk replied, in a match like this I'll refuse, you don't need to give any handicap. Master then turned to speak to her. That's wonderful confidence. What do you think, sis? Sung-mi spoke. Then I won't give any handicap. Then Master raised her hand. Well then, prepare. She pointed her sword at Do Hyuk. This time I'll go all out. He didn't hold back either. I'll also be different from the image I showed you at the market. Master, full of excitement, gave the signal. Begin. Sung-mi on the other side thought to herself, before the spell fires I need to pull first. Saying that, she emitted a red aura that surrounded her body. It also spread toward Do Hyuk, which took him completely by surprise. Do Hyuk thought his legs were moving on their own against his will. Was this a taunt skill? He charged forward. Hyuk created a shield barrier, advancing to attack while countering. Toughness and strength, magic modulation. Extreme accuracy, Hyuk used magic missile. She immediately countered it all. Sturdy defense, this is an ultimate technique. Sturdy defense, when activated, increases defense power by 50%, immobilizes the user, and allows automatic counterattack. He ran forward while analyzing the match. She lured him with a taunt, and then aimed to enhance her counter-defense via sturdy defense. A very standard defensive style, isn't it? Then he activated his skill at his fingertips and thought, although there is a way to suppress with firepower, Hyuk fired rays of light towards Sung-mi. I don't want to end it with that. Saying so, he launched a smoke screen to misdirect the opponent. Sung-mi's vision was now limited by those techniques. She wondered, a smoke screen? Sung-mi immediately used magic detection stance. Information on the ultimate skill magic detection stance. It allows magic power to be detected for 3 minutes and displayed in the user's vision. Thanks to that skill, Sung-mi saw a mass of spell formulas in front of her. She said in surprise, he already memorized this many spells in such a short time. Sung-mi froze, staring blankly at those clusters of light. He seized the chance when the opponent was distracted to strike down. Sung-mi startled, hastily countering. With this much power, he must have used up a lot of magic. She analyzed, then he will approach me to finish it. Do Hyuk rushed in, just as she predicted. I'll aim for that moment. Having thought, she acted on her analysis. Suddenly he said, another one inside me. He activated mirror image. Suddenly, Do Hyuk created many identical clones rushing at her, making it difficult for her to counter. The Do Hyuk clones said in unison, magic modulation, extreme accuracy. Sung-mi was extremely surprised by his quickness and cleverness. But then she had to focus on resisting. Those copies ran around Sung-mi, confusing her. At this moment she sensed something behind her and turned around. But it was too late, as Hyuk had already activated a skill right behind her. Do Hyuk dealt a critical hit to her back, magic missile. His face was full of determination. Suddenly, Hyuk's eyes widened in shock. At this time, Master stood observing the match, thinking, Sung-mi is a promising talent being nurtured in the guild in Xi'an. She understood that she wouldn't be taken down easily. Sure enough, Sung-mi still wasn't down from Do Hyuk's critical hit earlier. She turned around and quickly advanced toward Hyuk. Sung-mi swung her sword hard at him. Hyuk saw the sudden attack and was so startled he leaned back. He panicked, gritting his teeth in shock. Not letting up, she kept pressing her shield against Hyuk while charging magic power into it. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief. And then, his whole body was blown far away. Sung-mi activated Cancel Sturdy Defense and Swift Wind Gust. The ultimate skill Swift Wind Gust increases her movement speed by 40% for 5 seconds. Cooldown 20 seconds. Before he could land, Sung-mi immediately chased after him. She quickly pointed her sword at him, intending to deliver the finishing blow. Hyuk was very surprised by this move. Sung-mi relentlessly struck Do Hyuk with her sword, leaving him unable to counter immediately. She continued raising her hand, aiming the sword at Hyuk. Then she swung with all her might. The sword tip emitted an immensely powerful force, pushing Hyuk far back. Then the devastatingly powerful sword tip plunged deep into the ground, shattering the earth and rocks around. Then Sung-mi furrowed her brows and stopped, standing guard and looking toward where he fell. Bitch, Do Hyuk proudly said, as expected of Sung-mi. Her strength had increased in just a short period of time. Suddenly, Sung-mi's whole body froze. Do Hyuk observed in surprise. It turned out that Sung-mi's head and hands were all tightly wrapped by threads. Not only that, her entire body was too. Master asked in confusion, what is that? Do Hyuk touched it and examined. This glittering and sticky substance was heat fusion thread. She suddenly looked up. Then Master continued in surprise. All these sparkles are heat fusion threads, aren't they? Sung-mi said with difficulty. I can't move. She asked, Do Hyuk, what exactly is this? He smiled and explained. Earlier after I launched the smoke screen, I set them up everywhere in the battle area. He touched the outfit. Even though you said this outfit can protect us no matter what, but Hyuk continued, I didn't want to attack you, Sung-mi, with a strike that exceeds the durability of this outfit. Sung-mi replied in shock. So then, you coming to finish it wasn't because you were out of magic or to engage in close combat, but he continued, yes, to lead the attack and to strip away sturdy defense. Even though in the end it got dispelled and it was almost dangerous, but Sung-mi fell silent after hearing that, then she smiled softly. Sung-mi said with a smile, I lost this match this time, but next time I'll definitely win. Yoo Hyuk politely replied, yes, we'll fight again. She smiled brightly and said, well then now. Then Sung-mi, looking shy, suggested, could you help me take this off? He smiled and replied, I'm sorry, I got so caught up talking that I forgot. Suddenly they heard clapping. They both looked toward the Zohai wall. At that moment Mater praised them, saying, you've both worked hard. Then she approached Do Hyuk, took his hand and said, the winner of this match, Park Do Hyuk. She continued, Sung-mi is counting on you. Do Hyuk smiled and replied, yes, please leave it to me. Meanwhile, at the White Lotus Guild office, Min Seong was standing and gazing at the sunset. She was solemn, deep in thought. The secretary then stepped up to her and said, Vice Guild Master, the assassins have just entered the country. She turned her head and replied, is that so? Then Seong-do asked, is security still being maintained? The secretary replied, of course. Then the secretary continued, we've already arranged an anonymous transaction with Keen. There's absolutely no way our tracks will be exposed. Hearing that, Seong-do replied, all right, good work, you may leave. The secretary obeyed, turned around, and walked out. She watched his figure fade away. Once he had left, Seong-do picked up her phone and saw a message from Jo Hyuk. She blurted out, catch Do Hyuk, look at that picture. She felt that ability was like a goose that lays golden eggs. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. But instead of coming to me, he went to Seong-do's guild. She gazed at his photo and said, if I can't have him then. Seong-do was furious, the phone screen suddenly shattered. Then she continued, no one can have him at all. At that moment, a car was speeding down the road. When it stopped, the people in the car pulled out suitcases. They looked somewhat respectable in all. 3 people got out of the car. The long-haired henchman held his phone and said, all right, I've arrived. Give me some information about that kid so I can try to find him. Another one spoke up, boss, Seoul really is nice. Ah, it's truly a paradise for handsome guys, huh? The boss said upon hearing that. Dean, aren't we supposed to handle the job quickly and go back to the outskirts? When the tide comes in, that's the time to get on the boat. When it's time to make money, you've got to make money. Then he continued, quickly snap that kid's neck and come back. Got it? The henchman replied, yes, got it. The one behind spoke up, boss, this kid Park Do Hyuk is really famous, so we can probably find him within a day. He replied in surprise, is that so? Well then, let's relax around here and then quickly go catch him. The long-haired one asked suspiciously, no matter how famous he is, for this amount of money given his reputation, isn't this job a bit too sweet? He replied, we just need to do what's requested. Then the leader put on a sinister expression and continued, well, let's go take care of that fly. Elsewhere in a cave filled with sparkling crystals along the path, monsters suddenly rushed forward. Immediately, they were struck down. It was Sung-mi. She was chasing and attacking the monsters. Sung-mi struck twice and took down one monster, then she returned to a defensive stand. As she continued to face more monsters, suddenly a source of power from behind lit up and shot straight toward them, astonishing Sung-mi. Watching those powerful strikes, she couldn't help but be stunned. With just one blow, they all collapsed. Sung-mi turned her head back and thought, although it feels like during the match, the power is stronger and faster. Yoo Hyuk called out to Sung-mi, let's hurry up, these guys are too bland now. Looking at the pile of monsters on the ground, she thought further, if the spell power is this strong, as a porter, I have nothing to do and just need to watch. So in reality, I'm no different from a transporter. She angrily thought further, I can't become a porter who can't help with anything. I need to quickly find work that a porter can do. At that moment, Do Hyuk saw her spacing out and thinking randomly, so he asked, Sung-mi, what are you thinking about? Sung-mi was startled and stammered, ah, it's nothing, I was just thinking about random things for a bit. More than anything, I'm very surprised. Sung-mi continued, your flycam, Park Do Hyuk, I saw back then, is it a device that can be used inside a private dungeon? Do Hyuk replied, today, going around the Dian dungeon, I'll show you many things more interesting than this. Then he added, and also Sung-mi, I said from now on you can talk comfortably with me. Are you still feeling awkward? She remained silent, lost in thought. Then he continued, well, there are many people who find it difficult to talk comfortably with others, so you can take your time. Sung-mi heard that and replied, yes, I understand. Do Hyuk smiled and continued, today is also the first day and I'll be constantly on the move to build muscle, so please feel free to move actively. Even if you're playing the role of porter, you don't necessarily have to follow my lead. We need to work together in harmony. She replied, yes. Suddenly, a group of giant monsters appeared. Sung-mi and Do Hyuk immediately focused. They stood before the two of them with eerie smile. Seeing that, he said, now the main monster of this Dian dungeon has appeared, so this is the boss monster, although it has a large size. Slow movement and high regeneration, attacking it isn't very difficult. However, there is an exception. Do Hyuk said to her, Sung-mi, please draw the attention of Chow and the goblins in front. She replied, yes, I know, but maybe a long time would be difficult. Hyuk heard clearly and answered, I know. In the meantime, looking at the monsters behind, Cho and Hyuk spoke up. Let's deal with the Hamon goblins first. Looking at the sly goblin swarm behind, assuming if there are. Cho and the Hamon goblins together, then through shooting various types, the goblins and Cho are reborn as powerful light warriors. That goblin gave the command. The whole group of Cho monsters and Hamon goblins shouted in unison, attack! Saying so, they rushed toward the two people. At that moment, he summoned his robot, saying, Arlen. Following the command, Arlen appeared. It immediately counterattacked, leaving the Cho monsters and Hamon goblins unable to react in time. Just finished its task, it stood still. Seeing that, Sung-mi looked at Arlen, extremely surprised and thought in confusion, what on earth is that robot? He saw that Sung-mi seemed surprised by Arlen's appearance, so he explained, don't worry, that's a golem I created, Arlen. Then I'll ask you and Arlen to draw their attention together. Hyuk continued. Reality cannot be seen, invisibility. With that, Hyuk suddenly vanished. She turned her head back and witnessed everything. She had already been very surprised by the flycam and the golem, but now even invisibility, a skill that requires rank B or higher to learn. Sung-mi smiled, how much more will you surprise me, Park Do Hyuk? The monsters began to attack. She and Arlen countered those ultimate moves. Thought to herself, although it would be a long time before she could help Park Do Hyuk, but Sung-mi showed a look full of determination. Surely I can do it, can I help with the mission? On the other side, at a construction site, a person who had been beaten severely injured asked suspiciously, who are you guys? Why are you doing this? The long black-haired guy sneered sinisterly, just clearing a few stones on the road, do you really need a reason? He continued, just think of yourself as unlucky. Saying that, he finished him off with a blow. The long-haired subordinate and the others wore full protective gear that covered their faces. He asked back, we're done here, do we need to find out anything else? The ringleader answered, all right, just search around a bit. I've found traces of Park Jo Hyuk, although I didn't expect it to be this easy to find. The long-haired guy asked doubtfully, but boss, if the son of South Joseon uses this method to protect the space gate, won't he be punished? It's too easy, right? The boss replied, with land this cramp, how could the South Joseon Awakened Management Bureau have any personnel? D-rank gates can be set up by anyone. The underling said, wow boss, you knowing that is really smart. He replied, stop that nonsense. The porters will arrive in a bit. Before that, just make sure to take care of that brat Park Do Hyuk and then leave. Got it? Following the order, the underlings following him answered in unison, yes, take care of that fly and then get out of here. The fierce battle of Ma Sung-mi and the Aaron robot against the troll monsters and lesser gate goblins was still raging. Sung-bi also assisted alongside it. At that moment she thought, Park Do Hyuk managed to get past so many monsters. Sung-mi fought while silently observing him, to be able to arrive safely before the lesser gate like this. Suddenly something flashed. Across her eyes, Sung-mi looked over in surprise, not yet reacting. Just before she was about to be attacked by the monsters, the Aaron robot stepped in to rescue her in time. Sung-mi thought in confusion, isn't this Park Do Hyuk's golem? Aaron, after completing the task, replied, Aaron carries out the master's orders. Sung-mi looked at it in amazement, not answering. Do Hyuk saw what just happened and praised, well done, press on. On his side, he also prepared to strike down the monsters. Do Hyuk activated the lightning wave skill. He concentrated that skill toward the monsters. A lightning sphere, a blinding yellow light, appeared. That made Sung-mi unable to look directly and had to cover her eyes with her hand. The troll monsters were immediately taken down completely. He stood towering over the corpses of those monsters. Then Hyuk laughed and said to Sung-mi, now it's starting to get hard. She replied, you seem like a completely different person from the one who competed with me. Ma Sung-mi continued, now after training, you have to meet Lord Gima, so is that why? He replied, we met privately because of a personal matter. After training, over the past few days I've been allowed to use the library of Yung Sung Gil and bought 3 books. From the outside, they appear to be books written in the language of this world, completely useless. But to me, they are identification, meaning each object has a spell phrase, so I can find the spell phrase I need. The spells include, for example, invisibility. You become invisible to others, the ability does not apply when attacking. Next is acid arrow. Shoots an acid arrow forward. As for the lightning sphere, when you launch a sphere of electricity forward, it causes anything it touches to be electrocuted. Then Hyuk spoke, then shall we try heading out again? So the two of them along with the robot began fighting the troll monsters and lesser gate goblins. Sung-mi was very productive at that moment. and Aaron was no different. It took down all the monsters in its path following its master's orders. After a while, Sung-mi said to Du-hyuk, "There's not many left now." He replied, "Feel free to rest." Then Sung-mi immediately refused. "No, I'm not tired enough at this level." Du-hyuk said, "All right. Then I'll rest for a bit." Suddenly, he unexpectedly trembled. Both of them were puzzled and didn't understand what was happening. Hyuk and Sung-mi both looked out into the distance, silently sensing, neither saying a word. Then he thought, if only it were just my mood. Du-hyuk immediately took the flycam and said, "Invisible entity, invisibility ability." Based on Du-hyuk's command, the flycam flew off with a buzz. He commanded subconsciously, "Share the view." Through the flycam's view, a group of people were entering. Looking closely at them, he thought, "They're not our people." Hyuk inwardly considered, "Clearly the KB forces are guarding the entrance to Danyonggulguma. Who are these strangers?" He immediately called out Sung-mi. She replied, "Yes, what is it?" Du-hyuk asked, "In the event of unauthorized intruders appearing. And dungeons, what should be done?" Sung-mi coldly answered, "First, confirm whether they have permission to be here, then force them to return. But if they are in an attacking posture, we are permitted to kill them." Du-hyuk and Ma Sung-mi were still dealing with the troll. Hyuk continuously shot beams of light at it, but it seemed to have no effect. Behind him suddenly appeared some silhouettes. It turned out to be the assassins. The long-haired one saw the two of them fighting the monsters and asked, "Boss, spell ability isn't as terribly powerful as we've heard, is it?" He replied, "That's what I'm saying, being known in the DI circle but then being this clumsy." The boss yelled, "If you've taken the money, then work quietly." The long-haired one replied, "I was just asking because the target is a brat with no special skill." Then he said, "Hey youngest, you went ahead so you saw those trolls over there, right? Drag them over here." Two of the underlings then said, "So that our boss can walk comfortably, right? You mean hide behind and then make the guy and the girl run over here because they're pushed by the trolls." The other one laughed and said, "Hey youngest, now if you're pretending, you've pretended enough. Go quickly and come back." The long-haired one replied, "Yes, I'll go and be right back." Having said that, the long-haired one quickly dashed to where the monsters were. The boss, seeing that, ordered, "You watch closely to see what those guys are doing." The underling replied, "Yes, I understand, boss." At that moment, Du-hyuk and Sung-mi were still struggling with the troll monster. He said to her, "HMPH, let's take a break, seems I'm more tired than I thought." Hearing that, Sung-mi replied, "Maybe Chao's regenerative ability exceeds expectation. That firepower is just right." Over here, the underling is chatting, "Boss, anyway it's unbelievable for a price of 150 billion. Then the boss cut him off. "Stop that, seems the monsters that guy is pulling are coming." At that moment, Sung-mi looked at a group approaching and told him, "6 trolls, 9 goblins." She continued. He made Du-hyuk check the troll pack ahead. Hyuk exclaimed in surprise, "What did you say? They won't leave their positions unless lured or pulled." Meanwhile, the underling was sneaking a look at the two. He asked, "Boss, we can do it right now without having to start a fight." Hearing that, the ringleader laughed and said, "Can we really do it?" Then he smirked smugly. "Hey, with this, assassination is easier than making rice cakes." He added, "Then we'll definitely kill the target and the girl." Saying that, he threw knives at the two. At that moment, Hyuk was fighting the troll monsters. Facing the underlings incoming throwing knives, he just smiled. Then he didn't dodge and let them hit, but they had no effect against Hyuk's armor. They were utterly surprised. Suddenly, a robot appeared from behind. Du-hyuk commanded, "Apluin, now's the time." The group was extremely surprised by the robot. They turned around to look. Then they asked in shock, "What is this now?" Apluin obeyed the command, quickly taking them down. It grabbed his face with its hand. Du-hyuk ordered the robot, "AC Luin Kwang." Hearing him say that, Apluin then flung the group far away. Meanwhile, Du-hyuk slowly walked toward the troll monsters. The assassins who were thrown far away groaned in pain. "Boss, what's going on?" Hearing that, he helplessly cursed, "How the hell should I know?" Du-hyuk appeared out of nowhere and said, "Planning to target someone from behind." Then he asked, "How does it feel to have the tables turn?" The underling lunged forward ready to attack. "You son of a bitch!" Seeing him about to attack, Hyuk immediately gave an order. Fireworks formed at his fingertip. He raised his arm, a stream of power surging out. Boringhin's fire fairies shot from Du-hyuk's hand toward them. The boss saw that and inwardly assessed in fear. The power is completely different from when you fought Cho. Is it not because there is no incantation that he didn't use it, but rather that he deliberately chose not to? He suddenly realized something, thinking in shock. From the moment we targeted from behind, we had already been detected. He looked at Du-hyuk and suddenly realized, this guy knew that and created a reverse trap. Then Du-hyuk said to the boss, "Is it really okay for you to just keep standing still like that?" Hearing that, the ringleader panicked, fearfully realizing. Suddenly the troll monsters shifted direction and attacked him. The ringleader couldn't react in time, thinking in shock, "Impossible!" The monster then grinned hideously. He cried out, "Help me." At that moment, the long-haired guy appeared from somewhere with a dagger, intending to stab from behind. As he approached, thinking he had locked onto the target, he never expected that the guy had already split off elsewhere. Du Hyuk suddenly vanished, so he hurriedly stepped back. Then looking up in amazement to see what had just happened, Du Hyuk appeared right in front, his hand filled with rays of powerful light. Not only did he fail to stab him, but Du Hyuk counterattacked and injured him. The thick smoke and dust gradually cleared. The long-haired guy thought, I can't believe even my secret coming and going technique was detected. Throughout the battle, how did that guy figure it out? He looked up and saw a strange object, wondering curiously, what is that? He was puzzled. Could it be that with that device he grasped all of our position? At this moment, Du Hyuk spoke up. You all trusted your own abilities too much. Suddenly, the troll monsters appeared behind the long-haired guy. He looked at Du Hyuk. At last then the light gradually faded. Du Hyuk's face became unclear. He, unwilling to accept it, thought, was everything in the palm of that kid's hand. Du Hyuk then only said coldly, have a nice trip. Cut to a scene at a large high-rise building, the Guild in Sion. Inside the office, Du Hyuk was sitting talking with Bitch Dohee. After reading through the paper in her hand, she slowly placed it on the desk. Then she picked up her glass of water and took a small sip. At that moment, Bitch Dohee looked straight at Du Hyuk and spoke, there is KB's investigation record of yesterday's incident. Looking at the 3 files of the 3 people on the desk, she continued. First of all 3 are from the outskirts, and as far as I know, they are probably assassins sent from Ghost Sword. Hearing that, Du Hyuk was a bit surprised and asked back, Ghost Sword, who is that? Bitch Dohee's expression turned serious as she explained. That is an awakened person operating in a residential area of China, and because his real name is unknown, they call him by that alias. According to her imagination, this person has long hair and sharp claws. She continued, besides, no one has ever seen Ghost Sword's face. Du Hyuk added, I've never heard of him either, not in news or the press. She replied, there's no other way. Bitch Dohee added, Ghost Sword is a psychopathic murderer who only picks out famous awakened people in the world and kills them. After listening, he reached for the file on the table and asked, why would someone like that send his lackeys to kill me? She replied, beneath that person is a global network of assassins who take murder requests. Perhaps this incident was also a contract killing aimed at you. Du Hyuk? Curious, he asked back, can we find out who made the request? Hearing that, Bitch Du Hyuk fell silent for a moment without answering. After a moment of thought, she set her glass down on the table and spoke, although this is just my personal opinion. With a serious expression, she continued, because the stock price has been gradually rising due to the auction, someone intends to block you, Du Hyuk, from joining our guild. Du Hyuk's face darkened as he followed up. In that case, is it a high-ranking guild like Pear Blossom or White Lotus? Bitch Du Hyuk answered, yes, among them there is someone with the mindset. If I can't have it, I'll kill it. The more she thought, the more her head ached and she squeezed her eyes shut. Besides, it's someone who could pull this off in such a short time. I might already know who it is. Hearing these words come out, he asked, both curious and nervous. Who is it? When the question reached her, Bitch Du Hyuk sat still, her eyes still tightly shut, and didn't answer. After pondering something carefully, she spoke, pointing out the mastermind without being absolutely certain could cause problems. I won't discuss it. Du Hyuk understood, so he didn't press further and replied, all right, your answer like that is enough. At that point, Bitch Du Hyuk took out a business card and slid it toward him, stammering, and Mr. Du Hyuk this. With a surprised look, he accepted the card, glanced it over, and asked, what is this? She folded her arms across her chest and explained, a contract killing like this one may not be the end, so it's best you choose to accept the guild's protection or home security. Du Hyuk heard that, a faint smile curling his lips as he looked at her and said, yes, thank you for worrying about me. With that, he slipped the card into his pants pocket and stood up. Well, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Bitch Du Hyuk asked curiously, what business do you have? He smiled and replied, the E-rank promotion mission has arrived. Scene shifts to another location, a large tower. This is the entrance to the tower that fell near Kwang Hoa Gate. Inside, Du Hyuk, hands in his pockets, was walking leisurely. As soon as he reached a large door, it slowly opened. He looked at the scene inside, his eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. Inside, there was a large information board hanging on the wall. Beside it stood a supervisor. He entered, thinking to himself, it's bright inside, completely different from what I imagined. After thinking that, Du Hyuk simply walked right past the man in the black suit and headed toward the large board. Seeing that, the man spoke up, hey, you standing over there. Please come here. After Du Hyuk approached, the man explained further. The rank up mission is about to begin, isn't it? Everyone, please wait in front of the space gate. Still somewhat curious, Du Hyuk looked toward the front of the board and asked, what's that big screen up front? He then explained, it displays records related to rank ups, and those records will also be stored in the KB database. After explaining, he asked, is there someone you're interested in? You can tell just by looking right. A short time means extremely fearsome ability. After listening to the explanation for a while, Du-hyuk nodded in thanks, then continued walking. He stared intently at the insanely high achievements of the people on the board, thinking, although I have been acting with an interest in becoming famous, if I set a record and get KB's attention, I can access the state-managed library. The more he thought, the more determined he became, nodding slightly. If that happened, he could get his hands on unimaginable incantations. Just as he thought that, someone suddenly approached him, smiling and asking, "Hey old man, first time seeing you here, huh?" Without giving Du-hyuk a chance to answer, he kept on bragging, "If it weren't your first time, there's no way you'd challenge a rank up looking like this." Waiting for him to finish, Du-hyuk glanced at him and replied, "I'm alone, so I don't mind." At that moment, he was equipped with a dazzling suit of armor on his upper body, looking very expensive. He smiled boastfully and asked, "Isn't it because you have no money? Looking so shabby, you probably won't be able to come out after handling the mission." Du-hyuk didn't hold back at all, retorting sarcastically, "Let's see. Maybe that won't be the case. Besides, I don't even know why I'd need to throw money around like crazy while doing this mission." As soon as he heard that, he flew into a rage. Eyes glaring, he shouted, "Throw money around like crazy? You dare talk back to me? Do you even know who I am to talk like that?" He pointed at the image printed on his armor, continuing, "Don't you see the insignia?" As he spoke, he became even angrier. "I'm from the White Lotus Guild. The White Lotus Guild, you'd better know to be afraid." However, Du-hyuk seemed completely unconcerned, replying nonchalantly, "Stop that and let's speak with strength." Feeling disrespected, the guy said indignantly, "A guy who can't get into any decent guild and only has items like a beggar's rags." At those words, Du-hyuk didn't reply but thought to himself, "If you just look at what I'm wearing, it might seem that way." He put his hands on his hips, looking confidently at the board in front of him. "Just look at the results, then you'll know." As he said that, a blue door gradually appeared and an announcement rang out. "Space gate opening, initialization complete." That White Lotus Guild guy still had no intention of letting Du-hyuk off. He gave a contemptuous glance. The announcement continued, "Qualified awakened ones, please prepare." Despite that attitude from him, Du-hyuk didn't react at all, still looking just as confident as before. He clenched his hands, readying himself for the new journey to begin. The system announced, "Departure is now possible." After a while inside, someone came out, throwing a chipped blade hard so it stuck deep into the ground. The person who had just emerged was none other than the guy from the White Lotus Guild. He stretched, grinned, and said, "Feels light." As he said that, he recalled his harsh training, thinking, "I'm the 5 billion rookie of the White Lotus Guild, someone who received close management. Only a guy with beggar-like gear competing with me." The more he thought, the more triumphant he felt, tilting his face to the sky. "Clearly, with a record of 4 hours on my first try, I'll definitely get at least 3rd place in this E-rank promotion." Suddenly, several other players rushed over to the information board, their faces thrilled as they exclaimed, "Oh, awesome." They looked up and marveled among themselves. "That record has been changed. That's insane, right?" Seeing that, the White Lotus Guild member became even more smug, thinking, "That's right, be as jealous as you want." Kim Gukshin's record. Just as he was feeling smug, he suddenly froze when he heard people saying, "As expected of Beak Du-hyuk, there's a reason for that 150 billion won contract." Only then did he realize, looking at the top one spot on the information board. He thought in shock, Beak Du-hyuk. Kim Gukshin recalled the hottest figure recently. The 150 billion won contract of the guild in Xiong, and not long ago, the one who created that cannonball usable in Danjian. Beak Du-hyuk. Kim Kuk froze, his whole body as if turned to stone, stammering, "Nonsense." After saying that, his whole body collapsed, kneeling down to the ground. His face darkened. Suddenly, a foot that was walking stopped right in front of him. The person who just arrived was none other than Du-hyuk. He looked at him and asked, "How does it feel to lose to an opponent looking like a beggar?" Flashback to when Du-hyuk entered the competition room, the system announced, "E-rank promotion quest begins. Eliminate all monsters around, then proceed to the designated location." In front of him, countless monsters rushed forward. The system continued. Number of monsters eliminated 0 out of 100. They were large, towering creatures with blazing red eyes, mouths full of fangs, holding weapons, standing by ready to attack. Arlen now also didn't stand still, but raised a hand pointing directly at the monsters. After charging enough energy into the arm, Arlen's eyes glowed bright red. It used boring hands, shooting an attack with devastating force, striking straight at the monsters before it. As the dust cloud gradually cleared, right in front of Akron, a circular red glare appeared, staring straight ahead. That red glare was nothing else but the eyes of the monster. It had not been incinerated, its whole body only had minor scratches. Now its entire body surged with fighting spirit. It raised its axe and lunged straight towards Arlen. The monster's slash struck and shattered the ground there. Debris flew everywhere. Du-hyuk nearby also had his hands full. He effortlessly took down the approaching monsters, glanced over at Arlen, and thought to himself, could it be that it endured Arlen's attack, right at Arlen's side. The monster's axe was stuck right into its head, but it still had not a single scratch. He felt somewhat relieved, thinking. But Arlen now mustered all its strength, placing its hand on the ground. The ground beneath began to crack, forming streaks of light shooting upward. After a terrifying explosion, the ground under the monster's feet was shattered. The monster accordingly kicked the bucket. It's not like it couldn't be eliminated. After dealing with that monster, the exit door appeared. Seeing this, Du Hyuk wondered in surprise. It's over already. The system displayed, number of monsters eliminated 100 out of 100. Without hesitation, he quickly approached the gate and stepped on the seal. The system continued to sound, "Congratulations, you have completed the E-rank promotion quest. Completion time, 59 minutes 35 seconds. Scene change to a large apartment. Park Du Hyuk's home. Inside the house, he was putting a kettle on to boil. Information about the kettle appeared. Kettle 6-7 years old of Mrs. Kim. Division rate 100%. Normal grade. Option 1. In case of drinking tea brewed in the kettle, magic power increases by 0.01 per 100 ml. Option 2 has antibacterial properties for the user. Bacteria absolutely cannot reproduce. He stared thoughtfully, thinking. Although this promotion quest was easy for him, Arlen and Flycam's damage was still lacking for the match against Chow and Yu Tin. While making coffee, he continued thinking. Besides myself, to strengthen Golem and Flycam. After thinking, Du Hyuk directly reached out and pressed the system panel. Then I'll change profession. The system quickly displayed, profession changed from wizard to alchemist. He looked at the status panel in front of him. It showed player back Geo Hyuk force level 21. Undisclosed total level, 3 years 3 plus 11 plus 21. Profession, alchemist, mechanic, wizard. Strength 3535, endurance 6496, intelligence 67308, magic power 199391, agility 44146, luck 55, charm 384A, physical defense 111, magical defense 1-11. He spoke. All the data accumulated over time has been recorded. Just as he said that, an urgent system notification suddenly popped up. Undisclosed total level, 3 years, 3 plus 11 plus 21. You need to renew promotion, yes or no? Seeing that, Du Hyuk didn't hesitate long and directly answered, yes. The system continued. Player Park Du Hyuk has been promoted to E-rank. Player Park Du Hyuk is given the opportunity to choose a special spell. He concentrated, eyes wide open, wondering. A special spell? I know special spells are permanent passive effects, provided per character in D and F. It's an effect that, if not obtained at character creation, can never be obtained. For example, special spell of Alchemist, Superb Alchemy, special spell of Wizard, Intelligence Enhancement, special spell of Mechanic, Duplication. At the same time, over at the dedicated building of the White Lotus Guild, in the bedroom inside the building, fully furnished, a girl was sitting on the bed looking out the door, saying, "This is a bit unexpected, isn't it?" She gently fiddled with a strand of hair, continuing, "Since after the magic era. I haven't contacted him, yet he's come here early in the morning like this." She is the vice guildmaster of White Lotus Guild, bitch Du Hyuk. Her face slightly flushed, she shyly said, "I have really wanted to see you again." Park Du Hyuk, right in front of Min Seong-du at that moment. Du Hyuk slowly approached and asked, "Is that so?" She replied, "Of course, a super rookie the whole world is watching." Hearing that, he didn't beat around the bush any longer and directly stated his purpose for coming. "I didn't come here to chat at length, so I'll get straight to the point." Min Seong-du, seeing his demeanor, became even more amused and replied, "Great, I'm also the type who enjoys a hot and passionate love game." "So what's the matter?" Du Hyuk asked directly without hesitation. "Why are you trying to kill me?" Upon hearing those words, Min Seong-du was utterly surprised, her eyes wide open as she exclaimed, "What do you mean?" Du Hyuk maintained the same expression, his gaze resolute as he said, "I know you asked Kui Keen to hire an assassin to kill me." The more she heard, the more baffled she became, not knowing what he was talking about. "I don't know what you're talking about anymore. Who is Kui Keen and what assassin?" But just as she said that, Min Seong-du paused, her eyes showing worry. "And besides, you said someone tried to kill you." She approached, tightly grasping Du Hyuk's hand, and asked, "Did something happen?" Seeing her like that, he became suspicious, thinking, putting on such a worried expression, but immediately after, he quickly pulled his hand out of hers. Hyuk's expression was guarded, thinking, "No, since the old days, the White Lotus Guild has been a guild with a bad reputation. Must not be fooled." He looked straight at the cunning woman in front of him, especially Min Seong-du, a person notorious for making money by any means, and unscrupulous unlike other talented individuals. With that thought, he slowly pulled up a chair, saying, "I already guessed your answer would be like that. I will give you 2 options." Seeing Du Hyuk now seated, she also retreated toward the bed, sat opposite him, and replied, "I don't know what you're talking about." But he had no desire to hear her excuses and directly continued, "First, if you compensate me reasonably, I'll consider that nothing happened, and I won't hold a grudge." Hearing that, Min Seong-du was startled, her eyes wide as she uttered that. Before she could finish, he cut her off. "Listen to me until the end." He continued with a resolute expression, adding, Second, if I return empty-handed like this, I will expose this assassination attempt. In the face of those threats, Min Xiangdu still tried to remain calm as she responded. What you're talking about now has nothing to do with our White Lotus Guild. Hearing her say that, he gently stood up. You have the right to state your position. Before leaving, Du Hyuk didn't forget to strike at her psychologically. But when it's made public, you know very well who will suffer the most damage, right? He said that, then walked toward the door and glanced back. So I'll assume there's no routine business. Before leaving, Du Hyuk still stood hesitating, gripping the door for a moment to give her time to think, just as he had planned. Min Xiangdu naturally wouldn't let herself be at a disadvantage. She sprang up, reached out, and called, "Wait." Now she was no longer playing innocent. She asked directly, "How much do you want? 1 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion? She rattled off prices, but Du Hyuk did not look back. Seeing that, she asked, "Then just name your price." Having waited for exactly that, he immediately turned around and answered, 10 billion. The number he named shocked Min Xiangdu. Her eyes widened as she exclaimed, 10 billion? For something this uncertain, that kind of money. But Du Hyuk stood firm on that number and retorted, "Don't you think the way you've reasoned, acted, and spoken up until now is an admission of all this?" Struck right in her weak spot, she didn't know what else to say. She bit her nail, standing there thinking. After a moment of consideration, she finally made her decision. "Fine, I'll give it to you." As she spoke, Min Xiangdu's entire body radiated terrifying pressure. In a lowered, threatening voice, she said, "But if this matter ever gets out." Her eyes now became utterly terrifying, her pupils glowing red as if she wanted to swallow the person in front of her alive. "Then I really will kill you." Having successfully concluded the negotiations with Min Xiangdu, Du Hyuk went down to the underground parking garage. His account soon received the money from her. The balance was 180,901,000,000 won. At the same time, a notification appeared on his phone. Guide to strengthening the security system for the private residence of Park Jo Hyuk. Jo Hyuk's mind then recalled the image of Min Xiangdu from earlier. She looked extremely furious. At that moment, the approval ratings were not much different from the rumors. He further thought that this still couldn't solve those obstacles. Du Hyuk was certain that she wasn't the only threat. There was also the Keen side. If the Keen Lord learned that he had failed, he would surely keep sending assassins to salvage the situation. He got into the car, tucked his phone into his pocket, and thought to himself that he needed to be prepared for any eventuality. His gaze resolute, he said, "I need to get stronger too." Just as he was about to leave, a message suddenly appeared on his phone. Unknown. "Hello, customer A, I'm GIE from the Nair Information Guild. I'm sending the address of the antique shop you requested. Address, Gesu Sadangu Seoul." Seeing this, Du Hyuk exclaimed in surprise. So the Information Guild finally got in touch. Gesu. The corner of his mouth lifted into a smile as he wondered, should I go to Gesu to pick up the new book I ordered? It's been a long time since I went looking for an item. At the same time, in a park near Isu Station, people were bustling to and fro. A man in a suit was sitting on a bench, sighing heavily as he looked up at the sky and asked, "What's the problem?" He then looked at the paper in his hand, which read, "Financial Planning Specialist Shin Tipeng. We will design the very best future for you. Please place your trust in us." After reading through the business card, he angrily crumpled the paper and said, "So being a financial planning specialist can really solve my problems." The more he thought, the more dejected he became. If that's the result then, just as he said that, the phone in Shin Tipeng's pocket suddenly rang, drawing his attention. He looked at the phone screen, which now showed dozens of new messages. Kim Kite had sent, "Today I entered a D-rank dungeon for the first time. It was absolutely awesome." Du Hyuk replied, "Whoa, you're already at D-rank. Did you manage to snag anything?" Kim Kite answered, "At D-rank there weren't really any items. Today was an incredibly perfect day. On top of that, the space and other things were more manifest than usual. It was encouraging, so today I earned about 1 million. Du Hyuk continued, "Some days are lucky, some not. Congrats." Reading through the messages, he thought to himself, everyone is struggling, but he goes into a dungeon once and earns more than I do in dozens of times. The more he read, the more irritated he became. This was nothing to be proud of. With that, Shin Tipeng stood up, put his phone in his pocket, and left. As he walked, he muttered to himself, "I can't become an awakened one in this era. It must be my own fault." Just as the thought ended, suddenly a tremor occurred. The ground all around shook violently. Shin Tipeng looked around in shock, asking himself, what was that shaking? However, he didn't notice that right behind him on the road, a black hole was slowly materializing, then cracked wide open. Sensing something ominous, he was horrified. Eyes wide, he turned to look behind him. A pillar of light rushed at him before he could even react. The black hole rapidly sucked everyone in, causing them to scream terribly. Meanwhile, over on Du Hyuk's side, he had finally driven to the location. Just in time to witness the scene right in front of him, he was startled and asked himself, a dungeon break? He recalled a previous break. When his own awakening happened, it hadn't sucked anyone in. Moreover, he is not an awakener either. If an ordinary person gets sucked in, they will be devoured by the monsters immediately. Without hesitation, Du Hyuk immediately ran toward the site of the explosion. He had to hurry and save him, but as he was getting closer, he suddenly stopped short, his eyes widening in shock. Right in front of him, a group of people were heading toward the bursting black hole. They took out a large warning sign that read, "Do not enter," and placed it on the road. After that, they turned to the bystanders and said, "I am Awakener Kim Yi-jun. I need to report to KB. I am Awakener Jo Min-soo." Monsters could suddenly appear, so everyone please evacuate quickly. Seeing them, Du Hyuk felt relieved, thinking, "Thank goodness. So there are other Awakeners besides me." Thinking that, he ran over to them and said, "I am an E-rank Awakener, Park Du Hyuk. I'm here to help you all." Hearing that, Kim Yi-jun extended his hand in greeting. He handed a baton to Du Hyuk and said, "Then use this to direct traffic." Du Hyuk exclaimed in surprise, "What?" He seemed to realize something was off and with a serious expression asked, "What did you say? We have to go save people right now." Hearing that, they looked at each other and burst out laughing mockingly. "Did you hear that, Min-soo? An E-rank is telling us to go save people." "Is that so? I thought I misheard." Then he put his hand on Du Hyuk's shoulder and called, "Hey, you E-rank, someone like you shouldn't go into a dungeon of unknown rank and do useless things. Go over there and direct traffic." Du Hyuk kept his expression and replied fearlessly, "Since when do Awakeners work as traffic controllers?" He continued, "According to Article 1 of the Awakener Charter, Awakeners of South Korea are individuals with special abilities. When a critical situation arises, Awakeners have a duty to protect ordinary people. This clause isn't just for show, you know." Hearing that, Kim Yi-jun grabbed Du Hyuk's shoulder tightly and scoffed, "Another hero, huh? So can you handle it?" He replied, "That's right, so stay out of this." Get lost, provoked by Du Hyuk's words, he became extremely angry. "Watch this." Du Hyuk wasn't one to back down either. He immediately used his speed enhancement. Right after, his whole body shot off like a bolt of lightning, leaving them no time to react as he flew past. He headed straight for the bursting gate and rushed inside. At that same moment inside, Shin Taepong was sitting dazed, looking around and wondering, "What is this place?" He was covered in mud and dirt, unable to grasp what had happened. Just a moment ago, he was definitely in Gai Isuma. Just as he was about to stand up, a sharp pain suddenly struck, making him grimace and cry out. Shin Taepong glanced down at the source of the pain. It turned out his leg was badly injured from scraping against something, blood soaking his pants dark. In pain, he grimaced and thought, "At this rate, I won't be able to stand up." Just as he thought that, suddenly strange and terrifying sounds echoed around him. Hearing those sounds, Shin Taepong turned his head in horror toward a nearby bush. Right then, a monster with a grotesque appearance and sharp fangs appeared. Its two glowing red eyes were fixed on him. Shin Taepong was completely terrified by the sight, frozen in place with his eyes wide open. Before he could react, the monster, clutching a piece of wood in its mouth, lunged right in front of him. Its appearance was utterly hideous, and it charged in to tear him apart. Despite his injury, his will to live surged, and Shin Taepong used all his strength to drag his injured leg and run, screaming, "Somebody save me." But after only a few steps, his whole body collapsed to the ground again. Right behind him, the monster kept relentlessly pursuing. Drool streamed from its mouth. Shin Taepong crawled desperately on the ground, crying out, "I can't die here." Even though he wished otherwise, his vision was gradually dimming. The scene grew dark. "I haven't even repaid my parents yet." The ravenous monster could wait no longer. It reached out and grabbed Shin Taepong tightly. Then it lifted him up to its mouth, opening its fang-filled jaws wide in anticipation. Seeing himself at the boundary between life and death, Shin Taepong could do nothing but resign himself. "No," he shouted, his eyes wide, "Oh God." Even facing this, he still didn't give up, praying in his heart for a miracle. "If you truly exist, then please save me." Shutting his eyes tightly, Shin Taepong prayed, "Just save me. I will offer all my life and destiny." At that very moment, a pillar of blue light suddenly shot in from somewhere. The light swiftly sliced off one of the monster's arms, leaving it no time to comprehend what had happened. Shin Taepong also fell straight toward the monster's mouth, his eyes filled with terror. At that instant, a figure flashed by, grabbed him, and dashed off in another direction. The one who had just appeared and saved him in time was none other than Du Hyuk. The monster also had its arm disintegrated by him and fell to the ground. He looked down at the man and gently asked, "Are you okay?" Hearing the voice, Shin Taepong slowly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Who are you?" Du Hyuk replied, "I am the awakened North Du Hyuk. I came to save you." Du Hyuk asked, "Are you okay?" Hearing that, Shin Taepong looked up toward the monster and answered, "I don't think I can walk, my leg is injured." Hearing that, he examined the wound on his leg for a moment and said, "Oh, the wound looks serious." After saying that, he slowly reached his hand toward his wound. A blue light appeared. "Heaven's blessing, descend here." Du Hyuk continued, Sanctuary of Healing. Immediately, the wound on Sin T Peng's leg quickly healed. After a moment, his leg returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Done, Du Hyuk asked, now can you walk? Sin T Peng looked surprised and smiled. Yes, I can move my leg now, thank you, Du Hyuk continued. Then if you follow me, you'll get out to Isu Station. As soon as he said this, Sin T Peng's expression suddenly changed, staring intently behind. His mouth gaped open right behind Du Hyuk at that moment. The monster was rushing forward with its fang-filled mouth wide open. He immediately shouted, "Behind you!" Before the monster could do anything, Aaron appeared right behind it, grabbing its leg tightly. Whole body was held frozen, unable to move anymore. The monster turned its blood-red eyes back to observe. Du Hyuk glanced at it with a sharp gaze and shouted, "Begone." Then he looked at Aaron and shouted, "Aaron!" As if understanding the command, Aaron replied, "I Aaron no." While swinging his arm to grab the monster's leg, he hurled it backward. Caught off guard by this sudden throw, the monster couldn't react. Its whole body fell backward. Then, its body slammed heavily to the ground, creating a large shockwave as dust rose thickly. At that scene, Sin T Peng froze, looking up with a choked expression. Du Hyuk extended his hand to him and said, "I still have to save other people, so let's hurry." At the same time, outside the tunnel entrance, the others were still standing there shouting, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a dangerous area. Please do not approach." Just as he finished speaking, suddenly two people ducked under the tape and entered, whispering, "Sorry." Seeing them approach, Zeminsu shouted, "The scene is being protected, so please do not enter without permission." The man quickly introduced himself. "I'm Choi Di-ho, KB Seoul Branch." He is KPI Seoul Branch Choi Di-ho, the field team leader. After the introductions, he stepped forward and asked, "Have you determined what's inside yet?" Hearing that, Zeminsu bowed 90 degrees and replied, "Oh, it's a great honor to meet you." Seeing this, Choi Di-ho, looking annoyed, asked, "What are you doing?" They smiled brightly and said, "I just wanted to express my joy. We're securing the scene. I saw some crazy awakened person rush in there." Hearing this, Choi Di-ho helplessly raised his hand to his head in frustration, not knowing what else to say. After calming down for a moment, he looked at the two of them and asked, "What were you two doing when he rushed into the portal?" They replied, "We were waiting for backup. What if we died? What if the monsters inside the portal got out?" Choi Di-ho asked them again, "So, has any monster come out yet?" Zeminsu scratched his head, stammering, "Well, not yet." But Choi Di-ho's expression grew angrier and angrier, and he shouted, "Did it never occur to you that you should quickly go inside to help that awakened person and the ordinary citizen? Or have you too forgotten what the duty of an awakened is?" Every word he spoke left them speechless, unable to utter a word. When an unexpected accident occurs, the awakened bear an immense responsibility. Have you forgot? At that, the assistant standing behind him spoke up, "Captain, we probably don't have time to waste on them." Choi Di-ho replied, "Right." With that, they directly entered the portal. "Let's just go in." At that moment inside the portal, Du Hyuk was using a flycam to search for survivors. After observing for a while, the surveillance footage finally showed there was still a girl being attacked by a monster. He thought to himself, that person is the last survivor. Du Hyuk quickly created a pillar of light and noise to attract the monster's attention. As soon as the monster looked up, he used a skill that emitted a blue light to blind it, aiming straight at it. Once the monster was in the right position, he whispered painfully, "Acid arrow." Immediately, each shot corroded the monster's entire body. It screamed in agony. After it lost its life, Du Hyuk landed below, standing in front of the girl to shield her. Suddenly, he felt a severe headache coming on. His face contorted, eyes shut tight, gritting his teeth to endure it. After enduring for a while, the pain finally subsided. Du Hyuk wiped his sweat, thinking to himself, "Using body spells continuously gives me headaches." He knew this would happen, but he still didn't stop, continuing to rescue the victims. His determined eyes urged himself on. "But I have to endure." Just then, from the bushes nearby, a series of loud noises rang out again. This time, not just one but two monsters appeared. They came from both sides, surrounding Du Hyuk. One of them clenched its fist and swung at him. He didn't stand still, quickly grabbing the girl and dashing in one direction. Using the skill Inescapable Swamp Net, where the monster punched, the ground caved in. Dust and smoke billowed up. Du Hyuk, carrying the girl as he ran, said, "Just hold on a little longer." The girl looked back, saw the monster swinging its arm, and warned, "Awaken, behind you." Hearing that, Du Hyuk quickly used an enhancement spell. Instantly, his body was strengthened. He bent his knees, then launched himself straight up into the air to dodge. As he moved, he continued using Inescapable Swamp, binding that monster, giving it no chance to resist. He fired a series of light beams, shouting, "Net." The nets connected and tightened around the monster's entire body, binding it. Once the monster was immobilized, standing still in place, Du Hyuk took the opportunity to land near it. He raised his hand, creating a pillar of yellow light from his palm, and shouted, "Incarnation of Hellfire." After that, Du Hyuk continued, "Fireball." Meanwhile, on the other side, Choi Di-ho and his companion had finally entered inside. He looked around and ordered, "Let's split up and search." The girl replied, "Yes, understood." Before they could split up, a blinding flash of light suddenly struck. making her startle and look up. Right then in the sky, an enormous sphere of light was slowly descending. The girl pointed up and shouted, "Captain, look." Countless burning fireballs rained down on the monster like a downpour. The monster, its whole body bound tight, had no way to resist, and could only sit still, awaiting death. As the fireballs struck down, a tremendous explosion erupted. Massive shockwaves radiated out for miles around. After that horrific explosion, a stretch of forest glowed and blazed fiercely. A column of smoke rising straight into the sky, to the astonishment of Choi Di-ho and his companion. While they were still dazed, suddenly the nearby bushes rustled, making noise. He spun around in surprise and shouted, "Who's there?" As soon as he spoke, Akron peeked out from the bushes, seeing the strange robot right in front of him. Choi Di-ho's eyes were wary. He raised his hand, ready to attack. Before he could strike, Shin Ti-pung appeared, peeked over at them and stammered, "Why you're here." After looking carefully at the two people in front of him, he paused for a moment and recognized them. The people behind him also rushed over joyfully, shouting excitedly, "Look, it's KB Special Forces." They were overjoyed. Some burst into tears, others ran up smiling. "We're saved." Seeing them, Choi Di-ho thought to himself, "They are the people who fell into the outbreak." Thinking this, he shifted his gaze back to the robot standing imposingly before him. "And what about that golem? Definitely no awakened person could create a golem." At that moment, Akron spoke up, through wide area code scanning. "Confirmed to be KPI agents. Mission accomplished, returning to the boss." The secretary, hearing this, asked in surprise, "Boss?" Akron made an OK sign with its hand and replied, "My boss is Park Jo-hyuk." Choi Di-ho, standing behind, saw this and asked the secretary, "Park Jo-hyuk, isn't he the one who uses magic?" She replied, "He's an awakened who can both use magic and make bombs." Receiving this information left him deeply impressed and astonished. KPI's intelligence is far worse than I imagined. A person with such extraordinary abilities, yet not in our records. With that, he ordered, "Yuzo, first get everyone out of here." She replied, "Understood." After giving the order, Choi Di-ho immediately dashed off, not forgetting to say goodbye. "See you later." He sped off quickly as if searching for something, his expression pensive. Suddenly, he witnessed something. His eyes widened and he stopped short. Right in front of him were the corpses of several monsters lying scattered. In the middle was a huge, deep crater. He stood there dumbfounded, staring at the crater, wondering, "What in the world?" With that, Choi Di-ho approached a nearby dead monster and thought, "This is a hell demon. It's a level 3 monster with high endurance." A monster like that burned to this extent. He lightly touched a sticky white substance left on the monster's body and wondered, was it caused by something fired around here? On Jo-hyuk's side, seeing someone approaching, he asked in surprise, "Who's there?" He replied, "Are you Park Jo-hyuk, the sole survivor?" Jo-hyuk answered, "He's not a survivor, he already left." He then introduced himself, "I'm Choi Di-ho from KPI Seoul Branch. On behalf of everyone in the organization, thank you." The outbreak in this area ended like that. That night, the outbreak made the front page of the SNET news channel, especially the interview with 5-year rank Choi Di-ho. He stood solemnly before all the media and said, "Park Jo-hyuk is a shining example of the noble responsibility that awakened must bear. He entered the spatial gate the moment the outbreak occurred, without a moment's hesitation or thought. The only thing he cared about was rescuing everyone." At the same time, on the other side, someone was intently watching the news broadcast. All 10 civilians caught up in it have returned safely. All of them are deeply grateful for Park Jo-hyuk's noble deed. Hearing this, Ma Sung-mi looked at Jo-hyuk and asked, "So the reason you disappeared these past few days was because of this?" He replied, "That outbreak was completely random." He glanced at her and continued, "Besides that, there were some other matters." Park Jo-hyuk, alchemist level 19. He recalled the time before the dungeon break before the outbreak. "I've completed a level 3 spell. It's a level 3 fireball spell, and I've created 4 types of fireballs that deal damage to enemies. A level 3 spell that greatly increases the target's movement speed, but in turn reduces their intelligence. Finally, the Hell Demon was torn to pieces. True or false horn, magic tier, can distinguish whether a person's spoken words are true or false. However, can only judge twice a day. Can distinguish perfume and magic heat levels, increasing affinity with others by up to 5 times. During intimate relations, can increase your satisfaction by 5 times. Ring of Light special grade, IQ plus 100, luck plus 50. Magic resistance plus 50. Can store 50 portions of ambient light energy magic for later use. I acquired many items and even reached alchemist level 9. Moreover, each day I increase Akron's strength with enhanced alchemy level 1. The skills you use will consume 20% mana, and can also combine low-grade atomic stones with your subordinate. Combined atomic stones make the outer shell of your subordinates harder, increase magic storage capacity, but affect movement speed. Gained an additional combined spell slot, increased attack power from 100% to 112%. Increased magic storage capacity 1,000,1, 500, upgraded outer shell from C grade to B grade. Movement ability from 100% to 92%. Golem Akron also gained an additional combined spell slot. Now recite the spell you wish to cast. Hearing that, Joe Hayek directly raised his hand and said with a laugh, "Rapid enhancement." The system displayed a notification that combination was in progress. Combination complete. After everything was repaired and upgraded, Arlen stepped out looking incredibly cool. He approached, gently tapping the outer shell of Arlen and said, "Your strength has increased significantly." Du Hayek smiled proudly. "It's all thanks to you." Hearing that, it immediately replied, "I will always be absolutely loyal to my master, until I am no longer in this world." Back to reality, Dungbi looked at him and said, "Damn it, the next monster has appeared." He was startled and replied. Got it, right in front of them at that moment, a huge, burly monster with fierce red eyes was lying in wait. Their numbers were countless. They were also equipped with iron armor and weapons. Without further hesitation, one of them growled and directly charged to attack. Du Hayek stood from behind, supporting Ma Sungmi, and said, "Just do like you did earlier," receiving his protection from behind. She was no longer afraid to face the huge monsters. Seeing the opportunity had come, Du Hayek raised his hand and used the Phantom Swamp technique. Those monsters were quickly bound tightly, unable to move. At that very moment, Ma Sungmi without delay swung her sharp blade. She unleashed thousands of slashes, aimed straight at the monster, showing no mercy. However, these attacks seemed to have no effect on it at all. It only got a slight scratch on its head, and then it, with its fierce red eyes, looked at her. Through its eyes, it sensed a purple energy surrounding her body. After a quick glance, it turned its face back toward Du Hayek. Through its eyes around him, the energy was completely different from Ma Sungmi, covered by a mysterious blue color. Her eyes now wide open, she stared fiercely at the monster. She shouted loudly in anger, drawing their attention closer. The monsters heard that, and they all simultaneously headed toward Sungmi, moving to surround her. Du Hayek stood behind, thinking, "Can't attack the front of the steel reverse demon, so I shouldn't waste energy on these low-level ones." Realizing her intention, he praised, "Good taunting, Sungmi." Thinking this, Du Hayek looked ahead and called out loudly, "Sungmi." Hearing that, she immediately turned to look, and he continued, "That's enough." Du Hayek uses the skill Hellfire Incarnation, the fireball. As soon as he spoke, several fireballs shot like lightning straight toward the backs of the monster. The impact created a terrifying explosion, the shockwave blasting out in all directions. The flames spread everywhere, enveloping the monsters inside. Du Hayek stood outside looking at the roaring flames, worriedly thinking to himself, "Is Sungmi okay?" Just as he thought that, a small figure darted out swiftly from within the flames. The person who emerged was none other than Masumi. She was completely unharmed, holding a shield in her hand. Her eyes sharp, she looked ahead, trying to run as fast as she could. Seeing her safe, he smiled happily and exclaimed, "Good." But his joy was short-lived as suddenly Du Hayek's eyes widened. He froze as he witnessed something. Right behind Sungmi, the massive figure of a monster appeared. Its eyes glowed bright red and it was striking straight at her. He shouted, "Sungmi, behind you!" Right behind Sungmi, a huge figure with bloodshot eyes appeared. Because she was attacked by surprise, she couldn't react in time, taking the full force of the blow. Her whole body was thrown violently backward, dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Witnessing what just happened, Du Hayek was horrified, his eyes wide as he called her name. "Sungmi, Sungmi." Hearing his call, she slowly sat up. Luckily, she had managed to block with her shield in time, so she wasn't seriously injured. She replied, "I'm okay." After that, she looked toward the monster surrounded by flames and continued, "But I think it's about to break through the spell, be careful." Before the heat of the blazing fire, the monster seemed not to feel any pain at all. Suddenly, it stomped hard on the ground to gain momentum, shattering the ground beneath it. Then the monster charged straight at Du Hayek. Seeing this, he stood still thinking, isn't there a way to disable its windpipe with a single attack? He reached his hand behind him, gathering lightning energy, contemplating. He could use fire attacks, but if there was still another one like the previous one, it would be trouble. Thinking that, he muttered, "After the attack, fireball." Very quickly after that, the lightning spark on Du Hayek's hand grew larger and larger, as if compressing a fireball. He looked toward that monster and its tough armor, thinking he might be able to pierce through that flimsy armor. Without further hesitation, Du Hayek directly used the speed enhancement skill. He let out a loud shout, then his whole body shot forward. Blink, both sides refused to back down, facing each other head-on without any fear. Seeing the scene unfold before her, Sungmi was horrified and tried to reach out, shouting, "Hayek," but now Du Hayek seemed very confident in his decision. With a determined gaze, he thought, "Trust in my strength." Thinking that, he thrust his hand directly into the center of the monster's chest. This strike pierced straight through the sturdy armor, leaving a hole in its body. Blood gushed out. The monster's eyes then went dark, officially heading to the afterlife. Its whole body collapsed, slamming heavily onto the ground. after dealing with the monster. Du Hyuk flew the flycam outside to scout. It turned out he had found a cave for both of them after the exhausting battle. Inside, Du Hyuk quickly used his skill to heal Sungmi's wound. She said, "What you did earlier was too dangerous." Hearing that, he asked confusedly, "Really? I was just afraid you'd get hurt." While checking her wounds, she replied, "I'm Sungmi, these wounds are nothing." As she said that, Sungmi's cheeks suddenly flushed red and she stammered, "But you." She suddenly looked straight at Du Hyuk and said loudly, "You could be in danger if you do that." Seeing her like that, he was somewhat surprised, frozen, and not knowing what to say. After a moment, Du Hyuk gently reached out and patted her head, saying, "Thank you for worrying about me." He smiled and continued, "But I never do anything recklessly. I carefully calculated before trying to take it on." Hearing that, Sungmi looked sad and replied, "For a moment I suddenly feared I would lose a partner. I'm sorry." Du Hyuk slowly stood up, looked at her and said, "I understand. From now on I'll try to be safer." Just as he said that, Du Hyuk suddenly noticed the unmanned flycam had returned right above his head. He turned to Sungmi and said, "Sungmi, you stay here and rest a bit." She asked in surprise, "Are you going somewhere?" He replied, "To prepare for cases like last time. I've prepared a drone. If it sees anything suspicious, it will detect it immediately." Hearing that, she also wanted to go, standing up and saying, "Then I'll go too." Seeing that her wounds hadn't fully healed, Du Hyuk smiled and advised, "No, if you're afraid of danger, I'll come back right away. From now until we fight the boss. Next, we won't have time to rest." Before leaving, he still carefully added, "I'll leave the drone to scout around, you rest assured and relax." She sat there obediently, replying, "Okay, be careful." After speaking, Du Hyuk slowly walked out of the cave entrance. He went to a small cave entrance nearby and wondered, what about this place? Without much hesitation, he quickly stepped inside, looking around. "I've never seen anything like this here, and what could it be?" The inside of the cave was extremely dark, without a single ray of light. Du Hyuk had to feel his way along the wall as he walked, thinking to himself, "But creating an artificial structure like this must be for some reason." As he was walking, suddenly the scenery around him became strangely surreal. Just a moment ago he could still see a faint blur before his eyes, but now he could sense nothing at all, as if he had wandered into a void. After standing still for a while, Du Hyuk finally escaped that space. Now he stood in another unfamiliar place. He was surrounded by mist, and at the end of the road stood a towering skyscraping tower. Beneath the bridge was a stream of blood-red water, and there was no one else around. The atmosphere was extremely eerie. Du Hyuk looked around in bewilderment, wondering, where on earth is this place? Just then, behind him, a pillar of light shot straight down with a loud noise. Hearing that loud noise, he flinched and turned around, exclaiming softly, "What's that?" Through the dust and white smoke, he could only faintly make out a figure flickering in and out of view. After carefully examining the figure, Du Hyuk's eyes widened, his face showing clear astonishment, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "That is, a person in strange attire with long gray hair flowing down to the shoulders." He slowly scanned downwards, thinking, a long crimson robe. In this person's hands was a glowing object and a reddish-brown scepter emitting a magical blue light. After thinking, he asked aloud, "Is it Mu Hyuk?" Hearing this, the old man stroked his long beard and replied, "You are the first person who dares to call my name to my face like that." At that, he asked with some curiosity, "How do you know my name?" Du Hyuk now seemed unable to believe his own eyes. He just stood there wondering, how can an NPC from here appear here? After a moment of daze, he cheerfully approached the old man and spoke, "Because in a game that once existed in my world, there's a character who also appeared at an amusement park like you." Mu Hyuk listened and then continued, "Is that so? It's truly miraculous that there's someone like me there as well." Even Du Hyuk couldn't believe it. He continued, "I think so too, this feels like a dream." The old man smiled kindly and replied, "A dream? Many outsiders who have come here have said the same thing." This statement piqued Du Hyuk's curiosity. His eyes widened and he asked, "Outsiders?" Mu Hyuk explained, "Ah, people who are trapped in the divine rift like you, those who don't live in the same world as me." He added, "And this place is a test I created especially for outsiders. This place will unlock the latent powers within you and confirm your abilities." Even after hearing that, Du Hyuk still seemed confused and asked, "If this is a test, have the outsiders who came before also taken this test?" He glanced back and replied, "Yes, but no one has passed it yet." Stroking his beard as he spoke, he continued, "Many have been defeated at the final stage." As a forewarning, he looked at Du Hyuk and asked, "So, do you want to give it a try? This is a test for those who overcome it. The reward is very valuable, and it teaches the defeated humility about their own talents. Where this is doesn't matter in case you pass this test and go to a higher place." At this invitation, he confidently accepted, "Yes, please instruct me, I'm very willing." Mu Hyuk explained a bit about the upcoming test. The content of the test is very simple. You just need to reach that demon tower over there and stay alive. Of course, on the way there will be many traps with things constantly moving. Not only that, there are also unidentified monsters, and finally. At that he paused, then continued clearly. The giant black lion guarding that demon tower. Whether you kill it or escape from it to enter the tower, it will all count as passing. After explaining, Mu-hyuk concluded with, you have a total of 5 attempts to overcome the challenge, and so the test quickly began. But it seemed it wasn't as smooth as Do-hyuk had thought. The system displayed a notification. Remaining attempts 5. After experiencing a terrifying rock slide, remaining attempts 4. Next, he encountered a monster with an extremely bizarre appearance blocking his way. Remaining attempts 3. Then he was swatted off the bridge by the black lion. Remaining attempts 2. When only 1 attempt remained, Do-hyuk was devoured by the ferocious lion. After that terrifying test, he was brought back to reality by Mu-hyuk. His face horrified and panting, the image of himself being pounced on by that dreadful lion kept flashing in his mind. Exhausted, Do-hyuk sat down on the ground and thought, I can't believe it was so real that I felt the pain of being chewed. Thinking this, he asked himself, can I overcome this challenge or not? Although I know how to get rid of the traps and monsters ahead, that black lion is too tough. The more he thought of its ferocious look, the more helpless he felt. Right now, I don't have enough strength to beat it on my own. Suddenly, at that moment, Vohat called out, hey, stranger. He was startled upon hearing that and responded. The old man looked at him, smiled, and spoke in a suggestive tone. Don't be afraid of the new challenge. Hearing these words, Du-hyuk completely did not understand what it meant. He asked blankly, what do you mean, sir? He replied, what it is, I cannot tell you. Just after saying that, Vohat simply turned around and directly left, leaving Du-hyuk sitting there dumbfounded, thinking to himself, a new challenge? He regained his spirit, stood up to stretch his limbs, and wondered, could there be yet another challenge on this path? Thinking so, he directed his gaze straight ahead. The surroundings were still the same scenery. This path was exactly the same as before. Du-hyuk observed the 2 sides below the bridge and thought fearfully, both sides are deadly cliffs. But right at this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He immediately turned his head to look behind. Then what about the back? Observing for a while, Du-hyuk sensed something unusual. His eyes widened and he exclaimed, oh, so right in front of me at my back is a wall. Massive wall towering. He wondered in surprise, why is there that wall? Du-hyuk began to use all his brain power to come up with an explanation. Apart from the demon tower, there is only the deadly cliff. But behind the starting line, there is a wall, not a cliff. Thinking of that, the corner of his mouth curled up into a satisfied smile. He slowly stepped backward, thinking, suddenly I remember the protagonist in the movie that I really admire. A person who can turn impossible ideas into possible ones. Du-hyuk stood there, hands on his hips, gazing thoughtfully at the great wall. I want to do the same. Without much hesitation, he wanted to quickly carry out this intention, softly saying, I'm going. As soon as he finished speaking, Du-hyuk used his enhancement skill. Shot forward like a gust of wind, his gaze was more resolute than ever. Gritting his teeth, he cheered himself, don't be afraid of the new challenge, self. When he had reached a sufficiently close distance, he shouted loudly, flash speed, and so Du-hyuk rushed closer and closer to the wall. He did not hesitate at all, directly smashed through that wall and passed through it without any difficulty. When the wall was demolished, the demon tower loomed up before Du-hyuk. Not only that, Vohat was also standing there. He wondered in surprise. Vohat, as he dashed forward, Du-hyuk continued thinking, he doesn't see me, so this must be the gateway leading to another dimension. At the same time, on the other side, Vohat still stood there as silent as a sheep. His eyes were tightly shut, not moving, nor making a sound. The guardian lion seemed to notice something. Its eyes bloodshot, it turned its head to look forward. At the same time, on the Zohyok side, a cloned lion from the opposite dimension appeared. As soon as he saw it, his face turned worried, wondering, could he overcome this lion? Suddenly, the lion bared its sharp fangs and let out a ferocious roar. Its roar made Du-hyuk's heart skip a beat. His eyes widened in terror. At that moment, the lion was charging at him with a massive energy mass, swinging its sharp claws. He too refused to back down. Simultaneously raising his hand, he whispered, multi-dimensional death. The 2 attacks collided head-on, creating a massive spatial explosion. Seizing the opportunity when the lion was off guard, Du-hyuk used a skill, shouting, splash. A blinding light immediately flashed, causing the lion's vision to shrink. It couldn't see anything anymore. While it was still dazed in place, Du-hyuk nimbly leaped up onto the top of the tower. He used all his strength to stretch forward and rush to the steps. The system appeared, you have passed Vohat's test. After the spectacular turnaround, the space before Du-hyuk's eyes turned a strange black. After a while, he finally gradually regained consciousness, his eyes slightly opening. He sat up in shock and asked loudly, what about the test? Vohat stood there and gently replied, you passed, don't worry. He continued, you are the first person to pass my test. You broke the mold of conventional thinking and overcame the challenge excellently. I am very satisfied. Hearing that, Du-hyuk happily stood up and shook Vohat's hand, adding, not at all, thanks to your advice. I was able to broaden my perspective. He smiled and replied, that was just ordinary advice I give to other outsiders. Anyway, you passed the test, so I should congratulate you, shouldn't I? Now, what would you like to take with you the most? Upon hearing that, Do-hyuk without hesitation took out a ring. The system appeared, Ring of Faith and Hope Special Grade. Intelligence plus 100, Luck plus 50, Magic Resistance plus 50. Using surrounding light, it can integrate 50 spells, usable when needed. He continued, this ring. The old man glanced at it and replied, I will use the god's blessing to upgrade that ring by 1 level. If it gains another attribute, it will all be for you, right? It belongs to you, so it benefits you, but consider it as a blessing. Do-hyuk was somewhat puzzled and asked back, what is the blessing's effect? Bohat stroked his long beard and answered, that blessing will allow you to not need to chant incantations when using magic. Do you want to receive it? Of course, this was a rare and hard-to-find opportunity. Do-hyuk couldn't pass it up. He exclaimed happily, of course. For me, this is the best reward. Immediately, Vohat took his magic staff and lightly touched the ring in the palm of his hand, responding, I understand. Beneath both of them, a large magic circle appeared with overlapping 5-pointed star shapes. As soon as he saw this magic array, Do-hyuk immediately recognized it, thinking, this is Vohat's magic. The ring in his hand was slowly receiving the blessing from the magic staff. Its shape began to change, accompanied by lines of text. After a while, the ring had been upgraded and the information panel appeared. Ring of Faith and Hope. Special grade, Intelligence plus 250. Magic plus 500, Luck plus 125. Magic Resistance plus 125. Every second magic regenerates 2 uses. Surrounding light can integrate 50 spells, usable when needed. While Vohat's blessing is in effect, you are allowed to use magic without chanting incantation. Do-hyuk cherished the ring in his hand, thinking, this is my first legendary grade ring. Vohat asked, how is it? Are you satisfied with this reward? He happily replied, not just satisfied, this reward is truly special. He smiled and said, good. Vohat continued, then it's time to send you back. He asked in confusion, are we saying goodbye here and now? Vohat answered, I'm not sure. Maybe one day my world will connect with yours. If it does, we will meet again. Do-hyuk said regretfully, that's right. He thought, I had only focused on training and hadn't spoken much with him. Vohat suddenly remembered and asked, now that I think of it, I don't know your name yet. What is your name? As he was preparing to leave, he smiled and replied, it's Baek Do-hyuk. Hearing that, he said, Baek Do-hyuk, I will definitely remember this name. I wish you a lucky journey. It's been a long time since I've been this happy. A while later, he had returned and asked Sumi, so, you only disappeared for 30 minutes. I thought you'd be gone longer, so I came looking and saw you coming out of a distorted space, right? She was fending off the plant monsters and replied, yes. Luckily, you're okay. Then Sungmi continued training with the monsters. Sungmi's slashes took down 2 approaching monsters at once. At that moment, Aaron also appeared, using its fist to destroy that monster, then threw it forcefully behind. The rocks at that moment fell, burying the plant monsters. After everything ended, Sungmi looked at the robot and thought, your golem. Its shape seems a bit different from last time, right? Is it stronger? Suddenly Do-hyuk shouted, Sungmi, careful. Then he summoned a spell, a fireball, then an acid arrow combined with magic missile. Looks like the monster's number is up this time. All 3 spells advanced to attack the monster head-on. A terrifying explosion occurred, producing a dazzling golden light. That forced Sungmi to use a shield to block. When the golden light disappeared, only the defeated monster remained. She was astonished after witnessing that scene. Then Sungmi thought, your strength hasn't changed, but your spells are much more powerful than before. You don't even need to chant the spell anymore. She wondered, what on earth? Sungmi looked at Hyoke, puzzled. In those 30 minutes, what happened to you? At that moment, Do-hyuk walked over and said to Sungmi, good, then let's continue. The next day at the Trung Sung building, Hyoke sat on a chair with a paper in hand thinking, I met Fa Hat and got some good legendary grade strategies, huh? And I even received the magic missile spell. This is the magic missile technique. Shoots a missile forward. At that moment, someone walked over. It turned out to be Bok Du-hai, the guild master in the car. She asked, how are you and Sungmi doing lately? The report says you two attacked a C+ rank dungeon. He replied, I'm very satisfied. I'm paying attention to the vendor's position and enhancing my strength. And people still trust us. Hearing that, Du-hai exclaimed, that's lucky. Sungmi must have been affected and is very enthusiastic. Even on her days off, she trains very hard. It would be better if she rested a bit. She continued, anyway, remember to keep an eye on Sungmi. Because of family matters, she seems a bit rough around the edges, but actually she's very sweet. Du-hai spoke with Hyoke while thinking of Sungmi. Du-hyuk replied, I'm the one who should thank you for pairing me up with Sungmi. Du-hai smiled. So that's all for our recent chat. Why did you contact me to talk? He answered, I want to ask the Trung Sung Guild to help me sell this. Du-hai asked, what is it? Du-hyuk placed the paper on the table and said, this. Du-hai picked it up and hesitantly asked, it's an identification spell scroll. She asked doubtfully, identification, what does it mean? He replied, recognize the true nature of things. Hyoke explained, It means it can reveal the hidden potential of objects. Du Hyoke continued, for example. She interrupted him. Hold on. Du Hai quickly understood. Then this is really useful, isn't it? Then Hyoke continued explaining. On my desk there is a very useful sword. This is the silver sword, special grade, strength plus 150, agility plus 150, agility plus 10%. The hidden power effect of the silver sword makes it lighter. She exclaimed in amazement. The silver sword is one of my favorite items to use. Du Hyoke asked. You know all its options, right? Du Hai held the sword in her hand and answered. This is a sword I used for a very long time, so I remember it very clearly. Hearing that, he took out the scroll and continued. Then I'll show you the power of the spell scroll. Saying that, Hyoke tore the paper in two. Immediately a weapon appeared in his hand, emitting a dazzling light, identifying the weapon. Du Hyoke held it in his hand, smiled and said, all right, take a look. Hearing Du Hyoke, Du Hai picked up her own sword. Suddenly she cried out in surprise, impossible. He said, you can buy the option now, right? An information panel appeared. This is the silver sword, special grade, strength plus 150, agility plus 150, agility plus 10%, stamina plus 55. The hidden power effect of the silver sword makes it lighter. Du Hyoke said smugly, that's identification, discovering the hidden power of object. Because back when I wasn't playing D, all items were forced into unidentified status. Almost every user used this. It was the first item check spell. But now on Earth, there are still many unidentified items, and there is no way to determine the unverified internal information. Before I became a spell user, Bok Du Hai, the guild master in the car, thought, I've been an awakened for 10 years now. As a guild leader, I've met many capable awakened. Du Hai, nervously sweating, looked at Hyoke. Then she thought, but I've never met anyone with abilities like his. At that moment, Du Hyoke asked, what do you think? Du Hai hesitated. Wait, let me think for a moment. Then Du Hai held her head and thought to herself, this is an irreplaceable item. An item that only Bok Du Hyoke can make. After thinking for a while, Du Hai spoke up and asked, so how many scrolls like this can you make per day? He heard her question and answered, 120 scrolls. That's the maximum I can make. Du Hyoke continued, and I request that the Trung Sung Guild exclusively sell this product, with a minimum price of 20 million won. Then we'll see the market reaction and raise the price. Hearing Du Hyoke, she suggested, then just give me 10% of the profit. I'll handle all the purchasing and distribution process. What do you think? Hyoke smiled and agreed. Sounds good, let's decide that way. Du Hai warned him, but this identification scroll will have a huge social impact. Du Hyoke said, I'm also looking forward to seeing how it turns out. 5 days later, the appearance of the identification scroll completely changed the awakened ones thinking about items. The newspapers all reported on it simultaneously. News 24H, Awaken Hoi Trung Sung launches a new exclusive product after the success of 3 types of bombs. Awaken 24-hour news. An item that can upgrade items from pure to rare. This is the item that causes items to level up and transform abilities. The thinking spread that one could aim for the highest peak, and market prices began to increase exponentially. So the newspapers and media are focusing all their attention on the producer of the identification scroll, Du Hyuk. Many TV stations have invited Du Hyuk as a guest, and he even has his own fan cafe. At this time, Du Jang-mi looked at the news about the identification scroll on the screen. Then she just scoffed. She asked, Di-ho, it's been 5 days since the identification scroll went on sale, right? He replied, yes, that's right. He placed the coffee cup on her table and continued, the first day trading price was 20 million won, now it's up to 33 million. She replied, thank you. Di-ho continued, maybe even I. Di-ho said in an amazed voice, not daring to imagine that. In just a few days, an awakened person could change their status to this extent. She agreed, I think so too. And Di-ho said, moreover, if the news about the producer of the identification scroll reaches other countries, they will certainly take some action. We should probably act before that happens. Jang Mi replied, I heard Lee Junso is an acquaintance of Park Jo Hyuk. She suggested Choi Di-ho contact Lee Junso and arrange a meeting with Park Do Hyuk. He accepted, saying, yes, I'll do that. On the other side, Do Hyuk saw the news on his phone, seeing everything as predicted. He was proud. His influence over the awakened had risen significantly. Hyuk thought to himself, I'm developing very steadily now, but I want to speed up this process. He resolved that he needed to operate in a wider world. Therefore, his goal in creating this scroll was to approach the nation's agencies at the KB Seoul branch. Lee Junso, a KB employee, called, Park Do Hyuk, have you been waiting long? Jo Hyuk replied, no, I just got here too. He wondered, could KB be the first organization to contact me? Junso asked curiously, Park Jo Hyuk, is this your first time at the KB Seoul branch? He stepped into the office. Yes, that's right, and everyone is so busy, she replied, because we have to take over and manage dungeons. Guilds and awakened ones are so busy they hardly have any days off. After hearing this, he replied, yes. Then Lee Junso walked to the door and said, Park Jo Hyuk. please come in. Then she knocked on the door. Branch manager, this is Lee Junso. I've brought Park Jo-hyuk. Jang Mi heard that and replied, yes, please come in. Hyuk thought to himself, that person is the KB Seoul branch manager. Jang Mi saw Jo-hyuk and smiled warmly. Sorry for making you come all the way here, but if I went to meet you, it would easily draw attention. She introduced herself. I am the KB Seoul branch manager. Jo-hyuk looked at her and Do-ho, assessing. These are South Korea's SS rank awakened ones, they really make you feel the pressure. She said, Park Jo-hyuk, I'll get straight to the point. He replied, yes, getting straight to the point would be better. Jang Mi heard that and said, very well then. We believe Park Jo-hyuk is someone with the potential to become the next representative of South Korea. He was surprised and asked, someone with potential? Jang Mi replied, yes. She admired and explained, Park Jo-hyuk creates attack spells. Defense spells makes golems scrolls. You're not like other awakened ones who are only strong in one area, you have all kinds of abilities. She continued, KB has only one thing to say to an awakened like that. Jo-hyuk thought, are they trying to pressure me? Hyuk smiled, calculating to himself, I want to get closer to KB, but the more they pressure me, the harder it will be for them to compromise with me. Then Jang Mi spoke, starting with attacking dungeons, we at KB will provide comprehensive support in many areas. Hyuk didn't quite understand and asked. Jo-hyuk was quite surprised, thinking, it's not pressure, they're going to support me. What a surprise, then he replied, so is there a reason for your decision? Do-ho added. KB usually supports promising people from the start, so as not to let the country's talent slip away to other nations. He explained, moreover, as an organization established to ensure the safety of the people and the country, and to maintain order among the awakened. Choi Do-ho continued, we don't care about any benefits we might gain from supporting you. He listened and said nothing. After thinking for a moment he replied, I understand. Hyuk agreed to the request, I will accept KB's help. As he was speaking, Hyuk suddenly stopped. A tremor occurred, surprising everyone. Jo-hyuk asked in confusion, what is that? He immediately saw something in the distance, something glowing outside, and seeing that Hyuk pointed in surprise and said, look over there, it's a red pillar of light. Jang Mi said in shock, could that be? He saw Jang Mi's expression and asked, do you know what that is? The two looked at each other in silence. Then Jang Mi answered, that is a large-scale outbreak. In the car, Jang Mi told Hyuk, 5 years ago in Gangwon province, there was also a large-scale outbreak. At that time, there were only about 30-40 incidents, so there were very few casualties. Jang Mi, driving with Hyuk, said, this time it's 78 locations, so I'm a bit worried. Hearing that, Hyuk asked, can I go with the SS rank people? Do-ho replied, because we can select people who won't be harmed according to the request, it's allowed. Suddenly Jang Mi shouted, outbreak area detected ahead. Park Jo-hyuk and I will go first, so you follow and contact the department head. Do-ho quickly obeyed, yes ma'am. At that moment a person was attacked by monsters and his arm was injured. He was panting. Huff huff, the monster's sharp claw was approaching him, but because he was too terrified and his arm was injured, he fell helplessly to the ground. Then they clamped their sharp claw around the young man's neck. It was about to kill him, which made him extremely frightened. Fortunately, the robot Arlen appeared just in time. It quickly pried the two sharp pincers off the young man. The monster was extremely surprised. Arlen looked at it for a moment, then decided to use a skill. It raised its hand to counter. The skill was Burning Hand. He breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, thank you. At that moment, a light suddenly shone down right in front of him. It turned out the monster split the skill in two. Arlen immediately brought up a shield to block its ultimate moves. The monster looked up, then quickly attacked it with its pincers. The battle between Arlen and the monster was fierce. Do-ho ran, saying, location confirmed. Then he quickly used a spell to strike the monster. It was hit by an attack from high above, then pierced through the ground. It was a hand equipped with a device made by Hyuk. Do-ho looked at that hand in amazement. Its destructive power is incredible. Seeing it was done, Arlen announced, casualty confirmed, moving civilians to safety. Then he turned his head to look at the robot Arlen. Every time he sees Park Jo-hyuk's golem, he's surprised. The voice from the earpiece announced, Mr. Do-ho, Hyuk is giving orders via the earpiece. Hyuk said, there are no more signs of life over there now. Now you just need to follow the drone. Cho ID shouted back, yes, I got it. On the other end of the line, Jiang Mai spoke up. Mr. Do-ho, you didn't destroy that building, did you? I'll get the video from Zohyok later and confirm. Do-ho hesitantly replied, no. At that moment, Jiang Mai looked at the spider monsters surrounding the building. She swept her gaze over the situation. They were demon spiders along with a mass of their webs. Do-hyuk contacted Jiang Mai from the other end. There are many signals of survivors inside the building. Hearing that, she replied, I understand. Jiang Mai hurried off, saying, we have to hurry. The spider monsters banded together to surround Jiang Mai. They advanced, screeching. Jiang Mai remained calm, silent, ignoring whatever they did next. At that moment, Jiang Mai made her move. She transformed, her hair white and her eyes red. Unexpectedly, she could even manifest spider-like body parts. Jiang Mai quickly lifted herself up, suddenly moving extremely fast. Beams of light shot out and attacked the spiders, then Jiang Mai appeared. The spiders were now caught by those beams of light, unable to move. Suddenly, those beams tightened around the spiders. A few seconds later, those threads exploded, causing the spiders to be quickly incinerated in a sea of flames. Jiang Mai looked cool and said, "Please guide me." Down on the street, a chaotic scene, buildings on fire, thick smoke billowing. Seo Jian and Julia from the T-Hoa faction were sitting high above. They crossed their arms and watched the scene below with amusement. This is truly a rare sight, isn't it? That's right, so many people are being called out. Down on the road, he was fighting a giant red centipede. Our Uncle De-Ho is at it too. He unleashes bright firepower, a punch with all his might sends the centipede flying into the air. He's still as fiery as ever. Seo Jian looked into the distance and said, "Darling, look over there, isn't that little Du-Hee?" From afar, they saw Du-Hee sitting next to Mina. "Yes, I can't see clearly, but it looks like Mina is injured." Mina was lying motionless due to an abdominal wound. She laughed with glee. "If she just dies like that, it would be great for us." Du-Hyuk was approaching Mina from a distance. Julia saw someone running over. "Isn't that Du-Hyuk?" Seo Jian said, puzzled. "What? Du-Hyuk is here too." Finding what she wanted made her excited. "Let's bribe Du-Hyuk. That's our purpose for coming here, so let's see his ability, shall we?" He went to Mina, sat down, and used a healing spell. A green light radiated and enveloped the area, healing him. The bruises on Mina's stomach were gradually disappearing. Du-Hee was surprised that he could use a healing spell. "Your healing power is strong. I didn't expect you to have such healing ability." Du-Hyuk calmly replied, "Because it consumes quite a lot of magical power, I can't use it often." His nonchalant reply made her face darken. "Even so, that's a skill on the B rank list." Mina recovered and immediately sat up. "Thank you, Du-Hyuk. I am in your debt." The people around couldn't help but admire seeing her healthy. "It really is effective. I'm C rank, but only high rank does anything." The teachers came too, but Du-Hyuk was still sulking at Du-Hee. Even though the external wounds are healed, the poison still lingers inside the body. "Let's get out of here quickly." She agreed, "Yes, that sounds good." Then Du-Hee quickly scooped up Mina and dashed away from the scene. "Then I leave the rest to you." Capture Du-Hyuk, Jiang Mai contacted him. "I've discovered some civilians hiding here." One of them saw an extremely large monster in the shopping mall. Receiving the report, Du-Hyuk quickly replied, "I haven't seen it yet," he thought to himself. Could that be the insect monster? Jiang Mai continued with a warning that made him alert. "It might be heading that way, so please be careful." Suddenly, a giant spider burst from the ground, baring its sharp fangs and attacking Du-Hyuk. From behind, it attacked with its fangs and pincers, slamming down violently and sending earth and rocks flying. The cloud of dust gradually cleared and it realized something was wrong. Seljin and Julia still nonchalantly watched the battle below. "Isn't that a venomous rat?" "Yeah, probably a B to A rank monster." They continued watching and saw him quickly jump back to dodge the attack. Surprising, he dodged that surprise attack. That brat Du-Hee, probably because she became a leader at a young age, doesn't manage her faction members very well, huh? The spider was suddenly counterattacked. 4 fireballs shot toward it. Those kids down there don't even know the power of a monster of that size. This is going to be tough. It took the hit, causing a massive explosion and flames engulfed it. The 2 spellcasters gloated. "How's that? With this level of firepower, even an insect would die in one shot." "Don't underestimate the faction in the car." Mr. Du-Hyuk behind them turned pale. "Things have turned sour." The spider remains completely unfazed. A flame mark appeared on its head. The venomous Arak has the ability to withstand the first magical attack. Well, it has a common fire attribute. The 2 of them were extremely surprised to see it unharmed, saying it had no reaction at all. Could it be a boss that can withstand magic? Then they rushed forward to attack. "So let's go hunting." The mages who were obediently heading out realized the spider was gathering energy to counterattack. One person immediately rushed forward to shield them. A magic barrier was erected, forming a shield. The shield shattered as soon as it was lightly touched by the powerful attack. This made him panic in fear. The attack flew towards Du-Hyuk, but he easily dodged it. Seeing the lower area defeated, 2 people mocked, saying with only one person blocking in the middle, there's no way they can catch it. She glided over to Julia. They looked at each other and said, "Without Tim Kwok, as amazing as we are, we can't catch it." After that, the mages who charged forward were all tied up by the spider with silk threads wrapped around their body. After observing for a while, Du-Hyuk proposed a strategy. "If we can dodge those attacks and get close to it, we can catch it by using physical attacks." A voice from behind everyone rang out. "So you mean physical attacks will make it weak?" He turned around and replied, "I can provide some degree of support by blocking attacks, so you all just need to get close to it." Before he could finish speaking, a girl with red hair rushed forward. "Then I'll count on your support, Du-Hyuk." She dashed toward a person who was tied up and about to be eaten by the spider. It opened its mouth wide to bite down but realized it missed. The girl seized the opportunity, gripping her scythe and advancing. The spider immediately attacked, shooting energy beams. She immediately stopped and used a counter skill, Swinging countless scythes, she cut away the monster's attacks. After deflecting the attacks, Zohai continued to approach it. Du Hyuk observed and silently praised, thinking if this attack could cut off its legs, it would be over. But who is that? Seeing the spider charge to attack her, Du Hyuk thought it was time to support. Anyway, he raised his hand to cast enhancement support spell. Armor, strength, shield, speed. She received the support spells, her body glowing. Then she used a skill to push back the clones, each like a missile. Du Hyuk saw Du Hai easily take them down and smiled confidently. I have to support accurately, right? She continued to use a skill, transforming the scythe into red energy shapes that flew everywhere, attacking the clone. The spider demon attacked continuously, but all were neutralized. The energy source deflected all its attacks and then weaved through to strike. At that moment, she transformed into a fierce red spirit. She spun and delivered a fatal slash. The spider took the hit and was immediately split in two. The monster's destruction made Du Hyuk overjoyed. The red-haired girl approached him and complained, Du Hyuk, you still don't remember me. Then she took off her mask and said with a smile, it's me, Zohai. It seemed they knew each other from before and she came to greet him. Du Hyuk, long time no see. He recognized her too and asked, a bit surprised, Zohiko, you're an awakened too? Zohiko happily replied, yeah, I've been working at an awakened guild in England. Not long ago, my contract expired, so I returned to Korea. As they were chatting, a huge explosion occurred. They had to pause their conversation. Looks like we don't have time for a leisurely chat. Let's deal with the outbreak first. Du Hyuk turned around, his hand ablaze, and said to her, I plan to join Branch B. On the other side, Jang Mi reported while moving, I'm planning to join right away. For now, let's move to another area. Du Hyuk received the message and immediately responded, yes, I'll join right away. Zohai told him, I've received support from this area. Then she put her mask back on and dispersed to work. After the outbreak ends, I'll come find you at the guild, old man. Du Hyuk also cheerfully said goodbye. All right, then see you then. The Duke, Seo Jian and Julia watched the whole battle and asked each other, what do you think? Although we don't know the exact power of the spells, from what we observe, we sense the attack speed and burst. Those two are definitely not like ordinary awakened ones, and their recovery abilities too. Seo Jian stood up, continuing to observe. Watching Du Hyuk moving, he said, let's observe a bit more first. 3 days later, the large-scale outbreak was completely suppressed. The system window appeared. Player Park Du Hyuk, rank F level 31. Undisclosed combined level 51 equals 31 plus 9 plus 11. Strength 35 stamina 96 102. Intelligence 308 581. Magic power 391 910. Agility 146 152. Luck 5 130. Charm 43 43. Physical defense 11 11. Magic defense 11 136. He sat in the meeting room looking at the system window and said, my level has gone up a lot after this battle. Du Hyuk carefully looked at the system window. The sorcerer level had also reached 31, and it had finally reached grade 4. Du Hyuk scrolled through. In addition, the spells obtained from Dio Maki. Level 3 spell, Dispatch Magic level 3 spell, Fly level 4 spell, Stone Skill level 4 spell, Ice Storm had been received. Looking at these stats, he thought, however, it seems these are spells that can't be bought on the domestic servers. Deuce next. A guy standing at the door spoke from outside, getting his attention. Are you Mr. Du Hyuk? He stopped and looked up. Yes, that's me. The person enthusiastically introduced himself. I'm Shin T-Pung, the one you saved from the outbreak back then. Thank you for calling me, he politely replied. Yes, please have a seat first and then we'll talk. He sat down, looking a bit flustered. I'm sorry, I was so happy that I didn't expect you to contact me like this. Du Hyuk replied, it's nothing, I also need long-term asset management. He cheerfully suggested to T-Pung to dispel the awkward atmosphere. Most of all, just speak comfortably, we're the same age. But this suggestion took him by surprise. How could I dare call you just Du Hyuk? He crossed his arms and said with a smile. Relax. Seeing him like that, T-Pung accepted. I understand. All right, I got it. The awkward atmosphere vanished and he chuckled, scratching his head. Well then, Du Hyuk, I'll speak freely. Thank you, this makes me more comfortable too. T-Pung looked at the documents and asked, so, besides the financial planning work, is there anything else? Looking at that pile of books, they seem to be about the otherworld. Du Hyuk replied, yes, lately I've been interested in books on otherworld languages. He placed his hand on the books and said, so I hope you can help me manage assets and help me acquire the books or tools I need from the bookstore. Then he handed a paper to T-Pung. I will cover all office expenses, book rental fees, monthly rent, and the necessary salary for the work. This is the contract, please read it over once. He took the contract and immediately read it, then asked, so it means I'll be playing the role of a manager, right? He replied, yes, that's exactly it. What Du Hyuk wants is actually very vast and needs help. The important thing now is collecting otherworld language books. I hope you'll be able to gather otherworld books from all over the world. After hearing that, T-Pung held the paper with trembling hands. What do you think? He excitedly stood up. Of course I'd love to, so when can I start? Du Hyuk bent down to look for something. Thank you for accepting. Then he pulled out a black card. This is a card with a limit of 1 billion won. Use it to make payments and send me the details via text message. T-Pung took the card, looking at it sparkling, and thought, this is a card worth 1 billion. Du Hyuk stood up. Then I'm counting on you. Seeing him stand up and put on his coat, he asked, are you leaving right away? Du Hyuk put on his coat, adjusted it, and said, I have a next appointment, so I have to go. I'll leave it to you. T-Pung obeyed, thumping his chest confidently. All right, leave it to me, boss. Du Hyuk thought to himself as he left, it would be great if I could get some useful spells. In the training room, attacks flew everywhere as Zohai and Sung-mi sparred. Zohai praised her, then moved into an attacking stance. Your elite skills are impressive, Miss Sung-mi. She launched a powerful strike, the sound echoing throughout the room. It was incredible force. But Sung-mi was no slouch. She raised her shield and blocked that terrifying attack. Du Hyuk entered the room from outside. He was surprised to see them. Zohai, Sung-mi, you're here early. After the clash, realizing someone had arrived, the two stopped. Zohai turned to him and said, I just got back recently, not long ago, so I came early to enjoy the scenery as well. But since only Miss Sung-mi was here, I wanted to test my strength a bit. Du Hyuk walked closer to them and asked, all right, so after testing her, what do you think of Sung-mi? Zohai sighed. I've never seen an awakened one so dedicated to the protector role as Miss Sung-mi, big brother. He turned to ask Sung-mi, is that so? Then what do you think, Sung-mi? Unexpectedly, despite enduring like that, she replied indifferently. If it had gone on a little longer, there would have been no protective gear left. It was like seeing your physical attack style, Du Hyuk. Hearing the praise, Zohai was delighted. Thank you for the compliment, Miss Sung-mi. Du Hyuk also smiled brightly. It's great that you're both satisfied with the first impression. Then he got to the main point. The reason I called you both here is, until Zohai finds a new guild, I'd like you two to temporarily join my team. What do you think? Sung-mi agreed and immediately replied, I accept. I can take on the physical attacker role necessary for forming a group. Zohai also said excitedly, just call me anytime. With Zohai, Du Hyuk, and an outstanding protector like Miss Sung-mi. She hinted, wouldn't that mean I can just run wild without worrying about my surroundings? Du Hyuk recalled Zohai's battle with the spider. Definitely, I've seen it too, he said in a teasing tone. Du Hyuk said, feel free to run wild with confidence, I'll definitely back you up. Zohai angrily grabbed his shoulder. I don't want to hear that kind of talk from you. Emboldened, he continued teasing her. I'm just telling the truth, she shouted in anger. Behind them, Sung-mi watched the two with a certain look. Zohai said, you really should stop teasing me. Sung-mi pouted sulkily and said in a whiny tone, you two seem pretty close. Du Hyuk then remembered, oh, I haven't properly introduced you to Miss Sung-mi, have I? Zohai grinned with a triumphant look. This guy is my middle school friend. She immediately made an intimate gesture, linking arms with Du Hyuk. This surprised him a bit. Zohai continued, and I'm also Du Hyuk's girlfriend. Hearing that, Sung-mi was stunned, thinking she had misheard. She froze as if her soul had left her body, staring at the two of them being close. Du Hyuk quickly denied it, pushing Zohai's face away. No, we really did date once. But that was 10 years ago, Zohai said coquettishly. Still, you were my first love. Isn't that reaction a bit too harsh? She smiled happily as she recalled. Back then, Zohai was lively. We probably did a lot of embarrassing things too. Sung-mi's face darkened more and more. Du Hyuk also quickly stopped her. Stop joking like that, that's enough. Let's leave the past talk there. He ended the conversation and got to the main point. First, to link up, shall we go to a dungeon? The other two agreed. Sure, okay. Du Hyuk looked at the system panel that appeared. Activating the advancement quest, he stepped out of the teleport gate. Starting the level 0 quest, before him was a ruin in the middle of a desert. Du Hyuk realized this was clearly a stream flowing through a forest, with desert hills behind. The one with ambition to conquer the intermediate world, the demon lord Vanzarox. While he was looking for a loyal human subordinate, a group of cultists in hoods, fully covered. Thinking that at the moment faith becomes misplaced, the resulting influence would be immense. He chose the great divine light and the temple's priests as the targets of his curse. Not long after, Vanzarox's curse fell upon the temple. The temple's priests fell under the curse's effect. In the holiest of places, demons still lurked. The gloomy atmosphere became dependent on the demons, and turned into a temple of corruption. Du Hyuk climbed the stairs, entered the temple, thinking, why is the world view of ZF connected to the advancement quest? He recalled the encounter, last time he had met Bohat, and he brooded darkly. All the spell upgrades and crafted items are influenced by D and F, but While walking and looking around, he thought, I thought it was just a small arrangement from the awakened system for me. Du Hyok's eyes became serious. If the awakened system is integrated into the living world, and Fladator's worldview has meaning within the system, then perhaps he needs to investigate the information about D and F in more detail. The demons guarding the temple spotted him, making him set it aside for now. That matter can be thought about later. The demonized priests leading the guard with bloodshot eyes shrieked. They all rushed to attack him at once, but he calmly raised his hand to cast a spell. Now let's try out the newly learned spell. A dark cloud appeared, covering the area. Du Hyok gathered his spiritual power and executed the skill Ice Storm. A blizzard appeared, sweeping away everything. The demons caught in the vortex could not escape. After a while, it created an explosion. Everything before his eyes was wiped out, now clean. His feet were covered in mud. He quickly cast the skill Stone Skin. Du Hyok's hand glowed with a golden, smoking light. Ice Storm's range isn't that wide, is it? Then, realizing his skill wasn't powerful enough, he immediately used another skill. HT Fly, his body glowed with a blue light that increased his speed. He moved swiftly, though still not as fast as that, but then he flew up high, approaching the leader. Perhaps that was enough to gain an advantage over the opponent in battle. Du Hyok raised his hand and cast a spell. A flame burst out. The fireball shot straight toward the demon, creating a fiery explosion. The blast gradually dissolved into fading smoke and dust. The spot where the demon was attacked was pierced with a huge hole, drilled all the way down to the floor below. Du Hyok slowly descended. His feet landed with a thud, the torches burning and flickering. The eyes of the statue glowed bright red. No one is allowed to disturb the rest of the Master God. The stone statue of Lakato gradually began to move. It was enraged. The intruder would be killed. The sword was slowly drawn, emitting a dangerous magical aura. That sword was enveloped in a unique magic power, so being slashed by it would be extremely dangerous. The stone statue of Lakato swung a heavy blow down onto the floor with a crash. Du Hyok quickly dodged. Even though I'm not yet familiar with this guy's attack patterns, the corrosive attack is still enough to deal damage. He fired an acid arrow, causing the statue to lose part of its face. He continuously kept a safe distance from it. Du Hyok leaped far away. Moreover, he stopped and smiled. At this spot, Du Hyok smirked mischievously. I discovered it around the 50th attack at D and F and secretly used them. Stood nonchalantly, hands in his coat pockets, watching the sword-wielding statue charge toward the glowing crypt. The activation point of the Lakato stone statue. It stomped so hard that the ground caved in toward the house. At that spot, it seemed to struggle, its whole body trembling, but it stood motionless. The guard had not yet cleared the position. Du Hyok thought to himself, if this point has appeared, then surely this is the world of D and F, right? His eyes lit up with determination. Though it was very petty, there was no other way. Looking at the statue with bloodshot red eyes, I will use it to the fullest. The Lakato statue angrily said, how annoying. It collapsed in front of Du Hyok, its sword-wielding arm severed. The system panel appeared. Congratulations, you have completed the D-rank promotion quest. A beam of light enveloped him, and the notification panel continued to appear. Player Park Du Hyok has leveled up to D-rank. Player Park Du Hyok has earned a chance to choose a special spell. He looked at the system panel and thought, the party doesn't have a healer, so I chose a healing spell. However, after thinking for a while, he remembered the team had Zohai and Sumi. But later on, playing in a team would probably require more work than playing solo. He saw a reasonable spell. The special spell Wide Area Enhancement Level 1 Technician skill consumes 500 mana. Increases the combat ability of all party members by 250% while active. Wide Area mana will not drop below 1 and you will not feel pain. Cooldown 30 minutes. Then he pressed to select the spell, this time choosing Wide Earth Buff. The system panel confirmed the selection of the special spell Wide Earth Buff. Returning to reality, Du Hyok was walking down the street when two fans spotted him. Park Du Hyok, I'm your fan, could I have your autograph? Du Hyok, do you have any tips for leveling up? A crowd surrounded him, but he didn't answer and just kept walking. Will you be inviting anyone to your party? A black car rushed up and stopped by the roadside. A woman stepped out. Mr. Park Du Hyok, hello. The woman with blonde hair introduced herself. I'm Jerry, in charge of recruitment for the American Freedom Guild. Jerry spoke, if you have time, could you talk with me for a moment? Being approached by a big guild surprised him a little and he asked, what does such a large guild need to see me about? She answered frankly, nothing else. I've heard about your abilities, Du Hyok, and came to talk about a dungeon. Seeing that, he didn't hesitate to refuse. I have no intention of joining another guild. But she had a different intention. I know I didn't come to recruit you, Du Hyok. Jerry continued, what if it's about an S-rank dungeon, is that okay? He agreed. All right. She glanced around, finding it difficult to talk. But there are too many people around. Then she quickly opened the car door and invited him in. How about we talk in the car? Yes, all right. The car sped off down the road. Jerry talked about her guild's activities. Our Freedom Guild will soon raid an S-rank dungeon in the US, she said enthusiastically. And the master said he wants to invite you, Do-hyuk, to be a mercenary in this raid party. Do-hyuk replied speculatively, perhaps in America there are plenty of awakened people more capable than me. Jerry didn't deny it but hurriedly said, it's true there are many capable people, but there aren't many awakened as special as you, Do-hyuk. He asked, puzzled, just because of that you're inviting a D-rank awakened like me? Recalling his battle scene, Jerry thought he was too modest. What do you mean just because of that? Mr. Park Do-hyuk, your abilities are very diverse. Instead of bringing 3 people, a buffer, a Z, a buffer, and a magic dealer, having you along would be much more effective. She looked at him and said, that's an obvious choice. She raised a finger and asserted, one more thing, the master said that if you participate, he'll give you the right to choose a special grade item. Do-hyuk looked at her in disbelief. A special grade item? Yes, you can consider it a reward, and of course, after the battle, the spoils will be divided fairly. Jerry held out a piece of paper and confidently swore on her honor. We are not lying at all, I swear to you on the honor of a guild brookmaster. She looked at him, seemingly eager for him to agree. What do you say? Do-hyuk thought. I have nothing to lose, thinking about the strong recruits. They said they're inviting me, so there might be awakened of at least A rank. The dungeon they will raid, this is a chance for me to experience the world. Jerry looked at the building and said, we're almost there. After thinking for a while, he finally had an answer. Jerry, I'll accept that invitation. Do-hyuk really wants to explore farther things. I'll contact you after arranging my schedule. Jerry was also excited and happy to have recruited him. Thank you, the master will be very pleased too. Then I'll report to the master that you've decided to participate. Afterwards, he got out of the car and Jerry drove off. I'll wait for your contact, the driver anxiously asked her. Jerry, is it okay that you didn't mention joining the guild? Yes, it's fine, she continued to explain to him. Looking at Mr. Park Do-hyuk now, you can't persuade him with money. What's important to him isn't money but experience. Holding a lollipop in her hand, she somewhat confidently asserted, I'll give him an unforgettable new stage to experience and offer a condition he can hardly refuse. In the hallway of Do-hyuk's house, Julia and Seo Jian were lurking. They were up to something shady. How is it? Even though I anticipated it, the security system is still more than I thought. Seo Jian tried to infiltrate but failed. There's so much mana interference that if we force our way in, we'll definitely die. Julia exclaimed in horror. How many security systems does he even use? Seo Jian sensed the room and guessed that this might be up to over 50 billion. I can feel the energy throughout the entire house. Julia was bewildered. How could this be broken? It seems even Sao Wai-ang has given up. Wouldn't it be better if Darling just let it go? She turned to Julia and said, that's impossible. If you consider that Park Do-hyuk is the homeowner, then KB must have already interfered. She recalled the past with worry, even though the director had been changed to a different one now. Right in front of them, after promising to support me in every way, they took advantage and then kicked me out. Out of anger, she radiated energy every time she thought about that time. The elevator signaled the 30th floor and both of them were cautious. They had reached the 31st floor. Suddenly, both of them sensed something that made them alert and turn around. The door slowly opened and they assumed a ready stance, focusing their gaze forward. The door opened, but there was no one there. Julia was puzzled. What is this? There's no one here. Do-hyuk slowly stepped forward while behind them someone was approaching. Do-hyuk flashed a dangerous smile as he caught the intruders in his home. Seeing them, he became guarded, looked at them sternly and probed, who are you? Looking at the 2 strangers before him, he couldn't help but exclaim in wonder, they don't look like fangirls coming to see me. Saying that, he became even more curious. Do-hyuk faced the 2 of them and continued, is there some other matter? The girl with blue eyes spoke up in reply, let's talk later, this isn't a good position right now. Watching her turn and leave, Do-hyuk said from behind, if that's what you want, I'm always ready. She didn't answer, only said to the person beside her, let's go back. The 2 quickly stepped into the elevator, their gazes glancing past at him. At that moment, the doors closed. Do-hyuk's eyes showed a trace of weariness, and he sighed looking in the direction they had gone. Lately I just want some peace and quiet. He recounted, I've already arranged all domestic work within 2 days for delivery to the guild in your car. Saying that, memories flashed by. Do-hyuk continued, explaining about the party for Xiaomi and Zoha. Finally, the image of him holding the book and confirming the tome about the other world that I rescued in a short time. Then the image of him carrying his luggage stepping out at the airport. After packing the necessary items for the attack, I set off for America. The scene quickly shifted to New York, USA, at the Freedom Building. Brooke reached out his hand to Do-hyuk and naturally started the conversation. Welcome to the United States. He looked at him, then extended his small hand and formally shook hands in response. Nice to meet you. Saying that, Do-hyuk looked at him suspiciously and thought to himself, this person is the owner of the Freedom Guild. #1 in the US. Brook then joyfully spoke up. Very nice to meet you, Park Jo-hyuk. I'm Brook, the owner of the Freedom Guild. But suddenly he looked at his back in surprise and asked, there really are many tomes from another world here. Brook turned to look at him and replied, recently I've been researching the language of the other world. Then he rummaged for something, not knowing when he would be able to speak with them. Do-hyuk from behind hesitantly probed and continued to ask more. You said them? Brook didn't answer in his dark mood but said, first have a seat. Hearing that as a guest, Do-hyuk also walked over and sat down on the sofa. Now Brook sat opposite and gravely explained, not long ago we gathered some very interesting information. Namely, we found a person proficient in the language of the other world in a dungeon. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, raising his hands. Unfortunately, that person, after meeting us, lost their life after being murdered by someone. Do-hyuk frowned slightly and asked back, could it be that this is the dungeon we're going to attack this time? Brook immediately replied, that's right. We're speculating that we might find some new evidence related to the other world, but since this attack is limited to 6 people. At that, he didn't answer, just bowed his head in thought. So that's why they need a guy like me. Opposite him, Brook looked at him and spoke. All awakeners must have a special ability that reaches SSS rank. His face gradually became twisted, his hands filled with energy, and he spread them wide, exclaiming, of course I have that ability too, but besides that, I can't use magic or other abilities. The abilities harmonize and connect with each other. If there's someone who has diverse abilities like Park Do-hyuk here, we could become the best combination. At this, Brook looked at him. That's why I chose Park Jo-hyuk as the best person here. Hearing that, he thought to himself, even though he's talking as if he needs me, the real purpose is to get me interested in freedom. Of course, I have no reason to refuse being able to share the spoils, choose special grade items, or get my questions answered. Now Brook walked to the shelf beside him and added, since I've finished explaining, I'll fulfill the promise as agreed. He stood before the bookshelf silently without saying anything. That large hand fumbled, searching for something deep within those books. The secret chamber beside them activated, the wall rotating to reveal a passage. He laughed lightly and said to him as he walked toward the direction, calling, please go this way. The two walked along the red path and stopped in front of a place. Brook immediately explained the items. The objects in here are things I don't use or that overlap with my abilities. Do-hyuk's eyes swept over, analyzing silently. Just a glance told him these were all items above special grade. His gaze suddenly focused on 4 rings on the tray. Noticing the change in Zo-hyuk, the man behind him spoke up. You can take them after you've recognized all their abilities. He muttered in surprise. Did he deliberately prepare these for me to test them? But Do-hyuk still placed his hand on the shelf and began chanting to collect their information. After a while, a series of notifications appeared, and he quickly absorbed them. After quite a while, Do-hyuk opened his eyes wide, then lifted the item and said, I'll take this. The Kata ring is a special type, increasing mana recovery speed by 5 times and providing many other benefits. Gaziri smiled broadly and replied, then now we will move to summarize the situation in the dungeon. Moving to another place, Do-hyuk looked at Gaziri questioningly and asked, Rook isn't coming? She immediately replied, yes, he had another invitation so he left for France right away. Saying that, Gaziri opened the door, looked at him and added, this way. Right after, Do-hyuk followed the instruction and went inside. That room already had a few people sitting inside. First was S-san Yuang, real name S-san. Next was the girl with the nickname Melly, real name Sarah. Next to him was the S-rank man, alias Brew, real name Lincoln. And finally, a girl with a cold face, nickname Ranger Fu. Outside, heavy rain was falling densely over the forest. Their footsteps trampled on the mud. La Sun looked at everyone and said emotionally, I didn't expect rain with such strong corrosive property. Behind, Irene added, right, if not for Do-hyuk, it almost became a big problem. Sarah looked at her hand and also exclaimed, besides, there are also the seniors. And diverse too. Gaziri, walking behind him, laughed and said, this is the first time I've seen so many buffs. But suddenly, Do-hyuk keenly heard an unusual sound. He immediately shouted a warning to everyone. They're here. Hearing that, the group went on alert and looked around. A group of pot-bellied monsters grinning creepily approached at that moment. Their mouths gaping wide, they looked at them hungrily, their fiery red eyes containing mystery. Their bodies were twice the size of the people, and they used their plump bodies to surround them. The scene was now extremely chaotic. A veil of smoke covered everything, and light emitted from the shield provided defense. But it was still no match for the monsters that kept getting closer. Seeing this, La Sun's eyes filled with killing intent, and he shouted, we are not that easy to destroy. Saying so, his eyes changed, and he channeled his magic power to attack them. Sarah, on this side, looked smug and used her magic treasure to dispatch each one. She bared her 2 sharp fangs, looking at them with contempt. Using godlike speed like a ghost soldier, she flew at the fat monster opposite. It didn't back down, pursing its lips and puffing its cheeks, blowing foul air forward. Then it opened its huge mouth and spewed a green gas that filled the space. Sarah didn't care and flew up high, attacking downward so that it couldn't react in time. Just like that, swift and clean, slash after slash cut down onto that fat body. Her eyes gleamed with sharp intent, inwardly sneering. Seeing Du Hyok's fighting display, she couldn't help but be astonished. Truly a defender of S rank. Then looking to the side, she continued thoughtfully. And that guy, he cuts that grotesque body like cutting meat. So let me try to find the master of these brats. Thinking this, he closed his eyes, focused his will, moved his inner mind, and silently said, "Mind's eye see all. Mind's eye find the skeletal forms that are manipulating and controlling." Found it, its eyes burned red, incredibly mysterious. At this, he wondered, it seems I don't see any drone at all. But then Du Hyok's eyes showed more determination and he muttered to himself, "Fine. Over here, Irene is focusing on attacking the fat monster." Gozri over here looked at Du Hyok and inwardly exclaimed, "Can he handle the golem and the drone all by himself, overwhelming everything in his way? I know why Park Du Hyok isn't obsessed with playing in a group anymore." As for Du Hyok, he's practicing each step of moving the spell formation, the positioning gate. Outside, surrounded by a vortex, inside displaying unique and strange number. Seeing that, Gozri was once again endlessly astonished. Around the sky, a mysterious light source emitted, covering an area. Suddenly, a strange object flew in front of Irene. Looking at the dry skeleton before her, she exclaimed, "What is this? Why did a living zombie fall down here?" Gozri over here looked at it and couldn't believe her eyes. Impossible, very few people use magic with space skill. Then looked at the guy closing the space gate in amazement. Du Hyok is still formidable after all. The guy over here looked at them and said, "What are you staring at me for? Should we add Jerry's firepower already?" She looked doubtfully at Du Hyok sprinting forward and was surprised. "Can you keep adding skills like that continuously?" After thinking, she raised her weapon, looking at him and thinking, "I want to understand more about Du Hyok." Later, the group continued their journey, the dungeon attack still going on. Everyone's determination and Du Hyok's ability shone as they carried out the attack. They looked at each other exchanging silent information, eliminating the debuffs. Troublesome, just like that they passed through the danger zone, using stealth techniques, they reached the boss's room faster than expected. This place was now desolate, not a single other soul besides them. Looking at the surroundings, Du Hyok felt familiar. "It seems like this isn't my first time here." He seemed hesitant, asking himself the question, could it be otherwise? Du Hyok looked around. If that brat is here as I predicted, with this situation it's a bit difficult to fight. At that moment, someone exclaimed a warning in surprise. "Over there, someone's there." A hazy figure gradually appeared in the distance. Agnes, holding twin swords, sat silently on a high chair watching them. The Black Body King Agnes of Blue S is a boss monster with a powerful body. Just a glance could generate a massive force flying toward Du Hyok's group. Sarah exclaimed in horror, "The Black Body King Agnes, this is the first time I've seen such a monster." Gozri continued, "Over there, that reverse energy flow." The sword tip was suddenly lifted. After that action, that figure gradually vanished into the space. In an instant, he appeared among them, swinging his sword high. His cold eyes looked at them with a tone full of killing intent, shouting loudly, "Die!" After that, a purple energy force flew toward them. The surroundings after that attack were filled with a thick cloud of dust. Seeing that, Du Hyok gritted his teeth, looking at him with some wariness. Sarah looked toward Agnes, unable to hide her astonishment. He was, by Agnes, attacked. His body collapsed helplessly on the spot. La Sun looked at the others and yelled, "Damn it, I told you to teleport the spatial formation to the back already." This side then added, "First we need to regroup and reorganize our ranks, let's teleport." Sarah immediately replied, "I got it." Gozri looked at Du Hyok and said loudly, "Du Hyok, move quickly too." The guy next to him looked at him thoughtfully. "If each person teleports in a different way, we won't catch that guy." Thinking that, he set his face sternly, decisively shouting to them. Tension, he analyzed. After Agnes's first attack during teleportation, he will focus on the weakest person, which is me. Du Hyok impatiently commanded, "I'll explain the strategy to everyone later, for now just follow me." On Agnes's side, he began to move his technique, the sword blade seeming to grow 5 times larger. Next skill, Gate of Judgment. He then slashed the sword down to the ground, creating a mysterious scene. Afterwards, only his solitary figure was seen in the battle. Seeing that, Agnes began to question, standing still. From behind, Sarah rushed toward him according to plan. Attack! Right after teleporting, he was a bit stiff. She used her unique skill, slashing continuously at his body. That huge body began to show scratches on it. Seeing that she couldn't inflict a fatal wound, Sarah was somewhat frightened. Why is it so powerful? At this, Agnes switched his target toward her. Voice full of fury, he yelled, "Go die, you insects!" Once again, he slashed his sword to the ground, the attack force. It multiplied several times over. Anticipating the moment, Du Hyok quickly shouted a warning to them, "Watch out for the blades under the floor." As soon as the words left his mouth, numerous blades, large and small, appeared beneath their feet. shooting straight upward. Having been warned by Du Hyuk beforehand, they swiftly dodged. They skillfully weaved through each blade to evade. Du Hyuk's side also couldn't escape that attack. They were afflicted by the soul split debuff 90 seconds after receiving the debuff. The target's soul will split apart and they will die instantly. Seeing this, Du Hyuk immediately shouted to La Sun and Rin, "You two who have the status effect, follow me, and Lincoln, lead me out of the magic of the Arcanist." Irene raised her shield, creating a red aura, and continued, "Here it is, a source of magical power quickly spreading to Du Hyuk." Seeing that, Agonist looked at him, his voice filled with murderous intent, and announced, "I'll deal with you first." With that, he immediately swung his sword at Irene. He was defending while urgently saying to Du Hyuk, "Please hurry." La Sun and Rin were still trying to break the control and dispel the magic. "You have used the Dispel Magic command, but failed to remove Soul Split." Meanwhile, Du Hyuk thought helplessly, could it be that boss's intelligence stat is higher than mine? Dispel Magic of 3rd tier releases magic in an area. However, the success rate of Dispel Magic depends on intelligence level. They were still trying hard to dispel the magic. Finally, success. You have used the Dispel Magic command and successfully removed Soul Split. At this, Du Hyuk breathed a quiet sigh of relief, his eyes brightening slightly, thinking, "All right, it worked." At the same time, Ian could no longer hold on. His shield shattered. He clutched one shoulder, collapsing at Agonist's feet. At that moment, he suddenly shouted angrily, "Are you damn worms playing games?" Hearing this, Du Hyuk was somewhat surprised, staring wide-eyed at Agonist. Then he called out loudly, "Only see blotchy marks appearing beneath the ground. Come forth, my minions." As soon as he finished, several fat monsters immediately surfaced, growling at them. The battle was tilting in Agonist's favor, and La Sun and Du Hyuk couldn't help but feel fear. He used all his strength to charge at the fat monsters, then turned back and loudly instructed, "I'll handle these guys, you two go help Lincoln." Hearing that, La Sun and Gozri turned away and he replied, "Du Hyuk, be careful." Then they rushed at him, attacking relentlessly. Agonist mocked, "Truly worms that don't know when to give up." Sarah arrived in front of him, swung her weapon, creating a mysterious blue aura, and shouted, "Release." Her eyes were triumphant as she looked up at Agonist challengingly. He didn't move an inch, staring coldly at her. On the other side, Gozri also joined in, swinging his sword at him with a determined expression, aiming only for lethal blows. Sarah did the same, looking in that direction with a cold face. The two of them coordinated perfectly to attack him. But the one enduring those powerful attacks only said nonchalantly, "You worms are really troublesome." Hearing that, Gozri was somewhat panicked, unable to believe reality. Sarah on this side was terrified, not missing a single word. With just one move, Agonist sent the two of them flying far away. His eyes were extremely cold as he glanced at them. Then he created a red aura shell encasing his body. Du Hyuk seized the opportunity, frowning and silently calculating the situation. Right now he moved with magic, solemnly speaking up, "Attack Agonist with all your might, this is the only chance." As he spoke, he focused his spirit, his eyes gradually turning red, and began to chant spectral intensity, and with that command, a massive force surged toward Agonist, astonishing everyone. It glowed and spread over a large area. Irene couldn't help but be surprised. "What is that?" This skill made the wounds disappear. Spectral intensity within a 250% radius, for 2 minutes enhanced, prevents mana from dropping below 1 and nullifies pain. La Sun was equally shocked. "Is this also a buff from Du Hyuk?" Gozri immediately replied, "I was about to use up some mana, this is really great." He quietly spoke up, "Now is the time to unite and attack Agonist. Attack Agonist using magic, it's his weakness." With that, Du Hyuk struck first, a blue light shooting straight toward Agonist. A blue color enveloped his body, the situation inside unclear. La Sun also joined the fight, running up and shouting, "Then I'll stop him from moving." He immediately raised his magical weapon and seriously set up a formation, the sword stabbing straight into the ground, creating a large crack. It restrained the light surrounding Agonist's body, creating uneven terrain. Only then did he show some reaction, his body staggering. Seeing this, La Sun laughed smugly, his face unable to hide a momentary excitement. Right then, Irene beside him swung her sword, concentrating her energy straight at Agonist, shouting, "Now it's my turn." He ran at top speed towards him, and without mercy thrust a judgment talisman into Agonist. In front was a cloud of dust. The situation had reached a critical moment. After that attack, he retreated a few steps, using his sword to steady himself. Agonist clutched his chest in pain, looking at those he had considered worms just moments ago. Unable to contain his anger, his eyes filled with resentment, his killing intent rising to its peak, he screamed, "You worms!" His whole body exuded a dark, ominous aura that engulfed the current space. A mysterious rift suddenly appeared, creating a whirlwind. The voice carried gloom. Agonist, devoid of warmth, silently watched them and shouted, "Die." On the opposite side, they nimbly moved according to the predetermined plan. It formed a defensive layer, like large guns aimed straight at him. In the sky, glowing circular vortexes appeared. La Sun, now with a serious expression, looked toward her and silently called, Jia and Gozri, wielding 4 guns, squinted and aimed directly at him reassuringly. Everyone, don't be too tense. Suddenly, on the opposite side, Agnes vanished swiftly. Then, ghost-like, he appeared behind Gozri, who remained unaware. He used force to restrain her nearby. Everyone at that moment united in battle together. Agnes's body, a crack appeared on his abdomen, showing that he had indeed sustained a powerful attack. Ving was slightly surprised when Sarah called out, "Ving, duck your head down." She also cooperated by ducking to let Sarah fly past. She rushed swiftly toward him, expression cold. Only a source of light enveloped Agnes's body. Inside, he seemed panicked, resisting the attack. His state clearly showed shock, doubt mixed with bewilderment. On the other side, Gozri also seized the chance to launch a fatal strike. She delivered a slash that formed successive waves charging toward him. It struck precisely the wound on his chest, causing the Arcanist pain. Du-hyuk at that moment slowly stepped out from the spatial rift. He flew up, creating rings of force aimed straight at him struggling below. Once again, all resources were quickly directed toward that point. Before their eyes, thick smoke and fire billowed. Those outside were dazzled by the light. Gozri frowned in discomfort, one eye unconsciously shutting. Looking at the black pile of ashes before her, she wondered to herself, did we take him down? But no, Agnes looked up at them from the ground, coughing in pain. Du-hyuk hurriedly ran forward. La Sun, from the other side, questioned Irene. I can't believe he's still alive after being hit by Du-hyuk's attack. He replied, we must finish quickly before he recovers. Agnes, focusing on recovering his strength, but his body glowed and he said unwillingly, I cannot end like this. With those words, the entire center emitted a strange color. That light caused their bodies to change. It was as if it infiltrated every cell to take control, causing the body to lose strength. In the blink of an eye, they collapsed to the ground unconscious. Agnes's monster shell was removed, revealing a cracked body. His eyes filled with suspicion, he looked toward Du-hyuk and silently asked, why you? His voice was a bit weak. He caught his breath and added, and yet you weren't knocked down. He calmly, unhurriedly met his eyes and replied, I don't know. Agnes's body collapsed helplessly to the ground and continued. Is the power I have related to that origin? Du-hyuk asked in confusion. Your power, Agnes began to speculate. That strike just now detonated the last remaining energy I had. He frowned. Since you weren't knocked down, it must be that you and my energy formed a special resonance. Agnes recalled, all the lesser gods and followers who came with me died and disappeared during the time journey, never to return. Hearing that, Du-hyuk looked at him and thought to himself, Agnes and I have only one thing in common. At that moment, Agnes asked, do you know me? After thinking about DVSF for a while, he frankly answered, I know you. Agnes raised his hand, used magic to take out an item and said, then I want to ask you a favor. He held out a book. If you meet anyone who is a commoner, a follower of mine, show them this necklace and ring. Agnes handed them to Du-hyuk and added, please, you must save them so they won't have to taste hell. Agnes's body gradually weakened, his eyes became lifeless, and he whispered, I'm counting on you. As soon as he finished speaking, his body slowly faded, leaving behind a wisp of smoke. In the end, all that remained was a handful of ashes. He spoke in mourning. Rest in peace. The system then displayed continuously. Player Park Du-hyuk's special space has been converted to Special Space A. This corresponding space can store and preserve many objects, with a width, length, and height of 30 m. Automatically acquiring knowledge of the application techniques of Special Space A, Du-hyuk now stood on a building, looking into the void. He lifted the book and the system immediately displayed information. Translation book. Discrimination rate 100%, no rank. This is a book for translating the language of the world. Called Lai Gi, according to world standards, translation time is 1 to 3 days. Seeing that, Du-hyuk's face lit up with joy. Was he going to translate the language of a world that had seen no progress in 20 years? He thought, and on top of that, he gave me these 2 unique pieces of jewelry, a necklace and a ring of unlimited rank, both top-tier unique items. Suddenly, he looked at the pile of ashes before him and noticed something strange. A light source shone from within, revealing a book and several stones. This was originally Agnes's reward. He had left behind the highest grade of gemstones. At that, Du-hyuk turned to look in another direction, the direction of the others. Besides the book, this might be a spell as well. Saying that, he closed the book and suddenly realized something strange. That's right, a level 5 Sunfire spell. He smiled slightly, his face full of curiosity as he looked at the book and added, shall I try it out? Du-hyuk placed his hand on the ground, looked curiously at the light source before him, and recited the spell. Sunfire, it quickly took effect, emitting a powerful light and creating a strong gust of wind. He stood up, looked toward the direction it had emitted, and estimated a radius of about 5 meters. In the distance, Gorgiri began to stir. She sat up, touched her head, hunched over, and unconsciously asked, what is this heat? Du-hyuk stood in the middle of the ring of fire, looked at her calmly, and said, you're awake, so the strategy to attack Mr. Xion's vehicle has ended at Eslis. Afterwards, when we returned to Freedom Tower, I received a request to share contact numbers with the team members. Everyone seemed surprised by my spell ability. Gorgieri suggested I join Freedom Guild, but after politely declining, I returned to Korea. At this moment at the KB branch in Korea, it was already noon, and the sunlight was gradually warming up. Diho was lying on the sofa, sound asleep. At the same time, someone placed a phone next to his hand and called him. Diho, startled awake, Diho turned to look at the troublemaker. With a resentful look, he said, "Branch manager, aren't you being a bit too harsh on someone who worked until the early morning like me?" Jiang Mai retorted. "Because it's an urgent matter concerning Du Hyuk, I woke you up." Hearing it was about him, he immediately asked, "It's been quiet lately, did something happen?" She replied, "I heard that this time Freedom Guild invited Park Du Hyuk to jointly attack a camp." Diho wasn't very surprised. If it's Freedom Guild, they definitely invited Du Hyuk without anyone noticing. The branch manager's information network is truly amazing. Jiang Mai added, "Because information is life after all." She sat across from Diho and continued. "The important thing is that the group that participated in attacking the S-rank raid with him received a very positive response from Freedom. Yun also constantly suggested Du Hyuk join them. He remembers you were annoyed when looking at her. The large forces have already acted, so we can't stay still anymore." Yang Mi agreed, so she said, "With KB's reputation, let's try inviting him to attack Dean for you to see. What do you think?" Diho replied, "That's good, but the level can't be that high, but we can give him exclusive experience points and rewards. I'll have Junseo contact him right away." The system here displays Du Hyuk's information. Looking at it, he silently assessed. The stats have increased a lot, huh? That night, Du Hyuk turned away to another direction, thinking, the spell was obtained thanks to a storm in America. He smiled. "I worked hard to find it in hundreds of books around the world, but even though the storm brought that spell to me, it should reward me too, because I won the spell." Hearing that, the system again displayed that Du Hyuk had learned the level 3 spell, then it quickly rose to level 4. Seeing that, he muttered. In addition, the spell topic also sparked a controversy about balance issues in D and F the spell duration as well. He took out his sword, looked at it and said, "Shall I test this out?" He picked up the first thing. First, a normal grade enchantment weapon, potion recovery speed increased by 10%. Enchantment weapon duration nearly 1 hour. Du Hyuk looked at it, hesitating. Now if I place the duration spell here. Saying that, he put it in, the duration failure was removed and he was satisfied. Alright, the duration of the enchantment weapon has disappeared continuously. Du Hyuk was delighted, unexpectedly able to upgrade the rank infinitely like this, although the weapon limit is the special degree limit. He swung the sword. By the way, should I also find another approach type weapon? If it doesn't affect the spell usage, then wearing gloves and enhancing abilities would be good too. Finally, he strapped it to his waist. So let me try contacting Junseo. Just then someone called. Du Hyuk looked at the name and was surprised. Junseo is calling. Saying that, he answered, "Hello, I was about to call you, but you called me first." The other end replied, "Oh really? Seems like you have telepathy with me. What's the reason you called me?" The other side answered, "It's nothing urgent. I'll transfer the phone to Jo Hyuk to talk to you." At that moment he said, "Ah, I wish there were gloves sold at the exclusive grade supermarket today. That would be great." Gloves, wait a moment. She began to search. There is, today it's being sold out. Also, he added, "I want to enhance my abilities in that auction, is that possible?" Hearing that, she was somewhat surprised, a questioning look in her eyes. Then she slowly asked again, more firmly, "That is not an item but an ability." That evening at Dukangnam Market, Diho walked behind Jiggy and asked, "Silk Eye, didn't you say you weren't interested in today's auction products?" She answered, "Yeah, that's true." He puzzledly asked back, "Then why come here?" Jiggy turned to look at him. "It's just that a few hours ago I received a notice that a special product would be auctioned." Diho grew more confused, watching her back as she spoke. "A special auction? Yes, they said there's a special item inside, so if I don't come, wouldn't it be a pity?" Saying that, she casually opened the door and entered, really looking forward to seeing what will appear. Later on stage, Junseo said, "So all the regular items have appeared." She tilted her head. "Now we will proceed with the auction of the special item that we announced earlier. Before that, please welcome Mr. Park Du Hyuk, the sponsor of the special item, to the stage." Hearing that, the people below were puzzled. What's with bringing Du Hyuk out? It's a special item and it's truly unusual to have a person appear. What on earth are they selling? Don't tell me they came to sell scroll. He on stage began to speak. "Hello everyone, I am Park Jo Hyuk. Today is the second time we've met, right? Today it's not an item, but I've come to auction my own ability." Below, Diho turned to Jiggy and asked, "Silk Eye, can an awakened person's ability be auctioned?" She answered, "This is a place where items worth tens or hundreds of billions are sold." She narrowed her eyes, focused. In a place like that, putting up an ability for sale at that kind of price will also be permitted. Above, they continued in order for the first 10 people. Du Hyuk on stage added, "I will increase the weapons you own by at least 1 more level." Hearing that, Jiggy looked at him in surprise and exclaimed involuntarily, What do you mean?" Below, people whispered, "Is there a spell with an ability like that?" "I don't know either, perhaps Park Du Hyuk is just a spell user." At that moment, someone with an unclear emotion faced him and spoke. Was that true? The atmosphere in the main hall suddenly froze, no one spoke further. His gaze suddenly stopped on her and he inwardly frowned in thought. That girl came here too, but he continued, do I look like I'm lying? After thinking, he looked down at her and spoke loudly into the mic. Miss Min Seo-young-do. She remained silent upon hearing that without any further action. He above added, even weapons that have already surpassed legend grade, I can raise them one more level. However, he glanced over. If later someone appears who considers me an enemy or deliberately provokes me, then the weapon grade will return to its original state. The two of them just stared at each other with hostile eyes. Seo-young-do then spoke up. You can also completely seek out a craftsman to enhance by adding gems or jewels. Do-hyuk immediately retorted, if that were possible, I wouldn't be selling it here, as if talking to himself. After that, silence fell again. No one in the audience said anything. Do-hyuk stood in the center, cleared his throat, and loudly called out towards that direction. I hope you will consider the starting price is 5 billion. A while later in the waiting room, he sat facing those who had purchased that ability. Young So looked at the computer, frowned, and announced, the price offered is 20 billion each, confirmed 10 people have transferred money, total 200 billion. Next, Mr. Park Do-hyuk will proceed. Hearing that, he slammed his hand on the table and stood up. I'll start right away, please place your weapons on this table. They quickly placed their treasured weapons on the table, one by one. As time passed, Do-hyuk then spoke, looking at the magical items. Alright, he raised his hands to both sides, creating a mysterious golden light. The people before him were equally astonished, staring at the treasures in disbelief. Seong-ju looked at the magical treasure, her eyes sparkling. She said with satisfaction, oh my, unbelievable, my blade has truly reached legend grade. The others continuously exclaimed, my weapon went from rare to unique, this feels unreal. Then Do-hyuk looked at Seo-young-do, calmly greeted, then, since I have an appointment, she immediately replied, yes, you've worked hard, Mr. Do-hyuk. Then he noticed the other side, the customers from earlier. They were again looking over with eyes full of hostility. Do-hyuk slowly walked towards that direction, his face dark as he recalled. Besides Min Seo-young-do, there were two others, Kim Hun and Jang Hong-soo of the Mukhan Guild, staring intently at him. They didn't seem in a hurry for him to die, like Min Ji-on-uk. But Do-hyuk walked slowly, carefully. To avoid anything bad, it was better to remember them well. At that moment, someone called, Mr. Do-hyuk, over here. He looked at Do-ho in surprise and said, it's been a long time since the super outbreak, hasn't it? Do-ho immediately replied, that's right, long time no see. Did the market work finish well? Do-hyuk smiled lightly and answered, yes, the auction went smoothly and I found what I was looking for. He continued, that's great then. Now I'll take you to the meeting point right away. Elsewhere, Seong-ju walked down the corridor, the sound of high heels echoing. Suddenly she stopped when she noticed someone following behind her. She turned back and asked, I think following behind a woman isn't very polite. What do you think? She indifferently turned fully around and added, Hong-soo Oppa and Huni Oppa too. Hong-soo had an unpleasant face and snorted coldly. You're the one who called us first, yet you talk about manners. Huni also spoke with irritation. Calling us out secretly like this, is it because of that guy, Park Do-hyuk? Seong-do walked up to the two of them and calmly said, yes, that's right. Seong-do scanned his memory, providing continuous mental energy boosts and this time also weapon enhancement. The futuristic image in her mind surfaced. If things continue like this, all of us will just be toys in the hands of Park Do-hyuk. The more she spoke, the more determined her eyes became. Before that, let's find a way to make sure we can overpower him. She crossed her arms, so how about we temporarily cease fire? I think we share a common enemy. Huni continued, let's confirm whether our target is Park Do-hyuk or the In-River Association. Jun added both. For now, they've become one like destiny, you can't think of them separately. At this point, she pondered, then continued expressing her opinion. If we can't have something, we should eliminate it. The scene shifted to another place. All around was extremely gloomy. Jang Mi stood before a spatial rift with others. She looked at her watch, her mood unclear, and said, it's been 2 hours. She closed her eyes, suppressing her emotions, and added, has this attempt also failed? Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared outside, and a familiar figure walked in. Even in a remote place like this, there's a Danyon. Do-ho approached and babbled, this is a secret Danyon we just recently found not far from here. Do-hyuk, puzzled, said, ah, I see. Jang Mi continued. That's right, but it's been abandoned longer than we thought, and we don't know when an outbreak might occur. Do-hyuk had just stepped in. Ah, Jang Mi, you're here too. She smiled, looked at him affectionately, and replied, yes, Park Do-hyuk, long time no see. Then she said, I'll explain right away because I know you, Do-hyuk, don't like beating around the bush. Jang Mi crossed her arms and recounted. Originally it wasn't here, but we decided to invite Park Do-hyuk to a secret danyon under KB's management. He smiled leisurely at her and said, I already heard about it from Runsa. She also said, however, we discovered that there's a danyon opening here, based on a notice from the real estate side. They followed Jang Mi closer to the gate, and for the safety of the surroundings, we quickly attacked into the danyon. At this, Do-hyuk asked with a serious face, during that exploration, did no problems occur? Jang Mi replied, the problem is that this danyon has a limit of one person, and if failure occurs, you cannot challenge it again. Up to now, about 50 key personnel of KB have been sacrificed. Her expression turned grave. Diho and I are SS rank, but we also failed due to carelessness. As she said that, she clenched her fist angrily. Diho bowed and admitted his fault. I am strictly reflecting on myself. Across from them, Do-hyuk spoke. It must have been tough facing the monsters inside. If even you two SSS ranks failed, then no one can continue the assault. Hearing that, Jang Mi looked at him silently, her eyes conveying a sense of entrustment. The problem isn't firepower. Looking at the illusory rain before her, she added, invisible traps. Then she recalled the scene inside. Monsters with special resistance attributes, many diverse variables. At this, he still listened seriously as she said, that's why we need someone with diverse all-around abilities like you, Park Do-hyuk. Do-hyuk expressionlessly replied, originally I heard I'd be invited to a secret danyon, so I came. Jang Mi seriously explained, we are very sorry about that, but now we cannot abandon this danyon. Do-hyuk said flatly, I think if I have to bet my life on it, the price can't be simple. Jang Mi looked at him puzzled and asked out of habit, you mean? He calmly raised his hand, if an A-rank secret danyon can be transferred, with the right for me alone to exclusively exploit it. Hearing that, Diho was startled and reacted strongly, his attitude somewhat displeased. Wait, that's too much. Jang Mi calmer stopped him from rushing forward. As for Do-hyuk Choi Diho, she whispered to mediate. Let me handle this, step back. He looked at the two of them and pondered, a person with such awakened abilities. Reacting so strongly is understandable, but one must also pay such a price when betting one's own life. At this, Jang Mi's face turned cold and she said, Mr. Do-hyuk, danyon is national property. Transferring ownership of a danyon like that is nearly impossible. She waved her hand, so ownership will belong to KB and the nation. But the usage will be in accordance with Park Do-hyuk. What do you think? Do-hyuk comfortably replied, all right, let's do that. She added on her side, in return, there's a part you need to cooperate with. If you neglect the danyon and an outbreak occurs, then all the responsibility will fall on Park Do-hyuk. He adjusted his tie and calmly replied, of course, I will definitely take responsibility for it. So now let's talk about the maze. Its characteristic is the hazy blue smoke that obscures the scenery. If you enter the dungeon, you must run immediately. His face showed clear difficulty as he went inside. He gritted his teeth in anger and looked back if he had been a moment slower. The streams of smoke kept chasing from behind. Do-hyuk continued, you'll be surrounded by the poison cloud. After escaping the poison cloud, ahead was the lava rock lake. He used force to leap across it. Do-hyuk's figure vanished. The suggestion was to try to jump across. Later, he jumped high from one corner to another, his figure agile. Do-hyuk warily looked around, observing what was ahead. He slightly moved his foot, shifting a little to the side. Suddenly, arrows came pouring in like a storm. All he could see before him was a scene of utter chaos. Fortunately, he had activated a protective skill around himself, so he was temporarily unaffected. There, Do-hyuk guessed that the stone cave had many traps, so he had to be extremely careful. With that thought, he carefully landed on the other side of the cliff. Do-hyuk bent down to look. The subsequent attack was explained in a very vague manner. As for the structure of the stone cave, it was nothing special, just a straight passage and completely dark. He slowly advanced into that dark place. Only by going further inside could he see a light shining in. From this point, there was no other way but to attack directly. Do-hyuk opened his hand and tossed a ruby upward, a blue glow shining from his eyes. Inside were countless bright red spots. Looking behind, there was a swarm of snakes approaching. He guessed to himself that even a person of high rank in a sealed place like this could only throw up their hands and endure. Thinking this, he raised his hand and channeled a technique. He raised his hand and began shooting electric sparks. A faint smile flickered as he watched them hit. Such an elaborate attack method. The experience points should be quite massive, right? At that moment, guns appeared in the space, but since there could be no carelessness, I'll take out the drone in advance. With that, he stood before a deep pit looking at them. Focus, let's attack. Outside, Jang Mi and Diho waited nervously. He turned to Jang Mi and asked, by now, he must have entered the final exploration area, right? She continued. Then first we need to confirm. Jun Seo appeared at that moment, having received the call and arrived without any equipment. Is that okay? Jang Mi replied, no problem, it's not like you're here to directly attack. Diho then pointed at the opening and said, your job is very simple. Because this is a solo dungeon, so you can't go in after him. But now check if Park Do-hyuk shows any signs of life. We don't have access to the environment. She asked in confusion, "Is my job just that?" He replied, "Yes, even if you insert a B-rank name card here it gets pushed out." Jun Seo asked worriedly, "Will Captain Jo Hyuk be okay? But we just said goodbye a few hours ago." Jang Mi slightly frowned, looking inside. It can be seen that Park Do Hyuk is capable of using many types of abilities proficiently, so let's just trust and wait. Di-ho continued, "But if Park Do Hyuk also fails, there's no other way than to request cooperation with a higher-ranking guild." Saying that, he urged Jun Seo, "Hurry up and try to confirm." She quickly stepped to the opening, reaching her hand in to verify. Inside, a series of shattered golem corpses lay scattered. Do Hyuk stood before the large door for a long while, then murmured, "Finally, the boss's place." He recalled the journey just now with emotion. In this dungeon, if he hadn't used the drone to attack and run to the exit a bit earlier, he might have died or something. Then Do Hyuk leisurely opened the door. "Now, let's see who the master of this dungeon is." Inside, the scenery was extremely gloomy, water stains appeared everywhere. At the center, Do Hyuk thought, puzzled, "What?" The boss ran off somewhere. Thinking this, he looked to the side, his gaze contemplative yet indifferent. Moreover, in a corner, there was a female figure chained up, which made him suspicious. Who is that girl over there? It was evident she had no strength left. He wondered to himself, is she really human? Suddenly, in the silent space, a strange voice rang out, "Hey you, who are you?" From not far away, waves of cold air swept in with a humming sound. A pair of glowing red eyes appeared there. The living dead, Rick Dilluk, rank A, the boss of the dungeon. It muttered softly, "Why are you wearing the Arcanist's jewelry?" Seeing that, Do Hyuk thought to himself, Larix, rank A, is a monster never seen in D and F. How does it know about the Arcanist? He immediately retorted, "Why should I answer you? Even though it's a monster one rank below the Arcanist, this time I'm just playing solo." It looked at him with hostility, cutting in. "That arrogant behavior, I'll let you taste a bit of suffering." He frowned. At this, Do Hyuk prepared an attack stance. Anyway, it was fortunate that unlike the Arcanist, it was just a small magic-type monster. Do Hyuk summoned the Luzi's gauntlet. "Back in the days of D and F, I was really excited to enjoy PvP with those magic monsters. Suddenly, your arm has activated a new skill. All around, red orbs are covering it. Prepare to aim at it. Before your eyes, a false scene cannot see through the situation. After that sight, you immediately turn and run far away. The monster, though low-level, is not affected and laughs loudly. The way you flee is not simple at all." Do Hyuk escapes danger and sighs in relief, glancing at it. "That was too dangerous," he then thinks to himself. "But compared to what I thought, it seems like magic cannot be deployed continuously." Thinking this, he looks at it casting spells above and suddenly realizes, could it be that it noticed something unusual? Do Hyuk immediately retracts the shield skill. The monster, seeing that, looks down questioningly. "Can a barrier of that size block my attacks?" At that, it launches an attack toward Do Hyuk while shouting, "Dark Spear." A straight red line carrying overwhelming force rushes forward. Before him, a mysterious membrane of light, indescribable in words, appears. It is like a sword that breaks through his defensive barrier. A straight line shoots right up close to Do Hyuk. He quickly activates an invisibility skill. It sees that, stands high looking down and scoffs, "How boring." Then, before its eyes, not even a trace remains. But then the monster's gaze turns cold and steely. Do Hyuk uses an illusionary clone to dash close to it. His determined eyes aim in one direction and charge. It merely extends its hand, snorts coldly, and says, "These magic tricks of mere brats." Saying that, the monster concentrates its magic, declaring, "I'll use them all at once." So it raises its hand toward him and says in a cold, loud voice. In circle, the space becomes blurry. Lines connecting one by one appear. Then it mocks, "Are you stupid? Do you think magic sorcerers get activated without any calculation?" Do Hyuk ignores it and swings his fist flying toward it. A beam of light pierces straight through its body. Do Hyuk's eyes are cold and steely, delivering a fatal blow. The monster just disintegrates into red dust. He, because of that, also falls to the ground. Then Do Hyuk continues attacking, not letting it have any retreat. Fire after fire, the monster once again sinks into the light. Smoke and fire surround the entire room. The fire rises higher and higher, glowing brighter. After a while, Do Hyuk thinks with a serious face, "The difference between me and it is that it doesn't use magic unless it chants the spell out loud." Then he looks at the dying embers on the ground and thinks further. If I want to attack it, the monster, even though blocked by a barrier, still stubbornly shouts and curses. "You dare, lock it." Outside at this moment, Junso is still probing inside. The dimensional door shakes with energy. She at this moment is so panicked she's speechless. Di-ho stares blankly at Junso and says in disbelief, "Could it be broken?" Then he urgently shouts, "Lee Jun, what are you still doing? Quickly retreat backwards." Hearing that, she immediately runs away. Yes, Jang Mi and Di-ho both assume a defensive stance, waiting in attack posture, looking inward. At this moment, two figures gradually appear, hazy and hard to see. The two of them were extremely vigilant, not taking their eyes off it. At that moment, Do Hyuk came out with the girl from inside the dungeon, his face cold. Only then did his facial muscles relax a bit and he breathed a sigh of relief. almost died. Over there they were calling to capture Du Hayak. The scene shifted elsewhere. He caught his breath and drank water sip by sip. When he put the bottle down, he took a deep breath. Jiang Mai, standing opposite, immediately asked, "Have you calmed down a bit?" Du Hayak replied, "Yes, now I feel a bit more clear-headed." She asked again, "Then can you tell me what happened? Who is that girl and how did you get through the dungeon?" He honestly recounted. For now, the dungeon is completely cleared, safe. A few areas might be troublesome or cause injuries, but I promise to share the attack method. While speaking, Jiang Mai suddenly noticed the monster's head nearby. "You've worked hard, even though we asked you, but..." On the tray were the broken remains of the monster. "Did you really beat an A-rank boss alone? Truly amazing." Hearing that, Du Hayak looked at her a bit helplessly and replied, "Yes, it was extremely difficult." He continued, "The time I fought alone was about 5 minutes. It was short, but in that time I had to use every method and trick I had." He used fire to suppress the A-rank monster, then used a seal to subdue it while fighting back. Overall, the process was quite physically draining. And finally, he was able to defeat the boss in the dungeon. And using both those powers at once in large amounts was very damaging to his energy. Hearing that, Jiang Mai crossed her arms and said, "I won't ask about anything you obtained inside the dungeon this time, as that's an unwritten rule." She said, then looked at Du Hayak. "The problem is that girl is really a dilemma." Diho then walked over. "That's right, if we consider that girl as your spoils of war, Du Hayak, then I have no authority over her. But if we consider her as a subject of investigation, we must treat her differently." He hesitated. Until now, this is the first time an outsider has appeared inside a dungeon. Du Hayak sighed in agreement. "That's true, isn't it?" His gaze, full of doubt, looked at that girl. She was still unconscious. He then made a decision. "No need to misunderstand anything, just hand her over to me." "Du Hayak, are you sure? I'll take that girl with me. She escaped the dungeon with me, so she's my responsibility. Therefore, I want to be the one to manage her. If KB or someone else manages her, who knows what might happen." Then he recalled the shape of the A-rank boss in the dungeon and thought about that girl. Furthermore, it seems that girl has some kind of connection with Agnes. Jiang Mai said, "I agree." She pondered. If that girl's identity is revealed, she will attract attention and requests for research from related organizations, and the crude level of research would likely be unbearable. At that, the three of them stood silently, looking at each other without saying anything more. Then they looked at Junso, who was taking care of her, and added, "So let's not publicize that girl to the outside world." Jiang Mai thoughtfully added, "Instead, if any necessary research or investigation is needed, we'll try to conduct it in a subservient manner." Du Hayak smiled lightly, his face showing gratitude, and said, "Thank you for your concern." Jiang Mai politely replied, "What for? We must respect your thoughts, Du Hayak, since you attacked the dungeon on our behalf." Beside them, Diho agreed, "That's right, you've worked hard, Du Hayak." A while later, on the highway, a luxury car rolled through the dark night. At that moment, Diho, along with the other three, sat in the seats, and he called out. He said, "Du Hayak, from now on, you have someone to protect by your side, so you must know something." You looked back seriously. "Yes, please go ahead," Diho advised. At KB, for now, there is a department managing subjects, running indirect management programs, and monitoring at a protective level. He immediately understood. If KB promised support, how could there not be some kind of monitoring? At this, Du Hayak said, "I also thought there would be such a department." He added seriously, "According to reports, there might be a department tracking you, Du Hayak. But it seems they are much more discreet than I thought. I tried to trace back their path, but I was detected and they disappeared." Du Hayak began to reason internally. I see. Who could it be? There were 2 people at that time, weren't there? If not, could it be Min Xiang anyway? The car was stopping at a red light. Inside, Diho warned seriously. "For that reason, please always be careful. If there is any danger, you can call us at any time." Du Hayak immediately exclaimed, "Yes, thank you." From the back, Junso leaned forward, looking up at him. "Whether it's personal or not, you can call me anytime." Diho saw that and corrected her. "Li Su-jun, we're having a serious conversation right now." She didn't back down, glaring at him. "We've already said everything, so what's the problem? Isn't that right, Du Hayak?" He looked back, his face helpless, and replied, "Yes, I think it's fine." She suddenly blushed, pointing at herself. "Then Du Hayak, if you don't have a girlfriend yet, how about considering me?" Junso said, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Outside, the light simultaneously changed from red to green. Diho, not understanding why, stomped on the accelerator, and due to inertia, Junso quickly fell backward. She jolted in surprise with a sharp pain and screamed. Her eyes full of resentment glanced at the culprit. "Deputy, what are you doing that's so dangerous?" He replied sternly, "Be good and put your seatbelt on." She was defiant, pouting and puffing her cheeks at Diho. He then said, "It's really easy to make a good impression on others, you know." Then Du Hayak turned downward and added, "Because you're a very charming person." Being praised, she shyly looked at him, her cheeks blushing. "That's good, I understand." Cut to another scene. Outside the apartment building, only 1 unit's light was on. Du Hayak inside looked at the system panel. This time, clearing the dungeon, mechanic had ranked up to rank 10. Should we test or confirm again? On it, each specific point was clearly recorded. First, let's try injecting mana and see the statistical data. At this level, the intelligence mana stats are almost reaching grade A, right? Saying that, he grinned with satisfaction. Now, let's check the loot again. But at the same time, the girl behind him woke up, a weak voice uttering, "Where is this?" Du-hyuk turned back to look at the person on the bed and calmly replied, "This is my house." She shifted slightly. On this side, Du-hyuk asked further, "Are you feeling a bit more awake now?" The girl didn't answer, her gaze dazed and curious, looking elsewhere. Izzy sat in the room with a formal, timid posture. She looked around at everything in the room with bewilderment. Du-hyuk brought 2 cups of water, saw her strange expression, and asked, "What's wrong?" Izzy knelt to one side, smiled, and replied, "Yes, it's really different from the place I used to live." He had guessed as much, so that's how it was, because she came from a completely different world. She reached out to take the coffee cup handed by Du-hyuk. As expected, Du-hyuk raised his coffee cup. "But you're still using our world's language quite well, aren't you?" Izzy held out the translation device. "This helps me translate what you say." Du-hyuk put his cup down. "That's a truly amazing item." He mused, "Do you remember anything about what happened in the dungeon?" Izzy pondered. "I don't remember very clearly." She recalled meeting Zohyuk. "I only remember going there as a sacrifice for a ritual, and at that time you came and defeated Rick Deluxe and saved me." Izzy looked over at him. "Also, if I'm not mistaken, you're holding my brother's necklace." Du-hyuk placed everything on the table. "You mean this?" She quickly replied, "Yes, that's it." Izzy, slightly agitated, asked, "You holding it means?" Du-hyuk could only silently nod slightly. Her face became downcast. "I understand. Then, can I hear about when my brother left this behind and if he said anything?" Du-hyuk recounted Akinas's words. "If you meet anyone who is my subject or subordinate, whoever it may be, they will recognize this necklace and this ring. Try not to let them go to hell. I beg you, please save them." Hearing this, Izzy fell into sorrow. "Brother," Du-hyuk quietly let her cry. "In my subconscious, the worldview of DVSF I know. Empires like Desmond and Agnes are just the surface part of the main story. That's why the fact that Agnes had a younger sister is something I've only just learned now. That day was truly like hell." Izzy slowly opened up, feeling relieved. "Having experienced such a peaceful time now, I feel as if I've been blessed." Du-hyuk was curious. What exactly happened? She recounted, "We are the royal family of the Desmond Empire, which has now fallen into decline." She remembered the root of all problems, a mysterious figure. "It all began one day when a black magic sorcerer came to our empire, and Emperor Lan Ban went mad from the magic. His doing, a horrific bloody scene emerged in her memory. After going mad, the emperor indulged in slaughter and violence even. Capable subordinates were killed. Enemy airships came from the sky, and before long the magic empire Aetna began its invasion. The kingdom was driven to a corner. The Desmond Empire lost all its capable talents and collapsed in a short time, reaching ruin in less than a year. After that, Agnes had to get involved. My brother thought he couldn't just sit still and endure, so he killed Emperor Lan Ban and directly rose up to fight against them. In her memory, Agnes was covered in blood, only able to watch everything happen helplessly. But it wasn't enough to stop the Imperial Army of Aetna. A mysterious book appeared, and then my brother sought out forbidden spells that were buried underground in the old Desmond Empire. The power enveloped Agnes, and as a result it drowned him in madness. On the fierce battlefield, everyone risked their lives. The kingdom's army, thanks to Agnes's forbidden power, his strength truly turned the tide for their side. The situation on both sides shifted. My brother gained power through darkening and managed to stop the Imperial Army of Aetna. The forbidden spell would soon reach its limit, and before long that dark power erupted. The dark magic spread throughout the kingdom, to my brother and the soldiers in the capital of the Desmond Empire and all parts. All the common people turned berserk and became uncontrollable demonic creatures. Only ordinary people like Hizzy and Osao watched their homeland be destroyed. Before that, my brother seemed to sense the impending danger and tried to take me as far away as possible. Unfortunately, she was captured, but I hadn't run far before I was caught by Diluk's subordinates and taken into the sacrificial chamber. At that moment, Du-hyuk asked, "So that is why you were in the dungeon?" She replied, "Yes, and before I lost consciousness, Diluk told me that." Izzy rubbed her arm. Because of that person's mistake, both that person and their subordinates fell into a multi-dimensional rift, but they might be able to return. She trembled, and for that to happen, they would kill me and tell me to be happy to become a sacrifice. Du-hyuk speculated, "Perhaps that is why I thought this place is another world caused by the movement of the multi-dimensional rift, and I met you." At this point, she suddenly remembered to ask, "What is your name?" Du-hyuk smiled. "You were talking and forgot to introduce yourself." He introduced himself briefly. "I'm Du-hyuk. You can just call me Du-hyuk casually." She also introduced, "Du-hyuk, I'm Hizzy." She grew bolder and asked, "Du-hyuk, you saved me, but may I ask you one more favor?" He said seriously, "I will do my best to adapt to this world, so can you help me?" Du-hyuk asked back in surprise. "Adapt?" Hizzy frowned. "I want to find out how I came to this place, and also the secrets related to my brother." From the dark cave, a giant corrupted bear bared its teeth and charged quickly towards Sungmi. She raised her hand and used a shield to protect herself, maintaining a certain distance. It opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs and lunged. However, the bear attacked with its paw, striking down hard where Sung-mi stood, shattering the ground. From the chaos, she dashed quickly toward the bear, and while it was still unresponsive, slashed it once with her weapon. The bear, in pain, gaped its mouth, froze in shock. It immediately collapsed to the ground, creating an aftershock. At that moment, Zohai appeared from above with a weapon charged with energy. She decisively dealt the bear a fatal blow, ending its life. Zohai landed gently beside the bear's corpse, holding a scythe. She looked at Sung-mi and said, "Sung-mi, let's go help Do Hyuk now." But when she saw the current situation, she removed her mask and immediately gaped. Facing her was a bear several times larger, with a huge wound on its chest. In just a moment, it collapsed onto the ground. Zohai thought in astonishment, while Sung-mi and I were catching a rabbit together. Observing the monster corpses scattered around, she inwardly exclaimed, "Did he take down this entire group by himself?" The memory of the conversation between him and Hizzy resurfaced. At that time, she had said seriously, "In return, I will definitely compensate and repay you." Do Hyuk closed his eyes, forced a smile, and replied, "Let's take that slowly, I'm fine with whatever." Hizzy looked up at him and said, "Then, from now on, everything depends on you, Do Hyuk." He raised his hand and replied, "Yes, to adapt, let's start by buying clothes and carrying things, right? We can't keep wearing that outfit forever." From within a daydream, Zohai angrily yelled, "Do Hyuk." He startled and looked at her, stammering, "What is it?" Zohai said, "Wake up, we've reached the boss's territory." At this moment, all three stood before a door. She scolded him angrily. "What on earth are you constantly thinking about?" Do Hyuk scratched his head and replied, "Don't worry about it, nothing special." Zohai frowned and asked, "That may be what you say, but when you went to America, something must have happened to make such a big difference compared to before you left." Sung-mi also chimed in, "That's right. Although over the past few days you've still shown a certain chemistry with me and Zohai, but..." She put on an incredulous expression and exclaimed, "Every time I see you, Do Hyuk, I feel like you've changed." He asked in surprise, "Really?" Zohai appeared behind Sung-mi and affirmed, "Yes, that's right." She pictured a shiny yellow letter C flaunting itself. "Sung-mi has worked really hard, so she's advanced to rank C. Every time I see you, I keep wondering the whole time, what does rank even mean?" Do Hyuk looked at the two of them, puzzled. "Oh, Sung-mi, you've also leveled up to rank C." She smiled and replied, "Yes, during the time you were in America, Do Hyuk Oppa, I leveled up." He quickly suggested, "Is that so? Then to celebrate Sung-mi's promotion, let's go eat together." Zohai readily agreed, "Great idea, Do Hyuk, you treat us." He didn't agree right away, just said, "First, let's catch the boss, then I'll think about it." Do Hyuk briefly glanced at Sung-mi and called out softly, "Sung-mi." The door opened, revealing a completely new space. Inside, a fierce fire was blazing. He instructed, "This boss has fire resistance, so let's stick to the basics." Sung-mi and Zohai attack its weak point from behind. A rock engulfed in flames on top of the monster's head. Do Hyuk said, "It is one with the monster and the weak point will appear." In front, the monster with a body entirely of fire appeared before their eyes. Sung-mi worriedly asked, "Do Hyuk Oppa, will it be okay?" He replied, "Don't worry too much." Do Hyuk's body was immediately surrounded by a layer of fire. He calmly explained, "First of all, the property confirmed from it is sunfire." Then, Do Hyuk's figure leaped up to face the monster. He said, "Then let's fight." It spewed a massive amount of flames towards him. The powerful flames swept through everything around and set a corner ablaze. At that moment, the item, Dilliker's demon bracelet, and a small rock appeared. Du Hyuk thought, "This time by defeating Dilliker, I've obtained 3 spoils of war. A crystal stone, Dilliker's demon bracelet, and Aramir's fox missile, also known simply as fox missile." He recalled the moment in that battle and thought, unlike current basic magic missiles, its speed, power, and mana capacity are far superior, and it is a spell with significantly higher controllability. Du Hyuk ran on the ground, observing the monster in front of him, thinking, "Then let's test out the features of this spell." At that moment, Sung-mi appeared in front of him, shielding him with her shield. The monster fiercely attacked with its flaming hand. She gritted her teeth and held her shield steady. Sung-mi gathered her strength and blocked its attack. Waves of power emanated from the shield. Zohai ran from a distance and praised, "Sung-mi, nice hit." She aimed for the rock on the monster's head and ran towards it. As soon as the distance was closed, Du Hyuk immediately slashed at it with his weapon with great force. The rock instantly shattered into 2 pieces. She announced loudly, "Guys, sorry, anyway it didn't work, seems a bit lacking in power." Du Hyuk encouraged in a low voice, "It's okay, I'll finish it." He spread out a magic circle and shouted its name, Fox Missile. Blue magic rays aimed at the rock on the monster's head and gathered. Immediately, it was hit by a large fatal explosion that immobilized it. Du Hyuk saw the desired result. and smiled with satisfaction. The shirt was neatly ironed, elegant and tidy, paired with blue jeans, further exuding a mature look. Sungmi fixed her hair, she said seriously, "Great, the preparation stage is now complete." Returning to the moment right after attacking the boss, all three stared intently at the monster's corpse. Zohai looked at Sungmi and said, "Sungmi, can you come over here a moment?" She followed and wondered, "Zohai, what's going on?" She playfully winked and said, "This time the congratulatory C-rank celebration doesn't count, okay?" Sungmi panicked and asked loudly, "What, you mean you're not going?" Zohai replied, "That's right." She looked at her embarrassed face and instructed, "It's been a long time since you've seen and had time to go out with Duhai, okay? So just go on a date, you two." Sungmi instantly flustered, blushing and repeated, "Date," Zohai calmly said. "Judging by your reaction, it seems you've never gone out alone together except when coming and going from the knitting specialty." She immediately steamed up and replied in a low voice, "Yes." Then she placed her hand on Sungmi, who was covering her blushing face, and advised, "That's why the things you can't talk about during knitting circle, go together and have a really happy conversation." Zohai smirked and said, "From next time I won't give in like this again." She smiled happily and replied, "Yes, thank you." Sungmi pensively looked at herself in the mirror. She put on a determined expression and said, "A rare opportunity that Zohai gave me, I have to do my best." In front of Park Zohyok's house, a mysterious white car was parked. Peter quietly wondered, "Alex, is that guy Park Duhai okay really going to bring money?" Alex, leaning back against the car door, said, "Of course, Peter. I heard that the master is very interested in this Park Duhai okay guy. And if we capture him and hand him over, the master will give us deserving rewards." He smirked sinisterly and asked, "We can't keep being just C-rank mercenaries in the Guardians forever, right?" Peter immediately exclaimed, "Of course. Guardians, a multinational organization, the World Multinational Management Bureau, different from the multinational organizations under UBI, is an organization that operates thoroughly on the principle of self-interest only, meaning no need to distinguish between good and evil. A person with two qualities of good and evil appears. If asked to do dirty work and the doer receives full payment, no matter how evil it is, they'll do it. And of course, if the requested task is not wrong, they just proceed. For those in the organization, money is supreme." Alex sneered contemptuously. "Park Do-hye-ok is just an easy guy, maybe we won't even need to gang up on him." Peter silently gripped the steering wheel, looked at him, and suddenly realized something. Noticing a military-looking car parked across, he shouted, "It's Park Do-hye-ok's car." Alex raised an eyebrow and said, "Chasing him to his house is like a fortress, so we must catch him when he's outside." The henchman immediately took the wheel. He closed one eye and grinned, "Then just take him to a private location or some building to take care of him." At Shopping Mall 20, Do-hye-ok leaned against the wall looking at his phone. He noticed two suspicious guys thinking, two on the second floor. Then he noticed the escalator counting, one on the escalator, then two people sitting on chairs. Do-hye-ok listed, one on the ground floor. He recalled the suspicious white car, thinking, since he left the house, a suspicious truck had been constantly tailing him. Do-hye-ok's frustrated face appeared. He gritted his teeth and observed, "Are these the guys that Choi Tae-ho mentioned to me?" Do-hye-ok thought while scrolling his phone, feeling very sorry because he rarely got to go out with Sung-mi, but at that moment she came from afar and spoke. "Do-hye-ok oppa, I'm here," he replied. "Hurry up, Sung-mi." Sung-mi, charming in casual clothes, she shyly and bashfully said, "Do-hye-ok oppa, sorry for being late, I tried to come faster." Admiring Sung-mi's beauty, his eyes lit up and he praised, "Even in everyday clothes, you look very pretty." She stroked a lock of hair, not daring to look directly at Do-hye-ok, and answered, "It's lucky, it's the first time meeting up and I'm wearing normal clothes, so I was a bit worried." Then he suggested, "Let's go then." Sung-mi smiled and said, "Okay." The two quickly held hands. On the second floor, the stalker silently sensed the situation. Peter, annoyed, sneered, "Don't tell me we came here to watch these brats flirt with each other." Alex closed his eyes and said, "Before they die, let them have a last moment of happiness. As soon as there's an opportunity, we'll launch a preemptive strike." In the mall's central hall, Sung-mi hesitantly asked, "Do-hye-ok oppa, I checked the message. Now what are you planning to do?" He calmly held her hand and discussed, "First we have to go somewhere less crowded. That way we can find a chance to escape from them." She wondered, wouldn't that be like luring them? Do-hye-ok didn't answer but said, "First this way," looking at the two figures moving below. The henchman reported, "That guy is heading quickly toward the emergency stairs." He pushed Sung-mi against the wall, making her blush, and whispered, "Sorry for a moment." Then Do-hye-ok slowly lowered his head, bringing his lips close to Sung-mi. Instantly all the mercenaries rushed out, they said. "This is the moment, everyone target him, he's not paying any attention to his surroundings." Alex, holding a power burst weapon, said, "Go die." He slashed fiercely at both of them decisively. Alex smirked in satisfaction, looking at the two lying motionless at his feet, smug, nothing special at all. But then a blue flame appeared and surrounded his legs. Alex, bewildered, wondered, what is this? Is it a fake dummy? Suddenly a scream rang out. He touched his earpiece, puzzled. What is it? What's that noise? Brand, the person Alex was connected to, is now lying motionless on the floor. From the earpiece came a faint call. Brand, answer quickly. He woke up shouting, regretting that the guy was definitely still nearby. Everyone be careful, stay alert. Song Do-hyuk said in a low voice, it's too late. He chanted a spell. Lightning ball. Immediately, golden lightning bolts struck down on Peter and the other minions. The light from the thunder flashed across the whole sky. When it ended, Do-hyuk coldly looked at his opponent, and at that moment a purple light flashed in the distance. Alex's figure suddenly appeared in front of him with a purple ray flying straight at him, but he changed direction and flew elsewhere. Sung-mi screamed. One of them got away. Do-hyuk frowned at him and gently comforted. It's okay. Alex gritted his teeth, thinking bitterly, such a perfect plan. His eyes were full of hatred and he wondered to himself, why did this happen? Suddenly, Irene appeared out of nowhere right next to Alex, blocking his path. Alex gaped in astonishment, thinking in panic, who on earth did I mess with? A crash rang out and he was sent flying to the ground. Do-hyuk and Sung-mi calmly walked over. He smirked and said, you've worked hard. Irene softly looked at Do-hyuk, a light flickering on her face. He watched Irene slowly approach him and softly called the robot's name. A moment later, KB personnel appeared at the scene. Unso walked over to Do-hyuk and asked, Do-hyuk, did you know these mutants are mercenaries of Guardians? He asked back, Guardians, that organization that will do anything for money. The 3 key members involved in this case appeared in turn. She said, yes, they are members. Although not high-ranking, they are official mercenaries listed in the organization's records and their objective. Thinking of the rolled-up scroll, Junso said seriously, maybe it's the scroll ability that Do-hyuk possesses, because the price of this special scroll ability keeps rising. The girl thought with a puzzled headache, why is Woody targeted by these mutants? She announced. Everything is probably handled now. Then Junso looked straight at Do-hyuk, and she looked at them standing together and said, but aren't you two dating? She blushed and waved her hands in confusion. Dating? That's. She smiled and turned to him, saying, Sung-mi's face seems unable to lie. She pressed Do-hyuk, and what about you? He smirked and replied, we're going out to eat to celebrate Sung-mi achieving C rank. This made her bite her lip in heartache as she looked at him. Junso, as if understanding something, said, so that's how it is, then I'm relieved. Sung-mi remained silent, unable to say a word. She continued, so you haven't even eaten yet and I've kept you here. Then Junso said loudly, you two go and enjoy your meal. Do-hyuk looked at her and softly replied, yes, you've worked hard. After letting you go ahead a few steps, Sung-mi glanced back warily. She parted her lips slightly, thinking uneasily, that behavior just now was. Watching Junso's back, Sung-mi muttered to herself, could it be that Lee Junso also? That night at Do-hyuk's house, a few rooms were already lit. He opened the door and stepped inside, saying, I'm home. Immediately, something leaped up from the floor. Just as it smothered Do-hyuk's face with its whole body, he caught it in his hand. Looking at it, squinting at him, he wondered, what is this? What's with this cat? Izzy spoke up from behind the wall. That little one's name is Zuki. I told you not to run around like that. Do-hyuk looked at her, puzzled. Izzy, is this the cat you're raising? Izzy smiled shyly, not answering, and simply said, Do-hyuk oppa, you're home. Ruki, come back here. The cat in his hands vanished, leaving behind only a small magic sphere. A similar one appeared in front of her. Do-hyuk let out an "oh." Izzy stroked the cat perched on her shoulder and introduced it. Its name is Ruki. I've raised it since I was little. Its ability is time manipulation. He approached her, impressed. Is that so? This is also the first time I've seen such a profound ability, so I'm a bit surprised. Izzy replied, it can summon magical power even while resting. Then Do-hyuk noticed the pile of documents stacked far away and grew curious. While I wasn't home, did you manage to rest comfortably? Izzy answered. Yes, I've been learning everything through the internet and the books you bought for me. Then the empty lunchbox was noticed. She praised, trying food for the first time, I thought the taste wasn't bad. He said, since you're of royal blood, I was worried you might not find it to your liking right away. Izzy frowned, putting on a pitiful, confused expression. Do-hyuk oppa, am I troubling you too much? Please treat me comfortably, just call me Hizzy. Not wanting to make her feel awkward, he quickly agreed. All right, from now on I'll speak comfortably too. Hizzy promptly replied, yes, please do, Do-hyuk oppa. Then he picked up his coat and headed upstairs, saying, I have some work to do, so I'll go to the workshop first. Good night. She answered, good night to you. As Do-hyuk went upstairs, he noticed light coming from behind a door. He wondered, there's light coming from the study. When he opened the door, what caught Do-hyuk's eye was a carefully wrapped book, displaying a notification window in midair. Startled, he muttered to himself, what is this? What happened? The notification window displayed, do you want to confirm the completion of the translation? Do-hyuk pressed yes and thought, it says the translation is done. I've never even opened it. Could it have been in the book since I obtained it? Immediately the book opened on its own and a blue light flashed intensely. Then the book closed by itself. A message window appeared with the words, congratulations, Do-hyuk. You have acquired the Ahmed good crafting method. As the first reward, Ahmed's fighting spirit. The crafting ingredients range from 1 to 3. The notification window continuously updated. You have received the first reward. Ahmed's obsession allows crafting of grenades and ammunition. Regarding the first reward, Ahmed's spirit is the experience of using Ahmed good. Du Hyuk picked up the book, smiling as he thought. What it managed to translate is the Ahmed good crafting method. A translated book that yields useful items like this ought to be used often, right? The notification window sought his input. Proceed with crafting Ahmed good with a maximum quantity of 3, he pondered. So in this case, even if I don't know about the others, increasing the number that can be crafted counts as a kind of consolation prize. That would be really great. He stretched his hand up high, telling himself, all right, let's try making one. The notification window displayed, magical power required 25,000. Du Hyuk quickly channeled his power. Then the notification said materials were needed. High-grade gems, Retro's hide, Goblin King's fang, a coating made from magical energy. He quickly supplied all the materials and said, the last ones, the notification window displayed, all crafting materials are now sufficient. A list of required materials appeared on the window, then it switched to Ahmed good crafting in progress. At that moment, someone was holding a pen and writing. That person let out a soft groan. It's really cold. Once finished, the entire content on the paper recounted the story of the Black Prince Akins and Hizzy in the current situation, and revealed that the sorcerer who pushed him into the rift was her enemy. The writer silently mused, I think I should end Akins' side story here. Although it's heartbreaking, the fact that the Black Prince Akins has died is the truth. Instead, let's lend strength to Hizzy. The person began to write more. Was it because she prayed so earnestly? An unforeseen change has occurred within Hizzy's body. She has become a mutant. After finishing, the person said softly, all right, the side story ends here. Just then, a noise rang out, making them wonder, who's there? A notification window displayed. C-rank questions begin. The massive fingers of a rock monster pushed up through the ground, buried underneath. It furrowed its brow angrily and whipped around to look at its opponent. Nearby, the calm figure of Du Hyuk stood observing, with 2 magical portals on either side of him. That monster was on the boss monster list, Jock Golem. Behind Du Hyuk, a powerful magical surge appeared, creating a small shockwave. Irene and Akron together flew toward the golem. The 2 robots coordinated smoothly with each other. Akron dodged the opponent's grasp, flew higher, then dove straight down, shouting, a powerful beginning. Akron quickly fired its energy at the monster. From a distance, Irene also deployed her power. Flames erupted and engulfed it. Light also flashed. Irene shouted, fireball! Instantly, a massive flame shot out. The stone monster was immediately surrounded by powerful flames and erupted in a terrifying explosion. But it wasn't damaged at all. Du Hyuk thought, the mechanic has reached level 21, Akron and Irene's attacks had been strengthened, but their defense still hadn't reached B rank. He began deploying his abilities inside the magic treasure. Yeah, all right. The Ahmed good that Du Hyuk had crafted was complete, radiating mysterious and extremely powerful energy. He muttered to himself, now I can bring it out and test it. Below was its basic information panel. Legendary grade can be used alongside other weapons, does not affect the choice of using hybrid weapons. Basically, it can be charged with various energy sources and can use gems to charge in emergency. To reach maximum energy requires 20 top-grade gems. Special ability receives all damage from magic attacks, and physical damage converts into ammunition, precisely pinpointing the target. Additionally, it has mixed magic power, able to add one's own magical ability to the gun's output to maximize firepower. Du Hyuk gripped Ahmed good firmly, slowly feeling it. Once familiar with it, he aimed the gun at the opponent, thinking, first, load the top-grade gem, and saw the notification panel display. Using the gem, energy is fully charged to maximum. Du Hyuk furrowed his brows, channeling his own energy into it. He thought, add to that all of my own magic power. The stone monster started moving again. Immediately, it raised its fist aiming at Du Hyuk. He remained calm, standing still, watching the monster's huge hand coming closer. At that moment, Irene quickly flew to where Du Hyuk was standing. She swiftly attacked the monster's hand, protecting him. Seizing the opportunity, Du Hyuk fired a magic sphere from Ahmed good. It confirmed the target point as the edge of the stone monster's head. At that moment, a warning notification appeared. Magic power index dropped below 10. The gun also underwent a transformation. He gently squeezed the trigger, and the bullet shot out instantly at dizzying speed. The light intensity was so great, combined with enormous energy, that the monster's shape distorted. The flames burst out, burning along the entire path, incinerating. Chunks of rock from the monster's body began to fall apart. When the flames died out, its body also disappeared, no longer intact. Du Hyuk thought in amazement, so powerful that just one shot took down a B-rank boss. He glanced at the gun in his hand and mused, This has now become the most powerful weapon I possess. The notification panel displayed, mission completed at C rank. Sometime later, the notification panel displayed necessary information about a special spell, Immortal, level 1. And it announced that Du Hyuk had obtained the special spell, Immortal. He read the details and smiled, saying, with this skill, I can hunt a bit more safely now. Du Hyuk glanced at his computer, thinking, I accessed the DF homepage thinking I'd find something useful, but the screen displayed no results for the keyword Hizzy. He pondered, there's no information at all about Hizzy. Explanatory posts about the skills were still there, but Du Hyuk rested his chin and said, it would be better to hear stories about DF from the people who founded it. Anyway, then he picked up his phone thinking, T-Pung must be looking forward to helping. 5 days later in some house, someone was pressing their hand to the floor, releasing energy. Behind that person was another. The one releasing energy said, from what I can see, it seems like they were taken not long ago. The other person then angrily said, who beat us to it? The opponent replied, probably just someone. The other glanced over and quietly affirmed, people who also want to investigate in secret just like us. Then they said, then first let's go back and report the situation. He cursed angrily, damn it. Elsewhere, Du Hyuk and T-Pung were walking. He asked quietly, is it here? He replied, yes. Looking at the simple house in front of them, T-Pung explained, the house of Han Ga-jin, the story writer of DF. He stood on the stairs looking down and said, he's a screenwriter with almost no outside activities. I found out through someone who used to work on the DF development team. Du Hyuk quietly replied, thank you for your hard work searching. T-Pung watched him slowly going down the stairs and warned, when I came by, all the lights were off. The door was already open, but I didn't go inside. Du Hyuk smiled gently, reassuring. It's okay because nothing could have happened to you anyway. Then when he reached a room, he gently pushed the door handle down. The two people inside exchanged vigilant words. Another one has come, let's hide first. All right. The two of them then hid in the space they had created. When the door cracked open, only a little smoke lingered. Du Hyuk's voice rang out, let me go in there first. He walked and protected himself, armor and shield. There might be danger, so you wait outside, okay? T-Pung replied, I know. Then he went deeper into the room, deployed a magic lamp. He saw papers scattered on the floor. He thought in surprise, could this be? Then he read the written contents. Du Hyuk wondered to himself, the story about Hizzy isn't on the main page, but how? With one hand he created several light orbs. Holding the paper in one hand, he frowned. The development of this story was exactly the same as what he had heard Hizzy recount. Recalling the events that had happened, Du Hyuk wondered to himself, could Han Ga-jam's novel have become reality while he was lost in thought? What exactly is Han Ga-jam's background? Then the mysterious person from earlier appeared behind him holding a dagger. That person aimed straight at Du Hyuk's nape and stabbed down. But when the blade touched, a protective barrier on his body caused the blade to break. The person exclaimed in surprise inwardly, a special spell that even my blade cannot pierce. Du Hyuk frowned warily and asked, who are you? He unleashed his energy immediately. A series of lasers targeted the opponent. Du Hyuk shouted, magic fire arrow. The other person fell. Himself at a disadvantage, he was astonished. Immediately that person leaped far away out of his attack range. Used magic to flee, that person thought, first let's get out of here. He noticed that action and yelled, stop right there. T-Pung, standing outside the stairs, heard a loud noise and wondered, what's that sound? In an instant, a figure in a robe appeared before his eyes and swept past. T-Pung stammered, what's going on? Du Hyuk rushed out of the room. Gritting his teeth, he dashed past him, ignoring his puzzled calls. Du Hyuk rushed outside, only glancing back at T-Pung to instruct. T-Pung, don't follow, stay and wait there. When he exited onto the street, Du Hyuk landed on the ground and shouted loudly, stop, but facing him was that same person. Du Hyuk was shocked, his pupils constricted. The opponent raised a hand, formed a magic sphere and said in a deep voice, go die. A stream of dark magic shot toward him, and he quickly used defensive energy. But a terrifying sound rang out, stunning Du Hyuk and leaving him gaping. The other person's magic transformed into a giant whirlwind. Du Hyuk raised both hands in front of his face to protect himself. Hey, what kind of ability do you think this skill is? The necklace he was wearing quickly flashed. A notification panel appeared. Mental restraint activated, physical restraint activated. The defensive protection against bodily weakening was successful. From within that pitch-black whirlwind, a strong purple light flashed. Du Hyuk successfully dispelled the opponent's magic. Immediately, the opponent's arm cracked and shattered. That person collapsed, clutching his arm in pain and screaming. His teammate wondered, what is he doing? He remarked quietly, he couldn't withstand my skill and even got countered. Then he said, forget it, first let's just get out of here. Immediately, streams of magic appeared where the two of them were. Then afterward, a glowing sphere enveloped both of them. When the sphere vanished, in the gap lay a motionless corpse. Du-hyuk gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking, I let one get away. At that moment, someone wearing a hooded robe stood high up observing, and inwardly remarked, that guy is really strong. That person held a dagger in hand, slowly channeling magic into it. Observing the scene below on the ground, he subtly raised the blade. He narrowed his eyes, thinking, I have no choice but to do this. Immediately the dagger stabbed down into the body of the motionless one, too fast for Du-hyuk to stop. From the dagger's point, cracks began to appear. In an instant, a massive fire blazed up. He thought, to erase any remaining traces, they'd even kill their own comrade. Then Du-hyuk noticed the figure in the air was also gradually disappearing. He shouted, stop right there, but only a flash of released magic gleamed in the space. Du-hyuk stood still on the ground, hissing, damn it. Right after the struggle ended, T-Pung had collected all 4 pages. The scene of Du-hyuk holding the stack of papers and looking toward him appeared, and also gave T-Pung 3 more directives. First, find all other traces related to the author Han Gazem. Second, by any means, try to contact him. Third, listen for news from colleagues or those with close relationships to Han Gazem. Reading the sentences on the papers, Du-hyuk mused. Aside from 2 pages about Hizzy, the rest. 1 page tells about the dark mage Bendina once fighting with Dilla. Onto the second page, the content was novel. He remarked, another page is the story about Butter singing with the Rip. Du-hyuk held the stack of papers and muttered. Han Gazem wrote these novel pages and then left them. Where did he go? Just then, Hizzy brought over a glass of water and said to Du-hyuk, drink some water. He smiled and replied, I die, thank you. She sat back down opposite him and said softly, I also have something to tell you, Du-hyuk. Du-hyuk asked, what is it? Hizzy opened an information panel. She said in a low voice, a few hours ago, before you came back, Du-hyuk, a message for users who are mutants suddenly came to me. Recalling the lines written on the pages by Han Gazem, he silently thought, it's exactly like the content in the novel. Hizzy continued. A system for mutants suddenly appeared, but it felt familiar, as if it had existed for a long time. She scrolled through the information panel and calmly said, even if it really is a system message sent to me, shouldn't it use the language of Desmond? Then Du-hyuk asked, what about the level in class? Vucky appeared on Hizzy's shoulder. She answered, the class listing is Summoner. And he is a pet that I love dearly, and I can always have him by my side. That's a sign that my magic power isn't being consumed at all. He smiled and praised, unlike me, Hizzy isn't panicked at all. I think that's great. She glanced outside and said, at first I was a bit panicked, but outside the window is the view of Prosperity City. Hizzy's voice rang out. It's not as surprising as going to a completely different world. At that moment, the stack of papers that Du-hyuk placed his hand on activated with power, and a red light appeared. The notification panel displayed, user named Du-hyuk is storing 4 fragments. The pages flew up into the air and were torn to shreds. The notification panel changed. The fragments have created a distinctive resonance wave, simultaneously creating a rip. Then a blazing red spatial gate appeared. The notification panel said, the door to the Desmonda dungeon has been opened. In front of Du-hyuk and Hizzy, an information panel appeared simultaneously and they received a notification. The only persons permitted to enter are the 2 users named Du-hyuk and Hizzy. She approached him and wondered, oh, so now we're seeing the same message. He replied, yes, the name of the Crimson Prison is Desmonda. It seems it will be a story related to the Desmond Empire. Hizzy furrowed her brow tightly, putting on a serious expression and said, I think so too. But then her face became worried and she said, and Du-hyuk immediately interjected, saying, Hizzy, for someone who hasn't been a mutant for long, it could be very dangerous. She replied, yes, I know. Hizzy furrowed her brow and said, but even so, I still want to go in. Even if it might be dangerous, I must obtain information related to the Desmond Empire. Du-hyuk curled his lip looking at her, said, if Hizzy said so then. He smiled, remembering that old moment, and thought he also didn't want to miss a special dungeon that gave him massive experience. Just like the dungeon where he once saved Hizzy before, so both stood before the space gate. Du-hyuk asked softly, shall we go then? She replied, yes. The blurry glass street scene appeared. Amidst the sky, a glowing red orb suddenly appeared. Du-hyuk gritted his teeth and activated his power. Both of them were now floating in midair, observing the glass structures that were desolate. Some structures were even partially destroyed. He softly said, this is, Hizzy said, the Desmond Empire. Du-hyuk ran through the air, wondering, a place that has become ruined. Hizzy seriously answered, yes, this is the place I fled from, the last capital of Desmond. He frowned slightly and asked, Hizzy, can you land on your own? She quickly replied. Yes, I can, Diok Gi. The cat immediately appeared on her shoulder. Both then landed safely on the ground. Du Hyuk vigilantly cautioned, Hizzy, don't be too preoccupied, this is just a dungeon, act very carefully. She seriously replied, yes, you don't have to worry too much. However, the ground where Hizzy stood suddenly cracked. From below the ground, Yuma's arms emerged. The arms targeted her and surrounded, blocking escape, making Hizzy astonished. At that moment, the demons also began to rise. They gathered in swarms heading towards Du Hyuk and Hizzy. Now, a great many monsters came. They advanced to pounce on Hizzy and Hyuk. Suddenly Hizzy was shocked. The monsters gathered in one spot. A flash of light erupted from within. It was Arlund. The monsters were blown away by Arlund. It created a protective barrier for Hizzy. Another energy source continued to attack Hizzy. Arlund continued to open its shield. Then Irene flew in from above. It swept once, then many explosions appeared below. That left Hizzy inside Arlund's protective circle, amazed. Then Irene flew down towards Hyuk. He thought, excellent. Hizzy exclaimed in surprise, dozens of soldiers fighting one vampire. He smiled and replied, it must be stronger than a normal monster. Suddenly she felt a powerful energy from within her body. Hizzy puzzled, what is happening? Du Hyuk replied, now you can also take down monsters and gradually become stronger. Hyuk explained, this was before Hizzy, I have something to tell you. She wondered, what do you want to say? Hearing that, Du Hyuk asked her, do you have any feelings towards the mutants you defeated just now? She answered, no, none. Then he continued, honestly, I don't think this space is the world I used to live in. Hyuk looked at his hands and said, this feeling is very different, strangely different. Then Hyuk continued, if it's so different then this place could be a stepping stone for our growth, surely you have felt this before. Du Hyuk explained, every time the vampires die we gain more experience. Hearing that, Hizzy asked, so does that experience give me more power? He replied, yes, for you it's the same power. Hearing that, Hizzy thought, the same power. At this moment Hizzy called, Du Hyuk, let them rest in peace. Now in the palace, monsters lay scattered on the ground. Then two people appeared moving forward very fast, along with a flycam dispatched by Du Hyuk for scouting, which also reported finding a group of vampires ahead. She said as she walked, Hyuk, this time I will also fight alongside you. Hyuk heard that and asked, can you do it? Hizzy confidently answered, yes, I think I have enough strength. I can't just stand still and do nothing. Hearing Hizzy say that, he replied, all right, stand behind me and let's fight it out once and for all. She obeyed, replying, yes. As she unleashed her power, she said, this is the first time I'm fighting together with you. Then she summoned two wolves. For life, Suget, the white wolf, was taking a running start, and as soon as it spotted, it rushed forward very fast, while the black one behind it still stored inner power. Rocks and monsters flew up. Then they gathered, together with stone fragments enveloping the monsters, locking them tight. Witnessing that scene, Hyuk thought in confusion, a combination of summoning and magic. Are you okay? Suddenly the system sound announced. Level up, begin, Du Hyuk, level 47 mage. Suddenly a voice came from behind. Are you the mages who burned our kind? A spark of electricity shot from behind. That caught both of them off guard. The lightning bolt circled along the edges of cubic shapes. Du Hyuk quickly used a barrier to protect both from the attack. Hyuk very calmly handled the situation. The monster stepped out from the door with its kin, saying, you want to stop us? Looks like it'll be a bit tough. Saying that, he laughed a very sinister laugh. It turned out this guy was the mage Isaac Arank, the final boss. She saw him, speechless in shock. Then Hizzy gritted her teeth. She angrily shouted, what is this? Hizzy spoke with disgust. Why would a white horse mage of the Desmond Empire do such terrible thing? Isaac Arankoy heard that and laughed, replying, little sister, how could I? Then he corrected himself. No, Princess Hizzy. Isaac Arankoy, how did you survive the spatial rift? She did not answer his previous question but gave an order. Answer me, Isaac Arankoy continued to ask. Don't you know? He went on. I'm just helping the people who have received your blessing. She heard his evasive words and angrily said, you traitor. Isaac Arankoy continued, if you receive that blessing, you will receive his blessing. He laughed and said, I'd be happy to help you. Du Hyuk suddenly appeared behind him and shouted, I don't need your help. Then he launched a fire attack to take him down. Amid the haze of smoke and dust, a hand appeared. Isaac Arankoy reached out from the flames and grabbed his hand, saying, you think you can defeat me with magic like that? He went on, I'll show you what real magic looks like. The monster kept a tight grip on his hand, both of them frozen in place. He was a little surprised, wondering why Fireball had worked. He composed himself, raised his hand and cast a spell, Magic Missile. Instantly, the blue missiles streaked toward the monster, but he still held tightly onto his hand and refused to let go. Monster stayed completely unruffled, watching calmly as the attack surged into his body. Every bolt of light stabbed through him, but they were all useless. He laughed triumphantly. Magic doesn't work. Du Hyuk said in disbelief, impossible. Anti-magic field. In a flash, he charged straight at him and grabbed his stomach, catching him completely off guard. "Do you know what this wonder is?" the monster went on, his voice full of scorn. "Then you've already realized that you have no chance of victory." No sooner had he spoken than he shot out a yellow bolt of lightning that bound him. The attack sent him flying backward. Du Hyup was hurled away, painfully struggling to rise from the debris. Then Du Hyup slowly analyzed. In many cases, but standard magic resistance only creates a protective barrier and negates external magic effects. The anti-magic field he uses creates a thin membrane surrounding his body, allowing him to control external mana. At this moment, the monster holding a technique in its hand is approaching him, but he remains very calm. If he wants to deal with it externally, the mana consumption will be many times higher than normal. He looks at the monster's arrogant expression and can't help but sigh. As expected of an A-rank boss, suddenly Hizzy appears out of nowhere. She extends one hand forward and shouts, "Transform." A wolf suddenly charges to attack the monster, but before it can get close, it's blocked by his technique. The wolf lunges, but the circle surrounding the monster's body gives it no chance to get near him. "What, are you trying to block me with this wolf again?" He unleashes the power of that technique, as if tearing through the air and soaring upward. He continues, "I will discipline you comfortably only with people like you. Until then, you'd better repent." Hearing those threats, Hizzy is a bit worried. "What should we do?" Turning toward Du Hyup, the monster laughs in amusement. "So let's continue." He quickly regains his composure, summoning a spell, Reflection Technique. The surrounding space immediately becomes like an illusion. Faced with this new situation, the monster still shows no fear. On the contrary, even a bit of contempt. Seriously, Du Hyup splits into multiple identical illusions and simultaneously jumps to attack the monster, but he remains standing in place. "Earlier too, you're good at flying, huh?" He also still uses his technique. "Of course, it's the power you're so confident in." In the vast space, he swings his arm and releases his technique, taking down Du Hyuk's clones one by one. "And without physical strength, how can you defeat me?" For a moment, the monster's expression is no longer arrogant but eerily calm. "I don't know what you have become in this transformation." Then immediately he moves nimbly and also leaves behind illusion. "You try it once yourself." Suddenly, the system announces, "Bullet ability fully charged." Du Hyuk grabs the gun in his hand, lowers his center of gravity, and charges forward with a highly professional motion. The system notification still appears. Ahmed's bullet has been changed to carbon. It doesn't stop, the system continues providing more information. It can target the enemy of Ahmed's great cannon, good, and cause a physical catastrophe. Du Hyuk aims at the center of the monster's head. The system immediately announces, "Targeting complete." He can't help but admire it inwardly. The archetype target can distinguish between the clones and the real person. The monster at this moment still has no idea that he is already in Du Hyuk's sights. He lowers his body, extends the gun straight, and aims. In his heart, he can't help but hope. Die! The powerful attack shoots out a brilliant golden spark. The monster is momentarily caught off guard, hit by the bullet he just fired. But he quickly reacts, creating multiple layers of defense to block that attack from him. Despite the monster's meticulous shielding, the bullet he fired still forcefully penetrates, breaking through layer after layer of barriers, charging to attack him. As soon as the bullet closes in on the monster, it immediately explodes. A beam of light from above shines onto the cold ground, dust and smoke billowing thickly. Du Hyuk stands in one spot watching the monster fall, lying in a corner on the rubble. He takes a spark of power in his hand, approaching the monster lying weakly on the ground. "What exactly did you do? I've never seen that thing before." The power in Du Hyuk's hand transforms into a sword. He grasps it, giving the monster a cold stare. "Go figure it out in the next world." Du Hyuk turns to Hizzy and calls out, "Hizzy, come here," saying that he raises the sword in his hand. "It's time for revenge." Hizzy, with a determined expression, slowly approaches the monster. It says fearfully, "Hey, wait, I still haven't conveyed his will. I have a mission. If I'm allowed to live, then Princess Hizzy, everything to you, please tell me." She hears the monster's words but is not swayed at all, raising the sword and saying, "Die, traitor to the nation." It screams in terror. "No, no," the system notification rings out. "I have leveled up. I have leveled up. I have leveled up. I have leveled up." Player Park Du Hyuk has reached level 51. You have reached level 6 of the sorcerer. After killing the monster, she says, "Du Hyuk, thank you for giving me the chance for revenge." The system announces, the boss's death has caused instability in the Desmond dungeon. The main gate leading out of the dungeon has opened. The main gate will collapse in 10 minutes. Please escape. If the main gate collapses, players will be unable to exit. Hizzy sees him preparing to leave and stops Du Hyuk, saying, "Brother, wait a moment. Before we leave the dungeon, there's still one place we must visit." At this moment, Du Hyuk worriedly urges, "Hizzy, there's not much time left." She rummages for something on the bookshelf, saying, "It's clearly around here." After groping, she finally touches it. Hizzy happily exclaims, "Found it!" Hizzy says to Du Hyuk, "Brother, I found it, now let's get out of here." Then he replies, "All right, hurry up." Hyuk was startled and turned toward Hizzy. Unexpectedly, the debris on the ceiling had broken, and water began to drip down. Hizzy was holding the books and couldn't react in time. Hayek saw that and shouted Hizzy. At that moment, outside the place where Hayek and Hizzy were inside, a water gate appeared. Hayek was seen carrying Hizzy out of there before it collapsed. After bringing Hizzy out, that gate closed. Hayek breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That was a close call." Next, Hayek put Hizzy down. Then Hayek asked Hizzy, "Is that the item you intended to bring out?" She replied, "Yes, I wanted to bring this along. This book will help you a lot." Hayek recognized this as the book vision of the Desmond royal family. Then the system announced, "You have completed the Desmonda game, received compensation items for Desmonda." At that moment, Hayek suggested, "Hizzy, let's check it out." She replied, "I don't need it. Next time if there's something useful, I'll take it." Hayek said, "Is that so? Then I'll check the spoils of war, so please rest." Hizzy replied, "Yes, you've worked hard today as well." After Hizzy left, Hayek thought, there are two priority items. Those are the 6-layer magic resistance armor and the 6-layer light armor. And the super-grade stone, it has the highest level of energy and is very novel. The system's red alert sounded. The first super-grade stone fragment has been discovered. The first representative item received from an A-rank dungeon and can be used via superior synthesis method. At that moment, Brock was also notified and Seo Yoon was as surprised as him. On this side, Hayek said satisfied, "It's like adding items to the game, right?" Then Hayek thought, a ranked dungeon, the first representative item received from an A-rank dungeon and can be used via superior synthesis method. He smiled happily. There's also an A-rank ranking transferred from KB. It would be good to slowly try attacking. Then Hayek remembered other bosses. But perhaps there will be bosses even harder than before, so just 3 people won't be enough. It's best to recruit more members for this battle. Then he also ignored it. Just need to post a recruitment notice on the community page, and today I also have to rest. At this moment, Hayek was about to do something. Then suddenly the phone on the table vibrated. It seems he didn't see it. The next day, at a large building, Hayek opened the door and said, "I'm here." Lakato saw Hayek and asked in surprise, "Why is Hayek here?" Tepung smiled and answered, "I told you it really is Du Hayek." He entered and greeted, "Tepung, is that the person you wanted to introduce?" Tepung answered, "Yes. This is Warrior Lakato, who has a close relationship with Warrior Han Garam. I found out on a blog and invited him right away." Lakato smiled and said, "Nice to meet you. I'm photographer Gia Rikato. My real name is Lee Kayu. Feel free to call me that." Hayek responded, "Yes, hello, I'm Park Gio Hayek. I have something to ask about Han Garam." Lakato replied, "I've heard the situation. I also couldn't contact Garam, so I'll tell you what I heard from Garam." He replied, "Yes, it's okay. Any amount is appreciated." Then Lakato told what he knew. First, in the game it wasn't updated. But there's a guy named Benila, a black magic bodyguard. He turned Arcanis into a black prince. I fled Haze, and as a result the Desmond Empire was destroyed. After hearing Lakato, Hayek thought that was the content he had heard from Hizzy. Lakato continued, 50 years later, a mage named Bernhardt began to suspect this case. The reason was that the Ozer Legion living on the continent of Itamasha suddenly disappeared. A wave caused the Legion to disappear, because it had the same level as when the Arcanus incident occurred. Hayek asked in confusion, "So does bringing the Desmond Empire and the Ozer Legion to the crack have something to do with it?" Lakato answered, "That's right," he recounted, "but it was said that someone was manipulating behind the scenes, not just his own power." Hayek, curious, asked, "What happened next?" Lakato answered, "I was going to hear that story but couldn't get in touch." Then Hayek thanked him. "Thank you for the conversation today." Lakato smiled and replied, "It was truly an honor to meet Du Hayek." He answered friendly, "I'll let you know if anything comes up that I learned from him." Hayek politely replied, "Yes, thank you." After Lakato left the room, Hayek thought to himself, Benila and the Ozer Legion are not on a normal scale. Hayek resolved that to prepare for the upcoming challenge, he must become even stronger. At that moment, a secret meeting was taking place among masked people. They were chattering noisily when suddenly someone said that someone had arrived. Looking at that text, they guessed whether that power was a trace of the crack. The evil stranger had been executed, shouldn't dirty our hands any further. Another one asked, should we report him? The masked man then answered, still lacking evidence. Another continued, isn't a crack at this level his own domain? That's just a minor issue of a traitor. Hearing that, he said, the foreigner has left for somewhere outside this world. Continue to monitor and research him. Time is running out. Scene change. At this moment he is crafting something. A bracelet appears, an information panel pops up. The bracelet is made from stone. Normal choice 1 increases intelligence by 10. Choice 2 increases hidden charm. Du Hyuk, who was working at the time, said, just need to copy this and it's done. Suddenly Hizzy appeared and asked curiously, what are you doing? Du Hyuk replied, I'm copying items for you. She asked next, then what's this pile of books? Du Hyuk answered, they are my new order forms. Du Hyuk said proudly, I worked very hard to search through 2,000 books. Do Hyuk with a proud face said, it paid off. The system appeared. User back Dao Hyuk has learned 3 levels of order forms. Gradually, user back Dao Hyuk has learned 5 levels of order forms. Skill Cloud Mist Hunting. User back Dao Hyuk has learned 5 levels of order forms. Devotion. User back Dao Hyuk has learned 5 levels of order forms. Representative. User back Dao Hyuk has learned level 5 order placement. He then noticed Hizzy and continued. Also, you cut your hair, right? She replied. Yes, because of my own determination. Do Hyuk asked. Determination? Hizzy replied. From now on, I want to adapt to the power of the awakened and become stronger. Hizzy continued. And if I return to the place where I used to live, Hizzy said, I will take revenge on Vendela with my own hands. If I can become stronger, then any training or challenge is fine. Please, after hearing Hizzy say those things, he was silent for a moment. And then Do Hyuk spoke. Hizzy. Suddenly the lights in the room went out. Both of them were startled. Hizzy asked worriedly, Do Hyuk, what's going on? He replied. Not long ago, some people showed up in front of the house to capture me. Do Hyuk wondered. It seems they had no way to break into this house, so they left. Sure enough, suddenly a masked man broke into the house, rushing toward where the two were standing. He headed for Do Hyuk. He intended to take advantage of the darkness to attack, but a shield layer appeared to block the attack. Do Hyuk then created a circle and said, Missile Fortress. That skill appeared, sending him flying far away. At that moment, 2 thugs were already in attack stance. Then he ran out and kicked the stair railing. Do Hyuk spoke without the owner's permission. He asked, What on earth are you doing? She replied, You have to cut it open and then we'll talk. Do Hyuk remained silent. She gave a sly smile and continued. It would be a real shame if your abilities were wasted in this small country. She suggested, Come with me. That was Kang Seojian. She said, I can prepare all the skills, arenas, and wealth you desire. Hearing her flowery persuasion, Do Hyuk said, Stop spouting nonsense, I will never go with you. Hearing that, Seojian replied, This is just a final warning. Then she gave the order, Go. At that moment, 2 masked men suddenly rushed out to attack him, but Do Hyuk quickly dodged the attack. Do Hyuk gradually vanished like a mirage, then ran behind to silently attack Seojian. Do Hyuk activated a blue arrow skill toward the 2 of them. At that moment, Seojian froze. A large chunk of ice appeared. Seojian stared at Do Hyuk in the darkness, astonished. By then, Do Hyuk had appeared close by, leaving Seojian unable to resist. A blinding flash of light illuminated the entire room. Then Seojian said, Darling. 2 masked men appeared from above, intending to finish off Do Hyuk. But at that moment, Akron appeared along with Irene. They had sensed the danger lurking around their master. Those thugs were defeated by Akron and Irene. Do Hyuk said, So you don't have any abilities other than controlling dolls. Looking at Julia, who was lying frozen in ice, she unwillingly replied, You can't kill me with that flame. Another chunk of ice appeared, its sharp edges advancing to attack Do Hyuk. He gaped in surprise. At that moment, Do Hyuk used a skill to freeze everything. The 2 masked men from earlier were restrained by Do Hyuk's skill. Julia spoke, Hold on, so this brutal ability. She stepped back and said, A moment later and I'd be frozen solid. Julia acknowledged that Park Do Hyuk's power was greater than she thought. It was impossible to take a hit and survive. Kang Seojian was utterly shocked at the skill she had just witnessed. Do Hyuk slowly walked up and even tapped on the ice block. She wondered in confusion, how on earth did he do that? Do Hyuk asked, You too, huh? At that, Kang Seojian couldn't accept it and screamed, Unbelievable. Then Seojian thrust ice at him, and they extended to pierce the target. But by then, Do Hyuk had escaped. Then she quickly advanced to where Do Hyuk stood to attack him. But Do Hyuk quickly dodged. Seojian stepped back, astonished. Afterward, Do Hyuk summoned fire in his hand. She said, You know that flame can't bring me down. He looked at his hand and asked, Do you want me to aim at you right now? Fireball. Then Do Hyuk immediately created a door. Seojian said, The door is moving. Do Hyuk just smiled, not answering. Seojian yelled a warning, Julia, get out of the way. At that moment, Julia was still sitting motionless. She ignored the approaching flame. Julia watched dazedly as the fire attacked, then it erupted. Witnessed by Seojian and Do Hyuk, Seojian called out in a daze. Julia, at this moment, Julia was injured and unconscious, uncertain whether dead or alive. She ran over and embraced Julia, saying, Wake up. Seeing that, Do Hyuk said, It's over then. Suddenly, a hand placed itself on his shoulder. He whispered, That won't do. Do Hyuk was extremely surprised and turned to look but saw no one. Looking toward the door, he saw a person with an indistinct face. At that, Seojian lowered her head and said, I'm sorry. Mata, he replied. I even prepared a puppet for myself, but it failed. Hearing him, he thought, Your Mata, Do Hyuk speculated. Then that person is, Do Hyuk was surprised. Is it Master Tihua Wang Jaihong? This was an SSSD rank, the flower training master Wang Jaihong. Seeing this, Do Hyuk asked, What exactly is your purpose in targeting me? Jaihong replied, It's your ability. What else could it be? He continued, I'm someone who absolutely must have what I want. With that, he vanished, then rushed to attack him. An arrow appeared right in front of Do Hyuk's face. he hurriedly retreated. At that moment Zohai suddenly appeared, shooting up into the sky. Then Master Zohai landed, and streams of power shot toward Du Hyo. Jaihong then glanced over. A brilliant light rushed toward Du Hyo. An explosion rang out and dust filled the air. After the smoke cleared, Jaihong was seen standing opposite. He laughed and said, "You arrived too early. My ability, huh?" Master Zohai had appeared to protect him. Then Master Zohai spoke. "Wang Jaihong, I'm not in the mood for jokes." She continued, pointing her sword at him, and said, "Tiwa Gil struck someone else and is now being cared for by KB. Do you know about that?" Jaihong replied, "Let's see. The scene only has some unidentified puppet corpses, right?" He continued, "This can't be used as evidence." Then he went on, "But perhaps I will leave here." Jaihong explained that there were too many eyes watching. He commanded, "Let's go, you stupid things." With that, a gloomy sphere appeared, then vanished before the astonishment of Zohai and Hayak. At this moment he remained silent, gritting his teeth and not answering, beneath the night sky inside the skyscraper. At this time a quiet atmosphere enveloped Du Hayak and Kang Mi. Suddenly he turned his head and spoke first. "I didn't expect you to come so quickly." She walked over to him, coldly replied, "Diho must have told you, right?" She looked at him, recalling the moment with each word she spoke. Du Hayak is being cared for and protected by KB. So she said. Kang Mi looked around and exclaimed, "To be honest, before coming here I thought it was already too late." Du Hayak put his hands on his hips, smiled slightly and said, "Not at all, just in time." Hearing him, she remembered when he was attacked. Although he had been injured in one eye from being attacked by Dai Hong, she praised him with delight. But that was still quite lucky. Ignoring her words, he noticed the puppet and probed, "What exactly is that marionette Jai Hong mentioned earlier?" Kang Mi looked at the puppet and carefully explained, "Those dolls are killer puppets currently being used by Yuntua. All information about their controller has been completely erased. Even if captured, no one would know who the mastermind is. Through that forbidden technique, they also have no personality or memories." As she spoke, the image of a hazy puppet appeared. She imagined an army of puppets, frankly revealing that these dolls are what help them maintain the #1 position in China. Hearing this, Du Hayak's expression turned serious, saying, "If Dai Hong does that, it surely won't be easy to handle." Kang Mi quickly followed up, "There is no guarantee that the incidents targeting Du Hayak only happen on the China side." She recalled a previous matter and warned, "Last time, in the incident at the shopping mall, Du Hayak became the target of many people's pursuit." At this point her gaze turned serious and she decided for Du Hayak and Hizzy, "We must strengthen the management of KPI even more." And the next day, at Jiu's underground training camp, inside his vehicle, someone was unleashing blows to block the attacks of the drone. When the drone lunged forward, that person raised a sword at the ready. That boy powerfully slashed his sword down on the drone, but the drone instantly activated a shield to block his blade. He exclaimed in astonishment, "What? Why is it so hard?" At that moment the remaining drone rushed in to attack from behind. Immediately after, only a painful cry rang out. Just then, a girl slowly walked over to the boy who had been knocked down and said, "You've worked hard, next person." At the same time, behind her, a small conversation arose. If it weren't for Junhee, it would have been a big deal. Xiang Mi nodded slightly and replied to Du Hayak, "Yes, because both of us have little experience, it's important to find suitable people to compensate for those shortcomings." Hearing that, he quickly suggested asking Zohai, because she has a lot of experience and can take the test in many different ways. Suddenly Xiang Mi's voice asked with some hesitation, "But that drone is Opaw's, isn't it?" He smiled unconcerned and said, "It's okay, we'll find another one later, it's just a drone." Suddenly a loud voice interrupted, "Du Hayak, can you come here for a moment?" He and she quickly went over to Zohai. "What's up?" This person said she knew him. Du Hayak muttered with slight interest, "Could it be that they're strengthening KB's management? I've never heard of this method." The person who came was Junso. She smiled slightly and stated her purpose. "Everyone, I simply wanted to break through level B, which has been delayed, so I registered to participate." She walked up to him, smiling meaningfully. "If I tell you in advance, I can take the support test without discrimination." Zohai between them slightly frowned and said, "Then," without mincing words, she asked directly, "If you simply came to test, can I begin?" Junso turned away, calmly replied, "Yes, no problem, get ready." Then she summoned her strength, readying her bow and arrow. At that moment, Du Hayak's gaze and Xiang Mi's gaze intently watched Junso. Both had the same thought. She's a B rank awakened, so what level is that skill? Immediately, Junso drew her bow, aiming straight at the two drones, and shouted, "Then let's start." Her sharp gaze locked onto the target and she called out, "First, physical attack." Quickly, she shot countless arrows toward the two drones. Two arrows hit the drone's wings, and just as the remaining arrow was rushing directly toward it, it immediately activated its shield to block the arrow, armor shielded. At this, Zohai beside her asked, "Monsters that counter physical attacks will appear in the match. In situations like that, what should you do?" Junso calmly replied, "No problem." As she spoke, the arrow gradually changed color. "I can attack physically and simultaneously use magic power." She seemed to furrow her brows, her determined gaze continued. In addition, Zohai's expression suddenly changed, looking at the tablet, concentrating power into the arrow. The moment she finished speaking, Junso shot a powerful arrow forward. Her arrow emitted a chill, piercing straight into the center of the drone. Following that, the drone was completely frozen into a massive block of ice. Witnessing this, Seong-mi discussed in amazement with Du Hyuk. This is the first time a candidate has destroyed that drone. I didn't expect it to turn out like that either. Having said that, a thought echoed inside him, but it's still not over. The electric bow and arrow have excellent long-range attack power. Just then, the remaining drones circled behind Junso. She put away her bow and arrows while glancing at it charging toward her. Suddenly, she leaped powerfully into the air. A mysterious flash of light sparkled in the sky. Junso lightly glided past and delivered a heavy blow to the drone. She coldly and confidently declared that even without a bow and arrows, this level was no problem. On the drone's body, there were now 2 diagonal lines. Immediately, the drone split into many pieces. Junso held 2 small swords in her hands and laughed victoriously. Right after that, she arrogantly declared that she had her own way. A while later, the test ended and they finally made a decision. Junso was allowed to join the team, not only because she was able to take down 2 drones, which no one else could do, but also because the team needed more awakened members who could use both physical attacks and magical power. At that moment, in a far corner where Zohai and Seong-gi were standing, they intently watched Junso, who smiled brightly and said, "Let's take care of each other from now on." The scene shifted and an electronic screen displayed a message. "Master, Junso has joined the team. From now on, we will all work hard to level up." Zohai sat at her desk reading the message of praise that was sent. It seemed the member recruitment had gone smoothly. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door outside and entered asking for permission. "Master, may I come in?" She nodded gently and said, "Come in." Ayani entered and faced her, beginning to report. "Recently, White Lotus and Khan's Hat have openly disputed with us." Zohai asked in astonishment, "In what way?" She immediately explained to her. It seemed both had permits to Dan Dayan near Myeongdong and were intentionally delaying the planned attack on Dan Dayan. "Our attack team arrived there late, so we failed in the assault." Hearing these reports, Du-hai spoke heavily. "It seems complaining is useless, huh?" Ayani immediately replied. "Yes, they attack while following legal procedures. If there's any problem, they just need to ask KB to object." She lowered her eyes slightly and muttered to herself. KB has a consistent policy of passive intervention and active resolution, so they surely believe that and act this way. Hearing her say that, she asked worriedly, "How should we deal with this?" Du-hai carefully used a metaphor to make a request. "Our opponents are 2 wild beasts. Stop direct confrontation and shift toward avoiding as much damage as possible." She clenched her fist and firmly asserted, "No need to rush, the one who attacks first will lose." Ayani immediately obeyed her order. "All right, we will do as you say." Just as she reached the door, Du-hai suddenly called out, making her halt. She frowned slightly and reminded her, "Don't mention this issue in front of Du-hee. I don't want to put any unnecessary burden on him. I'll keep that in mind." Scene changed now at the Du Tower. A familiar figure is sitting at the foot of the tower. Du Hyuk, holding a book in his hand, exclaimed, "Yesterday, after I chose the level 11 alchemist class, a thought echoed in his mind. The skills I learned." He began to recall those skills. "You have achieved alchemist level 11. You can write rank 2 spell techniques. Enhanced alchemy has reached level 11. An additional slot for golem creation spells has been unlocked. The harmony of energy. All stats increase by 7% for 2 hours. Legendary synthesis alchemy cannot be unlocked yet. Legendary grade dimensional stone, alchemist activation skill, transcendent dimensional stone 010, fairy item. Ebina's blood 0/50 ml, requirements to unlock alchemist class level 1121. Extraordinary alchemy skill level 020. Du Hyuk took out another book and muttered to himself, "And even the Desmond Royal Vision." The system immediately displayed information. Desmond Royal Vision. Rare grade increases magic flow speed, increases spell casting speed and Blade of Radiance. Crosscheck skill has reached the limit for swordsmen. All sword-related skills increase by 10 levels, limit for swordsmen. Damage from sword skills increases by 10%. Dispel, the cursed luck stat of the Desmond royal family is fixed at 5. He recalled what had happened, thinking, "Today I got it from Hizzy because of the Chinese assassin's attack yesterday." He held the book intently, exclaiming inwardly with delight, "But the visual effect is already awesome. I didn't expect it to be so valuable that the Akin's Empire tried to obtain it to revive." The system continued to display a notification. User Du Hyuk has read the Desmond Royal Vision. The clogged magic circuit in the body has become smooth. Magic increased by 100%. The Desmond royal family's curse has appeared. Desmond's necklace has blocked the curse. Crosscheck skill gained options 4 and 5 cannot be applied to user Du Hyuk. Suddenly, a guard appeared and announced, "Du Hyuk." "The preparations are complete." Du Hyuk nodded slightly and replied, "Okay." He put the book into his space, muttering, "I'll take time to look into the things I'm curious about related to this book." And then he suddenly thought of something and decided, should I go do the B-rank quest? Suddenly the space changed to the other side of the dungeon gate. A pair of feet slowly stepped out from that gate. Du Hyuk observed his surroundings for a moment, inwardly assessing. This B-rank dungeon is located in Forest A. Before him is a quiet space of a vast forest with overlapping rocky mountains. At that moment, the system displayed information. The dimensional rift will open in 59 minutes 20 seconds. If player Du Hyuk remains in the dimension, the player will die. He frowned slightly, his eyes scanning the surroundings, wondering. Let's see, there's a time limit to find the target, so where should I go? Suddenly, a strange liquid dripped onto the top of his head. Du Hyuk froze, feeling the stuff pouring down his head. Behind him was a huge black lion radiating a dangerous aura. Its eyes were a terrifying blood red. He turned to look at it in astonishment, thinking, "You're that black lion from last time." And then the black lion opened its mouth wide, starting to gather power. Immediately, it let out a massive roar, blowing Du Hyuk away. He tried to resist, shouting, "I can feel the enormous power from that roar." Without hesitating further, he quickly used his power to counterattack. But I'm no longer the same person I was back then. The light from his power closed in on the black lion. After the shocking collision, a huge explosion occurred, echoing throughout the forest. At the same time elsewhere, Vohat was dashing at light speed, exclaiming, "This is worrying." He furrowed his brow tightly, speculating, "This magic is definitely from the boy Du Hyuk." With each of his thoughts, Du Hyuk's battle intensified. However, the Black Lion's power was tremendous, so strong that even a 6th-class mage would struggle with it. He gritted his teeth, fighting hard. In Vohat's mind, how long would he hold out? Just then, he saw the forest fire and cried out. Right there, immediately, he stopped atop the flames and surveyed the area. Suddenly, he noticed something beneath the ground. The black lion raised its claws and swiped forward. It relentlessly slashed with attacking strikes. Du Hyuk nimbly and swiftly evaded those swipes. His heart was full of anxiety. If this dragged on, he would be at a disadvantage due to the time limit. He began to focus his eye power. Resolutely, he cried out, "I must end this now." The black lion, refusing to yield, also gradually gathered power in its mouth. At the same time in the sky, Vohat had just created a magic circle. Bewildered, he wondered why the boy would use a spell insufficient to fight that black lion. He created an enormous magic circle, resolving that if he didn't step in, the boy would be in danger. His magic circle grew larger and larger, together with the light from his staff. Immediately it stopped. The boy subtly shifted his eyes to glance in one direction. Vohat in the sky loudly told them, "Enough, stop." He offered a gentle smile and addressed the boy. "Long time no see, let's have a little chat, shall we?" At that moment, at the dungeon's entrance gate, Du Hyuk had returned to normal and stood talking with Vohat. "I never thought we'd meet under these circumstances." Saying so, he looked around curiously and asked the boy, "By the way, how did you come to be here?" The boy calmly and frankly replied, "I came here through a space gate." Vohat was astonished at his answer. "A space gate?" He asked helplessly, "Don't tell me you still call those rifts space gates." Du Hyuk frankly turned and replied, "Yes, they're the same thing." Suddenly he proposed, "Could you lead me there?" The space between them shifted and a surprised voice rang out, "So you're saying you only have 50 minutes left?" The boy nodded faintly and said, "Yes, it's marked on the status window. If I remain here past that time, I'll die." The system window appeared with a notification. The space rift will stay open for 50 minutes 11 seconds. If player Du Hyuk remains within the space, you will lose your life. Vohat lamented, "How cruel. The rift you speak of is created by the entity Da. However, not long ago, a rift appeared in the world where I once lived. A boat raced across the sea as he told it. That place was the continent of Idamatia. From here, it would take several months to sail south," he revealed enigmatically. The entire continent was once home to the Kalong elves. Vohat recalled images of the monsters and spoke gravely. "But they have vanished. That place is now teeming with demons, vile beings." Hearing that, Du Hyuk exclaimed in surprise, "All the elves?" He gave a slight nod and hesitated. "It may all be just a theory, but..." He earnestly stated his speculation. "I believe an entity used a rift to transport all the elves to another dimension." Hearing that, the boy frowned skeptically. "Doesn't it just open randomly?" Vohat immediately objected, "To call it random. The rift shares the same wavelength as the rift that appeared in the Desmond royal house 50 years ago." He recalled a figure and gave an example, Ebina as well. The mighty king of the Kalong elves would not simply vanish into a rift without putting up any resistance. Upon hearing this, Du Hyuk quickly cried out, "Wait, you just mentioned Ebina." He smiled gently and answered, "Yes, the elf lord Ebina." He suddenly recalled something and immediately opened the system to check. It was a name mentioned in the system, a technique involving his blood and the space stone. Vohat immediately confirmed, "Then it can connect to the world you're living in." Right after, he proposed, "Just in case, I'll tell you the weakness of the elf lord Abina. Du Hyuk exclaimed in surprise. He has a weakness. Without further ado, he instructed, if you follow what is written in the records of when the swordmaster first fought him. He carefully warned and advised him, the only place on his body that does not harden is the nape of his neck. If you face him, keep your eyes on that spot. Du Hyuk carefully memorized it and answered, right at the nape. Okay, I got it. Abruptly, he stood up and said, let's put this matter aside. Vohat went to the window and murmured thoughtfully. In the world I'm living in now, space rifts with the same wavelength as the rifts in Abina and the Desmond royal house continue to appear. He glanced at the boy and continued, therefore I came up with a theory. He pictured the rifts and said, if there is an entity creating a massive number of rifts, deliberately causing an imbalance. He pondered everything and then laid out. Then, in order to prevent the catastrophe arising from this imbalance, there is another entity that created the awakening system for Earth to make humans even stronger. Upon hearing this, Du Hyuk quickly added, that's stuff. Vohat immediately stated his reasoning. Since the space rift connected the two of us, there must be a reason you came to this dimension. Having said that, he said casually, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. In turn, Du Hyuk reached into his dimensional pocket and said, there's a book I read but didn't quite understand. Could you help me? At that moment, a system notification appeared. Next, the spatial rift will open in 15 minutes and 30 seconds. If player Du Hyuk remains inside the space, you will. A while later, the scene shifted. Du Hyuk and Vahar were now training in the forest. That's right, he said, looking at the flow of power within the boy's body and nodding. Just remember that flow. He showed an image of a point of light in the chest and explained, normally, there is only one core that can be used to cast magic. Then looking at the meridians in his body, he continued, but perhaps because you have awakened and completely transformed, you have too. He recalled the moment you used your power and confirmed. That's why, just like in the earlier match, you can use two types of magic simultaneously. But Vahar quickly refuted it. However, the mana should have flowed in its proper directions and become tangled, and you were unable to use your power correctly. After a while, Du Hyuk raised both hands, two types of power, and exclaimed excitedly, I did it, I did it. A system message appeared. Skill, cross sword successfully acquired. Seeing him like that, he said with satisfaction, do you understand it now? Yes, I understand clearly. Then he conjured a book and handed it to him. I'm glad I could help you. Also, here is a book I wrote introducing Magic Circle. I hope it helps you. Du Hyuk accepted the book, smiling happily. Right after, he put the book into his spatial storage and Vahar then suggested, let me see you off, we can talk while walking, alright? After that, the two walked forward together. The two of them just walked on in silence for a long time. Suddenly, after hearing about the book, he spoke up and asked him, I want to ask you, what is it? He began to repeat what he had said. If you met the last king and queen of the Desmond royal family 50 years ago, and obtained that book and 50 years later you were able to meet me, Vahar looked at him and voiced his question, is that right? Time is still as distorted as it is now, then the next person you meet might come from a different time than now. Right, Du Hyuk nodded slightly, that's right. Receiving the answer, he took off his necklace and said, that's why. When he opened the locket, a picture appeared. At that moment, Vuhat's whole body emitted a strange aura. His necklace flew up high with a loud shout. Quickly, he grabbed the necklace and infused it with power. Right after, he handed the necklace to the boy. Take this necklace. Du Hyuk hesitated for a moment. This seems precious to you, Vuhat. Are you sure I can accept it? He shook his head to reassure him. It's fine, this is the necklace my wife, who passed away 10 years ago, gave to me. He smiled kindly and made a firm promise. I don't know, but just keep it. If you meet me in another time and space, I will help you. Hearing this, Du Hyuk smiled coolly and thanked him. Thank you, Vuhat. At this moment, the two arrived at the dungeon gate and their meeting came to an end. Here we are, let's end our talk. It's time to say goodbye. If fate allows, we will meet again. He walked to the gate, turned and smiled at him. Yes, I'm glad to see you again after so long. After he exited the gate, the system displayed a notification that the B-rank mission was completed. The notice board showed, you have completed the B-rank mission, an unparalleled spell. Burn mana into the eyes. The active skill of the Dark Sorcerer can absorb mana from enemies. It cannot exceed your maximum mana limit. The success rate varies depending on your intelligence stat. The KB staff member praised, you did well, let me lead you outside. Du Hyuk silently asked, can I rest for a bit? I just want to check my stats before leaving. He agreed. Of course, I'll head down first, so feel free to rest. Then he opened the info panel and wondered, should I allocate the stats I've collected? The info panel displayed Du Hyuk's basic information. In his palm was a necklace, Du Hyuk said softly. This is the necklace Vuhat gave me. The info panel quickly displayed basic details about this necklace. Du Hyuk clenched his fist and said quietly, besides this level-up mission, what exactly does he want from me? Du Hyuk narrowed his eyes and thought, if he told me it would be easier. He sat leaning against the wall, pondering. For now there's no other way, I have to become stronger to prepare for whatever happens in the future. Suddenly, a red panel appeared in front of Du Hyuk. That panel displayed, System Announcement. This message is sent to all awakened ones through the system. The Uten Kalong tribe has landed in the Earth dimension. The army of the Overlord Uten Kalong. Abina is invading, time remaining 48 hours. He silently asked himself, really? Kang Mi quietly looked out the window. Suddenly a panicked cry rang out. Captain, Di-ho gaped and shouted. Did you see the new message just now? Kang Mi glanced coldly at him and replied, I saw it. The news is in chaos now because of the great outbreak. Then she turned and called, besides Di-ho. Kang Mi emitted a certain amount of threatening magic, saying, if a superior becomes agitated, then the subordinates will also become agitated, so act like a vice-captain. After that she asked, you didn't come here just to report this to me, right? What is it? Di-ho closed the door and stated, the director is considering requesting assistance from Park Du-hyuk, like the last invasion at the Sa-dang station, right? He isn't affiliated with any group, so there shouldn't be a problem, right? Actually, I mention this because it might affect KB's reputation. He narrowed his eyes and continued, besides, can we really trust his strength? At that moment Kang Mi turned around to face Di-ho and softly called, Di-ho. She said coldly, what does rank have to do with the current national crisis? Shouldn't it be about how effectively you can deal with your enemies? He answered flustered, yes, but Kang Mi slowly walked toward Di-ho and said, Park Du-hyuk is not our opponent. He is a promising rising talent that KB wants to manage. Then she asserted, so you're thinking wrong, Di-ho. He was stunned and stiffly replied, I'm sorry, and Kang Mi said, no need to apologize, I have something to tell you. Before she could finish, Di-ho wondered. About White Lotus and Mu Cone, right? Recalling the two women with somewhat similar appearances, Kang Mi said, yes, it seems they will soon fight in Xi'an. An imposing corporate building appeared, she explained. Because they are the two teams that know KB's tendencies best, they will think there's no better opportunity than now. So Di-ho said, it's ironic when you think about it, the crisis about to happen because of the great turmoil is also some kind of advantage. Kang Mi silently ordered, keep monitoring them. Our course of action remains the same, passive intervention and active resolution. A diagram of 3 special symbols appeared. Kang Mi's voice continued. Let's see how the national influence of awakened ones changes. Elsewhere the atmosphere seemed heavier. The commander was present with 2 thick-faced, ragged-looking henchmen. His hand holding the pen suddenly stopped when a voice rang out. Matu, you don't look very well, sis. The commander slammed the table and stood up, alertly shouting, who's there? In the chair, speckled blue lights appeared. Du-hyuk's body gradually became whole. He said, I'm sorry for startling you. Du-hyuk tilted his face to look at her and said, I came secretly because I have something important to tell you. He calmly explained, I came after hearing about the White Lotus and Mu Con incident. Du-hyuk calmly said, I think it's time to make the winning move. She was astonished, her eyes rounding slightly as she wondered, exactly how much do you know? And what is the winning move? Du-hyuk casually sat down on a chair and answered, I know everything, even the current unrest. Commander Tram Mak said sternly, because this is a matter between guilds, I didn't tell you because I didn't think it was something you should be concerned about. Then she added, however, it is a relief that all guilds are starting to prepare emergency systems for that invasion. Hearing that, he abruptly stood up and questioned, why do you feel relieved? The commander replied, at least while we prepare for the invasion. Du-hyuk frowned in irritation and denied, no, while the awakened ones from KB are coming to play the role of blocking the White Lotus invasion. And Mu Con will undoubtedly use the time when restrictions are lowered as an opportunity to target us. The commander exclaimed in shock, impossible. Are you saying those 2 guilds will use their full force to target us? Du-hyuk recalled the moment he faced the enemy and said, because the assassin hired to kill me is Min Seongdu from the White Lotus Guild. Remembering Seongdu's sinister and smug expression, he said, there's absolutely no way she wouldn't see this as an opportunity. The commander was stunned and exclaimed, unbelievable. Du-hyuk continued, and it will also be too late because of the passive intervention active resolution method of the tree bot. She seemed to realize the truth and calmly asked, then how do we defend against those 2 large guilds? He smirked, narrowing his eyes and answered, I have a way. At the abandoned factory near Sindaram Station, mysterious white smoke rose from it. A row of black cars was parked in front of the factory. Jiggy frowned and spoke, calling us here at this hour like this. Then she narrowed her eyes and trailed off slightly. While observing the others around the grounds, Jiggy said softly, together with the top 10 guild leaders in the country. Jiang Tran Hoa subtly covered her mouth and whispered, it seems all guilds including White Lotus and Mu Con are also here. He silently wondered, are they trying to persuade us? Jiggy said coldly, we'll find out soon. At that moment someone approached and said, welcome, all masters. Thank you for taking the time to come here. Commander Engin Trang said, what I am about to say now is not a threat but a request. Suddenly the atmosphere atmosphere in the factory became quieter. Inside the factory, the commander seriously stood before the group and said, "Our Trong Ziong Guild is currently in an open dispute with the White Lotus Guild and the Mu Kan Guild." She said, "The reason we called you here is to request your cooperation." A person with a peculiar hairstyle spoke up, "We have heard the rumors. But if we intervene in the conflict of the three guilds, will the situation change?" The person sitting nearby also contributed, "That's right, not because we are tree by, but is there any reason we should intervene in this matter?" At that moment Du Hayak appeared from behind and spoke, "Of course there is." Jiggy exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. Du Hayak," he said seriously, "this is a matter not only related to Trong Ziong, but it will also affect all of you in the future." The commander glanced at Du Hayak, feeling admiration inside. As expected, he knew this couldn't be resolved with just words. He took over the meeting for her and thought, Du Hayak is always soft-hearted. These issues of human sense of justice or too much trust in their conscience, these kinds of things are not good at all. The blonde person protested, "Why is Mr. Du Hayak here?" He didn't answer and went straight to the point, "I won't beat around the bush." Du Hayak stood facing the group and posed the question, "Everyone, is there anyone here who can proudly say that our guild is better than the Trong Ziong Guild? If White Lotus and Mu Kan can lay hands on the assets that the Trong Ziong Guild possesses, then do you think they will stop there?" A red-haired person spoke up, "Just because the Trong Ziong Guild is declining, you think other guilds will also decline?" He answered, "If the guilds can unite, they will not collapse." Du Hayak's voice continuously echoed through the space. "But if another guild becomes a victim and everyone just sits there watching, then all of you will also decline immediately." Jiggy stood up and said loudly, "KB would never just sit around and do nothing." Du Hayak closed his eyes and replied, "In the end, they won't just be spectators." The image of Seo Yun leaning back against her colleague appeared in his mind. He said, "If they can seize control of the order of the awakened world once again under the faith of the two guilds, then they will resolve it in that direction. Do you think KB will voluntarily do whatever you want?" The frizzy-haired person countered, "There is also a method of cooperating with the remaining associations, including the association in his car." He paused, then sternly said, "Even if the association in his car disappears, there will be no other problem." Du Hayak hung his head and asked, "Is that so?" Then he raised his voice and said, "Then what about this way?" Meanwhile, at the Monopoly building of the White Lotus Association, the room on the top floor was still lit, and a voice rang out, "Are the preparations at the Mu Kan Association complete?" The chairman replied, "Done. I have arranged for the low-level ones near the Du Tower." Another person wondered, "Did you detect any action from the KB side?" Seo Yun's smug face appeared as the other party answered, "There is no problem over there. They are all preparing for that invasion." The chairman firmly asserted, "I am sure the association in his car is focusing on preparing for the invasion." The slicked-hair guy pouted and suggested, "Now let's discuss dividing up the assets of the association in his car in a fair manner." The other party immediately agreed, "Fine." Noticing the portrait of Commander Han, he said in a low voice, "Finally." Kang In-hang gritted his teeth and stabbed a knife hard into the table. The knife stabbed right into the center of the portrait, and he said, "Time to wipe out that damn association in his car." The notice board displayed, "Time remaining 10 minutes 25 seconds. At this moment near Isu, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the entire city. In front of the clear sky aid gate, a spatial rift appeared. A great number of giant goblins ran out from inside the rift. A fist came from somewhere and struck the monster straight in the face. Its entire body was pressed hard to the ground by Di-ho, who channeled all his force into his fist. His right hand clenched tightly, bursting with power and erupting a flame. He frowned and swung his fist forward with all his might. Once again, a powerful flame shot out from Di-ho. The goblins were burned away by the heat of the flame. When the attack ended, only an empty patch of land remained in front of Di-ho. Everything was burned to ashes. On Zhou Jiangmai's side, she was surrounded by many goblins. She activated her power, her hair turned white and her beautiful eyes flashed red as she looked ahead. Jiang Mi's eyes gleamed as she observed the situation in front of her. Using lightning-fast speed, she glided past the monster. She swung her sword, slashing at them repeatedly. Immediately behind her, a huge explosion occurred, burning all the monsters. Di-ho ran up from the side, urgently saying, "Trouble." Captain Jiang Mi looked at him and asked, "Mr. Di-ho, what's the matter?" He answered right away. They said an A-rank boss appeared near Isu. She turned to look at him and said, "Du Hayak is there, so it's okay." In the spatial rift in front of them, many eyes were staring at the two of them. Jiang Mi looked ahead and spoke. Furthermore, she looked at the goblins about to appear, assessing the current situation. This place is starting to get serious too. At the same time, many monsters appeared near Isu. A goblin leader waved its hand, ordering the others, "Forward, brothers!" Immediately, many goblins with weapons in hand rushed forward. In the hazy smoke before the leader's eyes, a cluster of green light suddenly appeared. The subordinate goblin stared at it in confusion for a long moment. Slowly, small white rays of light appeared around the cluster. Suddenly, a laser shot from the front, piercing through the monster's head. Its whole body collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Du Hyuk appeared. He frowned, looking ahead and asking, "Where are they, Ebina?" The goblin leader glared at him angrily. "How dare you speak the name of our great lord so directly?" It let out a loud roar, attacking him. "I will crush you, lowly human." Both goblins on either side attacked Du Hyuk at the same time. The goblin leader said scornfully, "A mage wandering around alone." Du Hyuk gently used only one hand to block both of their blades at once. The goblin's eyes widened, unable to believe the current situation. His eyes flashed as he asked back, "What makes you think I'm alone?" As soon as he finished speaking, two blurry silhouettes appeared in the smoke behind him. Zohai and Sungmi rushed forward to attack them at the same time. Zohai glanced and called out a reminder. Du Hyuk slowed down a bit. Sungmi beside her also tilted her head and announced, "I'll protect the front." The two of them coordinated smoothly to attack the monsters. Afterwards, they landed perfectly on the ground, stopping in front of Du Hyuk. But when they looked up, the situation before them made both of them freeze in shock. In the sky, many rocks were falling down on top of them. From somewhere, more arrows shot down. The arrows made the large rocks explode before they could hit the ground. A sudden voice rang out in the ears of the three. "I'll support with long-range attacks, you guys just run freely." Junseo, floating in the air, smiled at them. Zohai tilted her head, looking at her, and said, "Thanks, Junseo." Then the three of them, Du Hyuk, Zohai, and Sungmi, gathered together in one spot. Junseo turned her head and asked the person next to her, "Are you off solving things by yourself again?" Du Hyuk looked at her and explained, "That's not it, I have to catch a certain goblin." Suddenly, Zohai turned her head, cutting off his next words. "Hold on." Junseo looked at a group of goblins pouring out from the spatial rift and said, "Let me clear a path through those long arms for you." She glanced at Du Hyuk, who was surrounded by them. At the same time, in front of the building, inside the car, a man reported, confirmed that the guild's main force has left its position. Another man added, "The perimeter of Jiangmi and Choi Di-ho is now near Wang Guamu." Yen Han, standing beside them, smiled and reported their position. "Our team is at the main gate." He further reported on the next arrangements. "The rest will enter through the back gate." Finally, the leading man of the White Lotus Guild gave the order to the remaining members. "Now, let's go." Inside the spatial rift, goblins continuously ran out, spinning their weapons in their hand. Then she lowered her stance, putting the weapon on her back into attack position. Du Hyuk behind her extended both hands, activating his power, and said, "All right, I'll help you." Up ahead, a group of goblins were charging. Zohai simply said two words, "Come on," and then vanished instantly. She shot forward at high speed, passing through a horde of goblins. When Zohai flew to the spot behind the goblins, their bodies had all been struck by her axe blade. She glanced over the monster's situation, then moved like lightning, attacking them from all directions at once. Death scythe, many slashes shot straight into the goblin's body. All of them collapsed to the ground, then she shot outward and landed successfully. She looked up, panting, and observed the situation ahead. From out of nowhere, the commander appeared behind her. Zohai angrily shouted, "My minions, you dare!" Its eyes glowed red, it swung its fist, gritting its teeth, "Die." At that moment, she finally noticed and turned to look at it. The goblin's flaming fist came crashing down on Zohai. Zohai reacted quickly, activating a defensive skill, Arrow Net. The goblin threw its full strength into a straight punch, trying to destroy Zohai's protective net. She anxiously stared at the current battle situation. The goblin's entire body was wrapped by cloth threads from all sides. "You bastard, wait," it laughed scornfully and asked, "You think you can stop me with these tricks?" Its eyes widened, "You dare look down on me." The cloth threads began to tear from the force. The goblin stretched hard, ripping the threads apart. Zohai raised her hand to shield her face, thinking, "Can I only hold him back for a little while, even with my spell?" A sudden voice rang out, "If that's enough." Du Hyuk's blue sphere appeared. His whole body erupted with power, and from above he raised his fist and launched himself at the goblin. It looked up, smiling eagerly as it watched him. His entire body and fist hurtled straight into the goblin monster's face. Du Hyuk's fiery fist accurately slammed down onto its face. He unleashed the technique Missile Fortress. The goblin's teeth chattered, its face began to crack. With a huge roar, the goblin's head exploded, flames soaring high. On the outside, Sungmi reacted in time, raising her shield forward to cover. Junseo behind her was anxiously wanting to rush forward. Du Hyuk, one hand blocking in front, prevented her from advancing further. "Okay." Sungmi looked at the person beside her, reminding, "If you go near right now, it will be very dangerous." Junseo spoke up, "Aren't you worried?" She analyzed everything. "Before he arrived, I saw the spells that Zohyuk used. His fire resistance skill has increased by 100%, so there won't be any damage." Sungmi turned her head to look ahead. Besides Du Hyuk, in front of the two of them now is an empty clearing. Not a soul in sight. The goblin's head had shattered. The system message appeared, "You have defeated the goblin mage crudely." Du Hyuk's whole body glowed. The system message announced, "You have obtained 2 space shards. You have gained bonus damage against Kalong goblins, proportional to the number of space shards you currently have. You now have 6 bonus damage against Kalong goblins at 30%. He looked at the shards in his hand. He hadn't expected defeating these things would give space shards. The system message appeared, "The fate altar is waiting to be activated." Du Hyuk thought to himself, and with that the system message announced, "Player Park Du Hyuk is absorbing energy from Crudeli's heart. Stamina increased by 300. Player Park Du Hyuk is absorbing energy from Crudeli's eyes. Intelligence increased by 200. You have obtained the title Blessing of Kalong Crudelis. The Blessing of Kalong Crudelis increases physical damage by 150% and magical damage by 300% against goblins." He wondered, who would have guessed I'd get a title that never appeared in the previous awakening system? Zohai looked at him and asked, "Zohyuk, aren't you as pleased as I thought?" He looked at her then said, "It's not over yet." Then he turned his head to look around. The other S-rank boss appeared at Wang Guamun right. "We need to go quickly." At that moment in the main hall of the inner building, dust and smoke filled the room. The sword blade, full of cracks, was stabbed straight into the floor. Inha looked at the person beside her, cursing, "Damn it, we're surrounded." The commander gritted his teeth and said, "This wasn't part of our plan." He looked at the crowd surrounding them. "How is it that all top 10 guilds except Hui Trong Ziong are here?" Bitch Du Hai looked at him. "We already know your plan. You will pay for daring to abandon your basic duty to the awakened of this nation." The commander stared at her and asked, "Bitch Du Hai, you're the one who set this trap." She calmly said to him, "No, this trap was devised by someone who has been a thorn in your side." He ground his teeth, now realizing, cursing inwardly, "Bitch Du Hai, that damn bastard." He noticed the person standing behind Du Hai. "Ji Jaihun, come on, if we cooperate, we can take over Hui Trong Ziong and everything." Ji Jaihun looked up and asked him back, "You think I'd trust the words of backstabbing scum like you?" Zizine appeared behind them. "Surrender now, because those behind you are surrounded just like you." Jiggy and Dohai looked at them, smiling in unison. "You're finished." Before the invasion, Park Du Hyuk had said in a secret meeting, "How about this? From this moment on, I will make Hui Trong Ziong the only guild authorized to use all my products." He listed 3 things, including 3 types of existing bombs on identification scroll. He picked up a bottle of liquid. "This time, I will add the Len Vin Quang liquid compound and indeed everything." Information about the Vin Quang compound. All stats increase by 7%, duration 2 hours. Ji Jaihun frowned at him, asking, "Are you implying this is a threat?" Du Hyuk looked at him and explained, "No, it's a survival strategy." He spread his arms out, looking toward Jihun. "This is a good opportunity for all of you." Everyone, still not understanding, echoed his words, "Opportunity." He smiled and said, "An opportunity to eliminate 2 guilds that are currently committing crimes." The people around began to discuss. "Eliminate 2 guilds? No way." Only Zizine looked at Du Hyuk and asked, "A war alliance, that's what you mean, right?" He looked at her and replied, "Yes. Those 2 guilds will definitely ambush the guild in Seoul during the invasion." Du Hai, standing beside him, added, "Protecting against the attack means self-defense." Back to the present, Du Hai sheathed her sword, thinking, "Thanks to Du Hyuk, we were able to convince the other guilds." She looked at a group of people tied up in front of her and remarked, "We resolved this without any casualties." Jiggy approached from behind. "We managed to capture most of them without any casualties." Du Hai tilted her head toward her. "Thanks for your help." Jiggy frowned. "However, our side failed to capture Min Sun Ju and Kim Hunt." Du Hai looked at her. "So did we. They probably used their own guild members as bait and slipped away quickly." Jeji Hun looked at the 2 of them and said, "Take care of tracking them down." They both looked at him and replied in unison, "All right, we're counting on you." Du Hai looked at the person beside her. "Now we should focus our efforts on the invasion. The threat hasn't ended yet." The situation over at Wang Guamun Square. Currently, the goblin is still attacking continuously. At this moment, the goblin lord Kalong Abina, an S-rank monster boss, has appeared. Jiang Mi stood at the back analyzing the goblin's power. "From its appearance, I thought it was a warrior, but now it's also a mage who can use a large amount of magic." Diho, standing in front, also assessed, "Indeed, it lives up to its title as an S-rank boss." Moreover, appearing along with the bosses, Jiang Mi stared intently at the creature that had just stepped out of the spatial rift. Goblin Lord Kalong Abina, S-rank monster boss. She turned her head to look at the person behind her. "Can we request reinforcements now?" Diho's gaze shifted elsewhere as he said, "Because the invasion is happening worldwide, not just in Korea." He frowned and explained, so it's very difficult to request outside reinforcements right now. A surprised shout rang out. It can do that. The mages were activating spells to attack the boss. Countless fireballs shot toward the Abina boss, but it just had to reach out its hand to pull all the fireballs together in front of it. Then it pulled its hand back, clenching them in its palm. With a boom, everything was crushed and exploded in the sky. Jiang Mi and Di-ho were stunned by the sight before them. Abina spoke, giving orders to her subordinates. Trample them, cut them off. The elf's hand extended with sharp nails, beginning to activate its power. Overwhelming pressure spread through the air, causing both to collapse. The force grew stronger, making Jiang Mi and Di-ho almost fall to the ground. The monster slowly walked toward her. Its power had gradually weakened. A dark shadow above gradually enveloped Jiang Mi's entire body, making her freeze in shock. Just as the monster's foot was about to descend, Arlen appeared in time to block it. Behind her, dazzling flashes of light burst in the sky. A sudden attack shot straight into the elf's shoulder. Its body took the hit, causing it to fall backward. The boss Abina turned around to observe where the attack had come from. Jiang Mi, in front, watched its situation and thought, now's the time. She mustered her strength and, quick as lightning, dashed forward. Jiang Mi activated her power and flew toward the elf lying on the ground. Then she swung her hand, unleashing a relentless flurry of slashes upon it. Countless precise cuts rained down on the monster's body. The boss Abina noticed her actions and immediately swung its hand. What do you think you're doing? Jiang Mi panicked as her entire body was pulled backward by a tremendous force. She was being dragged closer and closer to the boss. The boss Abina's eyes narrowed, glaring intently at the person flying toward it. It activated its power, creating a dark void in its palm to suck Jiang Mi in. Arlen's head suddenly appeared, blocking its hand at once. Instantly, the suction was cut off by Arlen's head. At that moment, Irene seized the chance and swiftly grabbed Jiang Mi. She carried her up into the sky, escaping the battlefield. The boss Abina quickly noticed. It waved its hand and cast a spell, Ice Storm. Instantly, a swirling blizzard appeared. Jiang Mi looked at it in disbelief, thinking, no way. That spell was a whirlwind of ice that swept through, freezing even the elf monster and turning it into a pure white iceberg. Di-ho looked at the sight before him, silently assessing. The magical power with that golem is definitely. A pair of legs appeared in his line of sight, accompanied by a voice. Sorry I'm late, Du Hayak said, approaching him. I'll provide support. Also, if it's that one, it will break out of that ice any moment. Immediately, Di-ho let out an exclamation upon hearing that. Du Hayak looked at him and asked, can you buy us some time? He frowned slightly, glanced at him, then replied, I'll try. A glint flashed within the ice block. With a serious expression, Du Hayak said, all right, I'm counting on you. Di-ho agreed and quickly nodded in confirmation. After saying that, he immediately dashed off at breakneck speed. I'm off now. Di-ho then also shot away. Di-ho ran toward the ice block that was gradually cracking. A huge monster broke out of the ice and charged out. The monster wielded a hammer and attacked Di-ho. It swung the weapon swiftly, generating a terrifying flash of light. Di-ho hurriedly dodged its attack. He spun around, channeling magic into his fist. The recovery skill was impressive, his movement fluid. Di-ho raised his fist to counter the monster. His golden-orange aura powerfully enveloped his muscular body. Di-ho's aura surged fiercely toward the giant monster, but his attack did no damage to it. It remained firmly in place without a scratch. Di-ho thought angrily, none of my attacks are working. The monster swung its arm back, gathering power into a massive sphere. It prepared to deliver a lethal blow. Di-ho was dazed by that attack, his tension unrelenting. Moreover, the monster's terrifying killing intent engulfed them both. Di-ho urgently countered with anti-magic domain. 5 minutes before arriving at Wangwa Moon, Hizzy, while riding a wolf, spoke to Zohayak. Du Hayak is pretty late too, but I need to tell you something. He looked at her quizzically and asked, what is it? With a serious expression, she continued, if Abina comes from the system as the elf Lord Kaloma, I know. Du Hayak wondered, do you know something about it? Hizzy carefully explained, actually, at the end of the battle with Abina, Garen left a large scar on the back of its neck, and that it can use mysterious techniques to pull a target from a distant location to it instantly. Hizzy glanced at Du Hayak, unable to hide her tension. So I think it would be good for you to know these two things in advance. Du Hayak asked further, is that mysterious technique magic? Hizzy quickly replied, yes, it's magic. With an urgent expression, Du Hayak continued, thank you, it's really good to know that technique is magic. Hizzy suddenly called his name, Du Hayak. Her face showed clear worry. Please be careful, he replied, okay. Returning to the present, Di-ho was now fighting the monster. Anti-magic domain, a silent space enveloped them both. Di-ho felt a secret joy, the pulling force had stopped. The monster couldn't pull him closer, its eyes red with anger as it glared at him. Di-ho gritted his teeth, looking at the sword right next to him, but it was too dangerous. Du Hayak suddenly appeared behind the monster. Don't worry, a golden magical aura spread around him, along with a few fierce lightning bolts. He attacked the monster while shouting, lightning bolt. Struck by electricity all over, the monster roared in pain. It angrily turned its head and snarled, "You little brat." It swung its hand powerfully backward to attack him. Focused on attacking Du Hyuk, it neglected the person in front. Diho touched his hand. Two different colored auras burst from his fists. His arms moved against the momentum. Diho attacked the monster. Spectral intensity. A brilliant red beam shot toward that monster. His feet were steady, creating an attack stance. Diho charged and punched the monster head-on. This time his punch landed directly on it. As he struck, he thought to himself, thanks to Du Hyuk's support, his attacks were finally effective. Diho threw a rapid flurry of punches at the monster. He thought in amazement, it's being pushed back. The monster was furious at being continuously punched like that. It let out a loud scream, and a deep purple aura enveloped a section of space. That aura obscured its figure. Diho looked at the blinding light shining in front of him. Diho wondered, what is this? The monster transformed into an even more terrifying form. Its eyes were bloodshot, casting a furious glare at Diho. The monster stepped over and placed its hand on Diho's head. He felt as if an invisible pressure held him tight, unable to move. Diho was slammed hard into the ground by it, thick dust and smoke obscuring the view. This attack of its made him scream in agony. From high in the sky, mysterious blue lights appeared, acid arrows, magic missile. They formed a net of light in the high sky. Suddenly the monster shouted, "Did you really think you could keep running away?" Its hand pierced through someone. Du Hyuk was stabbed by it, his body gradually becoming visible. The creature sneered, "Enough of your clowning around here." Du Hyuk stared in horror at that monster at close range. Diho's hand trembled on his face, a faint aura spreading around him. Diho sat down heavily on the ground, turning to look in some direction. His face went pale with fear. He couldn't help but worry about his teammate. Li Jun, who was being healed by Hizzy at that moment, also showed a frightened expression. Seeing that, Hizzy urgently turned to look in the direction they were all focused on. She was terrified by the scene before her and screamed, "Du Hyuk!" The monster was using its sharp fingers to pierce through Du Hyuk's body. Hizzy screamed, "Du Hyuk!" At that moment, Du Hyuk coughed dryly a few times in agony. The monster declared, "I will definitely finish you off." As it spoke, it pulled its hand out of Du Hyuk's body and simultaneously raised its sword high to cleave down on him. Du Hyuk remained calm, with no strength left to resist. He didn't dodge the slash coming toward him. Just like that, Du Hyuk was struck by the swinging blade and collapsed to the ground. He lost all life force, lying down beneath its blade. At that moment, Diho furiously rushed to attack the monster. The monster said smugly, "You're back alive." It easily dodged his attack. But then it turned lightning fast and directed a slash at Diho. He was brutally kicked far away by it. Not stopping there, it extended its hand and unleashed a bizarre magical blast. The monster instantly shot forward, appearing right in front of him. It reached out and grabbed his throat, uttering a contemptuous remark. "Even if you recover with your head crushed, can you really survive?" It extended its massive hand and squeezed Diho's entire head tightly. Suddenly, a golden light flashed from behind the monster. It looked in surprise toward the source of that light. The system displayed, "Your vitality has become a special body enchantment. Immortality activated. Angel's blessing received." An angel appeared above Du Hyuk's head, shining a brilliant golden magic to restore him. His eyes were tightly shut under the warmth of that light, and his wounds gradually disappeared. Not long after, Du Hyuk slowly opened his eyes. The system continued to announce notification. "All stamina and magical power have been restored. All abnormal status effects have been removed. The special spell Immortality has been reincarnated into life and death. Angel's blessing activated." Immediately after, Du Hyuk stood firm, facing that giant monster. The monster laughed, a bit expectant. "Is this your power?" the system displayed. For 10 minutes, all stats increased by 50%. All attack power increased by 100%. Stamina and mana recovery increased by 50%. Du Hyuk raised his voice, resolutely confronting the enemy head-on. The monster couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Earlier, I even thought you were just someone who knew how to use rare magic. But now you have power similar to mine," it said fiercely, its bloodshot eyes blazing, screaming, "This time I'll make sure you die without needing to close your eyes." Du Hyuk drew a handgun along with terrifying lightning bolts. He flicked his hand, a surging green aura swirled around him, along with the manifestation of a giant figure. "Burn the magic." Its hand quickly restrained that monster. The system announced, "Ebina's mana has been stripped 100%. The mana is being converted into the player's mana." That aura gathered into Du Hyuk's body. Losing its mana, the monster raged even more, screaming, "You little brat, you dare steal my mana." It lunged, slashing toward Du Hyuk. He quickly exclaimed, "Dimensional gate," and right after, beams of light shot straight at the monster. From behind, a missile battery. He relentlessly attacks the monster with various moves, dimensional portals, acid arrows. The monster panics, slashing wildly everywhere as Du Hyuk swiftly hides through the magic circle. Dimensional portal. Du Hyuk continuously attacks it from multiple sides, leaving it confused and disoriented. He grits his teeth, unable to help feeling tense and rushes to find a finishing opportunity. The huge monster seems pinned in place by his attacks. The deep purple aura around it begins to fade. Right after, it bows its head and stops resisting. Seeing the monster immobilized by his attack, Du-hyuk hurriedly delivers a blow. It has stopped moving, now is the chance. He takes out a large gun, preparing to strike the final blow at the monster. Suddenly, the monster roars and breaks free from control. It lets out piercing screams that shake the airspace. Du-hyuk, dashing through the air, is halted by its scream. He hastily covers his ears to block the external shockwave. The monster stops screaming, locks onto its target ahead. The monster swings its sword at him. Du-hyuk, caught off guard, can't dodge in time and has to confront it head-on. Armor, a terrifying flash of light explodes between the two's clash. Even though he activated his armor, the monster's attack was too powerful, and Du-hyuk ends up under its blade. Du-hyuk's gun is locked in midair by it. Its face shows clear contempt. Because you missed your chance, this time you're dead for sure. Suddenly a hand grabs the gun up high, you sure. Another Du-hyuk appears from behind, aiming squarely at it. Even so, the monster remains extremely confident, even against a clone. You still can't attack me. Under the massive sword, Du-hyuk smirks. You don't need to worry about that dimensional portal. Raising a friendly finger, he mocks, goodbye then. Immediately, that gun fires a huge beam of light at the monster. The terrifying light from the gun powerfully assaults the monster. It looks stunned as the light engulfs it, unable to counter. Zohyak's comrades hurriedly knocked away the flying stone fragments. A large, clear hole was where the monster had been just moments before. Jiang Bai broke out in a cold sweat and said doubtfully, "It's finally over." Suddenly Du-hyuk appeared through a blue light and replied, "Yes, there's no need to worry now." He continued, affirming that Abina had been defeated. He said that Di-ho was badly injured, even critically wounded. They needed to call a healer immediately. Suddenly his eyes went lifeless, his voice grew weaker, and the rest was up to her. As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed. Izzy and Jiang Mi, worried, rushed over loudly, calling, "Mr. Di-ho, Mr. Du-hyuk," the system announced. "The Elf Lord Kalan Abina has been defeated. You have obtained 4 space shards. You have obtained the heart of Abina, the Elf Lord Kalan." At Mokbo Gate, Kim Hun shouted orders to his subordinates. "Find them immediately. They haven't gone far. Search thoroughly for me." In the darkness, his voice echoed clearly, "Find them now." A person on a tall building looked down, scouting. A girl walked up to the other person and asked, "Brother, what should we do?" Kang in hand turned his head and replied, "Hiding here from the Mu-Kan group isn't a solution." He quickly turned to look down at the crowd below and continued in detail. "We'll ask the group from China to help us escape." His younger sister couldn't help but wonder, raising her voice, "China, do we really have to do that?" Kang in hand pondered the powerful figure and then affirmed, "There's no other way. If it's Wang Jai-hong of the T-Hoa group, they will keep us safe." Elsewhere, Du-hyuk slowly opened his eyes after a deep coma. Seeing it wasn't his home, he thought doubtfully, "This is." He sat up abruptly, glancing around. "A hospital." He carefully looked around, assessing. Seeing it was different from the hospitals he knew, Du-hyuk suddenly remembered and exclaimed, "Ah, it's the treatment center inside Zeong, operating under the Trongzan Enterprise." Suddenly something caught his attention. Du-hyuk saw a girl leaning against the headboard asleep and exclaimed in surprise, "Sung-mi." From outside the door, bitch Du-hai entered and stopped him. "Just let her sleep. Since the day before, she's been sitting there watching over you the whole time." When he saw her, he called out in surprise, "Matt too." Du-hai was carrying a fruit basket and gave it to him, asking, "Mr. Du-hyuk, it's been a while." Du-hyuk replied, "Yes, it's been a while since." Suddenly Du-hai cut him off and continued, "This is a get-well gift for you. How are you feeling?" Du-hyuk immediately answered, "Yes, thanks to the treatment of the high-grade center." Then he spoke seriously. "By the way, what happened after I passed out?" Du-hai understood and replied, "You must have a lot of questions. I'll tell you everything one by one." She continued in detail. First, Abina was defeated, and now its body is being preserved intact. She remembered Di-ho, Choi Di-ho, who fought alongside you, is safe and receiving treatment. The situation out there is not good, she continued cautiously. And currently, China and Japan are facing similar situations, now in the middle of a large-scale battle. The situation in China, because multiple invasions are happening simultaneously across the country. They say the damage is quite severe. Compared to us, our country had no casualties. Recalling the fierce encounter, she sighed with emotion. The surprise attack by the Boklian and Mu-Kan groups succeeded thanks to your plan, and those 2 groups are being pushed back. After that, the masters and their henchmen fled. Du-hai detailed the recent groups. The Mu-Kan group is at Mokbo, the Boklian group is fleeing to China. After a moment, she concluded, "That's everything that happened in the 3 days since you fell unconscious." Du-hyuk was a bit stunned. 3 days, he couldn't help but exclaim. It's a shame that all the executives haven't been brought to light yet. At that moment, Sung-mi drowsily woke up. Seeing that, he asked, "You're awake?" Sung-mi saw that he was awake and was endlessly surprised. Du-hyuk opa. Suddenly she was moved, her eyes brimming with tears full of sympathy. Sung-mi hugged Du-hyuk tightly, causing him some pain. Du-hyuk looked at her in confusion. "Sung-mi, she replied shakily. I was so worried. Sung-mi leaned against him and poured out her heart. I thought something terrible had happened to you, Du-hyuk. Du-hai, seeing the affectionate scene between the two, awkwardly cut in. Ahem. Hearing that, Sung-mi hurriedly let go of Du-hyuk and exclaimed in a fluster, Matt too, when did you get here? Du-hyuk smiled and answered, she's been here for a while. Du-hai conscientiously informed him, Mr. Du-hyuk, the people associated with KB are waiting here to visit you. What do you want to do now? If you're busy, should I send them away? She picked up her phone, ready to make a call. He quickly stopped her. No, it's fine, I'll get ready right away. Du-hai understood and replied, okay, then I'll take you there. At that moment, at a secret building in Jilin province, suddenly a strange noise echoed in the room. Kang In-han and Min Seong-do were tied up and shoved inside, accompanied by someone's fierce words. All right, get in, Ong-dungi exclaimed in panic amidst the thick dust. Then a brutal foot of the other person stepped closer to her. He calmly sat on a chair and looked towards the two of them. He swept his gaze over them. Kang In-han, Min Jun-jun, each name he uttered made the two raise their heads and pay attention. He grinned sinisterly and asked, you know who I am? In-han answered cautiously, no, but Seong-do loudly cut him off and demanded, you, who the hell are you to treat us like this? She turned her gaze toward the white-haired man sitting arrogantly like a supreme king. Do you really think you'll get away with treating us like this? Seong-do raised her voice in warning, revealing the identity of the person behind them. Wang Lihang, president of the T-Hoa Association, Hong Lai Han. He doesn't really care, Qin Bai said. How stupid, you still don't understand the situation here. You chose this place as your hideout, and the one who investigated you was precisely Wang Lihang. Seong-do exclaimed in shock. What? The white-haired man didn't mind repeating it, emphasizing his point. You've been discarded. Seong-do refused to believe it and objected. Impossible, there's no way Wang Lihang would abandon us. The guy shot to his feet, still not forgetting to click his tongue mockingly. Believe whatever you want, he spoke as he approached the two. I just need to finish the job I was assigned. He reached out toward In-han's head, continuing viciously. Then he pressed into his head, making In-han panic. The eerie fingertip and his long, sharp nail swept across his eyes. The white-haired man tightened his grip, causing him to cry out in pain. He briefly scanned In-han's memories and then asked, you don't have many memories of Park Du-hyuk, huh? Disappointed, he directly ended In-han. This idiot doesn't have any. Seong-do looked at her brother's blood-stained hand and screamed, no. Her scream drew his attention. The white-haired man glanced over at her with a murderous look. And what about you? Elsewhere, Du-hyuk thought. After I woke up in the hospital, many problems were solved thanks to Abina's corpse being handled by KB. I was able to access it. He reflected thoroughly on the achievements he had made. Finally, I obtained the Abina blood I needed and succeeded in creating a legendary-grade space stone. Du-hyuk used his time to read countless books in the institute, and later, while being treated, he learned the spells that T-pong had found for him. He collected the brilliant stones and examined the spoils from Abina. The system announced. Base fragment, own fragments 12. Additional damage to Kalong goblin species 60%. Suitable affinities are being activated. He took out the eerie purple heart, preparing to use it. At the same time, the system sound rang out. Player Park Du-hyuk is absorbing the energy of Abina's heart. Physical defense power increased by 200. Magic defense power increased by 200. You have received the title Guardian of Space. Both normal and unrivaled spells can be enhanced once. You have learned Abina's absorption skill, the Kalong Goblin Lord, through experience. Unrivaled spell, a skill that surpasses the mage's passive power. The effectiveness of your spells will increase depending on your current intelligence level. Cooldown 10 seconds. Du-hyuk could not help but marvel. I've made tremendous progress in a short time, along with the system's status window. Player name Park Du-hyuk, level 93, rank B, occupation, wizard, alchemist, mechanic. Strength 335, endurance 152, intelligence 1264. Magic power 2215, agility 202, luck 180, charm 38, physical attack 61, magic attack 186. At that moment in Damakit, a beam of light emanated from inside the building. The MC loudly announced, "Thank you for your patience, everyone." He enthusiastically removed the red cloth covering the item. At last, the final item of today's auction. Weapons radiating an astonishing aura accompanied the man's pitch. 5 unrivaled weapons provided by Park Du-hyuk for the auction. Everyone in the audience was utterly astonished upon seeing them, bursting into a collective reaction. The MC loudly announced the starting price of 80 billion won. Du-hyuk was following the auction when suddenly Lee Junso called out, "Du-hyuk Oppa." She walked down the stairs and greeted him. "It's been a while since you came to the market," she said. He quickly replied, "Yeah, I received some items from the invasion that I need to sell." She glanced at the auction item. "So that means the items you only want to sell are the 5 unrivaled weapons. Your quality is getting higher and higher," Du-hyuk replied. unrivaled grade weapons. Usually start at 100 billion, so what you said might be right. He thought to himself, even though I created them using the Magic Circle introduction book I received from Vo Hat, and the transcendent grade space stone I got from Ibina. Junso looked in a certain direction and asked, Oppa, this time there's a big shot here who's interested in buying your item. Aren't you curious who it is? Hearing her say that, he became a little curious. Oh, who is it? Junso replied with a serious face. Look at the man over there, sitting in the corner of the third row on the left. At that moment, the bidding was extremely heated. Shouts rang out, 85 billion, 90 billion, 110 billion. The MC loudly made his pitch. 110 billion, anyone bid higher. Suddenly someone raised their hand, proposing all 5 weapons for 650 billion. How about that? The whole hall looked on in astonishment toward that person. Du Hyuk turned his gaze to the person who just bid, a bit suspicious of that guy. Junso confirmed and then asked, what do you think? Du Hyuk immediately replied, in this auction he's on a different level from the other awakened ones here. Junso agreed, yes, he is a Urian and awakened of level. USS from Germany. The Urian was now wearing a satisfied smile, extremely confident. The host, sweating profusely, asked again, 650 billion for all. Anyone bid higher? The entire hall suddenly fell silent, not a single person raised a bidding paddle. The host had to conclude, then this auction is now over. Junso looked over at Du Hyuk and asked, are you leaving now? Then next time I want to talk longer, so if there's a chance, let's go have a drink together. Du Hyuk heard her say that and was slightly surprised, replying, oh, then before the Dian attack starts, let's spare some time to have a drink together. She smiled very happily, saying, then promise me, I need to pack up so I have to leave quickly. Suddenly a man approached and called Park Du Hyuk. Urian proposed, can we talk for a bit? Just long enough to drink a cup of coffee. The two of them opened the cans of coffee they had just bought. Urian asked Du Hyuk, Park Du Hyuk, do you know how the world sees you? Hyuk calmly answered, a promising awakened one, that's all I know. He frowned and added, I'm also gaining some fame thanks to the scroll. Urian bluntly told him, the reason I came to South Korea is, he seriously warned you, Park Du Hyuk, as a manager in Gubi. Du Hyuk was slightly surprised and asked back, Gubi, why? Urian held his phone in front of him. Do you know this face? Du Hyuk looked at the face in the photo and answered, Mateo HWI Binyon Kang in hand. Urian confirmed, exactly, his body was discovered a few hours ago. Urian put his phone away and continued reporting, this is the ghost ant's motive, and it seems the ghost ant has already added your name to his list. Du Hyuk asked suspiciously, so you came to warn me? Urian replied, yes, from now on you Park Du Hyuk cannot freely go outside. He held out an object, this is something you can use to contact me. If the demon's sword comes for you, call me immediately. Du Hyuk took it and replied, thank you, I'll be careful. The Urian stood up and left. Thank you for giving me some of your time. After talking with the Urian, Du Hyuk headed to a nearby parking lot marquee. He cautiously walked to his car. Suddenly, a strange flash of light came from afar. Then multiple flashes appeared simultaneously, surrounding him. Large explosions occurred right after to attack Du Hyuk. The thick dust and smoke gradually cleared, revealing the silhouette of a mysterious figure. That person swiftly rushed to attack Du Hyuk. At that moment, he still hadn't regained his composure because everything happened so suddenly. At that moment, a group of people charged in to assassinate Du Hyuk. To his bewilderment, Du Hyuk quickly leaned aside to dodge that attack. The attacker couldn't pull back in time and slashed straight into the car behind him. A clean cut was made on the unfortunate vehicle. Du Hyuk quickly escaped from Nguyen and hovered in the sky. The masked group continued their mission. Target is in position, all attack. Following that man's command, the assassins from all sides acted in unison. 3 or 4 assassins wielding weapons rushed forward together. They surrounded Du Hyuk from multiple directions, all attacking at once. Du Hyuk urgently defended himself, opening a space portal. Du Hyuk cautiously assessed the situation. He cast a spell and vanished from the assassins' encirclement. Scatter, the assassins looked around bewildered. He's gone. Du Hyuk appeared from behind, attacking one of them. He cruelly seized that man's vulnerable neck. He once again used the same technique. Scatter, a 6th-tier spell that designates a target to be scattered. Du Hyuk clenched the hand of that wicked man and he seemed to completely dissolve in his grasp. The assassins couldn't help but be horrified. This is the power of a spell. One shouted, don't mess around. He loudly warned his comrades. He can't possibly cast such a spell. He's just trying to make you all panic. Du Hyuk was puzzled when he heard a somewhat familiar voice. This voice is, he remembered and exclaimed in shock, Kim Hoon, Mukon Association. After being discovered, Kim Hoon took off his mask, furious. You bastard Park Du Hyuk, do you know how shamefully I've lived? Du Hyuk looked at him with contempt. I told you I'd spare your life if you agreed to go into hiding and live quietly, yet here you are standing before me. It seems you really want to die. Kim Hoon took a sword from a subordinate's hand. Because of you, I became a wanted criminal and my life has been hell. So I'm really lucky to see you here enjoying the auction. He fiercely drew the sword, growling, I'll kill you for daring to ruin our plan. Kim Hoon aimed his sword forward and ordered, "Go!" Du Hyuk warned again. During that dangerous global outbreak, you all tried to stab us in the back. You brought this on yourselves. Du Hyuk counterattacked. Rocket Arrow Battle Barrier. The ultimate spell Transcendence is being activated. He hurled a barrage of flaming arrows at them. After a while, the smoke cleared, and many around Du Hyuk were gone. Du Hyuk released many clones that rushed forward to attack. Mirror image, Kim Hoon angrily muttered, "Damn it, because of all this smoke I can't see shit." But this smoke didn't obstruct Du Hyuk's vision. He could see the assassin's position. A terrifying flash of light appeared, horrifying Kim Hoon. Another flash appeared around him. One by one, his comrades were taken down. Kim Hoon couldn't believe it. That bastard. Impossible. When he first jumped up, he already knew the positions of the awakened ones far away. He immediately shouted to inform his comrades, "That guy knows all our positions. Try to attack while protecting your comrades around you." Meanwhile, Du Hyuk slowly watched the struggling group and their movements. He smiled as he thought. Just in time, Du Hyuk rushed forward shouting, "Third-tier spell, whole person." Large nails appeared, pinning the assassins down, restraining everyone within a 5-meter radius for 20 seconds. Immediately after, Du Hyuk dashed away from his position. He charged to attack the bewildered group. Kim Hoon shouted a warning, "He's coming." Du Hyuk nimbly dodged every flash of light from them, and with one swift move, took down multiple assassins without giving them a chance to fight back. Du Hyuk turned his head toward those assassins, casting magic into his arm. A fierce wall of fire appeared after he spoke. Wall of Fire, a 4th-tier spell, Wall of Fire, creating a wall of fire from the ground. Under the threat of that wall, the assassins saw his figure. 2 assassins charged forward to attack, and he immediately cast a spell. Shield, a sturdy shield protected Du Hyuk's entire body, deflecting the attacks of those 2. Kim Hoon couldn't hold back, swung his sword to slash at Du Hyuk. He unleashed a powerful sword aura strike toward him. He frowned, utterly determined to finish off Du Hyuk. He calmly reached his hand forward. His hand glowed with a menacing light. A storm-like aura appeared before him. He used Reverse, a 7th-tier spell, reversing the opponent's attacks and sending them back by consuming mana. Du Hyuk immediately redirected that aura toward Kim Hoon. The terrifying beam of light engulfed his entire figure. His attack sent Kim Hoon flying far away. He lost all his strength, covered in wounds, lying motionless on the spot. Even as he lay gasping on the ground, he still did not forget to threat. "If I die, will everything be over?" Du Hyuk cut him off, declaring, "No. No, surely many enemies will come to see me. No matter how many friends I have, there will always be people who hate me." Kim Hoon confidently spat out his final words, "This is just the beginning. I'll be waiting for you in hell." Right after that, he collapsed at Du Hyuk's feet. After hearing his words, Du Hyuk said, "Of course." Du Hyuk stood in the middle, looking down at Kim Hoon lying motionless. He fell silent without saying a word. Suddenly, Du Hyuk shifted his heavy gaze toward the remaining people. "Well then, now." His entire body radiated an overwhelming, fearsome aura. "Do you still want to continue?" Faced with his immense power, they all threw their weapons to the ground, signaling they did not wish to fight. They raised both hands and pitifully cried out, "We surrender." Immediately after, at the KBG high-rise building in Seoul, Diho held a tablet and reported seriously, "This is all the information we've received about yesterday's battle." Jang-mi frowned and asked, "Are you talking about Kim Hoon and his dead subordinates?" He answered in detail, "Vong and the 2 who surrendered are being detained by our people. I checked the CCTV and discovered the air rank awakened him on. Even a finger couldn't be moved." Jang-mi tapped lightly, gazing intently at the computer screen and replied, "I'm also checking the CCTV now." She paused at a certain footage. "You see, it looks like Du Hyuk reversed the direction of Kim Hoon's sword attack." Diho recalled that scene and replied, "If you look, Kim Hoon's attack would have succeeded. But then, the move was reversed back." Jang-mi cupped her chin, thinking about something. "Diho," she said sternly, "keep Du Hyuk's spell information confidential. Knowing too much won't do any good." Diho hesitated a bit and asked, "But team leader, will that be okay?" He uneasily raised a possibility that could happen if Du Hyuk went abroad. "He could just take everything we provide and run away." Diho urgently reminded her, "Team leader," he asked suspiciously, "do you know something you're not telling or aren't planning to tell me?" Jang-mi didn't answer, just frowned and asked seriously, "Diho, do you trust me?" She continued, "Then focus on the wanted criminals of the White Lotus and Mukin societies, and leave Du Hyuk to me." Diho understood and replied, "Yes, I understand." Jang-mi fell silent, looking at the computer screen in front of her. On the screen appeared the word Wubai, KB Korea Headquarters. Director Lee Yin. At that moment, beautiful golden sunlight shone upon a peaceful playground. Du Hyuk stood at the playground among the crowd, waiting for someone. He couldn't help but exclaim, "I can't believe Seong Mi made such a suggestion." He recalled the moment in the hospital, Seongmi calling out. Seongmi paused and asked, Oppa, do you have time this weekend? Doo-hyuk replied, yes, why? Seongmi blushed shyly and said, oh, it's nothing. She tightened her grip on the knife in her hand and proposed, so if you have time this weekend. She looked at him hopefully and asked, would you like to go on a date with me? Back to the present at the date location, Seongmi walked up and greeted, Doo-hyuk, you're here already. Doo-hyuk suddenly blushed when he saw her. Seongmi wore an elegant white dress and shyly approached him. She asked shyly, does it suit me? He immediately complimented, it suits you perfectly. If I had known you'd dress up so beautifully to come here, I would have spruced up a bit too. Seongmi replied happily, it's okay, you always look cool. Doo-hyuk turned to her and said, let's go inside. Suddenly, Seongmi called out loudly, Oppa. Then she quickly grabbed his hand. Doo-hyuk couldn't help but look at Seongmi in surprise. She shyly avoided his eyes and asked, can we hold hands? Hearing that, he smiled knowingly, then squeezed her hand tightly and said, let's go, Doo-hyuk gently asked. Our schedule will be very busy, so let's have a blast today, okay? Seongmi smiled brightly and replied with great excitement, yes. They played many rides together. First, the roller coaster for a thrilling experience. Then, the death drop ride that made them dizzy. After a while, they took a break and drank some iced water. Doo-hyuk asked with concern, hey Seongmi, so are you having fun? She answered cheerfully, so much fun, it's really nice to sit here and relax like this. He continued, earlier we only did the rides I liked. Is there any ride you want to go on? Seongmi looked around, shyly replied, then. She pointed toward the nearby Ferris wheel full of anticipation. I want to go on that. As the sunset fell, dyeing the sky a romantic shade of orange, the Ferris wheel carriages moved slowly. Inside the carriage, the two of them sat awkwardly face to face. The zombie didn't say a word, just quietly gazed at the scenery. Suddenly she turned her head to look at the person opposite her. Doo-hyuk looked outside and cheerfully said, the view here is pretty nice. Seongmi clutched the bag in front of her. She thought nervously, that's right. Summoning all her courage, her face flushed, she hesitated. Doo-hyuk heard that and looked at her, the two facing each other awkwardly. The two sat in the cable car, the atmosphere of the whole amusement park sinking with the night. Seongmi said, I think the entire park has lost power. Doo-hyuk replied, let's just sit and wait until it comes back on. She suddenly clutched her head as if thinking about something. Seeing that, he worriedly asked, Seongmi, what's wrong? Are you okay? She answered, it's nothing. Seongmi then thought shyly, why did the power go out at this hour? They sure picked a great time. Seongmi thought to herself, the chance I worked so hard to get. Suddenly something lit up. She was surprised. Light! Seongmi reached out to let the specks of light fall onto her hand. Doo-hyuk asked, Seongmi, are you feeling better now? Seongmi stared in amazement. What do you mean? He explained. When the power went out, you kept holding your head, so I thought you were afraid of the dark. She shook her head. Oh no, it's not that. Hearing that, Doo-hyuk wondered, then what are you worried about? Seongmi hesitated. It's. She was about to speak when the lights around them came back on. The amusement park announcement rang out. We apologize for the temporary interruption of your ride. Please enjoy the rest of your time. The park had power again and the Ferris wheel started moving. At that moment, Doo-hyuk spoke up. Seongmi. She smiled and replied, it's nothing. After the last assassin attack, to let Hizzy and me train, we moved to a place with higher security than before and a large training room. Doo-hyuk now went into the training area. Heard someone and thought, is she still training at this hour? He walked in and called Hizzy. Suddenly a beast rushed at him. It rushed right in front of Doo-hyuk. He picked it up and Nhihok asked, what's this? Why are you acting strange? It pointed toward Hizzy, who was at that moment with the white wolf. Now Hizzy was sleeping soundly. Hyuk quietly went over and covered her feet. Doo-hyuk thought, because the timing is right now, I should repair and upgrade them as soon as I have the chance, he said. I should also use the remaining materials. Apelin and Irene appeared. Hyuk summoned a version with Akron. I should start repairing. He summoned a system panel. Hyuk put Akron into the analyzer. Let's begin. The system notification appeared. Apelin is being repaired. Completion 40%. Golem upgraded to battle golem level. Seeing that, Doo-hyuk continued. I will also upgrade the drone. After inserting it into the system, a notification appeared. Drone upgraded to battle drone level. After that, a loud noise erupted along with a pillar of light. Hearing the noise, Hizzy slowly woke up. She was groggily looking ahead. Hizzy sat up and watched for a while, then curiously walked over and called out, Doo-hyuk, Oppa. Hizzy gradually walked up to him. She asked, Oppa, haven't you gone to sleep yet? He turned his head and replied, oh Hizzy, you're awake. Hyuk said, the effect of the relic means I don't need to sleep. Hizzy asked curiously, so what have you been doing all night? He continued. Now the Akron battle golem is completed. Next is the Irene Roan battle golem. He made the two golems float up. These ones were finally complete. Then Hyuk asked proudly, what do you think? Hizzy replied, I think they've become much sturdier and cooler than the last time I saw them. Hyuk complimented, I see you've been training hard too. Your magic power must have increased a lot. She replied, yes, as long as I can still take revenge, I won't have time to rest. He continued, since the recent battle including Desmond Dungeon, several places have been revived. We'll be going soon, so get ready. Hyuk warned, especially since we can't predict whether we'll encounter something like what happened at Desmond Dungeon. She replied, yes, I'll focus on training. As they spoke, a phone rang. Hyuk answered the phone. Run, what's up? What's the matter calling me in the middle of the night? After listening, he asked in surprise, what did you say? He replied, it's okay, so I can only choose then, right? Then he looked at Hizzy and Hyuk said, okay. When I decide, I'll call you back. Seeing that, Hizzy asked, Hyuk oppa, what's the matter? Hyuk called Hizzy. Hyuk continued, KB gave me a simple mission. He asked with a serious face, if it's okay, would you like to go with me? She happily replied, yes, if I'm going with you then it's fine. Hizzy suddenly asked, but they requested someone with high skill ability like you, Hyuk. The mission must be really hard, right? He answered. It's an abnormal dungeon on Juju Island. Hizzy was surprised. An abnormal dungeon? Hyuk replied. That's right, unlike a normal dungeon, it's a dungeon with quite strict requirements. Like the first abnormal dungeon, the number of participants is limited. Second, there is a rank requirement for participants. Third, there is a rank requirement for participants with a specified level cap. This dungeon is limited to a maximum of 5 participants, rank SS or above. After hearing that, Hizzy said, I understand, I'll prepare. Then Hyuk looked at the schedule notification and replied, then you have 1 week to prepare. Hyuk reminded, until then, whenever we have time, we should train, focusing on coordinating with each other. Hizzy said with determination, yes, I'll do my best. At this time, Sung-mi was sitting on her bed talking on the phone. Yes, this is Ma Sung-mi. The person on the other end asked again in confusion. The other side spoke. It must be late in Korea, so I thought you wouldn't answer. But you're still awake. She replied, yes, I couldn't sleep, so I'm still awake. The other end continued. Is that so? Seeing you still awake, I guess the date didn't go well, huh? Sung-mi's face saddened and she replied gloomily, yes. The person on the other end, Zohiko, said, I see. At that moment she was in London, England. Zohai continued, but Sung-mi, she replied, yes. Zohai comforted Sumi, don't be too sad. The atmosphere or location, don't think too much about it. Instead, just keep it simple and concise the way you like it. She replied, yes, I know. Then Zohai continued, it's not like you only have one chance, so be strong, okay? Zohai informed about her situation. I'm about to go on a raid, so I'll hang up now. Zohai sent her regards to Sung-mi. I'll be waiting for good news from you the next time we talk. Sung-mi said, yes, Annie, thank you for calling me. After hanging up, Sumi was silent for a moment. Then she thought, Annie is right. Sung-mi comforted herself, don't complicate everything. Suddenly, a message from Hyuk appeared on Sung-mi's phone. Sumi, do you have time now? She blushed in surprise. To Hyuk oppa. A week later, Hizzy's eyes sparkled. She gazed at the sea and sky. Then Hizzy exclaimed excitedly, it's the sea. Hizzy was full of excitement. I've only seen it in pictures. I never imagined it would be this beautiful in real life. Suddenly Hizzy slipped. She continued shyly, I'm sorry when I was in Desmond. I've never traveled before, so I got a bit excited. Hyuk replied, no, it's fine, there's no need to apologize. Hyuk glanced at Hai Z. If it weren't for the dungeon attack, then he would have gone sightseeing too. Just then, suddenly an announcement sounded. Speak to Hyuk, Hai Z will be arriving soon. Hai Z was surprised. Are we here already? She wondered. So this is the KB Jeju branch. At that moment, the plane landed. Du Hyuk, Yohai Dai and the guide appeared. Welcome, you two. She introduced herself. I'm Lee Hihi from the KB Jeju branch. I'll be your guide today, Hihi said. Sunbi and the others have already arrived. Hearing that, Du Hyuk asked, are we too late? Hihi replied, not at all. There are still 30 minutes until the meeting. He followed her. That's a relief. Hihi continued, yes, I'll take you there. At that moment, over where Sung-mi and Junseo were, she said, yes, okay, thank you. Junseo walked over. They said Du Hyuk will be here soon. Sung-mi replied, oh yes. Junseo noticed Sung-mi's awkward expression. Seeing that, she asked, Sung-mi, are you feeling okay? Sung-mi answered, yes, oh, I'm fine. Junseo continued, because irregular dungeons are much more difficult, your physical condition is very important. If you're not feeling well, you can start tomorrow. Sung-mi smiled. Jin and Run-seo replied, no, I'm perfectly fine, but Junseo answered. Just then, Du Hyuk walked in and greeted Run-seo. Sung-mi, have you been waiting long? He said with concern. Sung-mi, you look different from last time, she answered with a slight pout. That time I did my own makeup and hair. Junseo smiled seeing the two of them talking. Then Junseo spoke up. Everyone is here now. Junseo began, shall we introduce ourselves? She introduced. This is Jian Iksan who will fight alongside us. At that moment Iksan appeared. He introduced himself. I'm Jian Iksan. Hyuk responded. I'm Baekdu Hyuk, nice to meet you too. Then he looked up at Iksan. Then Hyuk said, you're quite tall. Iksan replied, I'm over 2 meters tall. Lee Junseo added, 39 years old, he chose to use 2 large battle axes as weapons, just like me. Junseo explained, he can handle both magical and physical attacks at the same time. Du Hyuk said to Iksan, it seems you're older than me, so you can speak comfortably with me. Iksan shyly replied, is that so? Then I won't stand on ceremony. Then they started to move out. Hayek and Iksan were walking side by side. He looked ahead and thought, this is an irregular dungeon. Iksan looked at the surrounding scenery and said in surprise, it's the first time I've seen a dungeon this large. Hayek said. The size and terrain of a dungeon change according to its rank. Then he used a drone to scout the terrain. The drone flew in the direction Hayek indicated. Meanwhile, Iksan looked toward the field and said, if I had one of those, attacking would be easier, huh? Who knows how much longer I can carry this body into battle? Hearing that, Hayek replied, not at all, Hayoung, you're still amazing. Hayek announced based on the search results within the drone's range. He continued, according to the search results from the drone, we won't be able to rest inside the base. The three people behind were speechless with surprise. Then Iksan spoke up. So let's prepare well here before we depart. Hayek called. Hi Z, Hayek ordered, since you are a summoner. Please watch the rear and also pay attention to protecting me. She replied, understood. Then Hayek said to everyone, all right, let's go. Everyone followed and moved with Hayek. From behind, suddenly Hayek spoke up. Run Co continuously checked the view above, and Hai Z checked the rear using a summon command. Suddenly he smelled something strange. Hayek immediately stopped everyone from moving forward. Wait, stop, Iksan added. I smell something really strange. He then recalled having smelled this before. At that moment, Sung-mi saw something ahead. She watched carefully. It was a group of monsters approaching. She shouted a warning to everyone. They're coming from the front. These monsters were rank Eros renegades. Iz suddenly called out, Opa. Iz said, they're also coming from behind. Hayek immediately commanded everyone, we'll deal with the ones at the back. Iksan, Hayoung, and Sung-mi. Hold them off for a while, Sung-mi replied, understood. She and Iksan quickly intercepted the A-rank Eros renegades as Hayek ordered. Iksan raised his axe. To strike back, Sung-mi used her shield to block them. Iksan powerfully lifted his axe, here I come. Then he struck them with one blow, the destructive force extremely powerful. He looked at the horde of A-rank Eros renegades and said, there are too many of them. Saying that, Iksan continued to fight back. The axe blows continuously landed on them, then returned to Iksan's hand. Suddenly, a huge foot appeared. He thought in surprise, what's that? It turned out to be a giant monster. Its body secreted a red slime. From that slime, more monsters appeared. Iksan watched with difficulty as they gradually multiplied. He thought, how do we deal with this? At that moment, Akron also charged out. It used the skill Burning Hands. Akron locked onto the target and attacked the monster, with Irene providing support. Irene flew quickly to scout near that monster. It soared into the sky, calmly observing and analyzing the terrain and the opponent. Finally, Irene finished her analysis. She gathered small rays of light and struck repeatedly at the monster. In the sky now were twinkling stars, while below on the ground were the monsters. The blazing red stars dealt each monster a fatal blow. At the same time, Iksan was being pushed back. He worriedly asked himself, shouldn't they have all been destroyed by now? Suddenly, something before his eyes astonished him. He then discovered the monster's formidable trait. It was completely unharmed after the final attack. At the same time, he also noticed something reddish inside its body. That red object was its true core, regenerating at super speed. Just then, Sung-mi suddenly appeared behind Iksan and said, I think that red object is its weak point. Hearing that, he agreed with her. He thought so too, but it seemed that object had magic resistance. After identifying the monster's weak point, she immediately proposed a tactic. She and the golem would draw the renegade's attention to clear a path in the meantime. You break that object, okay? Then, as she charged forward, she told him, when I use the taunt skill, you attack. Right then, a voice commanded the two golems. Arla and Irene protect Sumi. Both received the order and answered in unison. Understood. As for Sumi, she was charging toward the small fry monster. They also ferociously charged at her. But before they could do anything, they got kicked straight in the face, breaking 2 teeth. The one who struck was none other than Akron. He followed to back her up as ordered. Right then, she sensed the opportunity had come. So she quickly raised her shield and used a skill, making it emit a red light. This light completely attracted the red-eyed monsters. Immediately, Sumi shouted, do it now! Receiving her signal, Zan quickly dashed forward. His feet lightly glided over the ground. Just then, from underground, many arms suddenly appeared and grabbed his legs. This made him so astonished he gritted his teeth, wondering, arms from beneath the earth. Because they seized his legs, he felt helpless, unable to break free. I can't move. At the same time, Irene was flying toward him. He placed a hand on Zan's shoulder, making him slightly startled. Then he accelerated at full speed, pulling him along as he flew. At the same time, he also took the opportunity to destroy that wriggling mass of hands. After experiencing this, he immediately asked him, perfect timing, now throw me up high. Receiving the order, he replied, understood. Without the slightest hesitation, he hurled him upward like throwing a ball. Right then, Zan immediately activated a skill. He raised a blade high, preparing to slash down on the monster. He used all his strength, shouting as he swung the blade down to shatter. This blade struck directly into that red thing on the monster's body. The slash was so powerful it cut straight into the ground, causing it to explode. After finishing the skill, Zan gritted his teeth and observed the situation. The scene shifted to somewhere else where a blue flame was placed in the center. This flame flickered and blazed fiercely, and at the same time a hooded figure stood watching it. The image shifted again to that red thing shattered into pieces. The hooded figure sensed it and thought, the toy I created is broken. Right then, one of his servants burst in and shouted, Lord Odium, there's trouble. The servant hurriedly informed him of intruders, the renegades. At the base have been wiped out. As this one was about to continue, you should see, Odium calmly replied. I already know. Odium was an S-rank and a boss monster. He remained composed and asked his subordinate. Moreover, can you not handle it alone? This subordinate honestly answered, yes, with just us we cannot possibly stop them. As soon as he finished speaking, Odium suddenly grabbed the man's face, lifted him, and asked in a menacing tone. You're not afraid, are you? He declared sternly. I have no need for such weak and cowardly servants. Immediately after, he mercilessly sent this one to the afterlife. I'll make you reincarnate right now. After dealing with this cowardly subordinate of his, he released his hand and let the corpse drop to the ground. Suddenly, Odium used an ability. Resurrection. As soon as these words were spoken, a powerful energy radiated from him. This energy suddenly plunged deep into the ground. At this moment, he then commanded, block all the exits and eliminate all the intruders for me. I will deal with them shortly. The scene shifted to outside the cave. The rain fell heavier and heavier. Du-hyuk sat inside and looked out the cave entrance, thinking to himself, there's rain inside Danjian but not much food. He frowned and reminded himself, so before that, be careful. Suddenly someone sat right down beside him. Sumi, while drying her hair, softly called him, Du-hyuk Oppa. She shyly asked his opinion, can we talk for a bit? In the flickering firelight, the handsome Du-hyuk and beautiful Sumi sat side by side. He gently asked her, aren't you going to sleep? She answered, I can't sleep. Hearing that, he smiled at her and advised, today you were the hardest working member of the team, so you should go rest. However, she resolutely shook her head and said, it's not because I'm tired that I can't sleep. As she spoke, she suddenly scooted closer to him, her voice abruptly turning affectionate. Oppa, Sumi hesitated. I meant to say at the roundabout. Seeing her stammering like that, Du-hyuk gently told her, yeah, go ahead and say it. So she mustered all her courage and confessed to him, I want you to be my boyfriend. She poured out all her bravery and expressed her heart. Please go out with me. After confessing to him, she looked at him with expectant eyes. Du-hyuk himself didn't know how to respond at that moment. Just as he was about to answer Sumi, suddenly someone's voice rang out. Du-hyuk Oppa, we're back. A girl appeared and interrupted this confession. It's our turn to change shifts. When the girl saw Du-hyuk and Sumi alone together, she let out a startled exclamation. Time passed to the next morning when the sun rose high. The rain suddenly stopped and the wind died down. Thanks to our improved teamwork, our attack speed became faster. Also, while moving, he also discovered halfway that we were surprised to be attacked by the undead of awakened individuals who had entered Danjian before. Despite the shock, it didn't stop his steps, but we still calmly eliminated them. Until the whole group reached their destination, they finally cheered with joy. This was the entrance to the temple on the mountain peak. In front of this entrance, there was also a pool of green corrosive substance. From that pool, 2 undead emerged. One of them spoke up. No, let them approach. Lord Odium. Zan, hearing that one could talk, quickly said, what did it just say? It looked like this time would be different from before. Sung-mi agreed, adding, I think so too. At that moment, Du-hyuk was recalling. Odium, during his D-rank promotion attack, had been the high priest of the temple before it collapsed. Now he was a subordinate of Vendela. He realized that the Odium the undead had just mentioned was the boss of this particular herd. Sung-mi saw him staying quiet and worriedly called, my Du-hyuk. Only then did he speak up, saying that a renegade that could talk was truly interesting. But he didn't think it had anything to say to us, so he suggested, kill it. The monster's side also didn't hesitate and prepared to clash with Du-hyuk's group. Right after that moment, Sung-mi and Zan quickly rushed forward. The monsters also didn't shy away from collision and charge. Sung-mi and her pet delivered several slashing blows to the monsters, sending them to the altar. Zan swiftly swung his weapon, dealing with them. On another side, Du-hyuk and a girl were casting magic. A fire blazed up fiercely. The scene shifted inside the temple. Odium still stood motionless in one spot. At that moment, he suddenly heard someone enter and spoke up. Can't you stop them? Without any fear, he turned around to face that person in question, creatures from another world. You all come here to destroy me. He also threatened, until now, those who came to take my life. Of course, all of them have gone to hell. There is no salvation for them. These words made Du-hyuk angrily grit his teeth, asserting that this time would be different. His statement made him look at him with a different gaze and then ask, you are different from those I saw last time. Did you kill Isaac? He clearly and quickly admitted. Yes. After receiving his answer, he still continued to ask with curiosity. So, you are the intruder who enters Spatial Rift. Who is it that helped you? Alone, you couldn't possibly do it. Without hiding anything, he answered. Dio, the one trying to stop the plans of a scumbag like you. At that moment, Odium suddenly said to Do Hyo, you know what? We are just pawns of those creatures. I'm saying that when we've outlived our usefulness, they won't hesitate to throw us to the enemy. Hearing this, he urged him to continue, and he calmly spoke, after I was left alone in this world. I thought he didn't hesitate to recount his own thoughts. This is a test, because before I didn't believe in Lord Vendela. As he spoke, he burst out with his own power. Then he madly declared loudly that if he eliminated the creatures like you who had become vessels, he was confident in a thought, I will have a chance to return to my real world. After finishing, Odium immediately summoned his own power. Then he unleashed his move, Tears of Despair. Despite the poisonous tear-like drops falling, Do Hyuk still walked forward. While according to the system information, Tears of Despair applies Dispel Weakening, causing physical strength to decrease by 100 every 30 seconds if the target's strength is below 100. Dispel Intrusion will be applied and transferred to Odium. At that very moment, Do Hyuk suddenly shouted, follow the plan. As soon as he said that, Sung-mi quickly moved, seeing this scene. Odium smugly said, I don't know what trick you're trying to pull. Right after saying that, he suddenly teleported. He appeared right in front of Sung-mi and declared, but you won't be able to escape from here. At the same time, he unleashed his power and shouted, die. The surge of power attacking Sung-mi made her quite shocked and panicked. Odium aggressively unleashed his power. Forward, his torrent of power surged like a flood. After that attack, the ground in front of him was flattened for a stretch, and at that moment a voice called out. Sung-mi, it turned out the one who saved her was Do Hyuk. He anxiously called her, Sung-mi, wake up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she softly replied, oh my. Just then she saw Odium's power aiming to strike him from behind, so she urgently screamed a warning. Behind you, she quickly jumped up, escaping from his arms and yelled, dodge dude, but it seemed only she escaped. While he took the full brunt of Odium's technique, Odium floated in the air with his green tentacles dangling beneath. Sung-mi, after escaping, saw Do Hyuk being captured and panicked, shouting, oh no. Even though he took a hit, he still yelled, don't worry about me, just run. Heeding his words, she took off running, tears streaming. Seeing her flee, Odium manipulated his tentacles, transforming them into a spear and spoke. You think I'll let you run? As soon as he finished, he controlled his tentacles to attack in the direction she fled. Just as those tentacles were about to catch her, a voice rang out, absorb. Instantly, those tentacles were suddenly sucked backwards unexpectedly. This left him somewhat bewildered. It turned out the one causing this was none other than Do Hyuk. He was clearing a path for Sung-mi. His power radiated, absorbing all of Odium's strength. His actions displeased him. You're always blocking my way. Hearing that, he resolutely replied, I won't let you touch anyone else. A few minutes before the boss fight at the temple entrance, Do Hyuk's group was walking down the corridor, glancing around to assess the situation. At that moment, he accidentally spotted a door. Immediately, he stopped advancing and turned back to tell everyone, hold on a moment, I have something to say before we fight the boss. He said seriously, I'll explain to everyone about how to attack Odium. Xan heard that and immediately asked, Odium, could that be the boss? He confirmed and added, yes, I know you have a lot of questions you want to ask, but I'll give you the answers next time. Next, he quickly clarified, first of all, there are 4 gates inside the temple. He explained how to defeat the boss. We need to eliminate the magic stones within the 3 gates surrounding the boss. By doing that, we'll be able to defeat the boss. Do Hyuk began assigning tasks to each person. Hizzy and Junso, you two will take a different route from us. After receiving the order, Junso and Hizzy immediately moved. Junso was the one who discovered the gate. There it was, both of them followed his guidance. When they arrived by following that path, he also warned them about the dangers at each stone gate. There would be a magic stone gathering magical power, protected by stone statue guardians. Each stone statue had a different pattern. For the 2 of them, in Hizzy and Junso's case, it was wrath. On another side was a leopard. For Sung-mi, it was speed. Finally, the biggest one, Anzan, will fight the one with defensive power. After listing the dangers they would face, Do Hyuk also prepared for one more thing. Finally, in case a magic stone becomes filled with magical power, a strange thing will happen. All living creatures in the temple will disappear. To prevent this from happening, he thinks that's why we must remove the magic stones before they fill with magical power. Back to reality, Odium now seems quite enraged. His power flares up again. He attacks Do Hyuk continuously without pause, yet he still easily dodges those strikes. At the same time, he counterattacks. Missile Fortress, his power attacks him directly, but it does no damage because he has a protective barrier. At this moment, he asserts, how long do you plan to keep running? That stigma mark can never disappear. At the same time, he seems exhausted and drops to his knees, unable to run to protect himself. He creates a temporary protective barrier. Do Hyuk knows exactly what the mark Odium mentioned is. The system also provides information about that mark, Death Heal. The death mark will appear and remain there until Odium dies. The target's stamina recovery effect will become a stamina drain effect. Carelessly, Odium suddenly teleports. He appears right beside him and smugly asks, How does the pain in your shoulder feel? His tentacle had stabbed straight into his shoulder without him noticing. It pierced so deep that it made him grind his teeth in pain. That tentacle transforms into Odium's hand. He gleefully says to Duhaya, "You're feeling pain because your human body is too weak." After saying that, he launches a kick, completely unafraid. He remains indifferent to him, and suddenly his body lights up. His power blows away his attack without him needing to lift a finger. This makes him displeased. He growls, "Let's see how long you can hold out." Although outwardly defiant, inwardly he is still quite worried. "Please hurry up and break your own." Right at this moment, suddenly something happens that makes Odium let out a surprised cry. His streams of power suddenly dissipate. This makes him panic and ask himself, why is it gradually disappearing like this? He is bewildered, thinking, my stone statues aren't so easily defeated, are they? Suddenly, Duhayuk grabs his arm and says, "What do you know how long I've been attacking you in D and F?" This statement makes him stunned and exclaim, "What did you say?" He slowly reveals to him, "When your mark began to disappear." His eyes full of determination, he declares, "I've been waiting for this moment for a long time." As soon as he finishes, he uses a technique that burns them both, sunfire. At another gate surrounding Hizzy and Junso are stone spheres. Both enter their highest defensive state. Hizzy observes the situation and thinks, because we've split up the stone statues so much, they've all lost most of their defensive power. We can easily approach the magic stone. Hearing that, Junso immediately suggests, "I'll go ahead, Hizzy, you take care of support." Right after saying that, she charges forward. Several magic stones quickly chase after her. They pursue her closely and prepare to shoot magic to attack her. However, none of the attacks hit her, because she quickly dodges all the attacks launched. At this moment, she runs forward with extreme focus. Suddenly, right in front of her is a gigantic magic stone. As soon as she sees this, Hizzy quickly uses a skill to support Junso, Blow Shield. Instantly, a barrier envelops Junso, blocking an attack from that magic stone. Right at this moment, she immediately jumps up. And so, right where she had just been standing, a shocking explosion occurs because that magic sphere didn't hit her and fell straight to the ground. At the same time, she is on top of that blue magic stone and prepares to destroy it. She focuses her mind to aim and hit the target. Once she has aimed precisely, she immediately releases the arrow and shoots it straight down onto the stone. The fiery arrow embeds itself into the magic stone. The result causes it to shatter into pieces. The scene shifts to another gate. Sung-mi is in a state of high alert. She tries to maintain the fire around her, while recalling the words Du-hyuk had told her. Sung-mi, the stone statue you have to fight, is very fast, but its endurance is low. While that stone statue moves at lightning speed around her, she stands still and reflects on his words. However, their attack pattern is predetermined. If you can counterattack with just one attack, you can take them down, even if it's a tank. The stone statue's movement speed is increasing. Then it seems it has found an opening in her defense. Without hesitation, it immediately rushes toward her, just as it is about to deal a fatal blow to her. She suddenly turns her head to look at it. Sung-mi directly blocks the stone statue's strike with her sword. Her face is full of determination and toughness as she resists it. A surge of power is unleashed. With just a single sword slash, she cuts through the stone statue. Immediately after, the statue explodes and is completely destroyed. Her expression after dealing with it is extremely calm. The next scene is at another gate where a fiery blade is unleashed. Zan attacks the stone statue before him over and over, but still cannot do anything to it because its defense is astonishing. He also recalls Zohyok's warning to him that the stone statue Zan would fight has high endurance, so it is very difficult to destroy. Though hard to destroy, it still sustains wounds inflicted by him. And the way to deal with it, according to Zohyok, is, if Zan attacks with a combination of physical and magical strikes, defeating it is completely possible. Right then, the power within Zan surges. Just a stomp from him crushes the ground. Instantly, he dashes at lightning speed toward the stone statue. He delivers a deep slash right to its chest. Not stopping there, he also consecutively gives it 2 sharp slashes. These 2 slashes, accompanied by his magic, completely engulf it. And then it shatters into pieces after just a few slashes from him. At the gate of the final boss, a fire tornado engulfs everything. Odium, trapped inside, angrily questions, "Why do you keep resisting so futilely?" The reply to him is the words of Zohyok's firm assertion, "You just need to wait and see whether it's futile or not." Right after saying that, he again uses the skill Intelligence Enhancement. Without resting for a moment, he continues to summon the skill Spectral Intensity. One of his hands holds his hand. The other hand is preparing to give him a punch. With the effect of Spectral Intensity, this arm of his can move again. Although it can move, he still struggles quite a bit when trying to move it. Nevertheless, he can endure the pain and reaches his hand toward Odium. Zohyok quickly engulfs him in a sea of fire, a fireball. Hit by his skill, he immediately flies a considerable distance away, then slams straight into the wall, a terribly painful hit. After dealing him such a fierce blow, he still does not lower his guard in the slightest. As for him, by now he has been battered so badly that his true form is revealed. His anger reaches its peak as he yells loudly, "You bastard, how dare you!" Odium immediately summons his magic, slamming his hand hard onto the ground. His power covers the stones around him in a strange way. Seeing this, Zohyok hastily decides he must destroy him before he counterattacks. No sooner said than done, he quickly unleashes a skill-first fireball missile fortress. So a blazing surge of power shoots straight toward Odium. However, he quickly erects a stone barrier to block the attack. Immediately after, he summons a giant hand from underground. Along with it, something sharp protrudes and he also declares, "But now I will send you to hell with this." He laughs savagely and says, "I intended to let you die slowly." Right after saying that, something covers him inside. Then something begins to rise from the ground. Facing the monster summoned by Odium, Zohyok remains calm. In his mind, he recalls, it is similar to the renegades he saw last time in Danjian. Suddenly, he realizes the difference between those ones and this one. No, the monster before him is covered with many skulls. From those skulls, many sharp thorny branches sprout out. He remarks about this monster, it is on a completely different level. The power it emits is utterly terrifying. Its face is also more ferocious than those others. Right at this moment, it throws a punch and shouts loudly, "Die!" Its punch smashes straight down to where Zohyok is standing. That punch causes intense shaking. Hizzy, who is traveling with Junso, sees it and wonders in confusion, "What is this aftershock?" Junso quickly replies, "It must be from the magical power surge at the center. We need to go even faster." As for Sungmi, she is also accelerating toward Zohyok's location. Zan is no exception. He dashes at his full speed. Back to Zohyok and the monster. After unleashing a tremendously shocking punch, it suddenly stands still observing the situation. Then it slowly pulls up the hand it just used to attack. The sight it sees below is many Zohyoks appearing and scattering in different directions. So it speaks even if you try to hide in the smoke. It hasn't finished the sentence before it lets out a terrifying roar. And then it continues to use its tentacles to pin him while asserting, "You cannot possibly dodge my attack." Watching him jump back and forth dodging attacks, it roars thinking, "You deserve a humiliating death for angering me." But when one of its tentacles impales him, suddenly his entire body gradually fades away. This leaves it somewhat astonished. While it was not paying attention, Du Hyok's real body appeared right behind it. He quickly gathered his magic and transformed it into a powerful long spear. Without waiting another second, he hurled it straight at the monster, causing an earth-shattering explosion. However, something made him look panicked. It turned out the monster had been on guard and opened a protective barrier for itself. At the same time, its other arms were closing in on him. It quickly grabbed Du Hyok and said scornfully, "With this level of magic, you can never break my defense." After saying that, it dropped him straight to the ground with a thud. It left him lying there and gloated, "I will crush you like this." In this situation, Du Hyok could do nothing. "I can't move at all." At the same time, the system appeared and explained the situation to him. "Because your HP and stamina have dropped below 10%. Just as it seemed he was about to be in trouble, Sungmi appeared and angrily shouted, "Get your filthy hands off him." She cut off the arms restraining him while roaring, "Let go." As soon as the monster saw that everyone was here, it exclaimed, "Didn't expect you to return so soon." Sungmi didn't bother to answer, she was just focusing all her magic. She rushed at it in a rage and shouted, "King!" The monster sensed something was wrong and dodged lightly to the side. This dodge caused it to lose balance and kneel down. Seeing the time had come, she called out loudly, "Du Hyok Oppa." He immediately understood her intention. His eyes began to change, looking ahead with determination. And then he quickly dashed straight up the monster's arm that was bracing on the ground. His nimble feet rushed toward its head. Seeing the situation was not good, the monster immediately attacked him with its tentacles. But before it could do anything, they were completely wiped out. Du Hyok, who was moving, was startled by this and turned his head. It turned out the person who had just rescued him was Junso. She was currently sitting on her mount, drawing her bow and ready to support him. At the same time, he had built up momentum and jumped high. The monster, seeing him about to punch, arrogantly declared, "No matter what you do, you will never be able to break my shield." At that moment, Sungmi suddenly threw her shield toward him and called out, "Du Hyok Oppa." He held the sword in one hand and her shield in the other. He first used his sword with the Angsang weapon skill, and then slammed the weapon in his hand straight into the monster's shield. Two tremendous forces collided. What was bound to happen happened. The monster's shield shattered to pieces from this one move of his. His eyes glared at it fiercely. Everything was not over yet. He raised Sungmi's shield high, then bashed it straight into the monster's head. His voice full of certainty declared, "It's over." As soon as those words were spoken, a power within the shield exploded, striking the monster directly. After the fierce battle, Du Hyok stepped toward the monster he had defeated. In his heart, he thought to himself, that was really dangerous just now. At the same time, the system displayed a notification. "Due to bleeding, your stamina has dropped below 5% at this moment." Zan approached him from behind and gave him a compliment. "Du Hyuk, you did well," but he humbly said. "If you had been a little late, Zan, something bad would have happened." Hearing that, he clarified. "Then we got lucky. Right after destroying the stone statue, I ran straight here." Seeing everyone gathered here, he felt a little emotional. "But I didn't expect you guys to arrive so early." Jun thought about it and said, "No, it's because you showed us how to destroy those stone statues." Just then, Zan brought up something. "You said earlier you'd reveal how you knew the method to destroy them." Right at that moment, Sungmi spoke up. "Du Hyuk, you've worked hard." He turned to look at her and replied, "You too, Sungmi." At the same time, he mentioned the weapon she threw to him. "It's lucky you threw me the sword in time. After I restored it, now it looks like this." His words made her shyly say, "I just acted on instinct, because I remembered that the monsters in Kan Han are very strong against magic." While they were talking, she suddenly softly called out, "Du Hyuk Oppa." She was surprised and panicked, asking him, "Why hasn't the mark on your face disappeared?" Sungmi's question made Du Hyuk feel confused. It was still on his face. At that moment, the system announced again, "Death's healing the mark. The death mark will not disappear until Odium dies. The target's stamina recovery effect will become a stamina draining effect." As soon as that information appeared from the system, cracks suddenly appeared under his feet. Sungmi was the first to notice and shouted a warning, "Get out of the way." She rushed toward him and hurriedly pushed him aside. Contrary to her panic, he was utterly astonished because he hadn't been able to grasp what was happening. After that push, he fell sitting on the ground. As for her, she was impaled by things that rose up from the ground. This sight made him startle and shout loudly, "Sungmi." However, no matter how loudly Du Hyuk screamed, she remained impaled like a skewer of food. Before her eyes at that moment were the silhouettes of him and Hizzy, but in her heart she only called out his name alone. "Du Hyuk Oppa." As soon as she finished calling, her eyes grew heavy and slowly closed. The scene transitioned to a spacious hospital, sunlight flooding into the patient room. The girl lay still on the hospital bed, her eyes slowly opening. She looked around and wondered, "Is this a hospital?" Sungmi dazedly murmured to herself, "How long have I been lying here?" Suddenly, a voice answered for her, "Exactly 3 days." As soon as she heard this person's voice, she turned with a start and called, "Oppa." In her mind, she only remembered the last image of the crack in the ground. So she sat up abruptly and hurriedly asked, "Ah, right, Danjian, what happened at Danjian?" Du Hyuk, who was peeling fruit for her, said, "You just woke up, so rest." Then he also recounted the situation at that time to Sungmi. That attack was that bastard's final move, but after executing that move, he was destroyed immediately. After that, we collected the spoils of war and left right away. At this point, he handed her the peeled apple slice and reassured her. "So don't worry and focus on recovering." After hearing his words, Sungmi's mood improved. She took the apple slice and replied, "Thank you." Du Hyuk suddenly called her name. Sungmi, he suddenly brought up the past that time, when he was hospitalized after losing consciousness. He recalled each incident, and that time too, protecting him from the boss in the dungeon. Her expression then was only one of worry for his safety. Then suddenly he thought, "It seems I only ever caused trouble for you." Without responding to him, she suddenly pointed the fork straight at him. Du Hyuk's hand grabbed Sungmi's hand and she hesitated, then spoke. "So, she shyly asked, "Can you answer the question from before?" Suddenly she brought up this matter, which made him somewhat unable to recall which matter it was. Before, after thinking for a while, he remembered her confession. Seeing that he had recalled what it was, she hastily called, "Oppa." Looking at her face flushed with embarrassment, he gently called, "Sungmi." And what was coming came. His answer left her stunned and astonished. "I'm sorry," he expressed what was in his heart. "I had absolutely no idea about the feelings you had for me." As he said this, he suddenly took her hand. Du Hyuk mustered all the courage of a man and proposed to Sungmi, "I like you, be my girlfriend." His face at that moment was full of sincerity and firm determination. As for her, she was so happy that she smiled a fulfilled smile and softly replied, "Yes." The scene transitioned to the port of Mokpo, where a young man standing on a ship exclaimed, "It's been a long time since I came to Korea." Suddenly, a foot wrapped in bandages stepped out. The young man on the deck seemed to have noticed this person's appearance. Burst laughed slyly and spoke, "If it weren't for you, a wanted criminal, I could have entered comfortably." He asked the girl standing right behind him, "How do you feel about returning to your homeland, huh?" That girl was called Min Seongju. A young man was sitting at a work desk, his hands tapping nimbly on the keyboard. The young man glanced over the items and exclaimed, "These things are just too incredible." Du Hyuk was surprised, thinking he had no capability for it. Yet there turned out to be so many materials used for producing grade-level relics. Back to the reward he received after the most recent mission, following the attack on the Odium dungeon. "I received a transcendent-grade multi-dimensional stone, a common drone blueprint, and something far more special than everything else, the legendary Odium ring." The system also provided the parameters of this ring: legendary grade odium ring. Willpower increased by 400, magic power increased by 300. Intelligence increased by 200. Divine recovery can restore the wearer's stamina based on the amount of magic power consumed. But the ring's owner may not necessarily be the recipient. Area attraction and provocation ability increased by 300%. Passive skill Heresy Judgment detects whether the black cross of the mage Den Vendella is disguised or not. You can sense it within a 500 m range. Death's Healing. The opponent's stamina recovery rate will now become the rate at which they lose stamina. Setting those aside, those were the parts Du Hyuk paid extreme attention to. But the most important part was, just as he spoke the words, a surge of power emanated from the ring. This was what caught his attention the most. The space fragments I possessed had transformed into a space car. The system quickly appeared with a notification panel: unidentified grade space car. As far as he remembered, this thing was created right after Sung Mi passed out. The notification panel combined the fragments that appeared. However, at that time, he didn't pay much attention because he was too busy trying to escape and didn't notice. At that moment, the system notified him: the 20 space fragments you possess have combined into one space car. Because the dark energy accumulated in the magic tower had dissipated, a dark space gate had closed. But despite that notification, Du Hyuk was still confused. I didn't know I was permitted to create grade-level equipment. The biggest problem right now is one of the materials. It could be said that obtaining the heart of Akezla is far too difficult. The most critical part, the condition to obtain it, is to kill the boss. And to do that, he must go through a rather demanding quest. To kill it, I have to go to the dungeon in Alaska, currently operated by the American Free Group. For that reason, he could only ask for help now, so he immediately called Gozri. I don't know what to do at this point. First, let's try contacting them. At the same time, at the American Freedom Guild, inside a large building, the phone rang very loudly. Park Jo-hyuk had spoken a lot. We can temporarily assign that special comrade to him first, or he can join one of our assault team. Guild Master Brooks of the Freedom Guild heard that and questioned. We've already deployed all of our trump cards to the Akezla dungeon. Besides, we have plenty of facilities. For a place like that, why would Du Hyuk suddenly take an interest? The other end of the line quickly answered. He said he needs the heart of Akezla. Those words made him rather curious. The heart of Akezla, the other end immediately explained clearly. Yes, because it's unusual. The Akezla heart is known to increase the stamina of the awakened, who obtains it by thousands. Hearing this part, he continued asking, right, instead of Akezla, why isn't he interested in the Usura dungeon in China? Gozri on the other end replied. That's true, but he's quite slippery and didn't reveal anything else to me. After receiving those words, Brooks pondered for a moment. In his heart, he thought that using this chance to witness his abilities wouldn't be bad. The reason for this decision was that it was not unusual for him to be interested in the boy, not as a potential member, but as an awakened one. Just as he was thinking, Gozri from the other end asked urgently, Guild Master, what should we do? He quickly answered, assemble an assault team to go with him, but with 2 conditions. Hearing that, she asked, what are they? The first condition he put forward was somewhat costly. First, the rental fee for access rights to the Akezla dungeon would be 300 billion won per member. And the final condition was even more daunting. Second, before attacking, each team member would be evaluated and must be unanimously approved. After stating the 2 conditions, he also affirmed that if the boy agreed to these 2 conditions, then I would take responsibility and guarantee him the heart of Akezla. Furthermore, he also reminded, but tell him that I have no intention of cleaning up after he's done. Gozri was somewhat astonished upon hearing that then. Promise to relay it to Jo-hyuk. You mean he has to survive on his own? Understood, Guild Master, I will convey it to him. Hearing her say that, Brooks responded. And so, after she hung up, a smile of amusement spread across his lips. In his heart he thought, this is going to be fun. The scene shifted, still a phone call. They said they would make a decision tomorrow, so I'll just go rest early. While Du Hyuk was standing lost in thought, the system suddenly lit up. He opened it to check and suddenly remembered something. Translation completed. The recent translation was substandard, so I completely forgot about it. The system was still asking him, translation completed. Do you want to check it, yes/no? Of course he chose yes. I should take a look and see what it's like. As soon as that book opened, the system displayed information. Large-size book. This book is a medium for the amplification of spatial energy. To amplify spatial energy, this book contains formulas and the language of the gods that humans cannot understand. If the sealing energy of this book is removed at the designated location and carried out according to the proper procedure, you will obtain this book with your original goal. Reading up to this point, Du Hyuk became bewildered. The language of the gods, I really don't see anything at all. Right at that moment, the system instructed him, please proceed to the peak of the nearest Dio tower and open the first page. At the same time, information was also provided by the system. If the reward is increased within each Dan Duan, the development efficiency of each awakened person, the subject of the awakening system, will also be increased. Bring this book to the designated location to prepare for the spatial rift that will occur soon. The information up to this part made Du Hyuk bewildered, and he blurted out, "It says to prepare for a spatial rift." A worry surfaced in his heart. So that means, like Ibina before, another battle will happen. First of all, it mentioned the nearest tower. So that place it is. The next morning at the KB Seoul branch office, Jiang Mai spoke up. "I didn't expect that you, Du Hyuk, would want to go to the peak of Do Tower." Du Hyuk didn't elaborate, only replying, "It's a personal matter." At this, she reminded him, "Although we at KBI are on your side, Du Hyuk. To go to the peak of Do Tower, you need permission from the director of the Korea branch, Ruby." Hearing that, he offered no resistance and answered, "I understand." In addition, she also informed him that, as it happens, today the director is at the Seoul branch of KB. "I have prepared a meeting for you." Her words surprised him a little, and he asked back, "A meeting today?" She confirmed it, but also did not forget to warn, "Yes, but this meeting could also be an interrogation." A moment later, Jiang Mai led Du Hyuk along a long corridor. As soon as they arrived in front of the room, she loudly announced, "We're here. The director is waiting for you inside." As she opened the door for him, she called Du Hyuk. She kindly reminded him, "Cooperate with him, but don't share anything with him." Besides looking at you angrily, she also looked at you with a confused gaze. But you still calmly replied, "Of course," you said sternly. "I have no such intention, I only told him the necessary information." Having received your assurance, she quickly opened the door and stepped inside. "Director, I've brought Mr. Du Hyuk." The director stood with his back to them. Hearing her say that, he answered with satisfaction, "Miss Jiang Mi, well done." The moment he saw him, Du Hyuk immediately became highly alert. That person was the director of the Korean branch. "Only now did he mention you. I've heard a great deal about you, Mr. Du Hyuk." He turned around, gave you a bright smile, and introduced himself. "I'm the director of the Gyubei Korea branch, Lee Yin." Then he said unhurriedly, "Please have a seat." Du Hyuk and Jiang Mi sat down opposite the director. He spoke up, "So what now?" After talking for a while, the director asked him in astonishment, "You're saying that, according to the book you acquired, all awakened ones can increase their growth efficiency and multifaceted rewards?" Du Hyuk looked at him and answered, "Yes, not just me, but all awakened ones." Then he declared forcefully, "I must go to the highest floor of Do Tower." The director looked at him and asked in return, "Mr. Du Hyuk, don't you find it strange?" He stared at the person sitting opposite. "Why is all of this happening to you?" Du Hyuk answered him calmly, "That's exactly what I'm talking about. I know, I researched it while identifying the book I received at Dandine." The director pursed his lips in admiration. "Identification, what an interesting skill. If I had this skill, it would be amazing." You also smiled at him. "Everyone says that." The director's face began to turn serious. "Enough of that nonsense, now let's get back to the topic of Do Tower." He thought about the impossibility of entering Do Tower without the S code. In Korea, there are a total of 5 people who can enter. Du Hyuk and I are 2 of them. Du Hyuk replied, "Okay." The director added a warning, "If you provoke Dio's wrath, you'll lose your life." The director smiled, "So I will take charge of the book you mentioned, because you are now an important figure for the nation." He extended one hand toward you. "I will prevent any dangerous possibilities for you in the future." The director narrowed his eyes. "So could you give me that book?" Du Hyuk also smiled at him. "Sorry, but this book can only be used by those who identify it." He said in a surprised voice, "This is the first time I've heard that." Jiang Mi, who had been sitting silently beside them, finally spoke up, "Because this is the first time it's ever happened." She tilted her head toward the director. "Not long ago, super-grade space stones appeared." Jiang Mi then asked, "Before the 20th outbreak anniversary celebration. Your work is very busy, isn't it?" Finally, he looked at Jiang Mi and answered, "All right, based on that space amplification power, since the awakened one's rewards will be increased. There's no reason not to do it." Next, the director decided, looking at the 2 people opposite him, and said, "Now, let's go to the tower." Inside Do Tower, the footsteps of 2 people echoed as they moved forward. The director stopped walking and, looking at Du Hyuk beside him, announced, "We've arrived." He looked at the enormous gate before them. "This is the entrance to the tower's highest floor." The director instructed, "Go on, Jiang Mi and I will wait outside. You go through." "Okay, thank you." The large door opened slightly, light streamed in, and Du Hyuk slowly stepped inside. He calmly walked straight ahead. The surrounding space was now enveloped in complete darkness. Du Hyuk turned his head, observing around him, and thought, "HMPH, I can't see anything." Suddenly ahead, a mass of fragments rapidly assembled into a circle, emitting dazzling rays of light. Now before him, as the fragments separated, a blinding orb of light appeared within. Du Hyuk calmly approached the orb of light. He raised his hand, and immediately an information panel appeared. "Please open the first chapter of the Space Amplifier." He used both hands to open the book in front of him. Inside, lines of golden incantation text appeared. "The Space Amplifier has been unsealed. All the lines of golden incantation were being absorbed entirely by the orb of light before him. The fragments began slowly reassembling around the orb. 5 minutes remaining until the space amplifier's power is complete. Please wait a moment. A voice echoed from within. Has the one who holds the hidden key appeared? Du Hyuk stopped, raised his face, and asked, "Who's there?" A voice answered him. "I am the Alpha and Omega of the awakening system, the being summoned to begin again. You humans call me Dio." He silently repeated that name. Dio continued, "I will permit you to ask one question as a reward for obtaining the hidden key. Ask freely." In his mind, many images of what he had experienced before appeared. Finally, he spoke up, "The path I'm walking right now." "Is it correct?" Dio answered him. "One could say you are heading in the right direction and have gone much further than others." Du Hyuk lifted his gaze and looked at the beam of light above him for a long while. The entire space was now silent, not a single sound. His hand rose, clenched tightly into a fist, and he laughed twice loudly. "Haha, the right direction and further." He smiled, thinking to himself, "I need to be stronger. There's still a long journey ahead." The sphere of light in front announces that the spatial amplifier's power is complete. A beam of light shoots up from the sphere. The spatial amplifier's power has spread across the world. The dazzling golden beam shoots straight into the sky like a laser. The golden light pierces through the tower's ceiling and blasts upward into the sky. The brown cover of the book begins to peel off. Finally, the book's color completely changes. The spatial amplifier has been transformed into a level 8 spell book. Rasat. Du Hyuk looks at the book in his hand, surprised that it turned into a spell book. The information window shows that he has obtained the title of Pathfinder. Because he has unsealed the spatial amplifier, information windows keep appearing. Player Park Du Hyuk will gain the vision of the Pathfinder. Player Park Du Hyuk has received the blessing of the Pathfinder. The Pathfinder's blessing bestows favor upon all designated allies. Each will recover 10 stamina per second. However, all must be within a 10-meter range. After seeing that information, Du Hyuk tilts his head and glances around the space for a moment. The golden sphere now appears to be wrapped in chains. The information window continues to explain, if outside 10 meters, the blessing will disappear. Golden gates have been created on the top of every tower in each nation. Information about the Golden Gate will be broadcast to all awakened this year. The Golden Gate is in a sealed state, 179 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds until unsealing. The view of the city outside is now bathed in golden light. Du Hyuk reaches out to open the door in front of him, thinking, since it's near the office, I'll grab the books that T-Pong found. He frowns, if only a high-level spell book would appear. On the chair facing the window, there is a silhouette sitting, which surprises him. He becomes wary and loudly asks, "You over there, who are you?" The person's body seems to emit a strange red light. Du Hyuk glares intently at the person's face. When she lifts her face, he finally recognizes her as Min Seongdu. Du Hyuk looks at the person before him and asks in confusion, "I definitely heard that you had flown to China." Seongdu doesn't answer him but only stands up and looks out the window. He notices her unusual behavior and frowns, asking, "How did you get here?" Suddenly she turns around, draws her weapon, and attacks him. Du Hyuk immediately reacts, activating his defensive power. Shield, he grits his teeth, using both hands to block her relentless attacks. A wall surface is punched through by a blow. He inwardly assesses, Min Seongdu, S-rank gunner of the White Lotus. Watching her move like the wind through the air opposite him, Du Hyuk mutters, "I can't let my guard down." Storm-like attacks continuously rain down on his shield. Over time, cracks begin to appear on the shield's surface. Seongdu sees this and starts to observe his next move. She radiates power, halting her attacks on him. Seizing the moment, Du Hyuk turns and runs in another direction. Behind him, Seongdu immediately chases after him. He turns his head to look back, then raises his hand and activates the power of fortune. Opposite him, she raises her massive gun barrel toward him, pouring power into it. Du Hyuk grits his teeth, staring at her, not daring to make another move. Her cold, sharp eyes are also fixed on him. She takes careful aim at her target, then pulls the trigger and fires a powerful shot straight ahead. The bullet flies toward Du Hyuk's back. His mind races. That's no ordinary trajectory. It's a combination of spell and physical laws. In a flash, he acts quickly. If it hits, it'll be very dangerous. He raises his hand and shouts, "Space Gate." Immediately, Du Hyuk dashes into the space gate. A huge explosion bursts out of the building. After the explosion's flames die down, dust and smoke fill the air. The space gate appears in the air outside the building. Du Hyuk shoots straight out from inside. His entire body is now in free fall. Instantly, he activates the flight skill to stabilize himself. Then he gently moves near the shattered window of the building. Within the hazy dust and smoke, red flashes suddenly burst out. Numerous attacks are aimed at Du Hyuk. He turns and activates his shield again to block them. He frowns deeply, staring intently ahead, putting all his strength into defending. Somehow, Seong-du, holding her gun with both hands, lunges out from the upper floor. Her eyes blaze red, radiating intense killing intent, locked onto the person in front of her. Seong-du swings both hands and slashes hard at the surface of Du Hyuk's shield. The shield is completely shattered by her attack, leaving him stunned. She continues pointing her gun, charging forward with both hands. Du Hyuk's eyes flash, unleashing Missile Fortress. On Seo-du's side, Yukota is also continuously firing at him. Du Hyuk's technique clashes directly with the bullets she fired. He frowns, staring at Seo-du on the opposite side. Her face is now smeared with red liquid. In his head, he silently says, "I don't care about the attacks aimed at me. She's focused on fighting, so the only thing I can do now is stop them from moving." Du Hyuk clasps his hands in front of his face. Missile Fortress Blizzard, ice crystals fly straight ahead from him. The ice crystals slowly engulf Seo-du's entire body. After some time, her whole body is completely frozen. Du Hyuk silently looks up at the ice mountain before him. He looks at the person trapped inside. "I have no interest in fighting something that isn't human like you. I'll leave dealing with you to the tree." He turns to leave. A towering ice mountain appears behind the building, drawing attention. A mysterious man appears in another building, looking toward the ice mountain and wondering, "That must take a lot of power, huh?" He looks at Seo-du's face, now no longer calm, and sighs inwardly, but it's too weak. Seo-du rages, "I can't believe we're trying to stop the old S-class we modified on the other side." Seo-du breaks the ice around her body to escape. She again points her gun and charges forward rapidly. Then she channels power into the gun in her hand. The mysterious man looks toward Du Hyuk and assesses. His arrogance always makes him feel superior to his opponent. At that moment, the barrel of Seo-du's gun is aimed straight at Du Hyuk's stomach. She presses the muzzle against his stomach, then fires. The man looks at his wide eyes and merely remarks, "That will lead to his death." Du Hyuk's entire body stops moving, free-falling straight to the ground. Seo-du's eyes are bloodshot, a satisfied smirk on her lips as she looks at him. His body flips upside down, head pointing straight down, falling at extreme speed. A loud crash echoes, and Du Hyuk's body slams hard onto the ground. Dust spreads everywhere. Seo-du also lands from the air. She slowly approaches the huge crater where Du Hyuk has fallen. He is now completely motionless, lying still on the ground. She takes out a sharp blade, holding it tightly, then stands right next to Du Hyuk, staring at him. Seo-du raises the sharp blade and channels power into it. Her eyes turned bloodshot and her expressionless face stared at him. Finally, Xiaoju stabbed down with all her strength. Du Hyuk lay on the ground, still motionless, not moving at all. The entire space fell into silence. A spatial portal flashing red suddenly appeared. A mysterious man with white hair stepped out from inside. His face showed disbelief and he asked, "Did I overestimate him?" The man looked into the hole and exclaimed, "I can't believe he was defeated by Min Seo-du." Then he looked at the person who was still motionless and called out, "Min Seo-du." Down on the ground within the hazy smoke, a pair of glowing eyes suddenly appeared. One side of Du Hyuk's face was now revealed to be a metal surface. The man's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at him questioningly. Did he withstand Min Seo-du's final attack with that spell? His entire body seemed to have completely turned into iron. That was the skill. Iron transformation, nullifying physical attacks, reducing movement speed by 90%, and preventing the use of spell. Du Hyuk turned his head to look at the mysterious man who had just appeared and asked, "Who are you?" The man's face showed interest and he smiled at him, introducing himself. "Aunt Devil." He warily asked back, "You're Aunt Devil?" He affirmed, "Yes, though I don't know what people like about my name." Du Hyuk frowned and asked him, "Why are you here?" Aunt Devil looked at the people who were beginning to gather around them and said, "Before I answer, we should change location. There are many spectators around here." He shouted toward him, "Do you think I'll obediently follow you?" Aunt Devil silently raised his hand and conjured a spatial sphere, emitting red light. Finally, as he activated the sphere, he said, "Your opinion doesn't matter." The red spatial circle began to spread, enveloping the entire space where Du Hyuk stood. When the circle's light flashed out, both Du Hyuk and Aunt Devil disappeared, until he slowly opened his eyes again. Du Hyuk looked around and asked suspiciously, "Where is this?" Aunt Devil walked over from the other side and replied, "A place that outsiders cannot enter, which I created with a barrier spell." He looked at the person in front of him and asked back, "Barrier?" He smiled and raised a finger with a sharp claw. "You don't need to be confused." He reached out and explained, "I simply came here to tell you." Aunt Devil's eyes flashed red as he stared at him and called, "Park Du Hyuk." He asked, "What do you know about the power you gained from D and F?" His face became stunned at the question. Aunt Devil looked at his expression and continued, "What's wrong? But it doesn't matter." His face returned to a serious expression and he thought, "I've never publicly mentioned D and F like that." Then Du Hyuk's eyes flashed as he looked at him. Which part of me are you curious about? What do you know about me? Ant Devil's entire being radiated a mysterious aura. I know Dio chose you to awaken the powers of D and F, all skill. No, the spells you showed to Min Seo Do were all because of D and F. His eyes changed, becoming strange as he smiled at him. But I don't think that's all. Ant Devil's eyes turned manic. Besides the skills, what else did Dio give you? The space began to fill with the aura he emitted. Ant Devil slowly approached Du Hyuk. Tell me. He was completely unaffected, still calmly looking at the person opposite, and replied, impossible. Speak. Suddenly, his voice rang out right next to his ear. Think again. Du Hyuk couldn't believe it, glanced to the side and wondered, when did he get behind me? Ant Devil's eyes flashed red as he stared at his face. For a long moment, then he began to assess from your expression as you looked at me. It seems you're not ready to talk to me yet. Ant Devil turned away. Perhaps I came too soon. For the sake of humanity, I will eliminate one of the annoying eyes around you. Du Hyuk looked at his back and asked, those annoying eyes, who are they? Ant Devil kept walking forward, smirking as he said to him, if you see the news about the awakened ones tomorrow, you'll know right away. The wheel of fortune turns, just keep it in mind, Park Du Hyuk. The world doesn't revolve around you, a small cog in a big wheel. You are just one of the contributors to this world. He frowned, denying his words. I've never thought the world revolves around me. He tilted his head and glanced at him. No, that's what you're thinking. Don't be too arrogant. Park Du Hyuk frowned and gritted his teeth, looking at him. Ant Devil continued to speak to him. You are not the only chosen one in this world. You understand? Ant Devil tore through space. Think carefully about who you are, ID, what fate you were given, and how you became an awakened one. The space surrounding Du Hyuk began to gradually crack and shatter. Fragments of space flew everywhere, forcing him to raise both hands to shield himself. At that moment, rays of sunlight shone down outside the road to the airport, and inside the terminal, the sound of a TV broadcasting news rang out. Yesterday, around 10 p.m., there was an explosion at a building in Dongjakgu, Seoul. Fortunately, because it was late at night, there was no one in the building. Images appeared as the newscaster spoke. After the explosion, the reporter's report indicated that he had discovered a huge block of ice. The newscaster's steady voice continued. KB is investigating whether it was an accident caused by an awakened person. In the lobby, a familiar figure watched the news bulletin intently, muttering, thank goodness no one was hurt. As soon as he finished speaking, the news anchor continued. In the next report, the anchor's voice slowly delivered shocking news. Today at 3 a.m., Julian, a famous awakened from Ruby, was found dead at the Eden Hotel in Gangnam and is being investigated and clarified by KB. Upon hearing this news, Du Hyuk exclaimed in shock, Julian, an SS rank, is dead. The TV showed a bedroom stained with blood. According to CCTV confirmation results, footage of the hallway outside was then shown. There were no signs of forced entry from outside or inside Julian's room, so the investigation is ongoing. He looked at the image on TV and suddenly said, it can't be. Suddenly, he remembered what Keen Ma once told him. I will eliminate one of those troublesome eyes. For you, thinking this, Du Hyuk slightly frowned, resting his chin on his hand and muttered to himself. SS rank isn't common, but to kill him so easily. Suddenly someone walked up and spoke, startling him. Du Hyuk, you're early. Guild Master, you're here. He suddenly noticed the people behind her and asked, those two behind you? Du Hai smiled gently and replied, after seeing the news, my father sent some bodyguards for me. She lowered her eyes, smiled sheepishly and joked, I wonder if an S-rank really needs a bodyguard. Du Hyuk quickly walked over to her and said, this is my first time working with you, Guild Master. Yes, I'm quite looking forward to going to the dungeon with you, Du Hyuk. It's exciting. He quickly thought of something he wanted to express. Before, I was worried whether I could pass the Ikesla dungeon test because the team members. Du Hai confidently assured, I think you don't need to worry because you will satisfy them. She walked to the window and gently called his name. Du Hyuk SSI, let's go to Alaska right away. The scene shifts to the Alaska Freedom Base inside an underground training base where someone is readying their power. Brooks's eyes are now filled with determination. He emits a powerful burst of energy, then rushes forward to punch straight into the power stone in front of him. As the dust gradually clears, he looks at the unscathed rock and silently reminds himself, still a long way to go, huh? At that moment, two more people appear next to him, teasing, what's this, Brooks, warming up already? Brooks puts his hands in his pockets and casually says, didn't expect you guys to come early. The purple-haired boy smirked, grinning and teased, I don't want to miss the fun when you invited him to his first SS rank dungeon. The system immediately displayed information. Ian, another boy next to Ian, coldly added, I heard he has some unique skills. I just want to see how confident he is. The system also quickly displayed his information. After hearing them, Brooks turned around and walked towards them, saying, well, I voted for him. He smiled with pleasure, recalling Du Hyuk's image and praised, I didn't know he was so good at clearing S-rank dungeons. Suddenly, he spread his arms wanting to hug Ian and praised, and May did a great job after a long journey. He quickly dodged, openly displeased. Between men, don't hug me. Gross, he then crossed his arms, pondering, but if you get a pinch, he immediately pointed at the power stone behind Brooks and asked, "Can you break that?" He clicked his tongue softly upon hearing that and replied, "That's like a measuring tool for us, so I don't think so." He looked straight at Ian and confidently declared, "But when he ranks up, you can wait." At that moment, a voice called out, "Guild Master." A subordinate led Du Hai and Du Hyuk to them, reporting, "I have brought them here." When looking at the people in front, Du Hyuk inwardly exclaimed, "This isn't a normal place." Suddenly, Du Hai brushed past him, quickly walking towards them and greeted, "Long time no see, uncles." They saw her and became cheerful, chatting. "Du Hai has grown a lot, huh? Am I old enough to be called uncle?" Witnessing this, he asked in confusion, "Guild Master. You know these people?" Hearing his question, she immediately turned her attention and answered, "I've known him since I was little, living in the US with my father. We've kept in touch ever since." After saying that, Brooks noticed the person approaching, as if suddenly remembering, and said, "Bing is here too." Then he looked around and assessed, "All 6 people are here now." He got straight to the point without further ado. "As I informed everyone beforehand, we need the consent of 5 people, excluding Du Hai. To participate, let me say first, everyone should agree." As soon as he finished, Du Hai quickly added in support, "I have seen Du Hyuk's skills with my own eyes, so I am certain about this." Bing also immediately raised his hand in agreement, saying, "I feel that rankings don't matter in the previous attack." Bing, "I agree." Right after that, they looked at Ian and Axeni, implying there were still 2 more people. Suddenly, one of the 2 began to emit power, responding, "Wait, sorry." Instantly, a flash of light as fast as lightning streaked across. The one who just attacked was Axeni. He powerfully slashed through a familiar figure. But then, he suddenly realized something. Du Hyuk activated his transformation state, laughing delightedly, and asked back, "Do you need to attack that much?" Axeni didn't give in, got into a stance ready to attack again, and said, "Then I'll get more serious." At that moment, his invisible wires tightened around the boy's body. Those wires continuously created cuts on his arm. Those cuts spread from his arm throughout his body, and finally, he unleashed a cross attack straight towards him. Ving observed the fight for a while, thinking with interest, "We didn't have that rule last time. How much stronger has it become?" The status bar now displayed the info, "She A ranker." A moment later, the battle ended. Axeni scratched his head with an awkward laugh, praising, "In my opinion, the body transformation skill is also a privilege. It's really awesome." Du Hyuk returned to normal, approached him and asked, "Are you satisfied?" He nodded without hesitation, extending his hand forward and replied, "Yes, I'm very satisfied. I agree to let Du Hyuk join." He immediately grabbed his hand and said, "Axeni, I'm really looking forward to working with you." Then afterwards, he looked at Ian behind him, who was bursting with power, and exclaimed, "Now all that's left is his whole body gradually being enveloped in flames full of challenge-seeking anticipation. Impress me, Du Hyuk." Du Hyuk looked at half of Ian's body covered in flames, asking cautiously, "You want to fight me?" He smiled confidently and answered, "Yes, better be careful." Suddenly, Brooks loudly shouted to stop them. "Ian, wait." He seemed annoyed as he turned his head and said, "What's the matter?" Next, the words he spoke left the 2 of them stunned. Although this is just a test, letting an S+ rank and a B rank fight each other is too dangerous. Then he pointed at the power stone and suggested further, "Why don't you test Du Hyuk's support skill with that object? You're interested in his support skill too, right?" Hearing those persuasive words, Ian reluctantly agreed, "All right." Right after that, Brooks walked up to Du Hyuk and asked, "Mr. Du Hyuk, can you start for Ian?" Suddenly, Ian shouted, "Wait!" He raised his fiery arm forward and demanded, "Let me try first." Immediately, from his fiery arm, he shot out a huge flame. That flame engulfed the power stone, burning fiercely. Du Hyuk tried to brace himself, was blown away, and gritted his teeth, thinking, "This is the firepower of Ian Blaze." After a while, the flame dissipated, the power stone remained unscathed. Witnessing this, Grox asked a question that hit a nerve, startling Ian. "Ian, you think you can destroy it?" After saying that, he turned to Du Hyuk and said, "You can start now, okay?" Immediately, Du Hyuk's eyes became focused and he began to shout, "All right." Weapon upgraded, power surging. As soon as he finished, Ian was amazed to feel the power and saw system information appear. AoE buff enhanced. Increase radius by 10 m and combatability by 250% for all allies. All members for 2 minutes, mana will not drop below 1 and you will not feel pain. He was surprised to feel his own flame. His flame blazed larger and larger. Gradually, the flame engulfed Ian's entire body. Immediately, he rushed forward and grabbed the power stone. The heat of the flame continued to engulf and burn. This huge power stone caused the entire base above to tremble, and Ian's flame spread outside, creating an extremely loud sound. A second later, looking at the scene ahead, Du Hyuk smiled with interest, and Brooks was stunned in amazement. Both Dohai and Ring had exactly the same expressions as them. In front of them, the base wall had been destroyed by by Ian's recent flame, creating a huge hole. He himself was extremely shocked by his own power at that moment. Later, in the base hallway, a delighted laugh rang out. Brooks enthusiastically praised Do Hyuk, not expecting it to penetrate the reinforced wall. "I'm sorry." He then turned his head to Ian and said, "Do Hyuk, you don't need to apologize. It's all because that guy got carried away and couldn't control his own power." After saying that, he placed his hand on the electronic identification panel. Do Hyuk looked at the door opening and remarked, "The security is quite strict, huh?" He quickly added, "to prevent anyone from following behind us while we go inside." Then Brooks turned around and shouted, "Everyone pay attention now." He loudly reminded, "Remember, Do Hyuk must land the final blow on Ixtli." Right after that, following his command, they entered. "All right, let's go." The entire space changed. In the sky, drones appeared. Those drones emitted light scanning the terrain below. At the same time, from the forest below, a groaning sound echoed and the mist in the forest made visibility difficult. Do Hyuk immediately spoke. "We need to be vigilant." Brooks agreed with him and immediately instructed everyone, "No one let your guard down." A moment later, they encountered giant pythons. He loudly told them, "This is an SS-rank dungeon. We don't know what will happen next." One of the giant pythons among them questioned, "Why did you filthy people enter this temple?" He immediately flew up and gave it a punch, scolding, "What nonsense are you talking about?" The second giant python quickly writhed, gathering power aimed straight at him. Brooks quickly lowered his body, channeling strength into his legs. He took off in a Z-shaped path and charged straight at that second giant python. It was still gathering power without any defense. Thus, it received a straight punch from underneath its jaw. The gathered power of the second giant python gradually dissipated, and it was knocked backward. But it still tried to reach out toward him. At that moment, familiar threads appeared, crisscrossing. The second giant python's arms were immediately bound tightly by those threads. Axeni was the one who had bound the monster, and he coldly declared, "Restraint complete." Brox, having been saved by him, irritably scolded, "What took you so long?" Axeni, amidst the tightly bound monsters, explained, "Restraining this many takes quite a bit of time." At the center at that moment, not only he but also Ian was there. He began to raise his hand, preparing to snap his fingers. And following his finger snap, a small flame burst up, burning the threads. In the end, the threads binding the giant pythons caught fire. And then a loud explosion sounded, killing the monsters. Do Hyuk stood aside, frowning slightly, observing them intently. He watched the three of them walk out from the flames, murmuring, "This is the skill of a rank awakened." Brooks smiled dashingly and confidently ordered, "Let's continue." On the second day after entering the Ikesla dungeon, Ring yelled, "They're coming again." The lizard monsters flicked their tongues and slithered swiftly forward. One of them continuously attacked Dohai. She nimbly dodged each attack. The annoyed lizard monster screeched in frustration. Dohai spotted a weak point and quickly struck. A single fatal slash cut it in two. She carefully and attentively continued to observe. Behind, where the one was just cut, another filled the gap, gathering together. They simultaneously launched magic. Right after that, Do Hyuk stared at them in shock. Since when did they gather together like that? She immediately jumped backward. "I should dodge first." The lizard's tail coiled tightly around Dohai. She looked in confusion at the dying lizard on the ground. "Why aren't you dead yet?" Brooks worriedly shouted, "Dohai." Do Hyuk dashed over, "Let me go." The monsters continued their synchronized assault. Do Hyuk stepped in front before the attacks landed. He summoned a shield just in time to block them all. Do Hai from behind gritted his teeth and shouted, "Do Hyuk." The shield absorbed all the magic from the lizard god monsters. "I'll thank you later." The shield reflected the attacks back. Do Hyuk's eyes were focused, ready to fight. Not far away, Duria exuded a fierce killing intent. "I can't forgive you. I will never forgive you." She bit her lip in agitation. "I will never forgive Park Do Hyuk for making me like this." Seo Yeon watched from a distance as Yu-Gi-Oh raged. Her face was full of concern, unsure what to do, whatever happened. She recalled the back of Wang Li Hong. "So he's the master?" Seo Yeon asked anxiously. "You're not going to treat Duria?" Li Hong turned around and said flatly, "With her current skills, she will never defeat Park Do Hyuk." He glanced past them. "So until she draws out all the power inside her, we just need to let her anger focus on Park Do Hyuk." Duria lay motionless, unaware of his decision. That ugly face would be a good motivation for her. Seo Yeon tried to provoke her. Seo Yeon called out, "Duria." She turned and brushed past. Intention, Duria screamed in her face. "You didn't protect me." Seo Yeon spoke up. "That was a battlefield. You think I could take him down while protecting you?" The mask slowly dissolved, revealing her eyes. "It's just because you're too weak." She looked Yuji up and down. "If you want to live with that ugly face." Duria went along because after Seo Yeon's words, giving up and running away wasn't such a bad choice. She screamed, releasing her power, "Stop nagging at me." The hotel echoed with Duria's roar. Her power oppressed Seo Yeon, making her collapse. "You think I'll stop?" The third day after entering the Ikesla dungeon, The group walked through the fog under Brooks' guidance. He clenched his fist as a signal. Stop! Brooks' eyes gleamed in the dark, staring ahead. Axeni sighed 2 more. Du Hyuk asked curiously, what is this place anyway? Brox looked back. If you came here the first time, it would have been quicker. Ahead of them, a dangerous aura emanated, with a solid chest that looked like it was made of stone outside. Arms wrapped in iron wire and bandages. It was a fierce A-rank Katina wielding a blade. They spotted a village there. This was Katina territory. Brooks scratched his head and gritted his teeth. At this point in the past, there weren't that many Katinas. Axeni resignedly said, it's been so long, it's unavoidable. Du Hyuk said firmly, then we just need to go in. Brox turned around in surprise. What? Say that again, just go in? Brooks probed. You want to take out all of them? Du Hyuk raised his hand and smiled. Are you all confident you won't scream or make noise standing next to monsters? Brox replied vaguely, of course. Du Hyuk flicked his hand confidently. Then there is a way, Du Hyuk chanted. Level 5 spell permanence maintains the effect of 1 spell permanently, continuously consuming 100 mana. Permanent enlargement, Du Hyuk was surprised. Permanent enlargement, Axeni looked at the spell circle with interest. This is the power of a spell too. Du Hyuk smiled confidently. Yes, this spell will keep us safe. He frowned. However, I hope no detection skill monsters appear. Brooks' group Invisible entered the village. They held their breath, looking around. Du Hyuk smiled at Durian, nervously clutching his arm. Brooks and Axeni walked slowly, observing among the Katina monsters standing tall. The rest quickly passed by them. They watched the situation in the monster village closely. Brooks sidestepped. Honestly, if we didn't have a sharp mind, there could have been big trouble. Du Hyuk, at first I thought your spells were just for show, but now it's beyond my imagination. Du Hyuk looked back. Glad you all like it. Brooks reminded them, we've passed the danger zone, so let's speed up, he assessed. From here to the boss area there isn't much time left, so we'll rest and continue on tomorrow. Night in the forest became quiet. Brooks sat silently by the campfire. He thought, Du Hyuk is traveling with Park Jo Hyuk, so recruiting won't be easy. Thinking about the things Du Hyuk makes, his skills are too good to make an enemy of. He seriously considered, at least I'll mention the Freedom Guild after the guild in Xi'an. Du Hyuk was invisible some distance away. He jumped up in the quiet space, darted away from the campsite, and ran outside. Du Hyuk recalled the unique grade Infinite Ring. You will not feel hungry even if you don't eat. You will not feel tired even if you don't sleep. While wearing it, your mind is not consumed by impulsive sexual desire and sensitivity. Thanks to the Infinite Ring, I don't feel sleepy at all. Du Hyuk focused on his opponent, Ikazla, the boss monster. He dashes through the forest. We'll attack tomorrow, but we should scout around as a precaution. Du Hyuk looks up. This is. He stops in front of the large temple. The monster said this is a temple, so I don't get it. To them, it's a temple. Du Hyuk's body glows brightly, making him look down. A card reveals itself on his hand. A spatial card. The card hovers in the air, radiating power. The spatial card owned by player Park Du Hyuk creates a unique power and resonance, detectable within the Temple of Despair, transferring player Park Du Hyuk to the resonance point. Du Hyuk steadies himself, moving to the resonance point. The light fades. He glances around. Du Hyuk wonders, this is a trap. Immediately after, he senses something and turns back. Behind him is an Ikazla. The resonance causes the transcendent body of the Ikazla to stop functioning. He turns around. This is the Ikazla everyone knows. Releasing the Ikazla. A heart inside the body begins to pound. It surfaces with patterns forming a stick figure. Meridians sprout, weaving together limb by limb. They spread, covering the entire body, guiding the center to the chest. Gradually, a humanoid body takes shape. Fully formed, it descends. I have waited many years. He smiles smugly. My name is Ikazla. He makes a wish, recounting. Wandering through many spaces, the god granted me rebirth into this space to protect this place. I have always waited for you. Ikazla appears, towering and radiating energy. Du Hyuk frowns cautiously. Can I escape from here without being caught? Ikazla raises his hand. I lost my eyes in battle. His eyes glow. But I gained the eyes of the abyss, able to see many more things. Ikazla raises his sword, pointing it at Du Hyuk's shoulder. So don't hide, step forward. I have always waited for you. Du Hyuk frowns unhappily. You can see me. He beams. Very good, human. He lowers his shoulder, glaring. Now shall we fight? He radiates energy. If you win, you may take everything I have. What do you say? Du Hyuk asks cautiously. Why do you say you have always waited for me? He replies indifferently. You resonate with my power. The power you possess will free me from this place. He asks, puzzled. Your body told you that. He agrees. Yes, I have always waited for it until this day. He points his sword. Stop the nonsense talk. Du Hyuk leaps backward. He taunts. Fight me. He dashes toward Du Hyuk, raising his sword to strike. He twists his body to dodge. Du Hyuk leaps up to avoid the blade. Fly, he takes the fireball. First, he must observe his attack patterns. Du Hyuk casts magic fireball. Another fireball rushes at Ikesla. Du Hyuk frowns, watching. Ikesla remains indifferent. HMPH. Residual sparks from the blade glide down, grazing Du Hyuk's shoulder. The sword cuts Du Hyuk's fireballs in two. Fight with all your might for me, human. Du Hyuk's arm is slashed. He blinks, grits his teeth and groans. Ikesla leaps above Du Hyuk while he lowers his head. He slashes straight down with force. The sword tip hits the floor, piercing a hole that releases dust and smoke. A moment later, the ground is empty, Du Hyuk nowhere to be seen. He lowers a wide iron bar, blocks Ikesla's sword, absorbing the force near the sword's base. Both sides clash against each other. Du Hyuk grits his teeth, preparing. I'm such an idiot for asking for a mission from an SS rank boss. Ikesla is overwhelmed by energy. From the start, it was a lost cause. He is swept up by a blizzard swirling in the wind. The snowstorm freezes Ikesla solid in ice. He groans. Then he unleashes surging energy, a flurry of slashes layering on top of each other. He shatters the ice and bursts out. I have always been waiting for a fight like this. Ikesla charges straight at Du Hyuk, a healing him. He seriously begins casting Transcendence magic. A special spell, the passive enhancement ability of a Transcendence mage. Du Hyuk raises his hand. Thousands of fire arrows appear. Pointing his hand forward, all arrows assault Ikesla. He ignores them and charges into the rain of fire arrows. He brings his sword down in a slash, shielding against all the incoming arrows. The sword tip flies to where Du Hyuk stands. Du Hyuk frowns, clenching his fist. The arrows simultaneously spiral back, attacking Ikesla from behind. He turns his head just in time to look behind. The collision creates a massive explosion. Hot smoke billows, making Du Hyuk grimace. Ikesla drops to his knees. He sits there gasping for breath. Ikesla rubs his chin, the powerful consecutive force striking at the same moment. Du Hyuk leaps up. All his clones surround and attack him, along with all kinds of magic. Ikesla stands up, indifferently looking at Du Hyuk. However, he pulls his sword out of the ground. As I said earlier, Du Hyuk cautiously approaches him from behind. He swings his sword backward. I possess the eyes of the abyss. The blade grazes Du Hyuk's shoulder. He immediately summons a spatial gate. The spatial gate. The sword goes through the gate. To the gate Du Hyuk placed behind him, slashing. He grits his teeth and lets out a cry. Yeah, Du Hyuk jumps into the spatial gate right below. In an instant, he appears behind Ikesla. He raises his hand and unleashes lightning. A wave of power spreads in a spiral attack, a chain of lightning. Ikesla is spun, crashing into the wall. He collapses in the broken wall cavity. Du Hyuk watches him from a distance. Ikesla appraises. I've never seen magic so colorful and fast. Du Hyuk glares at him, not very pleased to hear him speak. Interesting. Suddenly, Ikesla smirks, his face full of confidence. He says, I will show you the power I have built up here. Ikesla's magical energy surges greatly. Magic has covered the sky. His magic flows into a vortex. He is absorbing it. Ikesla absorbs the surging energy. They flow like magma, seeping through his stone and earth body. His body madly transforms like tempering hard metal. Two hard, sturdy claws sprout from his legs. He evolves into a monster born of firestone and lava. Ikesla walks with full firepower. The magic spreading across the sky has gathered into his body. This is his true power. Du Hyuk frowns, thinking, but he looks at the skin gradually tightening and hardening. His body cannot withstand the magic and is melting away. Just then, the system appears. Ikesla is enraged. Ikesla enters the second phase of Wideria attack. Ikesla's health decreases by 30% per second. Ikesla immediately draws his sword. He swings his sword forward. A beam of red light shoots out instantly. They like a tangle of messy wires rushing forward. And their target is none other than Du Hyuk. At that moment, Du Hyuk instantly teleports. He successfully avoids the dangerous attack. But just after that, Ikesla chases and prepares to drive the sword into his body. The razor-sharp sword tip is about to stab down. He dives down. And just then, Du Hyuk is enveloped by a barrier. He is still surprised, not understanding what is happening. He still grips the sword tightly in his hand, showing immense destructive force. Suddenly, a hot blast rises from the ground, throwing him off. He looks dazed, not yet understanding. In the end, he only sees a light explosion occur. The ground, under immense pressure, cracks and breaks. A huge sound echoes throughout the forest. Brock witnesses the scene, surprised, thinking, what kind of magic is this? At that moment, Du Hyuk rushes over. Brooks, he is startled. What's wrong, she says. Du Hyuk has disappeared. She forces a smile. I hope he didn't leave beforehand. Brock reassures. No, how do you plan to face an SS rank boss monster alone? She hesitated, then at that moment Akline appeared. The master has advanced to the temple. It muttered, I will protect you on the master's orders. Grobs remembered past trials, but he still didn't know what would happen inside the dungeon. Are you planning to risk your only life? Dohai ordered. Arun, tell me where Zohyok is. It replied, my mission is to protect the Master's members from danger. It seriously said, I cannot lead everyone to the dangerous place where the Master is. Rox muttered, there's no other way, Dohai. Tell everyone to prepare as soon as possible and follow me. She replied, okay. After that, he left at the speed of light. The Plun warned, no, that's very dangerous. At that moment, Irene appeared from behind. He announced, Irene, on the Master's orders, go protect the members. It immediately chased after Brooks. He thought to himself, you're sacrificing yourself, Duhayak. Scene changed now to the battle on the other side. Energy continuously shot at the stone pillars. Ikezla said, I think I still have power if I look at what I've always stored until now. Then perhaps that power also has a limit, right? Duhayak didn't care and launched a missile fortress attack. At the same time, sharp red lightning bolts also rushed towards him. The powerful electric currents rushed into each other, both sides clashing fiercely. Duhayak froze at the sight. Immediately after, he pulled himself together, placed his hand on the ground to cast magic. The rocks began to lose gravity and float. He moved across them with ease. Ikezla above had created a blazing red aura covering the entire sky. That aura was hollow in the middle, preparing to encircle Duhayak. He quickly used a space portal to teleport elsewhere, then continued to move skillfully, Death Mark. He weaved through Ikezla's red beams of light. He moved behind it, raising his hand to attack. He placed a mark on its back, a blue magic circle appeared. Then, Death Mark, it suddenly turned its face, this ability. It recalled a past moment he had done the same. It quickly used its tail to grab Duhayak's wrist. It seemed it wanted to drag him away. I will have my revenge. A series of red threads shot out, piercing through his body. The threads cut into his body, making him grimace in pain. Duhayak was completely motionless. He still hadn't given up, continuing to cast magic. Ikezla saw this and said, you're doing something very pointless. He shouted Song of Healing. The surprising thing was he used healing magic on Ikezla. What the hell are you doing? The system displayed Death Mark. The effect of restoring the target's HP changed to reducing it. Ikezla felt pain, screaming in agony. Ikezla's entire body was enveloped in a blue light. However, its tail still held Duhayak's wrist tightly and secretly launched an attack. He sensed danger and jumped away just as bars of weapons were launched. It shouted, Holy Cross! Its eyes became bloodshot and dangerous. Duhayak immediately cast magic. A vortex appeared in his hand. They then turned into chains connecting to the rocks. Sealing Mark, an electric current shot down at where Ikezla stood. Duhayak felt the time had come, clenching his fist. The sealing mark on the rock suddenly glowed. Then it moved quickly towards Ikezla. It didn't understand what was happening, staring wide-eyed. And then that giant boulder crushed it. Duhayak hovered in the air looking down. The gun that shot out the barrier still held a blue light. Suddenly, a red light appeared on the boulder, causing cracks. Then the boulder shattered into small pieces. A blazing red light along with black lightning rushed straight at Duhayak, none other than Ikezla, charging to attack. He used all his strength to block it with his gun. It looked at him coldly. A red light shot out from behind it. Strange lights in the sky were also about to descend. He quickly realized. Duhayak immediately deployed a barrier, blocking their intrusion. A camera drone flew above. Meanwhile, the fight between Zohyok and Ikezla continued. Right after, a barrier formed, protecting both of them from the attack. Ikezla exclaimed in surprise, what the hell is this? Duhayak replied, this is the power of science. His eyes glanced to the other side. A part of the barrier seemed to have cracks. He thought, it won't hold for long. Ikezla also noticed the difference. It pushed Duhayak towards the barrier. He then rushed straight out of the barrier, causing a large hole. The red lightning immediately targeted him and chased. He frowned, hurriedly casting magic. Several fireballs were launched. Upon contact with Ikezla's red light, they created a huge explosion. He looked at it wearily, thinking that if this continued, it would never end. Ikezla still watched intently. Both became focused, and seemed to have the same thought, I will destroy him with this one strike. They moved so fast that they created a tornado. Ikezla, along with a powerful red beam of light, rushed forward. Duhayak attacked first. The eternal missile fortress hadn't fully taken shape yet. Somewhat surprised, it quickly created a blazing red whirlwind. Attack forward, you also put all your strength into this attack. You fired a blue beam of light at it. Both beams of light crazily rushed into each other. The moment they made contact, they created a huge explosion full of smoke and dust. Duhayak hurriedly reloaded his gun. He shouted with determination. The explosion became stronger due to the added force from his gun. Ikezla's side was not much better. Smoke and dust were everywhere. The light was so great that it blurred both of their vision. The explosion was so huge that it made this place blindingly bright. The ground below also began to shake. The glass layers began to shatter. Duhayak collapsed to the ground. Ikezla lay beside him, he said, quite impressive. His body shattered, the cracks gradually dissolved into red dust particles. He continued, you have defeated me. Duhayak turned his head to look at him. His face was full of scratches. He said to him, I had quite a hard time getting the word impressive from you. Ikazla said, when you placed the death mark on me earlier, I knew that Odium, my friend, died by your hand. He continued, I had planned to absorb your power in that guise. I wanted to escape this space. His face was already cracked. He said, but I failed. Ikazla struggled to say his last words. I am dying by your hand just like that guy. Du Hyuk replied to him. I don't deny it, he continued. There are many species struggling in different spaces like you. Having said that, he created a red circle of power and said, compared to them, you are not strong enough right now. The red circle grew larger and emitted power. From it appeared a large robot kneeling before Ikazla and Du Hyuk. Ikazla said, therefore, take this transcendent body and go. Du Hyuk said, its size is different from the first time I saw it. He explained that it changes to match one's magical power and soul, but if another person with this transcendent body appeared, it will adjust to his size. As Hyuk took the power he had claimed, he said, I will use it well. Ikazla handed him his sword and said, now kill me with this Ikes. He closed his eyes tightly and continued, I want to rest warmly before my body grows cold. Du Hyuk accepted the sword and said, okay. He asked him, my enemy, what is your name? He answered, Park Du Hyuk. Watching him raise his hand high with resolute eyes, he continued, yes, Park Du Hyuk, the final battle against you in my life. Du Hyuk plunged the sword straight down. Ikazla spoke his last words and dissolved. I was happy. The system displayed, you have cleared the dungeon. After killing Ikazla, the members arrived to help Du Hyuk out of the dungeon. After exiting the dungeon and receiving special care, Du Hyuk woke up in the treatment room. He sat on the infirmary bed, tapped the system screen, and thought, now let's see the items obtained from Ikazla. The screen displayed his stats. Du Hyuk thought to himself, first in this dungeon, his level had increased by 3 to level 74 Spellblade. He continued thinking, and the special command he had obtained allowed him to automatically rank up to grade A. System notification, Magic Engineer's active ability consumes 75% HP, increases magic power by 200% for 10 minutes, increases mana recovery speed by 300% for 5 minutes. Upon reaching Tier 10, the HP consumption condition disappears, and you will receive Transcendent Cognitive Armor that regularly doubles your mana. Du Hyuk thought, currently my mana limit is about 3,000. To handle monsters stronger than Ikazla, although it consumes 75% of my HP. He estimated that he would need to use transcendent magic of a higher level. To do so, this ancient incantation was necessary to double the amount of mana. And Ikazla's relic, the system displayed. Anklet of Ikazla, legendary grade, increases muscle strength by 400, increases luck by 200, increases wisdom by 100, increases agility by 50. Special skill Sword of Ascension. It emits a fierce authority condensed with large-scale magical power. Cooldown 30 seconds. Earring of Ikazla, unique grade, increases HP by 300, increases water power by 100, increases magic power by 100, increases wisdom by 50. Special skill, Magic Protection Sword. Creates a thick protective layer from a magic sword condensed with large-scale magical power. Cooldown 30 minutes. Ikazla's accessory set. Earring of Ikazla 0 of 1, Anklet of Ikazla 0 of 1. Increases damage dealt to the protection sword by 400%. Constitution added to the protection sword. Magic. Du Hyuk thought. Finally, the Heart of Ikazla system notification. You have met the conditions for the deal's ring. Material components. Heart of Ikazla 1 of 1, Space Card 1 of 1. Required stats selected, 100 out of 200. The system asked Du Hyuk, do you wish to create the deal's ring, yes or no? Du Hyuk looked at the system panel and said, I've worked very hard for this. Of course I choose yes. The system displayed blue rays merging into a sphere beginning fabrication. Du Hyuk wondered internally. Is it normal to craft a high-grade deal's ring? The blue rays suddenly turned red and emitted lightning bolts. Incredibly strong. The red lightning grew stronger and stronger. System notification. To create a high-grade artifact, the deal's ring, utilizing spatial rift. Spatial energy began to be rapidly added. Du Hyuk's face showed slight surprise. The spherical rays suddenly transformed into a swirling black hole. The system displayed a query. 2 question marks of Brainerd space have successfully identified the origin of the rift in the spatial imbalance. Something unknown from Brainerd space sent a message via Venus. System displayed, we have found the source that sent us into the abyss of destruction. Please investigate. Another notification appeared. Earth space has been selected as the destination. At this point, the information suddenly cut off. The signal disappeared. Seeing this, Du Hyuk wondered in confusion. What is it? Suddenly a flash, the sphere of rays flared up, making him cover his eyes with his hand. In another room, Du Hai was sitting on the bed reading, when a tremor came from the ceiling. She closed the book thinking, I think I just sensed some magic effects. She hurriedly stepped off the bed and put on a coat. The system announced. Crafting successful, player Park Du Hyuk has received a deal's ring. The screen displayed. Congratulations on player Park Du Hyuk's achievement, and has granted a new status to player Park Du Hyuk. Seeing this, he asked, Status, the system explained. Status cognition press enlightenment press. The English note will automatically hide once SSS grade is attained. The player will be eligible to enhance the status. Du Hyuk smiled lightly and said, "What, this seems like some kind of supplementary agreement or something." The golden lights merged together to form a glowing ring. System note, Earth deals ring deals grade. Increases HP by 20%, increases water power by 10%, increases magic power by 10%, increases muscle strength by 300, increases stamina by 300, increases agility by 200, increases luck by 200, deals blessing, creates a force field equivalent to 200 physical and magical defense. 5-minute cooldown, thermal shock attack triples fire spell damage. Superior stat for common spells up to level 3. Advanced spells level 2 and below consume no mana. Meteor Storm gains additional Meteor Storm spells upon reaching level 9. It will transform into Mega Meteor Storm, provide balance, and increase the experience awakened ones receive by 20% when in the same space as the player. Up to 10 people, Sparkling Light City can cast spells that use 300 HP without obstruction, temporarily shifting to the Ether world. Vanish from the material world and reappear, making choice amplification practical when the player reaches the level. Du Hyuk thought in shock, how many effects are there, good heavens? Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Du Hyuk wondered, who's coming at this hour? Dohai entered and asked, Du Hyuk, are you okay? I can sense magical energy from this room. Du Hyuk said to her, you must be sensing the magic from the experiment I'm conducting. Dohai asked back, is it because of that ring? Du Hyuk said to Dohai, yes, this is. But before he could finish, the ring suddenly emitted strange red rays. The red rays burst out fiercely and expanded in range. From the corner of the forest, a strange black shadow crawled out. The thing had a single red eye in the middle of its body. It looked like a machine, making a humming sound. The black thing emitted a red flash. It said, now confirming target. Dohai prepared to draw her sword. She said, Du Hyuk, get away from there right now. Du Hyuk hurriedly stopped Dohai. He said, Dohai, wait a moment. The thing then emitted the sound initiating search. Du Hyuk looked at it and thought, how? Something like a machine just appeared out of thin air. It began scanning both of them. It confirmed Du Hyuk, no harmful target. Dohai watched it, keeping her sword-drawing stance ready. It confirmed Dohai, no harmful target. It continued moving down to Dohai's hand, gripping the sword hilt tightly and said, no target, but it stopped and then said, large magical energy identified. From inside the thing, many magical devices appeared and prepared to aim at Dohai. It said, harmful target identified. Dohai gritted her teeth and released her power. The strange machine and Dohai were about to confront each other. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Abnormal energy identified. The next notification displayed, commencing repair of spatial cracks. Abruptly, the machine emitted a violent flash, shattering glass. Then it slowly closed, disappeared into the void, leaving behind a glowing ring. The system announced, spatial crack has been closed. Dohai witnessed everything, bewildered and not knowing what to do. In Aetna, the Mado Empire, its center was a magical tower rising into the sky like the Tower of Babel. The tower was a symbol of the Mado Empire, and also a symbol of the Black Wizard. Inside the tower, there was a mysterious man in a black robe. The person behind him spoke. Lord Bendela has gone to hear what he has to say, the black-robed man asked. And you over there? He continued, is there a problem again? The masked person turned around and said, I was about to summon you and you've come at just the right time. The other replied, what do you mean? The mysterious masked person continued, you are the one guarding the altar outside, Moser. The robed man was exactly Black Cross Moser. He asked, location? The masked person created a blue map with a red dot, then said, it is on Mount Muscus, the outermost part of the empire. Moser said irritably, what a nuisance. The masked person said, Moser, do not forget that protecting the altar is our most sacred duty and task. Moser immediately erupted with purple power and asked, what did you say? Moser continued, you are the ones who have ignored the existence of humans and neglected the protection of the altar. I've warned you many times, but every time none of you listen. The masked person said, this is Lord Bendela's decision. That person continued, don't tell me you intend to refuse. Moser ground his teeth audibly. He turned his back and said, I will go to the designated location. The scene shifted to the Muscus altar. It was a very tall tower in the snowy mountain. There were people clasping their hands to cast spells. Many others also sitting in meditation with hands clasped using magic. In front of them was a pool with a cross that was absorbing a blue energy source. One person could not endure it. His eyes turned white and then he collapsed to the floor. Above, a black-robed masked person said, another one fainted. We're almost out of slaves. Moser walked in and asked, how much has the magic stone absorbed? The other person was surprised. Lord Moser, the black-robed person rubbed his hands and answered, it has absorbed up to 70%. Moser immediately retorted, Only that much, the other said. Actually, we are absorbing mana from the slaves, but half of them have already died. One person said, there's no other way. The black-robed person asked, Lord Moser. Moser raised his hand emanating purple power. The power from his hand was extremely strong. It created a black aura. The people kneeling below were immediately drained of energy, turning into dry skeletons. All of them collapsed. The other black-robed person panicked and asked, Lord Moser, what are you doing? Moser used his hand to absorb energy and said, right now, his attack is very close. If we keep an eye on the slave's condition while absorbing mana, there will be no end to it. Then he transferred the energy into the stone. Moser said, we need to gather a bit more mana, then turn the stone into nutrients suitable for the noble one. He ordered, bring all the slaves here, I will drain all the mana from the remaining slaves. If we lack slaves, I will handle it. Moser asked the man in black, do you have any other opinions? The man replied, no sir. Then he hurried away and said, I will bring all the remaining slaves here right away. Moser thought to himself, we cannot keep dragging this out. He then thought, I cannot determine when humans will appear again to interfere. Moser sat down on the chair and thought, if there is time, I will end everything. But his eyes suddenly changed and he wondered, what is this unusual energy? Du Hyuk recounted, after resting in Alaska, we returned to South Korea. Meanwhile, Hizzy was gradually upgrading her skills with the help of the guild in his car. At this time, Hizzy was at C rank. And after a peaceful time, the space gate opened in front of us, as if it was waiting for me and Hizzy. System display, a one-time space gate has opened. Du Hyuk glanced at Hizzy and she nodded slightly. Then after they turned away, the system announced, you have entered the dungeon Desmond. Notification, only players Park Du Hyuk and Hizzy may enter. And immediately a warning appeared. Unknown player attempted to enter from unknown location. The entry was not permitted by the system, the entrance was blocked. Meanwhile, Du Hyuk and Hizzy entered a snowy mountain forest space. Du Hyuk said, I didn't expect the space gate to open right when we got home. Hizzy said to Du Hyuk, and besides, I don't know who else would want to enter this place. He replied, I'm really curious too, but then Du Hyuk glanced around and continued, first, let's assess the situation. That's more important right now. Hizzy answered him, yes, Du Hyuk. Suddenly his hand emitted a flash of light. System notification, you have found a fragment of the Black Cross. Du Hyuk's eyes instantly changed. He turned his head and shouted, Hizzy. She also showed surprise. A purple blast of power struck from the sky towards the two of them. The force created a vortex. It engulfed everything and then left a crater. Du Hyuk hovered in midair, carrying Hiji. Du Hyuk said dodging it was the solution rather than taking it head-on. Hiji asked him, Du Hyuk, what is that? Du Hyuk replied, I think we've already entered his territory. Hiji asked cautiously, is he from the Black Cross? Du Hyuk answered, yeah, but he doesn't know where we are. I think right now he's trying to attack us with a wide area attack. Hiji worriedly asked, what should we do? He replied to Hiji, take the shortcut to the altar. Saying that he used stealth magic, the spell cloaked both of them and Du Hyuk sped forward. Hiji asked him, will it be okay if we fly there? Du Hyuk looked at her and said, it's nothing, I'm sure that bastard has prepared everything for a ground assault, but, he continued, I don't think he'll expect us to fly over. Hiji looked down below. On the ground there were many cages and some people standing next to those iron cages. Inside the iron cages, many people were imprisoned. Hiji noticed that. Hiji shouted, Du Hyuk, look. Du Hyuk said, that's the living sacrifice of the priests and the slave. Hiji replied, yes, it looks like they're going to sacrifice those slaves. Du Hyuk said, Hiji, I'll handle the Black Cross's dark sorcerer. He continued, in the meantime, you go help those people over there. Hiji immediately answered, okay. Du Hyuk set Hiji down and asked, I'll leave you here, okay? She replied, yes, that's fine. Hiji landed and said, you should be careful too. She shouted, come forth, Rita. The great eagle Rita appeared. An eagle emitting blue light appeared behind Hiji, helping her fly. The black-clad men standing below were suddenly attacked by blue light rays. They were sent flying in all directions. They shouted, intruder, someone. Hiji gritted her teeth and said, let's go. She raised her hand forward, let's go help those people. Then she ordered the beasts to attack the black-clad men. On Du Hyuk's side, he told himself, I should hurry up too. Moser, on the upper floor of the building, asked his subordinates what the situation was. He thought to himself, I can't believe they knew the location of this altar. He sensed that they had avoided the swift attack from his stone's power. Then they immediately vanished, and now they appeared right in front of the slaves. He wondered, could they conceal their own magical energy? Moser stomped his foot hard on the ground, unleashing a purple power. His body emitted immensely powerful energy. He raised his hand to the sky and shouted, come out now, you bastard. He threatened that if you don't come out, then your friend and the slaves will be burned to death. Suddenly, a blue power made the magic of Moser dissipate. He said, magic. Moser's eyes clearly showed astonishment. A series of blue magic techniques shattered Moser's magic. The technique's name was shouted, Rocket Fortress. Moser hastily dodged the attack. Du Hyuk jumped down from above. He asked Moser, did you really want to see me? He smiled lightly and continued, S-rank monster boss Moser. One by one, groups of ferocious-faced monsters came rushing in an endless stream. They advanced from various directions around Hiji. Then they swarmed around her, forming a tightly enclosed mass with no way out. From a distance, two masked men observed. One happily exclaimed, "Great," the other sternly warned, "Don't let your guard down." He continued, "We're attacking now." At the same time, above the monsters, two layers of magic circles suddenly appeared. Those magic circles continuously shone magical power. Down onto the monsters, then stopped, releasing a thick smoke that covered the area. The smoke cleared a little, but the monsters still surrounded her. Suddenly, from inside, through the gaps between them, countless blue rays shone out. Then they were blasted apart and lay sprawled on the ground. Meanwhile, she stood unscathed inside a protective barrier and praised. "You two did a great job." She smiled gently, then commanded, "Go, Rita." Hiji's eagle Rita tore through the wind, swooping swiftly to attack the masked men around. She still stood there observing. Then Hiji turned her face, smiling confidently at the person behind her. One prisoner recognized her, eyes wide in shock, stammering, "Princess?" At that moment, at the Muscus altar, Moser was struggling to sit up from the rubble, mumbling, "S." Then he seemed to suddenly recall something unbelievable and asked Duhaya, "Moreover, how do you know my name?" In response, a whirlpool of magical force lifted his body, suspending him in midair. After deploying the spell, Duhayuk lowered his hand. Moser used a protective shield and fled hastily. Seeing that, Duhayuk leaped into the air and shone magical power down on him. Moser quickly dodged his attack while channeling magical power into his spear. He leaped up, pointed the spear at him, and shouted the incantation. "Darkness Arrow." Duhayuk immediately shouted the spell, "Flare," while swiftly dodging a series of arrows shot by him. Moser channeled even more magical power into his spear and then continued to cast Black Lightning Arrow. While running, he glanced at the arrow shooting toward him and thought to himself, "Unlike the bosses I've dealt with before, this one seems to specialize in magic." Then Duhayuk grinned and concluded, "Which means." From inside the Muscus altar, a powerful red beam erupted, hollowing out a section of the wall created by Moser as he raised his staff and searched for any trace of him. Duhayuk continued to suspect that he would not die so easily. From somewhere, a series of yellow electric bolts slowly crept toward his feet. Duhayuk shouted the incantation, "Superior Lightning Chain," generating a series of yellow lightning bolts that surrounded him. He stood in the air, relentlessly raining thousands of lightning bolts down on him. Then Duhayuk frowned and smirked faintly, muttering, "I will show you the difference between me and the mages you have known." He immediately planted his staff into the ground, shouting the incantation, "Shield of Chaos." And yet, the shield he created did not last long before cracking and shattering into pieces. Moser could not believe his eyes and thought in horror, "He destroyed my shield." Then he continued firing a massive lightning bolt at him. Moser quickly leaped high into the air to evade it. He stood observing the young man's power from above, silently evaluating. To think his skill could reach this distance. Was this his full power? In the blink of an eye, he ran off, cutting off Moser's train of thought. Watching him flee, Moser silently wondered, why did he suddenly run like that? Then Moser suddenly remembered and blurted out, could he be aiming for the stone? Thinking this, Moser hurriedly chased after Duhayuk. He tried to reach him while shouting, "Stop." Just as Moser's hand was about to grab him, Duhayuk suddenly spun around and punched him in the stomach. Shouting the incantation, "Sun Fire," Moser grimaced in pain and fury. He glared at him resentfully, thinking, "I have never seen this kind of magic before." While attacking him, he frowned and silently deduced, "Just as I thought. Like the previous altar, this altar also has a magic stone that absorbs all mana. This altar is also important to the Black Cross." Duhayuk knocked him far away, determined, "And of course I have no choice but to find it." At the same time, a magic circle suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Moser loudly shouted, "Chains of Despair." From beneath his feet, a series of writhing chains emerged, slowly coiling around him. Then more chains advanced, wrapping around Duhayuk and imprisoning him within. Moser looked down from above and smugly said, "You cannot escape my dark cascade magic." Before he could even finish the sentence, Duhayuk swung his arm and tore through every chain. He stared wide-eyed at the scene, blurting out the rest of his sentence. Duhayuk tore apart the chains surrounding him and slowly stepped out. He looked at the expression on Moser's face and smirked triumphantly. Hizzy and her lion Renga stood in the middle of a land where icy gusts of wind blew relentlessly. She closed her eyes and took a breath. Then she raised her head and commanded her eagle Rita, "Rita, contact Duhayuk." Rita obeyed, spread her wings, and soared away. Hizzy pointed and ordered her white wolf Rengar, "Destroy that prison." After just a few slashes from Rengar's claws, the bars of the prison broke. The innocent people inside were freed and cried out in joy. "We survived." One of them stepped forward, bowing and choked with joy. "Thank you for helping us." She listened intently as that person continued. "I can speak with you a moment." Just as those words ended in the distance, the wall of the Muscus altar suddenly exploded. Seeing that, Hizzy hurriedly said, "It is very dangerous here, so please move to safety with everyone." That person obeyed, replying, "Understood," then turned and ran. Inside the Muscus altar, Du Hyok frowned and ran. He dodged the enemy's attacks while searching. Du Hyok ran to a room and exclaimed, "Found it." From the gap in the door of that room, many lightning bolts shot through. Suddenly, with a bang, the bolt blew the entire door off. He slowly stepped inside, astonished. Du Hyok looked at the thing glowing in the distance, continuing his train of thought. The stone they created by draining all the mana from the surrounding. The magic stone. He pondered, if I destroy that stone, then all of their plans will be ruined. While concentrating, he suddenly widened his eyes in shock, seeing a circular portal opening wide and crackling in the distance. Then Moser stepped out from it, looked up at the stone and asked, "Is the stone safe?" Ignoring his question, he retorted, "What are you planning to do with those people?" He asked back in confusion, "What are you talking about?" He raised his hand and pointed down at the innocent prisoners lying motionless on the ground, saying, "You mean those people?" Then he raised his hands in a show of innocence and confidently explained, "We do not have enough mana to offer to him, so I personally extracted the life force of these slaves into a form of mana." Moser lifted his head high, smiled brightly and continued, "Besides, those people are sacrificing their lives for him." Suddenly he lowered his face, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes, and smiled. "Isn't that a good thing for slaves?" Moser raised his staff, channeling magic power into it, and said, "So you await him also." He kept the smile on his lips, created a giant magic sphere, and continued, "So just shut up and accept your fate." He shouted the incantation, "Death Ray." Then from the sphere shot a massive beam of magic power straight at him. Yet Du Hyok calmly stood still, merely raising one hand to summon his power. Du Hyok showed no fear, frowning and chanting, "Supreme Reversal." His hand lit up with small magic circles. Then he raised his hand toward that massive magic beam, emitting countless layers of magic power that made it gradually vanish. Seeing his strange magic, he gaped in astonishment, eyes wide, and blurted out, From afar a flash of light glinted. Still stunned, suddenly his left arm holding the staff spurted blood. It turned out that Hayek had reversed the fairy god's attack, redirecting it back toward Monster, severing one of his arms. You frowned, still maintaining your observing stance. Moslik looked at his arm, dazed. He hurled a death ray that destroyed everything in its path. Then he seemed to snap out of it, asking himself, "What is this?" His eye technique then scanned the surrounding. Because Hayek's magic power was always blazing, he inwardly remarked, "That enormous magical power, behind Du Hayek something was flying toward him, making a sound." Old Frog, it was actually Rita's giant eagle. It obediently landed on Du Hayek's arm. You looked at it, inwardly realizing this bird coming here means Izzy and the others have already escaped from this place. Moslik watched him from afar, whispering to Rita, and thought, I have no way of knowing what he's saying to that bird, but he looked at his staff and inwardly decided, this is the time for me to escape. Then Moslik scrambled up, grabbed his staff. He gripped the staff tightly, planted it on the ground, knelt, and continued pondering. Against an enemy unaffected by the death ray, I cannot possibly win. Moslik inwardly decided first he must survive. He gritted his teeth, frowned, and chanted, "Teleport!" Outside, above the Muscus altar, Monster stepped out from within the teleportation circle. He frowned, looking down, thinking, this is a waste of mana, but Moslik used his eye technique to observe inside the Muscus altar, thinking, if I can eliminate this opponent, then surely that person will forgive me. He looked everywhere but could not detect the source of magic power radiating from Du Haya. At that moment Monster's eyes widened, stunned. Where had his own magical energy gone? Unnoticed, Du Hayek had flown up, floating in the air, observing Monster's action. Suddenly a person below looked up and saw him, then raised his hand to the sky, pointing at him, and shouted. Up in the sky, then another person said, "Look." Hearing the voices of the people around her, Hizzy looked up and spoke in astonishment. Du Hayek Opa. Then suddenly from the crack in the sky, a huge entity that looked like some planet approached. After that thing passed through the crack, flames suddenly blazed around it and someone below shouted, "Meteor." Seeing that sight, a person stood frozen, staring without taking his eyes off it. He remained rooted to the spot, even as the fiercely burning meteor hurtled toward him. Immediately after, the meteor crashed into both him and the Muscus altar, creating a huge explosion. At that moment in Aetna, the Mado Empire was deserted, the space desolate and very empty. Vendel Lang sternly asked, "What happened to the Muscus altar?" The subordinate hesitantly replied, "We still haven't found the monster's soul, so I went there myself." But, he continued to explain, as you can see, the altar has vanished without a trace, and the body of Moses cannot be found. He told of what he had discovered. I also traced the mana residue there. Demon Lord Vendela cut him off. Enough, no further investigation is needed. He analyzed from Isaac to Moser. Vendela was certain that someone was interfering with their plans. The white-haired old man was Vendela of the Black Cross. He continued. However, he made an assertion. Judging by the way he conceals his identity and has servants do his work, his Buddha, there must be some points. Still incomplete in his plan. His subordinates said in unison, yes, that must be it. Then Vendela immediately ordered, reinforce the boundaries of the altars. And do not overlook any trace that bastard leaves behind. We just need one chance to eliminate him. Vendela's subordinates obeyed. Yes, as the guild master commands. The demon lord muttered to himself, this is quite interesting. He sinisterly schemed some plan in his mind. At that moment, Du Hyuk stepped out from a red circle. He turned his head toward Hizzy because he heard a respectful voice. Princess, that voice continued, I never expected to meet the princess here. Hizzy asked anxiously, Lackeys, you are the grandson of Asino. Then do you know what happened to your grandfather? Lackeys replied, the day the princess left the Desmond Empire, he recounted while reminiscing. My grandfather blamed himself for not being able to protect you from the darkness for the rest of his life. The image of old Asino appeared through his narration until his last breath. He told me that if I ever met the princess again, then this time it would be my turn to protect her. He exclaimed in surprise, but I never thought I would meet the princess this way. Du Hyuk watched and thought to himself, of course, she's the princess his grandfather talked about for 50 years. Hizzy asked for his opinion. Opa, is it okay for lackeys to be here? He agreed, yeah. Then Hyuk calmly said, the space gate didn't reject him, right? If he were immovable, he wouldn't have been able to pass through the space gate in the first place. Lackeys stood guard in front of her warily. He held out his hand as if to shield her, asking, Princess, who is this man? Lackeys asked suspiciously, why is a stranger traveling with the princess? Lackeys doubted, so it's because he is a knight of the Desmond Empire, Den Lackeys. She turned to look at him and said, Opa, I need some time to talk with Lackeys privately. He didn't understand the doubt. The princess stepped forward and whispered to Du Hyuk, if you're here, Lackeys won't believe what I say. She continued to ask, I'm sorry, but can you let us talk privately for a bit? He casually replied, sure, go ahead. Then Du Hyuk said as he walked, I'll be on the second floor, just call me if you need anything. She said gratefully, thank you, Opa. After finishing his shower, he said, now let's check the loot from the monster. He thought to himself, for an S-rank boss, just the monster's ring as a reward isn't enough, right? The quest panel gave a notice. Unique grade monster ring. HP 300, you do not meet the conditions to receive Despair Chain. Hyuk understood and said, this is because it's magic, that's why it says I don't meet the conditions. Du Hyuk continued thinking, I'll ask Brehen about this later then. Suddenly a noise made him turn. Lackeys was respectfully bowing his head and apologizing. Young Master back Du Hyuk, forgive my rudeness. He was both puzzled and at a loss for words. Looking at Hizzy, Hyuk thought to himself, what did they talk about back then? She happily winked at him. Seeing that, Du Hyuk gently said to Lackeys, you being so vigilant is fine, so it's okay. He continued asking, by the way, can I speak to you casually? He immediately replied, yes, young Master back Du Hyuk, you may speak freely. Then he confidently patted his chest and swore, from now on I Lackeys will use this life to protect Miss Hizzy and assist back Du Hyuk, together with all of you. With all my strength, he requested cautiously, can you help me adapt to this world? Lackeys said seriously. Until the day I escort Kohiji back to our country, I want to strengthen myself first, Du Hyuk asked. Have you heard about this world from Hiji? He replied. We haven't gone into details. He continued, one thing I understand is that this world is completely different from the world I lived in. He recounted what he knew. I heard there are awakened people with special powers and Miss Hiji has acquired such power. He asked curiously, so has something similar happened to you yet? Lackeys raised his hand toward the notification board. Come to think of it, his quest board had popped up a notification. You have become a B-rank player, Lackeys. He read but didn't understand clearly, saying, I'm seeing a board written in our Desmond language. He wondered, what is this? Hiji gently explained to him, rank is a measure of an awakened person's strength. She looked delighted as she explained, it seems the system rates you highly, Lackeys. He still didn't understand. The system, she said to him, I think we should tell you more detail. Du Hyuk smiled to himself, thinking that ever since meeting someone from the same world she had lived in, Hiji seemed very happy. He hoped that guy could become a good friend to her. Suddenly his phone rang. Why is T-Poon calling me at this hour? He picked up the phone. Hello? A loud scream rang out through the phone, startling him. Panicked, he yelled back into the phone. T-Pung, what's wrong? Du Hyuk shouted in fear. T-Pung. Late as it was, T-Pung's office was still lit. At that moment, T-Pung was sitting in front of his computer, thinking happily. Good. On the computer screen, the stock arrow was rising very fast. Financial profits were very good. Now I realize that money begets money. Though delighted, he still thought cautiously, but I must be careful. This is just the beginning. I have to focus. He suddenly heard footsteps in the office. T-Pung thought, who is it? At this hour no one should be entering this building. T-Pung panicked and slid when he saw Julia's figure. He deduced and immediately grabbed his phone, certain she had come with bad intention. T-Pung quickly dialed someone's number on the screen. At that moment, a hand reached out as if to cast magic. The force seized and lifted T-Pung into the air. It was Julia casting a spell. She slammed him down hard. Her magic pinned him to the floor. Seo Jun came up to him and said, HMPH, not Park Du Hyuk. Julia wondered, you think this guy is just an employee? Seo Jun thrust a chunk of ice hard into his leg and spoke. Ask him, he screamed in pain. From the phone, Du Hyuk's worried voice rang out. T-Pung, what's wrong? Over here, Julia called out darkly. Park Du Hyuk. Du Hyuk shouted in shock through the phone. T-Pung. Seo Jun threatened him, stomping hard on his body, making him yell in agony. Park Du Hyuk, your friend is here. If you don't come, your friend will die. You hear me? She looked very gleeful and continued. Come quickly, Wonju. You know what I'm saying, don't you? He gritted his teeth in anger. She smugly asked, what are you going to do now? Suddenly, Hyuk cast a spell and appeared right behind them. He teleported, unleashing a chain of skills with speed and power. Then Du Hyuk punched her directly. Julia, standing nearby, saw this and was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Though surprised, she immediately struck back, trying to seize Du Hyuk. How can you do that? She hurled objects around her, slamming them down where he stood. Julia seemed intent on crushing him, yet T-Pung's voice rang out right behind them. Du Hyuk, I'm sorry, he replied. No, I'm sorry you got dragged into this because of me. He earnestly healed him with a healing spell. He was surprised and stammered. The wound on his leg, Julia turned around furiously. She screamed and launched an attack, making nearby objects fly up around them. Don't you underestimate me, T-Pung thought fearfully. It's over. Another force blocked her skill. To his disbelief, Du Hyuk reassured him. Don't worry, T-Pung. He was now thinking as he stood together with Du Hyuk inside a barrier. Is this Du Hyuk's magic? Just by looking at one side of Du Hyuk's face, one could tell he was utterly furious. Though enraged, he still comforted him. Don't worry, Du Hyuk said as he released his power. Want to make a last will before you die. Du Hyuk continued seriously. I'm serious, I'm not joking. The status board displayed his condition. Mana enhancement, stamina decrease. Mana increased. Julia also got ready for the fight. Stop talking nonsense. He gathered his skill, his breath, and two forces collided violently. Suddenly, his magic surged forward and overwhelmed her. He opened his eyes wide, concentrating fully. She was immobilized, thinking, he's making me unable to move. He reached back and cast another skill, a super-integrated technique. Du Hyuk dealt Julia a fatal blow. Seo Jun, standing behind, screamed in horror. Julia was destroyed as if about to shatter, calling out to her, my love. He continued to focus his mind. Seo Jun cried out in anguish. No, Du Hyuk repeated in a stern voice. I'll say it again, want to make a last will before you die? Seo Jun went berserk and transformed. I'll kill you. She screamed and created hundreds of swords as if to slash him down, trying to seize Du Hyuk. Seo Jian and the swords rushed toward him at once. The swords created a large block of ice where he stood. Suddenly, Du Hyuk was also trapped in the ice block. She withdrew her weapon, looked at the ice block, and spoke with disdain. No matter how strong he is, he cannot withstand my freezing cold. Suddenly, a cold aura spread out along with water droplets falling in front of her. Close to her face, Seo Jian saw a melted hole in the giant ice block and exclaimed in shock, my ice is. Deep within the ice, a fierce, blazing fire spread out, illuminating. At the command of that power's master, a flame immediately erupted Fire Sun. Seo Jian quickly conjured a snowflake, gritting her teeth and saying, is that still not enough to kill a person? With those words, she launched that power straight at him. Du Hyuk immediately fired back a blast of power in response. Both blasts of fire and ice collided, a tremor as they clashed against each other. But Seo Jian seemed to be at a disadvantage as the heat of the flame spread toward her. She stared in surprise at the power continuing to approach before his hand. He appeared to struggle, then with a cold gaze he withdrew his weapon and calmed himself. Du Hyuk took the sword, channeled the fire power into it and raised it high. I will gather all the scattered flames into this sword. Quickly, he unleashed a sword slash with maximum power, surging forward. Halo Light Ascension Sword. The system immediately displayed the power information. Consumes 500 mana. This incantation freezes magic and then releases a sword aura in the shape of a crescent moon. Seo Jian calmly stood watching the sword slash heading straight for her. Immediately after, a loud explosion rang out, shards of glass flying everywhere. She felt this terrifying power and murmured, "I didn't think he knew how to use a sword." But after thinking, she confidently conjured swords around her and flew forward. She used all the swords to slash at him repeatedly while loudly mocking. "Compared to your other skills, your swordsmanship is truly clumsy." Du Hyuk parried the sword strikes while laughing in amusement. "You're right. Swordsmanship is not my forte." Saying that, he immediately changed his technique, the power creating a vortex. That vortex made Seo Jian pause for a moment. He then shouted, "Halo Light Guard Sword." She stared bewildered at the beam of light emanating from his power. Du Hyuk was surrounded by the aura of his own technique showing off to her. "But I still have some useful skills like this one." His eyes were full of intensity and he smiled dangerously to reassure her. "Don't worry." As he clasped his hands together, he spoke a threat. "You will see your friend soon." Immediately a giant sphere appeared around them, a superior shield. She looked at his shield with utter contempt, thinking to herself, "You willingly entered this shield with me instead of trapping me alone in it. How foolish." Saying that, she activated her power and arrogantly declared, "Let's see how long you can last with that flame you're so proud of." At the cry of her technique, thousands of slashes shot out, freezing. Du Hyuk watched those slashes strike into the corners of the shield. The shield immediately froze and cracks appeared, as Seo Jian intently watched the result of her work. Suddenly a red light appeared, leaving her stunned and exclaiming, "That is a blazing red flame burning fiercely once again." Around Du Hyuk, not only did a fire aura emanate but also thunder and lightning. Immediately, he hurled those lightning bolts toward her, shouting, "Chain lightning." Seo Jian felt the lightning surrounding her and stunned, silently cried out, "He can even use lightning magic. My ice magic cannot compete with lightning." Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock as she looked ahead, because in front of her were giant fireballs launched from his power. Superior fireball. Zhao Zhan stood frozen in place watching those fireballs hurtle toward her. The light from the fireballs drew closer and closer, illuminating her entire face. Immediately after, Du Hyuk stood watching her be engulfed by the explosions from his fireball. As the smoke and fire from the explosion cleared, he clenched his fist and quietly looked ahead. After everything had passed, he looked at the smoke rising outside the office and lamented, "It seems I have to find a new office again." At the same time, elsewhere in the guild building of Tihoa, China, a girl entered the luxurious room and reported to the person before her, "I have a report for you. Sir, I have received confirmation that Seo Jian and Ringdu have both been killed." "What about Du Hyuk?" That girl was the vice leader of the Tihoa guild. "Surya Ajin," she carefully answered. "According to our local sources, although his office was completely destroyed, he walked out without any injuries at all." Lai Hong slightly furrowed his brow and gave his assessment. "It seems he can handle an awakened one with ease." Hearing him speak, she then wondered, "What are you going to do?" He turned around, flashing a sinister smile, revealing his plan. "My plan is to request Jo Hyuk's help in dealing with all of them." Hearing that, she immediately praised, "That's good. You send them out without any involvement from us." Saying that, Suryo continued presenting what she had received. Koa reported the situation that Seo Jian and Ring, both of them deeply resent Du Hyuk. Lai Hong dismissively brushed off that information. "I have no interest in news from Korea. Don't we, the Tihoa Guild, have full control over all awakened information sources in China?" And then he laughed with delight and ordered, "Require all awakened media sources in China to follow their original regulations and report it." He cunningly instructed to spread a piece of dark information. Du Hyuk tried to bring Seo Jian and Julie back to Korea with promises of treating them well, and then killed them. Hearing this, Suryo worriedly and timidly asked, "Do you think the awakened will believe that?" Julia frankly answered her, "That is enough to convince them. Besides, I will be the one fabricating the information." Seeing his determination, she had no choice but to agree. "Understood." Sir, at this moment, Lai Hong cheerfully thought of the image of a shattered map and exclaimed, "The 8 major councils in Korea may think that the time of peace has arrived, now that troublemakers like the White Lotus and Black Spirit Council groups have all disappeared. But their peace is still very fragile." Full of cunning and schemes, he confidently asserted, "Soon, it will be time for us to begin our operation. The current location is a tower, the waiting tower before Hong Hoa Mun, a magic circle covered with chains." The magic circle began to rotate, time remaining before being unsealed, 4 seconds. At that moment the chains cracked, it began to shatter. A pillar of light from the sky shot straight down. From now on, the golden portal located at all waiting towers in each country will be unsealed. Various different worlds open before your eyes, the golden portal. When you enter a place concentrated with spatial energy properties, you will be transported to a virtual combat space. The system notifies you that you can fight many monsters and other civilizations here. Zane is monitoring everything with a tracking device. You can put away their weapons. Notice boards appear to transmit information everywhere. To increase your strength, You can choose one of two ways to eliminate all of them, or cooperate with them to eliminate the common enemy, the boss monster. Du Hyuk looks closely. He is very serious as he stares at the notice board. Maximum entry is 5 people. The location now is elsewhere. Underground Training Center. In the guild hall, Xian Zan and Lee Junso are walking side by side. Lee Junso says, I only just received a message from Du Hyuk. So I don't know. Xian Zan continues, I think this is related to the Golden Gate. Lee Junso puts her hand on her chin. She thinks carefully and says, I also received a notification about this Golden Gate. Xian Zan says seriously, an outer space battle using devices from other civilizations. He continues as he walks, but to a B-rank like me, it means nothing, so I didn't think about it. After walking for a while, the two see a door. Lee Junso says this is the training arena, this is the meeting place. Both enter. Sungmi sighs and says, Du Hyuk, it's been a long time since we've had time to meet. Du Hyuk soothes her, I'm sorry, Sungmi, I've had a lot of work lately. Sungmi acts coyly, linking arms with Du Hyuk and says, I know you're busy, so promise me you'll give me a day. Du Hyuk agrees, yeah, okay, I promise. The two chat obliviously, not paying attention to their surroundings. Xian Zan whispers, when is the meeting? Lee Junso interrupts and says, 10 o'clock. The two seem embarrassed overhearing the conversation between Sungmi and Du Hyuk. Xian Zan says, we've arrived too early. Suddenly Lee Junso turns around, her hands in her pants pockets, and asks, do you want to go to the waiting room? Xian Zan nods in agreement. As they are quietly leaving, Xian Zan's phone rings. At that moment, Du Hyuk and Sungmi turn around, Sungmi embarrassed. Her face flushes red. Lee Junso awkwardly says hello. Meanwhile, Xian Zan takes out his phone. Sungmi asks, when did you guys arrive? Lee Junso answers, not long ago. Lee Junso asks, are we late? Hearing Lee Junso's words, Sungmi blushes with embarrassment. Du Hyuk, worried about Sungmi being embarrassed, changes the subject. Everyone is here, let's discuss the next issue. Can we start the meeting? Both Xian Zan and Lee Junso are very surprised. Lee Junso asks in surprise, start what? On the carpet are valuable items. Du Hyuk introduces the items he has collected, he says. This time, thanks to the guild, I was able to identify the items I obtained. Lee Junso feels it's expensive compared to the money she has. She says the scroll price is too expensive, so I won't buy it. Xian Zan looks at Du Hyuk. He asks curiously, can I take a look? Du Hyuk gestures towards the items and says, go ahead. Watching Xian Zan carefully examine each item, Du Hyuk says, today my brothers, Junso and Xian Zan, I will give each of you a favorite item. Du Hyuk says seriously, take your time choosing. Xian Zan and Lee Junso are very surprised. Du Hyuk laughs and says, I've put the items I need in a safe place. These items are for sale, so it's fine. With these items, we can fight against the monsters, Du Hyuk continues. Now we can tackle higher-level dungeons. Necessary equipment for combat is all prioritized. Du Hyuk says, both gear and items need to be checked thoroughly. Sungmi feels awkward about getting them for free, she says, but we can't just accept them for free. Lee Junso agrees. She says, that's right, at least let us pay. Seeing them like that, Du Hyuk accepts, he says, then I'll lend them to you and you can return them later. Junso and Xian Zan are both satisfied with that. They say, okay. Du Hyuk says, pick the things you need. A notification window appears before him. Then Du Hyuk quickly steps outside. He says, I have a lot of work to do, so I'm leaving. Sungmi is sitting behind, she calls out Du Hyuk. In a multi-story building in a room, Sungmi and Du Hyuk are together. Sungmi is shy, she doesn't dare look directly at Du Hyuk. She thinks to herself that it's nice he's here, but she doesn't know what to say. She just thinks, what should I do? Suddenly Du Hyuk places his hand on Sungmi's hand. He says, Sungmi, and she turns to look at Du Hyuk. She says, oh, Du Hyuk leans in and kisses Sungmi. After that kiss, the two pause. Sungmi's face seems lost in the kiss just now. Du Hyuk smiles faintly and doesn't stop there. Du Hyuk pushes Sungmi down onto the bed. He places his hand on the bed. Both are awkward. Suddenly Sungmi speaks up, wait. Sungmi says, I'll go shower first. At that moment, Sungmi is in the bathroom, steam rising, the sound of water trickling. Du Hyuk is lost in thought while waiting for Sungmi to shower. The phone suddenly rings. Du Hyuk doesn't know who would call at this time. He picks up the phone. Looking at the number, he wonders, unknown number. Who could it be? Sungmi calls out hello. She had just finished showering. Her whole body is soaking wet. She looks around and doesn't see Du Hyuk anywhere. Sungmi sees a note left on the bed. At this moment, Du Hyuk has left. Sungmi is disappointed. She says, oh. Du Hyuk recalls the past, thinking to himself, if I only need Durahan and revive Akins, once the dark forces disappear, and all the corrupt citizens can be freed. He still remembers the face and eyes of Akins. A flame then blazes up. Akins can become the spark that ignites the flame of hope for the Desmond Empire. Du Hyuk also knows he is the one who caused everything, so he could become a threat to the altar that the Black Cross Society has erected. The more he thought about it, the more serious his expression became, his brows furrowing. He thought to himself, the next space attack would be very important. Returning to the present, he asked, what do you think, was it helpful? Hearing that, Du Hyuk smiled and answered, yes, it was very helpful. He also showed a pleased look and continued, that's good then, it makes me very happy that you listened seriously. He humbly replied, I'm the one who should be thanking you. Please contact me if you have any new stories. He looked straight at Du Hyuk and said, of course, I'll do my best to find out more things for you and Garen. Time passed and now it was December 24th, 4 p.m. The streets were bustling with people coming and going. Sung-mi was still standing there as if waiting for someone. She brought her hands, numb from the snow, to her mouth and blew a gentle breath, creating a little warmth. Suddenly, a figure appeared from behind her and approached. She startled and looked up, her eyes wide. Sung-mi seemed to recognize him. She smiled and turned her head to look. The person who had just arrived was none other than Du Hyuk. He gently looked at her and asked, the snow must be making you very cold. Why didn't you wait inside the shop? Hearing that, she smiled, her cheeks flushed red and answered, I thought you would come soon, so I decided to wait a bit longer. Hyuk didn't want her to stand there and suffer the cold any longer. He urged. Shall we go? Sung-mi unhesitatingly reached up and took his hand. The atmosphere gradually became warmer. Her happy expression was clearly visible. She looked up with sparkling eyes and answered, yeah. Then, the two walked along, chatting and laughing happily together. The two went to have a meal at a large restaurant, then enjoyed a glass of wine together, warming their feelings. That day's date went extremely smoothly. The sky had already turned to night. Du Hyuk held Sung-mi's hand as they strolled along the street. Amid the quiet scenery, their hands gently intertwined like a promise. Full of trust and closeness, he looked at her gently and asked, did you enjoy today? She heard that and turned to answer, I did. Sung-mi recalled past moments. She said regretfully, every time we went on a date, we were always interrupted by some people. So I was also worried something else would happen today. Du Hyuk had similar feelings, continuing, maybe I'm not very lucky. She stammered, but her cheeks now blushed with shyness and continued. I can become closer to you after those times. Through those words, he realized how great Sung-mi's feelings for him were. He looked at her and softly called, Sung-mi. At that moment, New Year's Eve arrived. Fireworks were launched brilliantly, lighting up the night sky. Sung-mi smiled brightly and said loudly, I had a lot of fun today. Hearing the fireworks, both turned their heads to look. Brilliant bursts of fireworks kept launching, wishing for a good new year. Sung-mi was captivated by the scene before her, unable to take her eyes off it. Suddenly she turned to look at Du Hyuk, smiling, her eyes full of happiness. Like her, he also enjoyed the peaceful moment watching the fireworks in front of them. She moved close to him, then gently tilted her head, leaning on his broad shoulder. Time passed quickly. Du Hyuk walked ahead and spoke. It's late, let me take you home. Sung-mi followed behind. Hearing that, she stammered, yes, Oppa. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed red like ripe tomatoes. I want to stay with you until morning. Scene transitioned to a large, skyscraper luxury hotel. Inside the room at that moment, Du Hyuk and Sung-mi were sitting together on the same bed. The silence was awkward. She shyly and awkwardly turned away, thinking to herself, I'm glad I had the courage to come here. But the more she thought, the more flustered she became and wondered. But what should I do now? Suddenly, Du Hyuk placed his hand on hers, calling out, Sung-mi, Sung-mi. Sung-mi was startled by his voice and shyly replied, Oppa. Before she could say anything else, Du Hyuk proactively leaned in and planted a passionate kiss on her lips. The atmosphere became somewhat less awkward, and the air in the room gradually heated up. Sung-mi looked at Du Hyuk with eyes full of love. He returned her gaze with sincere, passionate eyes. The two didn't hesitate, quickly proceeding to the next steps. Sung-mi slowly lay down on the bed. Du Hyuk also pressed close, staring at her. Their heartbeats were so fast that each could hear the other. She, too shy, averted her eyes elsewhere and said, Wait a moment, Oppa. After a moment of hesitation, she continued, Let me take a shower first. So Sung-mi went into the bathroom, warm steam rising thickly. Her feet touched the floor, accompanied by water flowing down. Outside, Du Hyuk sat pensively, chin resting on his hand, waiting. Suddenly, his phone received a call and vibrated. Although it was on silent mode because the space was too quiet, he could still hear it and turned his eyes to look. Du Hyuk went over, picked up the phone and checked. However, he didn't recognize the incoming number at all, wondering, I don't recognize this number, who could it be? Without much hesitation, he answered, hello. After a while, Sung-mi had finished showering. She gently looked outside to observe. However, what awaited her was that Du Hyuk was nowhere to be seen. The room was empty. Her attention shifted to a small note neatly left on the bed. She softly called, Oppa. At the same time, on the main street outside, under the late-night lights, three mysterious men were standing waiting. Du Hyuk approached them and asked, Are you the ones who called me? The one in a blue shirt heard that and replied, So you are Du Hyuk. At that, he felt even more suspicious. He pondered with a thoughtful look, thinking, He called me out without knowing who I am. He continued to observe the three men standing before him. A strange red light emanated around them, but these guys didn't look very good. That light wasn't what Du Hyuk found completely strange. What he found strangest were the veins bulging on their bodies. He wondered, what's the deal with those bulging veins on their bodies? after staring at Du Hyup with eyes as if they wanted to devour him alive. They approached him, shouting angrily, "We don't have any parking spaces, because you took up 2 parking spots with your car." "That's right, move your car now." Facing that aggressive attitude, Du Hyup calmly replied, "You can stop that stiff acting now." He put his hands in his pockets and continued frankly, "I don't know why you called me out here." As he spoke, Du Hyup's expression grew more menacing. His eyes blazed with deadly threat. "But if someone specifically targeted me, it definitely wouldn't be for a trivial reason like that." The hat-wearing guy was surprised that the plan was discovered, asking the one in front, "How does he know?" The other smirked and replied, "It doesn't matter." With those words, his figure turned a dark blood red. He pressed close to Du Hyup's face, continuing, "There are many people dissatisfied with your rising fame." He directly pulled out a sharp dagger. While that one stood in front, the 2 behind silently closed in from behind, surrounding Du Hyup, not letting him escape. The red light emanating around them grew denser and denser. They charged straight at him, shouting, "Stop being noisy and just die." Facing this situation, Du Hyup showed no fear. Instead, he was extremely irritated, clenching his teeth and asking, "Is that the reason you called me out here?" With that, he directly used the magic bullet skill, aiming straight at the group attacking him. Not stopping there, you even used the fire blaze field skill, creating an erupting flame that seemed to want to burn everything down. To finish it, Du Hyup used the ice storm technique, forming a massive whirlwind that blew them all away. By then, those guys had been beaten to a pulp and couldn't fight back. They collapsed to their knees on the ground, cursing, "Damn it." He raised his head to look toward his comrades lying flattened at Du Hyuk's feet, thinking, "I thought he was just a slightly well-known awakened being." Seeing him sitting there in silence, you spoke up. "So you came to see me, thinking this many of you would be enough." Finishing those words, you quickly advanced to stand right in front of him, eyes furious, and continued, "If that's all you're capable of." You paused. Then asked directly, "Then who sent you to kill me?" Hearing that, a look of fear crossed his face. He thought for a moment, then answered, "I don't know who it was." He held out a piece of paper and went on, "We only received a letter saying we would get a lot of money and an unlimited supply of drugs if we eliminated you." While Du Hyuk was standing there interrogating that guy, the other 2 had regained consciousness behind him and suddenly lunged forward with their weapons for a surprise attack. However, before they could succeed, he noticed it instantly, casting a sharp glance back over his shoulder. He raised his hand slightly, unleashing ice magic, and uttered, "Kai Gong." Suddenly, 2 techniques materialized out of nowhere, sending the 2 attackers flying backward. To Du Hyuk's astonishment, he stared in surprise at the 2 bodies lying stiff and dead on the ground and wondered, "Are there still some left?" With that thought, he smiled and turned around, saying softly, "Thank you for your help." Out of nowhere, a strange man in a hat was already standing there waiting, his appearance highly suspicious. Seeing the man standing there without responding, Du Hyuk directed an observing gaze toward him, silently assessing. The 2 of them just locked eyes, neither saying a word. After a moment, Du Hyuk spoke first, "But who are you? Since you helped me, I'm guessing you're not on the same side as these thugs." The man touched the brim of his hat lightly and replied, "Have you ever heard of something called hallucinogenic drugs?" Without waiting for Du Hyuk to answer, he immediately explained, "It's a type of drug that temporarily enhances the user's reaction time and concentration for casting spells." After explaining, he pointed toward the guy kneeling behind Du Hyuk and said, "The person beside you is addicted to that hallucinogenic drug." At that moment, you replied with a serious expression, "But I understand there was once a large-scale campaign to eliminate these kinds of drugs after the Guild War." He added, "That was in the initial phase, but after the T-Hoa Guild in China intervened, the situation got worse." Saying this, he glanced over at the ones lying scattered on the ground. "I've been keeping an eye on the people who use these drugs to punish the group that appeared and distributed them in Seoul. I didn't know their target was you, Park Jae." Having said what he wanted to say, he turned to leave. Behind his back, 2 fully equipped individuals also suddenly appeared. "I'll hand these people over to you, so you can go now." Du Hyuk didn't want to get further entangled in this matter either and thought to himself, "It seems he's in the same group as Ka." Thinking this, he spoke up and replied, "All right, thank you." Before leaving, the man didn't forget to add, "I'll see you again soon." It was already very late and Du Hyuk didn't want to waste any more time lingering here. He used his teleportation skill and vanished on the spot. Scene change, at the hotel building where Sung-mi was staying. Du Hyuk had returned. He entered the room to find her sitting on the bed in a daze, neither moving nor making a sound. A strange fragrance was also emanating throughout the room. Eyes full of surprise, he observed. After observing for a moment, he thought, "This scent, I took it out as a precaution." Du Hyuk fixed his gaze on the potion bottle lying beside Sung-mi. An info panel appeared. Fragrant allure magic increases attractiveness to others 5-fold. It will have no effect if they are not interested in you. As if understanding everything, he smiled toward her and called, "Sung-mi." At that moment, she slowly stood up, her demeanor extremely strange, both cheeks flushed bright red. She moved closer, her hands gripping his shoulders tightly, and called softly, "Honey." As she said it, Sung-mi pushed Do Hyuk down onto the bed, much to his surprise. Under the potion's influence, Sung-mi became increasingly alluring. An intense desire was directed at Do Hyuk, as if she wanted to devour him completely. In response, Do Hyuk showed no sign of displeasure. On the contrary, he seemed excited. A faint smile curved at the corner of his mouth, and the two gradually drew closer. The surrounding atmosphere heated up unusually. Sung-mi, now completely uninhibited, boldly pushed him down. Then she quickly slipped off her outer jacket, revealing her smooth body, and whispered, "The night is still long." That night of passion quickly passed. Early the next morning, at a large mountain with majestic natural scenery, Do Hyuk and Sung-mi were walking together deep within the forest. After walking for a while, the edge of the forest came into view. Do Hyuk was astonished by the sight before him, his eyes widening. Right in front of them both now was a massive stone cave. He spoke up and asked, "A dungeon in a place like this?" Upon hearing that, Sung-mi turned back to look at me, smiled, and replied, "Just wait here, since the others haven't arrived yet." As soon as she finished speaking, a noise suddenly came from behind. He quickly turned to look. At that moment, someone was approaching, smiling and saying, "So you two are the first ones here." Do Hyuk observed him for a moment, then replied, "Judging by your voice, you must be the person I met yesterday." Hearing that, he didn't deny it and immediately admitted, "Yes, that's right. Yesterday I was dressed differently, so I thought you wouldn't recognize me at a glance." At that, he extended his hand in a friendly manner and introduced himself. "Nice to meet you, my name is Bich Chandu." An information panel appeared displaying the title SS Bich Chandu. Then he looked towards Sung-mi and asked, "Long time no see, Sumi. How are you? I heard you recently reached B rank." "Congratulations." Hearing that, she put on a cold expression and replied, "I'm not worth that much praise. I still have a long way to go compared to you." Chodu smiled and continued, "Don't be so modest, Sung-mi." She replied, "You haven't changed a bit, Chanju." He asked back, "Really? I thought I had changed a lot after meeting so many different people abroad." Having said that, he looked at Do Hyuk again and said, "More importantly, I know we just met yesterday, but now I can see you more clearly in the daylight." He added, "You're tall and your body is very solid. That's really great. Come to think of it, you look very different from yesterday." While he was saying that, suddenly from a nearby bush, a loud noise rang out. Two girls stepped forward and politely greeted, "It seems I'm late. Sorry everyone, it's my fault, I drove too slowly." Chandu smiled and replied, "No, it's fine. Now that we're all here, shall we go?" A little later, the whole group began to enter the large cave. The system displayed a notification that you have entered the dungeon. Leading the way ahead were a series of Do Hyuk's flycams. While walking, Chandu turned back to look at him and spoke. "Do Hyuk, our goal today is not to clear the dungeon." He continued, "To start, our guild has never been able to conquer this dungeon before, and it's very difficult to request foreign aid, so we are raiding it now." Hearing that, Do Hyuk replied, "I understand." Then Sung-mi also spoke up, "This place has really become a problem for our guild. We own it, we should conquer it, but each time we try, the casualties keep increasing." As she spoke, she smiled, "But I think now we have a balanced team." She looked at Do Hyuk and said, "Because Do Hyuk is also quite flexible. We should proceed calmly and orderly." Jian-do also approached and said, "Do Hyuk, I couldn't give it to you earlier, but here are the black sand magic boots we agreed on." From the shoebox, an info panel appeared, "Black sand magic boots. Legendary magic 200, luck 200, wisdom 200. Special skill, quantum leap. The user can instantly jump up to 15 m if the black sand magic gloves are equipped simultaneously. The black sand set effect will activate." Saying that, he continued to take out a sword and handed it to Do Hyuk. "This is a legendary sword that I prepared, I hope you like it." Suddenly at that moment, from a short distance away, a monster with sharp claws holding a bow and arrow was aiming this way. As soon as he saw it, Do Hyuk was extremely shocked, his eyes widened. He ran quickly toward Jian-do, shouting, "Jian-do." In this situation, he showed no worry, on the contrary, he calmly said, "I know." With sharp eyes and a wide grin, what a rude way of greeting. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying amount of purple magic suddenly erupted around him. That magic transformed into sharp arrows, pointed straight at Jian-do and shot toward him. Without much hesitation, he cast magic as fast as lightning, his eyes ablaze, swinging his hand to form a circle. Blades of sharp blue light shot out, completely destroying all those arrows. Just like that, it was resolved, the atmosphere eerily silent. Jian-do looked around and said, "This must be the starting point of the battle area in the dungeon." As it turned out, at that moment, all around the nearby bushes, monsters had already surrounded them, lying in wait. He continued, "But we are surrounded." Seeing that, Do Hyuk didn't stay still but stepped forward offering, "I'll help you." He immediately stopped him, saying, "No, Right now I need you to scout the terrain of this area. It seems to have changed a lot since the last time we came to activate this place. At the same time, the monsters also started reacting. They were as numerous as a storm, charging all at once. Jian-du said, I'll hold them off while you do that. Saying that, he raised both hands, creating 2 streams of magic and launching them at the monsters. 2 enormous illusory hands slowly materialized, pressing down on the monsters, then clenching tightly. The monsters were crushed by this technique, their bodies exploding into dust. Jian-du maintained his posture, hands tightening without letting go. Seizing this opportunity, he turned back and shouted loudly, Du Hyuk! Du Hyuk understood, immediately coordinating by launching himself forward like flying. He stood below and yelled, I leave that to you. As he flew higher and higher, suddenly he felt something strange and directed his eyes downward. Below at that moment was an extremely vast space, completely different from other dungeons. He wondered, what are these things? Du Hyuk looked utterly bewildered. It felt as if they had entered another dimension rather than a dungeon. Thinking that, he glanced down again. Below where Sung-mi was, she had been surrounded by monsters. They charged together, but she didn't budge, standing still in place. Her eyes wide open, pupils blazing without fear. Suddenly a huge foot appeared from somewhere, stomping down hard, making the ground shake. A monster with an ultra-giant body came striding, towering. It grinned fiercely, eyes red as blood. It was a giant of SS rank. The scene unfolding before them left the group members frozen, mouths agape in shock. The giant monster still stood there towering, baring its fierce teeth. Suddenly it opened its mouth, and within its oral cavity, a large purple magic sphere began accumulating. Du Hyuk was still standing above, observing everything below. Still dazed, suddenly he heard a series of loud sounds approaching. Right below were countless horse hooves thundering forward, as numerous as ants. On the backs of the horses were countless soldiers fully equipped with armor and weapons. Du Hyuk quickly recognized them, exclaiming, Dark Knight Knights, Black Shadow Knights of a rank. Startled, Sung-mi behind him called out loudly, Du Hyuk, she continued, leave the giant to us. Just take care of the monsters behind it. Hearing that, he smirked, thinking, so the guild master and I are thinking alike. As soon as the words left his lips, from behind the giant monster, a barrage of lightning bolts shot forth. The person who had just launched this technique was Du Hyuk. With a cold expression, he said, this is a gift for you. At these words, 3 spherical orbs flew straight in front of the giant monster's face, causing it to stop its viciousness. He continued, I will beat you later. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 orbs immediately exploded, a blinding light spreading out all around. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, the giant monster's face darkened. Its head drooped down. Seizing the opportunity, Tran-Du reached his hand behind him to cast magic. His eyes blazed with pupils shining brightly, his killing intent surging. He directly launched an extremely powerful blow at the giant monster. Du Hyuk, standing high above, because the layer of smoke and dust was too thick. He could not see the situation below at all. Without further hesitation, he shot down like an arrow, piercing through the thick smoke and dust. As he approached the Dark Knights, he thought to himself, first, I need to prevent the Dark Knights from reaching the giant. Du Hyuk raised his hand and used the superior fire wall skill. A cataclysmic explosion made the ground crack for 100 miles, erupting. A wall of fire appeared. After creating the fire wall to block the Dark Knights, he gently descended to the ground below. He looked ahead, thinking to himself, now how will they react? Just as he thought that, from the other side of the wall, a strange red light appeared. The scene that followed made Du Hyuk's eyes widen in astonishment. Right in front of him now, a Dark Knight was able to split the wall into a large circle and easily pass through. The more Du Hyuk watched, the more bewildered he became, wondering. They charged through the fire wall and intended to attack head-on. Then, without hesitation, he cast another skill, shouting, blinding light. Around the Dark Knight, a series of blue strands appeared. They surrounded the Dark Knight's body and tightened around it. Du Hyuk crouched down on the ground, his gaze fixed forward. From behind that Dark Knight, a host of others were also trying to advance through the fire wall. He thought to himself that it would be very difficult to deal with them one by one. Having thought that, he smirked, reached out and grabbed the Dark Knight's weapon and softly said, Superior lightning chains. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling golden light emanated. Around them at that moment, a series of magic circles and lightning chains appeared. From the sky, golden lightning bolts from all directions gathered and struck down below. Tran-Du, standing nearby and watching the scene before him, asked in utter amazement, is that the sight of someone 2 levels below me? He just stood there staring, an expression of astonishment on his face. Are you kidding me? At the same time, on Du Hyuk's side, the Dark Knights had been beaten and were lying scattered on the ground. He stared down at them, thinking to himself, that should prevent them from rushing in foolishly. The fire wall remained there steadfast. He considered that they could go around the fire wall, but that would also take a lot of time. His brows furrowed and he exclaimed, which means, just as Du Hyuk made his judgment, things happened exactly as he thought. They would try to attack and not. A volley of spear tips shot straight toward where he stood. He immediately brought his hands together and created a strange purple magic aura. Du Hyuk softly said, "Infinite darkness." The sphere of darkness rapidly grew larger. Darkness spread out around, enveloping the dark knights inside. Du Hyuk's feet slowly retreated a few steps. He gathered momentum and leaped away, disappearing into the dark night. After escaping from the sphere of darkness, he stood back at a distance. He immediately used another skill. Superior Acid Cloud. Du Hyuk created a large dome barrier encasing the surrounding, once he was sure the dark knights were inside. He used the technique, Acid Cloud Prison. Tiny green acid droplets seeped in and corroded the knights. They did not give up trying to walk toward Du Hyuk. However, very quickly, they were turned into a slimy, melted puddle on the ground. Du Hyuk maintained that cold expression, casting his gaze downward to observe, saying nothing. Scene change, the southern region of the Miraculum continent, the kingdom of Sinches. This kingdom has been in a difficult situation for the past 30 years, due to the emergence of an army of killers living in the Republican mountain range. A natural fortress rich in underground resources, the empire faced difficulties in developing its military forces. In the north, the Magic Empire constantly sought every opportunity to invade, so the kingdom had no choice but to build a massive fortress along with towering defensive walls. They had to stop the army of killers from advancing any further. Back to the present, from atop the fortress wall, someone approached and asked, "What are you looking at?" The other replied, "Look over there." He continued, "Did we receive word that the royal mages would come to support us?" The person beside him thought for a moment, then answered, "There's been no such notification." From in front of them at that moment, a series of golden lightning bolts tore across the sky, leaving them astonished. "Then why do I see magic over there?" As soon as he said that, he smiled and asked, "Who could it be?" The other added, "No way." Not letting the guard finish his sentence, Mylok climbed onto the wall and said, "Don't worry, I'll go check it out." The guard looked down, following the figure of his comrade, and shouted, "If anything's strange, you must return immediately." At the same time, at the giant monster's location, it finally woke up, raising its hand to hold its head. Its eyes blazing red, furious, it immediately swung its arm up, clenched its fist, and punched forward. Where it was aiming was precisely the barrier Du Hyuk had created. The giant monster frantically threw out powerful punches. Seeing the situation was not good, Sumi looked worried, gritted her teeth, and thought to herself, "This thing is ridiculously strong." The giant monster seemed insane. Out of control, from another direction, someone took out a staff, creating a blazing red fairy lightning that surrounded them. The fairy lightning shot like a storm toward the giant monster. An information panel appeared. Whisper of the evil demon, infected beings are not affected by fairy magic. Nami, after unleashing her skill. Just now, she ran while looking at Dohai and said, "Master, my fairy magic ultimate move doesn't work on." Hearing that, she glanced over and continued, "Nami, the monster is immune to negative effects. Try using a normal attack skill on its eyes." With those words, her whole body moved like a lightning bolt, leaping from tree to tree. At that moment, Daedohi approached the giant monster's foot. Then she unleashed a series of direct slashes at its leg. Suddenly, she stopped short. Her eyes narrowed in shock. She looked at the foot covered in cut marks and thought to herself, so even these attacks didn't make it budge. Thinking that, she raised her blade, her eyes shining brightly, and thought, "Then what about this?" Saying that, Dohai unleashed a slash with greater destructive power. Finally, one of its legs was severed and a sharp pain surged. Suddenly, the giant monster froze, gnashing its teeth in anger, and shifted its gaze downward. Mi, standing opposite, was also startled by its expression, bewildered. Nami shouted a warning, "Master, watch out, that attack just nullified my taunt skill." As soon as she finished speaking, the giant monster swung its arm down heavily. The ground and trees where it struck were all dented into a trail. At the same time, on Dohai's side, she was still safe and sound after that strike. It turned out that at the most dangerous moment, Du Hyuk had appeared in time to rescue her. He stretched out his hand, forming a large shield in front. He turned his head back and said, "Master, stay here and recover." With that, Du Hyuk stood there, coldly giving an order. Go. Immediately from behind the nearby forest, his two robots appeared together and advanced. They rushed toward the giant monster. The giant monster quickly noticed and glanced to the side. It raised its huge hand, wanting to grab the two robots. However, naturally it couldn't do anything. The two robots were extremely fast and agile. In a flash, they disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Aaron and Irene appeared above the giant monster's head. The two swords combined, throwing a lightning-fast punch straight down below. This strike, like a bolt from heaven, directly hit the monster's head. Its entire body was crushed to the ground, dust and smoke billowing up thickly. Duhai, sitting there watching the scene just now, was utterly astonished, thinking to himself, "What incredible power." Just as he thought that, suddenly in a flash, Du Hyuk disappeared without a trace. On Akron and Irene's side, they were also standing tall on the monster's body. It still wasn't dead, springing up with a great roar. It raised its head, both eyes glowing bright red. Du Hyuk had now advanced right in front of the giant monster. With sharp eyes and clenched jaws, he launched himself forward. The giant monster also took on a ferocious stance, its huge mouth gaping wide. He threw 3 skull-shaped orbs of bizarre appearance toward it. The closer they got to the monster, the brighter those orbs glowed. Seizing the moment, Du Hyuk raised his hand into the air, creating a large energy sphere surrounded by lightning bolts. And so, a terrifying explosion took place. Flames engulfed the entire body of the hideous monster, burning it in agony. The flames burning the monster blazed fiercely. Suddenly, right there, a loud explosion rang out. Akron and Irene flew up high, standing before Du Hyuk to observe. Du Hyuk and Haitran sat down holding a notebook and thought. SS rank is different, all top-quality stuff. The system panel displayed a notification. Level 7 Incantation. Control of Living Dead Fabrication. Obtained 5 copies of the Super Precision Terror Drone. The system panel again notified. Level 7 Incantation. Control of the Living Dead. The authority to fully control living dead depends on the user's level. Currently able to control these living dead. Crawling ghouls, mist-living archer monsters. Du Hyuk smiled, thinking, these incantations came at just the right time. He looked at the icon that appeared on the system panel. Now he also had some drones that could be used on the ground. Just entering the dungeon and already this lucky. Suddenly, a panic scream rang out somewhere, startling Du Hyuk. Sung-mi and Chan-du were rushing over. Sung-mi said, Du Hyuk, it seems we've attracted their attention because we just took down those giants. Du Hyuk turned back to look at the two of them and said, we can retreat anytime, so let's try to keep them here. What do you all think? Chan-du replied, sounds good, we didn't come here just to kill a few giants. Let's fight more. Du Hyuk, while speaking, described the 4-person formation including himself. Du Hyuk, Sung-mi and Nami used the same formation as before, but this time Akron and Irene will guard the flanks. He listened to their expressions and continued, I'll take on the small fry. Sung-mi added, be careful please. Right after, Du Hyuk launched himself high into the air. Standing high above, he looked down upon the forest full of tiny red dots. He raised his hand and said, a vast area like this is the perfect place to test the true power of the new incantation. His power cracked a whole patch of the sky. Du Hyuk shouted, meteor storm! At that moment, Smilok was speeding along just above the ground. Suddenly, he saw tiny red glimmers ahead. Those red glimmers were the glowing red eyes of a group of monsters gathered, growling. Without much thought, Smilok drew his sword and charged. He swung his sword mightily down upon the monsters. He moved very fast, dispatching one monster after another in the blink of an eye. After a moment, he and his sword had finished off the group of monsters. He noticed something unusual, so he lifted his gaze to look at the light shining above his head. He saw countless meteors crashing down from the sky with a thunderous roar. He voiced his wonder. This magic is, he recalled a masked wizard and thought. Could it be that the greatest wizard of our kingdom, Lord Ben Tan, has arrived? Impossible. Lord Ben Tan should be at the border of the magic empire right now. What the hell is going on? Du Hyuk, standing in the air, controlled the meteors raining down like a storm. Sung-mi, Chan-du, and Du Hai were together creating a light shield to protect themselves from Du Hyuk's meteor storm. Du Hai turned to Chan-du and asked, he must be something else, right? Chan-du replied, I think so too, Du Hai. Today you brought someone really amazing. Du Hai turned and said, to be precise, we are just a mutually beneficial relationship. Chan-du replied, I've always been proud of my rank. He closed his eyes and continued, but today I can't help thinking that my skills are just mediocre. Du Hai replied, it's just that Du Hyuk is too awesome. On this side, Sung-mi used a special move to lock the monsters in place and yelled, everyone, they're coming again. Sung-mi was standing face to face with that horde of monsters. Then suddenly, from a distance, a golden light surrounded a sword that appeared. The slash came down, shaking the very ground. Fortunately, Sung-mi dodged in time. A voice rang out. The brilliant blade flashed. The monsters were incinerated before that dazzling light. Sung-mi stood silently, looking questioningly toward the person who had just attacked. There, a young man in armor stood tall with his sword. At that moment, Smilok looked at Sung-mi and asked, who are you? She remained still. In her mind, she wondered, what language is he speaking? I don't understand. Suddenly, Du Hyuk appeared behind her and replied, we come from another world. Sung-mi was startled and looked at him, exclaiming, Du Hyuk. At this, Duke Smilok looked at Du Hyuk and asked, so you can use translation magic. Then Smilok continued, then you are the one who wiped out the zombie horde here. He is SS rank Duke Smilok. Du Hyuk replied, yes, that was me. We used a spatial passage to get here. He went on, and we dealt with the zombies that threatened us first. Smilok then said, there must be some reason you people are hunting zombies. Smilok's gaze hardened and he asked, how can you guarantee that we are not your target? Du Hyuk replied, as for me, I am currently searching for traces of the Desmond Empire as well as fighting against the Kalong elves that have vanished from the continent of Idamatia. Smilok continued, the Desmond Empire, Are you talking about the empire that was destroyed in the middle continent, eh? Du Hyuk answered, that's right. Smilok immediately responded, this place is currently in the north of that continent, known as the continent of Miraculum. There's no way there would be any clues to that empire here. Du Hyuk seriously replied, we have no intention of harming you. He continued, however, we must hunt zombies to increase our strength. Smilok replied, I understand. His face darkened and his eyes glowed with authority as he said, but I cannot allow any other beings into this place in order to protect our kingdom. He swung his sword of light and continued, I will pretend I never saw today's battle, so please leave this place. He swung his sword, creating a stream of light, and said, you may very well be considered enemies at our next meeting. Even though Du Hyuk and Sung Mi also assumed battle stances because it seemed Smilok wanted to challenge them, Du Hyuk quickly understood and raised his hand in a signal to stop. Everyone was quite surprised by that action. Du Hyuk spoke. He glanced back and gave a slight nod. Then he turned back to Smilok and said, we will withdraw this time, but we will return. Hearing that, Smilok drew his sword threateningly. I am always ready to accept your challenge. Then he turned and walked away, still calling back over his shoulder, wizard from another world. Kandek was still standing on the fortress waiting for his comrade to return. Very quickly, Smilok returned, leaping up onto the fortress. Kandek exclaimed, Smilok. Kandek asked, you're back, are you all right? Smilok answered, yes. Kandek then asked, so what did you find? Smilok recalled the image of meeting Zohyok's group earlier. He answered, there were 5 foreigners in strange clothes speaking a different language. Kandek asked, did they come from another continent? Smilok remembered the sea monsters. He said, for over 100 years, no one has been able to cross the vast ocean due to enormous whirlpools and endless sea monsters. Kandek recalled the image of Smilok killing a black-cloaked figure before. He then said, like the cultist you defeated, perhaps what it said was true. Did they really come from another dimension? Smilok's face turned serious as he answered. That's what they said, but I warned them to go back. Kandek replied, understood. Smilok thought of Zohyok. He then spoke, but the energy I sensed from the mage I communicated with was far superior to the other 4. He recalled the feeling when facing Du Hyuk. He continued, he didn't even flinch at the killing intent I directed at him. Kandek replied, that's because he doesn't know how strong you are. Smilok walked closer to the fortress railing and said, I'm sure he won't come back. I guess I'll find out why he was so calm in front of me if he does return. Smilok turned to talk to the soldier. More importantly, we should report today's events and send a letter to Lord Ben Tan. Kandek replied, I'll do it right away. Normally, the system panel announced, you have left the dungeon. Zohyok's entire group had returned to the waiting room of the Nature Guild's dungeon. Chandu immediately said, so it's not just a dungeon but another dimension. Du Hyuk continued, I never thought it could be something like that. Du Hyuk then said, everyone's high-level teams must have been blown away by the zombie legion. He crossed his arms and continued, but we were able to take down the giant. That's how Smilok could notice and find us. Du Hyuk spoke up, I don't think it would be a good idea to let everyone know that it's another dimension. Chandu added, I agree. Du Hyuk glanced over and said, the moment people find out it's a new dimension, I'm sure someone will enter that dimension for selfish personal gain. He stood up, stepped forward and said, but I'd also like to go a few more times with these members. Du Hyuk asked again. But didn't that Smilok guy say that if we return, be prepared for a fight? Du Hyuk calmly replied, I think we can defeat him with our skills. Chanju spoke up, I think there's been some misunderstanding. He compared the 2 images of Zohyok and Smilok and said, we thought they were on the same side as the monsters, and it seems they also think we have hostile intentions like the living dead. Du Hyuk replied, you're right. I think we can clear up the misunderstanding and communicate with them. Dohai folded his arms and said, this worries me. We're not just dealing with monsters in the dungeon, but also a civilization from another dimension. Nami added, it's interesting to meet people who only encounter monsters. Du Hyuk glanced at Sung Mi and thought to himself, I had that same reaction the first time I met someone from another dimension. Dongbai said nothing, she just closed her eyes and remained silent. Sung Mi thought about the giant's attacks, remembering that fight. The giant's attacks kept raining down. She thought, I wonder if I could counterattack if I didn't put all my strength into defense. She pictured herself nimbly dodging those attacks with ease. She thought, I should practice a bit so I can move freely and evade those attacks. Hyuk glanced at Sung Mi and thought, she's already started analyzing that last battle. He then reached up and gently patted Sung Mi's head. Du Hyuk said, you did very well, Sung Mi, your block was very impressive. Sung Mi replied, thank you, but there's still a lot I need to improve. She gently placed her hand on Du Hyuk's hand. Sung Mi smiled warmly and said, but I'm very happy to receive your praise. Du Hyuk looked at the 2 of them being affectionate and spoke up. In that case, Du Hyuk continued, we'll leave in 2 days after we've finished preparing. Let's call it a day. Chandu looked at the red gem in his palm and said cheerfully, Although this wasn't our original intention, we have a lot of items, so let's just use them to boost our stats, everyone. System panel announcement. 5 transcendent level space stones. Estimated market value 30 billion won, about 21 million US dollars. Somewhere out on the ocean, rain poured down endlessly on a warship. This was the aircraft carrier for the Guardian. Inside the ship, a manager walked over to a sailor. He asked, "How many days has the weather been like this?" The sailor replied, "More than a week now." The manager was silent, full of worry, thinking, "Over a week already. What the hell is going on?" Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the ship head-on. The light from outside shone into the room, blinding both of them. The manager gritted his teeth and asked, "Hey, what's going on?" The sailor replied. Suddenly, lightning struck the ship. Outside the battleship, a young man with red hair stood tall in the rain. The manager wondered, not understanding who would stand out there in this weather. He shouted at the sailor, "What are you doing? Quickly deploy the combat unit to handle it." The sailor immediately reported to the unit. This was an emergency alarm. The combat unit moved to the deck and checked the situation. A few members of the unit stepped onto the deck to inspect, and one spoke up. "Oh my God, I was resting." They walked through the rain toward the red-haired man and loudly asked, "Hey, who are you?" A thunderclap boomed, illuminating a corner of the sky. The red-haired guy turned around to look at them under the light of a lightning bolt striking behind him. He was silent, his sharp, cold eyes glowing as he looked at them. The sailors on this side spoke up, puzzled. This guy is wearing our combat uniform." Another added, "Aren't you Palachi from Platoon 1? So they shouted, "You're not on duty. What are you doing here?" Palachi didn't answer. He leaped up and vanished in an instant. He charged like the wind, attacking those soldiers in the blink of an eye. After finishing his attack, Palachi stood tall in the middle of the deck under the endless rain. His eyes were sharp and cold, filled with murderous intent. An eerie voice echoed, "Kill them." A man with long, completely white hair spoke slowly. "My servant." His words and hands were controlling Palachi. He said, "Your heart must take responsibility for interrupting me, Vendela. Kill them." At that moment in Zohyok's house, Sungi was lying on the bed, swinging her legs while watching a tablet, and Du Hyok was also focused, opening system monitoring panel. He looked at the system panels and said, "Time to review the spells I have." A system panel displayed information about an orange bottle. This 100 ml dose of extra serum doubles the user's combat ability for 5 minutes. After the effect ends, the user's combat ability decreases by 20% for 1 minute. He thought to himself that this would be great with large-scale support. Another system panel appeared. Special spell, Transcendent Support Level 1. A craftsman's active skill. When large-scale support reaches the maximum level of 20, it automatically converts into this skill. Consumes 1000 mana, increases the combat ability of all members by 3 times. When Transcendent Support is activated, mana will not drop below 1. Additionally, physical and magical defense are doubled. Cooldown 30 minutes. Another panel, Special Spell. Maximum Recovery Level 1, Personal Active Skill. When the healing skill reaches the maximum level of 20, it automatically converts into this skill. Consumes 2000 mana, restores 100% of the user's physical strength, and heals 50% of all injury. Can consume an additional 4000 mana to completely heal all injury. Du Hyok dismissed the system panels, thinking, "The special spells I usually use have been upgraded. Using them is well worth it." He silently thought about the looted items, musing, "But lately I haven't seen any spell books. I've only been getting substitute items." Sitting in the lit room, he thought, "I haven't seen any with similar identification or on the network for a while now." Suddenly, a yellow system panel appeared in front of Du Hyok. The panel read, "The following reward has been provided to player Du Hyok to accelerate growth. By using a space fragment, you can locate which dungeon contains the spell of your choice. Condition: each space fragment has a 10% success rate. If unsuccessful, the space fragment will be destroyed." Du Hyok looked up at the notice. He laughed wryly and said, "Haha, I never thought I'd see a lottery in this form again." He looked down at the panel, continuing, "This time I obtained some space fragments." The panel displayed 10 space fragments. Du Hyok raised his hand and looked at the space fragments before him. He thought, "How could I not give it a try?" The system panel announced, "One space fragment has been used." Du Hyok then said, "I want the level 7 spell Fire Summon and the level 8 spell Substitute." The system panel displayed, searching for spells. The panel suddenly lit up. Du Hyok shouted, "What?" causing Sungi to flinch. She turned to look at Du Hyok, who was clutching his head and shouting, "No way." The system panel announced, "Desmond C., you can obtain the spells Fire Summon and Substitute from this dungeon." Du Hyok gritted his teeth in anger as he read that line. He thought, "I can't believe I wasted 5 space fragments on this." The system panel then announced again, "This dungeon is above S rank and is the lair of the Dullahan." Du Hyok thought about the image of the Dullahan, musing to himself. Desmond C. dungeon has been activated. He silently thought, "I'll have trouble with this dungeon, even if I bring Hizzy and lackeys." Sungmi then turned and lay down near Du Hyok. She asked, "Hey, what were you shouting about just now?" She looked at him puzzled and asked, Are you worried about something? Du Hyuk was about to explain, but just as he opened his mouth, the system panel displayed a notification. Player Du Hyuk may bring along the teammate most interested in him, or a player of the opposite sex. This teammate will receive the powerful blessing of De, and will not cause spatial rift. Sungmi looked at the notification panel and asked, "Is it because of this dungeon?" She tilted her head and said to Du Hyuk, "Then I'll go with you." Du Hyuk stood up, turned to Sungmi and said, "You can't come with me. This dungeon will be much harder than the dungeon we went into yesterday." Du Hyuk's expression turned serious and he continued, "I won't take you somewhere you can't handle." Du Hyuk thought of the dark imagery of the Black Knight Cross and the Desmond Empire. He continued, "Moreover, if you enter this dungeon you'll have no choice but to get entangled with the Black Knight Cross, the Desmond Empire, and Hizzy's dangerous background." Sungmi sprang to her feet and said, "I'm okay with all of that as long as I can go with you." She composed herself and continued, "So I was thinking you could test me." With an extremely serious gaze, Sungmi went on, "To see if I'm good enough to go with you." She continued, "If I don't pass the test, I'll back off." Du Hyuk replied, "Well, if you insist, fine." After that, Du Hyuk and Sungmi moved to the underground training facility for the test. Du Hyuk said, "Let me explain how this test will be conducted." An illustration showed Sungmi hitting Du Hyuk. He said, "You'll pass if you can avoid my attacks and land a hit on me." An illustration showed Sungmi's bracelet changing color, and he went on, "That means, if you take more than 10% damage and your bracelet turns yellow." Du Hyuk held out an auto spider on his palm and continued, "I'll also use auto spider drones to attack, so keep that in mind." He instructed, "You only get one try." Seeing Sungmi tensing her muscles in preparation for the test, Du Hyuk asked, "Shall we begin?" Sungmi stretched and replied, "Yes." With a gaze full of determination, she said, "Don't hold back." Du Hyuk also showed a determined look. Full of trust in Sungmi, he formed a glowing blue hand seal on his hand. Then he launched a net-like beam attack towards Sungmi, shouting, "Force bullet technique." Sungmi stepped 1 foot back to gain momentum to counter Du Hyuk's attack. She nimbly dodged the attack, immediately blocked the strike with her shield, and fiercely countered at the same time. Suddenly, countless different beams of light appeared above her head. They fell and exploded in waves. After the explosion, the smoke screen gradually faded, revealing Du Hyuk standing behind it. Sungmi seized the opportunity, grabbed her shield, and quickly charged forward. Du Hyuk noticed and he looked up at her. Without hesitation, Sungmi swung her shield at Du Hyuk to attack. Sungmi's strikes were promptly blocked by a barrier Du Hyuk had just created. At that moment, Du Hyuk calmly held the protective barrier and looked at her. Sungmi gritted her teeth and tried to put more force into her attack. But unfortunately, right after that, Sungmi's sword shattered. Auto spiders appeared around Sungmi. She immediately spun and attacked 2 spiders. They were sliced in half by her. Sungmi jumped backward when she saw fire blazing above Du Hyuk's barrier. The broken sword in Sungmi's hand also smoked from the previous friction. She gritted her teeth and thought, "My weapon is broken and I've lost my only chance to attack. What should I do?" Du Hyuk pointed at her arm and said, "Sungmi, look at your arm." Sungmi was startled to see the bracelet on her arm had turned yellow. Sungmi was unwilling and said, "No, Oppa, I can still continue." Du Hyuk immediately said, "I think you're misunderstanding something. You've passed the test." Sungmi asked in confusion. "But my attack didn't reach you." Du Hyuk recalled the moment she attacked his barrier. He said, "I told you that you'd pass the test if you avoided my attacks and landed a hit on me. You're a tank, so breaking my shield isn't easy for you." He then recalled Sungmi attacking the 2 spiders and continued, "You weren't careless at the final stage and took out all the spiders." He smiled with his eyes crinkling up and said delightedly, "I think you're strong enough to accompany me." System notification, player Desmond C has entered the dungeon. Inside, there was a red vortex emitting sparks of electricity. Seeing that, Du Hyuk asked, "Where are we?" Izzy looked around and said, "This is the cemetery where the former emperors of the Desmond Empire are buried." System windows popped up in front of Du Hyuk and his teammates. System display, defeat Durahan Primido, who guards the Dark Sanctuary and possesses resurrection magic. Time limit 1 hour. If you fail to complete this mission within the time limit, the Black Cross Knight and the Black Witch Vendella will hunt you down. Du Hyuk spoke, "I'll check the room ahead." "Sumi lackeys, you two check the surrounding rooms." They replied, "Understood." Du Hyuk added, "Hizzy, use your spirits to guard the rear and scout the sky." Hizzy replied, "Got it." Du Hyuk turned away, then glanced back and added, "There's nothing good about facing the Black Cross Knight, so we have to hurry." Du Hyuk and his teammates immediately dashed off. Hizzy called out, "Sungmi." Sungmi turned around and answered, "Yeah." Hizzy smiled and said, "Thank you for still coming with us to the Desmond Empire after hearing about its dangers." Sungmi said as she ran, "Du Hyuk told me everything." She glanced back and continued, "I may not be that strong, but I'll support you with all I've got." At that moment, Du Hyuk was startled by the sight before him. Many large statues stood blocking their path, their eyes. The statues glowed red, glaring at them. Lackeys and Du Hyok took defensive stances, ready to fight back. The statues emitted eerie red lights and a rumbling sound filled the air. One of them raised its sword high, ready to attack. The statues then simultaneously struck down hard at where Lackeys and Du Hyok stood. Fortunately, Du Hyok quickly created a protective shield to block their attack. Behind the shield, he said, "This is our chance." The shield slowly faded, revealing the statues standing before them. Lackeys and Hizzy shouted in unison. Hizzy charged forward on her mount, attacking the statue head-on. Lackeys coordinated seamlessly with her, lunging in to strike. Those statues were defeated, shattered into pieces, and collapsed behind the two with a thunderous crash. The two happily clasped hands. Hizzy said excitedly, "We finally pulled off a combo." Lackeys replied, "We're an amazing team." Suddenly, a red light enveloped the rubble from earlier, making it stir. The broken fragments reassembled, reforming into the large statues. Lackeys and Hizzy looked back in shock. Instantly, a golden beam shot forward, burning those statues. Du Hyok shouted, "Lightning chain!" The statues were scorched, revealing gleaming gems behind that beam of light. Lackeys stared at the glittering objects in surprise. He thought, could this be the statue's core? Du Hyok shouted from over here, "Don't just stand there, get over here." Lackeys snapped out of it and immediately ran, saying as he ran, "I'm sorry." Du Hyok turned back and replied, "It's fine, hurry up." The remaining statues quickly chased after Du Hyok's group. Suddenly, he stopped and turned to face them. He shouted, "Everyone get behind me." Then he drew a gun and fired a blinding beam of light. That beam surged powerfully toward the statues and completely destroyed them. Du Hyok seriously grips his gun, looking ahead. In that light, glowing gems appear. Du Hyok shouts, "Look over there, that's the core of the demon statue. Destroy them quickly before they regenerate." Lackeys gets ready, replies, "I'll do it right away." Then Lackeys shoots out blades that fly straight to the statue cores and shatter them. Du Hyok turns to look at Lackeys and says, "You were distracted, but I guess you noticed the statue cores too, right?" Lackeys sheepishly replies, "I'm sorry." Du Hyok continues, "Make sure you always stay aware of your surroundings in the dungeon." But both of them don't realize that beneath their feet, the floor is slowly cracking. Du Hyok is astonished to see a purple light shining up from below. The floor beneath the feet of all four of them cracks, shatters, and collapses. All four of them tumble down below. Du Hyok looks down into the abyss. Below, a monster is already lying in wait. It points at Du Hyok provocatively. Its eyes glow as it stares at Du Hyok and his comrades. It shoots out powerful purple beams of light, attacking Du Hyok's party. The beams carry crackling lightning as they attack Du Hyok. He extends his hand forward and shouts, "Superior shield!" A protective barrier immediately appears in front of him. The purple beam strikes Du Hyok's shield, causing a powerful tremor. Du Hyok struggles to hold onto his shield. It seems to be cracking under the immense power of that attack. Du Hyok lets out a determined shout. Then he uses all his strength to shatter both the shield and the beam of light. He falls down exhausted. Sung-mi immediately runs to support him. She calls out, "Brother." Hizzy then shouts, "Lucini, appear, help us get out of here, Lucini." A ring of light shoots out from Lucini's mouth. It envelops each person, protecting them as they safely fall to the ground. They slowly descend, landing safely. Sung-mi supports Du Hyok and says, "Please get it under control." Seeing Du Hyok unconscious with purple veins bulging all over his body, she shouts, "Du Hyok!" The monster stomps heavily closer. Sung-mi turns to look at it, grinding her teeth in anger. The monster steps right into the middle of the group. It whispers, "Death is indeed a sweet whisper." It is Durahan Prometo, the monster boss. It raises a hand and conjures a red weapon. Then it stabs the weapon hard into the floor, shattering the tiles. A powerful red force radiates out. Prometo whispers, "Appear, my puppets." From that stab wound, long cracks spread across the floor, reaching all the way to Du Hyok and his companion. The sound of cracking tiles echoes repeatedly. Ghastly hands rise up from the floor. Lackeys and Hizzy look around in surprise as everything shakes. Zombies appear from nowhere and advance to attack them. Lackeys chuckles softly and says, "To think I'd meet my ancestors like this." Hizzy sees that and warns, "You need to focus, Lackey." Sung-mi adds, "I leave Du Hyok to you." Suddenly Du Hyok sits up abruptly and says, "I'm fine, I'm awake now." Sung-mi worriedly says, "But your wound." Du Hyok grabs his other arm with his hand. His hand glows, his injured arm glows brightly as well. He shouts, "Maximum heal." Prometo stands pointing his sword forward, ordering the zombies to attack and says, "You're strong, oh my warriors, seize them at once." Du Hyok's expression hardens and he says, "I'll handle Prometo, so take care of the undead for me." He shouts with determination, "Let's go." A blue aura of power surrounds his body. Du Hyok yells, "Speed, strength." Prometo looks at Du Hyok and then says, "You have some interesting ability." Sung-mi raises her shield high and shouts, "Activate command." A red light emanates from her shield and spreads out. The red glow seeps toward the advancing zombies. Du Hyok steps forward. Then he takes a running start and launches himself at Prometo. Prometo immediately shouts, "Complete color word." Du Hyok charges. He says, "You think that still works on me?" He creates a round shield to block Prometo's attack and says, "You can have that attack back." Then he uses his shield to deflect the attack back at Prometo. Promito spins to dodge the reflected attack. He also creates a protective circle around himself against the reflected attack. Du Hyuk sees that and mutters, so it's not effective. Promito then conjures 4 spells at 4 corners around Du Hyuk. He shouts, Shadow Thorn. Thorny vines shoot out and link together. But Du Hyuk also quickly creates a barrier to protect himself from that attack. Du Hyuk stands inside the barrier, silently angry. His hand forms a small vortex. Promito concentrates power into his sword, making it glow. He says, that's enough, it's time for you to become my sacrifice. He slashes fiercely at Du Hyuk, but luckily Du Hyuk dodges in time. But his eyes are also quite astonished witnessing that attack. Promito smashes into Du Hyuk's barrier, sending him flying backward. Du Hyuk in his armor remains intact after Promito's blow. Promito looks at 2 automated spiders that suddenly appear around him and yells. What is this? Du Hyuk smirks triumphantly and says, Explode! A massive explosion erupts from the 2 spiders, engulfing Promito's body in flame. The fierce undead soldiers charged at her. Izzy knelt down, her eyes resolute, chanting a spell, summoning 2 wolves that lunged out and an eagle flying from her summoning circle. The eagle swooped down and pecked at the head of 1 soldier, while the 2 wolves lunged and bit the heads of 2 other soldiers. Suddenly, another soldier wielding a sword charged forward. The sword unexpectedly thrust toward Hizzy while she was still standing motionless. Sungmi raised her shield to block in front of Hizzy, then angrily lunged forward. The sword was blocked by Sungmi's shield. She swung her shield upward, breaking half of the undead soldier's sword. The broken half of the undead sword flew into the air. Sungmi turned her face toward Hizzy and shouted, then crouched down beside Hizzy. With her left hand holding the shield, her right hand summoned a red sword. Then Sungmi swung her sword around, slashing at the undead while Hizzy crouched beside her. At that moment, she stood beside Hizzy, who was kneeling in a circle of blood surrounded by scattered, bisected skeletons. Sungmi turned her head to look at Hizzy and warned, Be careful, there are high-level undead around here. Hizzy said gratefully, Thank you, Sungmi. The liquid from the undead beneath Sungmi's feet began to move. The liquid flowed to the same spot and merged together. The liquid from many undead gradually formed a large, multi-headed monster. The multi-headed monster charged, this time toward Du Hyuk. Durahan shielded the explosion with his hand. Durahan's head was burned by fire. Du Hyuk extended his hand and summoned a black hole to absorb. Durahan's head was sucked into the black hole, while his body tried to retrieve its own head. Durahan looked down at his body. What is this? Du Hyuk flew up, his right hand summoning fire, his left hand creating magic circles, and said, I bet this is the first time you've been separated from your body like this, right? Du Hyuk's gaze was resolute, with red lights floating around him. Du Hyuk aimed his hand and shot a fireball down at Durahan. Force bullet technique. Fireball. Durahan's head was set ablaze by Du Hyuk's fireball. Du Hyuk raised his hand and created golden magic circles. Then he lowered his hand, projecting those magic circles toward Durahan's head lying on the ground. Lightning chains. The magic circles rushed at Durahan's half-burned head. Durahan's eyes suddenly glowed with purple light. Durahan summoned a protective circle to avoid Du Hyuk's lightning bolts. From within the protective circle, he suddenly emitted a purple light shining straight upward. Du Hyuk's pupils suddenly constricted. He blinked away. Durahan said, You cowardly rat, you flee fast. Durahan's head floated in midair, while his body continued to swing sword slashes at Du Hyuk. He ran swiftly, dodging those sword strikes. Durahan's head flew toward his body's hand, but I won't let my guard down again. Du Hyuk turned his head to look at Durahan, his eyes glowing. Suddenly, Hyuk quickly created a point of light between Durahan's head and body. Then he said, Space-time gate. At that moment, a space-time gate appeared beneath Durahan's head, catching him off guard. The space-time gate slowly rose, swallowing half of Durahan's lower head. Du Hyuk, with resolute eyes, raised his right hand into a fist and said, Close. The space-time gate closed, severing half of Durahan's head. Half of Durahan's head fell to the ground and rolled to a stop. His body raised its sword, generating black aura around the blade. Du Hyuk thought to himself, will this be the final blow? Then Durahan's arm gradually transformed. His hand turned into a monstrous shape, stretching longer and enlarging, pointing toward the sky. After that, Durahan swung his hand down. The slash from Durahan projected toward where Du Hyuk stood. He extended his hands and created a magic circle between his palms. Du Hyuk's magic circle gradually expanded, creating many more circles that absorbed the black aura inside. Superior reversal. At that moment, the multi-headed monster reached out to attack Sungmi. Seeing this, she quickly grabbed her shield and charged toward the multi-headed monster. Sungmi slashed at the monster's hand multiple times. Then Sungmi and Du Hyuk simultaneously said, It's over. Next, she rushed swiftly toward the monster and sliced it in two. A notification sounded. You have defeated the final boss, Durahan Promito. For defeating Promito, player Du Hyuk is rewarded with a new skill. Skill, Spirit Isolation. You have received a level 7 spell, Summon Fire. Level 8 spell, Substitute. Upon reaching the third basement floor, Du Hyuk, Sungmi, and Hizzy entered a room. Before them was a stone pedestal, and on it lay a book. Du Hyuk said, "The layout of this floor isn't much different from the second floor." Hizzy looked anxiously at Du Hyuk as he placed his hand on the table. Then he said, "I'll use the resurrection spell right here since we have to return early." Then a notification sounded, asking, "Please tell me who you wish to resurrect. Only individuals who have used the system before are eligible for resurrection." Hizzy stood there silently while Du Hyuk spoke. "The person I want to resurrect is." The book suddenly glowed in front of Du Hyuk. A human body emerged from the book. Akins shone with white eyes and long hair. Hizzy cried tears of joy looking at Akins. "My dear brother." He opened his eyes, revealing lifeless eyes, long hair covering half his face. The mist gradually cleared, a man appeared and walked toward them. After clearly seeing the familiar face and long hair, Hizzy couldn't hold back her emotions. "My precious brother Akins," a man who was also moved. "Huh." His deep eyes stared at his sister. "Why are you here? What happened? Could it be? You died? I've finally met the brother I've longed for." Hizzy burst into tears of joy and quickly ran to embrace her brother. Crying, she explained the truth to Akins. "No, he resurrected you." Akins also held his beloved sister tightly, looked at her tenderly, and smiled. Witnessing this, everyone felt happy for the two siblings. Lackeys couldn't hold back her tears and, wiping them away, said, "I'm happy for you, Hizzy." Akins held his sister in his arms and looked at the three of them along with Zohyuk. "You're the one I fought back then." Du Hyuk looked straight at Akins and nodded in confirmation. "That's right, we've met before." He recalled the moment when he first met Akins. At that time, Akins gave him an object, then took his last breath. Du Hyuk held out the red necklace in his hand and continued, "And you left this for me. This is Desmond's necklace, unrivaled level. Wisdom plus 100, muscle strength plus 100, immunity to all diseases and all negative skill effects." Akins gradually regained his memory. "I remember now, I gave you that after entrusting my loved one to you." After saying that, he felt puzzled and asked, "But how did you resurrect me?" Du Hyuk replied, "I used the mysterious resurrection magic at this place to revive you." As Akins spoke, he put his hand into his pocket. "It seems I owe you a favor." Suddenly, a blazing red sword with an extremely unique shape appeared in Du Hyuk's hand. In his ear, Akins' indifferent voice said, "It's not much, but please accept this." Du Hyuk stared at the sword, his eyes filled with disbelief. It is Zakali, the sword of faith, legendary grade. The fighting spirit of Saint Giacali has been imbued into this sword. It can destroy a Dark Cross Knight in a single strike if it hits its weak point. Each time a Dark Cross Knight is destroyed by this weapon, a new option is added. Mo's faith can temporarily turn into a key and open any door in the magic tower except the master bedroom. Before his eyes, a saint appeared, surrounded by a brilliant halo. Holding the sword in hand, and the words of Akins rang out, "This sword once belonged to Saint Giacali. I haven't had a chance to use it, but I'm sure it will be useful to you." At that moment, the clock showed the remaining time as 5 minutes and 3 seconds. Sungmi reminded him, "Du Hyuk, we don't have much time." Knowing they didn't have much time left, Du Hyuk said goodbye to the siblings Hizzy and Akins. "We have to go now." Remembering the time they fought side by side, Hizzy could not help but be moved. "Du Hyuk, I will not forget the time we spent together." Hizzy smiled. She was deeply grateful to Du Hyuk. "Thanks to you, I was able to survive and save my brother." Du Hyuk replied, "Me too, though it wasn't long, I was very happy." At these words, Hizzy's eyes became full of determination. "I will survive and keep fighting until the day I take revenge on Vendela and his gang, and revive the Empire." Hearing that, lackeys added, "I lackeys swear to dedicate my life to that mission." Akins smiled and said goodbye to Sungmi and Du Hyuk. "See you later, Du Hyuk." He and Sungmi waved goodbye to them. "I hope we will meet again," the system announced. "You have cleared the Desmond Sea dungeon." The giant vortex appeared again. The two of them slowly stepped out from the vortex. Du Hyuk and Sungmi returned to their room. The vortex behind them immediately disappeared. He looked at the empty room, clothes scattered everywhere, and sighed. "I never paid attention when I was living with Hizzy and lackeys." Then he looked at the papers with scribbled drawings on the desk, looked at the chair where they used to sit, and continued, "But now that they are gone, the house feels so vast." Sungmi asked coldly, "Do you feel lonely because they left?" Du Hyuk flinched and glanced at her. Then Du Hyuk smiled and answered, "No, I'm fine. They have returned to where they belong." Thinking of the world the three of them were living in, Du Hyuk added, "But I want to wait and see what will happen to them." In Hizzy's world, the three of them, Hizzy, Akins, and lackeys, were standing in a ruined room. Then they walked forward together. In front of them was a ruined castle. Behind the castle was a brilliant sky, like a beckoning call of a bright future awaiting them. Along with Du Hyuk's final words echoing, "I'm sure they'll be fine." Back in the room, Sungmi nonchalantly added to Du Hyuk, "They will be, and if you feel lonely, I'm always here." Du Hyuk looked at her in surprise. "Oh, would you like to live with me, Sungmi?" She shyly replied, "If you're okay with that." Hearing that, Du Hyuk was overjoyed. "Of course I'm okay with it." I'm really looking forward to living with you, Sung-mi. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Sung-mi turn around to leave. Then I'll go home and pack my things right now. Do-hyuk quickly pulled her back. Wait, it's quite late, just rest tonight. Sunlight streamed through the window, warming the spacious room. Luxurious, the new story arc had just been completed, so after parting with him, Akin's Hizzy and lackeys returned to the old homeland of the Desmond Empire and continued to fight until. A moment later, the pen was placed neatly on the paper. A voice spoke up mixed with a sigh of relief. And for now, that is the end of Akin's story. The man in the neat, elegant shirt muttered to himself, including the vocal part he had prepared earlier. This man was none other than the scriptwriter of D and F, Graham Han. He held his head, trying to recall the characters he had written. We have the Shadow Prince Akins, Durahan Primido, the pursuers Palachi and Burhat. Suddenly, the landline phone beside him rang with a voice. Son, are you working? He pulled himself together and answered, No, I just finished work and was about to rest a bit. Would you like to go out for dinner? The other side replied, Sure, let's enjoy some fresh air today. Do you think that person will join us? Graham folded the manuscript, arranging it neatly, and said, Yes, they said they finished work and will come today. We can all have dinner together. The voice on the other end sounded excited. All right, sounds good. Graham stood up from his desk. Then I'll head out now, see you there. After Graham left the room, a moment later the whole room went dark. Suddenly, a deep red vortex appeared. A figure slowly approached the manuscript on the table, reached out and opened it. At that moment, a notification appeared. You have entered the Lentis dungeon. A blazing red vortex opened in midair. Sung-mi observed the surroundings and said, This place is different from the dungeon we entered before. It looks like a neighborhood. Yu-hyuk replied, You're right, I don't sense any monster magic nearby. The information on the notice board says, Special quest activated, meet Bo Hat. The next quest will be activated after you find Bo Hat and talk to him. Reward Space Fragment X1, time limit 1 hour. Sung-mi read the notice and said to Do-hyuk, I guess not every quest is about hunting monsters. Not hearing him reply, Sung-mi turned toward him and continued. This chain quest also has a time limit like the previous quest, but Sung-mi suddenly noticed Do-hyuk staring in astonishment at the opposite side. Who is this? The young man in front of me doesn't look at all like the old man I imagined. Do-hyuk was so surprised he exclaimed, He looks nothing like the Bo Hat I know. He thought to himself, This Bo Hat looks at least 20 years younger. Is this place different from the Desmond dungeon? Am I seeing the past? I don't know what Do wants me to change by sending me here, but I need to find Bo Hat right away. While Do-hyuk was lost in thought, Sung-mi seemed to hear a noise coming from the other side. Snapping out of his thoughts, Do-hyuk turned to Sung-mi and said, Let's get ready. Sung-mi was about to move toward the source of the noise. Hearing Do-hyuk call, she immediately stopped and replied, Do-hyuk, I found the person from the quest. Do-hyuk was startled. What, you found him already? The two hid behind a wall. Sung-mi looked seriously at the group outside and said, Look at the person lying on the ground. Outside, 3 thugs were attacking a person lying on the ground. Do-hyuk looked at the scene in shock. Bo Hat. The young Bo Hat lay on the ground in pain, clenching his teeth as he endured the relentless blows to his body. Do-hyuk shouted to stop them. Hey, that's enough, I have business with him. The lead thug asked, Who are they? He calmly replied, You should leave if you don't want to get hurt. Bo Hat turned to look at him and wondered, Who are these two? The tall thug approached him threateningly. Who are you and who's that girl? He turned to his buddies and sneered. Looks like this sissy has a pretty girl with him. He kept teasing but unexpectedly took a punch to the face. Hey lady, why don't you dump this loser and come to me? Sung-mi also lunged at the thug and dealt him a critical blow. Loud fighting sounds erupted right behind his buddies, and she said to them angrily, I won't forgive anyone who insults Do-hyuk. He looked at them and asked slowly, What about you? They fled in panic while Bo Hat slowly sat up. Do-hyuk extended his hand to him and asked, Are you okay, Bo Hat? He asked curiously, Who are you? He looked across and saw strangers watching intently. Looks like we've attracted attention. Let's leave here first. I'll explain when there are no strangers around. He cast a spell. Move, a quest window appeared. Listen to Bo Hat's story and solve the problem he is facing. Time limit 2 hours. Reward single-use space fragment X4. You will be sent back whether you succeed or not. All 3 were moving extremely fast through the sky. Bo Hat asked suspiciously, Have you really met my future self? Do-hyuk affirmed. I can see you still don't trust us. He replied, Of course not, who would believe something like that? He continued in a serious tone. But I would trust anyone if they can save my dear Mary. He understood and said, I understand. Sung-mi observed and announced, Do-hyuk, over there, there's a red door. Bo Hat stared at the house in the distance and announced, That red flag marks the bandit's hideout where the bandit King Fresco is staying. He looked at him and asked, Do you know where Mary is? Bo Hat observed and guessed, They must be holding her in the underground prison. An image of the prison appeared as he described, They have kidnapped many women, not just Mary, all held there. Bo Hat continued indignantly, These bandits kidnap people and use them to demand ransom. This is Bo Hat's lover, her name is Mary. As the two hovered in the air, Do-hyuk looked at him and said, If that's the case, I'll attack the prison directly. Bohat, you come with me. He continued, Sung-mi can stop the bandits from flooding in through the entrance. Once we're inside, she smiled confidently and replied, all right, I won't let anything go wrong. He said seriously, then let's go. The silhouettes of two guards at the hideout appeared. One guard wondered, so does standing guard like this even mean anything? His comrade agreed, I know, right, he said smugly. We have Fresco, who wiped out 3,000 feudal army soldiers, who would dare try to invade this place. Just as he finished speaking, a loud explosion rang out. He turned his head in terror. A beam of blue light appeared from the sky, illuminating the bandits' base. Rays of blue light struck the hideout one after another. The guard exclaimed, impossible. A blue light crashed down right behind him. The robber collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. Aaron, Du-hyuk's robot, appeared after a flash of light. Aaron's eyes lit up as if booting up. Du-hyuk said, we'll take this opportunity to get inside. He continued, let's go. Du-hyuk led the way forward. Stay close behind me. He seemed to suddenly notice something. He held him back and apologized for this behalf. Then he chanted an invisibility spell. A loud explosion rang out and Fresco appeared, angrily demanding, who are you? He threatened in a low voice, how dare you attack the lair of the great Fresco? He's A-rank, Fresco the Bandit King. While casting a spell, he shouted, appear. Du-hyuk calmly thought to himself, he's on par with an A-rank boss monster. Du-hyuk appeared while formulating a plan. So, he looked at him. Is he human? Fresco grumbled. Nobody dares attack this place anymore. Du-hyuk steadied himself and glanced at him. Fresco charged while he cast a spell. Two streams of light, blue and red, collided with a loud crash. A girl captured by the bandits asked in distress, will someone come to save us? Another girl pleaded, please. The bandit guarding the prison said threateningly, quiet. With Fresco here, no one would dare rescue you. He kept talking while a large fireball approached from behind. So you'd better. It was Behat casting a spell to take him out. He panted after that attack. Without thinking twice, he rushed to the door. Don't worry, everyone, I'm here to save you, Mary asked hopefully. Behat, she exclaimed joyfully. Is it really you, Behat? Unable to contain his emotions, he called her name, Mary. He hugged her tightly and said, I was so worried about you. She asked curiously, what happened? What about Fresco and his soldiers? He reassured her, don't worry, someone came to help me, Behat said confidently. If it's him, meanwhile, Fresco laughed smugly and taunted. Come on, show me more magic. The battle between the two grew more intense. While Fresco was attacking Du-hyuk, Behat clenched his fist and said, then we can defeat Fresco. Soon after, Du-hyuk unfortunately took a critical hit from him. Du-hyuk was suddenly struck and collapsed to the ground. He said disdainfully, what a nuisance. Bandits suddenly leaped down from above, shouting. They drew their guns and confronted Sumi directly. The bandit king threatened her. Hey, don't you think it's time to give up and surrender? He lifted him up with one hand and announced, I have destroyed your precious teammate. Sung-mi calmly replied, what are you talking about? She continued as his body began to glow in his hand. Do you really think that thing looks like him? He suddenly looked in horror at the glowing figure. A huge explosion immediately occurred where the bandit stood. Fresco clutched his arm, half of his body destroyed. Fresco raged, then where is the real one? Suddenly Du-hyuk lunged from behind and delivered a punch so powerful that he slammed face down into the ground. He calmly replied, right here. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately cast a spell. Decomposed, Du-hyuk stared intently at him. His underlings were terrified. The bandit king lost, not only that, he disintegrated into dust. I'm getting out of here. The bandit king screamed in agony under Du-hyuk's magic. After cleaning up Fresco's bandits, we took the kidnapped women back to their homes. Du-hyuk and Sung-mi looked at the girls with satisfaction. Suddenly Mary's voice rang out, excuse me. She said sincerely, I want to thank you both again for saving us. He replied warmly, it's nothing, nice to meet you, Mary. Sung-mi also greeted, pleased to meet you. He handed Bohat something that looked like a pendant and said seriously, it would be great if we could talk longer, but unfortunately we're out of time. Bohat, please take this. Bohat asked, what is it? He continued to explain, you will receive a message from your future self through this pendant. Even I don't know the contents of the message. Bohat took the item in hand and replied with trust. I understand. After he held it in his hand, the item suddenly emitted light as if releasing some kind of magic. Lines of information flooded into his mind. He said, I see. Tears welled up in his eyes. So that's what happened. He bowed his head and said, I received a message from my future self. Should I thank myself? He looked at Sung-mi and said with satisfaction, that completes our mission. The notification board displayed information one after another. You have completed the mission. You have successfully created a meaningful moment of intersection between space and time. It announced as people in white robes kneeling appeared. Tigris space has been liberated, the guardians of Tigris, and the survivors wish to express their gratitude. The announcement continued amid the reverence of the white-robed people. Anthades space has been liberated. The Emperor of Anthades and the people praise your achievements. The quest panel presents rewards under a golden light surrounding Du Hyuk and Sungmi. You have received blessing energy from both spaces. It continued under his gaze. Congratulations, user Du Hyuk has been raised to S rank. It congratulated again, congratulations. User Sung Bai has been raised to a rank. She listened with surprise. New user Sung Mi will receive an additional reward. A shield with intricate carvings surrounded by a red glow. Tigress's cross shield, legendary, defense 300-400 damage. Reduces 500 attack, increases physical strength by 50%, increases skill by 20%. Activation. Howl, a powerful roar that provokes enemies within 20 m. Around the user, she looked at the shield curiously. Sung Mi asked bluntly, "What is this?" Du Hyuk was surprised and answered accordingly, "I didn't know other new users besides me would also get an extra reward like this." Du Hyuk laughed happily, clapping for her. "Congratulations on leveling up," she replied, "thank you." Bohat called out Du Hyuk. He asked carefully, "Did you finish listening to the message?" He replied gratefully, "Yes, thank you very much." He looked at him with determination. "I will work very hard to achieve a good result, to help improve the future you showed me." Du Hyuk thought to himself, his eyes have more life in them now. He extended his hand toward him, indicating a handshake. "You must do that, even if only for the precious person standing right beside you," he replied as they shook hands with great hope. "I hope to see you both again." The quest panel continued to announce, "You have successfully cleared the Lentis dungeon." Sometime later at the Fukusu Guild in Japan, Ring walked in and asked, "Guild Master, you wanted to see me?" Kazuya, touching his tablet, said, "Come here, Ring." Then he sat up straight and asked, "Do you know why I called you here?" She recalled an ancient city covered in gloomy darkness. "Yes, after the failure in the attack on the giant Buddha statue dungeon in haste, a bounty has been posted for any international organization to attack the dungeon." She continued, "Based on the high volatility of the dungeon due to its existence for about 20 years. Without hesitation, she affirmed, "You want me to request Du Hyuk's team from Korea to handle this." He praised her. "You understand well, you are the only one in contact with Du Hyuk." She replied, "Yes, please leave this matter to me." He looked straight at her as if probing, "What do you think, Ring? Is that Du Hyuk really so impressive?" Ring said with a firm tone, "His abilities are definitely the best I've ever seen. There's a reason Brooks, Axelny, and Ian think highly of him. He doubts it, but do you think his team can successfully raid the giant Buddha statue dungeon in haste?" She closed her eyes in thought, then looked straight at him and said, "To be honest, I find it very difficult to evaluate them as a team." As she explained, she recalled, "I observed them up close, but I think they won't succeed if they can't even clear a dungeon once. The only standout in Du Hyuk's team is Du Hyuk. The rest of his team are just a bunch of nameless awakened ones." He smirked, "We need to get him interested in this. Make sure you tell him that all the bounty and rewards from this mission will go to him. Try to listen to any additional requests he might have beyond those." Kazuya continued with certainty, "As if we could use him to get information about the dungeon and use it for subsequent raids." Sunlight filtered down onto the city's skyscrapers. A familiar sound rang out and he said to himself, "I got a new special skill because I leveled up." Du Hyuk recalled that moment and muttered, "I have too many attack spells already. So this time I want a defensive spell." Then the system displayed information. Special skill, invincibility. Consumes 1000 mana to grant allies within a 50 m radius invincibility. Invincibility, immunity to all physical attacks, magic attacks, and negative effects. The skill duration can be extended by consuming an additional 1000 mana, and the maximum duration of this spell is 10 seconds. Cooldown 5 hours. He looked at this information and exclaimed with delight, "I only have one life, I should protect it as best I can." His smile grew even more excited as he said to himself, "I've used appraisal on all the artifacts I got from the prison." Just then Junso and Ixin appeared and walked over to him. "We're here, Du Hyuk." He looked at them and nodded a greeting, "Welcome." Suddenly Zan spoke up, puzzled. "Anyway, we were preparing to go to a dungeon, so why did you call us here?" He replied unhurriedly, "This morning, the Fukusu Guild in Japan contacted me." He held out the letter on the tablet toward them and said, "They want us to clear their primordial dungeon, the giant Buddha statue dungeon, in haste." The two of them took the tablet and looked intently at what was on it. Du Hyuk's gaze briefly swept over Sung Mi, who was also reading the letter. Then Junso spoke up, "Do you mind if I share what I know?" He nodded slightly. "Go ahead." She immediately gave her opinion. The giant Buddha statue dungeon in haste is famous among the awakened because it's Japan's primordial dungeon and they've failed to clear it for 20 years. She pictured a temple and carefully explained, "It's so hard to clear because of the variety of attack patterns that can occur when players are inside." Then, remembering his past, she continued, "If the Ikesla dungeon you once conquered relied on having strong awakened individuals." From that, she thought of their group and gave a conclusion. Then this giant Buddha statue dungeon in haste requires teamwork. Hearing this, Du Hyuk raised the issue. "So if our teamwork is bad, no matter how strong each of us is, we won't have a chance to win." Junso quickly added, revealing that many teams had been eliminated because of that. Saying so, she immediately gave an example. Japan's #1 guild, Fukusu, is in a precarious situation because of the giant Buddha statue dungeon in haste. They've lost most of their main force there. Hearing that, Zan said, puzzled, but why do they still accept the challenge despite all the risks? Someone immediately answered for her. They are a top guild in Japan. If they give up conquering a primordial dungeon, it would be a disgrace. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared amid explanation and introduction. Primordial dungeon. A dungeon containing the most spatial energy, because it has never been conquered by anyone. And of course the difficulty is very high, but the rewards are also astonishing. He imagined a fearsome sight, Brooks continued. It is said that Brooks, the guild master of the Freedom Association in America, achieved his position. His eyes lit up as each word was spoken. Thanks to being the first to successfully clear the Ikesla dungeon, another primordial dungeon. And then Sungmi quickly added, Ling, the one who contacted you, I've heard the guild master mention her. She frankly told them that she might not be a management member of theirs, but she is one of their main damage dealers. Suddenly, she hesitated slightly, but they usually don't grant permission for outsiders to conquer a primordial dungeon. Sungmi slightly frowned and voiced her guess. They sent this request to us, which means, a familiar voice rang out, cutting her off. They want us to conquer this dungeon. You're coming up with possible theories, or maybe they're planning to use us as sacrifices. Create an opportunity for them to raid the dungeon. Zan frowned slightly and said seriously, we don't know their true intentions. After saying that, he looked at Du Hyuk and asked, but you called us here because you want to ask if we'll join, right? Hyuk replied, that's right. He spoke honestly to them. I shouldn't decide this on my own. Junso immediately asked, what do you think? He smiled with excitement and answered resolutely, I want to go. The reward is great, but more importantly, I believe in our teamwork. Hearing his decision, Sungmi suggested, I want to go too. But she didn't stop there. She frowned deeply and continued, but before we do that, I want to clear a few more dungeons as a chance to perfect our teamwork. Hearing her words, the other two agreed without hesitation. I agree with Sumi. Let's go after we're confident enough in our teamwork. Iksan crossed his arms and agreed, if the three of you are joining, then so will I. Seeing their determination, Du Hyuk clenched his fist with satisfaction. Thank you for agreeing to join. I will formally request the data from the Fukusu Guild right now. His eyes now filled with unwavering determination. He instructed, make sure we successfully clear this dungeon too. In change, the image shifts to a strange cave, echoing with mysterious sound. Not far away, a red light appeared. And when that light shone into the cave, reaching the spot where someone was chiseling a large rock, the sound of hammering suddenly stopped. The mysterious man slowly spoke with contempt. It seems a few insignificant little pets have arrived again. Then he stood up, looked at the statue before him, and muttered, I've been trapped in this space for nearly 20 years, but that time is about to come. At that moment, unspoken words welled up inside him. The moment the wall of this space is broken, fury and hatred will surge within him. I will definitely find the bastard who robbed me and my sister of our peaceful lives. The mysterious man gazed at the statue before him and expressed, please wait until then, Sheila. After he left, the stone atop the statue began to glow. He stepped forward to where two soldiers were presenting a mask and a scepter to him. First, he put on the mask. As soon as the mask was on, a brilliant halo appeared behind him. This place was the giant Buddha statue in Heiska. Immediately after, the mysterious man stepped onto a high platform before the soldiers below. These soldiers were all completely stone statues. He immediately thrust his scepter forward, radiating a brilliant light. And at his command, that light grew even more intense. Awaken, as his words fell, the eyes of the stone soldiers glowed, signaling their awakening. O my warriors. The number of awakened statue soldiers grew more and more, stronger and stronger. Suddenly, the ground beneath the feet behind the mysterious man began to crack. A huge tremor rang out, a burst of light spread across an area, breaking through the soil and rock below. A giant monster gradually awakened and appeared. It stretched up and stood straight from the ground, revealing its terrifying and fearsome side. Then, the entire body of the mysterious man slowly rose into the air. He looked at the soldiers and majestically commanded to annihilate anyone who dared to trespass on his territory. All the soldiers immediately moved according to his shouted order. Go forth, in the silent night amidst the mountain forest. Being hastily followed Du Hyuk's footsteps and asked curiously, have I seen these drones before, but this time you have a new one? He laughed comfortably and replied, I bought a few drones to use for ground reconnaissance. Then she continued to look for a topic to chat with him. This is already the third time we've teamed up together, and you always have new gear every time we meet again. He unhurriedly replied to her, you're right, the first dungeon we went to was the Akin's dungeon. At this moment, Ving suddenly blushed and suggested, how about next time we meet somewhere else, not in dangerous dungeons like this? The more she spoke, the more embarrassed she became, stammering as she extended an invitation. conversation. Anyway, since you've come to Japan, I'll take you to a wonderful restaurant that only members can enter. Du Hyuk noticed that she was distracted and seriously reminded her, now just focus on the dungeon first. Seung Mi beside him chimed in, that's right. But Ving refused and hugged his arm coquettishly, but relaxing a bit is good too. And while she was still rambling on, his system interface suddenly appeared. If you're too stressed, you won't be able to perform even half as well as usual. At this moment, the system displayed a warning. A constant amount of negative energy is being absorbed from the surrounding environment. The Bracelet of Despair of Dilac Q has been transformed into the Bracelet of Decay of Dilac Q. Bracelet of Decay of Dilac Q. Legendary. Intelligence 300. Physical Strength 300. Critical Hit 300. Lifesteal. Recover 10 physical strength each time a spell is used. Monsters with a strong negative attribute below S rank will deal an additional 200% physical damage. This bracelet will react to all negative emotions of living creatures within a 100 m radius. The bracelet's power will be greatly increased after enough decay has been collected. Decay collected, no more than 10,000. After reading the information, he slightly frowned, glanced at the person beside him, without noticing the strange light in the bushes. On the outside she seemed fine, but inside she must be really worried. As soon as his thought ended, from that bush a spear suddenly shot out and flew toward them. Immediately, someone in the group reflexively blocked that spear. The power from that bizarre spear was gradually absorbed into the giant shield blocking. Seung-mi quickly swung her shield and knocked the spear away. After deflecting the spear, something appeared that made her gasp in astonishment. At that moment, different streaks of light appeared in the sky, all heading toward them. Thousands of spears rained down, aimed directly at where they were standing. A while later, that wave of attacks stopped, and the ground was now covered with spears stuck straight down. Fortunately, Du Hyuk's group had quickly huddled together and activated a protective barrier. Right after that, the statue soldiers with heavy footsteps resounded and advanced. Behind the regular-sized soldier troop was a giant stone statue soldier. Du Hyuk watched them approach, suddenly realized something, and smirked silently. The heat sensor on his drone couldn't detect them because inside the bodies of these stone statues there were metal elements. The first thing to attack was the monster Virus Haka, the final insect monster, S+ rank. The monster's eyes glowed red, grinding its teeth and emitting a terrifying sound. Virus Haka stepped closer to Du Hyuk's group. It opened its mouth wide and roared loudly, "Face the punishment of the gods." As soon as its words ended, a huge surge of power was released from its mouth. Immediately, Du Hyuk raised his hand and activated his own power. In front of the head of that energy surge, two small spiders appeared. Immediately, a large explosion occurred in front of Virus Haka. Suddenly, within the dense cloud of smoke and dust in front of it, something was sucked backwards. The monster's power was reflected and flew back toward it. That energy surged in an arc and plunged straight down onto the monster's head. Right at that moment, from within the strange white streak, two energy streams appeared. A powerful zombie charged toward Virus Haka and attacked. It swiftly unleashed continuous slashes toward her. She used her shield to block and dodge, exclaiming, "Each slash is very powerful, but I can dodge them." Just like that, Seung-mi continuously used her shield to block the blows and charged forward. She was like a flash, her eyes reflecting a steadfast blue light. After dodging those slashes, Seung-mi stabbed straight into its belly. At the same time, behind Virus Haka, Seung-mi gathered her strength and shouted loudly, "I won't lose to you." His axe is enveloped in power, emitting a brilliant light. Quickly, he slashes horizontally across its leg. The monster still stood towering, grinding its teeth angrily and glancing down. Then it thrust its sword straight into the ground, shouting loudly, "You weak insects." From the ground, a layer of earth and stone glowing gold enveloped the sword tip. Gradually, that power spread around, becoming more blinding. Seung-mi covered her eyes and exclaimed. She seemed to think of something, decided to run to one side and shouted, "I'll lure him to the north." She circled behind Virus Haka, raised her shield high, aiming at it. Immediately, the cross on the shield emitted a blazing red light. Seung-mi gradually accumulated power into it, aimed straight at the monster and shouted, "Fire discharge." Virus Haka quickly turned around to look at her, bellowing, "I'll destroy you first." Saying that, it gripped the sword hilt tightly and powerfully pulled it out. From the sword, it launched an earthen dragon straight at her. Immediately, that earth dragon crashed straight into the immense power Seung-mi unleashed. She clenched her teeth, struggled to hold on, and let out a cry. Taking advantage of this moment, the others rushed up from behind Virus Haka. Du Hyuk, Junso, and Ring began to gather power into their weapons, aiming straight at the target. His eyes shone brilliantly. Junso furrowed her brow tightly, fire blazing in her eyes. Ving pursed his lips firmly, aiming with determination. The monster seemed to sense the immense power and looked toward them in astonishment. Those streams of power struck down hard on Virus Haka, creating a massive sphere that illuminated the entire area. Immediately after, loud explosions rang out throughout the forest. The monster ahead conjured countless swords toward Zan, who was charging in. Instantly, Junso leaped up and fired countless arrows forward. Each arrow she shot struck down the swords, clearing a path for him. And when it launched one final giant sword, Sung-mi charged in from behind. She used her shield to block and rammed straight into the giant monster's leg. Zan also quickly rushed toward it, conjuring two swords. He furrowed his brow tightly, his determined gaze fixed straight on the monster. Immediately after, with a clean strike, he cleaved it in two, inwardly exclaiming, "I knew it." At this moment, he was secretly relishing this feeling. This is how teammates in a guild should be. He began to recall the moment Du Hyuk opened the door for him and sighed, "I'm glad I left Pailong Jiang's guild and joined Du Hyuk's party." And Zan remembered the bad deeds of his old team with disdain. They threatened and attacked civilians. He thought of that time, lamenting inwardly. There was no team spirit among the guild members either, because everything was based on a contract. And then he recalled the moment Du Hyuk reached out his hand to him as if offering salvation, and said to himself, "But here everything is different. That's why I have to work even harder." Zan reminded himself with a determined gaze and resolute will. "I'll do my best." His feet stopped as he was lost in his own thought. If I don't, coming to Seoul and leaving the past behind would be meaningless. At that moment, Du Hyuk saw him standing still and flew over to check on him. "Are you okay? You suddenly spaced out." "Everything's all right, right?" Zan snapped out of it and quickly replied, "Yes, you don't need to worry about me." Saying that, his eyes changed and he shouted, "Let's go." A while later, they had arrived at their destination. Du Hyuk looked ahead and smiled dangerously, saying, "We've finally arrived." They looked at the triple-arched gates leading upward and exclaimed, "This is Area B." Suddenly, Ving behind them spoke up, "Our Fukwaksu guild can only go this far. There won't be any low-level statues appearing around here anymore." She began to analyze what she knew for them, but if we can't clear Area B and C within the time limit. Her expression turned serious as she revealed a terrifying consequence. Then the insect monsters in Area C will go berserk and enter Area B, because these two areas are connected. She continued to reveal more. "If we want to rest before meeting the boss monster, we must defeat the first boss as quickly as possible." Perhaps Du Hyuk immediately followed up her words, summarizing. He pointed at the monster meditating and channeling power in front of them and shouted, "We have to take him down as fast as possible." The three-headed monster before them was SS rank. Avalokitesvara, its cheerful face droned out a greeting. "A few lost souls appear before me again." It wore an eerie smile and made a ghastly offer. "Allow me to personally guide you on your way." Immediately, countless spatial circles appeared above everyone's heads. From within them, giant hands emerged, reaching out. Instantly, those hands simultaneously slammed straight down onto Du Hyuk's group. Avalokitesvara's laughing face said with gleeful delight, "Thinking that you will refuse my guidance and survive." It watched intently as they raised a protective shield, blocking those hands, and demanded, "While I guide you." It kept rambling on, not noticing a spatial circle opening beside it. Giving up and leaving would be a wiser choice. From that space, Du Hyuk burst out to attack. I don't know how long Sung-mi can hold off that attack. He gathered power into his hand, charging as he thought, "But this is my best chance since he still knows nothing about my spell." Just then the fierce head of the monster lifted up, radiating power, and let out a cry. "Destroy, destroy!" Immediately, countless other arms-wielding weapons flew towards him. Du Hyuk, completely off guard, was instantly struck by them. He quickly regained his composure, his eyes emitting a powerful light. A chill suddenly spread down over those weapons, freezing them solid. He gathered his strength, aimed directly at them, and called out the technique's name, freeze. Even the angry head of Avalokitesvara was gradually affected by the ice power. While it was frozen, Du Hyuk dashed forward to attack. "I will use the freezing spell I gained from destroying the Haka virus, together with the golden empty mine." Having thought that, he shot a dazzling beam of light towards the monster. He charged straight into its body and shouted, "Soul Shock Spear." Immediately, Avalokitesvara was struck by him into two pieces that flew far apart. Suddenly, its sad head emitted a stream of healing energy over and over. "Defend, defend!" Quickly, its shattered body pieces flew back to their original positions and healed. Witnessing this, Du Hyuk muttered in astonishment, "It has the ability to regenerate too." After it finished regenerating, a pillar of light surrounded it and shot straight into the sky. Zhang Bai and Zan seemed to sense something, so they looked around, stopping their assault. Its attack has stopped, but she quickly realized, looking ahead, "Wait, is it?" Focusing on Du Hyuk without thinking much. Exxon immediately leaped up. The monster created countless spatial circles around him, a dangerous threat. "You have been identified as a threat and must be eliminated first." Du Hyuk worried, swallowed lightly, looking around. Then, just like at the beginning, countless hands swooped down and struck right where he was standing. Fortunately, he managed to activate a shield in time, fighting back. Du Hyuk gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand the weight. Next, Avalokitesvara summoned yet another spatial circle. This time, from within that circle, a spear shot out at the speed of light. As the spear aimed straight at him and came closer, about to hit his face, he became more and more panicked, gritting his teeth as he awaited the outcome. Immediately, a strong spray of blood shot out into the air. Du Hyuk's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. because the one who took that spear in his place was none other than Zan. He panikedly called his name, Zan. From his mouth now flowed a stream of red blood and a pained sound rang out. The monster Avalokitesvara looked at him and exclaimed gleefully, "So finally, one of you has departed." The corners of the smiling head's mouth grinned even more sinisterly, reassuring them, "Don't worry, I'll send them down to meet you soon." Suddenly Zan also gave a cryptic smile in response. Seeing his smile, it uncomfortably questioned, "Is there something funny?" Right then, a beam of light emitted from behind him. Veen used her gun to gather power, aiming straight ahead. Immediately after, she pulled the trigger while shouting, "Death bullet!" Quickly, the bullet from the gun barrel flew through even Du-hyuk's shield. The first powerful bullet grazed past Zan, charging straight ahead. As soon as the bullet rushed forward, Avalokitesvara concentrated power into its palm. Immediately, it clapped its hands together, tightly holding the bullet heading for its body. But unexpectedly, the wind force swirling around the bullet grew fiercer and more powerful. Finally, the bullet broke free from the restraint, charging straight ahead. One angry head of Avalokitesvara was instantly blown off. Quickly, the gloomy head shouted again, "Defend, defend," and as it was about to heal itself once more, a similar bright object rushed in. Another bullet shattered its head, preventing resurrection. The Avalokitesvara head was blasted into 100 pieces, to its astonishment. It couldn't believe its eyes, questioning, "But how?" When it looked closely, it discovered Runso behind Ring. It seemed to understand everything, exclaiming, "So you used that first attack to distract me and make me let my guard down, before attacking me from the side." As soon as it finished speaking, it turned into a layer of small burned earth and rocks. The system displayed a congratulatory message. SS-grade Avalokitesvara has been eliminated. Right then, Du-hyuk shouted with all his might, "Maximum healing." Behind him, a figure resembling a death god appeared, empowering him. After a while, Ixin's wounds were healed by his power through Zoyok's skill. Afterwards, Du-hyuk stood up and said to Sumi, "He's received emergency treatment, but I think he passed out from losing too much blood. Fortunately, we still have some time, so we can stay here and reorganize the team." Immediately, Ring led Jun So away and suggested, "We'll continue guarding the entrance." Looking at the current situation, he silently realized, "I can see why no one has cleared this dungeon in the past 20 years. And just as he was reminding himself, the system appeared, "I need to focus more." Du-hyuk stared intently at the system, exclaiming in surprise. Following the system notification, bolts of lightning struck down one after another, detecting a sudden change in the dungeon. A mysterious barrier appeared along with the system's warning sound. Areas B and C of the dungeon have been blocked by an unknown force. He and Sung-mi stared intently at the mysterious barrier, erected before their eyes. Du-hyuk stared at the terrifying notification before him. The giant Buddha statue monster has left Area C. Immediately, he slowly turned his head to look behind. Ring and Jun So's faces were filled with shock. Above them, a giant monster was raising its fist toward them. The masked, mysterious man raised his scepter high, sitting on the monster, and spoke to him. "So you have completely destroyed my creation," he said with menace and contempt. "I will rebuild this place after destroying you." As soon as he finished, the giant monster slammed its fist down on their position. That strike sent dust and smoke billowing, spreading inside the barrier. The masked, mysterious man silently waited for the aftershock to pass. After the dense cloud of dust cleared, only a desolate, empty land remained. However, his mood was not very good, because below, Du-hyuk had quickly used his shield to protect Jun-so and Ring. At the same time, he also protected Zan and Sung-mi with an annoyed look. The masked man controlled the monster to raise its foot toward them, cursing, "You're as persistent as insect, disappear." Suddenly, at that moment behind him, a familiar spatial circle appeared. Not just one, but countless other spatial circles surrounded him. Immediately, the masked man grabbed his scepter, tapped it lightly a few times, radiating power. A lotus flower appeared, enveloping him. The spatial circles remained as they were, surrounding that lotus flower. Right after, a surge of power descended upon that lotus flower, accompanied by a familiar sound. Burning magic, Du-hyuk also radiated power, floating in the air, shouting, "Transcendent Knowledge Institute." He raised his hand and a small orb of power appeared, calling it Intelligence Boost. The system then displayed its information. Focused Intelligence Boost. For 4 minutes, intelligence increases by 40%, 20%. Cooldown, 23H5959. Immediately, he raised his hand to the sky, and a giant magic circle appeared, shouting, "Transcendent." Du-hyuk pointed his finger at the giant monster, moving his index finger, commanding, "Meteor Storm." At his command, Du-hyuk's colossal magic circle gradually blazed with light. The masked man, witnessing this scene, exclaimed in astonishment, "What the hell is happening?" From the magic circle, countless sparks emerged, falling like meteorites. The target of those meteorites was the giant monster. Immediately after, a violent collision ensued, with explosions ringing out continuously. As he launched meteorites toward the monster, he thought to himself, "I increased my intelligence and added a superior skill as support. His current state was full of frenzy and a surging will to win. This is the most powerful spell I can use right now. Du-hyuk watched as the monster was gradually engulfed by the meteorite explosions and shouted. Disappear. At that moment, Sung-bai had already erected a barrier to shield the others. Zan had regained consciousness and witnessing this scene in utter shock, exclaimed, "That's Du-hyuk's magical power." Bean was also surprised and continued his words. "I thought meteor strike could only be seen in movies or novels." Junso frowned slightly and asked them with worry, "Is there anything we can do to help him?" Sung-bai quickly replied to her, "Du-hyuk seems quite exhausted after using that spell." She observed his condition and assessed it. It must have taken a tremendous amount of his strength. After saying that, she turned her head and reminded the others, "We should be prepared for whatever happens." Returning to Du-hyuk, he carefully landed on the ground and groaned wearily. "As I thought, a 9th-level superior spell is still too much for my body." He clenched his lips tightly, his eyes staring intently ahead with hope, praying that it would be great if everything ended here. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. The shattered rock fragments abruptly began gathering together into clusters. Those rock clusters gradually transformed into small rock monsters, and their numbers multiplied. The masked man also sat up behind those small monsters. He stared directly at him and uttered a cryptic question. "Are you trying to take everything from me again?" At this moment, Du-hyuk ignored his question and examined the stone figures, assessing the condition of the stone statue. Looking at the stone statues surrounding him, he silently affirmed, "Perhaps he is reaching his limit too." Immediately, he mustered his strength and told himself, "I have to finish this before he recovers." Suddenly, strange streaks of light shot from behind him and blocked in front of him. Du-hyuk stared in astonishment at what was before his eye. It was Sung-bai and Iksan. The two of them turned their heads and said to him in unison, "You shouldn't waste your magic on these statues." The two of them stood shielding him, radiating a powerful energy, and said in unison, "We will clear a path for you, so now everything depends on you." As they spoke, her sword and his blade touched each other and glowed. The two forces combined, slicing through the stone statues together, opening a path for Du-hyuk. Immediately after, he swiftly dashed toward the masked man following her command. "This is your chance, Du-hyuk Oppa." The man quickly crouched down, pressing both hands against the ground, radiating power. Along with this, his hands were gradually encased in stone. Not only his hands, but it also enveloped his entire body. Finally, he transformed into another terrifying form, with two gigantic hands and spears flying above his head. From the deep eyes of that mask radiated a heavy murderous intent. Instantly, the spears above shifted into a ready stance. Without any command, those spears still shot straight toward Du-hyuk. And at that moment behind him, a vortex appeared along with a familiar voice. "Force bullet magic." The vortex gradually dispersed into bullets, shooting down the spears and creating a series of explosions. Slightly surprised, he continued to charge forward. Suddenly, from within the thick cloud of smoke and dust, the remaining spears shot out. But with his speed, he weaved and swerved gently to dodge them. Instantly, the masked man's giant arm launched a punch at him, taunting, "Try blocking this." Immediately, a shocking sound of impact rang out. Not stopping there, he continued to throw a flurry of punches at Du-hyuk. He seemed to pour all his hatred into each punch. Right at that moment, he activated his skill and dashed through the punches. Iron Body. As soon as he closed in on him, he reached his hand forward. The moment his hand touched the man, the power from his hand radiated even stronger. A green glow from his hand shone brightly between the two of them. And as Du-hyuk chanted the skill names, threads appeared binding the man tightly. Acid arrow, silk web, poison web. Those threads stretched all over the masked face. At that moment, he suddenly noticed something in the middle of the man's chest and internally gasped. "That is the boss's core." Immediately, Du-hyuk raised his other hand and summoned something. He summoned a giant spear and channeled a skill and enhanced power into it. Force bullet magic, soul strike spear. Simultaneously with the action of thrusting the spear into the mysterious man, a shout rang out, "Spear force power." Du-hyuk, with eyes full of determined, he took a deep breath and poured all his strength into this decisive strike. And when he let go, the opponent's whole body was pummeled by his power with a thunderous rumble, creating a loud, echoing explosion. A clear day with golden sunlight stretching far. A gentle breeze blew peacefully. A little girl approached a boy lounging lazily. The little girl said with a hint of annoyance, "What are you doing sleeping here? You promised to take me out today." She puffed her cheeks in indignation. "Wake up, come back to reality." Agnes slowly opened his eyes, suddenly blurting out a girl's name. Du-hyuk asked with concern, "Are you awake?" Agnes couldn't hide his surprise. "How can you speak my language?" Du-hyuk answered frankly, "Thanks to my magic power." The other replied, understanding, "I see." Suddenly he said gloomily, "I used to hate every day being trapped here." Du-hyuk said nothing more, quietly listening to him pour his heart out. "I hate being imprisoned in this place, and I don't want to kill those who intrude." Inside Agnes's chest was a source of energy that restrained him. The voice from the core gradually broke off. Du-hyuk empathized with Agnes's plight. "I understand. I've met many people like you," Agnes said with a heavy heart. people taken against their will. He remembered someone dear and continued, and forced to live in isolation their whole life. Agnes glanced at his guardian and asked warily, "Who are you?" Du Hyuk immediately introduced himself. "My name is Du Hyuk. I'm looking for the one responsible for creating this vicious cycle." Agnes repeated his name while searching his memory. "Du Hyuk Park, your name sounds so unfamiliar in my world." Saying that, he reached out toward Du Hyuk and proposed, "May I ask you a favor?" A faint light appeared in Agnes's palm. A small doll materialized along with his request. "If you meet my sister, give her this doll I carved from a piece of wood." He continued to explain, "I left a letter inside this doll. My handwriting is terrible, so she'll recognize it right away." Du Hyuk took the doll and nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll make sure she gets it," having received his promise. Agnes closed his eyes again and sank deeper into sleep. Soon his breathing became steady. Du Hyuk fell silent, his heart aching. Suddenly a blue light appeared, catching his attention. The lifeless doll in his hand abruptly opened its eyes and looked around. Then it flew up, leaving Du Hyuk's hand to his astonishment. The doll slowly approached the sleeping Agnes. It gently kissed his cheek with affection and said, "Sleep well." The doll landed on the ground right in front of Du Hyuk. A gust of wind blew, amplifying the blue light emanating from it. It suddenly glided forward and exclaimed, "You won't forget him, will you?" Du Hyuk replied firmly, "Of course not, don't worry." The doll smiled with satisfaction, glowing brightly. "Then I'll be in your care from now on." Elsewhere, a news report was showing footage of Du Hyuk's group, praising their strength. For 20 years, no one could conquer the giant Buddha statue dungeon until Du Hyuk's group appeared. "I'm really looking forward to what Du Hyuk's group will achieve next." Someone who heard this news was furious, grinding his teeth loudly. "San, you bastard!" He furiously threw things around the room to vent the rage inside him. The object he threw shattered into many pieces. He was Pilung, leader of the Pilung gang. The leader of the Pilung gang, he angrily shouted and cursed. "You betrayed my gang just to bow before Du Hyuk and lick his boots." Suddenly, a report came from outside the door about someone's background. "Chief, there's a guest." Beside that person was a girl waiting outside the door to have an audience with Pilung. The member elaborated, "Suryo Jin, vice leader of the THWA Guild, wishes to see you." Pilung frowned, couldn't help but wonder, why would someone from China come here? Thinking so, he waved his hand, unwilling to meet, and dismissed him. "I'm not in the mood to talk to anyone right now." Saying this, he turned back to the matter earlier and seriously pondered, thinking, "Now then, San, let's see how I should deal with you." Suddenly, infrared beams stretched across the door, revealing 7 people about to enter. The girl from outside the door earlier coldly walked in, those infrared beams easily shattered by her. This beautiful girl was the vice leader of the THWA Guild, Suryo Jin. Pilung angrily questioned Suryo, "What is the meaning of this?" A surge of purple power emanated from him, threatening the other. "Are awakened ones from China always this rude?" Suryo didn't back down. A surge of red power burst forth powerfully as she replied, "I didn't expect a warm welcome." She walked slowly forward without fear. "But how can you be so cold to the vice leader of the THWA Guild?" The 2 members looked at her with contempt, golden auras flickering around them. Suryo paid no mind and coldly said, "Have you ever thought about losing your guild members?" The fierce red aura couldn't help but make those members shudder in panic. Suryo stepped forward and continued with disdain, "Is it because you're too incompetent?" Those members, not understanding why, all collapsed to their knees, dejected. Seeing all his men fall down at once, Pilung was astonished. "What?" He angrily released an oppressive pressure. "I dare you to say that again." Suryo without hesitation complied. "Someone who cannot control his emotions." Pilung, furious, immediately took off his suit jacket, ready to fight her. Suryo slowly, without any panic, stated, "We'll never be able to defeat Du Hyuk." Pilung's face darkened, he gritted out in rage, "You dare!" In the face of his intimidating aura, Suryo calmly reached into her pocket and pulled out something. She took out an elegant black card. She slowly explained the reason for her presence. "The leader of the THWA Guild has ordered me to provide enough funds and support so you can dominate all guilds in Korea." She frowned, her eyes flashing with a hint of murderous intent. "On one condition." Suryo threw the card straight at Pilung, arrogantly stating, "The Pilung gang must agree to submit to the THWA Guild." Her gaze couldn't hide her ambition. She continued, "Not just now, but even when you have become the top of Korea." At that moment, San was slowly walking along the hallway of the training facility in the basement of the Blue Star Guild. "I still haven't gotten used to this place." He entered a certain room, looking around to find Du Hyuk. Suddenly, Du Hyuk urgently shouted a warning to him. "Careful!" A concrete pipe came crashing towards San. He opened his eyes wide in shock, astonished at the huge object. The hard pipe slammed straight into San, creating a deafening noise. As the smoke cleared, San was unharmed, steadily holding the heavy concrete pipe. He carefully glanced over, inspecting the pipe. San was surprised to see many dents on its surface caused by someone's punches. "What's with these fist marks?" Du Hyuk hurriedly ran over, panicked. "San, are you okay?" San slammed the pipe down hard on the ground, calmly replied, Yeah, I caught it just in time. He looked at the strange marks on the pipe, curiously asking, what kind of training have you been doing? Du Hyuk calmly answered, I'm testing the magic I received from the dungeon we just cleared. He clenched both fists, assuming a steady stance. I need to test it to know how to use it properly. Suddenly, the doll Du Hyuk received from Akinis appeared and approached San in a friendly manner. I'll heal that wound for you. A small light touched San's cheek, healing the wound from earlier. The injury vanished as if it had never existed. San looked at the doll floating next to Du Hyuk with great interest. Impressive, the doll, receiving the praise, cheerfully expressed its delight. Leave the healing to me, she is the guardian deity Scylla. Fervent support can support up to 7 allies, increasing health recovery speed by 5 times. The prayer of salvation reduces a fatal blow by 100% if the damage dealt exceeds 80% of the target's total health. Soul purification selects a target and grants them immunity to all negative status effects for a certain duration. Blessings collected, 0 out of 1,000. Du Hyuk crossed his arms and asked anyway, what business brought you here this morning? San hesitated to answer about that. He reached into his pocket to take something out. San held out a slip of paper and suggested, could you read this first? Reading that information, Du Hyuk couldn't help but be astonished. So, he frowned and recounted, before you joined my team, you were a member of the guild board. Because Lung Jiang and he asked you to return after hearing about the giant Buddha statue dungeon. San confirmed his words, that's right, he said seriously and in detail. I've done a lot of work for the guild, he continued, although I mainly handled the management side. Du Hyuk looked at him with a skeptical half-eye. Judging by your appearance, I thought you did more manual labor. From somewhere, San took out a pair of glasses and put them on, looking intellectual. How harsh, clearly I'm much more intellectual. Du Hyuk was speechless looking at this side of him. What are you saying? He didn't continue joking but delved into the main issue. But something was off. It would be faster if he recruited someone new instead of trying to drag you back. But then, thinking of something, you sighed inwardly, could it be? Without hiding anything, Du Hyuk voiced his thought, honestly, I think he'll come looking for you today. San paid attention and asked seriously, you think he's targeting me, don't you? Gripping that piece of paper tightly, Du Hyuk affirmed firmly, yes, if you still know some sensitive information about the guild, then he will come to silence you. Iksan complained wearily how deceitful. Du Hyuk gave a meaningful smile, we have to act before he does. Night gradually swallowed the city. A gentle breeze blew through the quiet space. On that deserted road, Iksan walked alone towards somewhere. From a high-rise building near him, someone raised their voice reporting to someone. This is Team A, I have identified the target. He is moving. Another person in the opposite direction stared at San and continued. This is Team C, I have also identified the target. Keep tracking him. The commander of those watching him muttered in puzzlement. Why did he suddenly enter a deserted area? The person beside him arrogantly replied, good for us. A moment later, San entered an abandoned building. Those people also quickly reported, confirming the target had entered an empty warehouse. Seeing the situation so favorable for themselves, one person couldn't help but look at his commander worriedly. How should we proceed? The arrogant commander left his hiding spot. I don't know what he's plotting, but we have the TQA guild backing us. Saying that, he gave the order, let's go. The commander and his comrades quickly walked up to the door of that old warehouse. He entered the warehouse door himself and called out, hey San, long time no see. San turned his head and retorted, it hasn't even been a day since I received that letter. This commander is Su Chang Han, vice president of the Pailong Jiang Guild. He replied, don't be like that, San, we've known each other for a long time. Iksan turned around and approached him. I cut ties with you people the moment I left the guild. Why are you looking for me now? Su Trang, unwilling to explain, didn't you lead us here because you knew the reason? A red aura rose around him. The boss doesn't like that you know too much about the guild. Su Trang's bloodthirsty eyes looked towards the enemy. I'm here to silence you. Saying that, he waved his hand, calling his comrades. What are you all doing outside? Come in here. But only one person entered as he said. Su Trang exclaimed in shock, huh? Where is everyone? What's going on? He curled his lips in a mocking smile. I guess you didn't expect this, did you? Another person suddenly appeared and interrupted their conversation. You have walked straight into our trap. We knew you were watching San, so while he lured you into the warehouse, I took down each of your members one by one. Su Trang panicked and shouted, who are you? The other person snapped his fingers as a signal. A flash of light made Su Chang squint in surprise. All his comrades were tied up and hanging suspended from the ceiling. Seeing that those people were all unconscious, the newcomer exclaimed, I have captured all the rest, only you remain. This person was Du Hyuk. He warned in a stern voice, give up. Su Trang was now extremely panicked. I planned to target Du Hyuk after eliminating San. He hurriedly took out his phone. I need to request backup from the TQA guild first. Suddenly, a series of sharp spikes from outside pierced through the warehouse's glass door and shot towards them. Those spikes aimed at Du Hyuk and flew at him. They also aimed at those tightly bound comrades of Su Trang. A horrific scene occurred. Those spikes pierced straight through that group of people. Du Hyuk was safely protected inside the magic barrier. He couldn't help but gaze in astonishment at that group. Seeing that, Iksan shouted loudly, "What the hell are you doing, Su Chang?" Suddenly he froze, staring in shock toward that large door. A large person appeared out of nowhere, grabbed Su Chang by the neck and lifted him up. Su Chang panicked and stammered, pleading, "Save me." A loud crack rang out. The figure finished Su Chang in an instant. He slumped down and was tossed beneath the enormous feet. The newcomer's face was completely covered, his fierce eyes scanning Zan, confirming the target. The masked figure advanced aggressively toward Iksan, his entire body radiating an intense, fiery red aura. His bloodshot eyes were filled with killing intent, his skin pale as if already lifeless. He struck something violently, creating a small, shocking explosion. Iksan observed him warily, noting the veins on his face. Suddenly, he appeared behind him to attack. He unleashed a powerful burst of crimson-black energy, punching toward Zan. But then he stared, bewildered, at his opponent. A sturdy hand blocked his punch. The hand of that thing cracked under his strength. A robot appeared to protect Zan, blocking the masked figure's attack. As he was distracted, a flash of light appeared above his head, accompanied by terrifying lightning bolts. Lightning chain. He quickly retreated, gracefully dodging every lightning strike. Du Hyuk approached Iksan, unable to help but marvel at the man's astonishing speed. "He's really too fast." Iksan was still in shock, drenched in sweat, thinking, "I thought I had gotten stronger after the previous dungeon experience." He felt a bit nervous and hurriedly tried to get up, but I'll end up slowing Du Hyuk down at this rate. At that moment, Du Hyuk looked toward the robot Irene. He gave the command, "Take Zan away from here." Irene immediately responded, "Yes, sir." It quickly obeyed, approaching to take Zan away from this place. "It's time to go." Zan hesitated, resisting slightly. He looked toward that figure and shouted, "I think he's under the effect of a hallucinogenic drug, Du Hyuk." Meanwhile, the masked figure was still frantically dodging every lightning bolt from Du Hyuk. Iksan urgently suggested, "The effect won't last, so you can defeat him if you drag out the fight." Du Hyuk frowned thoughtfully. Hallucinogenic drug, huh? He couldn't help but think nervously. "So that's why his magic feels similar to those I faced last time." Du Hyuk affirmed about the one behind this. "This definitely means the T Hoa Society is backing the Pailong Jiang Society." Thinking that, he calmly uttered, "Thanks, Zan." Right after, Irene picked up Zan and shot up, leaving the place. The masked figure looked at the light from Irene's direction and shouted, "Don't let our target escape." He gave the order, "Stop them." Suddenly, from outside the windows, countless humanoid robots appeared and attacked Irene. They fiercely charged on the figure's orders. Irene was far from helpless. Countless giant hands were summoned by it, confronting that group. Fist of Wisdom. Fist of Wisdom is a physical-type spell that attacks enemies with invisible fists containing magic. Its fists quickly took down countless humanoid robots. Irene quickly recalculated the escape route. After confirming the route, she urgently left, activating the radio. She slipped through the other robots, clearing a straight path out. Irene broke the glass door, taking Zan safely out of the warehouse. Du Hyuk looked through the broken door frame, breathing a sigh of relief. "All right, Zan has escaped now." He turned his head gravely to look at the remaining enemy. "I can focus on fighting you." He raised his hand high, condensing magic into a glowing sphere. Binding force bullet magic. From the sphere, countless streams of magic attacked the masked man. He frantically dodged Du Hyuk's attack. His footsteps were heavy, magic swirling around him powerfully. He leaped and punched straight at Du Hyuk. Du Hyuk quickly summoned a barrier to defend. Under the pressure of his attack, Du Hyuk's barrier showed clear cracks. The masked man once again fixed a deathly gaze on Du Hyuk. A series of light streams surrounded him like a giant trap net. Assessing the situation, Du Hyuk urgently thought, "I can't defeat him with single attack spells, they're too slow. But I can't use Widaria spells either, because the corpses I need as evidence might get swept away." He carefully considered, "Besides, if this drags on too long, he might escape. I have to capture him to prove the Pilung River Association is working with the T Hoa Association." Du Hyuk made a silent decision. "I guess I have no other choice." He immediately retracted the protective barrier. Du Hyuk exclaimed, "Magic vision." The masked man couldn't help but be puzzled. I don't know why he lowered his defense. He frowned urgently, "But the drug's effect won't last much longer, so this is my last chance." He resolutely poured all his strength into his fist, deciding, "I will kill you at all costs." His attack caused a huge explosion, sending dirt and rocks flying around chaotically. Du Hyuk narrowly dodged his fist. At the same time, his own fist shot straight towards the masked man. Crushing fist, filling each hand with magic and hardening them, can be used for close quarters attacks. Close combat, the masked man said in disbelief, How can he see through my attack? Du Hyuk replied. Very simple. From high above, a large eye appeared clearly within a mysterious pattern. I can see everything from above. Magic vision uses magic to expand the user's field of vision. He quickly shot magic into binding ropes that tightly restrained the man. Binding restraint. After subduing him, he thought to himself, capture complete. The masked man was pressed tightly to the ground. I can't move. Under Du Hyuk's suppression, he shouted unwillingly. Mission failed, he continued. I only have one last card, destroy all evidence. His entire body gradually turned red. Du Hyuk couldn't help but be stunned. What did you just say? The masked man didn't answer, only roaring furiously. See you in hell, Du Hyuk. Du Hyuk looked on in shock at the light erupting from him. A massive explosion erupted, blasting away an entire large building. A huge fire blazed from that building, smoke and dust filling a patch of sky. Suryo stood on the rooftop of a nearby building, watching the fire. She carefully thought, isn't that too much for a puppet enhanced by hallucinogenic drugs? Suryo couldn't believe it and wondered. It should have had more magical power than Seo, Jian and Julia. At that moment at the center of the fire, Du Hyuk calmly said, Ice storm. A freezing vortex appeared as he spoke, swirling around to protect him from the flames. A moment later, everything around him seemed completely frozen. Dust clung to his body. Du Hyuk gritted his teeth in frustration. He blew himself up to destroy the evidence. Police cars rushed to the fire. Suryo watched, somewhat surprised. The police are already here, faster than I expected. Suddenly, she looked in a certain direction in astonishment. Jiang Mi stepped out of the police car. That made Suryo wonder, what is Jiang Mi doing here? She carefully observed Jiang Mi's actions. Had she turned her back on Chairman Rai Hong's goodwill, but she seems to be very concerned about Du Hyuk. Suryo gritted her teeth in fury. Unforgivable. Her blazing red aura spread out, making the subordinate beside her panic and shout. Vice Chairman, that's dangerous, be careful, Suryo replied. I know that very well. She turned around gravely and gave the order. We've confirmed Du Hyuk's abilities, so now it's time to withdraw. She frowned, somewhat unwillingly. I will temporarily retreat because we weren't fully prepared. Jiang Mi sensed something unusual and looked around to investigate. But sooner or later I will make you pay, Jiang Mi, and you too, Du Hyuk. In an alley somewhere in England. A loud thud against something echoed in the quiet night. A person was slammed hard to the ground, dust swirling around him. Drops of fresh blood dripped, splattering across the ground. The person struggled but still couldn't get up. A person holding a glowing red orb said with slight disappointment, It's not him. A groveling man begged the red-haired person holding the orb. Please spare me, I'll give you everything I have, please. Halachi coldly delivered his verdict. No, you must die. He stomped on the person's head. Even though you are not a rebel, I cannot leave any witnesses. The person asked in shock, what? The brutal Palachi dealt with the person in front of him. He turned away indifferently. The list of suspects was still long. I'd better take care of everyone in England first. Suddenly, a notification from his phone rang. The list of information about the protesting guardian deities had been updated. Du Hyuk had cleared the giant Buddha dungeon in Japan and is now ranked A. He paused with interest, repeating the name he had just heard, Du Hyuk. Du Hyuk comes from South Korea, and he just frowned deep in thought. Then he strode off to deal with the next target. I will eliminate these targets before heading to Korea. Everything I do is for Vendela. At that moment, Du Hyuk and Sung Mi were also making their way up the stairs, heading somewhere. He turned to her with concern and asked, Sung Mi, how was the meeting with your family? They must have been very pleased with what you've done. She averted her gaze, looking away, and hesitantly replied, well. Du Hyuk stopped, surprised, and asked, did something happen? Sung Mi continued calmly, my father said it's time to move to a bigger stage and improve my skills. Now I have gained some momentum. I think he's looking for the next place I should go since my contract with the Blue Star Guild is about to end. Du Hyuk exclaimed in surprise, your father said that? Sung Mi confirmed. Yes, she continued, a bit indignant. I don't understand why he thinks so poorly of you, but he said you're not suitable as my partner the moment he found out we were dating. Sung Mi clenched her fists, full of resentment. What does he even know about you? Du Hyuk gently patted her head to comfort her. Don't worry. He expressed his affection. I'll be by your side. Sarah suddenly appeared, indignant on Sung Mi's behalf. That's right, you did nothing wrong. Sung Mi said gratefully, thank you both. Suddenly, heavy footsteps sounded from the bushes near them. A person stepped forward toward the grass, saying nervously, I think it's detected our magic. He remembered that fierce monster, Gigants. Du Hyuk stepped up and instructed his teammates, we already know its abilities, let's proceed according to plan. Suddenly an unusual situation occurred, leaving him stunned. A flash of light came from the bushes. Decisive slashes were unleashed. A powerful man slashed the back of the monster as large as a building. A blade of radiance. Du Hyuk hastily dodged the blinding light from the man's attack. He couldn't help but look tensely toward the man. A large explosion rang out, and the dust from the blast obscured everyone's vision. After dealing with the monster, the man stood towering in the air like a god. exclaiming, "I warned you." He landed on the corpse of the defeated foe from earlier. "This man was Smilok," he said in a voice full of anger. "I told you I would consider you enemies if we met again." Smilok pointed his sword down at the monster. "Is this really what you want?" Duhayak admitted frankly, "The immortal army is the perfect prey for us to grow stronger." He continued, expressing his integrity, "I promise we have no intention of attacking you." Smilok disagreed. "I cannot trust you." A surge of magical power emanated fiercely from his sword. He looked toward the vast mountain range. "I am responsible for protecting this area." Smilok drew his sword back to gain momentum for an attack on them. "This is not a place to receive help from strangers." Duhayak did not back down. He immediately gathered magical power into his hand to confront him. It seemed there was nothing more to discuss. The two waves of blue and gold magic clashed, shaking a vast expanse. The magical energy radiating from their battle exerted heavy pressure on everyone below. Smilok swung his sword with full force toward him. A slash from him fiercely shot toward Duhayak. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, dodging that slash. Smilok inwardly marveled in surprise. He doesn't need an incantation to use magic. Suddenly, from behind him, Duhayak appeared, throwing a punch at him. Smilok gritted his teeth and blocked the punch with his sword, using magic bullet power. He threw a rapid combination of punches at him. Smilok was pushed back, struggling to defend. Smilok firmly swung his sword to slash at Duhayak's punches. However, after the smoke cleared, he could no longer see any sign of him. Where did he go? A silent space with only the sound of a light breeze made Smilok even more tense. He turned to look around. Smilok was utterly astonished to see countless figures of Duhayak appearing before him. Impossible, in the magic kingdom of Kresha, in the kingdom of Sinches. Specifically on the continent of Miraculum, north of the kingdom of Sinches. An old man was staring intently at the formation before him in Miraculum on the northern continent. "Kingdom of Sinches," he exclaimed excitedly, "now then." But from outside the door a figure suddenly appeared. This person was a high-ranking wizard of the kingdom of Sinchesran Hat. He approached and asked nervously, "Where are you going, sir?" This old man was the great wizard of the kingdom of Sinters Benton. He turned and replied, "I am going to meet the young man that Duke Smilok mentioned." Reinhard frowned disapprovingly. "Do you really believe he came from another dimension?" Benta turned, questioning, "Have I told you about the man named Bo Hat, the one who crossed the central continent?" Lin Hat replied, "Yes, you have told me." Benta once earnestly explained it to him. "Don't you think he is one of the most extraordinary people to have crossed the Mac Nuum Sea in the last 100 years? He seriously recalled, there was one thing he had always repeated to me when we studied together. He remembered the image of Bo Hat instructing him. Remember this, Benta, he solemnly emphasized each word. His name is Du Haik. If you happen to meet him, listen to him very carefully." At this moment, Benta recounted Bo Hat's words to the young man. "He is living proof of the gaps and shortcomings in our research on space. That's what he said to me." He raised his voice, his gaze resolute, and proposed, "So, Renhat, I want you to impersonate me while I visit the south." He couldn't help but wonder, is this really so important? Benta stepped into the center of that formation. He replied, "I am very curious about the true identity of that person." Understanding, Lin Hat no longer objected but respectfully accepted the order. "I understand. I will do everything I can to impersonate you." A flash of light flickered in the center of the formation. Lin Hat smiled and added, "I wish you a safe journey." Right at this moment, in the intense battle between Smilok and Zohiak, a multitude of his clones swooped down to attack Smilok. Smilok was not losing ground, channeling magic into his sword to confront him. A flurry of sword strikes was unleashed by Smilok, quickly dispatching Duhaik's clone. He watched this and couldn't help but be impressed by his strength. "I'm truly impressed." He carefully considered Smilok's sword technique. Instead of letting his aura dissipate, he concentrated it into the sword and extended its reach. Watching Smilok continuously dispatch his clone, Duhaik thought to himself, "But he isn't focusing on defense because he thinks my copies are just illusions." His clones disappeared immediately after Smilok swung at them. "Ordinary illusions may vanish when slashed," Smilok declared boldly. "Your tricks won't work on me." At this moment, Duhaik continued to calculate his tactics, but no, if they are created with simulacrum. Suddenly a blue glow spread near Smilok, causing him great alarm. A freezing vortex appeared, swirling everything around it. "Ice storm!" Smilok quickly moved away, avoiding that chilling whirlwind. He urgently and silently assured himself, "I'm certain they are only illusions." Suddenly Duhayak appeared from somewhere behind Smilok, aiming a large spear straight at him. Smilok, stunned, hurriedly turned to look at that spear. Without giving him time to think, the opponent immediately attacked. Soul-shaking spear, fire leaf arrow. Smilok took the hit and writhed in agony. He quickly drew a mysterious, transcendent magic circle. A massive, powerful fist descended upon Smilok's judgment. He noticed it and couldn't help but tense up. He hurriedly cast magic to block Duhayak's punch. Smilok struggled to hold his ground, doubt creeping into his heart. "This," Smilok frowned fiercely and shouted, "won't be enough to take me down." That fist was cracked by Smilok's dispelling magic. He watched as Du Hyuk's enormous punch shattered into countless fragments. He couldn't help but be amazed by his fierce fighting spirit. Smilok regained his composure, a golden light enveloping him. Blade of Radiance, a powerful sword slash he unleashed shot straight at Du Hyuk. He hurriedly formed hand seals to create a transcendent protective magic circle. His hands moved to redirect the revolving magic, and a terrifying beam of light crashed down toward Smilok. Facing the immense power, Smilok gritted his teeth in tension. Damn it, a thick smoke appeared and a hand was casting a spell. Lord Bentan calmly resolved everything. Then he spoke, "Why don't we stop here? I don't think you intended to kill Lord Smilok." Du Hyuk, still astonished by his power, wondered to himself. He neutralized the blade of radiance that I reflected so easily. Who exactly is this person? Suddenly Smilok asked, "Lord Bentan, what brings you here?" He calmly replied, "I knew you would face this young man in battle, so I came to stop you." These words surprised him and he asked back, "Stop me." Then Smilok loudly said, "Have you forgotten what we went through when the living Slayer army emerged from the spatial rift?" Smilok expressed his concern. "I fear these people will lead the living Slayer army to us." After hearing that, Lord Bentan said that maintaining vigilance is good, but there's no need to treat them as enemies. At that, Du Hyuk spoke up, "If you wish to talk, I won't continue this battle." His words satisfied him and he replied, "Thank you." Then suddenly he asked him, "By the way, do you know someone named BH? You look exactly like the description of the young man who helped him 20 years ago." Hearing this, he immediately confirmed it. "That's right, I helped him save Mary, but for me that only happened a few days ago." Learning that he was the one who helped, he expressed his gratitude. "Thanks to you, Mary and BH are still living happily together. And I, Bentan, am assisting him in researching the spatial rifts." In his heart, he recalled the words BH had once said to him, and then realized, "I am certain that the BH I met in the past told me that Mary had already passed away. The future has changed." After thinking, Lord Bentan spoke, "Judging from your expression, it seems the past and present differ from what you know." Du Hyuk admitted this. "That's right, I believe I intervened in events in your past and present, changing the outcome in this world." And then, without hiding anything, he shared about his research. "According to our research on spatial rifts, we believe there is a person chosen by God who carries the power to change space and time. Until meeting you, he has completely confirmed that person is you, Du Hyuk. And according to your words, you are a messenger sent by God." Next, he gave him a device to facilitate communication between the two sides. "If you need to contact us, use this." At the same time, the system displayed information about this item. Communication stone. Cannot be used in dungeons or other dimensions on Earth. Can only be used in the Republican Mountains and only to contact Lord Smilok. After exchanging information, Lord Bentan stated, "Let things end here. Revealing your existence will not bring anything good." Hearing that, Du Hyuk also expressed his view. "I understand you've been a great help today, Lord Bentan." Having said that, he turned and walked away, leaving him with a single thought. "I don't want him to become an enemy. I hope he has good intentions." After that, Du Hyuk and the others didn't stay idle but immediately looked for work. "My team members and I hunted the living slayers all day." Through this activity, he also discovered a few things. As we went deeper south, we found countless gigants that were difficult to approach. That's why you made the decision, so we promised to return and leave the dungeon. The next day, at a luxurious mansion, the doorbell rang. Du Hyuk came out to open the door and asked, "Who is it?" It turned out the person who came to see him was Gang Mi. "Hello, Du Hyuk." As soon as he saw her, he asked, "What brings you here, Gang Mi?" She lowered her hood and said, "Sorry to bother you so early." Then she made a request, "Can you talk with me for a moment?" At that moment, Sung Mi came down from upstairs and asked, "Is something wrong, Du Hyuk Oppa?" Suddenly her face flushed red when she saw that the person standing at the door was Gang Mi, and she let out an "oh." A moment later, a cup of coffee was served on the table. Gang Mi's serious voice spoke evenly. "I came here as fast as I could. I have important news to discuss with you." At that point, she looked over at Sung Mi. "But I didn't know that you two were living together." Du Hyuk didn't hide anything and said frankly, "I just started dating Sung Mi not long ago." Moreover, he explained, "But we lived together for convenience." After beating around the bush enough, he got straight to the point. "So may I ask why you came to my house this morning?" Without wasting any more time, she asked him, "First, have you heard that the Golden Gate has opened?" He honestly recounted what he knew. "Yes, I heard that the awakened management bureaus in various countries, including high-level guilds, are trying to conquer them." Moreover, he added, "I was also planning to try my luck. However, I ran into a bit of trouble. But the Golden Gate in Korea is managed by KMA." Hearing this, Gang Mi revealed something. KMA had successfully conquered the Golden Gate, and there was another piece of news accompanying it. But 3 out of 4 teams failed, most notably in the final round. The 4th attempt ended with the harvest of mysterious space stones by defeating enemies and collecting artifacts. As she spoke, her fury flared and she gritted out each word. However, Jae-in Lee and others at KMA did not mourn these sacrifices at all. Director Jae-in is now calling it a a new virtuous cycle worldwide for high-level awakening. His plan is to attract awakened from other countries and turn those who do not comply into sacrificial pawns. After hearing Gangmi's words, Du Hyuk and LM figured it out. I guess I'm also in that group. She confirmed his guess was correct. That's right, and then she made a request. I'm asking you to refuse the proposal. Of Director Jaein, her request made him hesitate a bit. Suddenly a tremor occurred. This made Du Hyuk startle and wonder. What the hell? He looked down at the floor and wondered. Did that sound come from the basement? To be sure, Du Hyuk quickly went to check, and before leaving he said, Gangmi, please wait here a moment. Less than a moment later, he was already down in the basement. A smile spread on his lips and he realized. Could it be? He discovered an enemy had been summoned inside his home. An outbreak appeared right in my house. The monster with its sharp pincers stabbed into the ground, it spoke, if you do not kneel. While threatening, it brandished its fiery weapon. I will burn you to ashes with this flame. Du Hyuk froze for a moment upon hearing that. Meanwhile it continued ordering him. I said kneel. As soon as it finished saying that, it blew fire straight at him. The flames blazed fiercely, scorching one corner. Facing this fire, Du Hyuk remained very calm and brushed it aside. He easily blew out the fiercely burning fire, causing the monster to exclaim in shock. Impossible, then he spoke slowly. I think there has been a misunderstanding. After a moment of surprise, the monster roared angrily. The words of an ordinary human mean nothing to us. Du Hyuk paid no mind to what it said, as he was busy thinking about something else. Its power seems insufficient, but I've never seen a skill like that before. Just as Du Hyuk was deep in thought, the monster hurled a whole bomb at him. Keeping his composure, he quickly used the spatial gate skill. Immediately, the bomb redirected back at the monster. Then a huge explosion occurred right where it stood. Thick smoke mixed with flying dirt and rocks scattered everywhere. From within that smoke, a voice rang out. Captain, he's too strong, don't give up. Interdimensional travel has made us stronger. This voice had just sounded when it shocked Du Hyuk completely. The smoke cleared, revealing a cat named Deli, an A+ rank cat. Next to it was Latte and a rank mouse. It was saying sternly, we can't die here. After a moment of shock, Du Hyuk questioned these two creatures. Why are you attacking me? We just met, didn't we? Deli answered angrily. Don't play dumb. We came all the way here to track down the one who created these rifts. Anger made him almost tremble as he recalled what he and Latte had been through. We have been trapped in spatial rifts for the past 30 years because he and his companion fled from countless dangers. These things made him so angry that he shouted, do you know how many times we nearly died? After hearing these words, Du Hyuk spoke up to explain. I think there has been a misunderstanding. I didn't intend to fight with you. But it seemed Daly didn't pay much attention to his words. We will never surrender. He pulled out his gun and declared we would fight to the end. Suddenly some light appeared that made him freeze in astonishment. It turned out that since talking got him nowhere, he resorted to violence, leaving the two animals dumbfounded. He gave a friendly smile and suggested, why don't you put down your weapons so we can talk more calmly? These two were so frightened by Du Hyuk's power that they surrendered. Daly hesitantly spoke up, thinking that maybe talking wasn't such a bad idea after all. A moment later, the mouse spoke up as the representative. The captain's name is Daly, I'm Latte. Daly also added about their situation. We were just an ordinary cat and mouse before we got sucked into spatial rifts and were experimented on by a wizard we met. Hearing this, Du Hyuk asked, what do you plan to do now? This isn't the destination you were aiming for, right? Suddenly Daly let out a sigh and said, hey, wait. Seeing his expression, Latte shouted anxiously, Captain, the spatial energy is. But he immediately reassured his companion. Don't overreact, Latte, just bring me a space stone. Hearing that, he quickly complied. Please wait a moment, I'm sure we still have a few. Du Hyuk watched them like that and then opened his system panel. Then he called out Daly, toss him an energy stone, and said, use this. The moment he saw that stone, he exclaimed with joy. He then rubbed the stone and marveled, a stone of such strange clarity. I've explored many dimensions but have never seen a space stone like this. Seeing him like that, he felt a mischievous urge to tease. What do you think, is this enough? Although he was still quite excited about the stone, he remained wary of him. There's no way you'd give us this for free. What do you want? Hearing that, he pondered and replied, I don't really want anything. Then he suddenly mentioned the weapons the two had just used to attack him. I'm just curious about those items and the skills you use. Daly was willing to explain everything to Du Hyuk, but with a proposal. If that's the case, I'll show you a variety of artifacts. If you agree to protect me and Latte during our stay here. Moreover, he added, we are weapon merchants and engineers, so we'll definitely be useful to you. He didn't hesitate to agree. All right, I promise to protect and ensure your safety while you're here. As he reached out to shake Daly's hand, he also made a request. I only ask for your cooperation in return. He shook hands with Du Hyuk and replied, all right, we have a deal then. At that moment, Sung Mi led Kang Mi down to the basement. As she walked, she called out loudly, is everything okay, Du Hyuk? Hearing her voice, he replied gently, nothing to worry about. Suddenly Latte spoke up. These two have a really pleasant scent. Deli was also surprised and excitedly pointed toward the two girls, then asked Du Hyak, who are they? Are you living with them? At that moment, Sung Mi had arrived. As soon as she saw Deli, she reached out both hands wanting to pick it up and ask, oh my god, what the hell is going on? She held it in her arms and wondered, who are these two animals? Du Hyak easily explained. Their names are Deli and Latte. I'll explain how they got here later. Keep them here for a moment. After saying that, he slowly stood up. Then he turned and said in a serious tone, I'll come back after talking to Jang Mi. After informing her, he left with Jang Mi. His coldness made her feel a bit sulky. After walking a distance, Jang Mi spoke up. This is far enough. There's never a dull moment with you, Du Hyak. She glanced back and then said frankly, I have a lot of questions about them. However, right now I want to discuss what I propose to Du Hyak. But I want to hear your answer about the issue we just discussed. When she brought this up, he hesitated and looked at me with a determined look. He declared that he would challenge the Gold Gate. Hearing that, she immediately panicked and asked, why? He replied bluntly, first because I want to. Moreover, he also believed it was necessary for my team to become stronger. Furthermore, there was another reason, and this second reason was emphasized and considered important by him, to lure and expose Rui Yili's dark secrets. After hearing that, Jang Mi hurriedly asked, are you sure you'll be okay? She also warned him, Zane will put more pressure on you if you do that. But he still firmly insisted, I can handle it. Knowing she couldn't persuade Du Hyak, she gave up. All right, if you say so. Additionally, she apologized to him. I'm sorry I can't offer more direct support. You probably understand our current situation. Of course, he didn't blame her and even said, just keeping Yin occupied is enough. Moreover, he thought that without you all the offices in Korea would fall into his hands. At that, Jang Mi gave some news and a reminder to Du Hyak. I understand. We'll conduct our own investigation on Jin. Please be careful, Du Hyak. After that day, things happened as he had predicted. I accepted Zane's invitation and contacted the members of my team. Du Hyak was informed that a gold gate only allows 5 participants, and his teammates only included the following. Currently I have 4 people, me, Zumi, Zan, and Junsel. So he contacted one more person. I also contacted Zohai, who is active in Europe, Incheon International Airport. A luggage suitcase was pushed along the airport corridor. A girl with red hair stood still, waiting for someone. She was Zohai. As she waited, she muttered, he said someone would come pick me up if I waited here. After standing for a while, a luxury car suddenly pulled up in front of her. Du Hyak, sitting inside, asked, Zohai, have you been waiting long? As soon as she saw him, she got into the car and teased, hey Du Hyak, why didn't you just teleport here? Hearing that, he honestly replied, I thought going out for some fresh air would be nice. Suddenly, she brought up something she had overheard. How are things between you and Sung Mi? Are you two dating? He seemed not to grasp the implication in her words and said, long time no see, and that's all you can say. A moment later, when the car stopped at a red light, Du Hyak suddenly realized the issue and asked in confusion, wait, you're in Europe, how do you know about that? Zohai confidently flipped her hair and said, need you ask? Sung Mi has been asking me all sorts of things about you since last year. Plus, I gave her a lot of advice. Then she cheerfully said, if you two become a couple, you should thank me. Then she suddenly suggested, don't you think you should treat me to a meal for helping you so much? Being a sensible person, Du Hyak immediately agreed. What do you want to eat? So Zohai, looking eager, suggested, I want Korean food. Since I just got back, maybe pork soup or kimchi stew. It would be great to go to a famous restaurant. But unfortunately for her, his next words dashed her dining dreams. Not today. All the other members are waiting in the meeting room right now. As soon as she heard that, she screamed, what? I just got back to Korea and I have to attend a meeting. That's a bit too much, isn't it? On the way to the meeting room, she seemed so angry that she jumped up. At the magic tower in the magical empire of Aetna, a group of people gathered. Vendela spoke up. A gold spatial gate has appeared at the former site of the imperial palace of the Desmond Empire. I have sent a vanguard team to investigate. He also provided additional information. This spatial gate leads to another dimension, where we can encounter intelligent beings. Hearing this, Burrs immediately asked, if so, will this bring us closer to the consciousness linked to the dimension we have been researching? Moreover, Vendela added, yes, but we cannot gather such crucial knowledge from the enemy using mere ordinary puppets. He seemed to place a lot of faith in his subordinates. Because you have received my teachings, only you can do it. Suddenly, one of his subordinates abruptly stood up and shouted, if so, have mercy, Vendela. He knelt before him and made a proposal. I, Burrs, your loyal swordsman, will go. My lord, please forgive me. He sternly asked back, Burrs, must you go? Then he said in a gruff voice, I have other talented substitutes I can send, even if you do not go. Hearing that, he respectfully explained, we don't know what kind of enemy we will face, he declared loudly. I should go because I am the strongest one here. The reason he was so confident was that Burrs was the top swordsman of the magic tower in the magical empire of Athena. Seeing his determination, Vendela did not bother to stop him and instead instead asked, "Who will you take with you?" He quickly reported to him. "My 4 subordinates are enough. They have many talents including disguise, camouflage, and causing chaos." Moreover, he confidently declared, "The 5 of us are perfect." After hearing that, Vendela placed his hand on his shoulder with satisfaction and ordered, "Good, I want you to annihilate the enemy and acquire all their knowledge." In addition, he also instructed, "You may also attack and bring them back here alive." He naturally obeyed, replying, "Yes, my lord." In front of the Golden Gate in South Korea, the gate was moving violently. Yi In spoke to Du Hyuk, "If we succeed, I will reward each person 10 billion won." Furthermore, he wished success for him and his team. "I sincerely hope your team succeeds and returns safely." He also politely shook hands with him and replied, "Thank you for those kind words." He courteously responded, "Don't mention it, as the director, this is the least I can do for you." Soon after, he and his team entered the gate. "We will depart now." Once inside the gate, a tiny fairy appeared on his shoulder. Elsewhere, a golden gate was also being opened. A group of people emerged. At the same time, the system immediately gave a notification. "Lin, the first announcement is as follows. You will not be able to leave this area until 5 other participants are confirmed." Next was the second announcement. "Lin, prepare thoroughly inside the barrier." Finally, the third announcement. "Din, you will be severely injured if you attempt to leave this barrier." After reading the announcements, Jun Seo exclaimed, "It's interesting how the system is guiding us through these interactions." Zoe agreed and added, "If I had to compare it to something, I'd say it's like a game." Hearing this, Du Hyuk thought to himself, "A game? Earth created the awakening system based on Sfunin, maybe that's why it looks similar." At that moment, the system made another announcement. 5 other participants confirmed. The system confirmed the barrier was removed, seeing the protective screen gradually disappear. Du Hyuk quickly warned everyone not to let their guard down. Instantly, they all went into defensive stance and were ready to attack. A group of hooded soldiers appeared one after another. As soon as he saw them, he said sternly, "It's time." On the other side, Burrs also gave orders to his subordinate. "Let's go." The man-eating plant with sharp thorns surrounding its body hissed intimidatingly at those before it. Despite the threatening sounds, Zohai did not flinch. She charged straight at the monster, spear aimed at the target. Her inner strength burst forth. A brilliant red aura enveloped her, propelling her forward. At the same time, Za swiftly hurled 2 discs with terrifying force. And Jun Seo also joined the battle. A stream of destructive energy surged from her weapon. Zohai swung her sickle, slashing hard into the monster's body. The gas mask helped her avoid the toxins it released. At that moment, monstrous flowers bloomed on the carnivorous plant, emitting an eerie light. Brilliant yellow energy like lightning shot from the flower, piercing through the air, aimed directly at the target. Toxic yellow smoke spread, covering the area like a deadly mist. Yet, despite the dense smoke, Zohai pressed forward without hesitation. She overcame it and reached a favorable position. The bright red sickle, sharp as an arrow, pointed straight up to the sky. Zohai soared like a hawk, aiming straight for the target, the red sickle in midair. In a flash, the sickle cut across the neck, the monster's head separating from its body. Her eyes glowed, full of determination. The giant monster collapsed and the girl put away her sickle, signaling victory. Du Hyuk stepped forward to congratulate everyone. "Well done, Zohai." She smiled slowly, removing the gas mask, and said, "I was very excited to enter the Golden Gate, but the monsters here are weaker than I expected." Jun Seo spoke up, "It's not the monsters that make the Golden Gate dangerous, but the possibility of facing other teams." Zungi continued, "We don't need to worry about monsters if they are this easy to defeat." Zohai narrowed her eyes and affirmed, "Honestly, I prefer facing aggressive enemies like monsters." Du Hyuk agreed, "You're right," he thought to himself, "enemies who pretend to be friendly and wait for us to let our guard down are more unpleasant than openly hostile ones." Suddenly, the ring on his finger gave a notification. The notification read, "Heresy Judge, a passive skill that can detect Dark Mage Vendela and any judge. Any Dark Crusader within a 500 m radius, even if they are disguised." Next, the Inquisitor discovered a member of the Dark Crusader named Burrs. Du Hyuk asked anxiously, "Is this just a coincidence or?" Seeing him worried, Zohai asked, "What's wrong?" He said something commanding that made everyone wonder. "Everyone gather up." Du Hyuk announced, "We must prepare quickly." Zohai said in surprise after hearing his request, "You want me to be the captain? What are you talking about?" Zan couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you, Du Hyuk?" He explained, "I discovered an enemy's identity using one of my artifacts, and the effect of this artifact is becoming clear right now." Zohai wondered, "What does that have to do with me becoming captain?" He replied, "I'll pretend to be the team's porter from now on." He further explained, I want everyone to treat me that way so the enemy lowers their guard. Du-hyuk put on his coat, explaining the reason to Zohai. And I chose you as captain, Zohai, because I think it suits your energetic personality. The enemy will lower their guard when they see you recklessly charging at them. Sung-mi and Zohai were deep in thought. She narrowed her eyes, her voice full of suspicion. Why does it sound like you're insulting me? Du-hyuk adjusted the hood of his coat and calmly replied, I would never do that. Du-hyuk said his last words before leaving, make sure your acting is convincing. His words made everyone turn away as if ignoring him. Suddenly, at that moment, from the vast, gloomy space came a terrifying screeching sound. A deep rumbling sound like the collapse of heaven and earth resounded right beneath Zohai's feet. Then a giant monster, its mouth like a bottomless abyss, ferociously tore through the ground and emerged. Zohai urgently announced, everyone run! Dirt and rocks flew everywhere. The giant monster burrowed up, breaking the earth's hard crust. The force from that creature made Du-hyuk lose his balance and fall to the ground. Zoe shouted a warning, it's heading over there. Seeing that, Iksan exclaimed, not him again. Despite the monster charging, he unleashed masterful skills like magic darts binding. He let out a long shout echoing throughout the space. Du-hyuk had no choice but to unleash his decisive move, Fireball. A dazzling golden light containing boundless power shot straight toward the enemy. A fireball engulfed the monster. The resounding explosion shook the entire space. Du-hyuk slumped to the ground after that fatal blow. His eyes full of suspicion, he thought to himself, I wonder what move he'll make next. He kept speculating, would this be a battle of wits or an all-out fight? Suddenly, a figure appeared right behind him, reaching out a hand as if to pull him up. It was Perse, his gaze and gesture full of concern. He asked hand Du-hyuk, are you all right? Du-hyuk quickly took the offered hand. He stood up and replied, yes, thank you for saving me. Zohai stepped forward and added, I'm sorry, it seems our youngest member has caused you trouble. Bo reassured him, it's fine. Sungbi couldn't help but ask, why did you run over there and draw its attention? Du-hyuk stammered, I'm sorry. Sungmi turned away. Jia-len was very curt. Stop causing trouble for the captain, come back here, Zohai said calmly. Don't be too hard on him, he'll get hurt if you keep that up. Buzz smiled and said, it's great that we can get to know each other before facing the boss of this dungeon. Suddenly, Zohai's eyes became vacant. He put on a friendly face and began introducing, my name is Perse and I'm a mage. These are my teammates. She turned her head slightly and said gently, nice to meet you all, I'm Zohai Sin and I'm the captain of this team. Bo said earnestly, we look forward to working with you. Zohai replied, likewise nice to meet you. His subordinate asked, what shall we do now, sir? He answered, do you remember what Lord Vendela said? Uninvited guests are very dangerous. At that moment, his blood-red eyes were revealed. He said coldly, that's why I changed my appearance. I want them to lower their guard. I want you to help them, but hold back your strength. The subordinate obeyed, understood. Buzz murmured under his breath, only loud enough for his group to hear, I think that guy might be hiding his true strength. He muttered to himself, I'll keep an eye on him. However, Du-hyuk's gaze seemed to see right through Perse's heart. He thought to himself, that's right, I bet you can't ignore me. A chaotic scene flashed through his mind. Their elaborate plans had polluted Arkenes and destroyed the Desmond Empire. I won't let myself be caught off guard. His eyes turned sharp and cold, and he muttered defiantly, it's time to see who can endure longer. Perse's smile was now just a mask hiding the truth. Through the large trees with thick layers of leaves, the monster, shaped like a giant worm with bloodshot eyes and a large horn on its head, charged forward madly. It moved at great speed, pursuing Du-hyuk, who was fleeing in panic not far ahead. Suddenly, his entire body was lifted and hung upside down by a giant mutated plant. After breaking free from that strange plant, he collapsed in a heap. Bo and Sungbi, watching from behind, clenched their hands, thinking helplessly. I didn't expect him to be that bad. He reached one hand behind his back and used his power to pull out a strange black weapon. There's no reason to waste any more time on them. But right after that, two people in all-white robes, covered from head to toe, approached and caught his attention. Du-hyuk, carrying his luggage on his back, suddenly stopped beside a cliff, his expression somewhat troubled. His face suddenly stiffened, his pupils contracted as he saw what was in front of him. It was a three-headed monster. Each head had bloodshot eyes and a jaw full of sharp fangs, its entire body emitting a dazzling light. Du-hyuk screamed. I found the pack leader. Zohai turned to look but showed little surprise or fear. Please continue to protect us. Right after that calm expression vanished, her gaze sharpened, we'll attack first. Burst suddenly attacked. The power of that attack was immense, the light it emitted overwhelming everything around. The figure next to her had already been brought down. Perse raised his weapon toward the screaming Sung-mi and Zan. Perse's face was full of bloodlust, his eyes giving off fiery red rays. He said coldly, die, while Sung-mi and Zan were in disbelief at what they were seeing. Two of Burst's henchmen leaped up to attack them from behind. In an instant, all of them froze, their bodies going rigid. A voice rang out, bind. One of the white-robed figures stammered uncomfortably. The other one also couldn't help but speak. I can't move. Burst's eyes widened, his pupils contracted. He didn't understand what was happening. His expression was now extremely irritated, his eyes looking down at the sharp object pressed against his neck. Buzz gritted his teeth and gripped what was in his hand, still not stopping the weapon held in front of him. I knew you would betray us. Zohai, her face scratched, reached up to steady her mask. But I don't want a sword shoved in my face like that again, okay? Buzz couldn't help being surprised when he saw Zohai, aside from a few small scratches, was almost completely unharmed. How could she have survived? The surge of power shot through Du Hyuk like a massive spear, piercing straight toward Burst. He gritted his teeth, watching the immense power, dodging with difficulty. Du Hyuk turned toward Zohair and Purse, lowered his stance and shed the luggage he was carrying. I didn't expect you could break my binding and dodge that attack. Burst raged, violet energy surging ever more thickly around his body. He screamed. Do you know who I am? Facing him, Du Hyuk showed neither panic nor anger. He only smiled slightly and replied, I know exactly who you are. As he finished speaking, he shed his outer coat. His expression shifted markedly, no longer gentle, replaced by a furious glare. Black Knight of the Cross burst. A massive aura enveloped his body. He shouted, Transcendent Institute. Switching to Perth, he had now lost his composure. He had transformed, taking on a different form. The power radiating from him was no less than Du Hyuk's. To think the luggage carrier was the uninvited guest that Lord Vendela had mentioned. Burst shifted into an extremely dangerous-looking shape, his eyes bloodshot, a third eye appearing on his forehead. The power emanating from him shook the entire surrounding area. Sword in hand, he immediately surged forward. I will not let you leave here alive. The colossal power, like a mighty lightning bolt, struck the ground, creating a thunderous explosion. Du Hyuk turned back, shouting a warning, I'll handle Purse. Everyone has their targets, keep them pinned down. He flashed past the two, charging straight to attack him. Both unleashed terrifying power. Burst swung his sword at Du Hyuk, but in an instant, only his afterimage remained. Du Hyuk split away from him, soaring into the air. Purse stood below, his eyes fixed on him. Don't think you have the advantage just because you can fly. From above, he executed techniques, raining down beams of light, powerful blows, and burst. Force bullet technique. Burst showed no sign of weakness, blocking his attacks with his sword and sneering, your pathetic magic. Then he drew his sword back and channeled power into the blade. It's useless against my magic sword. He brought the sword before his face as if the power gathered in the blade was waiting for the moment to burst forth. From the ground, Burst swung his sword toward Du Hyuk's position. A technique shaped like a colossal human figure rapidly shot toward him. Du Hyuk was slightly surprised, but he calmly thought, this current will tear me apart if it even grazes me. He used light speed to plunge directly toward the giant figure, but he straightened his body and charged straight ahead. Accelerate, Transcendent Protection. The skill's information appeared on the system. Transcendent Protection grants the user 99% resistance to one elemental attribute for 14 seconds. Select current. Du Hyuk kept diving down, his brows furrowing slightly. If the current contained no internal airflow, there would be no problem. He thrust out his hand, making a grasping motion at the power. I will absorb this mighty current. Burst looked up from below, his face clearly showing astonishment. What the hell? He's absorbing the lightning from my magic sword. He stood below, witnessing the two forces collide, creating an explosion that shook the very ground. Then concentrated into one point. Du Hyuk called down from above, you think my magic is pathetic? He unleashed a blast of golden light full of force. Taste it yourself. Without hesitation, he immediately struck downward with a powerful palm. The golden light tore through the air like a spear, stabbing down. Lightning spear. Burst did not dodge it but stood his ground, facing it head-on. He also swung his sword, launching his own technique. The two forces collided and then exploded in the vast space. Everyone around stood rooted to the spot, witnessing the unfolding event. Du Hyuk pushed himself a little higher to avoid the explosion's impact. The pack leader monster came from nowhere, charging to attack him. Roar. The pack leader has started moving. He was still hovering in the air at that moment, while directly below the monster lurked, waiting for the chance to strike him. This isn't good at all. I don't even know if Burst is still alive. From its three heads, the monster opened its jaws wide, beginning to gather different kinds of power. A streak of red light appeared. I don't want any monster interfering. Burst cleaved the monster from top to bottom with one vertical slash, splitting it in two. His expression was emotionless, his gaze utterly cold, radiating killing intent. I'll finish him with my own hands. Burst stood before the gigantic monster's bisected corpse. He plunged his sword forcefully into the ground. His body contracted, his pupils elongating like a snake's eye. Absorb energy. The ground where he stood began to crack, immense power seeping from the earth, coiling around his body. Du Hyuk, launching his techniques, thought, I have a bad feeling about this. I have to stop him. He waved his hand, releasing volley after volley of fireballs, raining them down relentlessly. Fireball. Burst's eyes turned blood red, his killing intent pouring out along with it. After he unleashed the fireballs, the entire area below exploded and was engulfed in a sea of flame. But in the blink of an eye, that great blaze vanished, leaving only thick clouds of dust and smoke rising densely. Something strange appeared in the dust, with a blazing red eye looking outward. That was Perce's new form, the form of a true monster with a rugged appearance, large wings spread behind his back. His entire body exuded a dark power. The sword in his hand had also changed somewhat, as a blazing red eye now opened wide on the blade. Perce now had a ferocious look, completely different from before. He gritted his teeth, one hand holding his sword, the other raised in a gripping gesture. Immediately, he shot forward like lightning. In an instant, Perce closed in on the boy's position in midair. The boy reflexively pulled back. Then their weapons clashed with great force. Perce lunged to attack Du Hiu, but the boy quickly blocked him with his sword. The boy unleashed a palm technique that pushed Perce back, sword aura protecting his body. Seeing his move, Perce exclaimed in shock, "Wait, that skill." Perce charged madly. He was now surrounded by the boy's palm technique. "How can you use Ikesla's skill?" Du Hiu ignored his question. He continued creating spatial rifts to bring in combat units. "Why should I tell you?" the boy shouted in order. Immediately, a protective barrier appeared around Perce. All unmanned units deploy shields. Inside the sturdy barrier, Perce refused to give in. He continued to exert his power. Suddenly, blue beams of light appeared and shot toward him. Those were the unmanned units attacking Perce directly. "Now's your chance." On the side of a robot, energy concentrated in one leg as it launched a kick at Perce, and he noticed it. Both robots attacked him simultaneously, but he blocked them with ease. Seemingly unharmed, Perce spread his wings. The power he unleashed overwhelmed the two robots, sending them flying. Meanwhile, Du Hiu closed in and prepared to strike directly at Perce. He was not flustered, instead he smiled smugly. In the vast space, Perce unleashed a massive burst of energy to push back all the robots around him. Against that terrifying power, Du Hiu had to brace himself to resist the impact. At that moment, the boy's eyes turned sharp. Perce laughed in delight, breath steaming from his mouth non-stop. Suddenly, the boy's expression changed, his eyes as if not believing what he was seeing. Perce released a tremendous power. You could feel it would crush everything it swept through. That surge of power rose high then exploded, creating an absolutely dreadful pressure. Perce glared as if he were expecting something. It seemed Du Hiu would be blown away after that shocking explosion, but he was fortunately protected. Because the shields of the unmanned units preserved his life, and a warm blue glow appeared around him. Suddenly, a small spirit appeared beside him, raising both hands and radiating energy, perhaps supporting him. A system notification appeared. Passionate assistance can support up to 7 allies, increasing healing speed by 500%. Perce sneered contemptuously. "You're wasting your energy." The unmanned units again gathered energy, preparing to attack. Once fully charged, all the units surrounding Perce simultaneously fired at him. Magic bullets. But those attacks could not even touch Burst. He quickly rushed toward Du Hyuk, forcing him to retreat to evade. Burst shouted, "Those attacks no longer have any effect on me." Du Hyuk did not appear helpless. Instead, he seemed quite pleased, the corner of his lips slightly lifting. "I know." Right after that, he immediately counterattacked, heading straight for Burst. "But I only need to divert your attention." All the drones and robots were ready to attack at any moment when the opportunity arose. "I can't believe he's strong enough to damage me." His voice was cold. "You shouldn't lose your vigilance in battle." In just a moment, Du Hyuk was right above Burst's head, preparing to strike him. He ruthlessly swung his sword down, his face expressionless. The sword slash created a wave of force that shot straight at Burst nearby. The sword energy was perfectly aligned. One of Burst's arms was severed and he screamed in agony. And then he immediately switched to using poison gas, the color shifting from red to a deadly blue that enveloped his body. He spread his wings wide, releasing the toxic gas which spread out over the vast space. His goal of using poison to eliminate Du Hyuk accomplished, he turned and fled. He hadn't gotten far when a massive fireball appeared from where he had just released the toxin. Du Hyuk smiled softly alongside the little spirit Sira, full of pride. "Poison doesn't work on me." At that moment, the system displayed a series of information. "Your soul, the chosen soul, is immune to all weakening effects for the duration of the skill." The fierce flames grew larger and larger from the fireball just now. Du Hyuk coldly launched the fire strike technique. The massive flame passed straight through Burst. He was swallowed by the fire, his mouth gaping open in excruciating pain. The flame continued its momentum, crashing straight down to the ground, creating a violent earthquake and directly finishing off Burst. Du Hyuk stood before a vast empty land where Burst's life had ended. After eliminating Burst, he extended his hand forward using his power. "I only kept one of his men alive." The subordinate on Burst's side lost his eyes in an instant, his mouth also deformed. "I blinded him and sent him back to Vendela as a warning." Du Hyuk and the others stood before a spatial gate. "After that, we returned after obtaining the spoils from the Golden Gate." In another place, where the sky was completely covered by clouds without a single ray of sunlight, in a gloomy space, a tower stood towering. With floors reaching up to the clouds, its peak nowhere in sight, that was the Tower of Magic in the Magic Kingdom of Aten. Inside the tower at the highest position was Lord Vendela. So you survived and returned unscathed, even though Burst died in battle. Below, the subordinate spared by Du Hyak was bowing his head low, kneeling on the ground facing Lord Vendela. They spared my life. Lord Vendela, with an expressionless face and lifeless eyes, asked, "How dare you show your face back here?" As he spoke, he exerted his power. A giant skeletal hand from above slowly extracted the soul of that subordinate, making him scream in agony. The body of the subordinate, drained of its soul, lay motionless on the ground, but his soul remained kneeling properly before Lord Vendela, while he sat with his arms crossed, perched on his throne. "That's better, now you can talk to me," he ordered. "Recount exactly what you saw." The soul began to tell what it knew. Burst told me that the man named Du Hyak must pay for murdering Moses. Vendela repeated the name just mentioned, Du Hyak. He suddenly roared, "Give me detailed information on the spells and skills he used." Recalling the images from that battle, the soul continued, "I didn't see the spells and skills he used. Burst ordered us to hold off the opponent's teammates. Burst and Du Hyak fought in the sky." Not receiving the answer he wanted, Vendela ruthlessly destroyed the remaining part of the soul. The subordinate was in agony, soul fragments increasing. He cursed angrily. "Useless waste." Vendela rose from his seat. Watching the soul gradually fade away, he thought. Him again, images of his close subordinates appeared one after another. "I lost Isaac, then Moser, and now Burst as well. This cannot be a coincidence." Du Hyak's figure appeared, and he immediately had a thought. There must be some damn traitor secretly supporting Du Hyak, allowing him to interfere and ruin his plan. Vendela, enraged beyond control, released his power, swearing, "Damn it!" The immense power engulfed the entire tower. Vendela called out, "Hear my command, O mages of the Tower of Magic. From this moment, Du Hyak shall be your top target. Find his location," he ordered. "Move quickly and begin gathering magical energy from the altars." Elsewhere, after completing the Golden Gate dungeon, the beautiful girl happily turned around. It was Yuhai and greeted, "You can call on me anytime. I always have plenty of good items when I go on dungeon runs with you." Du Hyak smiled faintly, his face cheerful as he replied, "All right, thank you for helping us again." Great. Yuhai hurried back to her guild in England to prepare for the next dungeon. Cut to Yoon Seo, a beautiful girl with soft brown hair. Yoon Seo was given a secret mission by the demon for 2 days. Over on Ixon's side, it seemed he was injured, and Exon was thinking about recovering his health after the trip to the Golden Gate. At Zohyok's underground training facility, he was staring intently at the system screen. The system displayed each category with different contents. Level 5 spell, Blood Burn, burns the target's blood. Level 8 spell, Wither, instantly vaporizes moisture in the surrounding area. This skill affects a wide area. Demon Sword Fa Kai, legendary grade, physical attack plus 250, stamina plus 125, physical defense plus 100. Magic defense plus 100. Collects dark energy, combining dark energy and magic to create a blood magic sword. Requires over 1000 dark energy, costs 100 energy to use the sword skill Frenzy. He delightedly showed off the 2 rings on his hand. This time I was able to swap 2 rings. The system displayed information about the purple ring, on the ring face embedded with an energy stone. Black ring, special grade, magic plus 300, magic plus 200. Magic plus 100, instantly recovers 20% energy when using skills and spell. Recovers the energy consumed from the most recent skill or spell. The second one was information about a striking white ring, with a snowflake design on the face. Ice ring, special grade, critical hit rate plus 300. Intelligence plus 100, experience gain plus 10% for all skills and spells. When attacking, has a 1% chance to freeze the enemy for 5 seconds. However, when encountering elite monsters or bosses, this rate drops to 0.1% and this effect cannot be triggered. Du Hyak looked at the 2 rings with satisfaction. "Alright, those are all the items I got from Purse." He turned to Daly and asked, "Daly, what are you doing?" Daly turned to him, raising one hand in a gesture to explain, "Your automated production process was really bad, so I adjusted it a bit." Daly described the system before and after the modifications. Before, it could only fill empty bottles with liquid, so I added a function to seal the bottle. Du Hyak knelt on one knee, one hand ruffling Daly's head as he praised, "That's amazing, you're really skilled." Daly folded their arms across their chest, looking extremely proud. "It's just a small thing." Then Daly continued, "Besides, I'm very grateful that you let me stay here. At least this is something I can do." Du Hyak thought of the machine Daly had previously created and couldn't help but feel admiration. His skills were truly impressive, and the machine he built looked quite the part. He turned to ask for Daly's help. "Can you help me fix this, Daly?" Without hesitation, Daly immediately replied, "What? Let me see." Right after, a large robot appeared in a stance ready to receive orders in front of him and Daly. Daly exclaimed, "Oh my," Du Hyuk said, "I want you to improve it." Hearing that, Daly's whole body trembled. Really? It wasn't fear, but an emotion full of admiration. Their eyes sparkled, hands clasped before their chest, exclaiming, "This machine is truly amazing." They excitedly jumped onto the robot, inspecting here and there. Was it built by a craftsman from an advanced civilization or something? Just looking at these detailed circuits on the outside, then they exclaimed, "This is truly a mechanical masterpiece." From on top of the machine, Daly looked down at Du Hyuk, puzzled. "But Du Hyuk, there's an empty space inside. How were you planning to control it?" He gestured with his hand. "No, the spatial power makes this impossible for me." Daly didn't stop, continuing to ask, "So that means Sister Sung-mi will use it?" This time Du Hyuk affirmed, "That's right, so I want you to improve it." He voiced his inner thoughts, "I think I can trust a talented person like you." Daly jumped down, planting one hand and kneeling on one knee on the ground, head slightly bowed. "Leave it to me." They clasped their hands together, their gaze full of implication, and didn't forget to ask, "I will make it easier to use for Sister Sung-mi. If possible, just bring me lots of legendary-grade space stones." Sung-mi came from somewhere. She put her hands on her hips and looked at Du Hyuk, asking, "Were you looking for me, Du Hyuk?" Seeing her, Daly happily rushed over. "Sister Sung-mi." She was also surprised to see them, Daly. They rushed into Sung-mi's arms and she held them, asking, "What's up?" Daly still clung tightly to Sung-mi, happily showing off to her. "I will build the best machine for you." Cut to outside a high-rise building. Now the sky had turned night with clouds and twinkling stars. Inside the room, a man stood with his back turned. He placed one hand at his stomach, his head slightly bowed. "Thank you for attending this late meeting." That person was Yin, branch manager of YMA Korea. On the screen in turn were a man in a neat suit, Pilung, guild master of the Jiang Pilung Guild. The other man with the long hair is Rai Hong, chairman of the Tiu Hoa Society. And finally, a young man with piercing studded all over his face, the third deputy commander of the International Criminal Protection Alliance. Rai Hong spoke up in greeting. "It's been a long time, Director Yin." He also politely replied, "Very pleased to see you again, Mr. Rai Hong." Director Jae-in approached Rai Hong's screen. "I think the last time we met was in Beijing, wasn't it? I truly enjoyed drinking with you." Rai Hong smiled courteously. "Those bottles were only worth a few tens of millions of won. You should have drunk more before you left." The young man covered in facial piercings suddenly spoke up. "I didn't know you called us here to discuss your pleasure." Director Jae-in stood in the middle of the room with the large screens. The young man's voice rang out again. "I hope this will be a brief meeting. There are many container trucks outside ready to be shipped." The loud voice echoed back. "My syndicate is ready to deliver the compound." They also pointed out the drawbacks. "We could end up in an unfavorable position if the other sellers start interfering. In any case, we have a large supply." Director Yin nodded slightly in agreement and added, "Of course I understand this. The preparations in Korea are almost complete." Crossing his arms, Director Jae-in turned to look toward the screen. "Isn't that right, Pilung?" He quickly replied, "Yes, it is." Director Jae-in referred to a group of unidentified people, their entire bodies carefully concealed. "We have cooperated with the Special Operations Unit that Mr. Rai Hong dispatched to us in Busan." Pilung's face tightened slightly as he spoke. "The advanced team in Seoul is ready to deploy." Vice spoke up, "Don't you still have to deal with the KMA? Don't you always have those two subordinates constantly obstructing your affairs?" He answered firmly, "If you're talking about Jang Mi and Diho, don't worry about them, I can handle it." The other person still had doubts. "Really? You'll handle two SS level awakened at the same time?" He confidently replied, "I don't need to kill them. I have plenty of ways to ensure they won't obstruct us." The call between them continued. Jia affirmed, "Trust me, I can handle this matter. You can move on to the next phase." That person remained steady. "If you can establish a suitable supply chain in Korea, we will provide you with a stable source of goods, and at the same time issued a reminder. But if any problem occurs, everyone here will be held responsible." Zane answered confidently while someone was approaching. "Don't worry about that. Didn't you already send me a reliable right-hand man?" In the quiet night with moonlight shining on the buildings, the call ended. "Let's meet again on that day." A notification displayed, "You have entered the Lentis B dungeon." In the battle, Seongmai held up a shield emitting light and shouted, "Watch out, Duhyo!" He heard it and his eyes widened in surprise. A black dragon with a fierce face, blood-red eyes, was breathing fire and staring at him. That ferocious black dragon began spewing a huge flame toward him. She used a shield and magical power to create a protective barrier to block the incoming fire. At that moment he thought that dragon's breath shouldn't be this weak. His hand emitted light, he began casting a spell. Sure enough, Du Hyuk's magic shattered the dragon's image, destroying it. The dragon's image dissolved into the air. She was bewildered. "Where is the dragon?" He calmly replied, "It was an illusion, or someone created an illusion using advanced techniques in this area." He continued to explain, "Simply put, what we saw was fake. She was a bit angry. Who would do such a thing? Du Hyuk turned his head toward the forest, looking at the figure hiding inside. Who do you think? He's right over there. A rustling sound came from the bushes. Ha ha ha. Bohat stepped out from the bushes, approaching the two of them. I came to see who bypassed my intruder barrier. Unexpectedly, I ran into a familiar face I've been longing to see. The two spoke in turn. He said, "It's good to see you again." She bowed and asked, "How have you been?" He reminisced about his past memories and the time he met them. "It's been 20 years since we last met. I'm 40 years old now. Mary and I have a son." The image of the academy where his son studies appeared in his mind, and he felt proud. His name is Jian. He's 17 years old and studying hard to become a top student at Lentis Magic Academy. Suddenly remembering that they were standing in the middle of the forest listening to him talk about personal matters, he awkwardly scratched his head. "Oh, I'm sorry for keeping two honored guests waiting while I rambled about personal things." He extended an invitation for them to come to his house. "Come to my house." A teacup was placed on the table. Bohat went upstairs while talking to his guests. "Please have some tea while you wait." Sungmi wondered and spoke. "Brother, why did God send us here 20 years after we last met?" Du Hyuk answered her with his speculation. Perhaps this is an important moment in his life. They recalled an earlier image. He said, "Last time we saved Mary. She cared a lot about Bohat," she continued. "So the mission this time must be very important." He returned, holding a scroll. "Sorry for the long wait. It took me a while to find the map." Starting the conversation in the room among the three, he raised his question. "May I ask something? Are you limited in the time you can stay here like last time?" His face was completely forthright. "I don't know." He looked at him with a bit of doubt. "I thought you would know how much time God gave you as soon as I mentioned it." Images of gates in different spaces appeared. "Like last time, I'm still researching dimension." Bohat placed his hand on the table and stated his difficulty. "But last year, I encountered a problem that hindered my research." Sungmi immediately wondered, did something happen? Recalling the black dragon, he said, "I need a powerful magic stone to solve the multidimensional space formula and test it. But only the magic stone guarded by the black dragon can withstand that test. I've been pondering how to obtain the magic stone without being detected by the black dragon." He immediately took out a red stone and placed it on the table. "Will this stone work?" Seeing the stone, he replied, "Oh, that's a good stone, but it's been processed so it won't be usable." An image of the shimmering blue magic stone was mentioned. "I need the magic stone in its original, unprocessed form." He put his hand on his chin, thinking slightly. "Honestly, I was wondering when you two would come back." Bohat asked him, "What do you think? Will you help me?" "The magic stone from the lair of the black dragon Mabel Rose." The mission board appeared before him. "Seize the magic stone from the lair of the black dragon Mabel Rose. Rewards, 10 space shards and 3 legendary grade space stone. User Du Hyuk will receive level 7 spell, Limited Wish. User Sungmi will receive skill, Absolute Challenge. Time limit 5 days. After seeing and reading the task and rewards on the bulletin board, he immediately agreed. "Okay." After agreeing, he then asked with doubt, "But do you have a plan, Bohat?" He opened the map he had just fetched, tapping lightly on a spot on the map. "Of course I do. I've found the location of its territory," he affirmed while looking at the spot indicated on the map. "That's very useful information, especially since dragons won't spare intruders in their territory." In his mind, he pictured the alert and dangerous dragon. "But we'll have to lure Mabel Rose out if we want to get the magic stone." Bohat rolled up the map and affirmed, "Don't worry, I'll lure it." But he objected, "No, let me do it." Du Hyuk stated his plan confidently. "You two will enter its lair while I distract it." He panicked and shouted, "What? Do you have any idea how insanely protective Bharat is?" Bohat imagined the image of the dragon guarding its treasure hoard full of gold, silver, and its precious gems. It knew the name and location of every item in its lair and would never spare anyone who dared trespass. He asked worriedly, "Are you sure you'll be okay?" Du Hyuk remained supremely confident. "I'll be fine, I'm sure of it." He stood there before the scenery of a clear blue sky, a vast forest, and majestic mountain ranges. At the border of Harklong Mabel Rose's territory, Hyuk took his first step into the dragon's domain. A hint of tension and worry appeared on his face at that moment. "Starting from this point, I've entered its domain." He focused his mind. It could appear at any moment. Du Hyuk concentrated, listening intently. In the quiet space, danger seemed to materialize. The dragon had sensed his presence. "You set foot in my territory, there you are." The massive black dragon suddenly appeared in the sky, terrifyingly right in front of him. The dragon began attacking him, a move aimed directly at his face. He quickly dodged the blow and raised both hands to defend. Harklong landed on the ground after attacking, turning its furious face toward him. It was Harklong Mabel Rose. The dragon spoke scornfully, "So you are the feeble insect." It roared in rage, "How dare you trespass into my domain?" Harklong landed on the ground opposite Du Hyuk in fury, creating a powerful gust of wind. He looked at the dragon with a confident and slightly contemptuous face. "I've been waiting for you, you troublesome lizard." Enraged, Harklong raised its front leg, gathering magic to strike Du Hyuk. At the same moment he also cast a spell, Portal of Time and Space. Although the magic had been gathered, creating a blue light in his hand, strangely the skill could not be used. The furious Harklong was attacking him. Seeing this, he was slightly panicked. It swung its foot with razor-sharp claws and terrifying magic, stomping straight down at Du Haya. In that split second, he used his power, executing a leap upward to evade the dragon's claws plunging down. He narrowly dodged the black dragon's attack and remained suspended in midair. Meanwhile, the dragon, still in a state of extreme fury, continued raising its leg and gathering magic to attack him. The terrifying magic combined with the dragon's strength created a devastating shockwave attack. After casting the spell, which created a dense cloud of dust and smoke, it looked extremely smugly toward the battlefield it had just created. At this moment, Du Hyuk, having protected himself from the dragon's previous attack, was furious. He cast a spell, Transcendence. Harklong sensed something around it changing. It was utterly astonished. Du Hyuk cast magic attacks from the sky in all directions. Magic bullets from every direction hurtled toward the dragon as it remained alert, sensing danger. The dragon saw the attacks, its bloodshot eyes widening. Harklong gathered magic, creating a golden barrier around itself. It growled, "Nullify." He was astonished by what he had just witnessed. His skill vanished before reaching it. Du Hyuk suddenly realized something. He looked toward the dragon, focused on its rear, and saw that his magic was effective. No, the skills from behind were working normally. He recalled the moment he cast his first spell. The reason he couldn't use his skill earlier, Du Hyuk realized, was because he had cast magic right in its line of sight. The dragon gathered its power, preparing to breathe fire. "All magic is useless against my ability," it continued to roar. "Now die." It spewed out an enormous flame, as if wanting to incinerate everything along with him. Du Hyuk watched in surprise as the massive inferno rushed toward him. Upon reaching its target, it erupted in a huge explosion and blazed fiercely. The dragon saw the scene and remained watchful, unlike before. Now it was verifying whether the target was still alive or dead. At the entrance to the dragon's lair, Den Marberos, Burhad and Sung Mi were currently on their way to search for the stone. Bohad announced, "We're almost there." Suddenly, they felt a violent tremor and looked worriedly toward the direction of the powerful shockwave. They saw a column of fire erupt from that side. Bohat worried. Sung Mi confidently affirmed, "No, I believe he's still okay." It was very urgent now. Sung Mi immediately turned her head and said to Bohat, "But we must hurry." Bohat also knew they had to act faster now. They quickened their pace. "All right, let's move quickly." The two of them had arrived in front of the dragon's lair, where it kept its treasure hoard. "We must find the stone quickly." Meanwhile, on this side, he was stalling for time and the dragon seemed to be growing suspicious. "What are you doing?" Having just dodged the dragon's attack, Du Hyuk was running rapidly to get behind the dragon as it searched for his position. "Did you wake me up just to run away?" He was devising a strategy. "If I use a high-level skill, it will just be a waste of energy." He thought of a suitable fighting method and began gathering magic into his left hand while hurtling like the wind toward the dragon. "I need an attack outside its field of vision." Du Hyuk charged in from behind, emitting light from his magic, ready to strike the dragon. Du Hyuk from the air behind the dragon with terrifying power shouted, "I will combine the soul-shaking spear and the lightning chain." A straight lightning bolt shot at lightning speed toward the black dragon, the lightning spear. The dragon immediately sensed it and whipped its head around. The dragon saw the lightning bolt coming and immediately used magic to dispel it. His spell was once again dispelled by the dragon, creating a crackling sound. The dragon, full of arrogance and disdain, looked at him and spoke mockingly. "You went through the trouble of hiding from me just to use magic as pathetic as a slug." He didn't think or speak, only smirk. Suddenly, a spatial portal appeared in the sky, and the magic within made the dragon look that way in astonishment. A lightning bolt from the spatial portal struck straight down at the black dragon. Du Hyuk, floating in the air with magic, observed and wondered whether he had hit it. After being struck, the dragon began to take him seriously. "Interesting," the black dragon roared, seeming to acknowledge this opponent. "I never thought you could deceive me like that. Interesting." The dragon, still very confident and smug, looked at him and said, "Struggle more." It stared directly at Du Hyuk and commanded, "You cannot just die like that after waking me up. That would be shameful." After hearing that from the dragon's mouth, Du Hyuk grew angry. His magic surged out even more, full of contempt. "Ha, you want me to struggle?" The dragon frantically charged to attack him and he dodged everything with ease. "I was only planning to buy time." He focused magic into his palm. But now even he wouldn't feel satisfied unless he could land a hit on the dragon. Du Hyuk cast a powerful spell, creating layers of magic circles in the sky. The black dragon actually seemed a bit amused, offering him praise. "How unique. It's a completely different skill from before and you dare use it right in front of me." The dragon flapped its wings, flew into the air, and used magic to dispel it. His spell continued to be cast. The dragon was utterly astonished and began to feel fear. "Why is my skill not working?" Du Hyuk spoke contemptuously. "So you're surprised your trick stopped working?" It's something like a spatial separation layer shattering, in case you can't figure out why. He looked down on the frenzied dragon and also felt a bit of excitement and thrill. Then you're even more stupid than a bug, you dim-witted donkey. The dragon got angry at those words. How dare you speak to me like that, you weak human? He cast a transcendent spell. Flames shot forward like a giant meteor. Meteor Storm, a spatial rift tore open, connecting to outer space. In D and F, level 9 summoning spells are immune to all dispel skill. Meteor Storm is a spell that meets the above requirements. The rules and development methods of D and F always apply to me and other awakened individuals. A blazing meteor sphere headed straight for the dragon. Meteor Storm, simply put, is something Mabel Rose cannot alter the properties of my magic for, as they are bound by the rules of D and F. Hayuk was exhausted. The dragon, too, gathered dark energy from all around. A massive orb of energy was charged and aimed at the sky. The light from the dragon's attack spread everywhere, and it braced itself, firing a destructive beam at the meteor. The two attacks collided. Only purple lightning flashes surrounding the meteor could be seen. An explosion occurred. The destructive beam shattered the meteor into hundreds of fragments raining down. Thick smoke and mist inside Marbreros's lair. Bohat was trying to understand the core's structure to break the spell just a little more. He was extremely focused as there wasn't much time. Every second counted. The core structure emitted electric sparks. While Bohat was concentrating, danger lurked. Sungmi's mission now was to protect him and block anything from approaching him. She sliced off the sharp spiked tail. Naturally, they had no intention of giving up, somewhat angered by the obstruction. They stretched their bodies long and pointed their swords at Sungmi as a warning. She realized the situation was getting difficult. I knew right away those guards in the Black Dragon's lair wouldn't be easy to deal with. They continued to watch her. Over there, Bohat seemed almost done, turning to say to her, "Hold them off a little longer, Sungmi. I've figured out the principle of this magic." He looked focused with a determined gaze. All that remained was to break the spell. Sungmi at that moment was still holding her ground, raising her shield, sword in hand, charging straight at them. The shield protecting the core gradually dissolved. It was broken, exploding into energy particles. He joyfully lifted the core slowly, finally having obtained it. Suddenly, Bohat felt a sharp pain. He collapsed, clutching his stomach. The guardian creature noticed and immediately wanted to attack. It shot a barrage of blades at Bohat, causing Sungmi to notice and scream. No, the system panel appeared. You have obtained the magic stone from the lair of Black Dragon Marbreros. Automatically acquired skill, Absolute Challenge. Sungmi looked at the newly acquired skill, surprised. Absolute Challenge. Her eyes blazed brightly. A surge of red energy appeared and radiated out. Absolute Challenge. Sungmi held the shield in her hand. It was gradually transforming into a different combat form. Bohat was still clutching his head in pain. The blades that were flying toward him suddenly stopped, covered in a red hue from the shield. They were drawn in, changing direction and flying back. Sungmi was charging forward, raising her shield to block. The shield now acted like a magnet. This skill not only attracted monsters. The monsters were no exception, being pulled in as well. All of them were dragged into a black hole, unable to escape. It could even pull nearby monsters to her side like a magnet attracting iron. At that moment, the three guardian creatures were stuck together, and Sungmi leaped high into the air. She spun to build momentum, gathering energy. A blade full of energy shot toward them. Then Sungmi slashed down powerfully, pinning them to the ground, the earth and rocks shattering. By now, Bohat had regained his senses, rubbing his eyes and looking around. Seeing Sungmi with her sword planted, standing proudly over their corpses, she turned and urged him. Du Hayuk is waiting for us. Outside, the forest was being ravaged by flames, severely devastated. The black dragon roared angrily and attacked Du Hayuk. Why does my dispelling skill have no effect on you? He kept his distance, turning to taunt it. If you want to know, you'll have to catch me first. The system panel appeared. You have obtained the magic stone from the lair of Black Dragon Marbreros. You have been rewarded with 10 space fragments. You have been rewarded with 3 legendary grade space stones. Automatically acquired level 7 spell, Limited Wish. He smiled happily, thinking, the other 2 have succeeded. Limited Wish. A candle burning bright in the dark, symbolizing a wish. A special spell that grants the user 1 wish, but because the conditions are relatively complex, the wish may not be exactly what the user desires. The candle gradually burns out but grows stronger. This is a spell that requires caution. If the user is not careful with their wording, the wish's effect may drive them insane. If the user is too greedy, disaster will befall them. Therefore, the user must be cautious. Du Hayuk was still dodging the waves shot by the black dragon. It seemed he was in trouble. Suddenly looking up, countless black spikes were aimed at him. The needles suddenly enlarged, turning into sharp spheres. The black dragon flew high, seeming intent on finishing him off as quickly as possible. There's nowhere left to hide. Du Hayuk then closed his eyes, clasped his hands, and a light radiated out. Limited Wish. Concentric rings of light shrank and enveloped him. It formed a cocoon of light in midair, then vanished right before the black dragon's eyes, leaving it alone amidst the burning forest. It was furious, its eyes blazing red, and it roared loudly. Enraged as if Du Hyuk had toyed with it and then fled, it let out a roar that shook heaven and earth. I will never forgive you. The wide area teleportation spell was activated. In a forest near Bohat's house, the three appeared beneath a magic circle. Du Hyuk had just barely escaped with his life. Still scared, he plopped down, and Bohat realized, isn't this place near my house? Sung-mi, seeing that he was safe, called out worriedly. Du Hyuk, seeing her kneel down to check on him, he quickly reassured her. Don't worry, I'm just a bit dizzy after using all my magic at once. Bohat turned back in surprise and asked, how did you escape from there? Du Hyuk's hand still glowed with the aftereffect of the spell he had just cast, and he replied, I used limited wish. It seems restricted but can grant the user's wish. Hearing that, Bohat asked in surprise, I never expected there to be a magic that sounds so absurd. I have never seen or heard of this type of magic in my world. Du Hyuk then explained, I guess the mages in my world have a more unique perspective on magic. Seeing him return safely, Bohat happily extended a hand to help him up. Anyway, I'm glad you're back safe. He took his hand and thanked him. Thanks to you, I obtained the most important research material. A red notification appeared. System warning, all black dragons have selected user Du Hyuk as their top attack target. It seems Du Hyuk has gotten into big trouble. The relationship between user Du Hyuk and the Black Dragon tribe has become extremely terrible. After reading this notification, he didn't know whether to be happy or sad and forced a laugh. Ha ha ha. Bohat looked at him and continued speaking. Now I can use this magic stone to continue my research on multidimensional space. He voiced his thoughts. I have a feeling that today's events will affect you both when you return to your own worlds. It seemed the farewell would begin here. He happily replied, I hope it's something positive. He also smiled at him. I'll try to make that happen. Then he suddenly remembered something he wanted to give to Du Hyuk. Besides the magic stone, I have a few useful things for you and Sung-mi. Bohat took out 2 items. Ancient Discovery. This is an old book left behind by the great mage named Gitalia, rare potion of the Black Dragon. Du Hyuk happily accepted them and stored them in another dimension. Thank you for giving us these items. Bohat regretted having to part with the 2. You're welcome, it's just a pity I can't give you more. Teleportation light surrounded the 2. Oh, we have to go back now, he managed to say. Next time I'll show you the progress of my research. Teleportation magic appeared, gradually swallowing them away. Leaving Bohat behind, still watching. I also hope you will become stronger. A system panel appeared. You have completed the Lentis B dungeon. Somewhere a plot is about to be carried out. If I want to get past the guards and blend in, I need an inconspicuous face. Looking at the 3 photos on the table, he fiddled, not knowing which to choose to become. Which face should I pick? Just then, a live news broadcast came on. Now for the next news. The news anchor reported. Recently, regrettable incidents have occurred. A mysterious attacker has killed many awakened ones around the world. Team B lost an awakened one named AA was their new elite. They say Keen Lin Han is behind this. He angrily lamented. How dare they drag me into this? He looked at the picture of Brock. Fine, I'll choose this face. With just a few basic strokes, his face and hairstyle were completely changed. He gave a dangerous smile. He had completely disguised himself as Brock and confidently said, the fact that someone is targeting the newly rising elites in this chaotic time means, then, straightening his tie neatly. This isn't someone driven only by hatred. Thinking of Du Hyuk, could it be that they're searching for him? He picked up his tablet to send a message. I should warn him. Fake Brock smiled, put on his coat and left. Because starting today I'll be very busy. Don't die, Du Hyuk. A hand blazed with a black flame. Cut to the training room. Du Hyuk is casting a new spell. Black flame surrounds him. Black flame. He excitedly watches the blazing fire. Finally, I can use dark magic. The system panel appeared. You have learned the spellbook of the great mage Gitalia. Dark incantations learned. You can use dark magic. However, dark magic consumes 5 times more energy than normal magic. Du Hyuk's body was radiating a purple energy, its pressure causing the floor to crack and sink. It'll be harder to use because it consumes more energy. But I think I can use it as a secret weapon. The system panel appeared again. User Du Hyuk has received a book. Another dark spellbook. The god has adjusted the user's level. Enlightenment has increased to grade E. The user is rewarded with a special spell and 50 attribute points to increase enlightenment level, while still rejoicing over so many opportunities to grow stronger. Now I can learn various spells. I should enter another dungeon when I have more spells. His plan was ruined because suddenly Sung-mi appeared behind him with a cold look. Are you thinking about clearing a new dungeon again, Du Hyuk? He turned around, startled. Sung-mi, you scared me. Seeing that he had just escaped death not long ago, she advised. We just left the dungeon not long ago, don't push yourself too hard. Du Hyuk took out his phone to call for backup, but he was too busy checking the loot from the dungeon, so Sung-mi seized the chance to claim him for herself. You haven't had dinner yet. Her face slightly shy and blushing, she said. We haven't eaten out for a while. Would you like to have dinner with me? Sure. Suddenly, the system notified. Special magic soul contract. Active skill of the necromancer. The user can sign a contract to bind a soul to them forever. Upgrade skill to increase maximum number of bound souls. Bound souls will lose consciousness and reason, and will be completely loyal to carry out any command. Scene change before nightfall in flickering light city. At a brightly lit restaurant, beautiful dishes are served. Du Hyuk held a half-eaten chicken piece in his hand, surprised that she wanted chicken so late at night. Sung-mi took small, delicate bites and shyly replied, if I had to train now, I wouldn't be eating. The two dined and chatted. We haven't come here for a long time, so let's eat to our heart's content. Okay, but first I have something to tell you. Du Hyuk asked curiously while eating, what is it? She delivered good news, but it shocked Du Hyuk so much he spat out. I've reached S rank. He sprang up in surprise. What? Since when? Sung-mi calmly replied, I used a growth potion I got from the Black Dragon's lair. Sung-mi recounted the mysterious shimmering golden potion. After I got home, I drank it and broke through A rank. Du Hyuk thought to himself, as far as I know, most awakened ones take many years to reach S rank. He shouted regretfully, if I'd known earlier, I would have taken you to a fancy restaurant and thrown a party to celebrate you. Sung-mi said, it's fine. On the contrary, she felt so happy she blushed. I'm happy just spending time with you like this. Seeing her like this, Du Hyuk smiled contentedly, thinking, she's so adorable. Suddenly, Sung-mi stood up. Excuse me for a moment. On the table, his phone lit up. Zoom in on the screen. The phone screen displayed, unknown number. The next target of the awakened killer might be you. Be careful or just kill them if you encounter them. Don't try to compromise, understood? Because it was an unknown number, Du Hyuk didn't know the identity, silently guessing if Keen Lin had sent it. A figure approached and pulled out the chair opposite Du Hyuk. He showed clear annoyance and blocked. Sorry, but this seat is taken. A red-haired man with a challenging expression looked at him. I've always wanted to meet you, Du Hyuk. He is the awakened killer Palachi. Still at the fried chicken restaurant, the wind blew leaves rustling down. The two sat opposite each other, gazing silently, an indescribable atmosphere. Du Hyuk sensed a black aura emanating from him, which didn't seem friendly. Judging by the energy fluctuations you're giving off, I guess you're not a fan of mine. He asked sternly, are you what they call an awakened killer? The man arrogantly introduced himself. That's right, my name is Palachi. I've searched everywhere for you, Du Hyuk. Du Hyuk didn't want to waste time and got straight to the point. Did Vendela send you to hunt me? Palachi looked a little surprised. I didn't expect to hear that name here. I have to admit, you impress me. Du Hyuk's gaze turned serious. You have that unpleasant energy just like them. Then he stood up abruptly, wanting to go outside. Let's settle this outside then. He looks at the people around him eating, not wanting to be noticed. I don't want to involve ordinary people. He emits green energy, beginning the challenge. You're also eliminating clues that show you're an awakened killer, so I'm sure you don't want to be caught by others either. At the match, he also responds, emitting a red energy surrounding him. I'm glad you understand that. Palachi raises his hand, wearing sharp claws, tauntingly. But don't think about running away. He threatens Du Hyuk with Sung-mi, perhaps she has been captured. Unless you want to see me chop your little girlfriend into 100 pieces in front of you. He continues to warn with a threatening tone. Or should I cut off one of her fingers? His words strike a nerve with Du Hyuk, enraging him to flip the table toward him, ignoring Palachi's continued tough talk. That will remind you whenever you think about running away. In an instant, he swings his leg, kicking the table out of the way. Tables, chairs, and food are kicked up into the air in a chaotic mess. Du Hyuk quickly circles behind, placing his hand on his shoulder. Palachi is slightly surprised. He casts a spell, light gradually envelops them. Instant teleportation. The light flares up, swallowing the two of them. Then they appear in the middle of a desolate forest, both falling suspended in midair. Palachi is still amazed, looking around. How could he teleport to such a distant place in such a short time? Before he can recover, Du Hyuk summons a spear of light. Soul-shaking spear, his eyes full of death glare at him, striking. Go die. A blow sends him flying straight down, causing trees to topple, creating a shockwave. Du Hyuk lands to assess the situation. Seeing the attack has created a large smoking crater. From within the smoke, slow footsteps emerge. He walks out completely unscathed. His body is encased in full-body armor. Du Hyuk is surprised that he could block it without a scratch. That skill should have pierced through him, yet he is unharmed without a single scratch. He casts another spell. A large sword appears, Death Seal, creating a burst of green energy to attack, but he stands still, taking the hit. All the energy hurled at him is shattered. He arrogantly asks, "What are you doing?" Looking at him without a scratch, Death Seal has no effect on him. At this moment, Palachi counters, dashing quickly toward him. Just one physical blow sends a chunk of ground flying in pieces. Du Hyuk had quickly accelerated to dodge that punch, but he continues to attack his shield. Du Hyuk's shield blocked the attack, but it also ends up shattering. Each heavy step of Du Hyuk causes the ground to sink. Iron skin, copper bones. A giant multi-armed attack flies at him, but he blocks it. With just one hand, he stops it. Balachi seizes the opportunity while he defends. He punches hard into Du Hayak's stomach. He takes the blow, causing his armor to crackle with breaking sound. After that blow, Du Hayak's armor is broken, making him kneel down. Seeing that, he mocks, "Is that all you've got?" It seems the spell conditions are met. He activates it, light blazes up. Limited wish, undo a portion of Balach's transformed body. A system panel appears confirming. Request granted, a portion of Balach's transformed body has been undone. Immediately, his body exposes a patch of skin on his belly. He rages, raising his hand and lunging to attack. "You bastard. What have you done to me?" Du Hayak defends, summoning a wall of fire that he charges right into. Wall of fire, a towering blaze engulfs Balachi, burning him inside. He stands outside maintaining the spell, thinking, "I don't think you can withstand this heat." Then, exploiting the temperature difference, he places his hand on the ground and summons an ice storm. The entire raging fire is frozen by the storm into a massive pillar. The storm continues to swirl fiercely, the wind howling. Balachi inside struggles, his eyes flare. The ice block gradually cracks and creaks. Then he bursts out, shattering the ice block, his arm transformed into a blade. Du Hayak is suddenly pressed close, the blade right at his neck. As he stabbed through Du Hayak, red envelops, a blue light appears in front of him. He quickly summoned a spatial ring, teleporting his blade, smiling. Almost died. It seemed he had stabbed through Du Hayak, but it stabbed into another space. Balachi hurriedly withdraws his hand, the portal slowly shrinks, sucking his arm. Luckily, he quickly pulls back in time but loses a part of his arm, screaming in pain. AA! Seizing the moment, Du Hayak lunges with a move. While he is still off guard, he approaches, preparing to strike. "Now's my chance." But unexpectedly, his face contorts in pain. A splash of blood spurts out, making him scream in agony. Unexpectedly, the blade from earlier pierces through his stomach. Du Hayak is bewildered, shocked, coughing blood. A sharp, dark blade stabs through his stomach from behind. He turns around, bewildered. "I'm sure I cut off his arm." Du Hayak, in pain, now realizes this was also part of his plan. In dire straits, he shouts, summoning Irene. A red machine appeared from the space portal. He gave the order, then it advanced and grabbed Palachi, flying far away, pushing him as far as possible. Palachi realized his plan. He quickly created another sharp sword, a thrust right into Irene's body. He didn't hesitate to deliver the fatal sword blow, intending to fling it away. But Irene held on tightly, intending to explode, all for the master. It held Palachi tightly, intending to sacrifice itself. A bright light emitted. A massive explosion in midair lit up the entire forest. The explosion didn't kill Palachi but left him severely wounded. He knelt down, blood spilling everywhere. At that moment, Du Hayak's wounds were fully healed, treated to the maximum. He looked up at the explosion that had just occurred. He stood up after the explosion, appearing from behind the hazy smoke. "I'm impressed. It seems that explosion alone wasn't enough to take him down," he continued, speaking. Seeing someone able to recover such severe wounds in the blink of an eye, Du Hayak found him quite difficult to defeat. The opponent, a calculating person, immediately praised, "That attack was truly astonishing. I didn't expect it." Palachi summoned a new weapon, large and sharp, mocking, "It only shows how arrogant you are." He held the weapon in his hand, warning him. "The moment you lose focus in a fight is the moment you lose your life." It seemed like a proper warning for Du Hayak, so he replied, "I'll keep that in mind." It seemed the real battle was just beginning. Du Hayak looked at his opponent and retorted, "However, that applies to both you and me." Palachi held his sharp spear, his aura blazing fiercely. "And I also have no intention of losing an arm." Du Hayak summoned his battle machine, hitting back with a deadly line. "Don't worry, you're going to die anyway. It won't matter if you lose an arm." After hearing this, he angrily swung his arm back. His spear was gathering energy. Destructive lightning bolts shot out, black flames. While he was raising a shield to protect himself, blocking the attack, the opponent leaped high, circling behind him. Zigzagging to approach Du Hayak, Palachi swung slashes that formed sharp sword blades to attack. At that moment, Du Hayak chanted a spell. One hand conjured black flames, the black fire. The other hand created fierce electric currents, lightning chains. The two magics combined, resonating to create a new spell. A black electric current shot toward him, black lightning. Palachi was astonished that he could cast this spell. "You're just an ordinary mage, aren't you? How can you use dark magic?" Du Hayak, bearing a mysterious power within, answered with a powerful gaze. "There's still a lot you don't know." The ground below suddenly melted into a thick black liquid, a swamp of despair. The swamp transformed into long-reaching arms that rushed to grab him. Palachi was tied up tightly, unable to move. Du Hayak coldly said, "You gave me some advice, how about I give you some advice as well?" He drew his powerful red sword, watching him struggle. He swung his sword for momentum, eyes full of hatred. "You should keep your trump card hidden until the very last moment." A slash bursting with energy. Filled with power, it shot forward. Palachi struggled in vain, watching the blade come close and let out an angry shout. Du Hayak, the blade passed through him and continued flying into the sky. leaving behind a spray of blood from the slash. His body was cut in two, the cut so hot it made his body emit smoke. The armor gradually cracked, revealing Palach's face, his eyes indifferent and letting go. So this is how it all ends. Du Hyuk approached, looked at him and said, I don't think you can recover with just your upper half like that. Meanwhile, Palachi still regretted having to end here. What a pity, things were just getting good. His eyes glowed red, watching him as if there was still some scheme. Farewell. Du Hyuk turned back to look one more time, then turned away and walked off. Suddenly, bright red rays of light shone from where Palachi lay. The scene then showed his body levitating, a dark energy escaping. His body was now drained of every last drop of blood to the point of being dry and cold. The energy source emitted, and at its center was a seal. It suddenly spoke, At last we meet, Transcendent. Du Hyuk was shocked, his eyes filled with killing intent. It can't be. Is that you, Vendela? It continued speaking, its tone haunting and cursing. Yes, I am Vendela, Lord of the Magic Tower in the Magic Kingdom. He was puzzled by his way of addressing. You call me Transcendent, what makes you think so? I am referring to your current dwelling place. He continued speaking with a condescending tone. Do you think your intervention efforts will succeed? Du Hyuk denied his existence. I don't think that has anything to do with you. Vendela spoke angrily with a fierce look. This is a warning. If you continue to meddle in my affairs, you will suffer the consequences. He exuded power that made the wind blow relentlessly, a warning, but it was useless against Du Hyuk. He firmly responded. If that scared me, I wouldn't have interfered in the first place. He smiled confidently, challenging back. You just go back, I'll keep interfering whether you like it or not. Before he could finish, he cast a spell that made him gradually disintegrate. I'm warning you, the spell. A system panel appeared. You have received 5 space fragments. In Du Hyuk's hand were 5 space fragments. He was visibly angry. Hu Min, no need to listen to this anymore. I'm keeping quite a few fragments that I can save for crafting divine equipment. Scene transition to the magic tower in the magical kingdom of Aetna. The atmosphere is gloomy, lightning strikes everywhere. The crystal ball suddenly cracks and shatters. How dare he interrupt me? You wretched trash. The old man threw it in anger and broke it. Vedela raised his voice, making him terrified. He said, I'm sorry. The old man knelt and respectfully reported, Demon Lord Banjarov, Vedela is still only in spirit form. He said, I see no reason for concern. The old man felt useless and replied remorsefully, I'm truly sorry. I tried to prolong the conversation, but the demon lord remained calm. He described the earth using energy and Du Hyuk's approximate location. It doesn't matter, even if we don't know his exact location. We can still inflict damage on the space where he lives. He's probably somewhere around here. The old man happily said, I'm truly grateful for your information and understanding. Vedela spoke of the plan. I will send my loyal subordinates to investigate his dimension. The old man asked happily, but received an answer contrary to his hopes. So you are finally taking action, Demon Lord, but this could be considered a message from me. He continued speaking, making the old man's face fall. You see his face, and I can recognize him through Palacha's memory. Outside, a massive army of monsters, numbering in the tens of thousands, prepared to march. Then it's time to prepare. I will soon give orders to my army. The old man knelt to receive orders. Yes, Demon Lord. At the same time, at the KMA branch in South Korea, Zane stood outside knocking on the door, then slowly entered the room. Jai Hong was on the other side of the screen observing the information. He turned to ask his superior, Director Dian, what is the reason for this sudden emergency meeting? He walked closer while explaining to him. A subject we're tracking named Du Hyuk has requested an N391 hostile permit. This is a dungeon in North Korea. Jai Hong asked back, in North Korea, what does he want there? Jai Hong, on the other end of the line, replied to Yin, since no one has been able to complete that dungeon successfully, he probably wants to monopolize the loot inside. I'm not sure what he wants. The two continued their conversation about Du Hyuk. Based on the timing of the request, he probably knows nothing about our plan. I think so too. Director Yin is a bit annoyed at being obstructed by Du Hyuk. Our plan would go more smoothly without Du Hyuk, he asked everyone. What do you think? Jai Hong expressed his opinion, wanting to consider carefully. It's best if no unforeseen variables affect our plan. Are the preparations complete? Yes, all soldiers are fully equipped and ready for battle. Everyone has been notified repeatedly, and we have also prepared all necessary medicines for the upcoming battle. Saying this, he placed his hands on the table and ordered the meeting to conclude. Then, I approve proceeding to the next step. I will begin action as soon as Du Hyuk enters the dungeon. Everyone acknowledged the order. Understood. Job done, he turned away, each step brimming with confidence. I don't understand why, but it seems this time luck was on my side. In the mind of Director Zian at that moment, there was only a sense of victory. No matter how talented Du Hyuk was, he could not possibly finish that dungeon in a single day. Confidence so absolute it could swallow a nation. The moment he steps out of that dungeon is the moment we gain full control over South Korea. Du Hyuk, still unaware of all this, was chatting with Sung Mi. He was setting the budget limit to craft divine equipment. He felt fortunate to have enough crafting materials, relieved to know that the resources he needed were all inside the dungeon. Sung-mi felt the same, telling him, "Good thing that dungeon is also close to us." His face was thoughtful, tense. Yeah, it's true in terms of physical distance. The two of them were sitting in an armored vehicle crossing through the forest, but he had no idea he had to go to North Korea. Inside, they were still discussing the challenge. At that moment, he noticed his challenge request had been approved faster than usual. I think maybe the director got so annoyed he approved it quickly for you. God, with Sung-mi's way of thinking, he thought that man was not someone easy to deal with. I don't think so. The director is not the one for us to handle these sensitive issues, because they give him a headache. His intuition warned him of something ominous. I have a feeling he's hiding something from me. Suddenly, a tremor from outside shook the vehicle. The two looked around in panic. What's going on? I'm sure we were the only ones here. They didn't understand what was happening outside, nor could they see anything unusual. Then what the hell? Something erupted from the ground in front of Du Hyak's vehicle. Strangely, a gigantic land shark sent the vehicle flying. The ground suddenly shook violently. Du Hyak was horrified. He stammered, "What is that?" The massive creature shot upwards. Shaped like a shark, it had blazing red eyes full of murderous intent. The two sat inside as the whole vehicle jolted fiercely. Everything around turned into chaos. Du Hyak grabbed Sung-mi's shoulder tightly. He used his power, bringing them both to safety elsewhere, teleportation. He turned his gaze toward the crash site. I didn't expect so much activity when we're still far from the dungeon entrance. Their vehicle lay overturned below. Du Hyak looked at it, then continued, "That's what happens when an area like this goes unnoticed." He turned back to Sung-mi with a serious expression. He said hurriedly, "If we fight all the monsters here, we'll probably be exhausted before we even enter the dungeon. Let's just focus on the ones in front of us." She immediately replied, "Understood." They both flew off at high speed. Suddenly, Du Hyak exclaimed, "Wait!" He stopped, his pensive eyes looked forward. Ahead was a surge of red power. Around it were terrifying bolts of lightning. Du Hyak said, "It seems they've completely blocked the entrance." Below were enormous monsters, waiting as if for the two to get close and attack. Du Hyak was thoughtful, his voice tinged with hesitation. "I'd like to avoid them if possible, but I guess we have no other choice." Sung-mi turned to him and said, "I'll go down first." Du Hyak agreed, "All right, I'm counting on you." Sung-mi flew down. She channeled immense power into her feet. Bright rays of light radiated around her. She stomped down hard onto the snake's head. The tremendous force drove its head into the ground, smashed flat. The giant snake was taken down by Sung-mi, a loud explosion echoing out. The ground burst open, rocks flying everywhere. Her eyes were full of killing intent as she stared at the snake she was stomping on. The remaining monsters raised their weapons, taking combat stances, even emitting threatening sound. Sung-mi stood before three monsters, their weapons aimed at her. A massive aura of power radiated from her, a weapon in her hand. Sung-mi held up a large shield for defense, closing in on the monsters. She challenged them, "Bring it on." Elsewhere, the night sky was quiet. In front of a large building, slow footsteps were suddenly approaching. One of the guards there spoke up. "What do those awakened ones equipped with heavy weapons think they're doing?" The person beside him immediately shouted loudly to alert those on the other side. "Stop right there. This building is owned by the Blue Star Guild." Those people stepped closer and stopped in front of the two guards. On the other side was a leader, his hand holding up a phone. He was Pilung, guild master of the Jiang Pilung Guild. He turned his face to the phone screen in his hand. A long silence. A line of text appeared on the phone screen. "Commence the operation." After seeing that line, a sinister smile crept onto his lips. His expression as if pondering something. Pilung turned around and shouted, "Everyone can use the drug right now." After saying that, he quickly pulled out a syringe with his mouth, then stabbed the syringe directly into his own arm. After injecting, grotesque blue veins bulged all over his face. He opened his mouth, feeling the power coursing through his body. The two guards became terrified. They stammered and shouted, "What the hell are they doing? Run quickly and report to the higher-ups." Before they could get their bearings, Pilung rushed in at high speed, weapon in hand. With a single slash, he swiftly took down two guards. Heads severed from their bodies, his eyes filled with murderous intent, he glanced over the two guards. He became frenzied, flashed a sinister smile, and ordered his subordinate, "Go and spread chaos." The others also rushed forward after Pilung. They stormed in, laughing uncontrollably. "Let's go!" They approached the building entrance and Pilung shouted, "I will kill every member of the Blue Star Guild." Inside the building, a subordinate rushed in to inform JT, the guide of the North. He exclaimed, "The Pilung Jiang Guild, along with dozens of Awakened, has entered the city and attacked our building." He was frustrated, sighed, and said, "Damn it, I didn't expect them to corner us while our guild leader is away." His face was pensive. He thought for a moment, then hesitantly said, "Do those bastards below have some backing?" "He is an Awakened of the Blue Star Guild, Sanjite Park." The subordinate then gave him another piece of good news. I've contacted the other guilds allied with the S, but they replied that they need to investigate the situation further before providing support. JT gritted his teeth and angrily said, "Those damn opportunists," the subordinate told him. "Only the Apricot Blossom Guild has agreed to provide reinforcements." He turned around, his expression grave, and ordered the subordinate, "Gather all the awakened here immediately." Then he flew out the window. The glass shattered, JT flew down to where the Pilung Guild was and called out, "I'll buy us some time." The ones below were dropping a barrage of explosives. They created a terrifying massive explosion, and Pilung exclaimed, "Oh, wonderful!" They continued dropping explosives, then used their weapons to knock all the explosives away. Explosives scattered everywhere, creating cracks on the ground but still unable to breach the door. Pilung and his comrades were still rampaging, trying to destroy the headquarters. Despite their efforts, they failed to achieve their goal, and Pilung shouted. Frustrated, he thought, "Even with the potions we've used, it's still so difficult to get through the main gate. No wonder they're one of the top guilds in Korea." But the only issue was time. As he was thinking, suddenly from above, JT flew down. He drew his weapon, preparing to attack Pilung. He shouted his name, "Pilung Jiang." Pilung blocked his strike. The ground around them erupted violently. JT slashed down Pilung's sword parry. He interrogated him, "You bastard, how dare you betray the guild and collaborate with another country?" He countered, saying in a forceful tone, "In the world of the awakened, only the strong survive." JT leaped away from him and crouched on the ground. Pilung looked at him smugly and said, "Whoever wins has the right." He bit into a pill in his mouth, biting it while speaking with a sinister expression. "We will win this battle." After swallowing the pill, he became even more deranged. His eyes turned red. His face more veined, then he tilted his neck to the side with a cracking sound. He looked terrifying. Then he rushed at JT. A tremendous surge of power emanated around him. JT also stood up to confront him. He too radiated a source of power, and the two clashed in combat. A loud explosion resounded after the two collided. Everything around became hazy due to the smoke and dust. Debris flew out from the force. On Du Hyuk and Sung Mi's side, they had entered the cave. 2 hours after entering the dungeon, they were walking deeper into the cave, talking as they went about the troubles that had just occurred. He said to Sung Mi, "We would have been in trouble if you hadn't noticed that trap sooner." She replied, her voice flustered. "I was shocked too. I didn't expect to encounter the same trap as the one in the Black Dragon's lair." They approached a large door behind which the giant Black Dragon resided. Du Hyuk said, "Finally, we've reached the monster's chamber." He pictured the massive Black Dragon and thought, a little doubt in his mind, will it be waiting for us right behind the door? The door opened. It made a loud noise like an old door that hadn't been opened in a long time, or perhaps it would be a different opponent they had never faced. Light from the crack shone on his face. He was briefly surprised, his eyes wide open. A system panel appeared. "Magic from BH has been detected." The system panel continued to announce that they had left another location. After the door was fully opened, a blinding light shone directly at him. Flower petals suddenly flew everywhere from somewhere, drifting past Du Hyuk's face. He was astonished by the scenery before him. Before Du Hyuk's eyes was a dazzling white landscape. They had entered the Bow Hat Garden. The surrounding scenery was magnificent and beautiful, like a grand royal banquet. Du Hyuk and Sung Mi entered. He asked in confusion, "Everything is pure white, where are we?" Suddenly, the sound of a cup being set down was heard. Someone was enjoying tea. Du Hyuk and Sung Mi were startled. They drew their weapons to guard against the person before them. The other person then spoke up, greeting and welcoming Du Hyuk and Sung Mi. He continued, "I have been waiting for you two for quite a while." They kept a defensive posture. Du Hyuk asked the other person, puzzled, "Who are you?" Sung Mi continued, "How do you know us?" John had a handsome face and blonde hair. He very calmly answered their question. "My parents told me a lot about you too." He introduced himself. "My name is John, the only son of Berhart and Mary." At the Blue Star headquarters, Pilung and Jit were still fighting each other. Alone, Jit fought against them all, still trying to buy time to wait for reinforcements. With his strength, he easily blocked the opponent's slash. The sound of the two swords clashing was deafening. Then he jumped high. He parried every attack, but there were too many of them, so blocking all the slashes was impossible. It was wounded from taking their slashes. Blood splattered from his body. He cried out in pain. Losing strength, he slumped down. The sword flew out of his hand, but those guys were still poised to attack him. Pilung exclaimed with contempt, truly astonishing. Approached, saying provocatively, "You are something quite different. Do you intend to fight so many opponents all alone?" His eyes turned black, the pupils glowing red, his face bulging with veins. He continued, "But now you're finished." Looking at the headquarters about to crumble, he sneered. "Don't worry, I'm sure this wonderful Blue Star Guild will collapse along with you." Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, "Stop talking nonsense." Two people appeared. They aimed arrows radiating power at Pilung and his group. He was caught off guard and turned to look. The two of them concentrated their power into a large sphere. It was like a blazing fire heading toward where Pilung was standing. After the energy beam struck Pilung, it created a huge explosion. The ground shook, debris flying everywhere. Jit, wounded behind them, still asked, "Who are you?" The two of them, shielding him, replied, "Lizzie and Trio Hoa from the Hoa Mai Guild." Pilung was still unharmed. He scowled and warned, "Your efforts are useless. I will wipe you out along with the Blue Star Guild." Lizzie's eyes sharpened. She looked straight at Pilung and retorted forcefully, "Did you think we would just stand by and watch? After you joined China and tried to overthrow Korea, on Du Hai Ok and Sung Mi's side, the whole place here was magnificent and grand." He approached and asked, "Are you Burhart's son? What is this place?" "This is like a separate universe that my father connected to your space. I'm certain that you two met my father in a similar place like this before." Du Hayok recalled the earlier scene, then suddenly exclaimed, "Oh!" Jiang conjured something and said, "My father told me." He smiled lightly, extending the large bag toward Du Hayok with both hands, and continued, "Give this gift to you two if we ever meet. Legendary grade dimensional stones." Du Hayok's eyes lit up and he asked in surprise, "He asked you to give these to us?" Surprised by the quantity, he asked, "But how could he have so many?" Jiang began to recount the whole process. "During the training days, I traveled through many continents with my parents and searched for the items you needed." He seemed to prepare to cast a spell, his hand emitting light. He hesitated again and said, "But obviously a light spell has been cast." "That's not all I want to give you." He conjured something from his hand. Suddenly, the ground became tilted. Jiang explained, "It will be very difficult to maintain this space while I hand these items to you." A magic staff appeared. Jiang extended it toward Du Hayok. He said, "My parents worked very hard to create this tool for you too. Appraisal used to measure stats, BH's legendary grade stat. Increases magic stat by 1,500, increases the power of all elemental magic attacks, increases damage by 100%, increases the effectiveness of support spells by 1.2 times, blessed with harmony. This staff has the unique ability to be used along with other equipment and can even change the user's appearance." Other items were also taken out, Zakali's will. The golden stone. Jiang continued explaining the origin of the stone. "And my father stole this golden stone from the cave of the golden dragon Kankasis." Du Hayok was visibly delighted. He reached out to touch the magic staff and said, "I never thought I would receive such an astonishing gift." The magic staff suddenly transformed into a stream of power and sealed into Du Hayok's hand. Then he said again, "It has many more uses. I can wear it with other equipment and can also change its shape." Jiang looked closely and asked, "How do you feel?" Du Hayok smiled, turned to look out and answered him, "Honestly, these items are so amazing that I feel it's not right to take them." Jiang hurriedly reassured him, "Don't worry, my parents always said they owe you." Du Hayok held up the golden stone and golden lights emitted around it. He admired it and said, "Originally I came to this dungeon just to find the golden stone, but now I've gotten even more wonderful things. I am truly very grateful." Suddenly the sky cracked, making cracking sounds of shattering. Everything around them was also gradually cracking. They were like shards of glass shattering, to the surprise of Du Hayok and Sumi. Jiang hurriedly said, "This space has begun to collapse. I think my work here is done." His feet created a magic circle, emitting bright electric sparks. Around them was still shattering, fragments falling to the ground. Jiang created a large portal and said to them, "You too can leave through this portal." They ran quickly toward the portal. Du Hayok did not forget to turn back and shout loudly toward Jiang, "Thank your parents for me as soon as you return." He turned back to look at him and happily said, "I hope we will meet again." They were quickly teleported to another place, surprising Du Hayok as he walked. He curiously asked, "This is?" He was surprised because the surroundings were a familiar place. He said, "This is the training room right under my house." Where did Deli come from? He was also surprised and asked him, "How did you both appear here?" He greeted him and answered immediately, "Hi Deli, I don't know either. And what is that weapon on your back?" He glanced at the weapon and replied, "This." Deli recalled when he put on glasses and looked at the portal. "I did as you requested when the dimensional door opened, so I've been keeping an eye on it." He suddenly handed him the ringing phone and said, "But more importantly, your phone has been ringing for a while now." Du Hayok exclaimed in surprise, "Instructor back." There was a voice call from Instructor back. He answered hurriedly saying, "This is Du Hayok. What's the matter, Instructor?" A voice came from the phone. "We need your help, Du Hayok." He wondered about the noise on the other end. "Your side is very noisy. Did something happen?" The person on the other end quickly continued in an urgent voice. "The mysterious T Hoa Guild and a group of Chinese people launched a surprise attack on the tower of the Blue Star Guild, along with the Pilung Jiang Guild. At this rate, they will take over the entire building." Du Hayok's face gradually became angry, and he cursed inwardly. That rotten bastard, no wonder he allowed me." He said in a reassuring tone, "Please hold on a little longer, Instructor." An uncertain yet trusting voice came from the other end of the phone. "All right." Sumi walked over and asked Du Hayok, "What's going on?" His face was serious as he answered, The Blue Star Guild is currently under attack. Then he threw a bag of items larger than Deli's small body to the ground, to Deli's bewilderment, and said, Deli, I need you to take this and quickly finish the set. Du Hyuk pointed toward her and said, Sungbi goes with Deli and puts on the outfit once he finishes. We'll leave as soon as you're ready, Sungmi replied. All right, then they grabbed their bags and hurried to get everything ready. Meanwhile, Du Hyuk stood with his back to the two of them, apparently thinking about something. He was concentrating on fine-tuning his skill while deep in thought. In the meantime, I need to finish crafting the contribution equipment. Suddenly, a system window appeared, starting the production process. The system window explained, to successfully create a god-tier artifact, a spatial rift must be created to rapidly transfer spatial energy. Suddenly, the system window turned red in warning. Du Hyuk, Kak Britos, Isla and Fiola have successfully identified the energy source within the spatial rift. They are sending a message to other beings beyond the spatial rift. Then the system window continued. We have identified your dimension. We will follow the spatial rift and destroy whatever lies at the end. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared in midair, causing Du Hyuk to shield his face with his arm against the force of the wind blowing out from it. He thought to himself and wondered, was that a warning from another dimension? He looked at the spatial rift, silently reminding himself now was not the time to worry about that. The system window appeared, announcing that the production process was complete. Then a glove enveloped in golden light appeared in midair. Suddenly, the system window appeared and displayed the information for this glove. Earth God's Glove. Option 1, increase magic by 500. Option 2, increase intelligence by 500. Option 3, increase physical defense by 200. Option 4, increase magic defense by 200. Option 5, increase muscle strength by 200. Option 6, increase physical strength by 200. Option 7, increase agility by 200. Superior ability. Increase magic damage to all monsters below A rank by 200%. Enhancement ability. Extend the duration of a special spell by 100%. Sharing ability. The user will receive any experience points obtained by party members. This does not apply to other party members. Temporal blessing ability. Stat increases from any enhancement effects and defensive spells are double. Hell Breath ability. Gain the level 9 spell Breath. Upon reaching level 9, this spell transforms into Super Hell Breath. Du Hyuk smiled, put on the glove, clenched his fist, and thought to himself, this is my second ability equipment. Sungmi walked up behind him and said, Brother, I'm ready. Du Hyuk turned around, his eyes stern, and said, All right, let's go. Cut to the battle. Li Zhou held a dao enveloped in golden light, standing ready to charge forward. She spurred her mount and charged forward, slashing fiercely at each soldier. She turned her head toward Chao Hoa and shouted, This is your chance, Chao Hoa. He was in a stance ready to bring his sword down, his eyes resolute. Understood. Then he swung his hand down. A giant sword appeared in midair, hovering above the heads of the other soldiers. The massive sword thrust straight down into the soldiers, annihilating them. Lai Du stood with Chao Hoa, still in his downward sword strike pose, looking at the sunken ground and thinking. Chao Hoa's attack became more powerful as he accumulated more magic. She anxiously assessed the situation, thinking, he must have just used up all his energy. While she was still thinking, several field vehicles drove toward them. It would be great if that was enough to end this. The vehicles stopped in front of them. She looked at the vehicles, thinking, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Suddenly a figure stepped out of the vehicle. She frowned and asked, Just how many awakened ones do they have? No matter how many we destroy, they keep coming. Chao Hoa answered her, We also couldn't contact the other directors of the Blue Star Guild or the awakened ones from the base. Then a great many soldiers stepped out behind. Suryo said, You must be Lai Du, Guild Master of the Plum Blossom Guild, one of the 8 guilds. Lai Du slung her dao over her shoulder and shot back at Suryo. What the hell are you? Suryo's face darkened as she looked at her. I didn't expect you to come to this wretched place to help the Blue Star Guild. You're even more foolish than I thought. Lai Du angrily snapped back at her. Who do you think you are? Chao Hoa, standing beside her, whispered a warning into her ear. This is very dangerous, Guild Master. Her name is Suryo Jin, Vice Guild Master of the Pepper Fire Guild. Then she turned to look at Chao Hoa, her voice full of bewilderment. What? So the Flying Dragon River Guild has support from China's top guild? Suryo ordered her subordinates to capture them. When those people heard her order, they began to charge. Chao Hoa gripped his sword, his voice resolute. It is truly an honor to fight by your side, Guild Master. Lai Du looked at him angrily and shouted impatiently. You're the Vice Guild leader, don't give up. Suddenly both turned toward a sound, confused, while several men were rushing at them. What is that sound? A whoosh echoed through the tall buildings to where they stood. A voice rang out from above, observing, "Target confirmed." Then it flew down and landed between Lizzo, who was in a combat stance, and the charging men. Those soldiers halted, startled by the thing that had just landed. Then a confused voice shouted, "That's a virtual shield." Where the object had landed, a shield materialized. The shield hummed. Activated, it transformed and generated a massive barrier, protecting Lizzo and Trong Qua from the attacks of Suryo's underlings. The underlings rushed forward, slashing at the shield in confusion. "What the hell is this? I can't break it." Then suddenly, a female figure in advanced combat armor descended from the sky, landing on the battlefield. It was Sung-mi. Suryo and her subordinates were nearly blown away by Sung-mi's landing. She thought to herself, "I'm certain Do Hyuk entered the dungeon just an hour ago." Suryo mused silently while Sung-mi looked at her with unwavering eye. There's no way he could have cleared it and returned in that time. She wondered inwardly, what kind of armor is this? Sung-mi's armor glowed. Then she summoned a massive sword as tall as herself, holding the shield in her left hand. Suryo turned to her underlings and warned, "Don't be fooled by her appearance, she's just a shield." She turned towards Sung-mi and reassured them, "There's nothing to fear, take her down." The underlings stared in disbelief toward where something was pulling them in. Sung-mi smirked, raising her sword close to her face. Red waves surged, an absolute taunt pulling them in. Suddenly a rift opened, drawing Suryo's underlings into it, but they fought to resist. Trong Qua looked at Lizzo and asked, puzzled, "Guild leader, that's..." She calmly observed the situation and explained it to him. "She's trying to lure them in, but it's not working." Sung-mi raised her sword and slashed down toward those underlings. A flash of red light erupted. It cleaved the rift in two in an instant. Smoke billowed upward. The soldiers lay scattered on the ground while Sung-mi still stood there, unharmed. Suryo's eyes flashed with a domineering gleam, truly astonishing. Such a powerful attack coming from a tank. While she was pondering, the soldiers suddenly rose with the sound of breaking bones, as if they had no control over their own body. But those mercenaries were under the influence of hallucinogens. They wouldn't give up. Sung-mi pointed her sword at them, her eyes resolute, and said, "You still want to fight?" Suddenly, small clusters of light appeared around where she stood. Suryo stood among them, warning the soldiers preparing to attack. "Defend yourselves, that must be Do Hyuk's magic." The soldiers fired their techniques to block Sumi's attack. Pilung, his face covered in black cracks, shouted smugly, "The magic of Do Hyuk is weaker than I thought." He continued arrogantly, "I knew the rumors about him were all exaggerated." Meanwhile, Suryo thought anxiously, on guard. "Wait, that's not right." She was still thinking, assessing the situation, while the other soldiers were dodging the shots flying at them. "The magic I saw him use before wasn't this weak." Above them, unmanned machines gradually appeared, aiming their barrels at them. Suryo's face darkened as she turned to warn the others, "They're just flying machines." Pilung's face remained like a statue as he shouted into the air, as if to provoke Do Hyuk, "How long are you going to keep watching from a distance? Are you afraid to face and fight us?" Then a voice behind him said, "You left yourself open." Suddenly Do Hyuk appeared behind that Pilung and pointed a gun at his head. He turned his head, glaring at Do Hyuk with fury. Then he fired. A bright blue light flashed and the bullet flew through him, creating a hole in that soldier's body. Do Hyuk, still holding the gun, watched the man slowly fall to the ground. While Do Hyuk was opening a small spatial rift, Suryo shouted loudly toward the person now lying on the ground. Pilung, she stood there staring at his motionless, lifeless body, unable to believe it, thinking, "Unbelievable, how could he kill an SS rank awakened with just one blow?" She warily looked at Do Hyuk, gritted her teeth and thought, "Did he use up all his energy, I wonder?" Two of Suryo's soldiers rushed to where Do Hyuk stood, while Koda, in a fighting stance ready to charge, gave orders. "It's your turn now, concentrate fire on Do Hyuk," he smirked, looking at them. His right arm burst into blue flames. "You thought I used up all my energy?" He swung his hand toward them. A huge flame erupted towards them. Hellfire. The blue flames engulfed the soldiers, burning them. Then Do Hyuk stepped over the bodies charred by hellfire, lying scattered on the ground, thinking. She sacrificed her members to escape. He stood there, holding a phone, looking around to assess the situation, thinking, should I chase after her? Do Hyuk looked in one direction, saying nothing. At the same time, Sung Bai approached Do Hyuk and asked, "Are you okay, Do Hyuk?" He was still looking at the phone screen, calling her name. Sung Bai, his face became serious. He flew upward and said, "I'll leave the cleanup here to you and the instructors." Sung Bai looked in his direction and replied, "Yes." Do Hyuk accelerated, flying quickly past the city building. Elsewhere, dust and smoke filled the air. Dungeon 871, outside exit number 2, at the fusion point. An arm lay across a body. Diho was severely injured. Jang Mi supported the heavily wounded body as they moved forward. She spoke, her voice full of remorse. "I'm sorry, Diho, it's all my fault." He consoled her. "Don't blame yourself, after all, it was my choice." She looked ahead, feeling self-reproach. "But if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been injured." Jang Mi helped Diho through the tunnel, reaching a place with light. Both stopped and looked ahead, seeing a cliff face with no path left to go. They walked to the edge of that cliff to check the situation. Jang Mi spoke. "Damn it, it's a dead end." Suddenly a voice came from the tunnel, making both freeze. Jiang Mi's eyes turned toward the source of the sound. So, you've finally run out of places to run. Yin emerged from the tunnel with two of his subordinates. He sneered, walking toward the two. The game of hide and seek ends here. Say your last words. Jiang Mi, her face darkening, her eyes furious, shouted at Yin. Do you even know what you're doing? The KMA has never had internal conflict since its founding. Yin stared straight at Jiang Mi, countering. And what about you? You had people investigate me. His autocratic gaze fell on Jiang Mi. You made the first move. Jiang Mi angrily yelled, pointing straight at Yin. That's because a headquarters director like you chose to join hands with corrupt scoundrels. He spoke, his voice full of irritation. I've heard enough of your nonsense. Yin extended his hand, his knees slightly bent, his face angry, saying, This wretched country has given me nothing, even though I worked hard to lead and get to my current position. He continued, in fact, they even tried to demote me when they thought I was useless. His gaze was full of autocracy. He wore a sinister smile. That's when I realized. Then Yin stepped onto bloodied skulls arranged in rows, his voice filled with undisguised greed. I just need to eliminate what I don't need. He sat down on a throne placed atop skulls stacked upon each other, and continued, and ensure that I seize control over the awakened in Korea. Diho couldn't stand the anger and mockery in that voice, and he roared. You're such a fool, Yin. Do you think you'll achieve your goals by joining hands with the THOA and that Criminal Protection Alliance? He continued, You are nothing, just a mere puppet. Diho's eyes were still full of anger, then a beam of light shot through his body, piercing the ink. Do you really think you'll be safe without us? A sharp voice echoed from the cellar. Diane's authoritarian tone rang out. Continuing this argument is a waste of time. Diho collapsed, making Jiang Mi turn her head toward him, her face startled, her voice full of worry. Diane said, The others will fall in line after I deal with you too. He smiled with sheer despotism. After that, I just need to find another reason to eliminate Sohai, and then no one will oppose me anymore. Diane turned away, ordering his two subordinates, Eliminate them. Diho's face darkened, thinking with unwillingness, I can't die like this. I need to find a way out. Suddenly, a smile spread across his face. Diho used the last of his strength to stand up. He stood up and let out a loud shout, causing Jiang Mi beside him to shift into a battle-ready stance. Diane turned around, his voice stern. Backed into a corner, have you lost your mind? Jiang Mi caught Diho to keep him from falling, her worried face warning him. Stop moving, Diho, you're badly injured. Although his body was quite severely wounded, he still smiled, his voice filled with certainty. I believe there will be a way out for us. Diho looked toward Jiang Mi and asked her, Do you trust me? Jiang Mi looked back at Diho, her voice full of faith in him. Of course, we've come this far together. She held Diho while he summoned a sphere of energy. Diane's tone became urgent, ordering his subordinate, kill them quickly. His eyes overflowing with determination, Diho slammed his hand down onto the rocky outcrop they were standing on. The rock cracked apart from Diho's energy sphere, then exploded with a loud bang that echoed throughout the cave. Diane looked at their silhouettes and said, Are you trying to drag all of us down to die with you? Even with his face covered in blood, he still smirked and raised a middle finger at him. Diho and Jiang Mi fell freely backward, making him clench his teeth in fury, glaring at them. His subordinate immediately reported, We must leave this place, Commander. Diane and the two soldiers retreated slowly as large rocks collapsed one after another. The first subordinate was stunned. I didn't expect him to destroy the entire ground. The remaining one replied, It's a shame to lose a few people, but at least it's over now. Diane's assertive voice rang out. No, he continued, recalling his thoughts and said, They are still alive. There's no way they'd die from something as trivial as this. As he gave the order, he cast a spell. Return to the entrance immediately and find them, Diane sternly emphasized. Do not let them escape. Diho gradually regained consciousness, Jiang Mi's blurry face appearing before him. She tried to wake him up. Director Diho, wake up. As he sat up, he asked in astonishment, How am I still alive? Jiang Mi replied, Du Hyuk saved us. He said gratefully, Thank you, Du Hyuk, for saving us. Du Hyuk exclaimed. It's fortunate that you noticed my spatial gate in time. Du Hyuk cast a spell, and a spatial gate appeared. Now that you've recovered somewhat, you should leave this place immediately with Akron, he said, agitated. Let me help you. Du Hyuk looked toward Akron and said, I'm sorry, but you two have exhausted your mana and would only be a burden. Akron, escort them out of here. Akron acknowledged the order. But who wants to master? Diane and his two subordinates flew at the speed of light to search for Diho and Jiang Mi. The soldier continued to rush forward, failing to notice the green rays of light surrounding him. Then, both subordinates were bound by these rays. Du Hyuk's face appeared along with the electric arcs. He unleashed the skill Thunder Chain. The electric arcs flashed as if trying to engulf the entire cave. Diane scowled. Du Hyuk, how did you find this place? He stressed. More importantly, I saw with my own eyes that you stepped into the dungeon. He slowly said, What a pity. Raising two fingers as if to cast a spell, he replied, But nothing can be changed now. It seems your luck has run out. Diane confidently raised his voice. This isn't over, my men are waiting outside. With just one command from me, they will act. He asserted firmly, You have no chance of leaving here alive. Du Hyuk calmly replied. You are the director of my, yet it's surprising how unbelievably slow you are, he said steadily. I have already taken care of everything outside. Your men have retreated, and as for Pilung, I personally dealt with him. Diane roared in fury. You think I'll believe you? Du Hyuk said indifferently, believe it or not, it's up to you. Then he forcefully cast the spell Lion's Might Academy. Diane retaliated with a skill. Scythe Ray. His scythe rays seemed about to reach Du Hyuk. He used another skill to block it. Fireball. His fireball completely neutralized Diane's spell. Suddenly a bolt of lightning appeared again. Diane appeared behind him as quick as a flash. He immediately used a new spell to trap him, Lightning Cage. He gritted his teeth when he realized he had been locked in. A man appeared holding a trident. Lightning bolts from the trident struck directly at the target, Du Hyuk, Lightning God's spear. Zion was unconvinced, thinking to himself, just this won't be enough to take me down. Suddenly, he was surrounded by a purple light. Du Hyuk was casting a spell from beneath the ground. Continuous purple lights appeared, absorbing. He blocked with a lightning shield. Then Zion was hit with a punch straight to the face. Du Hyuk punched so hard that he slammed him flat onto the violently shaking ground. Rocks around the cave fell from above due to the immense force. Bruised and battered, Zion said, I've never seen a mage use fists to fight before. Du Hyuk continued swinging both fists, though this was still magic. Zion took another punch to the left cheek. He continued casting spells, punishment, gravity punch. After those two skills, Du Hyuk followed up with several lightning-fast punches. A hand reached out, 2 golden rings appeared around it with sparks of electricity. Zion secretly attacked him from behind with a lightning spear. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking, feel this pain. Suddenly, another spell appeared, countering it. He couldn't believe it. My magic, it's disappearing. Du Hyuk smiled knowingly and asked, so this is your trump card? While mocking Zion, he threw another punch. How disappointing. A teleportation gate was opening. Everyone stared intently at the gate, as if waiting for someone's silhouette. Ho said gravely, Zion is one of the rare SSS rank mages of this country. He looked at Jiang Mi anxiously and said, Du Hyuk might be in danger. She calmly replied, even so, we must trust him and wait here patiently. Gusts of wind continuously blew out from the spatial gate. Di Ho and Jiang Mi warily assumed an attack stance. A surge of power shot out from the spatial gate. A silhouette was sent flying by the force, crashing straight into the building opposite, making a loud noise. He rushed toward the building, shouting, Du Hyuk. Jiang Mi also looked that way with great concern. Du Hyuk. Suddenly, Du Hyuk slowly walked out from the spatial gate and responded to her. She turned around in surprise to see him and asked suspiciously, Du Hyuk, then who was that just now? He calmly replied, Zion, he added while Zion was still lying on the rubble. I told you I'd handle him. Du Hyuk said proudly, despite his bruised and battered face. I brought him back and he's still alive. Jiang Mi doubted. Are you sure about that? Du Hyuk said slowly, yeah, he's alive at least for now. From a distant high-rise building, a black figure had been observing the entire situation all along. Suryo observed and reported, who's hurt? Both Pilung and Zayn have been defeated by Du Hyuk. Another voice asked, what's the status of the organization members now? She replied seriously, they have withdrawn to the second defensive line. Jai Hong stared at the night view and ordered, then evacuate all of them to China. Jai Hong, the leader of the TVK3 organization. He continued, our mission here is complete. She questioned, are we going to leave him like that? Even though he defeated 2 SSS rank awakened, he must be equally exhausted after this battle. He called her name, Suryo, Jai Hong warned. Don't make me repeat myself. She panicked, realizing her slip. I'm sorry, sir. She turned around and shouted, we're leaving everyone. Leave behind anyone who is not part of our organization. The subordinates immediately teleported, responding, yes, sir. Suryo glanced dangerously behind, saying, Du Hyuk. And so, the large-scale battle between the Guardians Taewa organization and Pilung, led by director Ma Yian, finally came to an end after the battle in Seoul. The news continuously reported that public order concerning the Awakened had significantly changed in South Korea. Camera shutters clicked continuously. It all started when a scandal broke out at KMA. Related evidence was also collected. Jaehin's history of corruption was exposed. As a result, all related magical officials were demoted or dismissed. 2 people were promoted to new positions. Jiang Mi became the new director of KMA, and Di Ho was appointed head of the KMA Seoul office. Everyone was trusted. Among them, Junseo received an opportunity for advancement during this process, but she decided to leave KMA and officially join Jo Hyuk's team. She took steps after this incident. Furthermore, I decided to cooperate with KMA to deal with the TA, WKA, and Guardian organizations. A large city lay in the darkness, the Lamina dimension. A dragon was flying in the sky above the city. Viola approached from behind and called, "Hey Aisla, we need to talk." He stopped and replied, "What is it, Viola?" He came closer, scratched his head, and asked, "Who was that name they discussed in the meeting?" Aisla answered, "Du Haya. They said he's a mage from a dimension called Earth." He emphasized, "This is a direct order from Lord Banzarox." Aisla the ice monster. He continued, "This time you should take it seriously." Viola replied matter-of-factly, "I know, Viola the fire monster." He didn't care, saying, "That's just how it is. Low-level members like us don't have a choice." Viola looked at the sky where the dragon was soaring and continued, "I still can't believe he's asking us to leave the monster world and come to Earth just to eliminate one person." He laughed and opened his mouth, releasing a bit of magic. A massive surge of magic erupted from inside the castle. He continued to release magic and stated his condition. "If we're going to put in this much effort, I want to be satisfied with some blood." Meanwhile, Aisla also gradually began to activate his magic. Everything around him quickly froze. He warned seriously, "This is our last chance." Viola tried to reassure him, stepping closer. "Don't worry, Aisla, I'm here." He placed a hand on Aisla's shoulder, speaking with a firm tone. "We will complete the mission and prove our worth to Lord Banzarox." Cut to the underground training facility of the Blue Star Guild. Sungmi, exhausted and panting, looked at Du Haya. He looked at her and instructed, "Sungbi, attack more aggressively." Du Haya continued teaching. "Akaisel not only enhances defense but also optimizes your mobility," he said with a stern face. "Using it only for defense is a waste. Are you planning to keep defending forever?" She stood up and said, "Sorry, maybe I'm not used to you changing my equipment to an offensive style, but I'll have to get used to it." Du Hayek said while recalling their leveling up, "We've become much stronger recently." He cast magic. "So now it's time for us to adapt and master this new power." He smiled at her. "Let's try again." Sungbi was ready and answered firmly, "Okay." She resolutely advanced and her power created a loud boom. Du Hayek said calmly, "Let's try again." Sungmi replied, "Okay." After speaking, she was ready to advance with her sword in hand. Sword at chest level, 5 spears swirled behind her, shooting through the air, aimed straight ahead. Without hesitation, Sungmi launched the 5 spears straight at the target. Like a hunting leopard, Du Hayek nimbly dodged the attacks. Spears and slashes were now just blurs. Without giving her a chance to react, he launched a counterattack, a blue flash like an ice arrow. Pierced through space, hurtling towards Sungmi. That power directly struck her, blasting everything around. However, Sungmi quickly escaped Du Hayek's attack. At that moment, he unleashed his special technique, Force Bullet Technique. That attack was like a storm, pounding continuously against the wall, creating loud echoes. Immediately, Sungmi, with sharp eyes, summoned magic from her sword, creating a brilliant red light. Du Hayek quickly raised his shield, blocking the opponent's attack. His voice lacked any enthusiasm. "That's more like it, now it's getting interesting." Meanwhile, the girl thought anxiously, but this still isn't enough to break through Du Hayek's 3-headed shield. Suddenly from behind, she flew up, preparing to strike. Sungmi unleashed her technique, igniting flames. Du Hayek, while thinking, concentrated his power to form a blue orb. "Are you limiting your own movement to find an opening?" He smiled slyly, thinking to himself, "All right, give it a try." Du Hayek was now enveloped in a layer of bright blue aura. He channeled all his energy into the defense, evolving the armor shield. Du Hayek's eyes seemed to hold a mysterious power. He said in a cold tone, "Come on, Sungmi, show me what other moves you have." The spears she had summoned returned, merging together. Encircling Sungmi's back, a sparkling purple magical vortex spun like a brilliant flower. The sword emitted a dazzling light. Forming a vortex, suddenly a small explosion occurred. That purple power directly attacked Du Hayek's defensive layer. The impact made him cautious. The endurance at the epicenter of the collision was violently shaken. The pressure was too great and the defense could not withstand it. Then a terrible explosion occurred, sending earth and rocks flying. Suddenly, the scene before their eyes changed rapidly, right at that moment. At the Blue Star Guild's tower, the main building, a man stepped into the hall. It turned out to be Trin Keen Lin, but in public he went by the alias Brooks. He muttered to himself, "I can sense his magic power from here." Suddenly, the receptionist's voice rang out, calling his name. "Customer 137, Brooks." He stepped forward and replied, "Sorry, I was a bit preoccupied." In a professional tone, the receptionist answered, "That's all right. Then please state your reason for visiting today." He said, "I came to see Mr. Du Hayek." The receptionist's voice was cold and emotionless. "I'm sorry, what did you just say?" Brooks gave a faint smile, his tone sarcastic. "Please pass this message on to him." He waited patiently for Du Hayek in the main hall. Du Hayek appeared from behind and asked, "I didn't expect you to have the nerve to come see me so shamelessly." Du Hayek called his real name Keen Lin. Brooks reminded him, "Don't mention that name in public." He suggested, "Let's talk somewhere else, there are too many eyes watching here." The two of them went up to the building's rooftop. He said, "Oh, what a surprise." But then he continued, "I didn't think you could survive that encounter with him." Leaning against the railing, Brooks leisurely spoke. How could you kill that notorious awakened being? In a serious tone, Du Hyuk replied. I confronted him head-on, and in the end he was the one who fell. Du Hyuk frowned and continued. That's all, I have nothing more to say to you. Du Hyuk couldn't hold back any longer and asked, then what is your reason for coming here this time? His gaze sharp and cold, he added, what do you want? With an expressionless face. He replied, I've already told you, haven't I? Images of two girls appeared in his words. I just want to know how much you understand about the awakened ones. The two looked at each other in silence. Du Hyuk gathered energy back into his palm and said, if you know that my power comes from D and F, then you already have your answer. Brooks placed his hand on his face, rubbing his face. He replied, if you're doubting whether I'm trustworthy, then here, I'll show you my most important secret. He slowly removed his mask. Du Hyuk was so stunned he couldn't speak. That pale purple hair gradually became visible. Brooks placed a finger to his lips and said, look, this is me. Now the person in front of Du Hyuk had become Keen Lin. He said, I'm willing to share any other information if you need it. He asked curiously, is this your real face? Keen Lin said in a threatening tone. Until now, no one who has seen this face has lived to tell the tale. They all died by my hand, he added. Only you, the only one still alive after seeing me. Du Hyuk sarcastically replied, I feel so honored. Anyway, I still have nothing more to say to you. A strange energy began to rise from his hand. If that's the case, Du Hyuk, show me what you really have. I want to know why D chose you. If you can do that, you'll be the only awakened one. His eyes narrowed, his tone provocative. Who has seen my true face and is still alive? Du Hyuk also activated his magic energy, looking at the person opposite. Do you really want to cause trouble right after the KMA just dealt with a terrorist attack? Keen Lin said nothing, and with two fingers he swept horizontally to the right, launching a sudden attack. His attack shot straight at Du Hyuk's face. An explosion sounded. Fortunately, Du Hyuk had quickly transformed using the iron skin technique to take this attack without injury. He stood unharmed in front of Keen Lin. Against the ultimate defense of iron skin, Keen Lin's attack shattered, inflicting no injury on Du Hyuk. He said somewhat cockily, I didn't think you'd strike without warning like that. His eyes bloodshot, Keen Lin slightly raised his two fingers. A red thread of magic appeared, he said. In a real fight, no one announces their attacks. A red blade appeared right beneath Du Hyuk's feet, spinning rapidly and stabbing straight upward toward his chin. Du Hyuk leaped high, blocking with both hands in front of him, parrying the attack. But the attack was still so powerful that his whole body trembled slightly. Keen Lin stood still, smiling slightly, his finger tracing a spiral. As he did so, a blood-red spiral appeared around Du Hyuk. This red magical energy spun at high speed and gradually closed in. Finally, it formed a round, blood-red cocoon. Enclosing Du Hyuk inside, the cocoon shot up into the air. Keen Lin also leaped up and vanished from the spot. Inside was a desolate world. Amidst the ashes, Du Hyuk stood with his hands on his hips as if waiting for him. At this moment, he had returned to normal, no longer in his bronze-skinned, iron-bodied state. Du Hyuk looked around and muttered, this thing again, the thing that imprisoned me last time. Keen Lin appeared, he walked closer to him and said, this place reminds me of the first time I met you. Then he laughed loudly. Back then you looked like you were struggling to catch up with Mr. Du's car. Noticing the abundant magical energy on Du Hyuk, he remarked. But now you possess a huge source of magic. He frowned slightly in annoyance. Can you stop looking at me like that? I don't like it. Keen Lin shrugged, not really caring. That's not my problem. You should be more worried about proving yourself to me. That's the only way for you to leave this place alive. His body dissolved as if merging into this ash-filled world. Voice echoed, all right, try again. Keen Lin transformed into streams of red energy and shot straight toward Du Hyuk. He was suddenly startled and thought to himself, what's this? Another one of his skills. Without much time to think, Du Hyuk raised his hand and summoned thunder energy centered on himself. Golden lightning shot out like chains in all directions. The lightning shattered Keen Lin's attack. Lightning chains, but then the lightning chains were sucked away by the red-black energy. Du Hyuk couldn't believe his eyes. He was slightly dumbfounded as the blood blade attacked right in front of his face. Had he just absorbed his magic? In a split second, Du Hyuk managed to react. He leaned back, dodging a lethal strike from Keen Lin. In this situation, he clearly had the advantage. Keen Lin raised his hand high. Blood-red magic covered his hand like a sharp blade. Without hesitation, he struck straight down at Du Hyuk, who had just leaned back to dodge his previous attack. This attack was so powerful that the ground beneath cracked wide open. Dust swirled thickly. Keen Lin knelt steadily on one knee on the ground to neutralize the aftershock of Du Hyuk's attack, but there was no sign of Du Hyuk. A glow of magical energy appeared above Keen Lin's head. He looked up in slight surprise, not knowing when. Du Hyuk had taken to the sky and cast an infinite illusion clone spell. At the sight of so many copies of him, Lin let out a small laugh. Oh, that's a new move. Du Hyuk and his army of clones attacked all at once. Countless magical force bullets rained down from the sky. Showering him, his body dissolved into a mist of blood and bone before the bullets hit. When the magical bullets struck the ground, They caused many explosions large and small, but they barely managed to hit Keen Lin. He transformed into a bloody mist, his agile body dodging the magical bullets as he shot upward. He accurately found Du Hyuk's real body. Du Hyuk was stunned. How did he know which was the real one, just as he located the target? Keen Lin launched a lightning-fast assault, a dense barrage like a storm. He attacked so fast and relentlessly that Du Hyuk could only defend with iron skin. The clashing sounds rang out non-stop. While parrying, he thought that the attacks were getting stronger. A cracking sound echoed. The iron skin layer on his body shattered. If this kept up, Du Hyuk watched in shock as his sturdy defense was broken. He had broken my iron skin. The system also notified that iron skin had been disabled. Seeing that the opponent's defense was gone, Keen Lin began to charge power for the final attack. He immediately summoned the automaton Aaron. Aaron appeared right behind him, locking both his arms. He glanced back in surprise, and Du Hyuk lunged forward. Heavy strike. Keen Lin, held tight, could only watch as Du Hyuk's fist flew toward his face. But when his fist was just centimeters from Keen Lin, it suddenly froze. Without knowing when, Du Hyuk's body had been bound tight by sticky red threads. They were what restricted his movement. I can't move at all. He calmly observed the red threads that had locked down Du Hyuk and the automaton behind him, saying, "Have you forgotten? I created this space with my own magic." In the blink of an eye, Keen Lin had turned the tables. The automaton that was restraining him was now restrained. He adjusted his tie, saying, "I can control anything inside here with less magic power than me." Keen Lin snapped his fingers and a red magic glow lit up. "But I have something even more interesting to show you." With a few rustling sounds, Du Hyuk's clones became puppets in Keen Lin's hand. He hovered in midair, controlling the puppets. "Let's see if you survive this." At that moment, Du Hyuk was still pinned in midair. Staring at the controlled puppets, he thought, "Those are my clones." Countless red magic auras began to charge around him. Keen Lin was about to unleash a new move, and he still couldn't move. He commanded Du Hyuk's clones to copy the attack he had just used, magical force bullets. Du Hyuk watched in disbelief as the magical bullets formed and hurtled toward him. Boom! A thunderous explosion, a blinding flash of fire. Dust and smoke filled the air. After the massive explosion, Keen Lin surveyed the scene before him. Aside from the swirling dust and debris, a green ring of light suddenly appeared. He stared intently at it. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light shot from that green ring, shining directly on him. Keen Lin looked toward where the beam was coming from. Suddenly, Du Hyuk stepped out from that beam of light. He asked indifferently, "Did you just use magic amplification to break the seal?" His eyes full of fury, he clenched his teeth and said, "It's not over yet." Keen Lin frowned at him. No, cracks began to appear in the space. He stood in the sky saying, "That's enough for today." Du Hyuk asked, bewildered. "What did you just say?" Keen Lin replied, "I didn't expect your magic to be this powerful." He looked at him with a mysterious smile. "If this continues, my barrier will collapse and cause quite a lot of trouble. Is that what you want? Because I don't really care. After all, it seems you know almost everyone here." Du Hyuk glared angrily at the smug look on Keen Lin's face. He recalled their last battle, saying, "Last time we fought, you couldn't move when I got close. But now you've grown much stronger, even able to fight back against me." Suddenly his expression turned more serious. "But you know, there's still a long road ahead." The two of them stood calmly in the trembling space about to collapse. He frowned and said, "After facing you, I realized just how lacking I am." Pieces of the space began to fall away, revealing the sky of the real world outside. Keen Lin said excitedly, "You've earned the title of survivor by seeing my true form and still living to tell the tale. However, you'd best give it your all to keep that title whenever we meet again." Du Hyuk stepped out of the space Keen Lin had created and stood facing him. "Keen Lin, what an honor." He earnestly advised, "Don't waste time on other things. With your ability, focus on what needs to be done right now and keep growing stronger." Finally, Keen Lin left one last word. "We'll meet again, Du Hyuk." He watched silently as his figure slowly faded away before his eyes. Du Hyuk thought to himself, "He still hasn't fully trusted me." Then he clenched his fist with determination. "I have to become strong enough to earn Keen Lin's recognition and to find the answers I seek." In another scene, the sky was clear, the sun shone brightly. A car zoomed along the road, racing past rows of trees and leaving the distant mountains behind. Inside the car, Du Hyuk and Dilly are talking. Du Hyuk asks worriedly, "You're heading to an extremely dangerous place, will you be okay?" Dilly replies, "Don't worry, Du Hyuk. We've explored and survived countless dimensions." Beside Dilly is a small mouse. It can only silently listen to his rambling. "We'll go anywhere to get the artifact we seek." Hearing that, Du Hyuk doesn't want to say much either. "If you're so determined, then I won't stop you." However, he still doesn't forget to advise, "Just remember that nothing is more precious than your life." "Be careful," Dilly happily replies. "I know, now it's time to learn more about this dimension." Finishing his words, Dilly immediately presses the button on the chest strap. A round object flies out from inside the strap, then some images with detailed information appear. "Do you recognize these faces?" Du Hyuk points at one of them. That one, I've seen this gigant's before. Dilly puts away the box. Surprised, Dilly asks, really? The Deathwalkers and Gigants there come from a planet called Jibris in another dimension. Dilly thinks they might be led by vampires. Now it's Du Hyuk's turn to be surprised. Vampires, Dilly explained. They are also known as blood-sucking monsters. He thinks of their leader, a pureblood vampire named Jai Lan. Pureblood vampire Jai Lan is a seductive woman with a bewitching beauty. He can't help but wonder, you know so much about them. Dilly replies, because we saw the planet Jibris before it was destroyed. For some unclear reason, the planet you came from is now just a burning hell. It looks like a planet of fire. Finishing his words, Dilly immediately turns to Du Hyuk. Listen, Du Hyuk, creatures from one dimension should not interfere with creatures of another dimension. Under his attentive gaze, Dilly continues. If you interfere, certain anomalies will arise in your dimension. As if reminded of something, he interrupts. You're talking about the dimensional cracks on Earth that are expanding more and more. Thinking of the Hell Gate and the system, Dilly asserts firmly, that's right, and you must understand that the awakening system and the dungeons are extremely dangerous. Thinking of the hundreds of monster species on the other side, suppose you keep the monsters created in the dungeon. Do you really think they can just be contained? Du Hyuk folds his arms, listening and thinking. You're rambling, Dilly continues. Those monsters are all brought from their respective dimensions. If the dimensional rifts continue to spread like this, the dimensions fracture, then one day everything will collapse and Judgment Day will come. Both of them know the only way to deal with the coming crisis is to become stronger. We need to reach at least level 9. In the southwest of the Republican mountain range, the Deathwalker army base, a few tents stand lonely in the gloomy, cold forest. A slender, delicate hand holds a glass containing a red liquid, swirling it. I'm sick of depending on animal blood. Pureblood vampire Jai Lan mutters dejectedly. I wonder when I can drink fresh blood. The iron subordinate behind her replies, the arrival of the 13th unit. Under Agaths could change everything. She listens and then coldly utters, all good. Thinking of something, she continues, soon this fortress will be mine. Then Jai Lan further instructs her subordinate. In 3 days, when the 13th army arrives, we will launch a large-scale attack. Make sure all preparations are completed before then. The subordinate respectfully replies, yes, ma'am. Suddenly, with a thud, something just fell to the ground. Followed by a panic shout, ma'am, there's an emergency, she hastily asks. What's the matter? A dwarf monster with 2 sharp-toothed jaws says. The eastern front has been breached. The 5th unit, where the Gigants were stationed, has been completely wiped out. Jai Lan is stunned. What? That 5-person team? The dwarf monster replies. As soon as she hears it, she immediately shouts. Come out, a human skeleton in heavy armor, revealing only a skull with 1 deep black eye socket. The other side is like a blazing red lamp like blood. It replies. You called me master. Jai Lan points at it and orders, take a portion of the main force and deal with the situation in the east. I will not forgive them for destroying the eastern front. Her eyes show ruthlessness. Don't force me to intervene, will you? The skeleton replies in a gloomy voice, I will follow your orders, master, making the atmosphere suddenly extremely eerie. Successive large explosions occur along with the fierce attack of the monsters. Bloodthirsty monsters rush in, pouncing on them like tasty prey. Nami uses magic to create a large magic circle beneath her feet. Chains of gold emerge one after another from the circle. She shoots the chains toward those monsters. Chain bind, the monsters are tightly bound by those chains and cannot continue to advance and attack. She urgently shouts, Du Hyuk now. Quickly complying, she gathers magic into her hand. Ferocious lightning bolts burst forth. Just a single bolt of lightning she unleashed caused the ground to crack in many places. Du Hai dashed toward the monsters. Her slashes were clean, decisive, and quickly disposed of countless monsters. After a while, most of the monsters had fallen. Nami breathed heavily with exhaustion and lowered herself down. Panting, she turned around and asked her with concern. Tired already? Looks like you'll need more training when we get back. Suddenly, Du Hai froze, stunned at the sight of something terrifying. A giant monster was swinging a huge mace toward Nami from behind. She was horrified and shouted a warning, look out. Nami turned her head in shock. She couldn't defend in time. The huge mace was already closing in on her. Deli nearby grinned slyly and aimed a gun straight at that big monster. 2 streaks of light shot from the gun, slicing the monster into several pieces. The monster quickly collapsed. Nami, still terrified, slumped down on the ground. Deli slowly walked over to her and warned, lose vigilance for just a second and you could lose your life in a place like this. Nami gratefully exclaimed, thank you, Deli. Deli scratched his head and replied bluntly, HMPH, no need to thank me. A moment later, Du Hyuk's group was carefully scouting the situation from above. Du Hyuk glanced at the notification panel and thought to himself that he had reached level 80, so leveling up would definitely slow down. I need to gain 1 more level before entering 9th grade. Suddenly, sensing something abnormal, he glanced toward an unknown direction. This magical aura, right above him, a blazing red beam appeared, aiming straight at him and rushing down. Du Hyuk swiftly dodged aside. The beam struck the ground directly, creating a tremendous explosion. The shockwave from the blast caused the people beside Du Hyuk to instinctively step back a few paces. Before the smoke cleared, a dark voice came from the explosion site. I accelerated them, but it seems the fifth unit has been wiped out. A monstrous figure with huge bat wings stepped out, lamenting, "Oh, where have my manners gone?" He was Jianai, mid-tier S-rank insect monster. He grinned creepily and introduced himself. "I am Jianai at your service. I am a loyal servant of Lord Jai Lan." Jianai looked at Du Hyuk's group and rambled on. "The lady is most displeased with you hunting down his forces. In truth, I am very angry. I regret to say that I cannot let you proceed any further." Sung Mi carefully assessed the situation. It was a mid-level boss. "We have 5 people, killing it isn't too difficult." Du Hyuk countered her statement. "It's not just one." He calmly looked toward the disturbance nearby. "They're here." The whole ground shook with the footsteps of those monsters, leaving them stunned. A terrifying tremor spread, cracking the ground around where Du Hyuk stood. Fierce skeletons advanced, radiating intense killing intent toward him. Chandu couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. "The monsters we just killed have come back to life," Nami, sweating profusely, added. "It's not just a simple resurrection." Looking at the monsters emitting a powerful aura, she exclaimed, "They're stronger than before." From behind Janai, another monster strode forward majestically. It was a mid-tier SS-rank demonic beast, an insect monster. It spoke with a dark, hellish voice. "So you are the guards who dared to anger Lady Jai Lan." Nami looked at the blazing red aura it emitted in horror. Another mid-tier insect monster, above S-rank. Moda, full of fighting spirit, continued. "Making it this far is already more than enough for you," Du Hyuk urgently shouted. "Leave Moda to me, Zohai." She replied with some hesitation, "Are you sure about that? This is an SS-rank monster, you know." Without further words, Du Hyuk dashed toward the monster. "It'll be fine." She had no choice but to go along with his decision. "All right, we still have Janai and the army of undead." Chen Zhu next to her agreed and spoke up. "We can't let Du Hyuk defeat the SS-rank twin insects before we take down all those smaller monsters." Moda looked contemptuously at the one charging toward him. "So you want to face me alone? I commend your courage." Dark Bird circled around. It emitted an overwhelming aura and confidently declared, "Let me show you what true despair is." Those pitch-black birds flapped their wings and surrounded Du Hyuk. They formed a red sphere that isolated them from the outside world. The isolation technique temporarily transported Du Hyuk and Moda to a separate world. Inside that sphere, an illusory world appeared, a hazy mist obscuring the view. Du Hyuk looked around, assessing the place. Unlike a spatial barrier, this was completely an illusory battlefield. He curiously asked his opponent, "Is this the homeland of the undead that was destroyed?" The monster stepped forward and answered, "Indeed. Although I can no longer return to this world, I once called this place home." It recalled the scene that had occurred, continuing. "One day, a nameless person suddenly appeared and ravaged our planet shiplessly. Soon after, everything was engulfed in a sea of fire. 90% of the planet's population was massacred in just 2 days." It went on recounting. "Even after escaping to this dimension, I still cannot understand why this tragedy befell us." Motor expressed frankly, they had no way out. "If that hadn't happened to us, we would have continued to exist without interfering in your world." Du Hyuk understood and said, "I'm also trying to find out the cause behind that tragedy." Motor extended his hand forward, gathering magic to attack him. "Unfortunately, you will have to hand that mission over to me." It growled, asserting, "You are too weak to be the one entrusted with that task. This place will be your final resting place." It seemed to be engulfed in the blazing red aura it had created. Du Hyuk couldn't help but complain. Talking to someone who died and was resurrected is really difficult. He didn't say much more to it, instead summoning his magic to counter. "I will definitely send you back to your grave." Immersed in the terrifying purple flames, the monster calmly stared at Du Hyuk, contemptuously saying, "You are utterly insignificant. Pitiful creature, I despise lowly beings like you." It continued, growling, "You are not worthy of existence." Du Hyuk exerted himself to unleash stronger flames, burning it. Both clashed head-on with great intensity. Moda silently resolved, "Even if he burns me to death, I swear." He recalled the image of Jai Lan strengthening his faith. "I will rebuild planet Shiplessy right here and take revenge alongside my master, Lady Jai Lan." It continued about their plan. "Seizing this fortress is the first step in executing our plan." At that moment, Du Hyuk unleashed a golden light that tightly bound it. Moda remained calm, even though deep within that golden light. It slowly uttered, "I must destroy." His words made Du Hyuk stunned, noticing Moda draw a sword brimming with killing intent, and his voice grew heavy with resolve. It pounced on anyone who dared to block its path, raising its sword overhead. ready to strike down at Du Hyuk. Merva brandished her sword before her and arrogantly declared, "That feeble flame cannot stop me." Du Hyuk stared in shock at the enormous sword, still unable to mount a counterattack. A blast of sharp energy erupted from the ground, shooting all the way up to the sky. Out in the real world, giant violet arrows hurtled forward, striking the ragged monsters. Unable to resist, they were swiftly obliterated by the arrows. Watching this spectacular attack, Chodu could not help but praise it. Sungmi has completely changed since the last time. Du Hyuk agreed, adding, "Now we can trust her in any position." Sungmi continued to draw magic back into her hand, a deep pink aura radiating around her arm. She slashed fiercely at the monsters before her, shattering them into countless pieces. Nearby, Giant slowly raised a hand, scattering strange red particles. Those particles quickly spread everywhere on the wind. Watching this, Sungmi clenched her teeth in tension. That attack could not reach him either. A red mist enveloped a vast space. Giant angrily snarled, "You are really starting to annoy me, you troublesome pest." He quickly grabbed a nearby tree trunk. Gripping the crude weapon, Giant hurled it furiously to attack Sungmi. The wooden log shot towards her from high above. Sungmi calmly and nimbly dodged the sharp logs. She swooped down towards the ground, intending to attack Giant. As she neared the ground, Giant swiftly leaped away from his previous position. Giant carefully assessed his opponent. "While your equipment is quite impressive, your body seems to struggle to keep up with its power." He did not hide, but appeared directly in front of Sungmi to confront her. "How about I teach you a special lesson in combat?" A powerful red aura radiated from him. Giant arrogantly declared, "The tuition fee will be paid with your life." The red aura condensed into a whip-like strand, lashing Sungmi and knocking her down. Unable to withstand it, she went into freefall. She hit the ground, creating a massive explosion with a thick cloud of dust and smoke. Meanwhile, in that illusory space, a gloomy haze carrying fragments of magic engulfed the mystical void. Merva gripped her sword tightly, waiting aggressively for her opponent. "You warped the structure of space to move around." It answered its own question. "That is a power that is nearly impossible to counter as a swordsman." It glided towards Du Hyuk from one side, charging in with intense magical power. However, Du Hyuk clenched his teeth in extreme tension and shouted, "Super punch." He generated a massive magic fist, launching it powerfully at Merva. It glared at Du Hyuk, then urgently slashed fiercely at the incoming fist. A stream of blazing red sword energy shot out, colliding head-on with Du Hyuk's magic. With that savage slash, Merva shattered the giant fist heading its way. It continued to unleash a flurry of strikes, forming a dense net of traps. That net easily suppressed Du Hyuk's subsequent magical attacks. Watching this, he was momentarily stunned and urgently began devising a complete strategy. Merva's sword gathered a blazing red magical aura, dyeing the space around it red. The red aura quickly enveloped Merva, as if fueling it with more vigor for this fierce battle. It pointed its sword at its opponent once more, its eyes filled with murderous intent, ready to finish off the person before it. A thin thread shot out from the sword. The red thread swiftly coiled around Du Hyuk's neck, making him incredibly tense. "What is this?" He was horrified as he noticed Merva's sudden move. It launched from the ground, slashing straight at Du Hyuk, who quickly and hastily dodged the perilous strike. Du Hyuk was terrified and could not believe it, silently exclaiming, "How could he get this close?" Realizing he could not face the monster head-on at such close range, Du Hyuk immediately used magic to move away from the spot to evade. The red thread from Merva's sword followed him. Du Hyuk was stunned to see the thread still coiled around his neck even in his illusory state. With the thread as a guide, Merva instantly found him. It thrust its sword towards him. Du Hyuk hastily dodged to one side but was too late. The slash injured one of his shoulders. He used magic once more to leave the spot, but Merva could still immediately react and lunge to attack him. "How can he maintain this distance between us even after I've evaded?" Merva continuously slashed frightening arcs of light at him. Du Hyuk urgently used magic to create a protective barrier against its slashes. "Shield." Merva aggressively lunged forward, relentlessly hacking at Du Hyuk's barrier, leaving him no opening to fight back. A series of overwhelming attacks left him with no chance to counter. He clenched his teeth, extremely tense under the dire circumstances. "I need to hold on until I can find even the smallest opening to counter." Losing patience, Merva raised her sword directly overhead and charged fiercely. A swirling torrent of red energy churned around her body and the sword. "It's over." Seizing the moment, Du Hyuk gathered magic between his two palms. Right now, swirling vortexes carrying terrifyingly cold air surged around both ice storms. Those vortexes suddenly froze solid, and sharp spikes appeared. Ordinary ice. The cold ice block created by Du Hyuk enveloped the ferocious monster without a single gap. He tiredly placed his hand on the wound on his shoulder. Maximum healing, his ice block under Merva's fierce resistance showed many obvious cracks. Duhayak gripped his injured shoulder, nervously watching the large ice block about to collapse. Inside the ice, Merva relentlessly used force to break the ice layer restraining him. The ice block shattered, Merva swung his sword fiercely at the large ice block. Ice fragments flew everywhere. Duhayak broke out in a cold sweat, nervously and urgently thinking of a plan. What that spell could do was only buy more time. He urgently clenched his hand, gathering magic into his palm. Large nails appeared, restraining Merva according to Zohyak's incantation. Blinding, his blue magic surged all over its body and held it for a moment. Not stopping there, Duhayak raised his hand and released gamma binding light magic high into the sky. Large fierce vortex appeared high in the sky, under the brilliant orange-yellow glow of that vortex. Duhayak resolutely exclaimed, "Meteor storm." From the storm's eye high above, a large aggressive blast of air rushed forward to attack Merva. He was engulfed in the orange-yellow of that air blast, somewhat astonished. A huge explosion resounded, orange-yellow magic dyed a vast expanse, along with terrifying lightning bolts scattering everywhere. After a while, a large crater appeared on the ground, along with white smoke rising into the sky from the terrifying explosion just now. Duhayak glided down, frowning cautiously and thinking something was wrong. He silently analyzed the situation, knowing this was only an illusory battlefield. But he should not have been able to withstand the destructive power of a level 9 meteor storm. It seemed to have caused no damage. Duhayak recalled the battle in the past and couldn't help but be puzzled. Even the shield of Hun Keen could not withstand such powerful magic. He pondered about Merva. When alive, Merva was a swordsman. He could not possibly create an illusory battle strong enough to neutralize magic. His own, suddenly realizing something, Duhayak cast his gaze into the distance. Not only that, all that Merva's master did was grant him a crown with the power to create this illusory battlefield. Did that mean he had not yet overcome the power of his master? Thinking so, he immediately channeled magic to confront something. If so, under the ground there seemed to be a bizarre creature wanting to emerge. "I should not let you escape." A strange, chaotic sphere stretched out from the ground. From within that sphere, a skull appeared, casting a deathly gaze toward its opponent. It used its body, a long strip of bone, endless in length surrounding Duhayak. Its mouth gnashed its teeth with ferocity, lunging to attack him. Duhayak was not panicked at all, but calmly channeled magic and turned around. "I just need to release more magic." His magic touched the monster, causing its entire body to melt. Transcendent Wisdom Institute. Watermarks appeared more and more densely, spreading even to that long bone body of. The great commotion stirred the dense black birds that Mafra sent out to create this virtual world. They were annihilated, causing the blazing red barrier of this virtual world to develop many cracks. And immediately after, under the pressure of Duhayak's powerful magic, that barrier quickly shattered. The fragments of that barrier fell from high above down to the ground. Seeing the blazing magic surrounding Duhayak, Mover in the real world couldn't help but praise his ability. "I'm surprised you could break my master's space with that magic." As soon as it finished speaking, it lunged at him with a sword. Its eyes shot out intense killing intent. "However, I'm not done with you yet." Suddenly a line of blue light appeared, blocking Muva's advance. Duhayak pointed at it, and a dazzling blue light radiated out as he spoke. Transcendent hellfire. That blue light pierced through Muva's body, causing it to lose a part of its body and creating a large hole. It touched the missing part of its body in disbelief and exclaimed, "Have you unleashed your true power?" Facing a powerful enemy. Muva gradually faded away. It couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive." Before disappearing completely, it looked into the void and sorrowfully spoke to its master. "Forgive me, Lady Zai Lan." It thought of Zai Lan's image and felt heartbroken. "I have disappointed you." As soon as it finished speaking, Muva quickly vanished into the vast sky. Duhayak glanced at the large explosions in the desert and couldn't help feeling tense. "The transcendent support won't last long. I have to hurry." Elsewhere, right at the makeshift camps deep in the forest, a glass of wine was thrown to the floor, shattering into messy fragments. A concerned servant asked, "Huh, are you all right, Lady Zai Lan?" Zai Lan angrily exclaimed, "Mugdo and Zane." She couldn't help but grit her teeth tensely. "They have failed against the intruder." The servant responded with doubt. "Are they that strong?" Zai Lan did not answer but called that person's name. "Surat." She looked at him and ordered, "Carry out the necessary preparations." Zai Lan frowned and said sternly, "I will face them myself." Some time later, Smilok emerged from his hiding place. He looked at the monster corpses strewn everywhere and couldn't help but praise, "Impressive." Suddenly, he noticed something and was slightly astonished. Smilok approached Zai Lan's corpse and said incredulously, "I can't believe they took such a short time to eliminate a high-level deathworm." He recalled what Benton had said and pondered. Could it be that the time Lord Benton spoke of is approaching? What he had said echoed in his mind once more. Smilok formula, The order of the dimensions is originally not allowed to interfere with each other. But someone has disrupted the balance and caused chaos throughout the entire world. Benton frowned and continued seriously. It will bring disaster and destruction upon all of us. Smilok couldn't help but question. Didn't he say some bastard named Vendela is responsible for this? I should follow them a little longer. Thinking that, Smilok strode quickly through the vast forest. Not long after, he caught up with Du Hyuk's group, found them. Smilok frowned and considered his next move. Well then, suddenly from somewhere, a person slowly approached Du Hyuk's group, a blazing red aura swirling around their every step. This person was Zai Lan. From above, she emanated an overwhelming magical pressure, as if wanting to swallow Du Hyuk's group whole. They also became vigilant and carefully faced her. Smilok observed Zai Lan's overwhelming presence from afar, and it wasn't hard to guess her identity. She must be the leader of the Deathworm army. He too couldn't help but feel tense in front of a powerful enemy. I didn't expect the leader to appear in person. Smilok thought about the distribution of the monsters and carefully considered. I didn't even intend to pursue this leader because of the enormous number of deathworms spread across this continent, and now she appears right in front of me. Burning with fighting spirit, Smilok drew his dazzling golden sword. This is my chance. He slashed upward into the sky. A beam of light fiercely shot up. A large explosion erupted right in the sky, signaling the army not far away. On the army's side, someone recognized the explosion and shouted, "That's Duke Smilok's signal." That person quickly rallied the army, all troops. Following the commander's order, the army formed ranks and marched fiercely toward the signal's source. Advance. Zai Lan calmly watched the flickering lights deep in the forest and said, "Oh, they plan to step out of that troublesome fortress themselves." Her eyes exuded contempt. "Do you really think you can defeat me?" Facing Zai Lan, Smilok was not panicked but extremely resolute, showing he was fully confident of victory. Zai Lan also quickly assembled her monster army. "My loyal servants." Advance. Smilok was not outmatched. He raised his sword high, boosting the army's morale. For the glory of the Sinch's empire, the two armies plunged into battle and fought fiercely. The commander looked at Du Hyuk and spoke urgently in the current situation. It seems Sinch's army has also joined in. Du Hyuk turned to her and replied, "That's right, besides the monster horde, I was worried about fighting the Life Slayer's army." He stared intently in one direction and declared, "But now we can focus on wiping out the monster horde." Zai Lan sneered at the people below and spat, "You fools." Her hand emitted streams of blood-red, bloodthirsty aura. She unleashed a spiraling beam of light towards those confronting her. The red light spread, dyeing the space red and engulfing the combatants. Immediately after, Zai Lan's aura surged like a violent whirlwind, trying to sweep everything away, but she didn't achieve her intent. Zai Lan raised an eyebrow and looked down. A magical barrier was created, blocking her storm-like attack. Sung Mi clenched her teeth, worried. "We almost failed to block it." Suddenly Du Hyuk spoke up, suggesting, "Can I take command?" The commander trusted him and agreed. "All right, Du Hyuk, I'll leave this to you." Immediately Du Hyuk spoke, issuing orders to everyone. "Then please allow me to dispense with formalities. Sung Mi, you will be the main tank. Commander, please support Sung Mi." He turned his gaze to the other two. "Nami, maintain debuffs from a distance. Chanju, support Nami and keep attacking from range." Du Hyuk declared firmly before the impending fierce battle, "I'll be the main damage dealer." He shouted loudly to the group, "Let's begin." They quickly dashed forward as he commanded. As Du Hyuk charged, he voiced his thoughts. "This battlefield is drenched in blood, Sumi. It will be more advantageous for a vampire like her." Sung Mi continued, "We have to lure her away from here." The two of them rushed towards Zai Lan, who held the sky above. Sung Mi did not hesitate and charged straight at Zai Lan to attack her head-on. Zai Lan leisurely created a crimson barrier to block her attack. Sung Mi gritted her teeth, exerting all her strength to break the barrier. Suddenly a voice from behind caught Sumi's attention. "Get out of the way." She quickly obeyed and dodged aside. Du Hyuk channeled magic into a brilliant light. The light radiated intensely around him, mingled with terrifying lightning bolts. He hurled that storm-like light towards Zai Lan. He raised an eyebrow, bracing himself. "I must maintain the pressure." Witnessing Du Hyuk's magic, Zai Lan calmly remarked, "Is this all that destroyed Muvdar and Zan?" She continued mockingly, "Enough of this nonsense." Du Hyuk was utterly taken aback by her words. Ripping apart his light, Zai Lan unleashed her magic, dyeing the surrounding space a blazing red. Mysterious runes scattered in the air after she cast it. "This is a fight to the death for me." A large magic circle appeared behind Zai Lan from those ancient runes. "If you are not truly serious." Her hand gathered magic into a bright red orb. A massive creature then ferociously emerged. A giant snake opened its thirsty maw towards Du Hyuk. Zai Lan then added threateningly, "Then get lost." As soon as she finished speaking, a beam of blazing red light struck the ground, shaking the entire sky region. After the turmoil from Zai Lan's attack, Du Hyuk raised an eyebrow, visibly tense. Smilok stood shielding him and turned to ask, "Are you okay?" Du Hyuk asked in puzzlement. "Smilok, why are you helping me?" Smilok answered frankly, Your power is indispensable in this battle. He continued with determination, this time I must do my utmost to help you. Du Hyuk said gratefully, thank you. Smilok got straight to the point. Do you know how to destroy the leader of the Life Slayers? Du Hyuk quickly answered his question. Her name is Zai Lan. They both turned their gaze toward the battlefield where humans and monsters were locked in fierce combat. Du Hyuk continued to elaborate. She is a vampire. There's no way to destroy her on this blood-soaked battlefield. We must lure her far away from here. Hearing this, Smilok asked urgently, do you have a plan? Zai Lan casually stepped forward. What are you two discussing? Her red aura continuously absorbed the death energy from the bodies of the defeated. She growled threateningly, if you like talking to each other so much. The death energy was drawn into her blood-soaked sword. Allow me to send you both to hell. Behind Zai Lan, thousands of blood-red, bloodthirsty swords appeared. She cast a deadly gaze at the two of them. Zai Lan suddenly widened her eyes. Her blazing red eye gleamed with ferocity. You can finish your conversation when you get there. Sensing the dire situation, Du Hyuk hastily channeled magic into Smilok's sword. Stall her for a while and give me some time to enchant. Smilok immediately agreed. He couldn't help but feel tense facing such a formidable opponent. It won't be easy, but I'll try. Zai Lan folded her arms calmly. The swords behind her began to shift direction, aiming at the two of them. That bloodthirsty sword rushed towards Smilok. He hurriedly took a defensive stance to counter. A dazzling golden light radiated from where Smilok stood. He charged like a streak of light. Smilok blocked each of Zai Lan's crimson swords step by step. A straight dash towards Zai Lan not far away. Zai Lan gave a sinister smile and took out another new sword. Zai Lan's eerie red aura clashed with Smilok's dazzling golden aura, shaking a large area. The two were evenly matched, with no clear victor yet. Zai Lan frowned slightly, unable to defeat Smilok in one move as intended. She began to take this fight more seriously. Zai Lan continuously slashed many times at Smilok. He was not at a disadvantage, gripping his sword tightly and swinging it over his head to strike her. The two clashed head-on once again, with no clear winner. The powerful red and golden auras opposed each other. Zai Lan exclaimed, blood burst. The blazing red auras from those bloodthirsty swords began to spread around. A huge explosion occurred, forcing Smilok to hastily retreat to avoid being injured by this violent blast. He couldn't help but feel tense and ponder. How should I stall her? Smilok thought. Zai Lan, extremely confident, faced Smilok. She gave a faint, mocking smile at her opponent. Suddenly, a powerful green light like a storm rushed to attack Zai Lan. Sung Mi came charging in fiercely, using magic to suppress Zai Lan. Seizing the opportunity, Smilok drew his sword and attacked Zai Lan with full force. A powerful sword aura shot from Smilok's sword towards Zai Lan. Sword aura, at the same time, Zai Lan took two powerful attacks from two directions. She used magic to form a blazing red aura around herself for protection. Immediately after, her red aura barrier was shattered by them. Zai Lan was not panicked at all, but remained extremely confident, challenging them. That's right, show me what you've got. Once again, the two unleashed two powerful auras to engulf Zai Lan. Smilok rushed forward, sword in hand, intending to stab her from behind. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through Smilok's sword aura and shot out. Zai Lan had already counterattacked, stabbing Smilok in the chest in return. She looked contemptuously at the defeated opponent in her grasp. How humiliating for him. Smilok suddenly grabbed Zai Lan's sword tightly. He urgently shouted a signal. Now Du Hyuk, following the signal, approached behind Zai Lan, lightly touching Smilok's back. Smilok exclaimed, thank you. Du Hyuk frowned with determination and channeled magic. Smilok formula. His green magic enveloped Zai Lan, leaving her astonished. A large magic circle appeared beneath the three of them, along with Du Hyuk's incantation. Teleport. A pillar of light tore through space and shot up into the sky. The smoke and dust cleared, and the silhouettes of the three had vanished from this blood-soaked battlefield. Nami couldn't help but worry and said, Du Hyuk has disappeared, what should we do? The commander turned to look at her, reassuring, that swordsman from earlier must have gone with him. He will be fine. She glanced at Sarat in front of her and continued, we will stay here and face the Death Knight. Elsewhere, the green light and the mysterious magic circle appeared in an uninhabited place. Zai Lan looked around in bewilderment. Where am I? Right behind her, Du Hyuk had also been transported to this place. He hurriedly caught the injured Smilok and released a beam of light to heal his wounds. Another powerful beam of light landed beside the two of them. Aware of their arrival, Zai Lan turned around and sneered, don't tell me you think you can win just because you came to a place without humans. She smiled sinisterly, her right hand oozing a bewitching red energy. There's no chance. Du Hyuk's entire body emanated powerful magic as he calmly stepped forward to refute her words. We'll see about that, won't we? A series of incantations he uttered significantly boosted the strength of all three of them. Haste, strength, supreme support. Zai Lan's long hair fluttered in the wind with her excitement, readying for a fierce battle. She raised her eyebrows challengingly at the three of them. Come on. Right before the two of them, a bizarre figure clad in armor appeared, standing tall. His eyes emitted a blood-red glow. Seeing this, the commander recalled the earlier scene and thought to herself, That's Sarah, the Death Knight beside Ji Lan. He looks weaker than the two we encountered before coming here. She stepped forward thinking, anyway, I must quickly eliminate him so I can go help Du Hyuk. With that thought, Du Hyuk gave Nami an order. Both of them launched attacks at the Death Knight. Help me out, Nami. Her every move was highly skilled, leaping from one direction to another. Yet no matter how she attacked, he was able to block it all. The commander thought in surprise, his movements are smoother than I thought. But she didn't give up, continuing to launch her next attack. I can't predict how he'll attack next. Suddenly, a beam of crimson light shot straight at her in an instant. At that very moment, a massive explosion also occurred behind the Death Knight. In the sky, countless blue flashes of light appeared. They fell like shooting stars straight down onto the spot where he stood. Seeing this, he threw himself aside to dodge. While he was still stepping swiftly, suddenly the ground beneath the Death Knight's feet glowed, then sank. His entire body sank deep into it. He wondered in astonishment, where did this sinking ground come from? Hearing that, Nami walked up from somewhere, smirking as she said, "That's my magic." She kept her hand touching the ground, continuing to cast her spell. "I couldn't catch you with binding magic, but if I predict where you'll go and set a trap in advance, then immobilizing you temporarily is not a problem." Taking this chance, Trendu appeared riding a dragon. He praised, "Well done, Nami." Without hesitation, he quickly cast a spell, shouting, "Energy Blast Art!" From the dragon's mouth, an enormous energy gathered, aimed straight at the Death Knight. This strike created an incredibly terrifying explosion, the shockwave spreading out all around. Dust and smoke billowed up thickly. At the same time, on the other side, a surging, terrifying aura emanated from around Ji Lan. Her face darkened. In the center of her chest, a ruby glowed. Ji Lan looked ahead, curling her lips into a contemptuous smile. Seeing this, Sung Mi and Smilok simultaneously charged forward with their swords. Ji Lan stood still, her pupils glowing an eerie red that made one's hair stand on end. From her hands, two streams of energy emerged, tightly wrapping around both of them and binding them. Then smiling, she spun her body in a circle. Before they could resist, both were sent flying to the sides, crashing hard to the ground. Right then, Du Hyuk advanced and shouted, "Grenade spell," and launched the attack. Suddenly, Ji Lan's figure vanished. The spot where she stood was blown apart. From high above, Du Hyuk looked down and saw this scene. He pondered, she has the ability to transform herself. He followed the trail of red light rushing forward and thought further. She can avoid most attacks by using her blood mist ability. Thinking this, Du Hyuk raised his hand and created a circular white portal in front of him, saying, "Rental portal," and just like that, Ji Lan hurtled straight into it, unable to stop in time. Suddenly, a barrage of attacks came at him from all around. Fortunately, he created a shield in time to defend. Unable to hit him, Ji Lan finally stopped, landing directly behind Du Hyuk. She materialized, smirking as she said, "This shield is really sturdy. I didn't think I could break it while in my blood mist state." As she spoke, her fingernails gradually lengthened, becoming sharp. She used Blood Claw. Without hesitation, she shot towards Du Hyuk. Sensing the murderous aura behind him, he immediately turned his head to look. Just as he looked back, Ji Lan swung 3 claw streaks at him. Her attack hadn't yet reached Du Hyuk when it was blocked by an attack. From somewhere, she was taken aback, eyes widening. The ones who had unleashed this attack were none other than Sung Mi and Smilok. He shouted, "Sword Aura." Immediately, a pillar of sword aura surged like a tempest, crashing straight down. Yet Ji Lan wasn't afraid at all. She even directly punched that pillar of light. Her hand slashed straight down, shattering the transparent wall before her. Seeing this, Smilok remarked, "Even an enhanced attack can't reach her." Sung Mi followed up, "What should we do?" Du Hyuk thought to himself. She wasted her own blood to destroy that attack when she could have used her blood mist state to avoid it. Recalling the previous image, could it be that her transformation ability has a 5-second cooldown? Du Hyuk concluded that if so, he must deliver a decisive blow within 5 seconds after she turns back into a human. As he thought, he knelt down and placed his hands on the ground, but first he had to complete all preparations. He said to Smilok and Sumi, "Give me a little more time." Hearing that, both stepped forward to buy time. Sung Bai placed her shield in front of her. Immediately, it planted deep into the ground, forming a large shield barrier. Ji Lan wondered, "Is that the shield that blocked my attack earlier?" She became intrigued, swung her claws at that shield, thinking, "I'm curious to see how long it will last this time." On Sung Mi's side, she was still gritting her teeth and struggling to hold on. Suddenly, a notification appeared, "Magic level insufficient." Hearing that, she became worried. The notification continued, "Akasli's disabled." As soon as it finished speaking, the shield completely disappeared. Ji Lan smiled triumphantly, threw a powerful punch and murmured, "One down." At that moment, Sung Mi was struck by a thrust from Ji Lan, unable to react in time. 2 streams of power merged and Ji Lan suddenly turned ferocious. A sword attacked Ji Lan, forcing her to retreat and defend. It was Duke Smilok stabbing his sword into Ji Lan's arm. She was now on the defensive. Du Hai Ok appeared and released a spell. The sword in Duke Smilok's hand immediately shone. Smilok continued. The light from Smilok's sword irritated Ji Lan, who exclaimed, "Too bright," she then added, "Too dangerous, I must do something." Then Duke Smilok seized the opportunity to attack repeatedly with his sword. Du Hai Ok observed from afar and thought, "Good, 5 seconds begin." Smilok attacked Ji Lan with various techniques. Smilok held the gleaming sword as red blood splattered around. 4 seconds left, a surge of power rushed toward the Duke. Smilok was surrounded by blazing red power. 3 seconds remaining. At that moment, Ji Lan activated Blood Storm, her attack technique generating a massive surging energy. Smilok responded, armored with a shield, his hand gripping the dazzling sword that radiated a powerful energy. 2 seconds left, Smilok's expression was extremely fierce, his eyes full of concentration in the midst of an intense battle. Around him were streaks of blazing red blood with slashes. 1 second left, the Duke planted his sword, a surge of power emanating from his body. Ignoring the streams of Ji Lan's blood surrounding him, she rose from the pool of blood, smirking triumphantly. Du Hai Ok immediately chanted a spell, saying, "Wish, restrict the movement range of Ji Lan within a dimension created by." Transforming multiple portals in 5 seconds, the power of wish restriction radiated, creating an invisible force for those present. A large circle appeared above Ji Lan like a punishment. Hai Ok watched nervously. Ji Lan, upon seeing Du Hai Ok's spell formation, was greatly surprised and asked, "What spell is this? I've never heard of any magic like this." Then she prepared to attack, charging at the two. Ji Lan summoned a sharp arrow, but not only did it fail to attack them, it was also repelled by his spell. Ji Lan gritted her teeth helplessly, the wish circle pulling her in. Du Hai Ok shouted, "Accept your fate." With that, he used the spell. An arm reached out and embraced Ji Lan. Du Hai Ok crushed her within his spell. A few seconds later, only a streak of light remained, then it too vanished into the night. System notification: Ji Lan has been eliminated. Sumi, Duke Smilok, and everyone else were viewing the system notification. The system sound rang out. That made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. After seeing the notification, they all smiled happily. System appeared to Du Hai Ok. "You have achieved the master level of witchcraft. This is the pinnacle of mastering witchcraft skill. You will receive rewards. 1. You have received all witchcraft spells from level 1 to 8. 2. You have gained 1 level in state. 3. You have gained the ability to combine 3 spells into 1. You have received a special spell." The system continued. Special spell: Ultimate Mimicry. The active spell of illusion manifest. Skill or spell can be reused consecutively, without consuming additional mana. Cooldown: consumes 10 mana if reusing a skill without cooldown. Hai Ok stepped forward step by step, then he looked smug. "This must be the reward for eliminating Ji Lan." The system continued. Level 9 spell: you have learned Death Sword. Level 9 spell: you have learned Summon Agadar. Du Hai Ok turned to ask about Sung Mi and Smilok's condition. "Are you two okay? Any injuries?" Sung Mi replied, "Yes, I'm fine." Du Hai Ok continued, "Are you really alright after that attack, Duke Smilok?" He replied, "I'm fine." Smilok continued, "Thanks to my Kai armor skill, I was able to avoid fatal wounds." Du Hai Ok moved, said, "You used yourself as bait to buy time for my attack, thank you." Smilok replied, "No problem. By the way, Du Hai Ok." Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the distance. Du Hai Ok said to Smilok, "It seems now is not the time to talk." Smilok replied, "Right, we'll talk later." He summoned a teleportation spell. Looking at the two of them, he smiled, "Hurry up and eliminate the remnants of the living slayers." Then Du Hai Ok continued, "Teleport. We successfully cleaned up the remnants of the living slayer army scattered around Mount Republic. The other team members received substantial rewards and returned through the gate. But I stayed to visit the fortress at the request of Duke Smilok." In the room, Du Hai Ok sat thinking. He was lost in thought. "I wonder why he called me here." At that moment, Lord Benton opened the door and entered, smiling. "It's been a long time since I last saw you." Du Hai Ok saw this and stood up, puzzled. Lord Benton. He walked over and shook Du Hai Ok's hand, saying, "Let me begin by thanking you first." Benton said, "The Living Slayer army has plagued my empire for a long time. Thanks to your help, we were able to destroy them." He replied, "It was nothing, my dear. This experience helped me reach new heights." Lord Benton laughed and said, "Ha ha, congratulations." He suggested, "Why don't we sit down?" Du Hai Ok answered, "Yes, my lord." Lord Benton continued, "Before we begin," he noticed something on the table. Du Hai Ok said in surprise, "Oh, a device with soundproofing magic." He replied, "That's right." He asked, "Why did you want to see me?" Lord Benton answered, "This time I have some news I want to let you know." Du Hai Ok asked him, puzzled, "Does this concern Ba Hat, sir?" Benton replied, "Yes. Not long ago Ba Hat told me he had made significant progress in researching spaces. He rejoiced. He said that soon he will be able to create a permanent gate connecting this space to another." Hearing that, Du Hai Ok thought, "That must be the dungeon where I just met him. At that time, we only had enough ability to maintain a quick conversation." Du Hai Ok continued to think, "But now he can create a permanent gate. I'm glad that Sung Mi and I intervened and helped." Ba Hat. Lord Benton said, "The reason I invited you here is because we are connected by a recent gate." He suggested, "If you come here regularly through the gate you usually use, I will share information about Ba Hat whenever you come." Du Hyuk replied, "That also makes it easier for us to share information about the enemy." Lord Benton responded enthusiastically, "That's right, you don't need to come frequently but visit us regularly. Can you promise me that?" Du Hyuk agreed, "Yes, my lord." Then Benton continued, "Let us conclude our meeting today with a parting gift." In his hand was the magical balance stone. Spatial magic over 10,000. Once connected, you can use magical power instantly when needed. Magical power can also be shared with others. Lord Benton continued, "May the path ahead of you be blessed with magic." Scene transitions to the gate managed by the Blue Star Guild. Du Hyuk stepped out of the teleportation gate one step at a time. He looked around, wondering, the staff looked busy. Did something happen? Sumi saw him arrive and asked, "When did you get here, Du Hyuk?" He replied, "Just now. Has something happened?" Sumi said, "Didn't you get the warning message from the system?" Du Hyuk asked, puzzled, "Warning message?" Then he checked through his notifications. "Is this it?" The system displayed. "Warning. All awakened ones and the army led by the demons Isla and Fiola will arrive on Earth through a spatial rift. Time remaining until their arrival, 40 minutes 32 seconds. Destination, De Tower, China." After reading it, he thought, only 40 minutes left. The system announced, "User Du Hyuk must go to the top of the tower to conduct negotiation." Seeing that, Du Hyuk asked Sumi, "I'm seeing a golden message window. Sumi, did you receive anything other than the warning message?" She answered, "I didn't. They must have sent you a secret message." Upon hearing that, Du Hyuk replied, "I think you're right. I should head to the tower." At the same time, Baek Du Hyun walked in and said, "You've arrived, Du Hyuk." She continued, "We're heading to KB because the guild master has called an emergency meeting." Du Hyuk suggested, "Perfect timing. I'm heading there anyway. I'll lead the way." Then Hyuk ordered, "Gather up the rest of the team, Sumi." "Make sure you pick deli and latte," she replied. "Got it." Then Du Hyuk invoked a spell saying, "Move." At the same time at the tower in China, Wang Li Hong said, "Heaven pays no mind to the hardships of us common folk. I never expected they would incite an uprising targeting China." She heard that and said, "I fear going to the front lines is reckless, my dear. Shouldn't we act after we've assessed the situation more clearly?" He replied, "That won't be necessary." Wang Li Hong glanced at her and announced, "This is the perfect opportunity to change our reputation and solidify our guild's standing in China." The system sound rang out, time remaining 9 minutes 46 seconds. Everyone was bustling about at that moment, each attending to their own tasks. The atmosphere around the city was grim, a sound like an earthquake rumbled. The tall tower stood out with purple and blue light against the gloomy sky. The system continued, time remaining 1 second, time remaining 0. The stream of purple energy cracked and shattered. A soldier said, I don't see anything." The other one questioned, "Isn't it normally nothing?" At that moment, numerous monsters appeared within that energy stream. The other one shouted in shock, "Something is spilling out of the rift. Block them." The person beside him heard the order and quickly yelled, "Open fire." Both sides began the battle, but it seemed to have little effect on them. At that moment, a large explosion at the center created bursts of golden and orange light erupting powerfully, scattering debris and smoke all around. Something fell to the ground. A soldier said in confusion, "Guild Master." At that moment, Wang Li Hong had appeared, radiating killing intent, powerful and imposing. "The time has come to show the world my strength." He commanded, "All units begin the attack." The monster growled fiercely. The horde of monsters was also extremely ferocious, their faces filled with bloodlust. The first group charged in to attack the monsters. The monsters roared in fury. Two soldiers looked at each other and agreed on a plan. Both sides clashed. The soldiers fought with extreme ferocity, their sharp sword slashes beheading monsters. A soldier clad in full iron armor swung his blade, creating a sharp cutting arc. A light caught the soldier's attention. A monster with glowing red eyes stared toward its target. The massive monster used its enormous hand to grab its target. A sharp sword slash cut through and severed its arm. Another sword strike slashed across its neck while it was still raging before it could react. Wang Li Hong swung his sharp blade lightning fast, slicing across the monster's neck, showing off his skill. He landed after the slash. He didn't even look back at the monster, his face displaying an expression that said, "It's nothing." Wang Li Hong walked with a dignified, prideful bearing of the strong, leaving the enemy he had just felled behind without a backward glance. How disappointing! Powerful magical energy radiated throughout his body, enveloping him. "I can't even demonstrate my true strength against such weak monsters." Suddenly something truly terrifying appeared. It created a strong gust of wind as if sucking everything in. A purple aura swept through. A blue aura appeared alongside the purple one. Wang Li Hong stood firm in place. Facing him was a gigantic spatial gate. Two demons emerged from the spatial gate, with horns atop their heads looking utterly arrogant. Viola spoke smugly. Could there really be a transcendent being in a place like this? HMPH Aisla calmly replied. Orders are orders, don't question them. Li Hong shouted, issuing a declaration of war. I will destroy you all and show the world how powerful I am. Viola looked down in the direction of the voice, asking Aisla, who is he? Aisla also looked down and replied, judging by the way he wasn't killed in the purge, it seems he's one of humanity's strong ones. Viola smirked, he smugly cracked his knuckles, ready to fight. Really? Then why don't we have a little fun? Aisla reminded him, don't forget our objective, Viola. Viola confidently replied, I know. He flew over to face Li Hong. Both unleashed terrifying power to overwhelm each other. He laughed smugly, looking at him. Li Hong glared angrily at him. The Black Tower of Korea, a towering spire. Someone was watching the live broadcast of the battle. The master must have given the attack order. All guild members are being summoned. As expected of the guild master, after all, an S-rank monster has no chance against him. A voice still came from the phone, and Du Hyuk intently watched the tense battle unfold. Finally, they appeared. Upon seeing those two, he immediately thought, they must be. His face showed worry. The situation looked quite dire. These were the demons Aisla and Viola, announced through the Awakened System's message. Through the small screen, the battle was displayed. The two fought fiercely. The battle had begun. Sword slashes rained down countless. The guild master's terrible attacks continued. A hand suddenly appeared, reaching toward Li Hong. Viola slammed Li Hong's head into the ground. How disappointing, he sneered. You're considered one of the strongest on earth. He continued, pressing Li Hong's head into the ground again, and smugly said, and this is all you've got. He turned his head and shouted arrogantly, watch and learn, humans. He erupted with terrifying power and punched wildly. This is your future. His power created a great blaze that engulfed the surroundings over a wide area. A helicopter flying in the sky was also engulfed by the flames. The fire suddenly erupted. On the small screen, the live broadcast of the fight no longer showed. We are experiencing technical difficulties. We apologize for the inconvenience. After watching live what happened on the small screen, he was disappointed and worried, unable to believe that Li Hong was dead. Yang Mi was worried, not daring to look at him. Du Hyuk, did you see the news about the battle happening in China right now? He replied, yes, I just finished watching. She told him, KB has contacted us, requesting reinforcements if those Brutus demons decide to travel by land. They'll probably have to pass through North Korea to reach us. He sat there and replied, you're right, that's indeed a possibility. She made a request. After you finish your work at the tower, can you assemble the team and head straight to KB headquarters? He stood up and affirmed. Of course, she replied. We'll discuss the details later when we meet again. I have to continue coordinating the situation in China. A creaking sound rang out, the door opened. All right, it's time for me to go in. Du Hyuk stepped into the room. User Du Hyuk. Yes, duh, a voice said. The demons who just arrived on Earth will create a black gate. This thing will rapidly accelerate the spatial rift. He wondered about what was just mentioned. A black gate, the voice continued. If the black gate is completed, the spatial rift will permanently exist, and an unstoppable catastrophe will occur. He looked up resolutely and asked, what must I do? A notice window appeared, answering his question. You must eliminate Viola and Aisla, and prevent the black gate from creating a connection to the demon realm. Reward, defeat the two brothers and take their hearts to rank up. The voice spoke again. Only one of two outcomes will occur. Either those demons become catalysts for your growth or you will die. He did not flinch, looking at planet Earth bound by enormous golden chains. If you succeed in preventing the black gate, I can seal the rifts across all dimensions for the next 100 days. Du Hyuk looked up and asked, is that possible? The space was slowly shattering, revealing a giant seal. That's the best change I can make in my current state. However, the spatial rifts will continue to appear after 100 days. After that, the demon Lord Banjarok will begin to carry out their plan. Standing in a strange void, seeing the rifts, Du Hyuk remarked, it seems we don't have much time. Du replied, it could also be a lot of time, depending on how you look at it. Du continued, speaking to him, we must stop the demon Panzeroks at all costs. He didn't remember forming an alliance with Du, so he asked in confusion. He thought to himself, doesn't Du have enough power to handle everything? Why would he need my help? He is a transcendent being, aren't all these things under their power? You asked him, puzzled. This is merely my personal curiosity. But sir, can't you intervene and stop those Brutus people? To explain it to you, I cannot. My existence is incomplete. From this moment on, Earth shall receive my blessing once more. With Du Hyuk's assistance, these creatures have become stronger than ever. Destroy them to advance your development. From outer space, Earth can be seen. The system panel appears again. After the black gate is closed, you must use the next 100 days wisely. When you collect 5 or more space mementos, a level artifact can be created instantly by selecting the activation area. Du Hyuk listened and understood, agreeing, "I understand, sir." Scene cuts to another location, old high-rise buildings gradually deteriorating. Near the Tower of the Middle Kingdom era, Aesla is holding a red magic stone. Look, the magic stone is reacting. There must be a transcendent being in this space. Now he and Fiola are standing on top of a building. It is time to act. Aesla looked up. This proves that this world has a transcendent being. They are discussing a dark plan. Then there is no need to hesitate. Let's open the gate. Aesla looks at him, asking, "Have you prepared the sacrificial offering?" Fiola smiled happily, glancing over. He looked down below the building. This place must have around 200,000 people by now. Below, tens of thousands of corpses had been drained dry, piled up in heaps, a horrifying sight. Aesla stepped to the very edge of the building, the fierce wind blowing an ill omen. "I will open the gate now." He walked forward, looking down with icy cold eyes. He extended his hand and dropped the magic stone. The glowing stone fell freely straight down onto the pile of corpses. As soon as the stone touched down, it emitted a blazing red light, signaling the beginning of destruction. All the corpses immediately glowed red like burning charcoal. The stone transformed into a black orb that sucked everything in, freezing time around it. A massive energy beam accumulated, shooting straight up into the sky. The powerful energy released caused heaven and earth to shake. Dark rays shot up into the sky and spread everywhere. An artificial night was erected over a vast radius. The darkness descended as if swallowing everything, dyeing it all black. Wherever it passed from the outside looking in, nothing could be seen but a bottomless black. It appeared like a pillar in the heart of the city. Aesla and Fiola stood inside the darkness, delighted. The first step was complete. All preparations were done. What we must do is sacrifice many to it, and the spaces will connect immediately. Fiola smirked. We could also destroy the transcendent being before the gate completes its connection. Finding the advice reasonable, Aesla smiled kindly, but inside he was a vicious demon. On closer inspection, this wasn't my idea. Lord Banjarok will surely reward us for these efforts. Fiola smiled. The handover of work went well, so I'll leave the gate to you. I'll focus on searching for the transcendent one. He flexed his muscles, smiled excitedly, ready to face any challenge. My body is itching to fight a worthy opponent. Aesla saw his impatience and advised, "Don't do anything stupid." The night was wrapped in an ink-black eggshell, creatures born of darkness. He gave the order. The cocoon cracked open, revealing the moon-stained blood red. "Open your eyes." Hundreds of bats spread their wings, filling the late-night sky. "Awaken your killing instincts." Aesla continued to command them with a cold face. "Collect the offerings and bring them to me." Cut to another location. A group of awakened ones were fighting a lizardman in an abandoned factory near the China checkpoint. Two of them charged forward to attack. "We can destroy it if we combine our strength." Before they could touch the lizardman, they were grabbed by the head. Then he slammed them both into the ground, causing dust and debris to fly. It roared angrily, mocking, "You fools are too weak to dream of facing the great Lord Fiola." SS rank, mid-level insect monster Adez. His body transformed, eyes filled with killing intent. "If you hope to have a chance to fight me." His body tensed, muscles all over bulging. Hard scales covering him, "Then let the transcendent one come here." Du-hyuk saw his arrogance from above, standing firm like a golden spear. "Did someone call me?" The spear, charged with energy, aimed directly at the target ready to launch. Soul-piercing spear. The lizardman recognized it, found the one he wanted to kill, and asked, "Are you the transcendent one?" Du-hyuk looked down, eyes showing a hint of disdain. "Yes, I heard you've been looking for me everywhere. Get lost." Without further words, a flaming spear stabbed straight down, sending earth and rocks flying everywhere. Fire spear, no movement could be seen. Only a system notification appeared. "You have eliminated Adez. You have received 3 space fragments." The ground had been gouged out into a huge hole by his technique, creating heat and smoke rising. Seeing the monster easily eliminated, an injured man approached. "Thank you for helping us." Sensing Du-hyuk's strength, he asked in admiration, "May I know who you are?" Du-hyuk didn't want to reveal his identity, so he ignored the question and changed the subject, causing the man to not ask further. "I'm sorry. I'll leave this area to you," the person approaching said. The awakened ones of China apologized for arriving late. A young girl stepped forward and introduced herself. "I am Deng Mai from Ki-bai." Her sharp eyes looked at him, saying, "The reinforcements are here now." Du-hyuk and his team were walking after returning from Tower Dio. The support team of awakened ones selected by KB had headed straight to China. The path they wanted to cross was not easy, so they had to choose a longer route. But unable to pass through the barrier created near the checkpoint, they had to detour before landing. During the journey, facing those monsters was also a way for them to increase their strength. In the following days, they eliminated monsters around the barrier area and used the space fragments they received as rewards. The awakened ones now covered the whole world. They had to search for materials and conditions to complete the shoes of Dio. Items with mythical level stats. A notification appeared. Dio's ring, Earth level, Dio class. Increases magic by 1000, increases intelligence by 800, increases agility by 600, increases muscle strength by 400, increases critical hit by 200. Pride increases magic damage by 200% for all monsters of rank SS or lower. Grants endless flight spell wings, consuming no magic. Active status maintained at all times. Grants level 9 spell sense alteration. Du Hyok's team stood before a tunnel entrance, the surroundings truly a ruined battlefield. Finally, they had reached CB's underground base closest to the barrier. Inside, soldiers took turns guarding, ensuring the energy chest was always fully supplied. A young man in ancient attire with a solemn attitude said, "You must be the awakened ones from Korea. Welcome." Thanks to them, China's side could quickly handle things. I don't know how to thank Korea for sending so many reinforcements. The members also happily shook hands, chatting cheerfully. Humanity is in danger. It's only natural that we come to help. I'll arrange accommodation for everyone. Let's continue talking after you've rested. Du Hyok quickly wanted to know the situation. I want to know what's happening inside the barrier. This made him hesitate and ask, "Are you sure you don't need to rest?" But seeing Du Hyok's serious attitude, he immediately led him away. "Then follow me." The two went to the central command room of CB. Du Hyok approached and asked the man working, "What are these screens?" "They are monitoring the situation on the other side of the barrier." He looked at the screens and continued explaining. The barrier near the checkpoint tower is rapidly expanding in area. One can freely enter, but once inside, cannot exit again. It looks quite difficult, the two discussed together, so it's like a cage for humans. He leaned on the table. Precisely in the past few days, hundreds of monsters have appeared and kidnapped people. Du Hyok was curious. Then how did they manage to bring cameras inside? He hesitated. It turned out they dropped the cameras from the sky. Inside the barrier, the cameras were spying on the dragon. The awakened of CP who were captured by monsters risked their lives to install these security cameras inside the barrier. The scanners were strategically placed, covering every building in the city. Fortunately, the electrical signals seemed able to pass through the barrier, so we were able to get coverage in many places. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to gather so much information. Observing through the projector, we saw that the inside was extremely heavily guarded by lizard men. First of all, it seems those Brutus are collecting people to sacrifice them for something in the central area. Every action inside is recorded. This seems like a difficult mission. That blue one is guarding the central area and they are on high alert, ready to destroy anything that enters, even an ant. The red one is hunting the awakened who cross the barrier. Just observing through the screen, it's hard to grasp the strength of these creatures. Isn't there any way to find out their weaknesses? Du Hyok continuously observed their every small gesture, movement patterns, the camera footage, the tiny detail. While observing, suddenly Aisha noticed that he turned around and looked. I need to find all the clues I can. Du Hyok also realized the camera had likely been discovered. It seems I just made eye contact with Aisha. The blue one is moving. He gave an excited smile. Found you. His power emanating was immense, overwhelming the entire space there. From that energy, Aisha transformed into a spear floating in the sky. Then it shot straight up into the sky, a ray of light tearing through the night. His comrade below received the signal, looked up at the sky and smiled. You found the transcendent. Du Hyok sensed something ominous, his face darkening. His face tense, he urgently shouted emergency, using the radio to tell everyone to evacuate. The person beside him was puzzled. What are you talking about? There wasn't much time, Du Hyok quickly explained and then hurriedly left. The Brutus have discovered the cameras. I think they used it to detect our magic. Our magic? He accelerated without a second's delay, running fast while the warning sounded. Red alert, red alert. Everyone immediately evacuated the camp. Du Hyok jumped down from above, summoning a machine. Ordered Irene and Sarah to protect everyone. He jumped down and landed successfully. The situation seemed very serious. Looking at the base filled with chaos, he thought to himself, I can't let this place be attacked. Du Hyok's determination was fierce. He stood looking up at the sky, quickly preparing to intercept the attack. I must protect it at any cost. Seeing the mighty spear hurtling down from the sky, Du Hyok tensed and defended with all his strength, transcendent. The mighty spear plunged down, stabbing into his shield, the shockwave sending earth and rocks flying. Persistent, Du Hyok calmly tried to resist. The force of the attack was too strong, it still wouldn't stop, continuing to advance. Du Hyok used all his strength, making the shield grow larger, gradually pushing back the spear. The spear gradually shattered, completely blocked by the shield. It was truly dangerous. If he had been a moment later, perhaps the entire base would have collapsed. Du Hyok's efforts stopped this destructive attack. Having averted that disaster, before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, a violet energy beam was gathering in the sky. Viola was mustering strength, bracing himself to unleash another attack. Atoms were being concentrated in his mouth. Then he fired a shockwave of destruction. The fierce attack shot straight toward the base, capable of annihilating the entire city in the blink of an eye. The energy beam collided with Du Hyuk's shield again. Having had no rest after the first attack, now he had to withstand another. Inside, he fought back with all his might, straining with all his strength, teeth clenched. The impact created a terrible explosion, a towering column of smoke rising high. Viola stood high above looking down, the smoke swirling thickly. Amidst the smoke, energy beams aimed at him, but he quickly dodged them easily. Du Hyuk created a portal, rushing out to close in. He was caught off guard and swung a powerful punch, blowing away half of his body, but it was just an illusion. The real body had unknowingly flown above his head, performing a technique, a concentrated beam of light. Du Hyuk was gathering power, hoping this attack could destroy him. Why don't we take this battle somewhere else? A powerful energy field erupted. Even though the base was protected by Du Hyuk, after 2 attacks it had suffered some damage. Inside the underground CP base, members crawled out from the rubble. I would have been crushed if you hadn't come. A golem appeared and saved him. Thank you for saving me. The golem, seeing a living person, immediately tossed aside the debris. The rescue left him a bit panicked. Confirming survivors, rescue began. A Zhang Mi appeared to help, explaining, "No need to panic. That's a golem belonging to a member of our team. If you can still move, please hurry to a safe place." Okay, she asked it for an update. Where's Hyuk Aluan? The master is moving with the enemy. The two looked up at the sky to observe the battle. He must have left the golems behind to handle the situation here. Is he luring the enemy away to prevent further casualties? Good. Jiang Mi continues to give orders. Save the civilians as quickly as possible, Arlen. Heat signal detected confirming a large number of people under the rock. I also want to help you but need to do many things below. Please try a little harder, Hyuk. Continuing the battle, Fiola takes a hit and is pushed far back. He is not much injured, on the contrary, he smiles excitedly when facing you. He is knocked back into the wall, creating a shock. But it's fine, he says to you. I heard you are the enemy of the Great One. Fiola kneels down, angry. I expected more from a transcendent being. Countless snow flowers appear around him. Before he can finish speaking, the blooming snow flowers turn into sharp ice spikes. Ice blades. Fiola shatters the ice, eyes glowing red, ready for battle, sneeringly says. Such a weak attack won't leave a single scar. He flaunts his strength, the flames gradually emanating. A pillar of fire appears, shooting straight into the sky. Fiola appears in a different form, body transformed into a beast, surrounded by blazing flames, looking very ferocious. I have waited for this day. Just his footsteps make everything burn to ashes. Come, show me everything you have. He tenses up, a fierce flame erupts, slashing a catastrophe. He becomes one with the fire. He manipulates the flames so that anything around him melts at the slightest touch. Witnessing this terrifying power, Du Hyuk also exclaims, "What a tremendous amount of heat." His power is truly like that of a fire demon guarding hell. Everything is consumed by fire, spreading everywhere. Sensing danger, Du Hyuk summons a light sword to stop it before things get worse. I must stop him before he tries something. He looks down. He seems to have turned into a sun full of heat. Something surges in, startling him. A tidal wave but of fire rushes in to engulf Du Hyuk. Immediately an ice spell is cast, Ice Shield. An ice sphere surrounds him, blocking the fierce wave of fire. Ice cannot fight fire, causing the shield to gradually melt. The ice magic also gradually cracks and breaks. He takes the opportunity to rush in close, laughing cunningly. A spear made of fire pierces through the shield, knocking him down onto the melting ground. Du Hyuk takes a direct hit, crying out in pain. His hateful expression revealed, he continues to accumulate fire, relentlessly attacking. A fire vortex is rushing toward him. Du Hyuk lies motionless, watching the pillar of fire approaching. I'll be burned alive if this continues. Suddenly an enchanted arrow flies in. The arrow heads straight for Fiola, creates an explosion, then spins around. A girl from afar has shot him with a bow. Direct hit confirmed. She plans the rescue, creating an opportunity for 2 others to rush in. Now I have distracted it and continue to draw its attention. Exxon moves in to rescue Hyuk. Understood. Viola was ambushed, he angrily shouted. A powerful punch descended as if warning them not to interfere in his fight. Earth and rocks were scattered everywhere, ricocheting back toward them. Against the transcendent entity, the stones obstructed their approach, but Du Hai and Ixan still fiercely charged forward. We can't let that happen, we are Heap's friends. Zihai used the flying rocks as footholds, twisting to gain momentum. Then she dashed straight through the obstacle. Du Hyuk from below also cast support magic on Du Hai, enhancement magic for ice weapon, armor, speed, strength. She charged forward, swinging her sword. The magically enhanced sword glowed with power. her sharp gaze ready to take the life of the one who hurt Du Hyuk. Du Hyuk raised his hand. Blue magic and a magic circle appeared on his wrist. He cast a series of spells to support and combine with Du Hai's attack. The weapon was enchanted with armor, speed, strength, armor, speed. Boosted strength. With the support of his magic, Du Hai gripped her sword tightly and charged forward. Her cold, determined eyes swept past the fire demon powerfully. The attack struck the opponent. But that fire demon didn't seem injured at all. He appeared enraged, his eyes bloodshot, gritting his teeth in irritation. Du Hai didn't stop. She attacked relentlessly, her sword light like a spiderweb enveloping the opponent. Despite receiving many strikes, the fire demon seemed completely unscathed. Only the sound of her sword clashing against his body echoed as Du Hai stalled for time. In the pit, Du Hyuk had sat up. He began quietly analyzing the situation. My ice attack didn't even budge him at all, but it was slowly dealing a small amount of damage. Iksan had run over to him. He asked worriedly, "Are you okay, Du Hyuk? Do you think you can move?" With his sharp, observant eyes, Du Hyuk had noticed a few clues. All of his physical abilities and destructive power had increased after the transformation, but it was clear he had traded away his ice resistance. He turned to Iksan and said, "I'm fine, Iksan, please go help the master." He didn't understand what he meant. Du Hyuk observed the battle between Du Hai and the fire demon. He explained, "Master can't stall enough time for us alone. You have to support her, Iksan." Having said that, he began gathering power. "I need to focus my magic to defeat him. You go distract him for 5 minutes. That will help our master." Iksan immediately obeyed. "Go now, I'm counting on you." He grabbed his 2 rather special axes and charged to attack the fire demon. Iksan attacked from behind. Du Hai attacked from the front. The 2 of them joined forces, one in front and one behind, holding the fire demon at bay. The fire demon was unfazed. With one hand he caught the attack from Iksan's axe. Using his strength, he swung his arm hard, throwing him from behind to the front, crashing into the charging Du Hai, simultaneously blocking Du Hai and repelling Iksan. Both were thrown far back, slamming hard into the wall behind. Dust and debris flew everywhere. The dust was blown away by the wind. Iksan used his special axe to catch Du Hai. Easing the force of her impact against the wall, he braced himself, kneeling on the ground, and asked, "Are you all right?" Du Hai answered, "Yeah, I'm fine." Just as she finished, a fireball shot forward and exploded violently in front of them. Boom! The powerful explosion sent earth and rocks flying, shaking the ground. The fire demon was annoyed because his attack apparently didn't hit its target as he intended. There's no end to these pesky flies. It turned out that Sung-mi had arrived just in time and used a shield to block the fire demon's attack, protecting the 2 behind her. Hearing that, she frowned, not daring to let down her guard. Iksan said, 5 minutes, that's the time we need to hold him off until Du Hyuk focuses his magic. Holding the shield steady in her hand, Sung-mi did not turn around. She simply replied, "Got it, I'll help you." The ground suddenly shook, making Iksan and Du Hai unsteady on their feet. Before the 3 of them, the horned fire demon's shape was no more. Where he stood was now a massive blaze. It seemed he was transforming. The flames surged, shaking the surrounding earth and rocks. Staring at the gigantic blaze before them, Iksan and Du Hai were stunned. The fire demon had now successfully transformed. He was now a giant skull encased in a body made of fire. He frowned, "You little flies, I can annihilate all of you with a single blow." Saying so, he raised his hand high. Sung-mi had already erected a magic shield for defense. She was determined to stall for time at all costs. The fiery hand slammed down towards Sung-mi. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. The fire demon had poured considerable power into this single blow. He attacked the magic shield repeatedly, wanting to destroy Sung-mi's defense. But she was very resilient, her eyes determined, struggling to hold on. The fire demon threw his head back to the sky, inhaling the surrounding air, as if gathering power for his most powerful attack. Seeing that, Sung-mi was slightly startled. She wasn't sure she could withstand this blow. At that moment, Du Hyuk came up from behind everyone. Both his hands were glowing. It seemed he had completed the power-gathering process. He spoke, "Thank you, everyone." He brought his hands together into a simple hand seal, fingertips touching. Special spell, Copycat, the system explained. The special spell Copycat allows the user to reuse a previously used skill or spell without consuming mana. When reused immediately, it costs 10,000 mana. Cooldown, 1 hour. The characteristic blue magic of ice gradually appeared, signaling. The fire demon had finished gathering power. It bent down and spewed a massive column of fire at Du Hyuk. Then, when it turned around, he was already encased in ice magic. He completed the spell for the eternal ice field. As soon as he finished speaking, an ice mountain rose up, freezing and trapping the fire demon inside. Trapped, it could only roar in frustration. It couldn't break free easily because the ice pillar outside was too massive and the coverage too wide. And the demon itself was heavily suppressed. Du Hyuk walked steadily across the thick ice. Sung-mi watched intently while San was astonished. He had changed the weather with just one spell. Flying up to the height of the fire demon's head, he summoned a vibrant green sword. Du Hyuk furrowed his brow, gripped the sword, and said to the fire demon, "This is the end." The green sword sliced through the ice layer like cutting fruit, then through the red core of the fire demon. The fire demon turned to ash, vanishing into the air. Meanwhile, Do-hyuk maintained his gallant sword stance. As the smoke cleared, he sheathed his sword, puzzled and wondered. Why didn't the notification appear? Below, Sungmi shouted, "Do-hyuk oppa." She looked up proudly. "You did it." Do-hyuk closed his eyes, thinking everything should be fine. He slowly descended to the ground and praised everyone. "Well done, everyone." Then he didn't feel happy at all, remembering the powerful sword that had fallen earlier. He thought to himself, "It's too early to celebrate, our position has been exposed." Thinking of the cold-feeling demon he had seen, Do-hyuk added, "And there's another demon as powerful as the one we just defeated." He said seriously to everyone, "It will be difficult because we don't know what it will do to this place, but we can't waste time. We must go defeat it." Saying so, he looked at everyone. "Let's go." The sky was gray, red embers flew everywhere, and ruined buildings were all around. Aesla seemed very angry. He created small sparks from his palm as he spoke. "He left on his own without listening to me and ultimately paid with his life. But as his older brother, I will definitely avenge him." He clenched his fist and said, "Let's go, footsteps are approaching. A group of people is coming. I sense an extremely powerful magic aura." Aesla sensed something and wondered, has a transcendent being finally appeared? He probed their strength. "I don't detect transcendent being magic among them." He observed the others. There were traces of magic in a different direction. "They're trying to distract me with a decoy so the transcendent being can sneak up from behind." He began to feel amused. How interesting. Aesla summoned his monsters. "Let the hunt begin, my darling girls." Hyuk felt that the plan was progressing as expected. "Good, everything is going according to plan," Jang Mai said to Jo Hee. "I'm glad we made it here before crossing the barrier." She looked toward him and continued, "If I can divert the attention of the remaining monsters, the top elite members will be able to approach more easily." "You're saying you can conserve magic power and get closer. Is that so?" Do-hyuk calmly said. "Yes, we have to hurry, otherwise we won't be able to minimize the losses of the awakened who entered before us." Suddenly Jang Mai reached out and said, "Hold my hand." This time Do-hyuk put his trust in Jang Mai. He took her hand and said, "All right, I trust you." A streak of light moved at extreme speed, weaving to avoid the monsters. It was Jang Mai and Do-hyuk. Monsters and robots were fighting each other on another side of the barrier. The robots continued to fight, holding their formation. The monsters were truly terrifying, roaring menacingly. As they growled, their faces were sliced open. Red streaks of light moved very fast. It was Jo Hee. She cut the monster into many pieces. The monsters lunged as if ready to claw and tear. Very quickly, they were annihilated in the blink of an eye. The red streaks of light zapped across the monsters. Aesla silently observed from above. There were 3 magic signals approaching in total. They had broken my underling. Enraged, he waved his hand, creating swords around him. Immediately, those swords flew everywhere, elsewhere. The 3 of them coordinated to fight against the monsters. Then, they flew to a building high up. Aesla gathered power in his leg. He stomped straight down on the building, creating sheets of ice that covered them. Those people were frozen just like that, unable to move. And to think I expected to meet the strongest humans, what a disappointment. He touched the cold ice block. "I have no interest in those weaker than me," Aesla said. "Apart from the transcendent being I predicted, you are just worthless trash. Disappear." In an instant, he unleashed a tremendous power. Immediately, the entire building and surrounding area were engulfed in a sea of fire. Along with the raging flames, the ice blocks cracked. He stood at the center, taking pleasure in it. Suddenly, someone rushed at him from behind. It was Jang Mai. She attacked Aesla, but the attack was blocked. Immediately, she was hurled away. Aesla was furious at being attacked from behind. "Do you really think you can stop me?" Jang Mai smiled and said, "We don't need to stop you, just distract you for a moment." Instantly, he was bound around his body. Aesla remained calm, summoning his monsters for help. Transcendent being. Unfortunately, Do-hyuk had already figured out his intention. Immediately, he grabbed him. He looked and said, "Move." Both of them vanished into thin air, moving us here to save those weaklings. Isla sneered and said, "That was a mistake." Isla and Zohyok were engulfed by a sphere. As the one who activated the altar, there is a safety mechanism that will be triggered. When we move beyond a certain distance, Jang Mi stands outside witnessing it. She worriedly said, "All we need to do is destroy it." The buildings collapsed. Around the sphere were sparks, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The monsters became more and more aggressive. The monsters appeared, covered in lightning bolts. Guardian of the S-rank altar, Isla created a sword from ice. He charged to attack Du-hyuk, but he quickly created a sturdy shield. Isla sneered and said, "What a pity, you abandoned me to save your friend." That was the outcome. Isla wanted Du-hyuk to suffer. But in the end, you will lose everything because of that decision. Elsewhere, Jang Mi was having to fight the monsters created by Isla. The monster raised its giant fist towards Jang Mi. It punched straight down, dust and smoke flew everywhere. Du-hyuk ignored Isla's words. "That is none of your business." He created a fireball from his palm. Immediately, a magic circle appeared right behind Du-hyuk. Besides, I don't care about any of them. Saying that, Du Hyuk counterattacked, explosions erupted everywhere. He continued, even if you don't believe it. Perhaps he places all his trust in them. I'm still certain that they will not fall easily. Facing a monster is really not easy. Jiang Mi felt angry and stopped. Di Ho arrived to support Jiang Mi and said, "Are you surprised by the boss's attack?" Di Ho punched straight into the monster's arm, then continued. "This isn't like you at all." Jiang Mi asked worriedly, "Di Ho, are you okay?" A little fairy girl appeared to heal everyone. "We're fine now, thanks to Jo Hyuk's fairy who healed us." The others were also fighting other monsters, and the others would return soon. He enchanted the spell, Mystic Flame Spell. Zohai held the blade and attacked the monster. Immediately, the monster cracked. Zohai felt glad that the monster deserved it. That was all the damage we had to take. The monster wasn't dead yet. It swung its arm up. With quick reflexes, Zohai swiftly approached the monster. The two sides clashed fiercely. Then Zohai moved in another direction. She said, "Be careful, that's no ordinary golem." Agreeing with Zohai, Dio said, "Its power is on par with level." Diho was worried about Zohyuk. Zohyuk was fighting the boss alone. Zohai felt she shouldn't be a burden to him. "We have to handle this ourselves. Zohai must deal with that monster." She said, "All right, I'm off." Over here, Du Hyuk was creating 2 magic circles. He chanted the spell, Fire Storm. Who else appeared? He also created power from ice. The two faced each other, neither yielding. They attacked each other. Fire and ice created tremendous destructive force. The massive, sharp, and pointed ice pierced through everything. Du Hyuk thought to himself, that spell isn't strong enough to penetrate his ice. Aesla continued to create ice spears that thrust from the ground up. Du Hyuk jumped up, dodging its attacks. Not giving up, Aesla kept creating ice swords. Those swords continuously attacked Du Hyuk. Meanwhile, Du Hyuk had to create Wall of Fire to block all attacks. He chanted, "Wall of Fire." The ice swords and the fire wall collided, creating many explosions. But even with that wall, Aesla's sword still pierced through, puncturing the fire wall. Zohyuk was surprised, speechless. Thousands of ice swords continuously flew to attack Zohyuk. Aesla stood high above, smirking. He continued to create a massive block of ice. The massive ice block slammed down onto the ground. Cold mist spread everywhere. To destroy that ice block, Du Hyuk used his power to summon lightning. Lightning from above was concentrated and destroyed the massive ice block. Everything was thrown far away. It wasn't over yet. Flames. Everything was destroyed before their eyes. A circle appeared, sucking everything into it. A spatial portal emerged. Du Hyuk kept swinging his fist and said, "Lightning strike." Aesla was taken by surprise. He couldn't dodge. Instantly, everything exploded. Flames erupted, and Aesla was hurled away. Du Hyuk appeared where Aesla was and summoned a spear. He attacked with the spear, Fire Spear. The spear flew swiftly toward Aesla and pierced through him. Without stopping, Du Hyuk continuously attacked, Fireball, Lightning Chain. Everything burst apart. A huge explosion was created. Flames swirled around, forming a tornado. What? Du Hyuk was very surprised, wondering, has he merged 2 opposing forces? It seemed Aesla had turned into a monster. That was Fiola's flame. Fire and ice seemed to merge together. From within, Aesla emerged with the appearance of a monster bearing both fire and ice elements. The monster smirked, its eyes glowing brightly, as if it had been waiting for this chance for a long time. After transforming into a monster, Aesla stepped forward. Du Hyuk also seriously stopped the skill he was using. He extinguished the flames. Suddenly, magic lines appeared around Aesla. He created a large blue circle. Orange magic threads appeared tangled within his circle. He was surprised at the sight before him. From the circle, he unleashed a technique carrying immense power toward him. Du Hyuk raised his hand and created a shield, Superior Shield. That immense power moved at the speed of light. It pierced through, shattering his shield to pieces. The light from the force flashed, flying right behind him, forcing him to focus and dodge. Then it exploded violently near where he stood. Du Hyuk was surprised and thought to himself, the Superior Shield blocked his attack before, so why not this time? He kept creating many similar magic circles. He was startled. Unbelievable, multiple force streams simultaneously struck toward him. They all converged at his position as if prearranged, while he used his instant movement skill. By using the skill in time, he quickly moved away from his previous spot and luckily avoided the dangerous strike. He continued waving his hands to cast spells, threatening magical attacks constantly unleashed while he lightly dodged. While moving, he speculated, surely using such opposing powers must come at a price. His face gradually showed cracks as if confirming his thoughts. Du Hyuk glanced at his condition. I guessed right. He brought out Akron and ordered Akron get his attention. He unleashed a freezing attack. Akron was frozen instantly in a battle stance. He continues to unleash his technique. The large circle in the sky shoots out terrifying sparks, blasting a wide area. Fortunately, he managed to dodge his opponent's fearsome attack just in time. Suddenly, a great power appeared from the space circle behind him. Aesla emerged from the space circle. He grabbed Du Hyuk, taking him by surprise. His attack aimed straight and hit him. He choked him and pinned him to the ground. He pinned him down with one hand while summoning a weapon with the other and announced, "It's over, superior creature." Suddenly, Akron appeared and blocked his sword hand. Then a kick struck him in the face. It was Irene delivering a kick from above. A blue light emanated from him. He continued to freeze everything around. The ice rose higher as if trying to freeze Irene too. He growled darkly, "These lumps of metal can't stop me." Aisla furiously created a sphere around Irene. "Stop getting in my way." The circle surrounding Irene seemed intent on destroying her. Small unmanned drones flew towards him one after another, as if to distract him. That made him extremely angry. He cast a spell to destroy them. Then he furiously yelled, "You annoying flies." Aisla unleashed a huge amount of magic, as if to show his fury. At that moment, Du Hyuk began casting a spell, raising his hand to the sky as he quickly completed the magic. Meteor shower. He also opened his mouth wide, preparing to unleash his power. He screamed loudly and the terrifying force surged straight towards him. "Stop, superior creature." Irene created a shield to protect him. He also summoned a sword as if to attack. Aisla slashed Irene twice. He roared furiously, "Superior creature." Du Hyuk used his skill near him. He was surrounded by his magic and thought in amazement, since when can a meteor shower get this close? He saw the portals he had opened and wondered, "Gates? Ah, I get it." He accelerated the meteorite using the gates that blocked my attack earlier. He smiled as if victory was certain, a meteorite falling straight to the ground. His shadow appeared on the ground. A huge explosion occurred as if to destroy everything. The quest window continuously showed notifications. You have defeated the monsters Fiola and Aisla. The hearts of Fiola and Aisla have been automatically collected. Congratulations, user Du Hyuk has reached SS rank. User Du Hyuk has acquired the skill Fiola's Rage. User Du Hyuk has acquired the skill Aisla's Hatred. Fiola's Rage, damage of fire-type spells increases by 500% permanently. Aisla's Hatred, damage of ice-type spells increases by 500% permanently. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Diho casting magic within the influence zone of the Black Gate. Golden light continuously surrounded the robot. He waved his hand, casting a spell, and said loudly, "This is indeed an ideal location." The robot collected energy. Then, it unleashed a large amount of magic, the energy beam rushing straight towards him. Diho laughed loudly as he achieved his goal. Then he looked up at the sky and shouted, "Right now." A powerful collision occurred between the robot and Xiang Mi. Xiang Mi immediately launched herself onto the top of the robot. She concentrated magic at one point, her face serious as she prepared to deliver the finishing blow. Her strike pierced straight through the robot's body. It shattered into pieces. Diho held his arm and asked, "Are you okay?" Xiang Mi turned her head and replied, "I used up too much mana at once. I'll be fine after resting a bit." Xiang Mi sat down, leaning against a large boulder nearby. "After I recover, we'll go to Du Hyuk," he replied. "All right." Suddenly, he looked up at the sky and saw a swarm of monsters flying everywhere. This is not good. The noise just now must have attracted their attention. A monster roared menacingly. A voice rang out, followed immediately by beams of power piercing through the monsters' bodies. "Super Force Bullet." Xiang Mi looked up admiringly. Both of them shouted joyfully when they saw Du Hyuk hovering in the air. Du Hyuk, full of energy, turned his head and asked, "Is everyone okay?" Du Hyuk said firmly, "Leave this to me." After a while, more and more awakened ones joined, and the situation was quickly brought under control. After Fiola and Aisla were defeated, the less intelligent monsters fell into chaos. With no one left to command them, the demons were trapped inside the barrier and were completely annihilated one by one. Du Hyuk looked at the black circle and thought, "So this is the Black Gate they wanted to open." He reached out his hand, continuing to think. They used humans as sacrifices. A notification window appeared. "This gate is the Black Gate. Only being capable of resonating with dimensional space energy can connect or disconnect the Black Gate. User Du Hyuk has satisfied all conditions. Do you want to try disconnecting the Black Gate?" He firmly said, "I will disconnect it." A flash of white light shone right before his eyes. The Black Gate shattered into pieces under Du Hyuk's watch. It had completely crumbled. Rays of light appeared through the dark night. A soldier shouted, "Look at the sky," another answered. The dark magic covering the sky gradually dissipated. The quest panel announced, "The Black Gate has been sealed." He gazed intently while making a wish. "I hope all those who were sacrificed will reach a better place." Everyone was surprised to see the glimmers of light gradually flickering. They exclaimed with joy. The light was shining from the top of the tower. A beam of golden light was powerfully emerging from the top of the tower. Rays of light continued to appear all over the globe. Many chains wrapped around the earth. And a notification appeared. Within the next 100 days, all spatial links connected to this world will be forcibly severed. The sky above the top of the tower sparkled, and the announcement continued. "This is the first and last protective measure I create with the limits of my own power." Du Hyuk, Diho, and Jiang Mi were all looking at the screen that appeared in front of them. Quest panel displayed. Time remaining to seal spacetime to protect the world. 99 days 23H5950. The tower continued. To focus on the growth of the awakened, I will grant you the greatest blessing, possibly through the awakening system. Streams of golden light flew through the city. The announcement continued. Blessing of Da, all awakened using the awakening system will receive 3 times the experience points. And the reward through the remaining spacetime gates, 99 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 20 seconds. Images of those who failed appeared through the announcement. Some will collapse, but others will have tremendous growth thanks to this blessing. I hope you will fully exploit the benefits from this reward and increased gift. Du Hyok continued listening while pondering something. This blessing will be the greatest gift for the awakened during the space sealing period. A pair of bright red eyes appeared in the night sky. Therefore, prepare to face threats that transcend even your own space. At a banquet hall on the highest floor of the Korean building, a joyful voice rang out. A toast to the success of closing China's Black Gate. Everyone also unhesitatingly echoed in unison. Cheers. Everyone gradually dispersed in the luxurious banquet hall. Du Hyok said to Jiggy and Tron Hoa, "The outside mission must have been difficult." Jiggy politely replied, "Oh, it was nothing. We're just the support team, so it wasn't too hard." Tron Hoa whispered to her, "Ma'am, didn't you complain about Du Hyok? Because we didn't get to do much in the support mission." Jiggy gave him a jab to the chest and snapped, "Shut up and drink." Then she acted as if nothing had happened, smiled and said, "Don't worry about him," he thought to himself. Neither of them has changed at all. Kang Bai said as she and Diho approached from afar, "Thank you, Seo Hyuk, for the mission you sent us on just now." He replied appreciatively, "Thank you for the help of Kang Mi and Dio." He continued, "Come to think of it, I heard you've been quite busy lately," she said matter-of-factly. "It can't be helped." At that moment, Kang Mi spoke up helplessly. After the warning was issued, ordinary people became panicked, and crimes caused by awakened beings have increased. The positive side is that thanks to the videos of you released by CP, both the panicked awakened ones and the citizens have calmed down and begun to trust us. Du Hyok shyly said, "If videos are enough to bring peace to everyone, then feel free to share everything you have of me." She continued to thank him. "Thank you for granting permission. What will you do in the remaining time until the protection period ends?" He answered, "Starting tomorrow, I will spend all my time increasing my strength with the group members. Clearing dungeons and crafting equipment, things like that. I will do everything I can." Dimensional seal. Time remaining until the Earth dimension protection ends. 7 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. The quiet night sky with faint clouds. Du Hyok was lost in thought, less than a week left. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the other side. Disgusting, a huge monster was floating in the sky. A booming voice rang out, "You dare turn your back on Marrows, loyal slave of the great black dragon Marvelous." Then it opened its mouth, and the flames inside its mouth blazed fiercely. The monster breathed out a great whirlwind of fire towards Du Hyok. Everything around was burned by the flames. The trees burned to ashes. The fierce fire surged and poured directly onto Du Hyok, but he created a protective layer around himself. Without waiting for the fire to die down, he spread his hand, creating a layer of ice, quickly freezing the flames. Du Hyok froze the flames breathed by the monster. The ice followed the fire back and struck the monster. The monster was hit and immediately roared in anger. "Unbelievable, an ordinary human can freeze my breath." Then it spread its wings to fly away, thinking, "I'll retreat for now." But suddenly it looked towards Du Hyok, surprised. What? He didn't let it fly away, raising 2 fingers and generating the power of a wind-cutting weapon. The sharp wind created by Du Hyok cut off both of the monster's wings. It screamed and crashed heavily to the ground. Not stopping there, Du Hyok then combined 2 forces together, wind and gravity reversal. His immense power cut the monster into hundreds of pieces, giving it no time to react. Du Hyok created a great whirlwind and a dust storm. The dragon inside the whirlwind was torn to pieces, unable to resist. The system announced to him, "You have defeated Marrows, you have obtained 3-dimension fragments." Du Hyok stood still, his eyes looking upward, and he said, "Now I have enough fragments. I need, so the dungeon matter is settled. I must quickly return to Korea." In the VIP room of the East Asia branch of Guardians, 3 people were sitting and eating while discussing. Vice slowly cut his meat and said, while still calmly cutting the meat, "Does anyone object to the plan about eliminating Du Hyok, stealing his items, and attacking Gooby?" Vice is rank 3 in Guardians, the international crime organization. He glanced around at everyone and continued, "Please feel free to express your opinions." Curtis put a piece of meat into his mouth, chewed, and said, "I have no objection to the plan." Suddenly his eyes sharpened, his expression serious. "However, there is important information that all members must know before we begin." He is rank 3 in Guardians, the international crime organization. He continued, "According to our research, Du Hyok currently possesses 4 red-grade artifacts. The golden ring, surrounded by a golden light, a glove embedded with a blue stone, and a shoe similar to the ring. They are a red glove, red shoe, red ring, and even a red necklace," Kathais added. "Furthermore, we have also confirmed that Siang Mi, who has a relationship with Du Hyuk, also possesses a red artifact. In total, the two of them possess 5 red artifacts. Therefore, we need to be cautious about the capabilities of these items when confronting them. Vice looked at him and asked, Cathais, have you used the artifact detector? Cathais recalled, the artifact detector, I cannot identify detailed specs, but when nearby I can scan and determine the number and grade of artifacts the target possesses. His face was serious as he said, that's right. Cathais smiled meaningfully. Du Hyuk is indeed very cunning. Despite possessing such high-grade artifacts, he always complains about a difficult life as a shopkeeper and always mentions those hardships in interviews. Vice brought a piece of meat to his mouth, looked at Curtis and said admiringly, I'm really surprised. Curtis, with a cold face, looked at him and said, I didn't expect you to investigate Du Hyuk so thoroughly. Don't tell me you're feeling inferior. Curtis turned back, his eyes wide, and said, Are you joking? Suddenly he became angry, a surge of power flaring up around him. Then he said, What kind of twisted logic is that? I'm just conducting a background check on the target. The two sides confronted each other. Curtis said, Why should I feel inferior to that bastard? Suddenly, Raffia from the opposite side spoke up to stop them. Enough. Now is not the time for arguing. The two stopped, and Raffia continued, I suggest you restrain your habit of provoking your allies. And you, Karthus, won't have to hear such words after this mission is over. Curtis scratched his head, grimacing as he looked at him. He sat sternly. He said, So let's focus on our target. Raffia turned to look at the subordinate and asked, When is Du Hyuk scheduled to arrive in Korea? The subordinate replied, According to the press, he boarded the plane this morning and is on his way. He looked ahead and continued, We will begin the mission the day after he arrives. He was the leader of the Guardians, the international criminal organization, Raffia. He looked at Vice and Curtis and assigned the mission. Good luck with the mission. Both of them, with sinister expressions, replied, Yes, sir. The night sky was still under the bright moonlight. At that moment, Du Hyuk sat on a swing. He said, I've finally returned to Korea. Then he raised a glass of water to drink and continued. It's been so long since I had a chance to rest. Du Hyuk looked up at the sky full of stars and praised, The sky is so clear tonight. Ian suddenly appeared, standing on the swing next to Du Hyuk. He asked him how his overseas trip this time was. He continued, Was it fun? Du Hyuk, seeing that, he was startled, turned to look at him, his expression tense. Du Hyuk stammered, staring in confusion. Then he shouted, Keen Lin. Du Hyuk fell to the ground, asking bewilderedly, Why are you here? Ian calmly countered, Why are you so surprised? Du Hyuk, still bewildered but acting calm, answered, How could I not be surprised when an assassin keeps following me, looking for every chance to kill me? Du Hyuk continued, If we weren't enemies, things would be different. He jumped off the swing and said, Actually, I came here for a reason. Suddenly, everything around turned crimson, and he turned his face back and said, I want to settle things between us once and for all. Ian continued, This is your last chance, Du Hyuk. Prove it to me. Du Hyuk was also on guard, ready to fight, he replied. Aren't my words enough? Ian's face darkened. He created shards and then said, You must prove to me that you are capable of moving on to the next stage. For that reason, this method will be easier. Saying that, he launched all the shards at Du Hyuk. He calmly said, This is the last time I see this barrier. Both stood up, preparing to fight. Ian responded to what he had said earlier, This fight will be even more intense than last time. Show me everything you've got. He immediately agreed, All right, since it's come to this. Du Hyuk's legs emitted a blue light that helped surpass limits, and then his entire body radiated enormous power. His shirt flared up and he stepped toward Hyen, saying, I'll show you how much I've changed in the past 3 months. With that, they looked at each other, eyes full of murderous intent. The day I became an awakened one. The sunlight became a curse, causing me pain worse than death. Hyen stood before the dazzling sky. He held his head, I hate God for disrupting my normal life by awakening me. Hyen was thinking. While preparing to fight Du Hyuk, I started gathering information about God to find out why I became an awakened one. He thought about the capable ones. During the investigation, I came to believe that God must be searching for an awakened one capable of fulfilling his purpose. I thought I would be given some task, but I received no guidance at all. Eventually, I gave up exploring. He reflected on the past. I began searching for the awakened one who could be the embodiment of God, Du Hyuk. He spoke, I thought you were simply one of countless other candidates. Images of him in ordinary times appeared in Hyen's mind. And then fighting, he continued thinking, but your explosive growth and the ability to establish unusual spells made me change my mind. As God's interest in Earth grew after the appearance of portals and demons, a portal appeared. It was surrounded by chains, and the demons were Fiola and Isla. My curiosity about the one who had drawn God's attention also grew. Du Hyuk remained silent, looking upward. Sharp spears of fire were flying straight down at Hyen, but he continuously dodged them. After falling, they were like bombs, exploding one after another. Hyen dodged while shouting to Du Hyuk, Show me the skills you've honed over the past 3 months, Du Hyuk. Unfortunately, in a moment of inattention, he was hit by his attack. Then Du Hyuk turned his back, gathering power. Then he hurled a massive firestorm at Hyen. Suddenly he appeared behind him again. Hyen clawed at Du Hyuk's back, leaving him unable to resist. Hyen's nails were unexpectedly crumbling. He wondered if Du Hyuk had silently countered, causing his nails to break. Immunity. Du Hyuk had quickly created an immunity layer to protect his back, blocking Hyen's sharp fingers from scratching him. A system window appeared. Immunity. The spellcaster is granted immunity to physical and magical attacks for 5 seconds. Hyen was also surprised. He thought that before, that guy couldn't even react to his attacks. But now he was tracking his movements precisely and countering them with spell. Hyen leaped high, raised his claws to form a ring, and exclaimed, "Well done, it seems normal attacks can no longer injure you." He shouted and created something that looked like a bloodthirsty demon. "Try blocking this." All the sharp streaks gathered around Hyen. Du Hyuk looked and thought, a normal attack. This ability is similar to Jaelan's. His mana capacity is on a different level. Hyen was condensing power into a massive sphere. At that moment, Du Hyuk generated light power and rushed at Hyen. Hyen was caught off guard and struggled to block. Du Hyuk didn't let up, using both hands to pry open a gap in Hyen's sphere and shatter the space. The sphere was broken into a large hole, fragments falling. Hyen controlled tentacles to touch the fragments. Du Hyuk created another sphere to block Hyen, then Hyen floated. Looking angry, he then turned back to Du Hyuk and smirked. Hyen said, "I didn't think you could block that technique." Du Hyuk also smiled, his expression smug. "What do you think? I've improved, right?" Hyen replied, "That's right. I didn't expect you to block that attack just now. Your spellcasting time has become faster, and you've made more moves in battle." Then he summoned something and said, "All right, this is my final attack." He created a wolf shape from his power, his tone challenging. "If you have any secret weapon left, now's the time to show it." Du Hyuk didn't back down, he used fire. Volcanic power combining earthquake magic. Then he created a dragon to face Hyen's wolf, a stream of lava. The two creatures were made from two different power sources. They looked huge and mighty. Hyen attacked first, then Du Hyuk counterattacked. Both sides collided at the same time, creating a massive explosion that shook heaven and earth. A moment after the explosion, the two stood facing each other in silence. Suddenly Hyen spoke, "As someone who hasn't even received enlightenment from anywhere, I don't want to admit it, but I have to admit it, Du Hyuk. No matter what others say, you are the incarnation of De." Du Hyuk gave a faint smile and asked, "Are you satisfied now?" Hyen answered him bluntly, raising her hand to her throat in a throat-cutting gesture and replied, "Yes, if a wicked person is chosen as the incarnation, I will crush them." She continued, somewhat praising him, "But in the past 6 months, you've grown so fast that no one can keep up with you." Du Hyuk replied, "Come to think of it, it's been quite a while since I awakened." The two of them stood before the ruins, and Hyen took the initiative to say, "Let's end the battle here. This time I've lost." Hyen said, "If this continues, you will defeat me." "You suddenly called the name Keen Lin." She was annoyed. "Stop, don't call me Keen Lin anymore, my name is Hyen." Then she turned away but still added, "When I eliminated the awakened ones who murdered the T-Hoa Association and the guards. The name Keen Lin is just an alias they gave me when they tried to frame me as a murderer." Du Hyuk then replied to her, "All right, Hyen, that's a nice name." Suddenly he asked her, "Okay, so what did you want to tell me?" Hyen fumbled in her pocket for something and said, "Fine, now I'll tell you why I'm looking for the incarnation of De, and everything I know about Vendela and Panzerox." She handed him a piece of paper. "Read this first. It's a page I tore from Garam's notebook." She said, "This is author Garam's handwriting. Inside is content about Du and the demon Lord Banzerox. The confrontation between Du and the demon Lord Banzerox is not something that happened in just 1 or 2 days. Lord Du and the challenger to his divinity, Banzerox. While everyone thought Du would win, as time passed in the prolonged battle across dimensions, Du ultimately suffered defeat. The incarnations of Du are called the Transcendent Ones, each becoming the supreme being of their respective world. Although they bravely confronted the demon Lord Banzerox, the result always ended in the defeat of the Transcendent Ones. Hundreds of battles took place and hundreds of defeats. They realized that they could not recklessly predict or shape their own future. Therefore, they made a decision. They chose to turn the Earth dimension into the final fortress, and split their identity into two to prevent themselves from predicting the future. After reading it, he turned to ask Hyen, "So you're the one who took Garam away before we arrived?" She immediately replied, "That's right. I discovered this while researching you, so I took her somewhere else." Du Hyuk continued, "Is she still safe?" Hyen firmly asserted, "Of course, I've always protected Garam and her mother. They will be safe in my secret bunker." He smiled and said, "I'm glad she's okay." Suddenly Du Hyuk's face frowned. "If you're protecting Garam, then you must have read her novel." Du Hyuk asked Hyen, "What do you think about the things that are happening now?" Hyen also frowned and replied, "Of course, I would like to read Garam's novel hundreds, even thousands of times." She suddenly gritted her teeth and spoke. But Hyen said helplessly, "I can't read it." Du Hyuk stood up and asked her, "Why not?" Hyen, thinking of a certain freak, replied, "The author of D and F Garam is the other half of De. I'm under a curse that I will die if I read her sentences."